Chapter 1. No big deal, I'll go back and farm. At Minghai City Municipal Hospital, Lu Wenzong was waiting in the Human Resources office with his good friend Wu Ruhan. They had been interns there for a full year, and today they were here to get their internship evaluation form stamped. Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan both studied at Minghai City Medical University, one of the top medical universities in the country. The school highly valued students' internship evaluations, and those who excelled would receive job recommendations from the university. For Lu Wenzong, a second-generation farmer hailing from a rural area, this work recommendation from the school was very important. However, during the waiting time, he encountered someone he did not wish to see. Li Feilong, a student from their year but in a different class, whose father was a major businessman and mother a deputy director of the Minghai City Health Bureau, a typical rich second generation with an official business background, wielding both power and influence. He was also a notable figure at the school. Most crucially, the director of the municipal hospital was a relative of Li Feilong's family, and Li Feilong harbored immense resentment towards Lu Wenzong. Wu Ruhan was one of the most outstanding beauties at Minghai University. She was the fairest female student in her Western medicine surgery class of 2012, ranking third on the university's beauty list. Wu Ruhan was stunning, curvaceous, outgoing, and much more approachable than the two higher-ranked IC beauties. This made her have the most suitors among all the ranked beauties, both within and outside the campus. Many wealthy individuals from society frequently waited in luxury cars by the school gate, hoping to win Wu Ruhan's heart with money and bring her into their golden houses. However, after 4 years, no one had successfully captured Wu Ruhan's affection. Though she could refuse countless pursuits from men, she never refused making friends. As long as you didn't overstep, she was willing to be your friend. Therefore, many across the school maintained good relations with Wu Ruhan. But the person closest to Wu Ruhan was undoubtedly her classmate, Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong, with average looks but belonging to one of the poorest groups in the school, seemed laughable to the eyes of the rich second generations or handsome students at school. To them, Lu Wenzong moved through campus in market-bought clothes without any awareness of how low-class it made him appear. And yet, he was called Wu Ruhan's male best friend, an unbearable fact for many boys that left their teeth grinding. Among them, Li Feilong held the deepest hatred towards Lu Wenzong, mainly because he liked Wu Ruhan intensely. When they learned about the duo coming to stamp the internship evaluation form, Li Feilong sensed his opportunity had arrived, intercepting the hand of the head of human resources just about to stamp. Seeing Wu Ruhan's dazzling beauty before him, Li Feilong regretted immensely. He'd thoughtlessly dismissed the importance of interning based on his family connections, but hadn't realized Wu Ruhan was interning right at the city hospital. If he'd known, he definitely would have rushed to intern alongside her. Minghai Medical University placed great emphasis on the internship appraisal document. Good performance during the internship might result in a recommendation for a hospital job. Hence, Minghai Medical University graduates worked hard during their internships in the hope of gaining the university's work recommendation. After all, securing a position in a hospital was no easy task these days. Ruhan, all done. Li Feilong gently handed over the stamped evaluation form to Wu Ruhan, wearing a sycophantic smile that made Lu Wenzong feel nauseous. Wu Ruhan nodded, taking the evaluation form and thanking him. Ruhan, would you mind stepping out for a moment? I want to say something to Lu Wenzong between us men, and then I'll stamp his form. Li Feilong suddenly said. You? Wu Ruhan looked questioningly at both of them. Although Lu Wenzong and Li Feilong knew each other, they weren't familiar enough for any meaningful conversation. We men also have our own little secrets, Li Feilong grinned. Alright, be quick, we still need to submit the evaluation forms. Wu Ruhan didn't think too much, reminded them, and turned around to leave the office. As soon as the door closed behind her, Li Feilong's grin vanished instantly. Casting a cold glance at Lu Wenzong, Li Feilong opened his mouth to speak. Do you want me to stamp your evaluation form? What do you mean? Sensing the unusual tone in Li Feilong's words, Lu Wenzong countered. What do I mean? It's simple. You damn well stay away from Wu Ruhan. That male BFF nonsense. You actually like Wu Ruhan too, don't you? You want preferential treatment because of proximity, am I right? Li Feilong snapped angrily. Oh, so, does that mean you're not going to stamp it for me? Lu Wenzong saw right away that Li Feilong was here to make things difficult for him. However, he really needed this appraisal form. As the son of farmers, his parents had spent all their life savings on his education. He couldn't let them down. Securing a decent doctor's job in Minghai City, then marrying and having kids, buying a house and settling down were his parents' biggest hopes for him. Therefore, this evaluation document held great significance for Lu Wenzong. His excellent performance during the internship garnered very high evaluations and ratings on the form, presenting a genuine opportunity to secure a school-recommended job. On his own, finding work in one of Minghai City's large hospitals would be quite difficult. No. I can stamp it for you. Not only that, I can arrange for you to work at the city hospital. But on one condition, you keep far away from Wu Ruhan and help me win her heart. Impossible. Chasing after girls is your own business. I can't help with that. Moreover, Wu Ruhan and I are just friends. You're overthinking this. Lu Wenzong replied. Lu Wenzong, that's no fun. Being able to enter the Minghai City Municipal Hospital as a farmer, well, that would mean your ancestors have been smoking incense nonstop. Tell me, how could someone like you, who has no money or status, hope to pursue Wu Ruhan? Stop chasing fruitlessly. Besides, if you help me out, I'll give you a chance to change your farmer status into that of a respected doctor. Doesn't that sound great? Though Li Feilong spoke politely, there was nothing but disdain for Lu Wenzong in his words. The contempt was making Lu Wenzong's temper rise rapidly. Due to poverty, Lu Wenzong often felt inferior and thus developed a fragile yet sensitive sense of self-respect. Calling him a farmer and pauper, Li Feilong was delivering an immense insult to his pride. Are you going to stamp it or not? Lu Wenzong asked through clenched teeth, suppressing his anger. I'll do it if you agree. If you think my offer is too small, I can throw in some cash. Would 10,000 yuan be enough? That amount back in your hometown should be more than sufficient for you to marry a wife, don't you think? Are you going to stamp it or not? F***ck, is it too little? How about 100,000? With that kind of money, you could survive for years. Screw you, forget about it. Lu Wenzong snatched the evaluation form off the desk and turned to leave. Using money to belittle others was an unbearable humiliation. Yes, he lacked funds, but he wasn't so destitute that he'd sell his conscience and dignity for money. Lu Wenzong, ing stay where you are. Li Feilong roared, rushing forward to block Lu Wenzong's path. Lu Wenzong, let me tell you something. Not only can I refuse to stamp this for you, but I can also ensure no hospital in the entire Minghai city will accept you. Do you believe me? Li Feilong said viciously. Whatever. Worst case scenario, I'll go home and farm. Chapter 2. Hatred has been sown. Farming? Ha! Farmers are truly farmers. Even after attending university, the dirty nature of a farmer cannot be changed. Farming. Can you farm your way out to building a hospital? Can you farm your way to finding someone like Wu Ruhan? Can you farm your way to becoming a millionaire? Poor bastard will always be a poor bastard. Go to hell. With that, Lu Wenzong slapped him hard across the face. This behavior was utterly intolerable. Lu Wenzong didn't care about work or evaluation forms anymore. His only thought right now was to beat the hell out of this person. Li Feilong covered his face in disbelief, looking at Lu Wenzong. How dare you hit me? Come on then, let's hurt each other. Lu Wenzong took up a fighting stance, ready to go all out against Li Feilong. However, at a critical moment, Li Feilong backed down. In terms of build and height, Li Feilong was no match for Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong had developed a strong body from working hard since he was a child, something Li Feilong, with his privileged lifestyle, couldn't possibly compare to. I'll have people lock you up and make you eat prison food, said Li Feilong, pulling out his phone to call. Ignoring him, Lu Wenzong opened the door and walked out. Outside, Wu Ruhan saw Lu Wenzong come out and asked, Wenzong, is it done? Yeah, it's done. Let's go. Lu Wenzong folded up the evaluation form but did not show it to Wu Ruhan. Let me see it, Wu Ruhan said. What's there to see? It's the same. Let's just go. Placing the evaluation form into his pocket, Lu Wenzong refused Wu Ruhan's request. Wu Ruhan was startled, her eyes flashing with surprise. Though Lu Wenzong wasn't her boyfriend, he'd never before refused any of her requests. What had happened today? She turned her head toward the closed personnel office door, then turned back and caught up with Lu Wenzong. After leaving the hospital, they were preparing to hail a taxi back to campus. But instead of catching a taxi, a police car came. At the same time, Li Feilong walked out, loudly demanding the police arrest Lu Wenzong. Li Feilong, what are you doing? Why are you having the police arrest Wenzong? Naturally, Wu Ruhan defended her male best friend. Seeing the two police officers taking Lu Wenzong away, she became very angry and yelled at Li Feilong. Li Feilong chuckled apologetically while still insisting on seeing Lu Wenzong taken away as an act of revenge. Wu Ruhan could do nothing to stop the actions of the police, so she could only watch helplessly as Lu Wenzong was taken by the officers. The policemen didn't make things difficult for Lu Wenzong, they merely locked him up. 3 days later, Lu Wenzong was released. The first thing he saw upon release was Wu Ruhan, anxious looking. Wenzong, are you alright? Did they cause you any trouble? Wu Ruhan approached, asking with concern. I'm fine, just locked up. Lu Wenzong said indifferently. The school internship recommendation period has ended. I told them, but because they haven't seen your internship evaluation form, they refused to recommend you for a job. Wu Ruhan felt deeply guilty. She believed Lu Wenzong had been arrested due to her. Moreover, during these 3 days, the school's recommendation period for outstanding interns ended. An opportunity Lu Wenzong could have easily gotten slipped away. No problem. I've already made my decision. I'm planning to return home to farm. Lu Wenzong no longer cared about it. During these 3 days, he had realized something. Even if he stayed in Minghai City to work, he would remain nothing more than a small clerk, another powerless pauper. However, farming at home presented an opportunity for change. The reason he was confident was because he possessed a special object called the Rui Hoe. It was a half-meter-long jade hoe he bought for 2,000 yuan from an antique stall. Actually, he had been duped by someone who promised him great wealth through this item. At first, he regretted losing 2,000 yuan on a fake antique, but unintentionally discovered that this hoe was extraordinarily magical. Originally, it was forged by Laozi using jades from all over the world, intended as a gift for Jade Emperor. Its purpose was to present a minor deity responsible for overseeing agricultural matters in the human realm. But just when it was completed, Sun Wukong caused chaos in heaven. Thus, the divine appointment was disrupted, and this little hoe was lost in the mortal realm when Sun Wukong stormed the Palace of Alchemy. Later, Sun Wukong was imprisoned under the Mountain of Five Elements, and celestial beings were too preoccupied dealing with the aftermath to remember the lost hoe. A cute little fairy inside the Rui Hoe informed Lu Wenzong that creating this hoe had required immense effort from Laozi. Therefore, its abilities were incredibly magical. The hoe could plow fields, harvest crops, sow seeds, irrigate land, and do so all at lightning speed. Especially during irrigation, the concave part in the middle of the hoe blade could hold thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds of water. Moreover, as the water flowed from the hoe into the fields, it would be transformed into divine water that not only protected crops from pests and diseases, but also accelerated their growth and increased yields. The water modified by the hoe was also drinkable by humans, capable of strengthening the body, extending life, and curing diseases. This was quite significant for Lu Wenzong since he had been studying medicine, and this function of the small hoe allowed him to showcase his appeal as a medical student, thereby earning others' recognition. Of course, more importantly, it helped him build connections. The little fairy also informed him that the small hoe had many other functions beyond farming. However, given Lu Wenzong's current physical condition, he couldn't harness the full power of the hoe, only managing simple uses such as fighting with it. To unlock its other powers, Lu Wenzong needed to continuously use the divine water transformed by the hoe to improve his own body. Once his body transcended the ordinary human level, he could truly merge with the hoe and unleash its full potential. After deciding to return home and farm, Lu Wenzong felt much lighter in heart. He had always been striving hard to stay in Minghai City to meet his parents' expectations, which weighed heavily on him. But now, after making the final decision, he found the road ahead much broader. With the help of the small hoe, while others might harvest 1,000 pounds per acre, they could yield 10,000 pounds per acre, becoming rich simply by selling grain. However, Lu Wenzong realized that if he really went back to farm, growing just regular grains would be too wasteful. Cultivating some rare items would be far superior. For him now, graduating meant just one last thing: waiting to receive his diploma. 2 days later, he obtained his graduation certificate and bachelor's degree from Minghai Medical University. After tidying up his belongings, he went to a train ticket agency to book a ticket for the evening train home, then returned to the dormitory to pack his things. In the afternoon, he withdrew all the money he earned from working part-time during his studies, amounting to over 10,000 yuan. Lu Wenzong planned to buy some small gifts to bring back home. Chapter 3. Little Ho gets into a fight. Arriving at the pedestrian street, he jogged around and bought a voluminous book titled A Collection of Sui and Tang History for his father. Then he bought 2 inexpensive outfits for his mother. Afterward, he went through some boutique shops and purchased a 39 yuan bracelet and a wooden comb for someone. When leaving the boutique shop, Lu Wenzong finally remembered that he should buy himself a couple of decent outfits. He looked left and right, noticing the huge storefront sign of Hailon Home. Embarrassed, he stepped inside. The salespersons were very warm-hearted. However, it was Lu Wenzong's first time entering such a high-end brand clothing store, making him feel extraordinarily uneasy. The clothes he wore were from roadside stalls. Even if all his possessions added up to 200 yuan, he'd consider himself extremely lucky. All branded clothes existed only in his mind, and he had never bought a single one. An elegant-looking salesperson followed him, recommending clothes, but Lu Wenzong merely glanced around, not daring to actually try anything on. Finally, spotting the sign for the discount section, Lu Wenzong quickly moved over. After picking for a while, he chose a blue and white striped shirt and a pair of black trousers. Holding the clothes, following the instructions of the salesperson, he headed toward the fitting room. There were 4 cubicles. The first 3 from the left were occupied, but the 4th door was slightly ajar. Lu Wenzong took a quick look before directly opening the fitting room door. A sudden scream startled Lu Wenzong so much that he threw the clothes in his hands onto the ground. Inside the fitting room stood a voluptuous woman, wearing only a set of black underwear. Her fair skin exposed itself to Lu Wenzong's eyes, nearly stopping his heart from beating. He hurriedly closed the fitting room door and picked up the clothes, retreating several steps. Nearby, a salesperson came over, looking at Lu Wenzong without knowing what had happened, then left. Isn't this exclusively for men's clothing? Why would there be a woman trying on clothes? He glanced over to another side and saw women's clothing sections indeed, guessing perhaps she had run over due to lack of cubicles there. Lu Wenzong wondered internally, but worried about potential trouble when the woman came out later. He wanted to leave, yet felt cowardly doing so. He wasn't one to shy away from things, but if mistaken for a voyeur peeping Tom, that would be counterproductive. Moreover, bickering with a woman wasn't in his style. Sure enough, the fitting room opened again, and the furious woman stormed toward Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong prepared a smile, intending to apologize since the lady was attractive, and after all, he had seen most of her body, which warranted an apology. As the woman approached him, Lu Wenzong was about to speak, but noticed a shadow hurling straight towards his face. A sharp sound, slap. The woman struck Lu Wenzong hard across the face. Bastard, pervert, peeping Tom, no manners, poor guy. The woman spat out a string of dirty words, glaring at Lu Wenzong before stomping off. Lu Wenzong was both angry and troubled. Seeing the woman walk far away, he didn't chase her down for a confrontation. It boiled down to him being somewhat at fault. Still, inwardly, he cursed her profusely, ensuring his retaliation matched her rudeness. With the fitting room now clear, he entered and tried on the clothes, quite satisfied with the fit. The 2 outfits were under 400 yuan, making Lu Wenzong feel pain as he paid. Walking out of the store with the new attire, his heart still ached for the loss of those 4 red bills. Before he could walk further, suddenly 4 people appeared in front of him, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was none other than the beautiful person who slapped Lu Wenzong earlier. The 3 men were all dressed garishly, necklaces thick with gold chains hanging from their necks, holding Apple 6s Plus models, and their belts gleaming gold too. Dear, it's him who peeked on me. That woman pointed viciously at Lu Wenzong. Hey, I didn't mean to. Lu Wenzong started to argue, but was cut off immediately by the man. The muscular and robust middle-aged man standing beside the woman coldly interrupted Lu Wenzong's speech, saying, "Did you see my wife changing her clothes? Did you or not?" "I did see something, but not really anything specific," Lu Wenzong replied. Onlookers were many in the bustling street. Fighting wouldn't be good. Being a good lad, he didn't want any trouble and definitely not be framed for misconduct. "What more do you need to see? What else? Don't let your lousy intentions grow bigger. Do you want to see more? Should I have my wife strip naked right now, so you can gawk all you like?" "Big brother, if we have business, let's discuss it. No need for curses," Lu Wenzong said. "Hey, you're pretty bold. Let me tell you with some foul words. What the hell can you do about it? You damn pervert, daring to spy on my wife while she's changing clothes. Asking for death, are you? Do you know who I am? Do you?" The middle-aged man was ready to slap Lu Wenzong's face as he spoke. The passers-by, noticing a conflict among four people, quickly steered clear. None of them intervened or took interest in other people's affairs. Lu Wenzong didn't expect any help either. Dealing with three people shouldn't be an issue for someone like Little Ho who possesses a divine treasure. Lu Wenzong took a step back, giving the man a glare of dissatisfaction. "Fuck your mother, and you still dare to stare at me? Watch me beat you up today, son of a bitch," yelled the middle-aged man as he advanced a step to strike Lu Wenzong with a slap. But how could Lu Wenzong let him hit? He took another step back and said, "I'll say it again, no cursing, no insulting. Fuck your mother, I will curse you. What are you gonna do? Not only will I curse you, but I'll also beat you," exclaimed the middle-aged man as he lunged forward again, aiming a punch at Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong's eyes flared as he extended his palm. A 1-meter-long little hoe suddenly appeared in his hand. As the middle-aged man charged toward him, Lu Wenzong waved the hoe into the wind, causing it to grow slightly longer. With precise aim, it smashed down upon the middle-aged man's advancing fist. "Ouch! Fuck! Why aren't you guys attacking?" The middle-aged man cried out in pain, turning to shout at his two companions, who then approached, muttering curses. Unperturbed by the trio surrounding him, the small hoe split apart, transforming into 3 hoes flying towards the men. 3 dull thuds resounded as each hoe collided with the fists of the men. It didn't stop there, continuing to swing towards their heads. The 3 men initially came intending to give Lu Wenzong a beating, but ended up thoroughly disheveled under the attack of the airborne dancing hoes. Wealthy they may be, but they lacked impressive combat skills. The hoes wielded power akin to precise robots chasing them around, making them flee miserably, shielding their heads while running away. The woman stood stunned, frozen in place, forgetting to escape. In her mind, her seemingly superior husband and 3 large men were embarrassingly defeated by a thin student-like youth, a revelation that shattered her perceptions. "Do you plan to start a fight too?" Lu Wenzong retracted the hoe, smiling at the woman who remained lost in thought. The woman screamed again, turned around, and ran off along the same route her fleeing husband had taken. Lu Wenzong chuckled and departed quietly amidst the bypassing crowd. It wouldn't be good if someone called the police. Back at the dormitory, Lu Wenzong packed his things and caught the bus from the school gate to the train station on his way home. For him, this city would now merely be part of his memories, since he would soon return to being a farmer. Chapter 4. Nonsense. The train raced for over 20 hours before finally arriving at the county town where Lu Wenzong's hometown was located, a Sangzi county deep within the Great Mountains. After getting off the train looking rather exhausted, Lu Wenzong suddenly realized that he could have just as well skipped the train entirely and come back riding his hoe at night. Even though arriving at the county did not mean he had returned home, because his home was actually a small village under the jurisdiction of this county, it was still about 50 or 60 miles away from the county seat, a real mountainous little village. Though Sangzi County was not rich, its consumption level was low while nightlife was quite abundant. Even at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, there were plenty of pedestrians on the streets. Especially at places with outdoor dining areas, these spots remained densely crowded by people. Finding an open-air stall to eat some food, he subsequently picked up his luggage and headed toward a dark spot. Summoning out his small hoe, he directed it to transform arbitrarily into a large round basin. Lu Wenzong quickly rode it and flew up into the sky, heading towards home. Within only 5 minutes, Lu Wenzong had already arrived in the airspace above his home. This was the first time he'd ever flown. He wasn't exactly good at controlling it yet. Once familiar, he figured it wouldn't even take a minute to cover the distance of 50 or 60 miles. Unlike cities, in the countryside, everything goes dark at midnight, and one can hardly see any lights. Landing in front of his house, Lu Wenzong knocked on the door. After several knocks, the light in the house finally came on. "Who's there?" The flashlight's beam shot over. "Dad, it's me, Wenzong." Lu Wenzong answered. "Wenzong? Why have you returned now?" Upon hearing this, the father hurriedly walked over, opening the courtyard gate. Meanwhile, the mother inside the house also heard the sound and rushed out. "Unable to find a job temporarily, I've come back for a look," said Lu Wenzong as he carried his luggage inside. He hadn't even taken 2 steps when his parents took over his bags. After entering the house, the mother immediately began bustling about preparing a meal for Lu Wenzong. Though she kept insisting she wasn't hungry, the mother still reheated some dishes and brought them out. Sitting down, Lu Wenzong had his father and mother seated on both sides of the table watching him eat. "Speaking of which, Mom and Dad, I'll use this time to tell you something important during dinner." Lu Wenzong decided after seeing their doting eyes to reveal his intentions early. "Go ahead, what is it?" His father lit a cigarette and asked with a smile. "I want to stay home and farm." Lu Wenzong gulped down a bite of food and bravely declared through gritted teeth. "What?" Both parents echoed simultaneously. It wasn't that they didn't hear him, but that they simply couldn't believe it. Although being a university graduate wasn't as valuable as it once was, it was still a stepping stone to break free from the mountains and poverty. How could he discard his status as a university graduate to return home and farm? I want to stay home and farm. Lu Wenzong reluctantly repeated himself again. Farming? Are you sick or stressed out? Wasn't it hard enough for me to send you to school? You've graduated from college and you don't want to stay in the city and find a job, instead opting to come back home to farm. Farming be damned. The father lost his temper, cursing loudly. The cigarette he was smoking dropped as he stepped on it heavily. Son, how could you come up with such an idea? The mother didn't lose her temper, but also couldn't hide her disbelief. Her son was her pride. Every time she thought about her son taking root and sprouting in a big city, never having to suffer under the hardship of facing the yellow earth and the sky, she felt incredibly proud. However, now, her son wanted to come back and farm, retracing the farmer's path that she had always hoped he would avoid. She found it incomprehensible, but as a mother, she considered that her son might have his reasons. Dad, calm down. Mom, don't worry. Since I've made this decision, I am confident. Within a year, I'm certain I can become wealthy through farming. Lu Wenzong stated. Wealthy, my foot. Tomorrow, you'll go back and find yourself a job. The countryside doesn't need you, neither does the family. If your elder sister and second sister know about this idea of yours, they'd definitely come straight over to scold you. For all those years of education, your mom and I contributed half the funds, while the other half of tuition and living expenses were paid by your elder sisters. They'd collapse if they knew you've made this choice, the father angrily remarked. Dad, I'll persuade elder sister and second sister. I just hope you guys will support me. Give me the land around Dragon Mountain for a year. By next year, if I've made a complete mess of things, I won't wait for you to say anything. I'll leave on my own. No, I won't agree. The father lit another cigarette, rejecting him outright. Well, let's stop talking about it for now. Son, you finish eating first, rest after eating, and we'll talk about this tomorrow. The mother intervened quickly. The father glared at Lu Wenzong, and then turned around and went into the inner room. After finishing his meal, Lu Wenzong helped his mother tidy up the original room and then rested. The night passed without incident. The next morning, relatives arrived at Lu Wenzong's house. Eldest sister, second sister, eldest brother-in-law, and second brother-in-law all arrived together, each of them visibly angry. Lu Wenzong stepped out of the room just as fiery-tempered eldest sister stormed over. Wenzong, I absolutely cannot agree with your idea of coming back to farm the land. Back when you were in school, both your second sister and I gave up our own studies so we could pour all our hopes into you. If you now return to till the land, doesn't that mean all our sacrifices for your schooling were for nothing? Wenzong, can I at least explain? Explain? What is there to explain? Can you bear to destroy this family's hope built up over more than a decade? Eldest sister replied. Sister, let Wenzong speak, said second sister gently, pulling eldest sister aside and gesturing for Lu Wenzong to continue. Eldest sister had a fiery temperament just like their father, while second sister was gentle and kind-hearted, much like their mother. Both sisters doted on Lu Wenzong immensely and always placed him at the center of their attention. In fact, whatever I say now, you probably won't believe me anyway. All I ask is that you give me 1 year. 1 year is enough time to prove whether my current thought is impulsive or due to some form of shock. If within a year I fail to earn 50,000 yuan, I will pack up and return to the city, never mentioning farming again, and instead live stably working in the city. Dad, Mom, eldest sister, eldest brother-in-law, second brother-in-law. 1 year isn't long, and it won't affect much. Give me this chance. Lu Wenzong spoke sincerely, and immediately both his mother and second sister changed their stance. Originally, they had opposed him, but what Lu Wenzong said made sense. After all, it was only 1 year, and if it didn't work, he would still return to the city. Why bother arguing so much? The father did not say anything further. Instead, he walked out of the house, his hands behind his back, humming an unnamed tune under his breath. It was his way of tacitly accepting Lu Wenzong's request. Through the persuasion of second sister and eldest brother-in-law, even eldest sister temporarily stopped trying to convince Lu Wenzong to go back to the city. With little trouble, the family reached an agreement. However, news of Lu Wenzong's plan to return home to farm spread like wildfire throughout the entire village. Over the years, the village had produced quite a few university graduates, yet none of them ever returned to farm. Those who left found homes, cars, and happiness in the big cities outside. Now, however, Lu Wenzong intended to come back and till the land. The villagers simply couldn't comprehend it. Many acquaintances came up with various excuses to visit and inquire about the matter. Later, rumors began spreading in the village. Lu Wenzong must have gotten into trouble in the city and was avoiding police pursuit by returning home to farm. But Lu Wenzong paid no attention to these whispers because he was currently waiting for someone on Xiaolong Mountain, near Xiaolong Mouth. Xiaolong Mountain was a narrow, elongated hill shaped much like a juvenile dragon. Its body, whiskers, mouth, tail, and scales looked remarkably similar. Chapter 5. A Woman Like Evening Chef. In the evening, the sun about to set was a fiery red, and the clouds in the sky were dyed a flame-like red, looking incredibly beautiful. In May or June, the weather wasn't yet scorching hot, and sitting on the mountain was particularly cool. Behind him came some stealthy sounds. Lu Wenzong pretended not to hear them, and tilted his head on purpose to observe the clouds in the sky. Wenzong. A figure suddenly jumped over from behind, emitting a crisp and melodious shout. Lu Wenzong turned around as if surprised, and smiled while gazing at the beautiful and lovely girl who had appeared before him. Lu Xiuxian, much like the evening shab at the edge of the sky, was so beautiful that she captivated anyone who looked at her. As the most beautiful girl in the village, Lu Xiaoxia was a dazzling sight in the Lu family's village, attracting the attention of all the young men in the village as well as restless youths from neighboring areas. At the age of 22, she was already considered a big girl in the village. Girls her age, or even younger by 2 or 3 years, had already married, some with children old enough to run errands, but Lu Xiaoxia remained single. Over these years, the threshold of her house had almost been worn out by matchmakers, yet Lu Xiaoxia still stayed unmarried. Some people in the village said Lu Xiaoxia's standards were too high, others claimed her parents demanded an exorbitant bride price, and still others believed Lu Xiaoxia must already have someone she liked, just waiting for that person to propose. But what no one knew was that the real reason Lu Xiaoxia remained unmarried was because of Lu Wenzong. They differed in age by only 2 years and had grown up together, sharing an unusually close relationship. When Lu Wenzong was in high school, they frequently exchanged letters. By their second year of high school, they officially became a couple through their correspondence. During college, classmates often joked that Lu Wenzong was never interested in any girls because he couldn't pursue them, but Lu Wenzong knew the truth. His heart was completely occupied by his beautiful, kind, and gentle girlfriend. Let's go inside. Lu Wenzong took Lu Xiaoxia's hand and led her into the dragon mouth. Sitting on the tooth of the little dragon they always visited, Lu Xiaoxia couldn't help but ask urgently. They all say you're going home to farm now. What's this all about? Why didn't you tell me ahead of time? Holding Lu Xiaoxia's small hand gently in his own and stroking it, Lu Wenzong chuckled. It was a last-minute decision, rather hasty. But I've made up my mind to return home to farm. It's certain and won't change. Wenzong, you've been in school for many years. You've never done any farming work. You don't know how hard farming is. We live in a mountainous area where nearly all farming relies on human labor, unlike on the plains where planting and harvesting can be mechanized. I'm afraid you might not bear the hardship, and when that happens, the villagers will mock you. Lu Xiaoxia expressed her worry. Xiaoxia, rest assured, I will prove to everyone that I, Lu Wenzong, am capable both in studying and in farming. Do you trust me? After a year, I'll show you that your boyfriend is a skilled farmer. I trust you, but I'm afraid you will suffer too much. Lu Xiaoxia squeezed Lu Wenzong's hand tenderly, her beautiful big eyes watery and extremely appealing. Relax. My farming will not only not be arduous, but will also be quite leisurely. But you know, when you were in university, my mom thought you were promising. Normally, she would dismiss introductions with average candidates straight away. Now, if you return home to farm, given my mom's personality, she definitely won't tacitly approve of us dating anymore. Lu Xiaoxia voiced her inner concerns about their relationship. They had loved each other for many years. Though their meetings were few, their feelings were very deep. If their relationship stalled due to this matter, it would indeed be a painful event. No worries. Stick it out for a year, and I'll make sure you and your family willingly give me your hand in marriage as a farmer. Come on, let's not talk about this. I brought you 2 small gifts. Lu Wenzong finished speaking and then pulled out 2 small presents he had brought back from the city. How beautiful. Holding the crystal-clear jade bracelet, which, of course, was actually made of synthetic materials from a gift shop, Lu Xiaoxia laughed radiantly. Even a humble token held profound sentiment. Lu Xiaoxia cared more about the thoughtfulness behind the gift than its quality. Oh dear, I can't use this comb. It has to stay tucked away with me, said Lu Xiaoxia shyly, her voice tinged with sweetness as she noticed the 4 words engraved on the comb's handle. Xiaoxia, I love you. The two spent 2 or 3 hours indulging in each other's company on the mountain before parting ways. Once home, Lu Wenzong once again discussed farming matters with his parents. The 3 acres of land cultivated by his father halfway up Long Mountain would be entrusted to Lu Wenzong to farm. As for the other fields belonging to their family, Lu Wenzong could forget about touching those. 3 acres will do, and Lu Wenzong didn't have many other requests. If he couldn't even cultivate 3 acres properly, giving him more land would be pointless. He could use these 3 acres to prove his ability to everyone, and afterward, if he wanted more land, his father wouldn't refuse. With the 3 acres settled, what should he plant? Should he follow his parents and grow corn or sweet potatoes? Even with Little Ho's help, planting corn and sweet potatoes might yield impressive results, but these crops wouldn't bring in much money. The next morning at 4 o'clock, just as the sky started to brighten, Lu Wenzong rode Little Ho straight to the county town. By 7 or 8 o'clock, when the seed shops opened, Lu Wenzong began selecting what to plant. Staple grains were out of the question, vegetables might work, but planting fruit trees required too much space for such a small plot. After considering for quite a while, Lu Wenzong finally decided on mung beans. However, it wouldn't be wise to dedicate all 3 acres solely to mung beans. So after leaving the seed shop, he went to the herbal medicine market and bought some seeds for isatis root. He chose isatis root because its demand was high, ensuring no trouble finding a market for the produce. More importantly, this crop could be harvested by next spring and possibly 2 to 3 times. It was a very cost-effective choice. With Little Ho's assistance, the quality of the isatis root he grew would undoubtedly be top-notch, making it easy to sell at a good price later on. After purchasing the seeds, Lu Wenzong didn't head home immediately. Instead, he arranged to meet up with a few classmates in the evening. These classmates weren't from wealthy backgrounds. Those who failed the university entrance exam were now eking out their living in the county town, some running stalls, others operating small businesses, and a few working physically demanding jobs at construction sites. That night, about 7 or 8 classmates gathered at a rural-style restaurant. Upon hearing that Lu Wenzong, the top student, intended to return home and farm instead of pursuing a career in the big city, They all expressed their bewilderment. They advised him repeatedly to abandon the idea of farming and move to a larger city for better opportunities. Lu Wenzong didn't argue much. He simply brushed them off with a few casual responses. After drinking some alcohol in the evening, they parted ways. Taking advantage of the darkness, Lu Wenzong rode Little Ho back home. The next morning, under the astonished gaze of the villagers, Lu Wenzong pretended to take his farming duties seriously by shouldering his hoe and heading to Little Dragon Mountain. Chapter 6. Is Lu Xiuxian going on a blind date? There wasn't much arable land on Xiaolong Mountain, and the soil quality was not great. As a result, people weren't very keen to cultivate it. The Lu Wenzong family mainly grew some cabbage and radishes on these 3 acres of reclaimed land. They had never planted grain crops there. Lu Wenzong went to his family's plot of land, randomly breaking up several large clods of earth. After looking around and seeing that no one was nearby, he took out a small hoe and threw it. The small hoe landed in the field, then after a brief pause, began to float and circle around the plot. Everywhere the hoe passed, the land was turned over meticulously without leaving a single clump of dirt behind. In just 3 minutes, the 3 acres were all tilled. Lu Wenzong placed the mung bean seeds into the concave part of the hoe. Despite the tiny indentation, several bags of seeds only occupied a small fraction of the space. After marveling at this, Lu Wenzong directed the hoe to start planting. By the time the planting of the mung beans and board blue root seeds was completed, barely an hour had passed. Lu Wenzong was satisfied with the planting speed. It felt as if he had unlocked a superpower, too sharp. He descended from Xiaolong Mountain with the small hoe, going to a nearby pond for water. Lu Wenzong carefully observed the water level. When the indentation filled up with water, he noticed that the water level dropped by at least 3 centimeters. Holy cow, this thing is awesome, he thought. Shaking his head in disbelief, Lu Wenzong returned to Xiaolong Mountain with the hoe and started watering the fields. After finishing watering, he greedily drank from the concave portion until his belly was full of water. Immediately after drinking, he didn't notice any reaction, so he headed to rest under the dragon mouth on the mountain. While lying down on a rock, playing with the small hoe, he suddenly felt a terrible stomachache accompanied by excessive sweating. The weather wasn't hot, and under the dragon mouth it was even cool, yet why was his body drenched in sweat? Finding a secluded spot to crouch, he stayed there for half an hour. Once finished, Lu Wenzong felt incredibly refreshed. His nearsighted vision even improved significantly. With a sweat-drenched body, Lu Wenzong returned home to take a bath. After washing, he realized how dirty he was. The entire basin of water was black. Are you done planting? His mother asked suspiciously, noticing his relaxed demeanor. Yes, everything's been planted. Lu Wenzong smiled. Did you finish 3 acres of land that quickly? His mother couldn't believe it. Since their son had never farmed before, she originally planned to help, but was refused when he insisted on doing it alone. And now, just 2 hours later, all 3 acres were done, seemingly too casual. Worried, the mother pulled the father up to Xiaolong Mountain. Upon arriving at their field, they were astonished to find that the 3 acres were perfectly prepared, with the irrigation already complete. The father knelt down, digging into the soil with his hands, revealing that the seeds were indeed peacefully buried underneath. No sign of random seeding occurred. When did this child start working so efficiently? The mother still couldn't quite believe it. Why care? It's done well anyway. Anyway, this field is entirely his for the year. The father, showing no further interest, descended the mountain with his hands crossed behind his back. After dinner, Lu Wenzong's phone suddenly received a message from Lu Xiuxian. Wenzong, I'm waiting for you at Xingsongpa. Hurry here, it's urgent. Without hesitation, Lu Wenzong left the house and headed toward the west end of the village. Xingsongpa was covered in pines, named because its elevation was the shortest among the surrounding mountains, hence pa rather than mountain. The area of Xingsongpa was considerable, but the villagers most frequently visited an 8-cornered pavilion halfway up the slope. According to legend, the pavilion was built during the Ming dynasty by a retired official as a place to drink tea and play chess. When Lu Wenzong arrived, Lu Xiuxian was pacing back and forth inside the 8-cornered pavilion, clearly agitated. Xiuxian, what's wrong? Lu Wenzong stepped forward and grabbed her arm. My mom agreed, she agreed. Lu Xiuxian looked sorrowful, glancing at Lu Wenzong and lowering her head to tears. Lu Xiuxian was gentle, kind, and adorable, but she had one fatal flaw. She was timid and extremely afraid of her mother. If Lu Xiuxian weren't so timid, their relationship would have already been public long ago. What exactly did your mom agree to? Lu Wenzong asked curiously. My mom agreed. Well, this morning a matchmaker came to my house who I've never seen before. She was arranging a marriage proposal for a town official's son who I don't even know. But my mom told me that she agreed, and also said we'd meet soon and receive a gift for the engagement. Lu Xiuxian spoke quickly but unclearly, a clear sign of her nervousness. Even if your mom agrees, it won't work unless you give your consent, Lu Wenzong said. It's not, my mom. My disagreement doesn't matter. Lu Xiuxian burst into tears even faster, and Lu Wenzong couldn't keep up with wiping them away. It's fine. I'm here for you. Go home and tell your mom that you don't agree. Hold out for now. If she keeps pushing you, then tell her that you already have a boyfriend, me, and let her come to me. Lu Wenzong said. My mom even called you an idiot last night. She said it's crazy for you to abandon the good life in the big city to run back home and farm. It was like telling me never to associate with you again. It's not up to your mom to decide whether rural or city life is better. It's up to me. Remember, your boyfriend, me, Lu Wenzong. I will make everyone else take notice. Today, I've already planted the seeds, and soon enough, all those who think it's funny that I came back to farm will be eating their words. Have you really finished planting? Lu Xiaoxia was quite shocked. Even if 3 or 4 people worked together on 3 acres of land, including tilling, sowing, and watering, it would still take at least a day or 2 to finish properly. And yet Lu Wenzong had managed to complete everything by himself in just 1 day. Hardly believable. Yes, tomorrow, I'll show you around. Later, I plan to build a house on Xiaolong Mountain. Once you marry me, we'll live on the mountain without any interruptions. Lu Wenzong smiled. Lu Xiaoxia finally stopped crying, caught by the topic Lu Wenzong brought up. They sat down together, imagining a happy future life until past 10 p.m. when they eventually parted with reluctance. Lu Xiaoxia remembered what Lu Wenzong had told her. If necessary, there's only one strategy: delay. When Lu Wenzong got home and lay back on his bed, suddenly, the gate outside the yard was pounded upon loudly. Mr. Lu Wenzong, are you home? Mr. Lu Wenzong. A man's anxious voice could be heard from outside. Who's that? Father got up, went outside, and opened the door. Then the sound of their voices carried through the courtyard as they spoke. The person knocking on the door was Zhou Dalong from the village, whose 16-year-old son, Xiaochong, had been suffering unbearable stomach pain for several days. Even after spending many days in the hospital, there was no improvement. People said that Xiaochong was possessed by a ghost, so he brought his son back home and planned to ask Lu Wenzong's father to drive out the ghost. Initially, they had wanted to visit the next day, but due to his son's unbearable pain at midnight, he ended up coming during the dead of night. Though Lu Wenzong's father was not a ghost exorcising monk or Taoist, he was extremely knowledgeable about ancient I Ching hexagrams, the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism, because he always read books on these subjects whenever he found the time. Chapter 7. A chance to build a reputation. At first, his father was strongly resistant when the villagers came to him asking for help with exorcisms and ghost banishing. But later on, as his son needed money for school and the family's financial situation worsened, the villagers would always give some money or gifts after he performed these rituals, regardless of whether they were successful or not. So, he ended up doing it even though it pained his conscience. However, his father was an honest man who would always find ways to advise the families to go to the hospital for treatment after finishing his rituals, saying that double-pronged cooperation worked best. When Lu Wenzong was young, he had seen his father performing sleight-of-hand tricks in the name of exorcism, and now, having not seen them for so many years, Lu Wenzong was curious and decided to follow along. So he got up and followed behind the 2 men out the door. As for Lu Wenzong following, his father did not say anything. In fact, he felt rather proud that he could show off his skills in front of his son. The 3 of them walked around and arrived under the large locust tree at the east end of the village. This was where the Zhou Dalong family lived, and the village office was also there. Normally, any kind of village meeting would be held under this ancient locust tree whose age was unknown. Zhou Dalong's house was brightly lit, with over 10 people standing or sitting inside, all nearby neighbors. Everyone was brainstorming solutions, but still, agonizing cries of pain could be heard from within the house. Samu has come. Things will be fine once Samu is here. Seeing Lu Wenzong's father enter the room, everyone sighed in relief. Over the years, Lu Samu had been involved in so many exorcism cases, either by good luck or other reasons, but every time, whether it was someone sick or otherwise, their conditions eventually improved, which earned him quite a reputation in the surrounding villages. However, this time, their hopes in Lu Samu were dashed. After an hour of performing all kinds of sleight-of-hand tricks and bringing out everything he knew, the abdominal pain of Zhou Dalong's son showed no signs of improvement and became even worse. The child's face was deathly pale, and if the pain continued, it seemed he might soon pass away. In the father's mind, stomachaches weren't a big deal. You either ate something bad or caught a chill. It should get better after enduring it for some time. However, 1 or 2 hours passed, and the condition of Zhou Dalong's son clearly worsened. Lu Wenzong immediately thought of the divine water stored in the indentation of his little hoe. He initially wanted to hand it over to his father to enhance his authority. However, he then reconsidered, deciding that he himself needed fame and authority more than his father. After all, if he returned to farming without any renown, even if he grew high-quality produce, it might still be difficult to sell. If he could cure Zhou Dalong's son with the divine water and do a few more good deeds using it, his reputation would grow far and wide. By the time his soybeans and woad roots were ready for harvest, he could promote them easily, and wouldn't others just line up to buy them? Having thought about it, Lu Wenzong went into the kitchen of the Zhou Dalong household and grabbed a bowl, pouring half a bowl of divine water from his little hoe. Bringing it into the room, Lu Wenzong said, "Uncle Dalong, my dad is exhausted today and may not have successfully driven away the ghosts. I have some medicine here that can relieve pain. Let Xiaochong drink it. Will it work?" The whole Zhou Dalong family had been tormented by their son's stomachache, and, hearing that this could relieve the pain, Zhou Dalong didn't hesitate to take the bowl and prepare to make his son drink it. Just as he brought it to his son's lips, he suddenly remembered to ask, "It works. If it doesn't, I'll stake my life on it." Lu Wenzong confidently replied. Zhou Dalong nodded, pinched his son's cheeks open, and made him swallow down the half bowl of water. Everyone looked anxiously at Xiaochong, waiting for the medicine to take effect. 1 minute passed, and Xiaochong's cries gradually softened. 3 minutes passed, and his complexion improved significantly. He no longer moaned in pain. "It works, it works!" Zhou Dalong excitedly hugged his son and began shouting. However, Xiaochong suddenly pushed him away and rushed out of the room. Everyone hurried after him and saw him rush to the courtyard, not caring where he was, pulling down his pants and defecating. An acrid smell quickly spread throughout the yard. Xiaochong squatted for half an hour and stood up again, looking much more energetic. The stomach pain was gone, His cheeks were rosy, and he looked nothing like someone who had been ill. Wenzong, where did you get this medicine? It's too amazing. Zhou Dalong grabbed Lu Wenzong's hand, his eyes shining brightly. It was made for me by an old Chinese doctor when I was in school. I've always kept it with me because I often get stomachaches too. Lu Wenzong lied casually. Thank you so much, thank you so much. I'll invite you for dinner and drinks, Zhou Dalong happily said. Uncle, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We should just go home and sleep well. Lu Wenzong smiled. Oh, yes, it's very late. Then let's go back and rest first. I'll invite you and your father over for drinks tomorrow. On the way home, his father inquired about Lu Wenzong's medicine water, but was deceived once again by Lu Wenzong's random talk. The next morning after breakfast, Zhou Dalong came over, repeatedly urging them to have lunch at his place that noon. It was hard to refuse such an invitation, so Lu Wenzong and his father had lunch at Zhou Dalong's house with a few other villagers who had helped out last night. After this meal, the news of Lu Wenzong possessing miraculous medicine water spread throughout the entire village. By that evening, many young couples, acting on behalf of their children, had come asking for it. Lu Wenzong naturally turned down these requests. He said he could give some if necessary, but those reserves would stay as is. After lunch, Lu Wenzong went up Longxiao Mountain and discovered that the soybeans and woad roots he had planted the day before had already sprouted. Truly, having such divine tools made a difference. How fast they grew was truly remarkable. Lu Wenzong was very pleased. It seemed that within less than a year, he'd see the results. 3 days passed, and the 3 mu fields were densely filled with seedlings, looking very beautiful. His parents came over to take a look and were greatly surprised. They had never seen mung beans grow so quickly. Though they hadn't planted woad roots before, they knew mung beans well enough, and in their lifetime, they had never seen mung beans grow into seedlings 10-odd centimeters tall within 4 days. Following Lu Wenzong's suggestion, Lu Xiuxian went to her aunt's house dozens of miles away under the guise of visiting relatives, intending to avoid her mother pressuring her into marriage. Lu Wenzong felt satisfied with his brilliant stalling tactic, though what he didn't know was that a middle-aged woman returned to the village with one thing on her mind, to go directly to his house and cause a commotion. He was examining the soil on the mountain at the time, considering whether he could lease the upper half of Longxiao Mountain to plant fruit trees and cultivate the lower half, where farming land could be cleared for growing crops, vegetables, and medicinal herbs. When his father called from home, Lu Wenzong was quite puzzled. Usually, his father would simply climb up the mountain to call him directly when something needed attention, rarely resorting to making phone calls, since he wasn't far away. By the time he got home, Lu Wenzong found the yard surrounded by curious villagers, the adults hotly discussing while the children darted around chaotically. Chapter 8. Farming in progress. What's going on here? Lu Wenzong was very confused. He didn't care about the villagers looking at him strangely and pushed his way into the yard. After entering, he saw a middle-aged woman sitting in the middle of the yard dressed flamboyantly, and Lu Wenzong finally realized what was going on. He flashed an awkward smile to his mother standing aside, then walked over to the middle-aged woman. Lu Xiaoxia's mother, Xiuxian, was one of the few women in the village known for being unreasonable and disruptive. Villagers all said that the gentle and kind Lu Xiaoxia could not possibly be born to Xiuxian, as the two were like living in completely different worlds. Lu Wenzong, you're back at just the right time. Tell me, what have you done? What's your relationship with my Xiaoxia? Speak up. Xiuxian stood up and rushed to Lu Wenzong, her face filled with anger. What relationship? Didn't Xiaoxia tell you? Lu Wenzong remained unfazed, slowly counter-asking. Bullshit. Why would Xiaoxia tell me anything? Irrespective of whatever connection you two might have, why did you stop Xiaoxia from going on a blind date? And why did you make her visit relatives just to avoid me? Why are you trying to ruin my good fortune? Do you know who the man they introduced Xiaoxia to is this time? It's the son of town mayor Wu. The man runs large companies in the county town. Rich, influential, with high social status. A suitor like this is hard to find even if you lit a lantern to search. Yet, you're undermining behind the scenes, inciting Xiaoxia against such an excellent marriage. What's your intention? Are you infatuated with Xiaoxia? Let me tell you, when you were still a college student, I held you in high regard. But now that you're just farming land, do you still think you can pursue Xiaoxia? Don't dream on. I will never agree. Xiuxian babbled on endlessly, degrading Lu Wenzong to nothing while boasting how exceptional the mayor's son was, elevating him even above Emperor Yu. Villagers watching from outside the courtyard envied Xiuxian upon hearing about this impressive match, envying her having a beautiful daughter who could attract such a wealthy husband. Lu Wenzong didn't bother paying attention to Xiuxian, especially since out of respect for Lu Xiaoxia, he didn't want any conflict. As Xiuxian went on throwing tantrums, it caused no significant impact anyway. Auntie, no matter how perfect the mayor's son may be, if Xiaoxia doesn't fancy him, will their marriage really bring happiness? I don't intend to argue with you or see the necessity in doing so. If Xiaoxia herself truly wanted that alliance, she wouldn't listen to me even if I tried to dissuade her 100,000 times. Oh, are you thirsty? Let me fetch some water for you to drink, and you can calm down and continue speaking. True to Lu Wenzong's prediction, Xiuxian indeed sat down on a long bench she had pulled over, proceeding to criticize every member of Lu Wenzong's family multiple times. She claimed the Lu family were all despicable people, manipulators, poor people reaching for what was beyond their reach. The spectators, growing tired of Xiuxian repeatedly going over the same old grievances, started dispersing one by one. The Lu family of 3 went about their respective tasks independently, ignoring Xiuxian completely. Though Xiuxian kept berating the family, she didn't use foul language. Lu Wenzong let her go on her tirade, which grew increasingly meaningless without anyone responding. In frustration, xiuxian left grumpily. However, she didn't return home, but instead headed directly to Lu Xiaoxia's aunt's house, planning to continue persuading her daughter to agree to the marriage she deemed satisfactory. If the daughter refused again, she would arrange for the prospective son-in-law to intervene directly. After dinner, Lu Wenzong made a call to Lu Xiaoxia, asking about the situation. Lu Xiaoxia told him that Zhao Xiaojin had persuaded her all day, but she resisted the pressure and didn't agree. However, judging from Lu Xiaoxia's tone, it seemed unlikely she could hold out much longer. Lu Wenzong became worried, realizing his current lack of power. If Lu Xiaoxia really ended up in crisis, what resources could he summon to save his love? Right now, all he possessed was a small hoe without sufficient wealth or status. This time, it was merely a town official's son. What would he do if county-level or city-level officials' kin became adversarial? A strong sense of urgency arose within Lu Wenzong. To handle future situations effectively, he knew he must enhance his own strength. Early the next morning, he went to the village office and found the village director, Su Zhihao. Su Zhihao welcomed Lu Wenzong warmly, but after listening to his intentions, Su sighed with a bitter laugh. Wenzong, I understand your need to prove yourself, but consider our environment where you've lived for so long. Do you see any fruit trees around here? Even if there are any, mostly they're persimmon trees, producing fruits not particularly tasty. The soil in front and behind our village isn't suitable for planting fruit trees either. There was no need to mention Xiaolong Mountain, where it was barely possible to grow some vegetables. Apart from drought and cold-resistant pine trees growing on the mountain, what other kind of trees were there? Xiaolong Mountain really wasn't suitable for planting fruit trees. If it was, the village would have already started a fruit tree planting project, which wouldn't wait for you to contract. Wenzong, your uncle has watched you grow up and doesn't want you to lose out. Give up on contracting Xiaolong Mountain. You'd better lease a fish pond for aquaculture. No problem. Uncle, if ordinary fruit trees can't be planted on Xiaolong Mountain, I can think of ways to plant fruits that suit the soil of Xiaolong Mountain. Although now I've returned home to farm, those years at university weren't in vain either. I won't walk myself into a dead end. I've given this deep thought and also conducted detailed research, Lu Wenzong said. Are you sure about this? Have you discussed it with your father? I'm absolutely sure. My father lets me do as I please. He has no objection. Well, then, let me gather the people from the village office to hold a meeting shortly, see how to proceed with the leasing, and decide on the price, Su Zhihao said. All right. Thank you, Uncle Su. I'll wait for your news. After leaving the village office, Lu Wenzong immediately rode his family's broken motorcycle down the mountain and arrived at Luo town. He took a bus heading towards the county town, preparing to buy fruit tree seedlings. He carried 1,000 yuan, though not much could be bought with it. He still had his small hoe. People buying fruit tree seedlings normally planted them directly, but Lu Wenzong planned to attempt cuttings and propagation. By the time he reached the county town, it was already past 10 in the morning. After asking around, Lu Wenzong rushed straight to the flower and bird market in the northern part of the county town. The flower and bird market of Shangxi County wasn't very large. The streets weren't wide, and its length didn't exceed 1 kilometer. There weren't many shops selling birds, but rather more shops selling fish, rabbits, turtles, dogs, cats, and other animals. The first half of the market consisted mostly of animal sellers, while the second half had mostly flower vendors. Only 2 or 3 shops sold fruit tree seedlings. As Shangxi County's overall soil conditions weren't very conducive to growing fruit trees, most buyers purchased fruit tree seedlings just to plant in their courtyards at home. The transaction volume was too low to make any profit. Therefore, these fruit tree seedling stores also sold flowers and small animals. After finishing checking out the 2 or 3 shops Lu Wenzong visited, he realized the range of fruit tree seedlings was extremely monotonous. There were only 4 kinds: apples, persimmons, pomegranates, and oranges, and nothing else. Lu Wenzong was depressed for quite a while. Though he didn't know much about fruits, these 4 types seemed far too limited, offering no room for selection. Still, despite feeling frustrated, he had to buy something, and Lu Wenzong ultimately chose apples. A small apple tree sapling, roughly the size of an adult's finger, cost 2 yuan. Lu Wenzong bought 300 of them, spending 600 yuan. With 300 yuan left, Lu Wenzong spent 50 yuan on 10 packets of rose seeds. Carrying 300 apple tree seedlings was quite heavy for Lu Wenzong. He found a secluded spot, put all the seedlings into the small hoe, then shrank the hoe to the size of a coin and placed it in his pocket, making him completely relaxed. Chapter 9. Into the precinct. After leaving the flower and bird market, Lu Wenzong glanced at the time. It was already 12 noon. He decided to find a place for lunch before heading home. He entered a small restaurant, just as he ordered a bowl of fried rice and hadn't even sat down properly, when suddenly 7 or 8 individuals rushed in, each wielding clubs, looking menacing. The group charged in without a word, overturning tables and smashing counters with remarkable efficiency. The owner, who had run out from the kitchen, hadn't even managed to utter a single word before he was knocked to the ground, after which 3 men circled him and began pummeling him, causing him to cry out in pain. Lu Wenzong had been sitting at the last square table, but when a young man came over to flip it, he firmly held it down. Are you here to eat? Don't cause trouble. Leave quickly. The young man slammed his club onto the table, speaking menacingly. If you know I'm here to eat, where should I go if I haven't eaten yet? Lu Wenzong responded with a smile. F***ck, are you asking for a beating? The young man grew furious and swung his club directly at Lu Wenzong's head. Lu Wenzong quickly dodged, then pulled out a small hoe, shaking his wrist, turning it into a 2-meter-long hoe. The young man swung his club again, but Lu Wenzong swiped with his hoe, cleanly severing the club and sent the young man flying far away, landing on a toppled table. This commotion drew the attention of the others, and 3 more brash young men charged over. Lu Wenzong flicked his hoe, transforming it into 3 iron rods mid-air, which were hurled towards the 3 attackers. These gangsters, lacking real fighting ability and merely relying on their numbers, were no match for Lu Wenzong's divine tool. Within moments, they were beaten to the point where they couldn't stand up. The remaining group abandoned assaulting the restaurant owner, supporting their fallen comrades, and surrounded Lu Wenzong. "Brother, which gang are you from? Do you dare interfere in our affairs?" asked a short, dark-skinned youth. "I'm not from any gang. I'm here to eat. A piece of advice, you can't handle us. Since you can fight well, leave now, otherwise don't blame me for being unfriendly." The short, dark-skinned one, unsure of Lu Wenzong's background, chose the safest way, advice. "I haven't eaten yet. Where should I go? Are you inviting me to dinner?" Lu Wenzong replied. "We can let you eat, but only after we finish our business. There will be plenty of food afterward." The more fearless Lu Wenzong seemed, the more the dark-skinned youth became uneasy. Although their power in Sangzi County was significant, there were many people they couldn't afford to offend. Was this guy so bold because he had some powerful connections? "Sorry, I've already ordered my meal here. I won't go anywhere else. Also, since you disrupted my meal, you'll have to pay for it," Lu Wenzong said with a grin. "I'll pay my ass. Your King asking for it." A man behind the short dark youth could no longer contain himself, leaping forward, cursing profusely. "Bullsh T-spewer." As soon as those words left his mouth, Lu Wenzong's hoe suddenly stretched long and struck hard against the man's chest, sending him flying several meters, crashing at the entrance of the little restaurant. Seeing this, the short dark youth became enraged, shouting, "All of you attack together." Thus, the 4 individuals Lu Wenzong had previously beaten struggled to get up and lunge toward him. Lu Wenzong wasn't afraid at all. His hoe transformed once more into 6 rods, attacking the legs and arms of his opponents. With continuous loud thuds, after a minute, all 6 individuals lay motionless on the ground. Lu Wenzong retrieved his hoe, shrinking it, and placing it in his pocket, then helped the groaning restaurant owner off the ground. The owner repeatedly thanked Lu Wenzong for his assistance, but the tears streaming from his eyes betrayed the sorrow he truly felt. Suddenly, the sound of sirens echoed from outside the door. A police car soon stopped in front of the restaurant. The doors opened, revealing 4 police officers, 3 men and a woman, who walked inside. Lu Wenzong's eyes lit up as he noticed the poised female officer walking in. She wore her uniform beautifully, revealing an admirable figure, a slender waist and long, fine legs. Her appearance exuded charm and elegance. "Black 6, it's you making trouble again? Are you itching for another scolding?" Seeing Black 6 lying on the ground, a middle-aged policeman barked harshly. "Officer Wong, it's us who were attacked." Black 6 endured the pain and began crying complaints. "Get out of here. In Sangzi County, is there a time Black 6 gets mistreated? Get up and squat aside. I'll settle the accounts with you later." 3 policemen dragged the young thugs off to squat to the side. They then briefly questioned the restaurant owner and Lu Wenzong, subsequently taking everyone back to the station. Though Lu Wenzong had acted righteously by stepping in, the altercation still warranted an explanation at the station. 1 police car wasn't enough to transport everyone, so the policeman called for another vehicle. Half an hour later, all were finally stuffed into the cars. Lu Wenzong received relatively good treatment, sitting in the first police car right next to the beautiful female officer. On the way to the precinct, the policeman tried to strike up conversations with Lu Wenzong, hoping to pry something useful out of him. Unfortunately for them, Lu Wenzong only grunted and mumbled, unwilling to say much, leaving the policeman with no choice but to fall silent after exchanging a few words. Upon arriving at the station, Lu Wenzong was led alone by the female officer into an interrogation room. After some formalities, the female officer began questioning him about what had happened at the restaurant. With nothing on his conscience, Lu Wenzong recounted the entire event clearly and fluently. After the questioning ended, Lu Wenzong was taken to a small room to wait. About half an hour later, the female officer re-entered and said to Lu Wenzong, "Follow me." Following her to an on-duty office where he signed some documents, the female officer then informed Lu Wenzong that he could leave. Having no lingering feelings toward the place, Lu Wenzong turned and left immediately. The only thing bothering him was that he hadn't eaten lunch, and now his stomach was growling with hunger. Exiting the police station, he noticed a snack shop across the street that was still open for business. Lu Wenzong quickly went inside. There were many people eating in the shop, including several police officers in uniform. Lu Wenzong found an empty seat, ordered a serving of fried rice, and instructed the boss to add more portions. After waiting about 10 minutes, the fried rice was served. Just as Lu Wenzong opened his mouth to eat, the door darkened momentarily as a stunning female officer walked in, none other than the beautiful officer who had questioned him earlier. Her entrance caused all male officers eating there to look up. Those who knew her greeted her, while those who didn't simply stared openly at her beauty. The female officer chose the table opposite to Lu Wenzong and sat down with her back toward him. She ordered a bowl of noodles and then quietly focused on her phone. Once her noodles arrived, Lu Wenzong and the female officer became the only 2 people left in the shop. Admiring the beautiful silhouette of the female officer's back while devouring his fried rice made the experience rather pleasant. After finishing the meal, Lu Wenzong rested for 2 minutes before getting up, ready to pay and leave. Chapter 10. Saving the female cop. Just as he had walked up to the counter, the door once again grew dim as 2 men entered. They strode straight inside and sat at the spot where Lu Wenzong had just been seated, then began shouting loudly for the boss, seeming quite urgent. The boss was counting out Lu Wenzong's change and shouted back, I'm coming, I'm coming. But those two men seemed excessively agitated. Before the boss finished with the change, they suddenly stood up, overturning the table directly. The female cop eating her meal quickly turned her head, about to say something. Suddenly, one of the two men circled around her body, pulling out a cleaver, quickly subduing the female cop by pressing the blade against her neck. Don't move, or I'll kill you, he threatened. The abrupt change scared the boss so much that he let out a scream and hid to one side. Lu Wenzong also hesitated for a moment, took the change from the boss, and instinctively shifted his body. The female cop wasn't nervous but calmly asked, Who are you? We're under road, brother, Lu Go. You bitch, you cheap whore, you actually arrested road brother? Today, I will make you bleed to settle some scores for road brother, said the man holding the cleaver with vicious hatred in his voice. This is assaulting a police officer, and the consequences will be severe, warned the female cop. Severe my ass. Big deal. I eat a bullet. I don't give a damn. The man who was threatening the female cop looked extremely ferocious, his large eyes filled with determination and hatred. Brother 3, I'll go park the car outside, said the other man with a smaller head, finishing his sentence before quickly stepping out of the restaurant. He probably went off to fetch the car. Lu Wenzong watched silently, already preparing to act. However, though his little hoe was magical, it couldn't guarantee an instant knockout. If the first strike failed, the female cop would be in danger. A pickup truck driven by the small-headed man just arrived in front of the restaurant when a sudden rush of policemen emerged from the opposite police station, rushing towards the small restaurant. In a panic, the small-headed man ran out of the car and retreated into the restaurant, positioning himself behind the three-man group's leader, Brother 3. Seeing the police arrive, the three thugs pushed the female cop toward the restaurant's entrance. Hiding inside might better control the situation, but they needed the car to escape or use the female cop as leverage to exchange her for their road brother and leave together. Therefore, they had to get closer to their vehicle. Pushing the female cop slowly toward the door, as they passed Lu Wenzong, they glared fiercely at him and kept a slight distance. Just as they crossed past him, suddenly a shadow flashed in front of their eyes, and two sticks struck forcefully at their heads. Caught off guard, the two men were hit directly. Brother 3 was struck on the temple, instantly releasing his grip, his body involuntarily tilting to one side. The small-headed man let out a groan as he fell backward. With both men collapsing simultaneously, Lu Wenzong leaped forward, swiftly grabbing the cleaver from the female cop's throat. Though the cleaver was incredibly sharp, Lu Wenzong had intentionally avoided its edge, yet two of his fingers still got cut. The female cop reacted quickly. The moment the cleaver left her neck, she spun her body, producing handcuffs in her hands. With a click, she cuffed one arm of Brother 3, then turned to cuff one arm of the small-headed man. Just after subduing the two men, the police rushed inside. Some proceeded to capture the criminals while others surrounded the female cop, asking questions in a cacophony of voices. As for Lu Wenzong, the heroic savior, he was completely ignored. Fortunately, the female cop had integrity. She separated herself from the officers questioning her and came over to Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong was wrapping a paper napkin around his finger wounds. Thank you earlier. Are your injuries serious? Go to the bureau. I can find a doctor to take a look at you, she asked kindly, standing before him. It's nothing, just a couple of minor cuts. It'll heal soon. Lu Wenzong shook his head and refused. Well, I'll find some materials to bandage your wounds then, said the female cop. Not caring that her colleagues were taking notes from the restaurant owner, she left the restaurant alone and headed toward the police station across the street. Lu Wenzong originally planned to leave, but thought since the female cop was fetching something to bandage his wounds, he should wait. So, he found a stool and waited. Subsequently, a policeman came over and asked about the circumstances of the incident right there. There wasn't the typical officiousness present. It seemed saving their beloved goddess among these cops made them more courteous to Lu Wenzong. Before the questioning was done, the female cop returned. Stopping her colleagues from continuing to interrogate Lu Wenzong, the female cop said to him, Come, let me bandage it for you. No need, I'll do it myself. It's fine, let me do it, she replied, extending her hand, signaling Lu Wenzong to hand over his injured hand. Seeing her determined gaze, Lu Wenzong extended his hand. Officer Li handled Lu Wenzong's hand gently, unwrapping the napkin, cleaning it a few times, then tenderly applied bandages to cover Lu Wenzong's wounds. Thank you. Lu Wenzong expressed his gratitude. I should be thanking you. My name is Li Yuru. After speaking, she extended her small hand, indicating that she wished to formally meet Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong. The two shook hands briefly and simultaneously released their grip. If you ever need help, come find me, Li Yuru said. All right, I'll leave now if there's nothing else. After parting ways with Li Yuru, Lu Wenzong headed towards the county's bus station and boarded a bus home. When he returned to the town, Lu Wenzong was surprised to see Zhao Xiaojin, Lu Xiuxia's mother, waiting in the shelter at the drop-off point. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong alight from the bus, Zhao Xiaojin rushed forward and intercepted him. Auntie, what are you up to? I need you to go with me to see Xiuxia. Isn't Xiuxia staying at her aunt's? If you told me sooner, I could have gotten off earlier during my route. Lu Wenzong replied curiously. No, Xiuxia is at the restaurant just ahead, Zhao Xiaojin informed him. Fine, let's go. Lu Wenzong nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaojin strode ahead, swinging her ample waist, while Lu Wenzong followed behind. Upon reaching a Li Wentu specialty restaurant, Zhao Xiaojin turned around and gestured Lu Wenzong inside, pushing open the glass door. Once inside, They ascended to the second floor and entered a private room. There, Lu Wenzong immediately spotted Lu Xiaoxia seated on the table, her head hung low. Beside her sat a young man, cigarette dangling from his mouth, crew-cut hairstyle paired with sunglasses making him appear like a street gang leader. Zhao Xiaojin took her seat beside Lu Xiaoxia, casting a look at Lu Wenzong. Lu Xiaoxia raised her head momentarily, glanced at Lu Wenzong, then lowered it again without saying a word. From the scene, it seemed they intended to cause trouble for Lu Wenzong, but Lu Xiaoxia's ostrich-like attitude did indeed make Lu Wenzong somewhat concerned. Your name is Lu Wenzong, right? Do you know why we've summoned you? The young man spoke up, his tone dripping with arrogance, making Lu Wenzong frown deeply. Chapter 11. Mysterious Growth Rate. Lu Wenzong glanced at him and ignored him completely, then walked over to Lu Xiaoxia's side on his own. Since he had been summoned, his relationship with Lu Xiaoxia must have been exposed, so there was no longer any need to hide it. Xiaoxia, is this the person you're being introduced to? Lu Wenzong asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoxia looked up, glanced at both of them, and gave a barely perceptible nod. Young man, I'm your counterpart. I heard that you're Xiaoxia's boyfriend. The young man spoke again while standing up and walking over. Let me correct you. I'm her boyfriend. As for you, forget it. Lu Wenzong said. Young man, dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? The young man arrogantly said. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Proud, really proud. Let me tell you, my name is Wu Bo, and my father is Wu Changjin. The young man held his head high with pride. Wu Bo? Wu Changjin. I thought your father was Li Astor's gang. Lu Wenzong laughed. Wu Changjin is the mayor. Zhao Xiaojin added a sentence. Mayor? I thought governor. Anyway, Wu Changjin may be the mayor, but you're not. Why are you acting so superior? Lu Wenzong said. K. Are you pretending to be dumb? Don't pretend. I don't have the mood to fool around with you. Xiaoxia, let's go. Lu Wenzong reached out and pulled Lu Xiaoxia's hand, ready to leave. Don't rush to go. Don't you want to hear my thoughts? Wu Bo surprisingly calmed down and started talking. No interest. Lu Wenzong waved his hand and continued walking towards the door. $10,000 if you just leave Lu Xiaoxia alone. Wu Bo opened his mouth and said. Lu Wenzong stopped and turned to look at Wu Bo. Wu Bo thought Lu Wenzong was interested, so he smiled and said, Brother, with these $10,000, in your village, which girl couldn't you get? Why bother competing with me? $10,000? Too cheap. Fixed price, 5 million. Are you sick? If I spend 5 million buying a wife, my brain would truly be diseased. Your brain already has problems. Who's interested in your stupid idea of buying girls? Go back and cling to your father's leg. Lu Wenzong cursed back without hesitation. A son of a small-town mayor, thinking he was something great, filled with contempt and an overconfident expression, truly disgusting. K you for trying to run. I will find people to beat you to death. Wu Bo roared. Tisk. Lu Wenzong flipped him off and dragged Lu Xiaoxia away. Zhao Xiaojin hurriedly chased after them, loudly shouting Lu Xiaoxia's name. Lu Xiaoxia ignored her, and Lu Wenzong ignored her even more. A mother who flatters power doesn't deserve his respect. Wu Bo watched Lu Wenzong drag Lu Xiaoxia out of the restaurant and took out his phone to make a call. Lu Wenzong pulled Lu Xiaoxia ahead, and Zhao Xiaojin hurried behind on foot. They should have found motorcycles to ride up the mountain, but both had forgotten due to the earlier events, and they were now simply heading uphill. Lu Wenzong didn't speak, neither did Lu Xiaoxia, and they quietly climbed the mountain hand in hand. After walking for a while, Zhao Xiaojin was far behind. Finally, Lu Wenzong spoke. Xiaoxia, was it your mom who made you come back? My mom said that if I didn't come back, she would ask Wu Bo to settle accounts with you. Lu Xiaoxia replied. With him? Even 10 more like him won't work. Remember, you're my woman. Give me some time. I'll make your mom willingly give you to me, Lu Wenzong said confidently. I believe in you. Lu Xiaoxia nodded. Recently, your mom might still force you to meet Wu Bo. In that case, I'll send you to work outside. Go out and work as laborers. Yeah, I'll help you find an easier job. It doesn't matter about earning money. We just need to get through this period, Lu Wenzong said. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Xiaoxia obediently agreed. That's a good girl. When they got home, Lu Wenzong immediately called his university dormitory mate. His name is Tong Xinlei, from a transport family, extremely wealthy. During university, Lu Wenzong worked part-time as a ticket seller on their bus to earn some living expenses. Lu Wenzong planned to introduce Lu Xiaoxia to work as a ticket seller for a few months. This way, she could earn money and temporarily avoid her mother's arranged marriage, achieving 2 goals at once. Tong Xinlei had a girlfriend, so Lu Wenzong wasn't worried about him taking any interest in Lu Xiaoxia. Things were settled quickly. Without hesitation, Tong Xinlei agreed right away. Lu Wenzong sent a text message to Lu Xiaoxia informing her, and then went up the mountain. After climbing Long Dragon Mountain, they arrived at his family's farmland and noticed many villagers gathered around. As he approached, he saw that the mung beans and indigo in his family's field had already grown to knee height. The villagers pointed at the seedlings in amazement. Seeing Lu Wenzong arrive, the villagers surrounded him, asking how he managed to grow them so fast. Naturally, Lu Wenzong couldn't reveal the secret of the small hoe and used a few excuses to fool them. Once the villagers left, Lu Wenzong began chopping down trees all over the mountain. There weren't too many trees on Long Dragon Mountain, mostly just wrist-thick pine trees, which were easy to cut down. With the help of the magical hoe, cutting down trees was as effortless as slicing tofu. Since it was broad daylight, Lu Wenzong wielded the hoe himself, chopping one tree after another with incredible sharpness. The hoe was as potent as an ancient divine weapon, able to slice through hair with ease. When it grew dark, Lu Wenzong summoned the little fairy to use the hoe for cutting down trees, after which he went home to eat dinner. After eating and taking a shower, lying back in bed, the small hoe returned by itself, indicating that the job was done. At 3 o'clock in the morning the next day, Lu Wenzong waited at the village entrance for Lu Xiuxian, who secretly slipped out. They traveled nonstop, arriving at Liang City at noon the next day. Although Liang wasn't a particularly developed big city, it was still one of the provincial capitals in the east, far wealthier than the province where Lu Wenzong's hometown was located. When they reached Liang, it was only 3:10 a.m., and it was still dark outside. This was Lu Xiuxian's first time in a big city, and seeing all the skyscrapers around her, her eyes couldn't take it all in. In rural areas, there were only low bungalows, the tallest being 2-story houses, so suddenly finding herself in this world of steel and concrete, Lu Xiuxian wasn't accustomed to it at all. Wenzong, have we really reached the big city? Lu Xiuxian smiled and asked, delighted that she had escaped her mother's matchmaking pressure. Of course, this isn't even a particularly large city. If you get the chance to go to Beijing or some of the major southern cities, you'll realize that Liang is nothing special. Lu Wenzong laughed. All right, where should we go now? It's still early. Let's find a place to rest. Then when it gets light, I'll take you to my classmate, and he'll arrange work for you. Lu Wenzong took Lu Xiuxian to a 24-hour supermarket, buying some snacks, and staying there until dawn. Lu Wenzong made a call to Tong Xinlei, who mumbled his agreement. Chapter 12. The little girl with a strange illness. However, the two waited until 8 in the morning for Tong Xinlei to finally arrive. Your grandma's egg. Where the hell were you? Lu Wenzong cursed unhappily. Haha. After I received your call, I nodded off again. Sorry, is this your sister-in-law? Tong Xinlei joked, and quickly shifted the topic to Lu Xiuxian. Yes. Is everything arranged? Lu Wenzong asked. Done. I already told my dad yesterday. Sister-in-law will work on the bus running to Hubin City, with a monthly salary of 3,000, plus commissions. Tong Xinlei smiled. In that case, it's good. Thank you, brother. Lu Wenzong thanked him. Thank you? We're not that formal, are we? By the way, what job do you plan to find? Why did you sneak back home? I'm not looking for work around here anymore. I'll go back and farm. Farming? Are you crazy? Tong Xinlei shouted. Crazy or not, you'll understand in some time. By the way, if you have nothing to do here, help me contact an herbal medicine buyer. I'll have a batch of Isatis root to sell in a while. Herbal medicines? If you want to sell herbal medicines, why don't you look for Zhang Jing? Didn't he say his uncle is in a wholesale of traditional Chinese medicine? Isn't it about rice wholesale? Zhang Jing's father wholesales rice, but his uncle wholesales traditional Chinese medicine. Tong Xinlei corrected him. That's good then. I'll call him shortly. The three found a breakfast shop and had a quick meal before heading to Linyang City bus station. After arriving, Tong Xinlei introduced Lu Xiuxian to his father, concluding most business matters. Nevertheless, Lu Wenzong still felt a bit uneasy as Lu Xiuxian has never been far from home before, which could pose problems for her daily life. Lu Wenzong stayed in Linyang, helping Lu Xiuxian rent a place and purchasing a whole set of living essentials, nearly spending all his money. After everything was settled, Lu Wenzong returned home the next day. Lu Xiuxian had already departed. She wasn't yet independent and needed to learn under experienced employees for a few days. After returning home, Lu Wenzong began working diligently, planting fruit trees every night when it turned dark. Once he finished planting the trees, he would rest at Long's mouth on Little Dragon Mountain. Although it was a bit cool on the mountain, his body, transformed by divine water, wasn't affected by such cold temperatures. Upon arriving home early in the morning the next day, Lu Wenzong discovered a few strangers in his house. Seeing Lu Wenzong return, these strangers quickly stood up and greeted him. Instinctively, Lu Wenzong returned their greetings, but couldn't figure out who they were. Is this Wenzong? A 40-year-old uncle stood up smiling and asked. Me? You are. Though asking the strangers, Lu Wenzong cast a questioning gaze toward his parents beside him. They've come for medical treatment. Father said. For medical treatment? I'm not a doctor. We've heard about your cure for Zhou Dalong's son. They say you have magical herbs from old doctors, capable of curing any disease, the middle-aged uncle said. That incredible. Lu Wenzong was a bit surprised. This rumor spread somewhat wildly. He merely cured a stomachache, yet now people claim he can treat any illness. Zhou Dalong said so. Alright, what illness do you want me to diagnose? Lu Wenzong asked. Could you please visit my house? My daughter's illness cannot be exposed to wind or light. Which village are you from? Just Sanqing village nearby. Fine, no problem. After eating breakfast, Lu Wenzong boarded the motorcycle brought by the middle-aged uncle and headed towards Sanqing village. Not far away, only 7 or 8 li, the 20-minute motorcycle ride was enough to reach there. On the way, Lu Wenzong learned that this uncle was named Su Fengyang, 40 years old, with 1 son and 1 daughter. The elder son is in college, while there's a 16-year-old daughter. However, this 16-year-old girl has had a strange illness ever since being drowned at the age of 8. She cannot be exposed to light. Once sunlight touches her, her entire body begins to swell and ulcerate immediately, extremely horrifying. She also cannot be exposed to wind. Once touched by the wind, her skin tightens together, sometimes even becoming so severe that she suffocates herself to death. Apart from avoiding the wind and light, this 16-year-old girl is otherwise perfectly normal. Her activity range, however, is limited to her room. She cannot go anywhere else. From Su Fengyang's description, the young girl is named Su Yener, having grown up pretty, cute, smart, and lively, but is confined at home due to this illness, unable to attend school, make friends, or live her own life, making one feel deeply heartbroken. When Lu Wenzong met xiuxian, the young girl was quietly reading a book in her room. She had been self-studying, and according to rumors, she had read countless books. As Su Fengyang mentioned, during the time when renting books was still possible, even at the price of 10 cents per day, he spent several thousand yuan renting books for her. After the book renting service disappeared, Su Fengyang could only buy books for his daughter. Xiuxian's room was piled with all kinds of literature. Lu Wenzong glanced briefly and noticed that most of them were works related to literature. It seemed clear that this young girl must have developed impressive literary talent. Xiuxian indeed looked very pretty, her beauty matching that of Lu Xiuxian. However, while Lu Xiuxian exuded a pure charm, Xiuxian appeared much cuter, with extraordinarily lively eyes that betrayed no signs of long-term confinement or depression. Lu Wenzong could imagine that it was the world of books that helped this little girl stay so lively despite her illness. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong, the stranger stepping into her room, Xiuxian opened her lovely eyes wide, filled with questions. "Yenner, this is Big Brother Lu. He will be treating your illness," Su Fengyang introduced from behind. "Big Brother Lu, hello. Can you cure my illness?" Xiuxian asked hopefully. "I can," Lu Wenzong replied with a smile. Although he graduated from medical school, his actual skills in treating diseases were still lacking. However, the divine water enhanced by the small hoe had the power to cleanse and rejuvenate, making it more than capable of addressing difficult ailments. Still, the last time he treated Zhou Dalong's son, it was for building a reputation. This time, though, he needed to proceed more slowly. Curing her too quickly would seem too shocking to the world. "Uncle Su, could you please step outside for a moment?" Lu Wenzong asked, trying to get Su Fengyang out of the room since he didn't want him to see the mysterious small hoe. Obediently, Su Fengyang left the room, closing the door behind him. Though slightly concerned, he decided to follow Lu Wenzong's plan to cure his daughter. "Yenner, right? Lie back on the bed so I can take your pulse." Xiuxian nodded and leaned against the head of the bed. Lu Wenzong studied Western medicine and knew nothing about traditional pulse diagnosis. This was just an act for show. Placing his fingers on Xiuxian's overly pale wrist, he noted her soft and warm touch. The young girl continued to stare at him with big, twinkling eyes, as if lost in thought. Chapter 13. Living together with Xiuxian. After pretending to check her pulse for a moment, Lu Wenzong said, "Yenner, right? Your condition isn't serious. It's just that your body overreacts to external stimuli. I can treat it, but it will take some time." "Really, Brother Lu?" Xiuxian's face lit up as she asked eagerly. "Of course, but it'll require some time." "Why is that?" Xiuxian questioned curiously. "How could I stay at your place every day? Your illness needs daily and gradual treatment. It's not like taking regular cold or fever medicine where you just take doses a few times a day." "So how long will it take?" Xiuxian asked. "Well, let me discuss this with your father." Lu Wenzong called Su Fengyang in and explained the treatment plan. Lu Wenzong intended to build 2 rooms near his own fields and move in himself. Treating Xiuxian also meant keeping her close so as to not expose his secret. Moreover, he could use the opportunity of treating Xiuxian to promote his Banlanjan, herbal medicine. Once its fame was established, there wouldn't be any concern about sales. Next, he planned to expand the area of cultivated land. 3 acres were clearly insufficient. Su Fengyang naturally agreed wholeheartedly, ready to meet all conditions for treating Xiuxian. He even voluntarily offered to help build Lu Wenzong's house, without any compensation. However, Lu Wenzong didn't have much money left now. The last spending spree in Liang City for buying things for Lu Xiuxian had depleted most of his funds, so the house would be built out of wood since he already had a pile of felled pine trees. Even if they couldn't build a fine house, they could construct a simple wooden one. Once the issue of treating Xiuxian was resolved, Lu Wenzong prepared to build a house on the mountain. With the help of his father, Zhou Dalong, Su Fengyang, plus more hands invited by Zhou Dalong and Su Fengyang, it only took them one day to finish 3 wooden houses. Nails, iron strips, and other supplies were all provided by Su Fengyang and Zhou Dalong, saving Lu Wenzong from any expenses. Building the houses was easy, but getting electricity installed proved to be much harder, taking another full day. As soon as the houses were completed, Lu Wenzong moved in that very evening and began cultivating the land at night. Since the entire mountain had been leased by him, vegetable plots previously cultivated by several families now came under Lu Wenzong's control. He simply needed to pay a small portion of the harvest back to those families as compensation. The next morning, after sleeping through the night, Lu Wenzong found the whole mountain cleared except for the fruit tree areas at the top. Also, he noticed that his mung beans had started flowering, and the leaves of the Banlanjan plants had grown up to his thigh height. Damn, this hoe of mine really works wonders. The growth speed is off the charts. It seems that the Banlanjan should be harvestable in half a month. After tidying up inside the house, Su Fengyang delivered Xiuxian over. When Xiuxian arrived, she was completely wrapped in black plastic, airtight and lightproof. Su Fengyang brought along all of Xiuxian's living necessities, including a big stack of books from her room. Out of the 3 rooms, one was used for cooking and storage, while the other 2 served as individual bedrooms for Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian. At noon that day, Lu Wenzong fed Xiuxian half a bowl of miraculous water modified by the special hoe. After drinking it, the pale skin gradually showed rosy hues as a result of the water purifying her system, making her eyes sparkle even more lively and moist. After finishing the land preparation, Lu Wenzong's first thought was to make money. With little cash in hand, he felt uneasy. Hundreds of newly cleared acres needed to be planted with crops, but no matter what was planted, it required money. The only thing that made him feel satisfied was that he didn't need to weed, spray pesticides, or fertilize, saving a large amount of costs. He wouldn't have to manage the fields much anyway, and instead sat with xiuxian discussing various novel stories. Encouraging xiuxian, he suggested she use her advantage of having read widely to write something down. Upon hearing Lu Wenzong's suggestion, xiuxian dug up several notebooks from a pile of books, smiling as she said, "Brother Wenzong, these are all my previous writings. Can you take a look?" Lu Wenzong paused, taking over 7 or 8 notebooks passed by xiuxian. Flipping open the first one, every page was filled with personal diary-like notes. Reading a few entries, he found xiuxian's writing to be incredibly delicate, vividly revealing the heart of a sensitive girl brimming with hope for life. In a few of the notebooks were collections of essays, mostly describing xiuxian's fantasies of future life and her planned wonderful post-recovery life. However, there were also 3 or 4 notebooks filled with her drafts of novels. Being female, naturally she constructed romance novels. After taking a look, Lu Wenzong found her writing to be very appealing, with a delicate style and vivid character portrayals. He decided to submit her work for publication. Perhaps it could get published. If it did, this would also open up a path for xiuxian. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. Lu Wenzong had been racking his brains over how to make money, and Su Fengyang had solved a big problem for him. He sent over 5,000 yuan as living expenses and treatment costs for xiuxian. Initially, Lu Wenzong didn't want to accept it, but given his current financial need, he reluctantly took it. With the 5,000 yuan in hand, Lu Wenzong immediately went to the county town to purchase large quantities of traditional Chinese medicine seeds, planting them all overnight. Looking at the entire Xiaolong mountain now being his land, Lu Wenzong smiled contentedly. This time, he didn't plant all board blue root, banlangen. Instead, he bought various other kinds of medicinal herbs. Since he had his special hoe, he wasn't worried about unsuitable growing conditions. As long as the herbs were expensive to sell, he purchased them. In total, he planted dozens of different types of medicinal herbs. Having finished planting, he checked on the apple trees, finding that they had already grown to be half a person's height. As for the roses, they were even more impressive. Flower buds had already appeared, and it was estimated that they would bloom in just a few days. However, he still needed to figure out how to market his products. After going to the city, he visited many flower shops to negotiate supplying them with roses. But most of the county's flower shops were small-scale, with low demand. They couldn't absorb the number of roses produced from Lu Wenzong's 10 packets of rose seeds. Even though small like mosquitoes, it's still meat. Eventually, Lu Wenzong managed to strike deals with 3 flower shops, securing contracts to supply 10,000 roses each. However, because he wanted to open the market, his price was quite cheap, at only 2.5 yuan per rose, much lower than the market price. An income of 30,000 yuan was still significant for Lu Wenzong at this point. Subsequently, he went to the city and secured supply contracts with 4 flower shops, with a total supply amounting to 100,000 roses. The reason Lu Wenzong succeeded in marketing his products in the city was not only due to his low pricing, but also his promise that the brightness of his roses would surpass those on the market, with a shelf life of 6 months. Although he himself didn't fully understand the effects of his cultivated roses, with the power of the small hoe, he had confidence in achieving this. By the time he returned home, it was already evening. The little girl, xiuxian, had been waiting anxiously. Though her mother had delivered dinner, staying alone on this mountain where there was no one around at night made her a bit scared. Chapter 14, Midnight Fright. After a couple of days of treatment, the little girl's health improved significantly, and she hadn't left the room just as a precaution. Of course, Lu Wenzong was also hiding his abilities. Moreover, living with a beautiful and cute little girl was actually quite pleasant. After comforting the frightened little girl, the two went to rest. In the middle of the night, Lu Wenzong suddenly heard an unusual sound. At first, he didn't pay much attention, assuming it was some animal on the mountain. But when he heard the little girl scream, he immediately sprang up. He rushed out of the door and saw that the door to the little girl's room was wide open. Shocked, he hurried inside. The lights were already on in the room, and 3 men had appeared. One of them held a knife to xiuxian's throat. Lu Wenzong paused for a moment, confused as to what was happening. "Who are you?" "Let her go," Lu Wenzong asked calmly. "Is this your house? Hurry up and get us some food," the man holding the knife said rudely. "Who are you people? Put down that knife," Lu Wenzong said irritably. "Where's all this nonsense coming from? If you don't hurry, I'll stab her right here," the man holding the knife threatened. All right, don't get upset. I'll go and get something," Lu Wenzong said hastily while gesturing with his hands. As he walked into the kitchen, just about to take some leftovers from the night before, several men in black clothing entered. "Don't move. We're police," one of the men in black whispered. Lu Wenzong stared at the black muzzles of their guns and quickly raised his hands. He carefully examined their attire. Each of them wore helmets and bulletproof vests marked with the English word police. Confirming they were indeed police officers, Lu Wenzong said, "You're here to catch those 3 criminals. They're in that room over there, and they've taken a hostage." "Okay, we know, but we need your cooperation, Lu Wenzong." Another police officer approached and softly stated their request. Lu Wenzong noticed it was someone familiar, the female police officer Li Yuru. "Hello, Officer Li. How can I assist you? Just tell me your plan, and I'll execute it." "Good. These 3 men are drug dealers. They have guns and are extremely dangerous. In a moment, you will go in and serve them food while we remain hidden outside. When they start eating, try to distract the one who's holding the hostage so he moves away from the girl's neck. As soon as he does, we'll rush in. Also, try to open the window. Our sniper will assist you," Li Yuru explained. "Understood." I'll figure something out, and you wait for my signal. Lu Wenzong agreed. After finalizing the plan, the police quietly withdrew, presumably finding positions to hide. Lu Wenzong then carried the leftover food and walked into Xiuxian's room. The three men were still in their original positions. Seeing Lu Wenzong carrying food, two of them rushed forward, grabbing the food from his hands and crouched down to eat. Judging by their voraciousness, it was hard to tell how many days they had gone hungry. The man holding Xiuxian kept drooling but dared not let her go. She was their lifeline. Big brother, the food is here, can you release her now? We're farmers and no threat to you. Just let us go after you finish eating, Lu Wenzong pleaded. Go? We're precisely looking for a place to rest. We'll stay here tonight. Besides, there's such a pretty little sister here, why would I want to leave? The man holding the knife smirked lewdly. Lu Wenzong became angry. Originally, he wanted to avoid trouble, but this guy had even started eyeing Xiuxian. Didn't he know what death meant? Suppressing his anger, Lu Wenzong smiled and said, Brother, life in the world of gangsters can be rough, but it's better to keep a line between enemies and friends. Huh? Are you teaching me how to behave? No, I'm just giving you some advice. Lu Wenzong decided that waiting for the police wasn't an option anymore. He had to personally handle this audacious scumbag. Damn it. What's this, seeing a ghost or something? Running into such an arrogant punk today. Boys, stop eating for now. Teach this kid a lesson first. The two guys eating greedily stopped and stood up, glaring fiercely at Lu Wenzong. How about letting them eat first and having a fight instead? Lu Wenzong laughed as he suggested to the man with the knife. Do you think death is too slow for you? The man pulled the knife away from Xiuxian's throat and pulled out a handgun from his pocket. He believed the gun was more powerful than the knife, providing greater intimidation. Unfortunately for him, he was wrong. As soon as he pulled out the handgun, a shadow flashed before his eyes, and something was hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he tried to dodge it, but that thing seemed to have its own mind. When he squatted down, the shadow altered its trajectory and descended directly at him. A sharp pain shot through his head, causing stars to burst in front of his eyes, and he felt dizzy, swaying unsteadily. Lu Wenzong let out a loud shout and quickly lunged at the man holding the knife. As he pounced on him, the body of the knife-wielding man flipped over. Lu Wenzong reached out, grabbed the small hoe floating nearby, and smashed it onto the man's head once again. At the same time, the two stunned men snapped back to reality. One of them lunged forward while the other drew his gun and pointed it at Lu Wenzong's back. Several police officers outside also rushed in immediately. After 3 gunshots echoed through the room, 4 people fell to the ground. The man with the knife collapsed, and Lu Wenzong, who was holding onto the man, lost his balance and tumbled to the side as well. The other 2 men in the room were hit by the police and fell simultaneously. The moment Lu Wenzong hit the ground, a soft body immediately helped him up. When he turned around and opened his eyes, he realized it was Officer Li Yunru. Xiuxian also rushed over, panic-stricken, calling out Lu Wenzong's name. No worries, I won't die, Lu Wenzong said despite the severe pain in his back. His body had been modified by divine water, and since the bullets hadn't hit any vital spots, he wasn't going to die. Contact an ambulance immediately, Officer Li Yunru shouted. No need. I'm not going. I can heal myself. You guys should hurry up and take these 3 drug dealers away. Lu Wenzong struggled to sit up, enduring the pain as he spoke. You can heal yourself? Li Yunru asked skeptically. Of course. If you don't believe me, ask the little girl. What illness did she have before? And how is she now? After Xiuxian briefly recounted her situation, Li Yunru put her concerns to rest and didn't insist on calling an ambulance. The police handcuffed the 2 drug dealers who weren't dead yet. The police officers were precise with their shots. Apart from the one holding the gun who was killed, another person was only shot in the thigh and was not gravely injured. Lu Wenzong had Xiuxian help him into his room, then sent her away. He took out the small hoe and drank several gulps of the divine water inside, about a whole bowl's worth. After drinking that large bowl of divine water, Lu Wenzong could clearly feel the strange sensation coursing through his body. Chapter 15, The Prophet of Roses. A wave of heat surged through his body, leaving a refreshing sensation in its wake. When the flow of warmth reached the wound on his back, Lu Wenzong distinctly felt the bullet being forced out of his body. The wound was slowly healing, and the pain gradually subsiding until it disappeared entirely. The treasures of immortals were truly extraordinary, miraculous, absolutely miraculous. When Lu Wenzong reappeared before everyone with radiant energy, several police officers stared at him as if he were an alien. For them, they'd seen countless colleagues get shot, but never had they witnessed anyone recovering so swiftly and becoming so vigorous in such a short time after getting shot. Female Officer Li Yunru looked Lu Wenzong up and down, astonishment evident in her eyes. Lu Wenzong smiled, offering no explanation, and began tidying up the room. The place had been ransacked by the drug dealers, and once it was cleaned up, it would be good for rest. The policeman left, and Xiuxian rested again. However, Lu Wenzong lay in bed, pondering over matters. This wooden house wasn't a long-term solution. It was necessary to build a brick and tile house instead. Once the first batch of money came in, this plan had to be promptly addressed. Xiuxian hadn't told her parents about what happened that night, nor had Lu Wenzong said anything. It was as if nothing had happened. But 7 days later, Officer Li Yunru unexpectedly visited. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Wenzong curiously asked, Officer Li, you look wind-battered and travel-weary. What's the matter? Don't ask me yet, just fetch some water. I've eaten dust all along the way. Li Yunru's appearance was a bit disheveled, covered in dirt, her hair grayish-white, and the bundle on her back completely covered in dust. She asked others not to ask, But after drinking a big gulp of water herself, she started complaining. It turned out that when she drove to the town at the foot of the mountain, her car broke down and wouldn't start, forcing her to hire a motorcycle to climb the mountain. Halfway up, the motorcycle also malfunctioned, leaving her no choice but to walk the rest of the way. She encountered many passing motorcycles along the road, hoping for a ride, but seeing her, a police officer stopping vehicles, nobody dared to slow down or take her along. They sped past her, stirring up dust which she involuntarily inhaled. By the time she arrived at Lu Wenzong's place, she was exhausted and full of dust, which explained why her face was rather sour. Lu Wenzong smiled helplessly, unable to console her. He had walked this mountain road countless times and swallowed enough dust to fill a whole cart. After venting her complaints, Li Yunru took out a banner from her backpack and handed it to Lu Wenzong. Last time, you helped us catch 3 drug dealers. This is the reward from the bureau. Also, there are 30,000 yuan for you. Li Yunru then pulled out 3 stacks of red bills and placed them on the table. You're really generous. I'll happily accept it, Lu Wenzong chuckled. It originally belongs to you. In that case, thank you. I do need the money. Lu Wenzong gratefully accepted the 30,000 yuan. There's no need to thank me. It's what you deserve. By the way, on my way here, I noticed that you've planted quite a lot of things. Are they all done by you alone? Yes. Pretty impressive. Did you take over the entire mountain? That's right. Fruit trees on the hillside, roses under the fruit trees, herbs and vegetables below the hillside, all belong to me. I heard you're a college graduate. How did you decide to come back and farm? Because I'm a farmer. You've grown so much herbal medicine. Won't the sales be a problem? No worries. That's already resolved. What about those flowers? My sister-in-law owns a flower shop in the city. Would you like me to help connect you? That's very kind of you. If it works out, I'll treat you to a meal. All right then, it's a deal. Li Yunru handled matters straightforwardly, making no delay. She called and efficiently arranged everything on the spot. All set. All you need to do is deliver the flowers directly. My sister-in-law doesn't only run a flower shop, but she also does wholesale fresh flower business. So, no matter how many flowers you deliver, she'll handle it. Li Yunru decisively spoke for her sister-in-law. Li Yunru enjoyed a simple peasant meal at Lu Wenzong's place. Although it was a humble dinner, Li Yunru relished it thoroughly. In the afternoon, after a tour around Little Dragon Mountain with Lu Wenzong, the spirited female officer was bid farewell. That evening, Lu Wenzong instructed xiuxian to begin harvesting the roses. By the next morning, the entrances of the 3 wooden houses were strewn with roses, roughly estimated to amount to at least 150,000 stems. These roses bloomed exceptionally brightly and beautifully, each petal flawless without a single blemish. After finishing harvesting the roses, Lu Wenzong headed to town, hired a truck, and delivered the roses to the county seat. First, he delivered the roses to the 3 flower shops as agreed. At 2 yuan and 50 fun per stem, 30,000 stems amounted to 75,000 yuan, which was quite lucrative. Lu Wenzong then accompanied the truck driver to the city, delivering 40,000 roses to earn another 100,000 yuan. Finally, with about 80,000 remaining rose stems, Lu Wenzong shipped them all to the home of Li Yunru's sister-in-law. Li Yunru's sister-in-law was named Xiuxian, a woman in her 40s who still carried an air of charm. Dressed fashionably and with makeup on, she appeared like a young housewife around 30. Xiuxian was surprised at seeing the large half-truck of roses. But even more surprising to her was the exceptional quality of these roses, beautiful in appearance, fragrant, and far superior to those available in the market. Hey big brother, how did you grow these roses? They look absolutely amazing, Xiuxian sincerely praised. Just planted casually. Sister, as long as you're satisfied, that's fine. There are over 80,000 stems here. If I sold them to you for 80,000 stems, could you take it? Lu Wenzong laughed. 80,000 stems. You could bring another 100,000, and my shop could still handle it. However, Little Ru didn't specify the price last time. How much do you ask? All acquaintances here. There's no way I'd charge you too high. 2 yuan and 50 fen per stem. In the future, we'll negotiate specific terms when we do business again. What do you think, sister? Lu Wenzong didn't care too much about the small profits, as opening up the market and gaining connections was worth losing some interest in the beginning. Big brother, you're straightforward. Let's finalize this deal. I'll have people unload the cargo immediately. Xiuxian smiled. As Xiuxian called people to help unload the truck, she invited Lu Wenzong to rest inside her shop. It took about an hour to unload all the flowers and count them thoroughly, with the staff reporting the total number of over 87,000 stems. Eventually, they settled the transaction for 80,000 stems. 80,000 stems of roses earned 200,000 yuan. Xiuxian had her finance team transfer the money directly to Lu Wenzong's card, and after confirming receipt, she insisted on treating him to a meal. Unable to refuse, Lu Wenzong finally agreed. This profitable flower sale allowed Lu Wenzong to be generous by paying the truck driver 1,000 yuan for renting the entire vehicle. After the truck driver left, Lu Wenzong joined Xiuxian for dinner. Xiuxian drove a stylish Audi A6. During the ride to the restaurant, through their conversation, she learned that Lu Wenzong not only grew roses, but also cultivated numerous traditional Chinese medicines and fruits. The enthusiastic Xiuxian immediately made calls to invite people. By the time both reached the Grand Dingsheng Hotel, 3 well-dressed middle-aged men were already waiting. Xiuxian warmly introduced these 3 to Lu Wenzong. A chubby man surnamed Du who dealt in fruit wholesale, a short man surnamed Su specializing in medicinal herbs wholesale, and another man with a moderate build surnamed Gu, also engaged in medicinal herbs wholesale. Chapter 16, A Fight Over Peeing. After everyone got to know each other, they entered the private room. Lu Wenzong wasn't much of a conversationalist, so at the dinner table, it was mostly Mo Chunlan who initiated topics and guided the flow of conversation. Out of respect for Mo Chunlan, the three wholesalers were naturally quite courteous to Lu Wenzong, but whether they could work together in the future remained uncertain. Lu Wenzong wasn't accustomed to drinking white liquor, so he drank beer with the four people. After 2 bottles of beer, his head was fine, but the urge to urinate came on rather quickly. Lu Wenzong excused himself and left the private room. The Dingxing Grand Hotel was luxuriously decorated, and even the restroom was so clean that it made Lu Wenzong marvel. Seeing such an environment, Lu Wenzong couldn't help but tread lightly. He took out his member, started peeing, when suddenly the restroom door was slammed open, and a pair of men and women, kissing and clinging to each other, moved inside. The man glanced at Lu Wenzong with hostility before carrying the woman toward one of the stalls. Pushing the stall door forcefully, he placed her on the toilet seat, then turned around and shouted at Lu Wenzong. "Hey, little man, I need to take care of business, so scram quickly." Lu Wenzong hesitated, turning his head to look at him, and replied with dissatisfaction. "You can take care of your business while I pee. I'll leave once I'm done." "What? You dare to talk back? Do you have any idea who I am?" The young man strode out of the stall, acting arrogantly as he approached. Upon hearing those words, Lu Wenzong knew this was yet another self-righteous rich second generation. He shook his head, sneering slightly, not planning to respond but intending to finish his business and leave. It would be too troublesome to get entangled with someone like him. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble now, being in the early stages of entrepreneurship, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts. He didn't want to argue, but the pompous man in front of him wasn't going to let go. Grabbing Lu Wenzong by the collar, he attempted to drag him out. This forceful movement caused Lu Wenzong's body to turn sideways. His unfinished urine splashed partly on the floor and partly onto the young man's clothes. And from inside the stall, the woman saw Lu Wenzong's exposed member and exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth as she whispered admiringly, "So big. Motherfucker, you pissed on me. Do you want to die?" Without saying another word, the young man cursed, letting go of Lu Wenzong, and swung a slap towards his face. Rage surged within Lu Wenzong. This GR guy clearly didn't appreciate restraint. Even though he had tried to tolerate it, this guy dared to push him further. Lu Wenzong stepped back forcibly, freeing himself from the grab, dodging the incoming slap. He stopped peeing, put away his member, and shouted angrily, "That's enough from you. If it got on you, it's your own fault. Not my problem. Screw you, you think you can talk back? Talk back how? Who do you think you are? Am I not allowed to speak? Fuck you." When had this young man ever been talked back to? Enraged, he swore aloud and immediately swung his fist towards Lu Wenzong. Catching Lu Wenzong off guard, the punch hit him directly in the chest, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of cold air in pain. Lu Wenzong also grew angry, kicking out with his foot. Despite looking fierce, the moment Lu Wenzong retaliated, the young man immediately cowered. Not only was he kicked to the ground, but he was beaten into submission without putting up any resistance. However, Lu Wenzong wasn't one to bully others just because he had the upper hand. Seeing that the other side couldn't match him, he decided to stop. The woman in the stall watched dumbfounded. In her eyes, Zhao Qiguang, so authoritative and powerful, turned out to be incredibly fragile, leaving her utterly disbelieving. "Guess you hold some status, yet so weak. Be more humble in the future. Damn, you've got my whole body covered in piss." Lu Wenzong looked at Zhao Qiguang lying on the ground holding his face and walked out. Zhao Qiguang got up from the ground and no longer had any intention of fooling around with the woman, walking out of the restroom. Upon seeing Zhao Qiguang leave, the woman hurriedly followed after him. Back in the private room, Zhao Qiguang still looked extremely sour-faced. "Big brother Zhao, what's wrong with you?" Several young people in the private room noticed Zhao Qiguang's bruised nose and swollen face and rushed over. With a sour expression, Zhao Qiguang recounted the events, and the young people instantly became enraged, shouting about punishing Lu Wenzong and restoring Zhao Qiguang's dignity. Some suggested barging right into Lu Wenzong's place. Others bragged about their family connections with certain officials, saying they should call some police officers to lock Lu Wenzong up for a few days. Zhao Qiguang waved his hand to stop the discussion of everyone. He beckoned, and the group came closer. Zhao Qiguang spoke. "That guy doesn't look like someone with money, nor does he seem to have any background. With our connections, we can do whatever we want with him. I've never been beaten before in my life, and if I don't make him suffer now, I won't be a Zhao." "Brother Zhao, what do you plan to do?" "I can call my uncle. Let him find a few people to assist you," said a pimple-faced young man with an evil laugh. "No need yet. I'll set up a trap for him. However, your uncle's help will still be required. Let him investigate that guy's information. I'll get someone's photo later on." Zhao Qiguang gave a sinister smile. Seeing Zhao Qiguang smile, the rest of them laughed too. Master Zhao had always been as soft as dough in a fight, easily pushed around by others. But when it came to playing dirty tricks, he was one of the best in the entire city. After Lu Wenzong returned to the private room, he continued to eat and chat with Mo Chunlan and the others. A couple of hours passed, and he forgot about the incident in the restroom. After finishing their meal, they parted ways at the entrance. This dinner had merely introduced Lu Wenzong to some new acquaintances, but no real business agreements were made. However, Mo Chunlan's goal was indeed to help Lu Wenzong expand his network. Although their interaction was brief, Lu Wenzong found Mo Chunlan to be a great woman, warm-hearted and sincere, someone worth befriending. After separating from Mo Chunlan, Lu Wenzong went to the local flower and bird market to see if he could find anything interesting. Unbeknownst to him, he'd been under surveillance the entire time since leaving. He bought a few packages of orchids at the market, intending to take care of them back home using his small hoe. Mo Chunlan had told him earlier, well cared for orchids could sell for sky-high prices. Unfortunately, all the seeds available were common varieties, not rare treasures. Still, with his little hoe, even regular orchids could grow into top-quality ones in Lu Wenzong's hands. Then, he placed an order for some foreign fruit saplings at a tree nursery. American pitaya, New Zealand red rose apples, golden kiwi fruit, among others. After making his purchases, Lu Wenzong hailed an electric tricycle to go to the bus station and prepare to head back. But just after he'd traveled a short distance, he was stopped by a woman, a rather good-looking one at that. Chapter 17. Even the Yellow River can't wash this away. Lu Wenzong didn't pay attention, but that woman approached and opened the car door. Get out. The beautiful woman said to Lu Wenzong. Do we know each other? Lu Wenzong asked in surprise. Pretend. Keep pretending. Lu Wenzong, Li Wan am mistaken about you. If you drive me away today, I'll die here. The woman angrily finished speaking, then suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from her bag and held it against her throat. I'm dizzy. Lu Wenzong was genuinely frightened. What's going on here? This woman knows his name, but he doesn't recognize her. Hey, let's talk rationally. I don't even know you. What exactly do you want? While Lu Wenzong was speaking, passers-by had already gathered around. They began speculating wildly about the grudge between Lu Wenzong and this woman named Li Wan. A tricycle driver told Lu Wenzong, Mister, I think you should resolve this issue before taking the ride. With no choice, Lu Wenzong got out of the car and handed 3 yuan to the driver. He could have walked away directly since he didn't even know this woman. But a woman with a knife threatening suicide. If he just left without intervention, it would be impossible for his conscience to rest. When Li Wan saw Lu Wenzong getting out of the car, the fruit knife slightly moved away from her throat. Lu Wenzong, you must give me an explanation today. You must explain yourself to the child in my stomach. Leaving silently like this, how are we supposed to survive as mother and son? Li Wan continued unleashing her anger, stunning Lu Wenzong speechless. Big sister, you must have the wrong person. I'm indeed Lu Wenzong, but I truly don't know you. Lu Wenzong felt like he had one headache turn into 2. Why did a random woman come up to claim kinship all of a sudden? What was happening? The passers-by, after hearing Li Wan's words, concocted countless details in their minds and began to conclude that Lu Wenzong was a heartless man who abandoned his wife and child. Some older women spoke up, urging Lu Wenzong to make amends with the woman properly. Considering the child, responsibility should be taken after actions were done. Others criticized Lu Wenzong harshly. Lu Wenzong realized this wouldn't end well if it went on, so he hurriedly stepped forward. Listen, can we discuss things calmly? Put the knife down first, and we'll go somewhere detailed. Really, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I'd still recognize you even if you turned to ash. Where should we talk? Right here is fine. Make it clear. Li Wan insisted relentlessly. Sister, there are so many people here. How are we supposed to discuss when I don't even know what the situation is? Lu Wenzong helplessly said. What don't you know? You're pretending. You're trying to escape. Li Wan responded. I'm confused. Sister, I really don't know you. If you want to resolve this, let's find a place to talk reasonably. If you keep making things up, sorry, I'm leaving. Die or live, it's none of my concern. Fine, then come home with me now. Li Wan replied. All right. As long as we stop creating a scene here, whatever works. Li Wan put down the knife and tucked it back in her bag. Then she came close, clinging to Lu Wenzong's arm tightly in her hand. Seeing there would be no more drama, the surrounding crowd dispersed, though they were still discussing in detail the alleged unfaithfulness and lack of feeling of Lu Wenzong. As Li Wan dragged Lu Wenzong through streets and alleys for over 20 minutes, they finally stopped in a narrow alleyway. In this alleyway were numerous beauty and hairdressing shops, emitting twilight lights in the evening that induced wild imaginings. Do you live here? Lu Wenzong asked. Yes, Li Wan replied with a strange smile. Lu Wenzong stared at her face in confusion, not understanding the meaning behind Li Wan's grin. Though he had been on high alert throughout the journey, nothing happened during those 20 minutes, so his vigilance gradually relaxed. Whether it was a case of mistaken identity or something deliberate by Li Wan, Lu Wenzong didn't dwell on it too much. Li Wan's gaze suddenly shifted behind them, causing Lu Wenzong to instinctively turn around. But just as he turned, everything went dark before him. Someone delivered a heavy kick to his stomach. Before he had time to struggle, a strong aroma reached his nose. Within the next second, Lu Wenzong lost consciousness. When Lu Wenzong woke up again, he found himself lying on a soft bed with something heavy resting on his arm. Turning his head, he saw a long-haired woman lying in his embrace. He bolted upright, realizing that he was sharing a bed with the woman, who was none other than Li Wan. She seemed startled by Lu Wenzong's movement, opening her eyes innocently as she looked at him. Did you design this entrapment against me? Lu Wenzong finally realized something, but it was too late. At that moment, the door was kicked open by someone, and a few people in uniforms rushed in. What an amazing coincidence. Lu Wenzong saw the serious expressions of the policeman and snorted inwardly. He had never imagined that as an insignificant person, someone would deliberately frame him. What an honor indeed. Lu Wenzong's thoughts were racing, seeking solutions. But he didn't know what to do. Li Wan, upon seeing the police enter, immediately hugged her arms and crouched down at the bedside, pretending to be scared with a face full of fear. What an actor she could have been. Both Lu Wenzong and Li Wan were taken to the police station. On the way through the alley, they found that other shops in the alley remained quietly as ever, with many women bustling about constantly. None of the other stores seemed affected, yet somehow, during this crackdown on prostitution, only Lu Wenzong's case got highlighted. At the police station, Lu Wenzong recounted the events, but the officers didn't believe him one bit. They brought out Li Wan's statement, which roughly described how Lu Wenzong approached her first and even paid in advance. The officers also presented testimonies from nearby residents claiming to have seen Lu Wenzong walking hand in hand with Li Wan into the alley. There it is, now thoroughly mired without hope for redemption. Lu Wenzong kept silent now, knowing further explanation was futile. Clearly, there was intent behind his predicament. No matter how eloquent he tried to be, clearing himself of guilt looked impossible. I need to make a call. The coerced Lu Wenzong decided to seek help. Although you refuse to confess, based on our investigation, we can already convict you. By all means, go ahead and call home. Let your family send money and necessities here. You'll probably spend the next half year in custody here. A policeman grinned. Humph. Lu Wenzong gave the officer a cold laugh and took the phone handed to him, dialing Li Yunru's number. Lu Wenzong, is there something wrong calling me? Her voice sounded somewhat hurried on the other end. I've been arrested by the police. What? Where are you being held? Li Yunru asked in astonishment. The Urban Division Bureau of Shennong City. In the city? All right, I understand. And without waiting for more, Li Yunru hung up the phone directly. Chapter 18. Trouble in the Fields. Lu Wenzong was taken out of the interrogation room and locked into a temporary detention room. There were several other people in the detention room, though none of them knew each other. Everyone sat silently on the floor without a word. Lu Wenzong found a place to sit down, his mind racing. Who was scheming against him? He didn't know anyone in Shennong City, much less have any enemies. Who the hell would go through all this trouble just to frame him? Could it be that guy he met in the toilet today? If it was him, it was incredible. Just because of a minor conflict, he would set up such a complicated trap. It was utterly insane. Unable to confirm whether it was the man from the toilet, Lu Wenzong had no choice but to wait for Li Yunru's news. Li Yunru came relatively quickly. At 2 o'clock in the morning, she arrived and directly took Lu Wenzong out of the detention room. How did you mess up so badly that you couldn't stay in the county and ran to the city for women? Li Yunru said sourly after handling the paperwork and taking Lu Wenzong out of the police station. Can you believe me when I say I'm innocent? Believe you? Sure, like I believe a ghost. You were caught straight out of bed, so there's no way they framed you. Li Yunru replied. Someone is framing me. You must have pissed someone off, huh? I don't know. Some cocky guy. We had a small conflict in the restroom. The only person in Shennong City who likes playing dirty tricks is one guy. Is it that tall, skinny guy with almost invisible eyebrows? Li Yunru asked. Yeah, it seems like him, but I didn't pay much attention. He's definitely thin and tall. That's him. Xiuxian, a complete scumbag. One day I'll teach him a lesson. Li Yunru smiled. You know him? Not only do I know him, I beat him up since he was a kid, Li Yunru said proudly. If it really is him, I was planning to give him a good lesson. Since he's your buddy, I hesitate to act. Humph. He's not my friend. Go hard on him. All right, that's settled then. Let's find a place to stay first. Okay. On the way to find lodging, Lu Wenzong learned that Li Yunru's home was actually in Shennong City, where she grew up. Her family opposed her becoming a police officer, but she insisted, even becoming a detective in the most dangerous field, which upset her family greatly. Lu Wenzong slept in the hotel until 8 in the morning. The first thing he did upon waking was head to the police station to retrieve his phone and backpack. When he finally got his phone back, he discovered dozens of missed calls. Some were from xiuxian, others from his father. The phone had very little battery left, so he urgently returned one of the calls. The call was quickly answered, xiuxian's anxious voice coming through. Brother, why aren't you answering your phone? Something happened at home. Xiuxian said urgently. What happened? Tell me slowly. Last night, all the herbs planted in the fields died. What? Lu Wenzong was shocked beyond words. All the various Chinese medicinal herbs he had planted were dead? How was that possible? They were cultivated using a divine small hoe, an item that could withstand droughts and floods. How could they all die? What happened? After recovering from the shock, Lu Wenzong forced himself to remain calm. I don't know either. Uncle said it looks like pesticide was sprayed on them, xiuxian replied. Damn. Lu Wenzong was fuming, forgetting about confronting Xiuxian, and immediately hailed a taxi to rush to the bus station. By the time he returned home, it was already noon. Arriving at Long Mountain, seeing the vast area of withered medicinal herbs, his heart felt as if it was bleeding. Fortunately, the roses he planted had already been sold, or he might have smashed his head against the mountain right there. Without time to check the dead medicinal herbs, he hurried to inspect the fruit tree saplings. The saplings hadn't yet shown any unusual signs, but the strong smell of pesticide on the trees told him that they wouldn't survive long either. Back at his wooden house, inside the room, xiuxian's father and Lu Wenzong's parents were sitting silently. His father and xiuxian's father were smoking one cigarette after another, clearly in bad moods. His father was upset over his son's career, while xiuxian empathized due to her reliance on Lu Wenzong for help. Was there anything unusual last night? Lu Wenzong asked calmly as he entered the room. Seeing Lu Wenzong return, everyone rushed to greet him. However, upon hearing Lu Wenzong's question, none of them knew how to answer. Such an incident was almost unheard of in the countryside. Even if there were disputes between families, no one would use such a method to retaliate. So, no one expected such an event to occur, making it impossible for anyone to pay special attention to what happened last night. Seeing everyone remain silent, Lu Wenzong realized they were completely unaware of what had happened. He didn't blame them. If he hadn't been detained yesterday and had returned home, this might not have happened. Ultimately, it was still his own fault. The police have been alerted, Dad? Lu Wenzong asked. Not yet. We're waiting for you to decide. His father replied gloomily. All right. Lu Wenzong nodded and took out his phone to make the call. The call was redirected to the local town police station. where the officers agreed to come take a look. However, after waiting for half a day with no police showing up, Lu Wenzong grew irritated and filed a complaint. It wasn't until just after dark that a police car finally pulled up at Long Mountain. Two policemen got out of the car, and they appeared quite serious, meticulously jotting down every detail Xiuxian had narrated. They then followed up with some very professional questions. Although Lu Wenzong hadn't fully placed his hopes on the police, he welcomed any assistance they could provide. After surveying the scene, the two policemen left behind words of assurance that they would thoroughly investigate before driving away. After the police departed, Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian had dinner together and spent some time chatting and carefully analyzing the situation. Xiuxian was an intelligent young girl who helped Lu Wenzong analyze everyone he'd recently come into contact with, narrowing the list of suspects down to Wu Bo from the nearby town. Wu Bo was currently the most influential person in the area whom Lu Wenzong had upset. After Xiuxian went to rest, Lu Wenzong directed the fairy of the divine small hoe to cut down all the dead herbs and fruit trees. However, early the next morning, several village leaders arrived, led by the village chief, Su Zhihao. Su Zhihao looked rather uneasy when he saw Lu Wenzong. "Wenzong, I'm sorry. There's something I need to tell you. Let's talk privately," Su Zhihao said, pulling Lu Wenzong aside. "Uncle Su, what's the matter?" "Wenzong, I'm sorry. The town government issued a notice today. Long Mountain won't be available for contract leasing anymore. So, our previous lease agreement." Su Zhihao uncomfortably explained the purpose of his visit. "Uncle Su, are you joking?" Lu Wenzong's face changed instantly. Was this merely a coincidence? Or was it part of a larger scheme? Chapter 19. The village wants to reclaim Xiaolong Mountain. Uncle isn't joking. The town really issued a document, starting today, reclaiming all lands, barren mountains, and fish ponds that were contracted without the town's permission. But will there be any compensation? After all, I've invested a lot. It wasn't mentioned in the document, Su Zhihao said awkwardly. In fact, the town had not issued any such document. This was just an order from a private phone call. As a subordinate, since he wanted to continue being the village director, obeying that person's orders was definite. He admired Lu Wenzong quite a bit. The spirit of someone who could give up their identity as a college student to return home and work the land, seeking ways to enrich themselves through farming, he truly admired. He hoped very much that Lu Wenzong, this college student, would find a good way to get rich, which could then be promoted throughout the whole village. However, some people didn't want such a situation to happen. The contract was signed entirely by him with Lu Wenzong, and at the time, he gave enthusiastic encouragement. Yet before even a month had passed, he himself came to tear up the contract, feeling somewhat despicable, not righteous at all. Lu Wenzong could now be certain who was behind this mischief. 100% it was Wu Bo and Wu Bo's father, the town mayor. Since they were scheming against him, he naturally wouldn't submit willingly. "Uncle, I'm so sorry, but I cannot accept this decision. Our contract is crystal clear. It's for 20 years of contracting. We haven't even reached 1 month yet. Do you think I would agree for you to reclaim it? Besides, I've already invested a great deal of money and effort into this mountain. You intend to tear up the contract without compensating me a single penny? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wenzong, it's not within my power to decide. I'm helpless too. Then let someone who can make decisions come talk to me. I have the contract in my hands. You don't have the right to reclaim it. Even if you want to reclaim it, there should be a legal procedure followed listing my violations of the contract, instead of your words or those of an ignorant leader. How dare you speak to me like that?" Su Zhihao hurriedly reprimanded. Some of the people he brought included individuals from the town office. If Lu Wenzong's term, ignorant leader, got back to Mayor Wu, Lu Wenzong would surely be in trouble. "Uncle, you shouldn't scold me, and I won't tolerate being scolded either. A government official who doesn't know how to serve the people, only knowing how to protect his own children, isn't he ignorant?" Lu Wenzong said coldly. "Who are you calling out? Are you looking for a beating? Do you believe I'll immediately have you arrested?" A middle-aged man standing beside Su Zhihao immediately jumped up. He had thought earlier that Lu Wenzong would be easy to handle, a mere young adult, who initially resisted a little, but with some persuasion and wear and tear, he could be swayed. But this Lu Wenzong wouldn't comply, and dared to insult his immediate superior as ignorant. If he did not stand up to defend his boss' authority, that would indeed be highly derelict of his duty. "Arrest me? Don't you think your actions are inappropriate? Do you have the authority to arrest anyone? It's laughable, an ignorant leader leading equally ignorant subordinates. Bastard, why don't you try cursing again?" That middle-aged man made a move to step forward, but was held back by Su Zhihao. Tang director, don't get angry. The youth is inexperienced and doesn't know how to behave." After holding what seemed to be Tang director, he turned to face Lu Wenzong saying, "Wenzong, regarding this matter, Director Tang, please speak properly." Su Zhihao meant well. Unfortunately, his assessment was wrong. Lu Wenzong wasn't worried about these people. Nowadays, in this society, if an official dares to recklessly mistreat commoners like this, they would face harsh public opinion waves and punishments, including removal from office. However, Lu Wenzong deeply felt his personal inadequacies. If he could rapidly amass wealth, build a network of relationships, these insignificant villains wouldn't dare come here and flaunt their authority, would they? That supposed Director Tang calmed down under Su Zhihao's persuasion and spoke. "Young man, you've been to college. Finding a proper job in the city should be your real path forward. Wasn't it hard for your parents to raise you through school? They just wanted you to leave the countryside, leave the mountains. But you're staying here to farm. Can you feel no shame towards them?" Although his words sounded benevolent, they actually still intended to make Lu Wenzong submit, to abandon the lease on Xiaolong Mountain. To him, Whether Lu Wenzong succeeds or not with Xiaolong Mountain brings no benefit to him. He was merely completing someone else's instructions to him. I'm sorry everyone. I need to go check on some seedlings poisoned by some dogs. I don't know who that despicable rogue is, applying pesticides to the medicinal herbs and fruit trees I worked hard to grow. This kind of villain committing these morally reprehensible acts will definitely end up without offspring and be struck by lightning 5 times. Lu Wenzong vented off his frustration after finishing his tirade, then walked away. He was deliberately cursing so Director Tang could hear it. This guy must know something. Sure enough, upon hearing Lu Wenzong's curses, Director Tang's face turned bright red and his whole body trembled. Not only did he know about the matter, but he also participated in it. Lu Wenzong was directly insulting him as well. Yet, in front of everyone, he couldn't directly argue back or else wouldn't he be telling others that he had something to do with it. Fuming, Director Tang left. The first thing he did after returning to town was exaggerate today's incident to Wu Bo and his father. Wu Bo became so angry that he wanted to go settle accounts with Lu Wenzong right away, but he was stopped by his father. Gesturing for his son to calm down and sit, Mayor Wu spoke. This matter isn't right to begin with. Let them curse if they want. You, my grandson, keep causing me trouble. Am I supposed to abuse my position as a town mayor just to bully someone on your behalf? That's really lowering my status. However, since this has started, it can't end like this. Apply more pressure to the village, force that Lu Wenzong to give in. Director Tang, you handle it personally. No matter what, we need to reclaim Xiaolong Mountain and drive Lu Wenzong away so that my son can smoothly marry Lu Xiuxian. Understood, town mayor. Director Tang nodded and left the office. After Director Tang left, Wu Bo walked to his father's side and smiled. Dad, after that Lu Wenzong leaves and marries Lu Xiuxian, you better fulfill your promise of 2 million yuan. Bullshit. As long as you don't rush ahead and take my thunder during the wedding night, how could your old man possibly treat you badly? By the way, last time you said there is a beauty on Xiaolong Mountain. Whose child is she? I don't know either, but she lives in Lu Wenzong's house. She doesn't seem related to him, more like a relative. Wu Bo replied. After handling Lu Xiuxian, find a way to let me see that beauty. After saying that, Mayor Wu revealed an ominous smile. The father and son were chatting happily about their shameless plans. An hour later, the door was knocked on, and a middle-aged woman entered. Mayor Wu, it's already 9:30. We can leave now. Good. I know. Arrange the car immediately. Dad, where are we going? Wu Bo asked. A secretary has been transferred from above, and I have to go greet them. Damn, your GR's uncle said I'd get promoted this time. Yet someone snatched the position from me. After all the hard work I've done for half a day, everything ended up being ruined. Next time I see him, I will damn scold him till he bleeds. After finishing, Mayor Wu no longer paid attention to his son and left the office. Chapter 20. Misfortunes never come alone. Lu Wenzong gathered all the dead herbal plants together, preparing to dry them and use them as firewood. Since they hadn't fully matured, they couldn't yet be called medicinal herbs. Now that they were dead, their only use was as firewood. His parents also came over to help. Even Su Yenner's father pitched in, and Su Yenner herself helped cook meals. Su Yenner could now go outside and looked physically well. However, she didn't propose leaving. She said she liked the tranquil environment of the mountains and found it very enjoyable. After clearing the dead herbs and fruit tree seedlings, Lu Wenzong didn't rush to plant new seeds or saplings. He had to ensure that no one would threaten him before planting again. He took 10,000 yuan out of the money earned from selling roses, planning to give 10,000 yuan to his elder sister, 10,000 to his second sister, and 10,000 to his father. This money was for repaying debts. Since he went to university, his father, elder sister, and second sister's families had incurred considerable debt, and this amount was enough to repay it temporarily. With the remaining money, Lu Wenzong planned to register a company for agricultural planting, so that legally he could have a certain advantageous position. But he wasn't too familiar with the law, and he'd need to visit the county to see if it could be established. Also, he needed to contact a construction company. He wanted to build a new house on the mountain and surround it with a fence, ensuring the safety of what he grew. Coming down from Dragon Mountain, entering the village, and just getting home, he discovered a strange man sitting in his yard. Seeing the family of 3 returning, this solidly built, neatly dressed man, carrying a briefcase under his arm, warmly greeted them. Hello, my name is xiuxian. Are you Lu Wenzong? Yes, it's me. What do you need? Lu Wenzong asked, puzzled. Oh, here's my business card. I'm the general manager of Tianyu Agricultural Planting Company in Sangzi County, xiuxian said with a smile. Fine. Do you have something to say? Certainly. Let's sit down. Xiuxian was quite unreserved, actually inviting Lu Wenzong to sit down for a chat. Lu Wenzong signaled for his parents to go back inside first, then sat down at the stone table in the courtyard with Xiuxian. Let's talk. The young man seems eager. Fine, let me speak. Actually, before you contracted Dragon Mountain, I already had my eye on it. I originally wanted to contract it, but matters at the company delayed things. Recently, I heard you've taken a lease on Dragon Mountain, which disappointed me. However, hearing rumors that the village plans to terminate your contract made me reconsider my options. Can we discuss transferring the lease to me? The price can be negotiated, Xiuxian said. Lu Wenzong laughed. It was becoming more and more interesting. First, someone poisoned the herbs and fruit trees he had planted, then forced the village to pressure him into terminating the contract, and now here he was, discussing transferring the lease with him. It seemed Wu Bo was determined to remove any obstacles preventing him from marrying Lu Xiuxian. How much can you offer? Lu Wenzong asked. Dragon Mountain isn't large, and your rental cost with the village was very low, only around 1,000 or so per year. Considering that it's a 20-year contract, Factoring future growth opportunities, I'll offer you 10,000 for the transfer fee, Xiuxian replied, as though bestowing a favor, his tone filled with pride. 10,000. Mr. Xiao, I don't like jokes. Even 10,000 wouldn't get me to transfer Dragon Mountain to you. Lu Wenzong's face turned cold. How ridiculous, thinking 10,000 could buy his Dragon Mountain, a daydream. If the herbs and fruit trees hadn't been poisoned, after they matured, 1 million in earnings was entirely possible. Young man, don't exaggerate too much. 10,000 is already above market value. You should know the soil quality on Dragon Mountain isn't great, Xiuxian said. If Mr. Xiao knows the soil isn't good, why are you so eager to take it from me? Doesn't that sound a bit inconsistent? Being hit close to the truth, Xiuxian's expression became unpleasant. Coldly, he said, bad soil doesn't mean nothing good can grow there. I've run a farming company for many years. I know precisely what kind of crops different soils support. In your hands, Dragon Mountain is just being wasted. Xiuxian sounded somewhat uneasy. In reality, he had no interest in Dragon Mountain. As he admitted, poor soil quality is a significant challenge for cultivation. But since the lease fees weren't coming out of his pocket, even if Lu Wenzong agreed to the transfer, he certainly wouldn't bother running the place himself. There's nothing else to discuss. I understand your intention. Tell Mr. Wu that I won't transfer or give up the lease of Dragon Mountain. And tell him he owes me. I'll find him for repayment soon. Xiuxian left angrily and gloomily. Not completing the task meant trouble for him, as it would cost him again. By the time Lu Wenzong arrived at the county seat, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He urgently needed to consult with the business administration department about registering a company. So after getting off at the bus station, he directly hailed a taxi to rush there. Misfortunes never come singly, and troubles came even more so when the taxi had barely driven 2 kilometers before colliding with a tricycle. The taxi driver and the tricycle driver loudly quarreled, blocking traffic completely. Reluctantly, Lu Wenzong had no choice but to abandon the taxi and walk. After crossing one intersection, just as he prepared to hail another taxi, a yellow minivan suddenly sped toward him. The door flew open, and 5 or 6 young men carrying short clubs rushed out and charged at Lu Wenzong. Shocked, Lu Wenzong instinctively turned and fled. But after running just a few steps, he abruptly stopped. Hell, why was he running? Could these people really harm someone wielding an artifact like himself? He turned back, pulled a small hoe from his pocket, and with a swing of the wind, the hoe handle instantly extended by 1.5 meters. The menacing group charging towards him also halted upon seeing that Lu Wenzong wasn't fleeing anymore. Whoever sent you, just go ahead, Lu Wenzong said coldly. Go, kill him. Shouting wildly, they swung their clubs and surged toward Lu Wenzong. Pedestrians on the road corner paused to watch, and vehicles passing by also slowed down. Drivers and passengers all curiously observed the scene. Lu Wenzong didn't know martial arts, but his physical condition, having been enhanced by divine water, made him unusually flexible, strong, and reactive. Gripping the hoe firmly, Lu Wenzong stepped forward. As their clubs touched the hoe, they broke immediately, posing no threat to him whatsoever. On the contrary, Lu Wenzong performed marvelously, his hoe accurately striking and breaking the lower legs and arms of each assailant. The fight ended quickly, leaving no doubt of the outcome. Lu Wenzong triumphed entirely. The onlookers were astonished, defeating 6 opponents so effortlessly. This man must be a kung fu expert, especially with such a unique weapon, truly formidable. Just then, shrill sirens sounded from the outskirts of the crowd. Lu Wenzong, not wanting any more trouble, was about to leave when he noticed that the police had already pushed through. Chapter 21. Catching Wu Bo's Little Tail. With many witnesses, Lu Wenzong believed that the police would not give him a hard time. However, after Lu Wenzong was taken to the police station, he realized he was wrong again. It turned out that someone had been watching him closely all day, which sent shivers down his spine. What started as a simple fight had become complicated when those who beat him turned around and accused him instead. Stuck at the police station without access to witnesses and with no help from the authorities, Lu Wenzong found himself detained as the police believed the 6 people accusing him of starting the brawl. Not only this, the police also demanded that Lu Wenzong hand over the weapon, the small hoe. Joke aside, there's no way he'd give up the hoe. Lu Wenzong felt like his luck was turning sour, being brought to the police station twice in a short while. In the detention room, Lu silently vowed to get back at Zhao Qiguang and Wu Bo, interest and principal included. I'm no longer just a poor student. I have the power of my divine treasure now. How could anyone dare to keep bullying me repeatedly? Just as he fumed in the detention room, Wu Bo and his father had already dispatched people to retrieve Lu Xiuxian from Liang City. They'd already made an agreement with the police that Lu Wenzong should remain locked away for at least 10 to 15 days. What they hadn't counted on was Lu Wenzong walking free by nightfall, thanks once more to Li Yunru pulling strings. Having incurred Li Yunru's favor twice, Lu Wenzong was becoming rather embarrassed. That evening, instead of booking a hotel, Lu Wenzong sought Li Yunru's assistance in obtaining all available information about Wu Bo. Alas, though they managed to compile details on Wu Bo himself, accessing data on Wu Bo's father proved impossible. As a government official, retrieving such sensitive information would constitute a major violation. Sparse, but insightful, the obtained information mapped out Wu Bo's network of relationships. It turned out that beyond being the son of a township chief, Wu Bo also had an influential uncle holding a department-level position, thus explaining his brazen behavior. Wu Bo, through his connections, ran 2 construction companies in the county, both having successfully bid on numerous local projects. Through these contracts, Wu Bo amassed wealth in the tens of millions, making him a well-known tycoon in Sangxi County. Both of Wu Bo's construction companies had offices locally, although these served mostly as facades. At midnight, Lu Wenzong arrived alone at one of these locations. Concealed in the shadows, he summoned the miniature fairy within the hoe to command it to smash this company. Of course, if there were any important items inside, they were fair game to be taken. Since acquiring the hoe, Lu Wenzong simply launched it, allowing the fairy to guide it automatically as her purpose revolved around such tasks. This marked the first time she was directed towards something other than farming-related work. Without hesitation, the fairy gave Lu Wenzong a nod and proceeded to float the hoe to the 6th floor of a nearby building, slipping through an open window. After 5 minutes, the hoe returned gracefully into Lu Wenzong's hands. To his delight, upon examining its concave groove, he found a collection of documents tucked inside. Damn, we finally got some gains. Did you destroy everything? Lu Wenzong called the little fairy back to ask. The fairy shot him an unenthusiastic glance, replying, "Everything has been shattered." Perfect. Let's switch places. Lu Wenzong reached the second office location of Wu Bo's company and similarly wrecked the equipment there while retrieving valuable files. By 4 o'clock in the morning, having secured a modest inn for rest, Lu Wenzong delved into the content of the retrieved files. A stack of documents revealed various contracts and management plans of the company. Fortunately, Lu Wenzong discovered 2 notebooks detailing the exact methods used by Wu Bo's company to secure bids. These were full of transactions involving bribery and corruption. With this evidence, will you still survive? Lu Wenzong thought furiously but then reconsidered and decided to let Wu Bo live for a while. Despite the late hour, Lu Wenzong felt drowsy, so heavy that he fell into deep sleep right away. When he woke up, it was already 11 in the morning. His mood, unlike the previous day's gloom, became lighthearted. After lunch, he visited a bank where he rested until 2 o'clock, and then headed to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to take care of business. To Lu Wenzong's pleasant surprise, establishing an agricultural planting company was far easier than expected. All the procedures were completed within an hour or so. On inquiry, he learned that the state actively supported the establishment of agricultural enterprises, especially those created by farmers themselves, opening wide avenues for them. Lu Wenzong wasn't sure whether this was a nationwide trend or unique to Shennong County, but he was quite pleased that everything went smoothly with the various permits and procedures. After finishing the paperwork, he located an advertising shop to order 2 nameplates, so once his house was ready, he could immediately put them up. He then called Li Yunru, planning to invite her for dinner in the evening. However, before he could make the call, another phone call came in. Seeing it was Lu Xiuxian, Lu Wenzong eagerly answered. "Xiuxian, do you miss me?" Lu Wenzong said with a laugh. "Wenzong, I want to see Wu Bo again," Lu Xiuxian nervously replied. "What? Wu Bo, isn't he still in Shennong? I don't know. Just now, when I returned from my shift at the bus station entrance, I saw someone who looked exactly like Wu Bo hanging around with 4 or 5 people. Do you think they're looking for me? It seems this guy had everything planned out ahead of time. You better double check if it's him, and I'll be there right away." "Okay, I'll call you later. But don't worry, they won't find me." Lu Xiuxian chuckled before hanging up. Lu Wenzong thought for a moment, deciding there was no need for him to rush over. All he needed was Wu Bo's contact information. If necessary, he could force him to come back on his own. He retrieved the contracts from the hoe, found Wu Bo's phone number, and dialed it right away. "Who's calling?" came the impatient voice of Wu Bo on the other end. "Mr. Wu, let me introduce myself. This is Lu Wenzong." "Lu Wenzong? I don't know. Oh wait. Lu Wenzong, you've changed your mind." Realizing who he was speaking with, Wu Bo quickly assumed Lu Wenzong was here to reconcile. "Forget about that for now. Did I hear correctly that you're currently in Liang City?" Lu Wenzong asked with a smirk. "What's it got to do with you? Is that so?" Back in 2007, before the construction of the Shennong people's affluent residential area, there were 3 cash deposits of 30,000 yuan made into 3 different accounts. Should I read you their names? "You, how do you know that?" Wu Bo gasped, nearly losing his composure before regaining his calmness and asking sternly. "Why don't you come back, and we can have a proper discussion?" Chapter 22. Brother, don't joke around. Not long after Lu Wenzong made the phone call, Lu Xiaoxia's call came back. She told Lu Wenzong that Wu Bo had hurriedly left with a group of people. Lu Wenzong told her to focus on her work and prepared to talk to Wu Bo personally. Wu Bo returned overnight, reaching Shennong County at 10 in the morning the next day. As soon as he got out of the car, he eagerly dialed Lu Wenzong's number to confirm their meeting location. Earlier, on the road, he had already informed his father about the situation. His father instructed him to do everything possible to pacify Lu Wenzong, while also securing the items in Lu Wenzong's possession. Unfortunately, Wu Bo was feeling quite unsure of himself. He had offended Lu Wenzong quite badly not long ago, so it would be quite strange if everything went smoothly this time. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to try. Otherwise, what awaited him was the dark and endless life of prison. Still, deep down, Wu Bo wasn't entirely willing to give up. Before preparing to meet Lu Wenzong, he made a phone call and gathered some people, hoping to settle things with Lu Wenzong using brute force. Lu Wenzong sat in the coffee shop and didn't wait for Wu Bo, but instead waited for a group of guys with ill intentions. The leader was bald, broad-shouldered, with thick arms, and his face covered in fleshy muscles that made the surrounding customers and waiters keep their distance. "Do you have any business?" Lu Wenzong asked. "Brother, can we borrow a place to talk? There's some business we'd like to discuss with you." "Sure, let's go." Lu Wenzong agreed without hesitation. The group surrounded Lu Wenzong in the middle, leading him out of the cafe and into an old residential complex behind the coffee shop. After turning a few corners, they stopped by a fence along one side of the neighborhood. "Can we get down to business now? You've been leading me around pointlessly, Lu Wenzong said with a smile. Fine. Someone wants to buy the stuff you've got. Name your price, said the bald man, tilting his head arrogantly. Oh, was Wu Bo the one who sent you? Just name your price. Who cares who sent us? All right then, tell him 30 million yuan, Lu Wenzong said calmly. What? 30 million? Brother, are you pulling our leg? The bald man got angry, stepping forward, pushing against Lu Wenzong's body, clearly ready to start a fight. 30 million is non-negotiable. Since you're just doing someone else's bidding and can't make decisions yourself, why did you come here? Want to fight? I'll accompany you. So damn cocky. Brothers, give him a good lesson. Let him know the power of Big Bald. The bald man stepped back, calling his brothers to attack. As soon as the bald man gave the signal, he suddenly noticed a bright flash. A white object had already appeared in front of him. He felt a sharp pain in his head, spots danced before his eyes, and his body involuntarily collapsed to the ground. After hitting the bald man unconscious with one blow from his small hoe, the group brought by the bald man instantly stopped, incredulously staring at Lu Wenzong. However, they only hesitated for a moment and still attacked due to their numerical advantage. Lu Wenzong, with his small hoe in hand, was not at all intimidated by them. Instead of wielding it personally, he simply let his fairy command the hoe to fight for him. The little hoe flew through the air, leaving those small-time hooligans no match. Not one could withstand even a single move and was knocked unconscious immediately. Lu Wenzong woke the bald man, making him deliver the message. Tell Wu Bo that I originally wanted to conduct business with him decently. Since he lacks sincerity, he'd better prepare for the police to knock on his door. Lu Wenzong finished speaking and walked away leisurely. He was not actually angry because he had expected this scenario from the start. How could someone like Wu Bo give up so easily? It would be too easy on him to let him go straight to jail without extracting the illicit wealth he obtained illegally. After leaving the residential area, Lu Wenzong called Wu Bo Mr. Wu. I admire your style. Now, just sit tight and wait for the police. Not long after hanging up, Wu Bo's call came in. Brother Lu Wenzong, it's all my fault, all my fault. Don't be angry. We can have a peaceful discussion. Discussion? Did you discuss with me when you sent people to threaten me? That's your usual trick, isn't it? Fine. Since you want to negotiate, come find me yourself. If you dare send anyone to threaten me again, you know the consequences. Yes, I will definitely come in person. You choose the place. Wu Bo responded with forced laughter. Great. Wanggang Rustic Restaurant in the eastern part of the city. Lu Wenzong designated a place he knew. This time, Wu Bo did not play any tricks but obediently went to Wanggang Rustic Restaurant. They met inside a small private room. Lu Wenzong was sitting casually, while Wu Bo stood nervously beside him, like a small attendant. Mr. Wu, don't you feel quite curious about what I have in my hands? Why yes. No, just tell me what to do. Wu Bo was being extremely careful. With his lifeline in Lu Wenzong's hands, this guy no longer showed any traces of the arrogance he once had. What about the land at Xiaolong Mountain? Do you still want it? No, I don't. You can take whatever land you want. I'll just give the word and you're free to contract it. Wu Bo boasted. What about marrying Lu Xiuxian? Marrying? No, I won't marry her. Wu Bo felt a little upset. He actually didn't have much feeling for Lu Xiuxian. It was his father who liked her. Since there were no other ways to deal with it, his father had made him pretend to marry her. Once Lu Xiuxian came into their family, everything would be easier. The trap you set for me before and the suffering it caused me shouldn't go unrewarded, right? What do you think should be done? Lu Wenzong asked with a smile. I'll compensate you, I will. Wu Bo hurriedly said. How should I be compensated? 1 million yuan. Wu Bo said this with an air of generosity, making it seem as though he were incredibly magnanimous. Lu Wenzong laughed. The GR person exploited connections to earn tens of millions, but only offered 1 million as hush money. It was really unacceptable. Mr. Wu, I don't like hearing jokes, Lu Wenzong said coldly. Wu Bo hesitated and quickly said, 2 million. Lu Wenzong smirked and stood up, saying, Mr. Wu, I don't have time to argue with you. Goodbye. Wu Bo was seething inside, secretly cursing Lu Wenzong for not being satisfied with 2 million. You think 2 million is too little? You're too. Do you think I'm too greedy, Mr. Wu? Do you find the idea of jail food more interesting? As soon as Wu Bo said it, he regretted it. Things were different now. Today, he was the weaker one and had to lower his head. Name your price, Wu Bo helplessly said. 30 million. Lu Wenzong calmly said. Wu Bo's assets amounted to around 5 or 6 million, so 30 million would merely weaken him without completely ruining him. However, Lu Wenzong wasn't ready to ruin Wu Bo yet. This man could still prove useful when encountering difficulties in Sangzi County later on. This guy was the best solution. 30 million. Brother, come on, don't joke around. This is my offer. Whether you agree or not, it's your decision. Oh, by the way, I've got something else to do. I need to buy seeds. Lu Wenzong finished speaking and turned to leave. Chapter 23, Eldest Brother-in-Law Opens a Coal Mine. Lu Wenzong had just bought seeds and was getting ready to go home when Wu Bo's phone call came again. Brother, 10 million yuan. This is all the money I have. Lu Wenzong didn't even bother to reply before hanging up. Wu Bo made several more calls afterward, each time adding 1 million like he was milking a cow. But Lu Wenzong ignored him and went home, busy with replanting the fields. By nightfall, he had resown all the herbal seeds. The next day, Su Yanner's father brought his construction team to Xiaolong Mountain, starting foundation work beside the wooden house. Lu Wenzong went down the mountain and handed over the money he had collected to his father. Then, riding his motorcycle, he personally delivered the money to his elder sister and second sister. When Lu Wenzong told his father that he'd earned more than 200,000 yuan from the roses he had planted, his father fell silent, while his mother beamed with joy. It hadn't even been a year, not even a month yet, and he had already made 200,000. With a whole year, it would be possible to make 1,000,000. Previously, though Lu Wenzong's mother didn't oppose his farming, she didn't support it either, hoping deep in her heart that Lu Wenzong would return to the big city. Now seeing that her son had earned more through farming in such a short period of time than they had in decades, she was deeply satisfied. However, with the newfound wealth, another idea surfaced, finding a wife for her son. Xiuxian, who lived on the mountain with her son, wasn't bad, but the girl was a bit too young and seemed frail. Xiuxian was also fine. She got along well with her son, but Lu Xiuxian's unreliable mother was indeed a little intimidating. Her mother started scheming, going through every marriageable young woman within 10 villages in her mind. As for the thoughts of Lu Wenzong's romantic matters consuming his mother's mind, his father simply felt proud. His son truly had great abilities, if one could earn so much from farming. Before entering his eldest sister's house, Lu Wenzong was greeted by a shadow rushing towards him. Uncle. Upon seeing it was his 7-year-old nephew Mian, Lu Wenzong opened his arms to embrace him. Well done, you're growing so tall uncle can barely carry you. Uncle's here. From inside, a boy of 14 or 15 walked out, his coarse voice indicating he was going through puberty. Damon, are you on vacation? Nope, I've been sick these past few days, taking some leave, but I'll be returning soon. Vacation is almost here as well. Damon's voice was low, his mood clearly down. What's wrong? Tell uncle. I don't know, my head hurts so badly I can't bear it. Damon looked troubled. This child's academic performance wasn't top-notch, but acceptable, enough to get into university. However, ever since his first year of high school, every time he studied hard, his head would start hurting unbearably. Let uncle check after a while. Inside the house, his sister was working on a sewing machine, making ribbons. It was piecework she had taken up from a factory where she sewed colorful dress ribbons. Hundreds a day netted her about 30 to 40 yuan. Wenzong, what brings you today? She paused her work and rushed over to greet him. I've come to give you money. Lu Wenzong smiled. Give me money? Have you hit a gold mine, little brother? It's not exactly hitting gold, just earning a bit. Lu Wenzong then pulled out 300,000 yuan and handed it to his sister. Earning a bit? How long have you been farming? Less than a month, right? 6 or 7 more days will mark a month. Is this still called earning a bit? At this rate, won't you make hundreds of thousands in a year? Sister exclaimed in surprise. Hundreds of thousands? Around that. Lu Wenzong nonchalantly replied, estimating that if he couldn't make over 1,000,000 that year, he would deem it a failure. Don't go back home for lunch, stay and eat here, your brother-in-law will be home soon. Sorry, I need to deliver the money to my second sister. Why not do it in the afternoon? His sister complained slightly. Oh, good point. While I'm here, let me check Damon's headache problem, Lu Wenzong said. Yes, I've heard you possess an old TCM prescription that cures all diseases. You even cured the peculiar illness of Elder Su's daughter. His sister said. It's just hearsay. I've merely learned some methods of healing, and luckily treated diseases that I am able to handle. You better take a good look at Damon. These few days off, I've been worried sick, afraid he falls behind in studies and worried about his health. His sister had a frown on her face. It's nothing serious. With me here, everything is okay. Lu Wenzong called Damon over and took his pulse in a seemingly serious manner before saying, no problem, a minor issue. Tomorrow come to my house, I'll prepare some medicine for you, drink 1 bowl, and all issues will be resolved. Great, great, great. Did you hear that, Damon? Go to your uncle's house tomorrow. His sister quickly said. Afterwards, Damon nodded. Then after inquiring about Lu Wenzong's college life, he returned inside to review his lessons. At 12 noon, brother-in-law eldest came back. Brother-in-law eldest worked at the nearby coal mine, almost always working late-night shifts that ended around 10 in the morning, earning 200 yuan a day. After seeing Lu Wenzong and giving him a nod, he silently sat down without a word. What's wrong? You look unhappy. Eldest sister noticed her husband's expression and asked curiously. Nothing, just feeling tired. Brother-in-law eldest replied distractedly. Tired? That doesn't seem right. Eldest sister voiced her doubts, then went into the kitchen to prepare lunch on her own. Lu Wenzong moved closer to brother-in-law eldest and sat down beside him, smiling as he asked, facing some trouble? Brother-in-law eldest glanced at Lu Wenzong and said indifferently, not exactly trouble. It's just that the coal mine boss lost several million gambling, can't pay us, and has run away. Ran away? So, you mean you won't be paid? Exactly. The boss is gone, leaving behind a pile of coal. Then use the coal as payment. Coal? Does coal have value here? Unless it's taken to the city, it isn't worth much. Brother-in-law eldest explained helplessly. There were many open-pit coal mines here, and when people had nothing to do, they would often go coal mining. So there was no market for coal locally. Only by delivering coal to briquette factories in the city could it gain real value. Because of the abundance of open-pit coal mines, there were also many small private coal mines. By smoothing things over with the local government and contracting barren mountains from the village, one could start mining indiscriminately. Mining wasn't an issue. The key was whether there was a market for selling the coal. Briquette factories in the city wouldn't buy limitless amounts of coal. Some private coal mine owners even delivered their goods directly to the provincial capital, where prices were higher. Why don't you take over the contract? Lu Wenzong suggested. I should. I don't have enough money. Brother-in-law eldest laughed. Because using contracts to privately acquire those open-pit coal mines was illegal, the rent was extremely high. A small hilltop needed tens of thousands per year to lease, and sales channels, hiring workers, everything would cost money. tens of thousands would be needed before one could begin operations. Chapter 24: The Harassing Foreman. Compared to high costs, the speed of earning money from coal mines is also absolutely good. As long as one doesn't gamble excessively like brother-in-law number one, making a large profit over a few years is quite possible. Thus, while Lu Wenzong's place was still not particularly affluent, there were many wealthy outsiders here. They had virtually contracted all the manually mineable coal mines. The locals have always been dissatisfied, but very few could afford to contract these mines. Moreover, the employment opportunities provided by these outsiders mitigated local discontent. So, though opinions existed, no major issues arose, just occasional disputes about wages. "We should partner up," said Lu Wenzong. "How?" "I'll fund the contracting, and you handle the rest. I won't interfere in daily operations, and we'll split the profits 70-30. Lu Wenzong didn't consider this a long-term solution. It was merely an impromptu idea to help his brother-in-law earn some money without committing long-term involvement. "Do you really have the funds?" Sister's husband asked suspiciously. "A bit. I sold all the roses 2 days ago and got roughly 200,000 yuan. Today, I gave 30,000 to big sister, another 30,000 to second sister, and 10,000 to dad. That leaves enough to cover the first year's expenses. 20,000+ from selling roses." Sister's husband was startled. "Yes, but regular people wouldn't be able to grow such roses. This soil isn't usually suitable for growing any decorative flowers, let alone match my success rate or quality. The next time someone would buy his roses at the price of 2.5 per bunch, that's impossible." Once people realized how long they stayed fresh, even if Lu Wenzong raised the prices, distributors wouldn't hesitate to buy them. "I need to consult with your sister first." The brother-in-law hesitated. During lunch, the family deliberated over the matter of contracting a mine. In the end, they finalized the decision. Specific paperwork handling was delegated to sister's husband, while Lu Wenzong would simply provide the funding. In the afternoon, after leaving sister's house, Lu Wenzong continued riding his motorcycle further up the mountain. His second sister's home was at the summit, requiring about an hour along the winding mountain road. Leaving at 2 p.m., he reached the house at 3 p.m. As soon as he walked in, a gust of wind seemed to follow him in, and Lu Wenzong spread his arms wide to catch his little niece who rushed toward him. Second sister had only one child, a girl, 8 years old. She was incredibly cute, though her sole drawback was slightly dark skin. "Uncle hasn't come to see me for ages," Dandan complained. "But I'm here now. Check out what I've brought." Taking out snacks bought on the way, he quickly pacified the pouting girl, who immediately ran off excitedly examining her treat. "No one at home?" Lu Wenzong asked, noticing no sign of his second sister. "Mom is in the field," replied Dandan, happily munching on a chip she had torn open from a packet. "Take me there." With snacks in hand, Dandan led the way, zigzagging through the fields for quite some time before finally arriving at second sister's farmland. There, Lu Wenzong found second sister alone, carrying a pesticide tank while treating the rice plants. After exchanging a few words with Lu Wenzong, second sister decided to finish the last round of spraying, which took 20 minutes. Only then did the three return home. Her husband worked far away most of the year, coming back only during busy farming seasons or major holidays, so all household affairs rested squarely on second sister's shoulders. Second sister worked hard, just like her husband. A lot of the savings that went towards Lu Wenzong's education came precisely from their frugal living. Thus, Lu Wenzong held immense gratitude towards both first and second sister's families. As the three just arrived back at the entrance of the house, they saw a jeep parked outside. At the sight of the vehicle, second sister's face instantly darkened. However, Lu Wenzong didn't think much of it, and kept chatting cheerfully with Dandan. The door of the jeep opened, and a middle-aged man around 30 stepped out. Neatly dressed with impeccably combed hair and spotless shoes, he smiled broadly. "Wenhui, you're back from work?" Lu Wenzong looked surprised. This man was waiting for his second sister. "Xiaojun, why are you here?" Second sister asked coldly. "Just visiting. It must be hard for you being here alone. I thought maybe you needed some help." Xiaojun approached with radiant smiles. Lu Wenzong noticed that this guy had a special look in his eyes when he looked at second sister. Could it be that he liked her? Lu Wenzong's elder sister, Lu Wenwan, was not particularly pretty but still acceptable. Second sister, however, was quite attractive. Before her marriage, she was the secret crush of many young men from nearby villages. To put it bluntly, even during Lu Wenzong's teenage years, second sister was someone he would fantasize about. Now, seeing that there was someone pursuing his married sister, he wasn't sure whether he should feel happy or worried for her. "I don't need any help. You can leave," second sister said outright, obviously showing no liking for Xiaojun. Xiaojun smiled without taking offense to second sister's words and bent down toward Dandan, saying, "Dandan, uncle bought you a present. I'll get it for you." After finishing, Xiaojun turned around, going back to retrieve a white rabbit plush toy from his car. The adorable white rabbit immediately caught Dandan's attention, who reached out to take the gift offered by Xiaojun, only to be stopped by her mother. "Xiaojun, we don't welcome you here. Leave now," second sister reiterated firmly. Ignoring her again, Xiaojun tucked the white rabbit under his arm and turned to Lu Wenzong with a smile. "You must be Wenhui's younger brother, Wenzong?" We're not close, so please don't call me that," Lu Wenzong replied coldly. Since his second sister clearly disliked Xiaojun, neither did Lu Wenzong show him any favor. "I've heard about you. Recently, all the villages have been talking about how your mind might be broken. Choosing to forsake a good life in the city just to come back and farm the land," Xiaojun mentioned. It seems like I've become famous. To tell the truth, what good can come out of farming? Will you get rich or rise in rank? Honestly, I think your brain is malfunctioning too," Xiaojun added. "What do you do?" Lu Wenzong asked. As for me, I'm in charge of construction projects, Zhao Jun boasted proudly. Contractor. That word contractor sounds so unrefined. Call me boss, please, Zhao Jun corrected irritably. Whether farming is worthwhile or not, what does a mere contractor know about that? In the whole town, have you seen anyone grow wealthy by farming? But look at me. I earn tens of thousands with each project alone. If your second sister were with me, I could afford her the finest delicacies. Zhao Jun started steering the conversation towards his own agenda. Stop eyeing my second sister. Consider this a warning. Lu Wenzong stared at him coldly. Chapter 25. Sleeping beside Wu Ruhan. Zhao Jun's face changed, and he angrily said, What a temper. Did you pick it up at school? What's wrong with me having designs on your second sister? Don't you know that I'm an important figure in the townships around here? Having designs on your second sister is showing respect for her. Get lost. You look like a man but talk like a dog. Who are you talking about? You dare talk to me like this? Are you saying you don't want to stay around here? Zhao Jun became angry out of shame and embarrassment, tearing off his feigned kind facade and putting on the face of a thug. Lu Wenzong also began to remember who this Zhao Jun was when he saw this show of force. Indeed, whether in the surrounding areas or even in the town, Zhao Jun was quite famous. Relying on the fact that his father was the leader of a construction company in the county, he had led workers in contracting several small projects and made quite a bit of money. Because of his increasing wealth, Zhao Jun thought he was superior to others, flaunting his identity as a contractor everywhere and boasting about how much money he'd made. What terrified the people in the nearby areas more was that, relying on his wealth, he kept many idle hands under him. These idlers would help him bully others or deal with some of his rivals. I wasn't here to mess around in the first place, so just leave if there's nothing else. Lu Wenzong laughed. This isn't your land. Why should I leave? Zhao Jun unhappily retorted. Whatever. Second sister, let's go home. Lu Wenzong pulled his second sister and her little nephew Dandan back home. After sitting for a while at his second sister's house, after ensuring that she safely stored the 10,000 yuan, he invited her to come home for a few days. Today's appearance of Zhao Jun made Lu Wenzong somewhat vigilant. The second sister was at home with only her young niece. If Zhao Jun harbored ill intentions, it was very possible he might pose a threat to the second sister. Agreeing to come along, she packed a few pieces of clothing and prepared to leave with Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong rode a motorcycle, taking his second sister down the mountain and back home. After getting home, Lu Wenzong took Dandan up Little Dragon Mountain. Xiuxian was tending to the seedlings that had already sprouted in the field. She was quite amazed in her heart. Although she hadn't planted before, she had read a lot of books and knew something about plants. It was her first time seeing seeds growing so quickly. Seeing Lu Wenzong return, she happily greeted him. She was grateful to Lu Wenzong. It was him who helped her escape from the narrow shack and see the brilliant sunshine, the drizzling rain, the gentle spring breeze, and the green leaves. Yinner, no need to take care of the fields. Don't tire yourself. Lu Wenzong laughed. It's fine. I'll just take a casual look. I've been locked in the house for over 10 years. Coming out more often is actually not bad. Xiuxian smiled. Then go out more. Who is this? Such a pretty little girl. Seeing Dandan, Xiuxian joyfully exclaimed. My second sister's child. Dandan, greet her. Auntie, hello. Dandan called out sweetly. Xiuxian was taken aback. At just 16 or 17 years old, being called aunt by a little girl felt odd to her. The three of them went back to the wooden house, and Xiuxian took the initiative to cook dinner. Although her cooking skills weren't great, she was very patient and continuously learning through practice. Lu Wenzong was also a guy who didn't care about the food quality as long as it was cooked properly. He could eat a full belly of it. To say the least, the improvement in Xiuxian's culinary arts during this period was largely attributed to Lu Wenzong's training. Just as they finished eating dinner, Lu Wenzong's phone rang. Brother Lu, can we talk? Wu Bo's voice came impatiently through the phone as soon as he picked it up. Talk your sister talk. The stuff is already on its way via mail. Handle it yourself. If timely, maybe I can intercept it directly. Lu Wenzong grinned. I'll handle it right away and send it to you once it's ready. Wu Bo hurriedly replied. All right, that shows sincerity. Then Brother Lu, hurry up and get the stuff back. Wu Bo said. Don't worry, someone on my side will receive it. If you're sincere, the stuff will naturally come back. Brother Lu, you know how difficult it is to arrange tens of millions in cash. It can't be done in such a short time. Who the hell said it has to be cash? Oh. That's right. My mistake. Wu Bo quickly apologized. After finishing their conversation, at midnight 12 o'clock, Wu Bo actually drove up the mountain in a jeep making loud noises, waking both Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian. Having experienced this before, Lu Wenzong quickly got up. Looking outside, he saw that it was Wu Bo who arrived. What do you think you're doing driving a broken-down car in the middle of the night? Very annoying. Lu Wenzong grumpily remarked. Sorry, Brother Lu. I urgently needed to bring the money to you. Wu Bo smiled sheepishly. That's genuinely honest behavior now. Lu Wenzong chuckled. Here. Wu Bo handed over a bank card. How much? 30 million. Wu Bo clenched his teeth and replied. All right. I understand now. You can leave. Lu Wenzong put the card away and waved his hand. After Wu Bo drove his jeep down the mountain with a groaning sound, Lu Wenzong chuckled. The 30 million yuan he took wasn't obtained honorably, but he hadn't intended to keep it either. The next day was June 28th. After sending Dandan back home and arranging for his mother to go up the mountain to accompany Xiuxian, Lu Wenzong left home and headed toward Linhai City. Today was the day he could collect his graduation certificate, so he had to return to school. By the time he arrived in Linhai City, It was already the morning of the 30th. Exhausted from the long journey, he called Wu Ruhan as soon as he got out of the car. Wu Ruhan currently worked at the 4th People's Hospital of Linhai City, and Lu Wenzong planned to crash at her place for a nap. She was still sleeping when he called early in the morning, and after mumbling a few words, she hung up. Lu Wenzong took a taxi straight to the 4th People's Hospital. As he walked through the staff dormitory area, he saw many familiar faces. Those who recognized him stopped to chat briefly, while those he didn't know just passed by. Arriving at Wu Ruhan's dormitory door, Lu Wenzong knocked. He knocked more than 10 times before the door finally opened to reveal a drowsy, yet breathtakingly beautiful face. Ah! Wu Ruhan yawned ungraciously and waved her hand, signaling Lu Wenzong to come inside. Lu Wenzong quickly closed the door behind him. What the heck? This woman knew he was coming, yet she opened the door without properly dressing herself. Her pajamas were all over the place, revealing large patches of white skin that flashed right in front of Lu Wenzong's eyes. You can do whatever you want. I pulled an all-nighter last night, and I'm exhausted. I'm going back to sleep. Wu Ruhan mumbled these words and collapsed onto the bed, wrapping herself in a thin blanket to continue sleeping. Lu Wenzong was even more annoyed now. This tiny dorm room was less than 20 square meters, with only one bed and no other resting space. Hey, don't you have an extra mat or recliner? Lu Wenzong asked. But Wu Ruhan, already deeply asleep, offered no response. Lu Wenzong stared at the disheveled beauty lying there and forced himself not to look at her snow-white legs. Instead, he carefully thought about how he could get some rest. Wu Ruhan turned over, pressing her whole body against the wall. Seeing the space vacated on the edge of the bed, Lu Wenzong hurriedly ran over and cautiously lay down on the other side. After sitting in the car for dozens of hours, Lu Wenzong was extremely tired. He fell asleep within minutes of lying down. In his drowsy state, he had a dream where he climbed toward a soft, fragrant object that felt like a gentle slope. Chapter 26, Li Feilong's Revenge. Lu Wenzong woke up to find himself sleeping with Wu Ruhan. His hands were holding her smooth legs, and his head was resting on her feet. That's not all. His leg was even pressing on a certain part of her body. Unable to resist, he touched her smooth leg and found himself having some unusual thoughts. Reluctantly letting go, he shook his slightly numb leg a couple of times, feeling somewhat reluctant about the softness that had just left him. The pressure in his chest gone, Wu Ruhan changed positions, curling her legs as she folded her entire body into a shrimp-like position. Lu Wenzong had already rested enough. Sitting up, he glanced at Wu Ruhan with lingering eyes. Seeing Wu Ruhan still deep in sleep, Lu Wenzong got up. By the window inside the room, there was a set of cooking utensils. First, he cooked some rice. Then noticing a few onions on the ground, he decided to chop them for stir-frying. With the rice nearly ready, he turned on the induction cooker, heated up the pan, added oil, and waited for it to get hot before adding the chopped onions. A sizzle arose as smoke appeared, immediately filling the air with the aroma of the onions. The sound of his busy cooking woke up the deeply sleeping Wu Ruhan. Stretching, Wu Ruhan lifted her head, sniffed the air, and mumbled, "You're frying onions? It smells so good." "That's right. Have you woken up yet? Once you're awake, wash up and we can eat." Lu Wenzong smiled. "Okay." Wu Ruhan went to freshen up. When she came back out, Lu Wenzong had already served the meal and placed everything on the table. Wu Ruhan didn't change her clothes, still wearing loose pajamas. As she leaned down to taste the food, Lu Wenzong's eyes fell helplessly into the endless cleavage revealed. Damn! Lu Wenzong realized something was off. In the past, whenever he was with Wu Ruhan, he never entertained any other thoughts besides the occasional natural male fantasies. But today, seeing her so unguarded, his heart began stirring. Is this the first time you've become interested in my body? Wu Ruhan seemed to have noticed Lu Wenzong's gaze, but wasn't angry. Instead, she asked with a smile. Lu Wenzong gave an awkward laugh and said, "After all, I'm still a guy." "Ha ha ha, you won't be allowed to see it all." Wu Ruhan laughed and sat down. "Let's eat," Lu Wenzong said. "By the way, how's your land going?" Wu Ruhan asked. "All right. If you have time, come check it out sometime." Lu Wenzong replied. "Must pay a visit. However, since you're no longer around to shield me from those guys with ill intentions, I've lost that protection. My role is limited to just that." "What a failure." Lu Wenzong shook his head, indicating dissatisfaction. "Are you dissatisfied with me? Am I not treating you well?" Wu Ruhan pouted. Yes. Anyway, haven't you found anyone suitable lately?" "No, they don't attract me." "What exactly do you want in a partner?" "Not attracted to handsome ones, rich ones, gentle ones, or strong personalities either." "Who suits you? If you keep this up, you'll end up a spinster." "If I become a spinster, I'll marry you." Wu Ruhan laughed. "Marry me when you're a spinster? Fine, but then you'll have to be wife number 4 or 5. Lu Wenzong grinned. "Wife 4 or 5? How about you, buddy?" The two ate while teasing each other back and forth, laughing happily through the meal. After eating, they headed together to the school to pick up their graduation certificates. When they arrived, many familiar faces were already there. They greeted each other warmly, talking about what had happened in the past month or so since their separation. Lu Wenzong quickly became the main topic of discussion because of his decision to return home to farm instead of practicing medicine, which had spread widely among their classmates. Friends who knew him well joked about it without malice. However, some classmates who disliked him made sarcastic remarks, mocking Lu Wenzong for being unsuccessful. Lu Wenzong didn't care about these words. They didn't stick to him, and he had no intention of fighting with classmates he hadn't seen in ages. After getting their diplomas, the two prepared to leave when someone blocked their path. Shit, it was none other than their rival, Li Feilong. "Damn, I thought you'd hide in the mountains forever. Finally, I've caught up with you." Li Feilong, what do you want? Wu Ruhan asked angrily. I don't want anything, just need to let off some steam. A month ago, he backed down in front of Lu Wenzong and had been preparing ever since. Now, he felt like it was finally time to step on Lu Wenzong's pride and crush it beneath his feet. Classmates nearby tried to intervene, but Li Feilong had made up his mind. He completely ignored their attempts to persuade him. Lu Wenzong waved his hand to stop the other students from criticizing Li Feilong and smiled, saying, Thank you all for your support, but I'll handle this myself. Hey, what was your name again? Oh, Li Feilong. Let's go find a quiet place to have a proper chat, Lu Wenzong said to Li Feilong. Don't. Wu Ruhan quickly stopped Lu Wenzong. All right, Ruhan, you come with me. Everyone, go about your business. Finding jobs isn't easy, Lu Wenzong told the classmates around them. The classmates weren't willing to leave. Regardless of how well they got along with Lu Wenzong, they were still in the same class, and leaving at this moment would make it hard to save face. However, Lu Wenzong left with Wu Ruhan first, Li Feilong following closely behind with several others. The classmates had no choice but to leave one by one. After all, it's better to stay out of trouble if possible. If something happened on the spot, they wouldn't be able to not help. But Lu Wenzong really didn't need their assistance, so they were willing to leave. Lu Wenzong walked ahead with Wu Ruhan until they stepped out of the school gate and turned toward the nearby snack street. The snack street was lively, but there was also a narrow alley there full of motels and hotels, relatively quiet. Walking into the alley, Lu Wenzong stopped, turning to face Li Feilong. What's your name again, Li something? Let's get down to business. Lu Wenzong smiled. Ruhan, step aside, don't let blood get on you. After finishing his sentence, Li Feilong pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket. Behind him, the four young men all took out iron bars. For today, Li Feilong had prepared for a long time. Ever since Li Feilong retreated to his hometown, he had been waiting for graduation day. As soon as Lu Wenzong showed up at school today, Li Feilong received the news and brought people over immediately to block him. Li Feilong, I won't let you harm Lu Wenzong. Come after me instead. Wu Ruhan stretched out both her hands to protect Lu Wenzong. How could Lu Wenzong allow a woman to protect him? Pushing Wu Ruhan behind him, Lu Wenzong said, Hurry up, I've got to rush home to farm. Li Feilong emitted a mocking laugh, saying harshly, I'm going to break your legs today, and then we'll see what ghostly farming you'll be doing. Chapter 27. The Life-Saving Journey of 1,000 Miles. Lu Wenzong gave him no chance to strike first, and kicked out immediately. Li Feilong hurriedly dodged, but didn't evade completely. Lu Wenzong delivered a powerful kick to his hip bone. Letting out a cry of pain, Li Feilong retaliated with a small knife. Four men behind him also swung their clubs and joined the fray. Lu Wenzong took out a small hoe, brandished it in the wind, and it instantly lengthened. Swinging the hoe, he never engaged them in close combat, using the long hoe to keep them at bay and deftly parry their attacks. After being enhanced by the divine water inside the small hoe, Lu Wenzong's physical capabilities were quite remarkable now. His agility was incredibly swift. He smashed the fruit knife from Li Feilong's hand and turned the hoe around, delivering a brutal blow to Li Feilong's head with the hoe handle. Struck on the head, Li Feilong swayed, and then a stream of blood flowed down his forehead as he fell directly to the ground. Lu Wenzong wasted no time swinging the hoe and sweeping the knees of the remaining four men, forcing them all to their knees. Naturally giving them no chance to resist, Lu Wenzong rapidly struck them all unconscious with the hoe handle. Wu Ruhan was stunned. When did Lu Wenzong become this combat capable? And where had that hoe come from? It seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Let's go, you clowns. I haven't even prepared much for a battle, Lu Wenzong said dismissively, taking a glance at the 5 people lying on the ground, then pulling Wu Ruhan away. They hadn't walked far when Wu Ruhan asked, What about your hoe? Just moments ago, she had seen it in Lu Wenzong's hand, but now it was gone. It's put away. Put away? Where? Hey, don't lift my shirt. Later please, that's my pants. Lu Wenzong quickly stopped her probing hands. Otherwise, she'd be getting into private territory. It's not that hoe. Wu Ruhan persisted, her inquisitive nature relentless, focusing only on the hoe. Lu Wenzong employed every skill of humor to evade, constantly stalling. By the time they returned to the school gate, there was no longer sight of their classmates. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Wu Ruhan said. Must do, TCH. Wu Ruhan rolled her eyes at him. Deciding to return to Wu Ruhan's dormitory for a rest, they had barely taken a few steps when Wu Ruhan's phone rang. She answered it, calling out Mom, and her face suddenly changed. When she hung up, tears already covered her face, and her body swayed as if she might fall over. Ruhan, what's wrong? What happened? Lu Wenzong steadied her arms carefully and asked gently. My dad is dying. Wu Ruhan finished speaking and could no longer suppress her inner sorrow, hugging Zhou Jun and bursting into tears. What's going on? Tell me details, Lu Wenzong consoled her. Holding Lu Wenzong tightly, Wu Ruhan sobbed as she explained. Originally, her father had been bedridden due to illness for years, practically staying in the hospital receiving treatment. Most of the household income came from her grandfather and grandmother's retirement wages. However, after both passed away one after another, the family couldn't even afford the medical expenses for her father anymore. Her mother could only work odd jobs while tending to her father, leaving the household struggling to make ends meet. Lu Wenzong finally understood why such a goddess like Wu Ruhan still needed to work part-time. She had an unfortunate family. Her mother had just called to inform her that her father, unable to endure any longer, intended to discontinue treatment. Her father's disease required constant medication to sustain life, stopping meant imminent death. Don't cry yet. We need to go back and convince your father to continue treatment, Lu Wenzong said. You don't understand, my father won't last 12 hours once we stop the treatment. It takes us at least a day and a night to get home, Wu Ruhan cried. We must leave. Hire a car directly instead of taking the train. Lu Wenzong said. Hire a car? Thousands of miles. Who would be willing to drive so far? If you pay well, someone will surely be willing. Hurry, let's find a car. Without hesitation, Lu Wenzong pulled Wu Ruhan into a taxi heading straight for the bus station. Long-distance vehicles are easier to find at the station than elsewhere in the city. At the station, Lu Wenzong asked many illegal drivers, but when they heard about running from Minghai City to the northwest for a round trip of over 4,000 miles, all shook their heads in refusal. Even offering 10,000 yuan couldn't entice anyone. They felt the trip was too long and unpredictable dangers could arise along the way. It would be pointless to make money only to lose one's life in the process. Almost all the cars at the station were asked, but not a single driver was willing to take this trip. Lu Wenzong was getting discouraged, and he pulled Wu Ruhan to sit aside for a rest. Despite his urgent mood, holding Wu Ruhan's hand felt rather pleasant. Wenzong, I'll call my mom and tell her that dad must keep receiving treatment until I return. Let's buy tickets anyway, Wu Ruhan said. Whatever happens, it's still worth giving it a try. Wu Ruhan made the call, but after a long conversation, it turned out to be completely useless. Her father had made his decision, and so did her mother. They were almost in agreement. Though Wu Ruhan's mother was crying uncontrollably, seeing her husband suffering such prolonged pain, she also wished to help him find peace. My mom says, Dad has made his final decision. He doesn't want to live in agony any longer. He wants to be set free, Wu Ruhan explained. What exactly is wrong with your father? When Dad was young, he worked in a cement factory. Because of the working environment, his lungs were severely damaged. Later, after being treated in the hospital, he seemed to recover fairly well, but his body condition grew worse day by day, and the hospital could never find out the specific reason. Then, father's body became weaker and weaker. Every day, he had to rely on glucose to maintain the energy of his body. His whole body not only ached and itched, but he also had no strength whatsoever. It's some strange illness again, Lu Wenzong sighed. Strange illness? Yes, indeed, it is a strange illness. Over these years, we've been to all the well-known hospitals across the country and visited many old Chinese medicine practitioners, yet they still couldn't determine the cause. Whenever the glucose drip stops, Dad feels completely powerless, unable even to swallow. Of course, he cannot eat or drink, and he can't even go to the bathroom. Perhaps I have a way, but we need to hurry and find a car back home, Lu Wenzong said. What? You have a way? Wu Ruhan looked back at Lu Wenzong, disbelievingly. Certainly. Lu Wenzong confidently spoke, recounting xiuxian's situation. Upon hearing it, Wu Ruhan was ecstatic and, despite her fatigue, pulled Lu Wenzong to search for a car to take them home again. Having failed at the bus station, they went to the train station next. Eventually, through perseverance, they found an out-of-town car from a certain city in the northwest willing to give them a ride on their way back, costing 10,000 yuan. They paid no attention to how exorbitant the price was, sitting in the car and urging the driver to speed up. Chapter 28. There are always people who love to kick a man when he's down. The car raced on without cease, stopping only for eating and using the restroom. After 20 hours of long-distance driving, they finally arrived at the neighboring city where Wu Ruhan's hometown was located. Lu Wenzong prepared to give the driver an extra 1,000 yuan so that he could drive them all the way home, but the driver absolutely refused as he had already been very tired from driving such a long distance. With no choice, the two took another taxi. Fortunately, the journey was much shorter this time, and many drivers were willing to take the business. After another 3 hours of travel, they finally arrived in Wu Ruhan's hometown, the city closest to the Great Prairie, named Mingsha City. Mingsha City is a prefecture-level city with a slightly backward economy. Compared to Linhai City, Mingsha isn't even as good as one of Linhai's subordinate counties. The air here was somewhat dry, and although the city was continuously under construction, it always gave off a faint dusty color. When they got out of the car, Wu Ruhan looked up at several gray tube-style buildings in the distance and stopped, turning to Lu Wenzong and asking, "Could you fulfill a really mundane request for me?" "Sure, ask away. If there's no way to save my father's life, I want you to send him off as my boyfriend," Wu Ruhan said solemnly. "Don't worry, with me here, even King Yen can be driven away," Lu Wenzong replied confidently. "No, what if? No problem. It doesn't matter whether it's fake or real. I wouldn't care." Lu Wenzong laughed. "Well then, let's go." Wu Ruhan's family lived in an old tube-style building, which had been passed down from her grandparents. Following the dim staircase up to the third floor, Wu Ruhan knocked on the first door. The sound of the security door rattling indicated its age. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with wrinkles on her face and an appearance of exhaustion. This was Wu Ruhan's mother, the once beautiful and intelligent Ms. Xiaoyun, as Wu Ruhan described her. "Mom," Wu Ruhan called out, unable to hold back her tears. "Ruhan," Xiaoyun called out excitedly, quickly pulling Ruhan inside. "Mom, did Dad stop taking his medicine?" Wu Ruhan asked anxiously. "Stopped," Xiaoyun said just 2 words and then didn't continue, merely pulling Wu Ruhan silently towards the inner room. "Mom, we mustn't stop the medication, my boyfriend has a way," Wu Ruhan said urgently. Only now did Xiaoyun notice Lu Wenzong. Her attention had been entirely on her daughter earlier, genuinely not noticing the Lu Wenzong behind Wu Ruhan. "Auntie, hello, I'm Lu Wenzong, Ruhan's girlfriend." "Oh no, boyfriend," Lu Wenzong greeted. "Hello, does Ruhan say you have a way?" Xiaoyun looked completely disbelieving. Lu Wenzong was so young. How could he possibly have a way? So many famous hospitals across the country, and so many renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners had failed. How could she believe that a young man would claim to have a solution? Auntie, maybe you can't believe me, but I really do have a way. Let me go in and take a look at Uncle, Lu Wenzong said. Xiuxian gazed deeply at Lu Wenzong, saying nothing. Clearly, she still didn't believe him. The three of them walked into the inner room, where Wu Ruhan hastily rushed to the bedside, embracing her father's emaciated body. Although Lu Wenzong couldn't diagnose exactly what disease Wu Ruhan's father was suffering from, he had the divine water provided by Xiaoqiu. Regardless of any complex ailment, once the divine water came into play, no illness would stand a chance. Wu Ruhan's father, Wu Zhihua, had already fallen into a coma, unconscious despite his daughter's return. Seeing Wu Ruhan crying uncontrollably, Xiaoyun, who had already cried enough, began wiping away tears again. Watching this family sink into sorrow, Lu Wenzong found it difficult to find the right moment to step in. But seeing less and less vitality in Wu Zhihua, Lu Wenzong knew he needed to intervene. Before he could say anything, however, a knock on the door suddenly resounded. After Xiaoyun opened it, more than a dozen people rapidly filled the room. Men, women, elders, and youths alike. Introductions revealed these were Wu Ruhan's relatives, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, and siblings-in-law. At the sight of a strange man in the house, everyone turned their curious eyes toward him. After checking Wu Zhihua's condition, they gathered together to discuss the arrangements for after his passing. Lu Wenzong couldn't wait any longer and spoke up. Auntie, Ruhan, please don't be so hasty with your grief. I have a way to cure Uncle's illness. Hearing Lu Wenzong's words, Wu Ruhan ceased her crying, grabbing Lu Wenzong and urging him. Wenzong, hurry and treat Dad, quick, quick. Being pulled to the bedside, Lu Wenzong was just about to pretend to take Wu Zhihua's pulse when Xiaoyun spoke up. Forget it. Your dad has already lost the will to live, so why put him through any more torment? After Xiaoyun finished speaking, the relatives of Wu Ruhan also voiced their agreement, especially Wu Ruhan's aunt by marriage, who raised her voice loud and clear. Ruhan, hasn't your father suffered enough over these years? Perhaps release is a kind of happiness. Besides, with so many doctors unable to cure his illness, does this young man really have the ability? Once Wu Ruhan's aunt finished her speech, the other relatives chimed in one by one, casting serious doubt on Lu Wenzong's abilities. He really has a way. Seeing that no one believed in Lu Wenzong, Wu Ruhan hurriedly tried to defend him. Ruhan, stop being irrational. You want to cure your dad's illness, don't I as well? But you've seen for yourself. All these years there hasn't been a glimmer of hope. Every day, your father has endured pain from his illness. Let us allow him to pass away in peace, all right? Xiaoyun cried while saying this. As a wife, she naturally didn't want her husband to leave like this. However, seeing her husband endure such suffering made her not wish for him to continue suffering. Though dying peacefully may not be as desirable as living miserably, such a life brought nothing but endless pain to her husband. Yes, Ruhan, let your father go peacefully. Other relatives also chimed in to offer advice. Lu Wenzong couldn't help but speak up. If Uncle genuinely wants relief, then letting me give it a try shouldn't matter much. Even if it isn't successful, his passing would be peaceful, allowing all of us some sense of comfort. If we just abandon him like this, wouldn't our hearts feel regretful? Lu Wenzong's words left everyone silent in the room. After several minutes of silence, a voice broke the quietness. Who exactly do you think you are? Our family's business requires your intervention? You desire him to survive. Do you even know how much money he spends each day to stay alive? Do you realize he owes us 10,000 yuan? If he continues to live, where will they find the money to repay the debt? Lu Wenzong turned around to look, discovering the speaker was Wu Ruhan's cousin from her aunt's side, Han Wenjin, around 25 or 6 years old. At the moment, his face displayed absolutely no concern for the patient, only full of annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? Have we said we won't pay back? Wu Ruhan angrily shouted. Pay back? With what? Are you relying on your less than 2,000 yuan monthly salary since graduating? Or counting on your dad's frail body? Han Wenjin replied contemptuously. I'll pay back, Lu Wenzong said firmly. You'll pay back? Bring out the money. Han Wenjin held out his hand. Chapter 29, Saving the Beauty's Father. Lu Wenzong took out his wallet, pulled out a bank card and handed it to Xiaoyun, saying, Annie, take this card to the bank to transfer money. The password is 251432. No, how can I let you pay off debts? Wenjin, we will repay the money we owe you, guaranteed not to shortchange you 1 cent, Xiaoyun said. Annie, I'm Ruhan's boyfriend. Maybe in the future I will have to call you mom. So what are we being formal about? If you feel embarrassed, then consider this as the engagement gift. However, the most pressing matter now is to treat Uncle. All right, go ahead. I'll go prepare the medicine. After Lu Wenzong finished speaking, he left the inner room for the kitchen without waiting for them to respond. After Lu Wenzong left, the people inside were at a loss. Wu Ruhan didn't say anything. She knew that what Lu Wenzong had just said wasn't true. But at this moment, she hoped her mother really believed it. Repay the money owed to Han Wenjin first. Wu Ruhan didn't want to see the shameless Han Wenjin linger here any longer. Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment, sighed in the end, and stood up with the card in hand. Wenjin, come along to withdraw the money. Han Wenjin glanced at the crowd in the room and went out with Aunt Wu Ruhan. Other relatives inside also realized clearly, once they stepped outside, their relationship would be severed forever. In the kitchen, he took out a small hoe, from which he extracted half a bowl of divine water. However, Wu Zhihua did not need this much. Half a bowl was not only enough to save his life, but could also help improve his physical condition. it was already quite effective. Lu Wenzong thought it shouldn't be wasted, so he poured a little into a glass, intending to reserve it for Wu Ruhan to drink. Holding a small semi-transparent bowl of clear water, Lu Wenzong returned to the inner room. Ruhan, please help support your uncle. Following Lu Wenzong's instruction, Wu Ruhan helped lift her father's body. Lu Wenzong walked over and held Wu Jihua's chin, applying a bit of force, and thus Wu Jihua's mouth opened. Lu Wenzong placed the bowl near him and initially attempted to send a small amount of liquid into his mouth. He was worried Wu Jihua might lack the strength to swallow. Indeed, all the water remained stagnant in his mouth without being swallowed. How do I make him swallow? Lu Wenzong muttered to himself. I know how to handle it, Wu Ruhan replied after finishing her words. She asked her aunt to hold Wu Jihua while she herself ran out. When she came back, she held a flexible tube. This was used by my mom when my father couldn't swallow food before. That's perfect, Lu Wenzong nodded in agreement. Together, Wu Ruhan and her aunt inserted the soft tube into Wu Jihua's esophagus and attached a plastic funnel to the other end of the tube. Lu Wenzong poured the divine water from the bowl into the funnel, allowing the divine water to slowly flow through the tube into Wu Jihua's body. Alright, there should be an effect very soon, Lu Wenzong sighed with relief. The divine water having been consumed, Wu Jihua's life was saved. Not only that, his body was going to get healthier and stronger, turning into a robust individual. Really? Wu Ruhan asked. At most 5 minutes, Lu Wenzong said. 5 minutes later, the unconscious Wu Jihua finally began showing signs of movement. He slowly opened his eyes, dazedly looking around the room. Dad, you're awake. Wu Ruhan exclaimed with joy as she bent down, hugging Wu Jihua tightly, tears streaming down her face. Ruhan, did you give me glucose drip? Wu Jihua questioned. No. Then why am I awake? Didn't they say they stopped giving me medication? Wu Jihua stated. Uncle, you'll be conscious henceforth, Lu Wenzong grinned. You're? Wu Jihua questioned perplexed. I'm Ruhan's boyfriend. My name is Lu Wenzong. Hello. Sorry for not treating you properly. Please don't mind. Wu Jihua struggled to produce a faint smile. Don't worry about it, uncle. You rest well. After you sleep and wake up, you'll feel like your life has just begun anew. Lu Wenzong smiled. Oh, I was prepared. Why pull me back again? Wu Jihua sighed. Dad, Wenzong says there won't be issues with your health anymore, Wu Ruhan said. Stupid girl. Don't you know the situation I'm in? Wu Jihua reached out to touch Wu Ruhan's cheek gently. Yet, after just caressing his daughter's cheeks, his expression changed suddenly. My hand moved so easily. Wu Jihua quickly tried lifting the other hand, and discovered it too could move freely. Why am I feeling such strength? Wu Jihua, for the first time, felt there was substantial energy within him. Raising his arms, curling his legs, every motion felt effortless. Pushing himself up with both hands, he sat upright on his own. Dad, you actually managed to sit up by yourself? Wu Ruhan was astonished beyond measure. Everyone in the room also gaped in surprise. It had been years since Wu Jihua was able to sit up on his own. In these years, without help, he couldn't even lift his own hand, let alone sitting up by himself. However, after drinking half a bowl of medicinal water from Lu Wenzong, within just minutes, he managed to sit up all by himself. It was truly miraculous. At this point, everyone looked at Lu Wenzong with changed eyes, now burning with immense fervor. If someone could cure such a bizarre disease, they must maintain good relations with him. Sickness is inevitable in life, and if you get sick and have someone like Lu Wenzong around, isn't that like having an extra life-saving resource? Wu Jihua himself could hardly believe it, moving every part of his body that could move, searching for the feeling of health he used to have. Wenzong, thank you. You're amazing. Wu Ruhan rushed forward and hugged Lu Wenzong tightly, giving him a kiss right on the lips, not on the cheek. Lu Wenzong smiled, touched his lips, and recalled the softness of the moment just then. It was rather delightful. Apart from Aunt Wu Ruhan, who had already left, and Han Wenjin, the other relatives inside crowded around, asking questions about what kind of medicine Lu Wenzong used that was so effective. Of course, Lu Wenzong once again chuckled and pulled out the old trick of citing a mysterious traditional Chinese medicine doctor as his excuse. 10 minutes later, Wu Jihua was already able to get out of bed and walk. Although still physically weak and emaciated, his spirit improved significantly. When Xiuxian came in, she simply could not believe the scene before her eyes. The man who had been lying in bed for over a decade, and who seemed close to death, had now stood up and was walking around the room, with much more energy than expected. This was almost too unbelievable. She hurried forward, embraced Wu Jihua tightly, and began sobbing uncontrollably, pouring out all the sadness and grief of many years. Under Wu Ruhan's persuasion, after sobbing for 15 minutes, Xiuxian finally calmed down. As her heart began to ease, Xiuxian's mood slowly started improving. The family gradually emerged from their sorrow and began rejoicing over Wu Jihua's recovery. On Lu Wenzong's suggestion, the whole family went to a hotel for a big feast to celebrate Wu Jihua's liberation from the hospital bed and the start of his new life. Chapter 30. Did you carry me to bed? After dinner, relatives bid farewell and left one after another. Wu Ruhan's family then took a taxi back home. When they returned, Xiuxian realized that there was no spare room for Lu Wenzong to stay in. I'll sleep on the sofa, Lu Wenzong offered voluntarily. You sleep in my room, I'll take the sofa. Wu Ruhan also gave way humbly. Despite the insistence of Xiuxian and Wu Jihua, it was finally decided that Wu Ruhan would sleep on the sofa while Lu Wenzong stayed in Wu Ruhan's room. Due to his lack of energy, Wu Jihua soon got tired after a short chat when he returned. Xiuxian accompanied Wu Jihua to rest, leaving only Wu Ruhan and Lu Wenzong in the living room. Well, you should take a shower and rest first, Wu Ruhan said somewhat awkwardly. Or you go first. I'll play with my phone for a while. Lu Wenzong laughed. That's fine. Wu Ruhan walked into her own room, grabbed a set of pajamas, and went to the restroom. It was half an hour before she emerged. Lu Wenzong looked up and immediately became entranced by her appearance in a pink long skirt sleeping gown, her damp hair casually draped over both shoulders. She appeared both beautiful and fresh, incredibly lovely. Haven't you ever seen anyone? Wu Ruhan smiled coyly upon seeing Lu Wenzong staring at her. I've really never seen you right out of the shower before. Ruhan, you're truly beautiful. Lu Wenzong sincerely praised from his heart. Stop teasing me. It's your turn to shower. Lu Wenzong finished his shower in record time, less than 10 minutes. Originally wanting to just wear shorts, he remembered he was a guest, so he eventually came out properly dressed. I forgot to give you a change of clothes. Maybe you could wear my pajamas. Wu Ruhan smiled, seeing Lu Wenzong's outfit. Not necessary. Don't want to ruin your fragrant pajamas. All right. Then you rest well. Wu Ruhan lay down on the sofa and covered herself with a red blanket. Good night. Lu Wenzong moved towards Wu Ruhan's room, but before entering, he stepped back and asked her, what if we sleep together? In your dreams, Wu Ruhan laughed. What about I stay with you here? Go sleep. Wu Ruhan threw a pillow at him. Lu Wenzong caught the pillow and cheerfully entered Wu Ruhan's bedroom. Her room was simple, consisting of a bed, desk, cabinet, celebrity posters and anime pictures on the wall, nothing more. Sitting on the soft bed, Lu Wenzong pulled over the blanket and smelled it with a strong sniff. He had never slept on a girl's bed until now. Taking off his clothes and lying down, Lu Wenzong naturally fantasized about Wu Ruhan sneaking into his bed in the middle of the night, followed by. He chuckled to himself. His feelings for Wu Ruhan were a bit complex. During their 4 years in university, starting from when he met Wu Ruhan, he existed as a male best friend. To say that he hadn't thought about something happening between them would be a little hypocritical. However, even back then, he knew there was a gap between him and Wu Ruhan. Since Wu Ruhan was simply too beautiful, her beauty made ordinary men feel inadequate in front of her. After a lot of rumination, Lu Wenzong wasn't sure when he fell asleep. When he woke up again, he saw that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The event he fantasized about where Wu Ruhan would walk in did not happen, and he felt a slight tinge of disappointment. He got up, opened the door, and peeked at Wu Ruhan, who was still on the couch, only to find that the young lady had fallen asleep on the floor. The width of the sofa was limited. It was easy to roll off while sleeping. Shaking his head, Lu Wenzong approached, bent over, and picked Wu Ruhan up. Still half asleep, Wu Ruhan seemed to sense someone holding her and instinctively wrapped her arms around Lu Wenzong's neck. Carrying her gently, Lu Wenzong discovered how light she was. Normally, Wu Ruhan didn't look particularly petite, yet how come she weighed so little? He carried Wu Ruhan into her room and carefully laid her down on the bed. After covering her with a light blanket, Lu Wenzong lay horizontally near the bedhead and quickly drifted off to sleep peacefully. He didn't know how long he had been sleeping until an itchy nose prompted him to sneeze. As he opened his eyes, he found a pair of stunning faces just inches away. Wu Ruhan was holding a strand of hair and smiling mischievously at him. Did you carry me into the room last night? Wu Ruhan asked. You can't just sleep on the floor, can you? Besides, you are my girlfriend now, Lu Wenzong said while inadvertently reaching out to touch Wu Ruhan's tender face. Startled, Wu Ruhan wanted to avoid Lu Wenzong's hand but did not move, instead brushing her cheek against his palm softly. Who is your girlfriend? Don't pretend. Wu Ruhan awoke, lightly swatting Lu Wenzong's hand away. Haha, even if you agree, I wouldn't do it, Lu Wenzong also said with a smile. That's what you say? Time to get up. After Wu Ruhan spoke her catchphrase, she proceeded to lift the blanket. Are you blind? Lu Wenzong was shocked and quickly covered his vital parts. Man, mornings can be dangerous. Just like that, he would have been exposed. Though Lu Wenzong reacted quickly, Wu Ruhan had already caught a glimpse of something rather unflattering. Her face turned red as she spat at Lu Wenzong and quickly turned away. Lu Wenzong hastily got up and started dressing himself, and once his focus shifted, the little fellow softened pretty soon. By the time he finished dressing, the little one was perfectly compliant. Once dressed, Lu Wenzong stepped out first, giving Wu Ruhan room to change. Upon arriving at the living room, Xiuxian was already up, busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Lu Wenzong greeted Xiuxian and then went to wash up. About 15 minutes later, Wu Ruhan came out. After washing up, she helped Xiuxian prepare breakfast. Half an hour later, the door opened, and Wu Zhihua walked in smiling broadly. First morning exercise session, felt great. Wu Zhihua announced loudly. Uncle went for morning exercise. Lu Wenzong chimed in. Yes. Wenzong, how come you're up so early? You should have slept in more. Wu Zhihua moved closer and sat beside Lu Wenzong. I woke up. How are you feeling, uncle? Fantastic. Feeling energetic, spirit refreshed. Wenzong, you're too talented, I don't know how to thank you. Uncle has already said this many times last night. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Right, family. Isn't my Ruhan beautiful? Wu Zhihua asked with a grin. Beautiful. You must treat my Ruhan well. The girl hasn't had much good fortune growing up. Wu Zhihua suddenly became melancholic. So, before breakfast was served, Wu Zhihua chattered on endlessly to Lu Wenzong about things from their past. After breakfast, Lu Wenzong acted professionally while examining Wu Zhihua's condition and concluded that Wu Zhihua had completely recovered. Now both Wu Ruhan and Xiaoyun felt entirely reassured. Chapter 31, Bringing a Beauty Home. After learning that his body was fully recovered, Wu Zhihua was extremely delighted. He was very satisfied with Lu Wenzong and had already regarded him as a son-in-law. At 10 in the morning, the relatives came again, bringing a lot of things. What surprised Lu Wenzong was that among these things there was actually a portion belonging to him. Hey, you're here to see Uncle. What does buying me something mean? If anything, it should be me buying for you. Aunt Wu Ruhan spoke up. Wenzong, we're just thanking you for curing Jihua's illness. It's my duty. There's no need to be so polite. It's necessary. Ruhan, accept the gift on behalf of Wenzong. Aunt Ruhan said. Aunt Wu Ruhan didn't hesitate. She took everything that belonged to Lu Wenzong and put it in her room. At noon, Aunt Wu Ruhan invited everyone to have a meal at a restaurant. Seeing that there were no longer any problems with her father's health, Wu Ruhan prepared to go back to work. After discussing, they bought tickets for the evening sleeper train. Lu Wenzong didn't take the things his relatives bought for him. Accepting their goodwill was enough. If he really brought them along, that would not be too proper. However, Wu Jihua and Xiuxian insisted that each of them carry a box of milk with them. They arrived at the Mingsha City train station and waited more than half an hour before checking tickets and boarding. Since they had sleeper tickets, the journey was relatively comfortable. After returning to Linhai City, Wu Ruhan hurried off to work while Lu Wenzong also prepared to return home. But before he set out, Wu Ruhan returned looking angry. What's wrong? Didn't you say you went to work? To hell with working. The hospital said I didn't follow the procedures for my leave application, which means I've been fired. Wu Ruhan angrily said. Fired? This is a joke, right? Lu Wenzong asked, confused. I'm still in my probationary period. It can't be that simple. You're right. The director of our department has hinted at me many times. This time, he thought using this excuse would make me give in. Well, then being fired could be considered lucky. What should I do now? I need to find another job. Wu Ruhan lay down on her dorm bed in frustration, showing full fatigue. There was no physical exhaustion. Rather, the emotional toll from dealing with office politics felt even worse. Where there's a will, there's a way. Don't worry about it. Lu Wenzong consoled. Oh right. Haven't you mentioned that you've become some kind of agricultural company owner? Why don't you hire me? Wu Ruhan suddenly sat up and suggested. Hiring you is fine. But my company is only an empty shell now. Besides, aren't you giving up on being a doctor? Why not? Working under you. I'd be doing fine, Wu Ruhan grinned. That's true, you're my girlfriend. Seriously though, let me help you get the company organized. Wu Ruhan was quite confident about herself. You say that, and I am actually starting to look forward. It's settled then. Come on, let's go home. Lu Wenzong laughed. Wu Ruhan packed her luggage and truly followed Lu Wenzong onto the far-off train. However, when she boarded the bus heading towards the small town where Lu Wenzong lived, doubts started creeping into her mind. Was her decision right? Did following Lu Wenzong into agriculture really have a future? As the bus ended its journey in Luqing, Wu Ruhan got on the motorcycle with Lu Wenzong. The bumpy ride tested Wu Ruhan's rear end rigorously. Although the cushion wasn't bad, the road was atrociously uneven. Most people who don't often ride this road dare not attempt it. When they finally reached the destination, Wu Ruhan instantly fell in love with the place. Nestled within the valley, surrounded by lush green crops, terraced fields stretched out layer after layer, appearing beautiful beyond words. Where's your base of operations? Following Lu Wenzong downhill, just steps away stood rows of houses with white walls and red tiles, creating a picturesque scene. See over there? That little mountain shaped like a dragon. It's my base. Yes, I can't wait to check it out. No rush. Let's go home first and have some food. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong bring back such a beautiful young woman, his parents were overjoyed. Even though Lu Wenzong didn't say that this beautiful young woman named Wu Ruhan was his girlfriend, both elders already treated Wu Ruhan as their future daughter-in-law. The scale of their reception made even Lu Wenzong feel a little envious. After dinner, Wu Ruhan followed Lu Wenzong up Little Dragon Mountain. On reaching the top, they found that Xiuxian was not inside. His mother had just mentioned earlier that Xiuxian was usually around every day. Could she have gone home? In front of the wooden house, there were already piles of bricks and new tiles ready for building. With materials prepared, they could start constructing the house soon. However, because Lu Wenzong had paid off a debt of 10,000 yuan for Wu Ruhan's family, his funds were now severely insufficient. Fortunately, the second batch of roses was about to bloom, which would soon restore his cash flow. Lu Wenzong let Wu Ruhan stay in Xiuxian's room. After tidying up their luggage, he took Wu Ruhan to see the fields. The medicinal herb area, fruit tree zone, and the rose flower zone under the fruit trees all brought pleasant surprises to Wu Ruhan. Lu Wenzong carefully estimated that the growth cycle of the roses was approximately half a month, while the herbs needed 1.5 months, and the fruit trees would likely take a year. It seemed that the fruit trees' returns were a bit slow, but once the fruits matured, the benefits should be quite decent as well. After finishing the tour of Lu Wenzong's farmland, they returned to the wooden house, and Wu Ruhan started drafting a business plan for the company. First, they needed an office location. Second, staff members were required. Finally, sales channels must be established. This was just a general outline. The specific tasks were sure to be complicated and numerous. At present, the most urgent thing was to secure an office location and then establish the basic structure of the company. Before dinner, Xiuxian returned to Little Dragon Mountain. She was now completely healthy but preferred living on the mountain, showing no intention of leaving anytime soon. However, Lu Wenzong did not intend to drive her away either since Xiuxian could help him cook and also assist with the fields. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wu Ruhan and Xiuxian quickly became familiar with each other. One was innocent and adorable, the other beautiful and straightforward. In just one dinner's time, the two women became close friends, making Lu Wenzong feel rather embarrassed. He had taken 2 or 3 years to get acquainted with Wu Ruhan. People really did differ greatly. Wu Ruhan soon came up with an idea to recruit Xiuxian into the company. She appointed herself as the general manager, designated Xiuxian as the assistant, and decided that Lu Wenzong would just serve as a hands-off boss. Xiuxian gladly accepted Wu Ruhan's arrangement. The next morning, the two women hung a sign outside their rooms labeling it as the company's office. They divided the bedroom into two sections using curtains, turning the outer part into an office space. Chapter 32. Another function of the little hoe. The two were busy with the company's affairs, looking quite serious, and eventually made Lu Wenzong feel a bit embarrassed to be idle. He went to the county town, bought 3 sets of office desks and chairs and some office equipment, including 3 computers, a printer, and file folders. After 2 days of hard work by the 3 of them, a small office was set up in a presentable manner. Wu Ruhan printed out many recruitment notices. Lu Wenzong, riding his motorcycle, posted them in villages within 10 or 8 miles, preparing to recruit a few market salespeople. After the rose harvest was done, these people could be put to good use. Mo Chunlan wouldn't be able to handle all of his roses, so he had to explore more markets. After all, this time he planted even more roses, estimating close to 40 or 50 million blooms. Other people worried about flowers wilting due to wind and rain or dying, but the roses grown by Lu Wenzong were vibrant and fresh. Not only did none of them die, but they also showed no fear towards wind or rain. Lu Wenzong had less than 50,000 yuan left in his account, and this money would be needed to buy more seeds. On Xiaolong Mountain, there were still at least dozens of acres covered with lush wild grasses. Lu Wenzong regretted a little since after using the little hoe to turn over the land, he hadn't planted crops, allowing those empty lands to become a paradise for wild grass. Upon hearing that Lu Wenzong established a company and was hiring, young men and women from nearby villages flocked to him. Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan were startled when they opened the door early in the morning to see more than 30 young people waiting outside. Wu Ruhan was enthusiastic and immediately began the recruitment interview process. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong shed the last of his worries, once again going to the county town to buy seeds, intending to plant on the remaining land. The weather was getting hotter, which was perfect for planting. However, just as he arrived in the county town, he received a call from Sanling City. The fruit tree seedlings of foreign varieties he ordered last time had arrived, and the boss asked if he should go and pick them up or have them mailed. Lu Wenzong chose to have them mailed and transferred the remaining money to the bank. After purchasing the seeds, he boarded the bus to return. There weren't many passengers today, less than 10 scattered sparsely inside the bus. The driver and the conductor looked somewhat frustrated, continuously calling for passengers, but with the departure time nearing, they managed to get one more person on board. The passengers in the car urged the driver to depart quickly, yet the conductor continued enthusiastically trying to attract more passengers, showing no signs of readiness to leave. The passengers grew increasingly dissatisfied, constantly urging them. The driver and conductor paid no attention. Some ill-tempered men began cursing, rude words coming one after another. Lu Wenzong remained silent, sitting in his seat and checking the herbal medicine prices on his phone. Ignoring the commotion around him, after some time, he felt more people board the bus. As the light dimmed beside him, a man around 40 years old sat next to him. Turning his head, Lu Wenzong saw a middle-aged man smiling warmly who nodded at him upon noticing his gaze. Lu Wenzong returned the nod and lowered his head to continue reading. The bus finally started moving slowly towards the outskirts of the county town. Are you planning to grow Chinese medicinal herbs? That's actually not a bad idea, the middle-aged man suddenly said. Lu Wenzong looked up, smiled, and replied, I've already started planting them. I'll soon have my first harvest. Good job. You don't look like a farmer, rather more like a college student, the middle-aged man said. You're right. I've just graduated, but instead of finding a job in the city, I came back home to farm. Wow, that's tough, the middle-aged man admired. There are 360 professions, each producing outstanding individuals. Just because farming doesn't mean we can't become rich, Lu Wenzong explained. The mind of a college-educated youth is indeed open-minded. Well done. By the way, how many acres have you planted? I rented a small mountain and have developed about 100 mu so far. I will visit sometime when I'm free. The middle-aged man laughed. Looking forward to it, Lu Wenzong responded with a smile. Subsequently, he stopped looking at his phone and chatted with the middle-aged man. They discussed ideas on cultivating economic crops during the entire journey. Lu Wenzong was surprised by the man's knowledge of agriculture, but when asked, he simply said that he didn't farm but worked in the town government. When he returned home, Wu Ruhan had completed her recruitment. She hired 6 salespersons, all young women. Wenzong, the office space isn't enough. Should we build a new house? Wu Ruhan voiced her current difficulty, the lack of an office space. The work of a salesperson involves going out to contact buyers, so they might not need an office location for now. But these girls are from farming households. It may be hard for them to adapt without some training, Lu Wenzong said. I know that. I've already tidied up your room to use as a training classroom, Wu Ruhan smiled. Then where am I supposed to sleep? Should I crowd in with you guys? That's possible, unless Yin doesn't agree, Wu Ruhan laughed. Ruhan, what are you talking about? Xiuxian turned shy. She was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl, easily embarrassed even by playful words. After dinner, the two girls wrote their work plan at the computer while Lu Wenzong was busy directing the little hoe to cultivate the land. Sitting at the edge of the field, he watched the little hoe work hard on the land, with the little fairy quietly standing on it. Her flowing celestial robes made her appear very beautiful. Hey little fairy, why don't we chat? Lu Wenzong smiled. Sure. What about? Anything. How about you tell me something about heaven? I don't know anything about heaven. But you're really dumb, commuting back and forth every day without feeling tired. Aren't you seriously wasting my ability? Said the little fairy. What? What do you mean? I can fly, and I can take you flying. The little fairy rolled her eyes at Lu Wenzong with disappointment. You could have told me earlier. You never asked, and you never let me explain. Seeing Lu Wenzong's perplexed face, the little fairy finally showed a hint of a smile. But, with your current physical condition, the speed won't be fast if the little hoe were used for flying. I drink divine water every day. I only felt its effect the first time, but nothing afterwards, Lu Wenzong said. Your body is already at the limit of a human being. Accumulating more would allow you to take the first step towards evolving into a celestial body. First step? Not directly into a celestial body. A celestial body isn't achieved all at once. It's formed through numerous trials and tribulations. You've taken a shortcut, merely being gradually transformed through divine water. Naturally, you cannot directly become a celestial being. Alright, seems like there's still a long way to go. Chapter 33, Going to Find a Woman. After Little Fairy had finished plowing the land, Lu Wenzong put away the little hoe and rested. As for the large amount of uncultivated land left, they could work on it slowly later. The next morning, Lu Wenzong was woken up by Wu Ruhan. She wanted to use Lu Wenzong's room to train the new employees. Although she had never been a salesperson herself, she had seen, heard, and learned about the job. Combined with the pile of materials she looked up last night, she felt qualified enough to train this group of newcomers. With nothing to do, Lu Wenzong wandered around the fields. When he returned home, Yinner had already prepared lunch. After eating a bit of breakfast, Wu Ruhan continued to enthusiastically train her new employees. Lu Wenzong, on the other hand, started pondering the house construction plan. Just as he was about to head to town to contact a construction team, his nephew Damon arrived. Uncle, have you eaten yet? Already? Aren't you going to school? I'm waiting for you to give me some medicine. Saying this, Damon sat next to Lu Wenzong. Oh right, I almost forgot. Wait a moment, I'll go prepare it for you immediately. With that, Lu Wenzong stood up and walked back into the kitchen. Lu Wenzong poured half a bowl of miraculous water from the kitchen and handed it to Damon. Damon looked at the clear, cool water in the bowl with suspicion. Wasn't medicine supposed to be colored or bitter? Why did Uncle's medicine look just like plain water? What are you looking at? Don't you trust your uncle? Drink it down, there won't be any problem. Moreover, your uncle guarantees that drinking this half a bowl of water will prevent any colds, fevers, or diarrhea from bothering you. Lu Wenzong laughed. So powerful. Of course. Drink. Okay. Damon finished it off in a few gulps, smacking his lips afterward. There wasn't much taste at all. After drinking the miraculous water, Damon played on the mountain for half a day, ate lunch, and then went home. In the afternoon, his mother came along with his second sister and little Dandan. They were planning to help Lu Wenzong manage the fields. However, after taking a walk through them, they found no grass or pests in the fields. There was no need for maintenance. Lu Wenzong had originally planned for his mother to come up to the mountain and cook for them, but now he decided to let his second sister do it. Once the company grew, the second sister could join the company. His mother was older, so she deserved to enjoy her life at home. However, the second sister, upon hearing Lu Wenzong's idea, couldn't bear to part with their family's few mu of farmland. Laughing, Lu Wenzong said, "Second sister, it doesn't really matter if you don't grow those few mu of land. If it can't be helped, I'll plant it for you. I'll give you 2,000 yuan per month first. Once there's more money, I'll increase your salary." 2,000? That's so much, the second sister asked in surprise. Not much, not much. Later, we might even offer 4 or 5,000, or even 10,000. But, isn't growing crops this profitable? Our family's few mu of land, once we subtract what we eat ourselves and pesticide costs, yields only around 4 or 5,000 each year, said the second sister. It's different. You'll understand gradually. But if we stop farming, would brother-in-law agree? What's there to disagree about? I'll help plant, and the benefits will belong to you. How's that? No, the harvest should be yours if you plant it. The second sister hesitantly agreed. Having arranged the logistics staff, there was still the issue of buying vegetables. Fortunately, in the countryside, even without going to the market, there are plenty of vegetables in the fields. But they couldn't eat greens every meal, so they needed meat as well. This brought another challenge of going down the mountain to buy meat. It seemed that setting up the company headquarters on the mountain was not entirely appropriate. However, currently, with limited funds, this arrangement had to suffice for the time being. In the afternoon, Lu Wenzong went down the mountain and contacted a construction team from the town, handing over all tasks to them. He didn't intend to build tall buildings. Instead, he planned to construct 20 bungalows along the hillside where the wooden house was located. By then, it should suffice for use. Based on local prices, these 20 rooms cost at least 3 or 40,000 yuan. In about a week, the roses could be sold, which would enable full-scale operation. For now, they could use the free time to level the land and lay the foundations. The construction team started work on the mountain the next day. A week later, the newly trained employees were dispatched by Wu Ruhan to find merchants interested in purchasing roses. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong stayed at home with his second sister, Wu Ruhan, and Su Yanner to pick flowers. Actually, they didn't need to work so hard. It was all just an act by Lu Wenzong. When everyone else had gone to rest at night, Lu Wenzong took his little hoe out to the fields. Within just 2 hours, all the roses were harvested. Just before dawn, he filled the magical hoe with 20,000 roses. Assisted by Little Fairy, he leisurely rode his magical hoe towards the destination. Little Fairy said that once they attained immortal bodies, riding the magical hoe would become significantly faster. Currently, however, its speed was roughly comparable to a train's. Nevertheless, this was sufficient because the distance to Sanling City was not too far. By car, it was less than a 4-hour journey, while trains were naturally even quicker. As the sky just began to show a bit of dawn, Lu Wenzong appeared in front of Imo Chunlan's flower shop in Sanling City. Seeing no one around, he swung his little hoe, and out of nowhere, 200,000 roses appeared, piling up in a large heap. Lu Wenzong made a phone call to Imo Chunlan, who was still asleep. Hearing that he had brought 200,000 roses, Imo Chunlan hurriedly got up and rushed over. Arriving at the flower shop, she was greatly surprised to see the pile of roses at the store entrance. The last delivery was only half a month ago, and now another batch had arrived. This wasn't scientifically possible. According to the normal growth cycle, it should take at least 5 months for roses to grow, with some varieties taking up to half a year. Yet Lu Wenzong managed to harvest another batch in just half a month, which simply didn't make sense. However, Imo Chunlan quickly spotted an opportunity. At this point, roses were not yet available on a large scale. It was a head start. Greeting Lu Wenzong briefly, she opened the shop door and let him rest inside, while she called her employees to help unload the flowers. After enjoying a light breakfast nearby, employees started arriving at the flower shop. It took them more than an hour to move all 200,000 roses. After 8 o'clock, when the bank opened, the two went to the bank, transferring 60,000 yuan into Lu Wenzong's account. This transaction price was 3 yuan per rose, earning Lu Wenzong a direct profit of 60,000 yuan. However, for Imo Chunlan, with slight processing, selling each rose for 7 or 8 yuan was entirely plausible, so she would be the one making the most money. After bidding farewell to Imo Chunlan, instead of returning home, Lu Wenzong decided to stroll around Sanling City. After wandering for a while, he finally found the place where he had been caught by the police before. Many beauty salons and hairdressing shops in the alleyways were already open, but none had customers yet, as their prime time was in the evening. Locating the salon from last time, Lu Wenzong confidently stepped inside. There were 2 women in the room who glanced up sharply at Lu Wenzong's arrival and immediately greeted him with wide smiles. "Handsome guy, what service do you need?" A woman dressed in a pink dress asked with a bright smile. Lu Wenzong scrutinized carefully and realized neither of the two was the woman who had accosted him last time. He leisurely sat down on the sofa and said, "How many girls do you have here?" Chapter 34. Treating others as one wishes to be treated. What service does Big Brother need? Another woman asked with a smile. "Call all your girls here. I'll make a selection," Lu Wenzong said. "Sorry, Big Brother. Many sisters haven't come to work yet. Aren't the 2 of us enough?" The woman in pink clothes sat next to him, putting her hand on Lu Wenzong's shoulder and speaking softly. "Of course, you 2 are passable, but I have a particular preference. I like multiplayer games. Are 2 people not enough? Our skills are pretty good, you know. 2 is definitely not enough. How about we play first, and then when the sisters arrive, we continue?" "No. If there aren't many people, I lose interest." "All right, then should Big Brother just wait here?" "Sure. Do you have any entertainment activities?" "We only provide services related to that kind of entertainment." "All right, then I'll wait." The 2 women stayed and chatted with Lu Wenzong for a while, trying subtly to fish out some information. However, Lu Wenzong hummed and hawed without revealing anything substantial, so the 2 women lost their interest in talking and started grooming themselves. As dusk fell, 3 more women came to the shop. Among them was a 50-year-old auntie. Seeing there was already a guest in the store, she approached with a beaming smile. "Are you the boss?" Lu Wenzong asked. "Yes, handsome. How early you've arrived. Didn't find what you're looking for. I enjoy multiplayer games. Wow, this handsome guy really knows how to have fun. How many of you are there altogether?" 6. "But there are only 4 now. The other 2 will be here soon." 6 barely makes it. Lu Wenzong feigned an unwilling attitude. The auntie smiled and made a phone call to urge the other 2 women to hurry up. Half an hour later, 2 more women finally arrived. However, one of the women immediately recognized Lu Wenzong, changed her expression, and turned around quickly to leave. Lu Wenzong wouldn't let her go, chasing after her promptly. The other women in the shop were still confused about what happened, and by the time they realized, both Lu Wenzong and their escaped companion had already disappeared from sight. After catching Li Wan, who fled down a narrow alleyway, Lu Wenzong questioned her. "Why are you running? Are you nervous or something?" "Nervous about what? I don't even know you. I've got stuff to do. You don't remember me? You were loudly declaring before that you're pregnant with my child." Lu Wenzong laughed. "You must have mistaken someone for me. Let go of me, otherwise I'll start screaming for help." "Go ahead and scream. Anyway, since you're pregnant with my child, you're my woman. Why would I be afraid of your screams?" "Help. He's going to R-rape me." Li Wan began shouting loudly. The sensitive word caught immediate attention from onlookers. Lu Wenzong smirked and shouted back. "Pay no mind, everyone. This is my girlfriend throwing a tantrum. Treating others as they treat oneself, allowing her to taste what it feels like when no one believes her words." Once the observers understood, they offered sympathetic smiles and dispersed. Li Wan, exasperated, cried out. "What exactly do you want? I won't press you hard. After all, you were just following someone else's instructions. I only need you to do one thing," Lu Wenzong said with a grin. "What is it? Tell me all the details of the person who instructed you to harm me." "No one directed me." Unwilling to cooperate, Lu Wenzong's face darkened, his voice turning icy. "Truly, no one directed me. Good. Since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being rude." After speaking, Lu Wenzong summoned his thought, directly trapping Li Wan inside his magical hoe. He found a public restroom, entered it, and called out Little Fairy to interrogate Li Wan. Little Fairy nodded and agreed. As Lu Wenzong exited the restroom, the hoe vibrated violently. and Li Wan suddenly tumbled out of it, crying and pleading. I've confessed everything. Please let me go. Speak then. Lu Wenzong, unsure of what method little fairy used, was impressed by how fast the woman opened up. It was truly powerful. Sobbing intermittently, Li Wan recounted the events, though most of what she said Lu Wenzong already knew. The only useful piece of information was that someone had given her 5,000 yuan to set him up, but she didn't know who this man was. Frustrated, Lu Wenzong waved his hand dismissing Li Wan. Unbeknownst to him, after leaving, Li Wan abandoned her previous occupation and returned home to become a decent and honest woman. Apparently, he needed to devise another plan. All Lu Wenzong knew was the culprit's name was xiuxian, coming from a family with some status, but nothing more. Though Trilan City wasn't large with its population of 1 million or so, finding one specific individual wasn't going to be easy. However, sometimes things are just that simple. While eating at a local homestyle restaurant, Lu Wenzong casually asked about xiuxian, and surprisingly, the shop owner actually knew him. Xiuxian. Everyone in Trilan City knows who he is. Brother, why are you looking for him? I've got a bit of an issue to resolve. You have a conflict with xiuxian. The shop owner was startled. To be able to appear so boldly on the streets despite having issues with xiuxian, this person certainly had some nerve. What? Is xiuxian God's right hand or something? Lu Wenzong asked with a smile. In Trilan City, he practically is. The shop owner helplessly said. If you're interested in talking more, I'll compensate you extra. Lu Wenzong said. The shop owner indeed sat down and began recounting xiuxian's infamous history to Lu Wenzong. Xiuxian, son of the top man in Trilan City. Relying on his father's connections, he established countless disreputable companies. Many of these were shell corporations, their purpose merely to subcontract projects or make money through engineering works. Other companies were simply used to employ his idle friends. Xiuxian was notorious and deceitful. Anytime someone offended him, he devised all sorts of methods to humiliate, punish, or drive away those who crossed him. With his wealth and power, most people had no choice but to swallow their grievances silently. There were some who tried to resist, but in the end, they were all forced to leave Trilan City, never to return. The shop owner gave numerous examples. Among those humiliated, punished, or expelled by xiuxian were farmers, workers, officials, and businessmen alike. Indeed, in Trilan City, he reigned supreme. After several years, xiuxian's infamy grew significantly, and no one dared to offend him. In Trilan City, xiuxian never had to pay for anything, food, drink, or shelter, because no one dared ask for it. What angered everyone most was that xiuxian was also a lecherous maniac. If he fancied an unmarried woman, he would resort to forcing her submission through coercion, either with money or by threatening her family's employment opportunities. If the woman were married, he would scheme to destroy the couple, manipulating either the husband or child to force her compliance with his demands. It shocked Lu Wenzong that such a universally despised man as xiuxian had been living free and easy for so many years in Trilan City. According to the shop owner, countless complaints had been made over the years, reaching provincial and even national levels, yet every single case eventually fizzled out. In the end, everyone lost hope and stopped making complaints. People with any sense fled Trilan City, moving far away. Families with beautiful daughters or wives sent them off early to live or work elsewhere, fearing they might catch xiuxian's eye. Originally, Trilan City had been developing well, its economic level ranking among the best compared to nearby prefecture-level cities. But now, it ranked at the very bottom. Chapter 35, Reopening the Market. Today was truly an eye-opener. I never expected that in our country there would be someone as lawless as this, Lu Wenzong said with a sigh. Who knows? We've been hoping for an investigation from higher-ups every day, dreaming about it, the store owner said gloomily. It seems that xiuxian's father must have significant influence up above. Otherwise, such a person couldn't have existed for so many years. I've heard that xiuxian's father has relatives on high who are people often seen on TV. That's possible. But you should know, people who appear on TV would never allow their relatives to do such things. The reason xiuxian and his father have been able to run amok for so long is because the lower levels respect the face of those above. We thought the same thing. The shopkeeper replied. In the eyes of ordinary people, they always hoped that all the top figures were good. Just like in ancient times, when the emperor was incompetent, the people below would say he was deceived by treacherous ministers around him, yet they still believed the emperor could act on their behalf. It looks like my feud with him will be hard to resolve. Oh no, brother, you must not do anything foolish. It's already amazing that he doesn't bother us, and you're actually daring to go after him? The store owner urgently tried to dissuade Lu Wenzong from pursuing this thought. You're right. People like him are ones we ordinary folks simply can't afford to provoke. Lu Wenzong laughed heartily. Well, let's stop talking about it. Brother, enjoy your meal and go home quickly after eating. If something feels wrong, leave immediately. The store owner kindly advised. Thank you for your concern, boss. The store owner returned to the kitchen, leaving Lu Wenzong eating alone. Judging by the poor business of the restaurant, Lu Wenzong decided to bid farewell after eating just a few bites. Since xiuxian's father's identity had become clear, finding xiuxian would no longer be difficult. As he settled the bill with the store owner, Lu Wenzong smiled and said, Boss, remember to set off a few more firecrackers at dawn tomorrow. At dawn tomorrow? Watching Lu Wenzong turn around confidently and leave, the boss felt thoroughly confused. Lu Wenzong checked into a hotel and quietly left again at 2 o'clock in the morning. He carefully devised a full plan. His goal was to first gather solid evidence against the father and son duo, and then secretly record xiuxian's actions and words. When the time came, he'd find a way to expose them. Once public opinion erupted, even the strongest backing wouldn't save them. This Zhao Qiguang was more hateful than Wu Bo. Wu Bo tried to make his actions seem somewhat reasonable, but Zhao Qiguang wasn't even human. Wu Bo could be kept around to use for now, but Zhao Qiguang definitely needed to go. At first, he only wanted to vent his anger on Zhao Qiguang, but he didn't expect Zhao Qiguang to be such a villain, so vile that not dealing with him would be almost an insult to the small hoe he possessed. Upon arriving at the destination, Xiuxian begrudgingly flew into a villa. She felt that Lu Wenzong kept making her do sneaky things, which made her feel wronged inside. Despite her inner grievances, she still conscientiously completed the tasks assigned by Lu Wenzong. Holding the stacks of account books in his hands, Lu Wenzong skimmed through them and was shocked directly. It seemed that Zhao Qiguang's father wasn't a good person either behind closed doors, accumulating wealth with a fanaticism that was truly astonishing. The property assets reaching 10-digit numbers, over 20 real estate properties, and the jumbled records of jewelries, celebrities' paintings, and calligraphy made Lu Wenzong feel like the world was unreal. A small city-level place, not some developed southeast coastal metropolis, and yet they could accumulate such wealth. One could only imagine how much darkness was mixed into this all. There was absolutely no record of Zhao Qiguang within this pile of documents. Clearly, evidence against him would still need further investigation. After securing the materials, Lu Wenzong immediately left and returned to the hotel to sleep soundly. What he didn't know was that very early the next morning, Zhao Qiguang's father completely trashed his study. The loss of important items left him at a loss, feeling as if an invisible pair of shackles had instantly locked onto him. He didn't even show up for work and stayed in the study all day. He knew that losing these things might bring about utter disaster for him, and he needed to find a way to remedy the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong continued to rush around various places in Sanling City, looking for Zhao Qiguang's residence. Zhao Qiguang obviously wouldn't live in a regular place, so Lu Wenzong investigated several high-end villa areas. With hard work, luck finally paid off, and Lu Wenzong found Zhao Qiguang in the Jingshui Hu Villa area in the northern part of the city. After finding him, he left, having Xiuxian follow Zhao Qiguang with a newly bought camera. As nothing urgent happened, Lu Wenzong didn't stay in Sanling City but took Zhou Jingjing, a salesperson from his company, on a temporary trip to Maozun City instead. Zhou Jingjing was originally in Sanling City looking for buyers, but she was called by Lu Wenzong to join him on a trip to Maozun City. Maozun City is similar to Sanling City. It's a typical western mountainous area city with an average-sized urban area, yet its fame isn't small because it was once a red revolutionary base. Maozun City is well known for its tulips, and many provinces in central and western China are the sales destinations of tulips produced in Maozun. Lu Wenzong came this time mainly to follow the tulip sales route and also distribute his roses along the way. The market for roses is huge, but so is the competition, as they are cultivated in great abundance across the country. Lu Wenzong didn't expect to succeed immediately. The best-case scenario would be securing some deals, but if not, he wouldn't mind since the rose business wasn't his main source of income. Traditional Chinese medicine would eventually be the largest revenue stream. When the two arrived in Maozun City at noon, after a quick lunch, they headed straight to the city's largest tulip wholesale market. The scale of the Maozun tulip wholesale market was substantial. A 3,000-meter-long wide street on both sides was entirely filled with tulip wholesalers. Although there weren't many pedestrians, there were quite a few vehicles, many of which had out-of-town license plates. Due to the difficulties in preserving flowers during transportation, many trucks here were refrigerated trucks. Many stores in the market also wholesaled roses, though in relatively small quantities, mainly targeted at local flower shops. Out-of-town merchants generally came only for the tulips. Maozun's tulips come in numerous varieties and excel in quality, due to the soil being suitable for tulip growth. Tulips elsewhere might exist, but their variety is limited, unable to match those from Maozun. After wandering around and gaining a rough understanding of the wholesale prices for tulips, the two did not directly seek negotiation with any shop, but returned to the city and found an information consulting company. For 5,000 yuan, Lu Wenzong obtained the profiles of the top 10 largest tulip wholesale stores in Maozun City. They divided the tasks. Zhou Jingjing took responsibility for the bottom 5 stores, while Lu Wenzong handled the top 5. After spending an afternoon reading through the data, the two went back to the wholesale market the next day to start negotiating. When Lu Wenzong arrived at the store ranked first in terms of strength, named Spring Flower Shop, he realized that indeed, the business was very good, bustling early in the morning with a lot of people coming to stock up. Chapter 36. Filthy Zhao Family Father and Son. Lu Wenzong wandered around casually until the store wasn't so busy. Then he approached a middle-aged man who was collecting money. "Uncle, are you the boss?" "I am. Is there something you need?" The uncle replied with a smile. "There's a bit of business I'd like to discuss with the boss. Would the boss have time?" "I do. Tell me about the business," the uncle asked with a smile. Lu Wenzong gave a rough outline of the situation, and after listening, the uncle fell silent. "Let's talk more in detail later." After saying this, the uncle took Lu Wenzong and Zhou Jingjing to the backyard. The backyard was where the boss lived, with a small living room for entertaining guests. Once both parties were seated, the uncle said, "This business you just mentioned, I'm not entirely sure about it. As you know, our shop mainly focuses on wholesale tulips. Adding roses suddenly makes me uncertain about how sales will be. Rest assured, Boss Zhou, the roses I'll bring, their quality is definitely top-notch, and they won't be expensive. We don't require you to invest any money. You just need to handle the sales, and we'll give you 1 yuan per stem commission." Lu Wenzong explained. "In principle, this business is doable, but I just can't fully trust it. The uncle sighed, helplessly smiling. Then, please consider it. Once you've made your decision, we can continue discussing in greater detail. Lu Wenzong said. In that case, let me consult with my family at home. All right. Then boss, we won't bother you further. We'll take our leave. Lu Wenzong stood up to say his farewells. Once they left the flower shop, Zhou Jingjing questioned curiously. Boss, if he disagrees, why don't we try another shop instead of waiting for his response? This store has great business potential. Lu Wenzong responded. In fact, boss, we could easily find a less successful shop and use our roses to help them improve sales. Won't this kind of cooperation become unshakable afterward? Zhou Jingjing's little mind came up with a smart suggestion. That method is also viable. However, the biggest foundation for cooperation is interest. If the benefits are sufficient, cooperation will naturally become unbreakable. All right, so what should we do now? Zhou Jingjing asked. We should go seek buyers. After staying in Xiuxian City for 2 days, Zhou Jingjing successfully negotiated a purchase intention with a flower shop. However, the other party needed to see the physical products before signing the procurement contract. Therefore, Zhou Jingjing quickly returned, while Lu Wenzong stayed behind temporarily. On the 4th day in Xiuxian City, Lu Wenzong received a call from the boss of the Springtime Flower Shop, inviting him over for further discussions. When Lu Wenzong arrived at the Springtime Flower Shop, he found that the person receiving him was a beautiful girl. She looked quite young, no older than 20, very attractive, wearing a gray sportswear set, exuding a youthful vitality. Hello, my name is Springtime. Are you Mr. Lu? Lu Wenzong nodded and confirmed, shaking her hand briefly, feeling the smoothness of the young girl's palm. Lu Wenzong glanced deeply at this girl named Springtime. Both went to the small living room in the back, where she served tea before they sat face to face. Mr. Lu, I discussed the consignment sales model you proposed with my father, and I think it's feasible. Springtime smiled. Oh, about how many stems do you expect to sell each month? Lu Wenzong asked. Our shop sells tulips year-round, selling hundreds of thousands annually. With rose sales as complementary, the quantity should also not fall below 10,000 stems. By Springtime's estimate, without affecting the sale of tulips, an annual profit sharing in tens of thousands of rose sales would still be substantial business. In that case, there's nothing problematic here. We will provide the fresh flowers, you will handle the sales, earning a 1 yuan commission per stem. If the annual sales volume exceeds 200,000 stems, we'll increase the commission to 1.5 yuans per stem. How does that sound? It works. Springtime accepted with a smile. In that case, may we borrow your printer to draft the contract? Springtime went into the inner room and soon printed out 2 simple copies of the contract. Since the responsibilities of both sides were clear, the contract didn't need to be overly complicated. After signing their names and affixing fingerprints, the deal was done. Lu Wenzong invited Springtime to have dinner together afterwards, but Springtime declined. She said, when the business becomes a success, we'll eat then. Lu Wenzong didn't push and returned to Sanling City that same day. Once back in Sanling City, Lu Wenzong checked into a hotel. At midnight, the little fairy floated gently back. How did it go? Lu Wenzong asked. Look yourself. The little fairy said before retreating into the little hole, unwilling to communicate with Lu Wenzong. It seemed like she was truly hurt. Lu Wenzong took out a messy pile of documents from his bag, which included contracts, cash flow records, and ledgers. Many of the contracts were for acquiring shops. The cash flow records listed Zhao Qiguang's various expenditures, and the ledgers detailed Zhao Qiguang's income sources. Lu Wenzong spent several hours carefully going through them all. Zhao Qiguang earned tens of millions every year, yet he also spent extravagantly, draining all his earnings annually while still demanding large amounts of pocket money from his father. What a wastrel. Lu Wenzong sighed deeply. If Zhao Qiguang continued spending at this rate, even his father's assets in the tens of digits wouldn't last him long. Lu Wenzong then watched the videos captured by the little fairy's camera. There were over 20 videos in total, nearly recording Zhao Qiguang's entire itinerary over the past few days. Eating, drinking, womanizing, gambling. Zhao Qiguang did almost all of it. This guy was always surrounded by followers wherever he went. Despite forcibly taking quite a number of beautiful women, he still preferred visiting those shady places to call for more women. Lu Wenzong hated this person's recklessness, but on the other hand, he felt somewhat envious that this fellow lived so carefree. Lu Wenzong briefly scanned some of the restricted level scenes in the videos. The little fairy's filming skills weren't great. She only focused on shooting the upper bodies of people, with all the critical fighting scenes falling outside the frame. Still, one could tell what was happening and identify who was involved, which was enough. By the time Lu Wenzong noticed that it was almost dawn, he lay back down to sleep. He woke up when it was already 11:30. With the stuff in hand, Lu Wenzong didn't rush. Instead, he returned home first. In these few days when Lu Wenzong wasn't around, Wu Ruhan, along with a few salespeople, had worked hard to secure purchase orders from 7 or 8 flower shops in the county town and some towns. They sold nearly 10,000 stems. On top of that, the 3 team members sent out of town hadn't returned yet, with Zhou Jingjing being the only one who came back briefly before leaving again. Thus, the temporary sales figures were still unknown. No sooner had Lu Wenzong gotten home than Wu Ruhan dragged him to do some accounting. Lu Wenzong had sold 20,000 stems, each for 3 yuan, making a total of 60,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the family business had sold 10,000 stems, adding up to 30,000 yuan. Together, they made roughly 100,000, which was indeed impressive. This is insane. Just the rose flowers have brought in 1,000,000 yuan in these few days. I don't even know what to say, Wu Ruhan exclaimed in surprise. What? When the medicinal herbs are harvested, we could make 1,000,000 a day. Lu Wenzong smiled. No, roses are so profitable. Why isn't anyone around here growing them? And I've seen others grow roses too, but none were as lucrative as yours. Chapter 37. Acquaintance comes for inspection. First of all, my roses are of superior quality. Secondly, the yield of my roses is high. Usually, people can only grow 10,000 roses in a season, which is already quite impressive, Lu Wenzong said. Then why is your yield so high? The master has his own tricks. Don't bother explaining to me then. How many more are left in the field? Lu Wenzong asked. Not many, about 20,000 or so, Wu Ruhan replied. All right, 20,000 should be enough for those 3 little girls to look at. Also, I noticed that you neither care nor inquire about the herbs growing there. Will they be fine just like this? Wu Ruhan asked. Don't worry, they'll be ready for harvest in no time. You'll have plenty to do then, Lu Wenzong confidently said. Time flies by, and before they knew it, it was the end of June. The remaining 20,000 roses were all sold. Wenzhong now had 1,600,000 yuan in his hands. With money in hand, naturally, there was no longer any urgency. During this period, neither Lu Wenzong, Wu Ruhan, nor Su Yener were idle. They helped build houses or went out to find sales channels. In short, everything was running smoothly. On the land, another batch of roses had bloomed, and another round could be sold by early July. The houses on the mountain were almost completed. Only the last step of concrete pouring remained. Lu Wenzong planned to wait until after the full harvest of this year. Then he would definitely repair the road from Xiaolong Mountain to town, making it easier for cars to enter and exit. Lu Wenzong almost forgot about xiuxian during this time. As there was nothing to do in the next few days, Lu Wenzong decided to go out once and settle xiuxian's matter. However, on the afternoon of June 28th, a group of village leaders hurriedly climbed up Xiaolong Mountain. Uncle, are you here to take back the contract again? Seeing the village director, Su Zhihao, Lu Wenzong smiled as he asked. Su Zhihao gave an awkward laugh. Since Wu Bo no longer forced him afterward, naturally, he wouldn't attempt to reclaim the contracted contract anymore. However, he was also curious. Before, Wu Bo insisted on forcing him to reclaim Xiaolong Mountain, but after some time, he suddenly disappeared without a word. Ah, Wenzong, uncle was wrong before. Today, I came to tell you something important. Oh, what is it? Su Zhihao cleared his throat and said, tomorrow, Secretary Wang will visit the village and mention that he wants to take a look at Xiaolong Mountain that you contracted. Secretary Wang? From the township? Why does he want to see me? What is there worth seeing here? Secretary Wang heard that you managed Xiaolong Mountain quite successfully, so he wants to conduct some investigations and research. Su Zhihao said, all right, let him come over. Lu Wenzong originally planned to head to Linhai City the next day, but since Secretary Wang was coming, he could wait for a day. His arrival suited him well because he intended to use the opportunity to gain recognition through his achievements, each benefiting from the other. However, when a group from the village accompanied a middle-aged man up the mountain the next day, Lu Wenzong realized this Secretary Wang was an acquaintance. Long time no see, Secretary Wang greeted, extending his hand first and stepping forward quickly. Turns out you're Secretary Wang. Nice to meet you. Lu Wenzong warmly responded with a smile. Do you two know each other? The village director Su Zhihao asked, puzzled. We've met briefly, Wang's secretary chuckled. Don't stand outside. Let's go inside instead, Lu Wenzong suggested. No. Let's check out what you've planted first. Secretary Wang waved his hand and insisted. Sure thing. Lu Wenzong nodded in agreement. Lu Wenzong led this Wang's secretary from the township and the villagers to the herb fields first. Observing the herbs gradually turning yellow before their eyes, Secretary Wang remarked in awe. They're growing so well? As far as I know, the soil here isn't very good. Precise cultivation and meticulous care, Lu Wenzong explained. What kind of herbs are these? Primarily banlangen, isatis root, and xiuxian, arrow leaf, along with a portion of white atractylodes, baishu, and honeysuckle flowers. Actually, isatis root covered about 80% of the area, while arrow leaf occupied another 10%. Other herbs were relatively scarce. Lu Wenzong grew them primarily for experimentation. Once this round of herbs was harvested, he planned to focus mainly on ginseng cultivation. How's the current market price? Banlangen is roughly around 10 yuan per kilogram, and xiuxian is approximately 30 yuan per kilogram. The prices aren't very high. How much output do you expect? It's expected that we'll harvest between 2 to 300,000 kilograms of banlangen. Xiuxian is likely to yield around 50 to 60,000 kilograms. This? So much. Secretary Wang stared in amazement. The entire mountain below the waistline of Xiaolong Mountain is covered with herbs. 200 acres, Lu Wenzong stated. The yield is also too high. How come I heard that for herbs like banlangen, 1 acre of land can only produce at most 5 to 600 caddies? Secretary Wang asked. It was impressive that Lu Wenzong could achieve yields of 2 or 3,000 caddies per acre. Same reason, precise cultivation and meticulous care. Can your methods be promoted? Secretary Wang finally asked the main purpose of his trip. It's hard. What a pity. Secretary Wang sighed, standing up and looking at the fields full of herbs, with deep regret in his eyes. Then they went up the mountain to look at the fruit trees. The trees were already as thick as a wrist, lush and vibrant with life. These fruit trees need 3 years before they bear fruit. Wouldn't you worry about such a slow return? Secretary Wang asked again. No worries. I have my herbs and roses to sustain me. Oh, these roses seem to have just been harvested. 1 round has just been collected. I've never seen such a large-scale flower plantation in our county before. Just a small venture. Modest words. I see how densely the rose bushes are grown under the fruit trees. This must bring in quite an income, Secretary Wang laughed. Just a small venture. Let's go inside and talk in your house. Secretary Wang made the request. Back at the wooden house, Secretary Wang let the villagers wait outside while he entered Wu Ruhan's room for detailed discussions. Secretary Wang, I know your intention. You want me to promote my planting method? Yes. I did a rough calculation. Your medicinal herbs alone will bring in over 2 million this season. Add in the roses, your harvest will reach at least 3 million this year, Secretary Wang said. 3 million is far from satisfying. Frankly speaking, my planting plan this year has been disorganized without any proper strategy. If planned carefully, focusing on rare plants, making 300 million would be possible this year. But do you realize, for other villagers in our town, an annual income of 30,000 would make them quite content? Secretary Wang, let's be honest. It's not that I don't want to, it's just not feasible to promote yet. What difficulties are there? Not difficulties exactly, but my methods simply cannot be replicated by others. Not even a little possibility. It shouldn't be put that way. There is some possibility, but would others believe? Moreover, if the entire town adopts these methods, how would we solve the sales problem? Excessive volume might devalue the crops. You focus on promotion, and the subsequent issues will naturally be handled by me. Alright, can we wait a bit longer? Chapter 38, Shocking National Content. What are you concerned about? Secretary Wang asked. It's not concern. My current strength is too weak, and my credibility isn't enough. When I grow stronger, without your promotion, everyone will want to learn from me. At that point, when I act, it'll be much more effective than you painstakingly promoting it, won't it? Lu Wenzong's words were reasonable, but in fact, he was just delaying. What you say does make sense. Secretary Wang fell into deep thought. So, is this matter settled like this? Alright, then we'll wait. Let me tell you honestly, I came down here to achieve something significant. I won't leave until the entire town prospers. In the future, if there are any unsolvable issues, come to me. I'll clear away any obstacles for your development. Secretary Wang said confidently. In that case, there'll be no shortage of troubling you, Secretary Wang. Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch. Secretary Wang smiled as he stood up. The reason he gave his guarantee to Lu Wenzong was because he needed him as a role model to boost the development of the entire town. So, only if Lu Wenzong developed smoothly could he gain the greatest benefit. Let me treat you instead. Director Su Zhihao called 2 minibuses, taking the villagers, Wu Ruhan, Su Yaner, and others down the mountain to the town. During the meal in the town, Director Su Zhihao paid the bill voluntarily. Lu Wenzong arranged for Director Su to take Wu Ruhan and the others back up the mountain, while he went directly from the town to the county, preparing to head for Sanling City. By the time he reached Sanling City, it was already dark. However, along the way, another idea struck him. He realized the influence of television and newspapers in Sanling City was too small. He had to find a media outlet with national influence to expose the situation. The first choice was obviously the media in Beijing, but the distance was too far, and he didn't want to go there. Nowadays, going to Linhai City seemed to be a good choice. The Linhai satellite TV of Linhai City was one of the top ones domestically, with widespread coverage. Lu Wenzong rushed to Linhai City on the same night. Along the way, he narrowly missed a group of people. By the time he arrived at Linhai City, dawn had broken. From the suburbs, he took a taxi to the city center. Li Wenzong had already figured out how to implement the exposure plan. In broad daylight, he didn't have a solid plan. Finding a place to sleep seemed like the right thing to do. Near the school, he found a hotel and slept until the afternoon before getting up and going out for dinner. After eating, it wasn't yet dark, so he wandered around near the school. He wanted to go online but didn't know what to do on the internet, so he aimlessly roamed around. When night fell, he hailed a taxi and headed to the Linhai City television station. He found a secluded spot and summoned xiuxian, instructing her in detail about what she should do next. Xiuxian didn't even want to acknowledge Lu Wenzong, but after hearing his instructions, she flew straight towards the Linhai City television station building. Although she was only placed here by Laozi to guard the little Ho, as a fairy, she still had basic magical powers. As long as she didn't want others to see her, no one could spot even a strand of her hair. Xiuxian flew into the television station building and ascended all the way to the 12th floor, finally locating the broadcast room mentioned by Lu Wenzong. At this moment, the studio was airing the evening news, with 2 hosts sitting solemnly and reporting recent major events. After the news, there would be an ad segment. Xiuxian quietly stood aside, waiting for the news to end. About 20 minutes later, the 2 anchors finally began their closing remarks. Seeing her opportunity, Xiuxian approached the staff member controlling the footage, tapped his head lightly, and an SD card appeared in his hand. The staff member inserted the SD card into the machine. After some operations, once the conclusion of the evening news ended, the television began broadcasting clips of various illegal evidences collected by Lu Wenzong against Zhao Qiguang and his son. Audiences watching Linhai satellite TV were stunned. Wasn't it always supposed to be advertisements after the news? And then wouldn't they air dramas after the ads? What was playing today? Some curious viewers started watching, and immediately broke out in cold sweats. In no time, a flood of phone calls started, all urging their loved ones to quickly tune into Linhai satellite TV. Linhai satellite TV continued to play images exposing the extensive criminal evidence of Zhao Qiguang and his son to the public. 3 minutes later, Linhai satellite TV finally noticed something was amiss. A group of leaders hurriedly rushed to the news live studio, but upon reaching the door, they found it locked tightly. Neither knocking nor calling produced any response. Some staff members tried dialing the phones of those inside the broadcast room, but the phones couldn't connect at all. The leaders fumed and cursed in the corridor, but there was nothing they could do at the moment. 5 minutes later, the images ended, followed by a video shot by xiuxian that recorded Zhao Qiguang's itinerary. His entire life of eating, drinking, womanizing, and gambling was presented on TV, without a single pixelation, making the viewers in front of their televisions shudder. Linhai Satellite TV was done for, and so were its leaders. Even if everything shown on TV was true and the Zhao Qiguang father-son duo deserved punishment, Linhai Satellite TV would still not escape accountability. However, these were minor issues. Most importantly, the main characters in the pictures and videos broadcasted on TV, Zhao Qiguang and his son, were far worse off. What awaited them would be just a small peanut. No matter how powerful their backers might be, they couldn't protect them now. After about 10 minutes of broadcasting, the screen turned into static. In the end, a staff member at Linhai Satellite TV thought to cut the power. The leaders shouted urgently, demanding swift action. Then the news studio was plunged directly into darkness. Xiuxian didn't stay any longer. She retrieved the memory card, flew out of the station, and returned to Lu Wenzong's side. Lu Wenzong watched the live broadcast for those 10 or so minutes on his phone. Although the broadcast wasn't complete, it had already been enough. Next, he only needed to hand over the evidence to the relevant authorities. With Xiuxian by his side, Lu Wenzong left Linhai Satellite TV with great composure and returned to the hotel to sleep soundly. The next morning, he made a copy of the materials, together with the memory card, and sent them off to Beijing. The content aired last night on Linhai Satellite TV immediately set off an explosion in the news circle the next day. All online and print media across the country covered this news. Some people took the opportunity to post it on websites, instantly sparking a wildfire-like public uproar. Particularly shocking was the 10-digit wealth displayed in the ledger, which made all ordinary citizens grind their teeth in hatred. Everyone chimed in, urging the relevant departments to severely punish the Zhao Qiguang father-son duo. Just as public opinion blazed furiously across the country, the Zhao Qiguang father-son duo had just learned about it. If it weren't for Zhao Qiguang's habit of reading the newspaper every morning, they wouldn't have known such news even happened. The moment he saw the news, the escape plan was immediately implemented. He had already prepared for this since realizing something was amiss when the contents of the safe disappeared. So he promptly called his son and wife to initiate the escape plan. Chapter 39, The Villagers' Demands. On the same evening, Zhao Qiguang and his son had already boarded a vehicle heading to a southern province, preparing to leave the country there before taking another flight to America. His plan was well thought out, but he didn't notice that above them, a little fairy in white robes was closely monitoring their every move. The next morning, Lu Wenzong sent the little fairy back, with the purpose of preventing the Zhao Qiguang father-son duo from fleeing. Meanwhile, relevant authorities acted quickly as well, establishing an investigation team that promptly set off for Sanling City on the very same day. However, upon arriving in Sanling City, they discovered that Zhao Qiguang and his son were not actually there. After some inquiries, it turned out this father and son had already escaped. As such, the investigation team immediately reported back, urgently mobilizing efforts to chase them down. Just as the police were searching for the Zhao father-son duo, a mysterious route map appeared on the police's desk. The police instantly guessed that this was the escape route for Zhao Qiguang and his son. It looked like there must be someone controlling the situation behind the scenes. Regardless of who it was though, catching Zhao Qiguang and his son would count as a great achievement. The police hastily called in helicopters to chase after them. After a full day of intense pursuit, they finally caught up with the Zhao Qiguang father-son pair right as they were about to cross the border. When the cuffs were put on Zhao Qiguang and his son, they still couldn't understand at all who was secretly scheming against them. For Sanling City, the news that Zhao Qiguang and his son had been arrested spread throughout the city almost instantaneously. In just 3 hours after hearing the news, all fireworks stores in the city were completely cleaned out by citizens. Firecracker sounds persisted for over 10 hours, while fireworks continued burning for an entire day straight. It felt like a festival to the people of Sanling City. Everyone clapped in joy, their faces filled with laughter. This explosive news from Sanling City quickly made its way into the media. From the citizens' reactions, it was clear that Zhao Qiguang and his son's sins were absolutely verified without any doubt. After Zhao Qiguang and his son were captured, Lu Wenzong no longer cared about what happened afterwards. With such widespread public opinion involved, Zhao Qiguang and his son could not possibly receive any favorable outcome. It took 4 days before Lu Wenzong returned home. The roses on the mountain had produced another round of blooms, which were likely to open fully within 2 days. It seemed another round of selling flowers was needed. However, this time, he wouldn't have to run around. He could simply arrange a vehicle to deliver the flowers to Mo Chunlan in Sanling City, leaving the rest to salespeople under his control. Wu Bo remained obedient, no longer daring to provoke him, allowing Lu Wenzong to operate freely without resistance in Sangzi County. Mid-July brought the third harvest of roses, bringing in 2 million yuan. By the end of July, the woad plants were also harvested, weighing a total of 25,000 pounds. At the same time, news of how Lu Wenzong had made so much money through flower planting and selling quickly spread throughout the neighboring villages. Consequently, villagers from the surrounding areas began coming over to inquire about his success. Of course, many doubted the stories, showing up merely out of curiosity. The new house was already constructed, currently undergoing interior decoration, with only a few more days until completion. Fortunately, due to favorable weather with not too many overcast days, construction proceeded smoothly. The initially completed rooms were now filled with curious villagers seeking information. Lu Wenzong did not personally show up, but delegated the task of greeting visitors to his father. Both parents stepped in so these people wouldn't bother their son and potentially affect his work. "My old friend, your son has truly achieved something remarkable," one elderly man shouted, puffing on his tobacco pipe. Small achievements, small achievements." Father Lu Sanmu modestly replied. "Sanmu, do you think you could arrange a job for my daughter? I've heard that Wenzong has hired quite a few people." A villager around 50 years old voiced a request. This started a chain reaction. One after another, villagers chimed in demanding jobs from Lu Wenzong. Some even went so far as to demand shares of Lu's wealth or television sets sent directly to their homes. Lu Sanmu grew increasingly angry but refrained from outright scolding them out of neighborly respect. "How hard-earned this money is. Why should we share it with you?" he thought to himself. "Look, folks, I cannot make those decisions alone. Besides, all my son does is farming. Any profits are minimal, and there simply aren't enough positions available." With this statement, Lu Sanmu effectively rejected everyone's requests. A brief silence fell over the room before breaking again into complaints directed towards Lu Sanmu and his son. They accused Lu of being ungrateful and lacking sentiment, hurling all sorts of accusations toward Lu Sanmu. Infuriated, Lu Sanmu stormed out. Entering the wooden cabin, he saw Lu Wenzong sleeping inside and angrily exclaimed, "These people are absolutely outrageous. Not only do they want you to give them jobs, but they expect you to hand over your money. It's infuriating. What has gotten into these people? To split my money with them?" Lu Wenzong asked as he sat up. "That's right. We worked hard for our money, so why should we share it with them?" Lu Sanmu complained. "Sharing our wealth with them isn't necessarily a bad idea," Lu Wenzong replied. "What? Are you crazy?" Lu Sanmu asked in shock. "Since we're all from the same village, and we can't possibly spend all the money, giving some of it to them is fine." "You fool. In every village, there are always wealthy people. Do they share their money with others?" Lu Sanmu said. "That's because their mindset is narrow. So what exactly do you have in mind?" Lu Sanmu asked angrily. "I've got my own plan, but this matter doesn't need to be rushed. I don't get you. I'll leave now. You deal with it yourself." Lu Sanmu stormed out, upset that his son didn't listen, yet still worried. He went to the newly built bungalow afterward. Xiaolong Mountain wasn't very large, and even if the entire mountain was cultivated, it could at most support 500 acres of land. If he managed to incorporate all the farmland in the village into his planting area, perhaps his profits would grow even more. However, doing this wouldn't be easy. It might cause too much trouble due to differing opinions. What frustrated him was that word about sharing his wealth spread further and further, eventually reaching everyone in the town. Every day, not only were people from nearby areas borrowing money or asking for jobs, but villagers from other parts of the town also came seeking news. Lu Wenzong stayed out of sight for several days until the commotion finally calmed down. As soon as he appeared, though, someone had clearly been waiting for him. Within an hour of his showing up on the mountain, 2 old jeeps arrived. Wu Ruhan greeted them first, asking, "Who are you looking for?" For people descended from the jeep, 2 men and 2 women. The men walked ahead, while the 2 women closely followed, clearly acting as personal assistants. "We're here to see Mr. Lu," one man answered with a smile. While speaking, he couldn't help but stare at Wu Ruhan. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the kind he'd rarely encountered in his life. "I'm in charge here. You can speak to me. Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Shengjun, General Manager of the Sangzi County Herbal Medicine Procurement Company. And I am Bai Dachong, General Manager of Chongqing Agriculture Company, Limited in Sangzi County." The 2 men introduced themselves with smiling faces and exchanged meaningful glances before turning back toward Wu Ruhan. "Shall we go inside and talk?" Wu Ruhan extended her hand as she invited them. Chapter 40, The Bizarre Duo. "Mr. Wu, is that you? Where's your boss, Mr. Lu?" While leering at Wu Ruhan, Wu Shengjun didn't forget the main purpose of his visit and asked aloud. "Mr. Lu has stepped out for some business. Whatever you need, I can make decisions for him." Wu Ruhan detested the way Wu Shengjun was looking at her. If it weren't for the fact that he was here to discuss a partnership, she would have slapped him already. Compared to Wu Shengjun, Bai Dachong also had a fiery gaze, but at least he wasn't staring all the time. "We're obviously here to talk about a partnership." Wu Shengjun stated the obvious. "All right," Wu Ruhan sighed. The company needed growth now, so she could only temporarily treat this unpleasant man as human. "We've cultivated over 200 acres of Chinese medicinal herbs. If Mr. Wu is interested in a partnership, please state your specific plan. As for Mr. Bai, I'm not sure what sort of cooperation you're proposing." "Mr. Wu, you really know how to put things. You've passed the ball back to us." Wu Shengjun chuckled after saying this and turned toward Bai Dachong. "Young brother Bai, why don't you speak first?" "Please, brother Wu, go ahead." Bai Dachong gestured politely. Wu Shengjun turned his head and said, "There aren't many large-scale cultivation projects like yours in our county. Most people just pick herbs sporadically from the mountains. So naturally, I am here to discuss a purchase collaboration." "What's the current purchase price, Mr. Wu?" Wu Ruhan asked. "I see most of what you grow is Isatis root, banlangen. Are there any others?" "Purple clover, atractalotes, honeysuckle. But we grow the most banlangen. Our current purchase price is 8 yuan per kilogram for banlangen and 20 yuan per kilogram for purple clover. As for other items with smaller quantities, the prices are negotiable." After Wu Shengjun spoke, he confidently looked at Wu Ruhan, seemingly sure that she would be thrilled by his offer. After all, his usual purchase prices were even lower than this. Wu Ruhan smiled slightly, without answering Wu Shengjun. Instead, she turned to Bai Dachong and asked kindly, "What type of cooperation are you considering, Mr. Bai?" Bai Dachong glanced at Wu Ruhan, a bit surprised, then said, "My cooperation is on a smaller scale. I just want to provide you with seeds. Oh, do you have a price list, Mr. Bai? I do. Bai Dachong hurriedly handed over the seed price list from his bag. Wu Ruhan roughly scanned through it and found that the prices were a bit high, but still within acceptable limits. During this period, she had been deeply studying knowledge related to planting and had an encyclopedic understanding of the prices of seeds, fruits, flowers, and grains in Sangxi County. So when she saw the price list provided by Bai Dachong, it was evident that the prices had been slightly marked up. Mr. Bai's prices are a little high, Wu Ruhan remarked. Not high at all. These are market prices. At these prices, we cannot agree, Mr. Bai. Please reconsider. Wu Ruhan returned the price list. Wu Xingjun wasn't pleased. What did Wu Ruhan mean? Ignoring him and instead engaging in conversation with Bai Dachong. Mr. Wu, we haven't finished talking yet. What do you mean by this? Wu Shengjun questioned, clearly dissatisfied. Mr. Wu, it's not that I'm unwilling to talk to you, but rather, there's no need to continue. Mr. Wu didn't come with sincerity. Does it need to be discussed further? Wu Ruhan shot back. Who didn't come with sincerity? What do you mean? I came running such a long distance to discuss a partnership, and now you're acting aloof. Wu Xingjun stood up, furious. Who was Wu Xingjun? Not only was he one of the wealthiest people in Sangxi County, but he also held official status. This insignificant small agricultural company actually dared to disrespect him. It was infuriating. Brother Wu, don't get angry, let's talk calmly. Bai Dachong tried to mediate. Hell with it. A puny company like yours, it's already a favor that I come to discuss cooperation, offering you ways to make money, yet you dare to humiliate me. Do you even know how to spell death? Wu Shengjun angrily rose, glaring fiercely at Wu Ruhan. Though the woman before him was beautiful, if she disrespected him, he wouldn't show any leniency. Mr. Wu, please behave yourself. Wu Ruhan said calmly. TSK. Who needs cooperation with you? And who cares about your tiny company that may collapse anytime soon? Wu Xingjun gave Wu Ruhan a nasty look and left in a huff. Bai Dachong felt somewhat awkward. He had genuinely come with good intentions. Now that Wu Xingjun had left, staying behind as a companion would offend Wu Xingjun, a man he couldn't easily provoke. Wu Ruhan was also a little upset, but she didn't say much. Just as Lu Wenzong had mentioned, whatever she grew never failed to find buyers, and there would always be those begging to buy. Thus, whether anyone came to partner with them was inconsequential. Wu Xingjun and Bai Dachong came and went quickly, not affecting anyone. However, although Wu Xingjun had left, the charming figure of Wu Ruhan kept flashing in his mind. Damn it, such a fine cabbage has been ruined by some stupid pig, Wu Xingjun cursed. Boss, are you talking about the lady who received you? The secretary in the passenger seat asked coyly. Shit, she's prettier than you, but I don't know if she is as alluring as you. Wu Xingjun laughed mysteriously, and one of his hands started to wander. The secretary grinned smugly but said, Boss, isn't me enough? I'm loyal, thoughtful, and gentle with you. Yet you're still looking at others while eating your meal. That makes me very sad. I know how good you are, and I'll buy you jewelry when we get back. You can pick whatever you like, Wu Xingjun responded with a swagger. After the jeep reached the town, instead of heading towards the county, it drove into the courtyard of the town government offices. Wu Xingjun entered the building with Bai Dachong and went to the office of Uncle Wu Bo, Wu Changjin. Wu Xingjun and Wu Changjin were old friends with deep mutual understanding. Wu boss graces us with his presence. I didn't receive you far enough in advance. Wu Changjin smiled as he greeted Wu Xingjun. Wu brother, I've been mistreated on your territory. Aren't you going to help your younger brother out? Wu Xingjun began with complaints. Wu Changjin was taken aback and immediately inquired. Wu Xingjun recounted the earlier situation at Long Mountain. Of course, the story he told had been embellished, painting Wu Ruhan as an impolite, venomous woman making outrageous statements. After hearing the account, Wu Changjin asked, You're talking about the Xiaolong Mountain contracted by a college student surnamed Lu, aren't you? The one rumored to have made 2 or 3 million from selling flowers. That's right. I heard the news and came rushing over, Wu Xingjun replied. Upon receiving the confirmation, Wu Changjin's face darkened severely. If anyone else in the town had offended Wu Xingjun, Wu Changjin could make them suffer immensely. But when it involved the scheming Lu Wenzong, Wu Changjin was in a difficult spot. He dared not oppose him because Lu Wenzong held his weakness. Last time, Lu Wenzong had extorted 30 million from his son. 30 million. Thinking about it made Wu Changjin's heart ache. Worse still, his most cherished possession had not come into his possession, which distressed him greatly. Chapter 41. Free medical care. Well, if the cooperation doesn't work out, let it be. How big of a deal is it? Wu Changjin laughed. He sincerely didn't want to have any more conflicts with Lu Wenzong. It was difficult for him and his son to calm down Lu Wenzong. Now if they were to provoke him, wouldn't that be equal to suicide? However, Wu Changjin had also been thinking about how to solve this problem with Lu Wenzong. After all, with Lu Wenzong holding the evidence, he felt like someone was choking his throat, making it hard to breathe. Many times at night, he would wake up from nightmares. Wu brother, this isn't like your style, Wu Shengjun said in surprise. He and Wu Changjin had known each other for so many years. Wu Changjin's character was very clear to him. To put it bluntly, Wu Changjin was a garbage person, capable of doing all kinds of bad things. But now, this wicked person wanted to settle disputes peacefully. It was truly ghostly. It's complicated. The newly arrived secretary is putting a lot of pressure on me. I don't have time to bother with the farmer's issues. Wu Changjin gave an excuse to Wu Xingjun. All right, let's not talk about this. Shall we go drink some alcohol? Wu Xingjun was a bit annoyed, got up, and wanted to drag Wu Changjin off to drink. Drink what? They are currently checking for alcohol-related official dealings. Do you want to harm me? Wu Changjin laughed. Forget it, it's really no fun. I'm leaving. Wu Xingjun finished speaking and left with Bai Dachang. However, Wu Changjin fell into silence. This person Lu Wenzong must be gotten rid of. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with fiery determination. After Wu Ruhan told Lu Wenzong about today's events, Lu Wenzong smiled, but did not express any opinions. People like Wu Xingjun were aplenty. If he paid attention to them all, wouldn't he be troubling himself to death? He had important matters to do now. Let these trivialities blow away with the wind. On the afternoon of that day, Lu Wenzong, along with Wu Ruhan, Su Yan and others, picked herbs such as indigo and purple clover, drying them. Early the next morning, he hired a car and carried a large bag of herbs, tables, chairs, and a big piece of cloth towards the county town. When he arrived at the county town, at the central square, he used the cloth to enclose a closed space, set up the table, placed a signboard he wrote earlier, and sat behind the table confidently. His signboard read, "Family inherited traditional Chinese medicine, specializing in treating complicated diseases. Fees charged only after successful treatment. Refunds given for failed treatment." As soon as this signboard was displayed, it immediately drew the attention of pedestrians on the street. Some old men and women gathered curiously. An elderly gentleman with silver hair observed for a while before asking, "Young man, how young you are? How can you possibly know traditional Chinese medicine?" "Grandpa, try to see. No matter how good the words sound, they're useless without effects as proof," Lu Wenzong grinned. "But still, what you say doesn't give us much proof, and we cannot let you examine us just like that." The elderly gentleman seemed quite persistent. "Have you seen this young lady here, Grandpa? You could listen to what she has to say." Lu Wenzong presented Su Yan. Su Yan stood up with a smile, began narrating her story. In order to prove the authenticity of the situation, she even showed the medical records, diagnosis reports, and TCM prescriptions she once received. She demonstrated numerous pieces of evidence and recounted her past experiences with treatments. Su Yan continued, "My whole family almost gave up on my treatment. Then suddenly, my father heard about Big Brother Wenzong. In our village, there was a child who had suffered from stomach pain for several years without finding the root cause, but Big Brother Wenzong cured him with just one bowl of medicine water. My father then invited Big Brother Wenzong to give it a try, and unexpectedly, after following Big Brother Wenzong for less than a week and drinking several bowls of medicinal soup, my disease miraculously completely disappeared." Su Yan was beautiful and charming, articulate due to her education. She was very engaging. All the surrounding elderly gentlemen and grandmothers listened intently until Su Yan finished her story, at which point they all expressed admiration with a series of exclamations. The silver-haired elder asked again, "Young man, is it really true? If you don't have 3 ounces of courage, how dare you go to Liangshan?" Lu Wenzong laughed. "Then why don't you take a look at me?" the elderly man said as he sat down opposite Lu Wenzong. "All right, Grandpa, sit down comfortably, and I will examine you right away," Lu Wenzong said and extended his hand to touch the elderly gentleman's pulse. Secretly, however, he summoned the little fairy. After the little fairy checked the elder's body and informed Lu Wenzong quietly by his ear, Lu Wenzong released his hand, smilingly saying, "Grandpa, actually, you don't have serious problems, just the general 3 highs. Yes, the issue might not be too big, but these 3 highs have greatly affected my life." The silver-haired elderly man sighed in distress. "Don't worry, Grandpa. This is a minor issue. 1 bowl of soup medicine can solve the problem. Look, these are the Chinese medicinal herbs I grow myself. Their efficacy is absolutely excellent." Lu Wenzong started promoting the herbs he grew. The elderly man picked up the herbs and sniffed them, looking quite puzzled as he said, "This one here is Isatis root. And that's honeysuckle flower, right? I don't recognize these two." "Grandpa, you've got sharp eyes. Well said. Can Isatis root treat the 3 highs?" The old man was skeptical. Perhaps other Isatis roots might not, but mine definitely can. Lu Wenzong finished speaking, stood up, and took a portion from each of the 4 herbs. "I'll go mix your medicine for you now." Lu Wenzong walked into the small room at the back enclosed by cloth, crushed the 4 types of herbs, then dripped 3 drops of divine water into the medicine bowl. He came out with the bowl and, seeing everyone's gazes on him, smiled confidently. "Grandpa, drink this bowl of medicine, then head to the hospital for a checkup in an hour. If it works, you can pay me then. If it doesn't have any effect, come back and I'll refund your money," Lu Wenzong said. The silver-haired elder hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the bowl and gulped it down in one breath. After drinking, he felt nothing. In his understanding, Chinese medicine should taste bitter, yet this bowl of medicine wasn't bitter. It even had a sweet aftertaste. "It's only an hour. You can go to the hospital now, get registered, wait, and then get checked. I'll be waiting for you here," Lu Wenzong said. "All right, I believe you once." The silver-haired elder departed with a cheerful smile on his face. Lu Wenzong looked around and said, "Everyone can wait for the examination results of that elderly gentleman earlier. If it works, I hope all of you will support my business." "Good," responded a few voices sporadically. Within an hour, some people left while new ones arrived. A few older men and women sat under the nearby shade of trees, idly waiting. At 10:30 in the morning, a small car screeched to a stop by the roadside. A silver-haired elderly gentleman rushed over excitedly with a piece of white paper in hand. "It's amazing, just amazing." Judging from his energetic steps, who would think he was 60 or 70? He seemed like a young man. Chapter 42, The Rise of a Divine Doctor. "Old sir, how are the results?" Lu Wenzong asked with a smile. "The 3 highs are gone. All indicators are normal, completely normal. The silver-haired old man was laughing so hard that his mouth almost reached the back of his head. It's good that there's nothing serious. Congratulations, Grandpa. No, I should thank you, young man. By the way, how much do I owe you? The old man asked. You decide. Decide. The old man was slightly confused now. He turned around, waved his hand, and the young man standing by the car immediately walked over. Mr. Lin, what's the matter? The young man asked respectfully. How much money do you have on you? Let me check. The young man took out his wallet, counted carefully, then looked up and said, Old sir, I only have 1,265 yuan. Give it all to me. Without a word, the young man handed over the money. The old man then gave all the money to Lu Wenzong. Young man, it's not much, but please take it first. It's more than enough. Lu Wenzong smiled as he accepted the money. He didn't hesitate either. It was natural for patients to pay after being treated. The silver-haired old man left happily, but his words and test results convinced those around him of Lu Wenzong's medical skills. Thus, the waiting grandmothers and grandfathers quickly gathered around. By noon at 12 o'clock, when it was time to eat, Lu Wenzong had seen 4 people. 2 of them recovered shortly afterward and came back to give him a few hundred yuan, while the other 2 didn't return. Lu Wenzong didn't care. He was mainly promoting his own herbs and building his reputation. As for the money, he didn't place much value on it. However, earning 2,000 yuan in half a day was pretty impressive from Su Yenner's perspective. Her big eyes were filled with admiration stars. Not only had Lu Wenzong cured her long-term ailment, but he also proved himself very capable, leading her budding heart to see him as the best choice for a future spouse. After eating lunch at a nearby restaurant, and seeing that the sun was getting a bit strong, Lu Wenzong moved his stall to a shady spot. With 3 successful cases proven in the morning, business picked up significantly in the afternoon. Lu Wenzong earned 3,000 yuan, treating 6 elderly people. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun remained only partially visible in the sky. Lu Wenzong prepared to close his stall and go home, planning to return the next day. Just as he started packing up, a woman around 26 or 27 years old arrived at the stall. Beautiful. This was Lu Wenzong's first impression of the woman. She had delicate features, and her beautiful eyes radiated an indescribable allure, making her highly attractive. Though her clothing was simple, a plain blue floral sundress, it highlighted her refined and graceful appearance. What puzzled Lu Wenzong, however, was the deep melancholy etched on such a refined face. Hello, are you no longer seeing patients? She asked softly, her voice gentle and pleasant. I'm about to pack up, but since you're here, I'll take a look. Lu Wenzong smiled. Thank you. Lu Wenzong placed his fingers on her pulse, which felt soft and cool. After the small fairy communicated the diagnosis, Lu Wenzong understood why she had been so troubled. Infertility, this condition was quite common. And with today's medical techniques, it wasn't considered a difficult illness. She recounted her medical history, explaining her numerous unsuccessful attempts to seek treatment. It was a simple case of congenital fallopian tube blockage, but none of the medications had any effect. Even worse, when she was about to undergo surgery, the doctors told her that her fallopian tubes were not only blocked, but also deformed, unusually narrow, meaning even if the surgery cleared the blockage, the eggs would still be unable to pass through. It was truly a tough case, but for Lu Wenzong, it wasn't a problem. He had divine water, which though primarily for enhancing vitality, could help improve overall bodily health. For this woman's infertility caused by physiological issues, drinking the divine water could potentially normalize her reproductive system just like a regular person's. Afterward, Lu Wenzong prepared some medicinal decoction and brought it out. The woman drank the divine water, thanked him briefly, then hurriedly left. Lu Wenzong, seeing no one else, began closing his stall. Early the next morning, they returned to the same spot to start seeing patients again. As soon as the stall was set up, the woman from yesterday afternoon rushed over. I went for a checkup last night, and my body has returned to normal. The woman said excitedly upon seeing Lu Wenzong. That's good to hear. Lu Wenzong responded with a warm smile. Truly, I can't thank you enough. Here is the treatment fee. The woman finished speaking and handed over a check. When Lu Wenzong looked at it, he was astonished to see that it was a check for 100,000 yuan. So much? Lu Wenzong asked in surprise. Not at all. You've cured a hidden pain I've carried for years. No amount of money could express my gratitude towards you. The woman said earnestly. All right, I will accept it, and if you encounter any other problems in the future, feel free to come see me. Lu Wenzong said. All right, my name is Liu, what's yours? The woman asked Lu Wenzong directly. Lu Wenzong, give me your contact information. Liu said. Sure. Lu Wenzong did not refuse. Who could turn down a beautiful woman's request? After exchanging contact details, Liu left. 2 months later, Lu Wenzong received a call from Liu. She happily told him that she was pregnant. Naturally, Lu Wenzong extended his congratulations. Lu Wenzong had been setting up his stall in Sangzi County for a week and treated around 60 or 70 people, 80% of whom were elderly. After a week, Lu Wenzong stopped setting up his stall, but the news of a young divine doctor in Sangzi County quickly spread throughout the surrounding areas within a short time. Even though he stopped going to the county town, he left his address behind. People suffering from serious illnesses began making inquiries everywhere. Those who managed to obtain accurate information then rushed to Lu Wenzong's hometown, hoping that he would be able to cure their long-standing ailments. After building his reputation, Lu Wenzong started paying attention to the situation with his Isatis root at home. It would soon be ready to harvest, and figuring out how to handle it was now something he needed to understand. Based on the information he gathered, the leaves should be cut first, followed by digging up the roots, ensuring the root remained intact. If done manually, it required a great deal of patience. In the evening, Lu Wenzong inquired about this matter with the little fairy. The little fairy scoffed at the question. What was the little hoe for? It was for planting, harvesting, and watering. Anything that could be grown in the ground was something she already knew how to manage. Did Lu Wenzong really need to get his hands dirty? Preposterous. It took the little fairy 2 whole nights to fully harvest all the Isatis root, a result deliberately slowed down by Lu Wenzong. Then, she spent another night harvesting all the clover. As for the remaining white atractalodes and honeysuckle, Lu Wenzong hired some extra hands through his parents to help, providing them with additional income. The herbs were harvested, but Lu Wenzong showed no intention of selling them, much to Wu Ruhan's confusion. She had already sent people out. If they didn't sell, wouldn't they breach the contract if an agreement was reached for acquisition? Chapter 43, got in trouble again. You call them back. There's no need to promote the herbs anymore. In due time, someone will come to buy them. Lu Wenzong said confidently. Just because you've been practicing medicine for a week in the county town? Wu Ruhan didn't believe him. It's small potatoes, and there's still much to be done. Lu Wenzong walked the talk and headed to Sanling City the next day. He used the same method, but within half a day, he didn't get a single customer. Although the passers-by were curious, none of them stopped to inquire. Clearly, people didn't trust him. Lu Wenzong was very patient. Despite having no one come for treatment in the afternoon either, he still appeared cheerful. Brother, when we were in Sangzi, at least people would ask questions. But here in the city, not a single person has asked. Xiuxian was quite worried. Take it easy, everything takes a process. Lu Wenzong was calm. In the evening, Lu Wenzong deliberately went to the local country-style restaurant where they had eaten last time. The boss was surprised to see Lu Wenzong, then happily welcomed him up. Little brother, what brings you here? To eat. Don't you welcome me? Lu Wenzong laughed. How could I not welcome you? I've been waiting for you every day. What are you waiting for? Am I some kind of woman? I'm waiting for you to come here so that I can treat you to a meal. After our conversation last time, you said their days would be numbered. Sure enough, not long after, Zhao Qiguang and his son got arrested. All that must have been thanks to you, right? The boss laughed as he said this. Lu brother, you're overthinking things. I'm nowhere near capable enough for that. Lu Wenzong modestly replied. Well, regardless, I thank you anyway. The boss smiled. So, does that mean I'm going to let you treat me to dinner today? Certainly. All right, then thanks to you, boss. The boss was extremely warm-hearted, neglecting his other guest service and personally cooked a few dishes. Then he took out a bottle of Wulianya liquor and started drinking with Lu Wenzong. The two toasted to each other, drink by drink, enjoying themselves thoroughly. The boss was surnamed Wang, and he had 2 sons who relied on his little restaurant to make ends meet. The downfall of Zhao Qiguang and his son gave boss Wang hope for life, making him work even harder. At first, he only took Lu Wenzong's words as a joke, but once Zhao Qiguang fell from power, he immediately realized Lu Wenzong was probably a very influential person. Now that Lu Wenzong unexpectedly visited, he was glad to continue befriending him. After finishing a bottle of spirits, they started on beer. Each having consumed 4 bottles of beer, the buzz kicked in, and both began to boast. Boasting greatly fueled their drinking mood, leading them to drain another 4 bottles of beer. The boss passed out, snoring loudly while lying face down on the table. Though Lu Wenzong was also drunk, he was still conscious. He bade farewell to the boss's wife and left, with Xiuxian supporting him as they staggered along the streets under the night sky. Big brother, we haven't sorted out where to stay yet. Xiuxian complained. Let's just find a random hotel to sleep in. Lu Wenzong chuckled. Xiuxian sighed wryly, and helped Lu Wenzong stumble forward. Not far down the road, they suddenly heard a woman screaming shrilly, Robbery! 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 Who's robbing? Lu Wenzong opened his dazed eyes and asked. Over there, over there. Looking ahead, Xiuxian saw a woman struggling with 2 men over a bundle. The woman held onto the bag, blocking punches and kicks from the 2 men while shouting loudly for help. Robbery? You dare rob, right in front of me? Are you begging for death? The drunken Lu Wenzong rolled his eyes and rushed forward unsteadily, but quickly. Xiuxian pulled out her phone to call the police before she hurriedly followed behind. Lu Wenzong approached, delivering a kick towards a shadowy figure. Taken by surprise, the man was kicked straight to the ground. His companion hesitated, not expecting Lu Wenzong to appear. He released his target and lunged toward Lu Wenzong. They grappled fiercely together. With his superior physique, Lu Wenzong soon took the upper hand. However, the guy who'd been knocked down climbed back up and pounced too. Now facing 2 opponents, Lu Wenzong quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Xiuxian hesitated for a moment on the side. Seeing Lu Wenzong being surrounded and beaten by the 2, she scanned around and spotted something useful. Near the entrance of a shop stood some absorbent bricks. She walked over, dislodged one of the bricks, picked it up, and moved closer. With a bang, Xiuxian slammed the brick down on the head of one of the attackers. She hit hard. The man flipped over and lay sprawled on the ground, black fluid seeping out onto the street. Xiuxian was startled and dropped the brick, jumping aside. With one attacker gone, Lu Wenzong's pressure lessened significantly. After a series of grapples, Lu Wenzong managed to pin down the last guy, glaring at him and saying furiously, Dang, I lost big today. The fight had sobered him up considerably. His body ached from multiple blows. If he hadn't been drunk, he could have summoned his little hoe, and those 2 robbers wouldn't even stand a chance. He fished out a rope from the robber's pocket and tied him up as he stood up. Huh? Where'd she go? Looking around, Lu Wenzong realized that the woman who had been robbed had vanished. She bolted long ago, Xiuxian replied with dissatisfaction. Then let her run. Let's go too, Lu Wenzong said. But he's bleeding. What if he dies? Xiuxian looked anxiously at the robber on the ground convulsing. Lu Wenzong stepped forward to check. noting the blood had almost stopped flowing. No worries, he won't die. Let's leave. The two quickly walked away from the scene, only hearing sirens much later when they were far away. Glancing around, they spotted a hotel sign and hurried over. As they were checking in, the sound of police sirens suddenly came through the door. Turning back, they saw 4 policemen rushing in. Stop! Don't move, shouted one officer loudly. What do you want? Lu Wenzong asked before 4 officers lunged at him, tackling him to the ground. Don't move. The officers pinned Lu Wenzong, twisting his arms painfully behind his back. He gritted his teeth in pain. Why are you arresting people randomly? Su Yinyang shouted loudly. The police ignored her, handcuffed Lu Wenzong, and hauled him up. You're crazy. Why arrest people without cause? Lu Wenzong angrily questioned. Someone reported that you intentionally injured someone. Come with us, an officer said. Intentionally injured someone? Are you kidding me? Nobody showed up when someone got robbed earlier. You think I intentionally injured someone? Fine, I'll go with you. But if I'm innocent, your hides will belong to me. Mark my words, I'll flay all of you otherwise. You're threatening police officers? A young officer sneered disdainfully. We'll see if it's a threat or not. Lu Wenzong laughed coldly. Chapter 44. There are legends in Sanling City too. Sitting again in the police station of Sanling City, Lu Wenzong felt he was utterly down on his luck. Was it his destiny to always be at odds with the police? Arrested the first time he came here, and now being arrested again for doing the right thing. It seemed his zodiac sign was clashing horribly. The police had changed shifts 3 times, but Lu Wenzong's story stayed the same. Su Yinyang naturally told the truth on her side. However, the police weren't interested in that. They wanted to know about Lu Wenzong allegedly causing intentional harm. As for the robbery case, who would bother with it when nothing was actually stolen? Lu Wenzong's request to make a phone call was denied by the police, and so was his request for bail. The police clearly intended to make this case rock solid. Why they were relentlessly pinning this on him, Lu Wenzong couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Could those 2 robbers have connections to something bigger? The police were unable to get any useful information from Lu Wenzong, so they could only temporarily detain him in a holding cell. From the moment he entered the station, Lu Wenzong had summoned xiuxian, instructing her to record video throughout the whole process. When the interrogations paused, Lu Wenzong sent xiuxian out to investigate the detailed backgrounds of those 2 robbers. The police carried out an overnight intensive interrogation, giving Lu Wenzong less than an hour of rest before continuing questioning him. But even 1 hour proved enough. Before the police could ask anything, xiuxian returned. After a secret exchange, Lu Wenzong understood everything. No wonder these guys were acting so strange, trying to turn a robbery case into an intentional assault case. It turned out those 2 robbers weren't real ones. They were after a small USB drive hidden in the woman's package. The 2 robbers were hired by someone, and this person was somewhere monitoring the scene. When they saw Lu Wenzong beating the 2 robbers to the ground, the mysterious orchestrator was furious. Lu Wenzong's appearance had completely disrupted his plan. Therefore, when the police arrived on the scene, this man also showed up. Thus, what was originally a robbery case turned into Lu Wenzong's alleged case of intentional assault. Once Lu Wenzong figured out the reason, he stopped worrying and started chatting casually with the police. He began cooperating, much to the relief of the police. While the police were attempting to lead Lu Wenzong into admissions, Lu Wenzong was doing the same to them. Thus began an interplay of leading and resisting. This dialogue continued intermittently for over 2 hours, lasting past midnight before it finally ended. Although the process was bumpy, they finally reached some sort of conclusion. The police sighed in relief, their attitudes toward Lu Wenzong softening considerably. Some went home while others remained on duty, and the police station grew quiet. Lying on a small bed, Lu Wenzong no longer felt gloomy, but rather experienced a tinge of joy from the anticipation of revenge. These people clearly hadn't learned their lesson yet. With the Zhao Qiguang father and son duo already fallen, these individuals still held on to their old habits, needing a good punishment to realize their own limitations. Decked out in a uniform, they acted recklessly and deserved to be punished. Early the next morning, the police finally brought Su Yinyang to see him. Brother, are you alright? Seeing Lu Wenzong, tears quickly flowed from Su Yinyang's eyes. Growing up, she had never been arrested before, and deep down, she was quite frightened. I'm fine. Didn't they give you a hard time? Lu Wenzong asked. They didn't. What do we do now? Su Yinyang was quite anxious. It's fine. Just wait outside for me. I'll come find you this afternoon. Lu Wenzong smiled and reached out to pat her head, soothing her. What will you do if I leave? You wouldn't be able to help anyway. Go back home first. Trust me, you don't know what tricks I have up my sleeve. Hesitantly, Su Yinyang walked out. Lu Wenzong then instructed xiuxian to deliver the recorded videos to the bureau chief's desk, along with a message. If I confess, this video will appear on major media platforms. You decide what to do. The chief quickly turned on his computer, opening the video mysteriously placed on his desktop. In the video, the police used far too many leading questions during the interrogation, which severely violated the rules of inquiry. Worse still, there was footage at the end showing the 2 robbers committing robbery and fighting with Lu Wenzong. The chief was sweating bullets. Actually, he hadn't known about this case beforehand, only hearing a brief report from one of his subordinates. He hadn't given it much attention, assuming it was an order from above and thus not concerning himself with the details. But now, having his computer stealthily accessed and evidence recorded during police questioning without anyone realizing, his job was certainly at risk. After much deliberation, the chief called in the captain responsible for the case. After a series of negotiations, Lu Wenzong was released at noon. However, Lu Wenzong did not keep his promise. Immediately upon being released, He delivered the evidence to a certain department's office. Shennong City was at a critical moment. If this video were to be leaked to the media, there would undoubtedly be more people in trouble. Previously, Zhao Qiguang and his son's arrest had dragged down over 200 or 300 officials. Just as the city had finally stabilized, another incident like this could not happen. Thus, a certain department treated the video very seriously upon receiving it, immediately dispatching personnel to arrest those 4 police officers. With the indisputable evidence presented in the video, the 4 police officers had no defense, and a few days later, they were directly dismissed from their positions. Even the police chief was reassigned from his job. However, Lu Wenzong was still not satisfied. If he didn't have business in Shennong City, he would have gone and beat them up for venting anger. By this time, Lu Wenzong had already built a reputation in Shennong City. His booth set up on the East Square attracted incredibly long queues, roughly estimated at least 100 or 200 people. On the afternoon of the day he left the police station, Lu Wenzong immediately put up his stall, treating an old man who just came for idle chat with a heart disease, finally breaking the deadlock. With every treatment, Lu Wenzong would promote the miraculous effects of the herbs he planted. Of course, his isatis root was not exactly a miracle drug, but the isatis root watered by divine water from his little hoe far surpassed the efficacy of ordinary isatis root several times over. After staying back and forth for 9 days in Shennong City, Lu Wenzong finally hurried home. The roses at home were ready to be harvested again, and he happened to return along with the car sent by xiuxian. Moreover, he needed to personally deliver the required roses to the spring flower shop in Meizhuan City. xiuxian did not accompany the car, but merely dispatched 2 staff members from her flower shop. Returning home, Lu Wenzong was surprised to see many cars on Xiaolong Mountain, among which were a few Volkswagen Tiguan SUVs. Are they here for tourism or inspection? Descending the car with doubts, he saw Wu Ruhan and a few salespeople busy working outside the wooden house. They're here to buy medicine, Lu Wenzong smiled. Seeing them so busy, Lu Wenzong didn't disturb them, but instead led Xiuxian and the flower shop staff to the orchard to pick roses. 3 days ago, Lu Wenzong had already arranged for his father to hire workers to come for harvesting. He implemented a policy of more work leading to greater rewards, hence everyone worked quite efficiently. In just 2 days, they had picked over 300,000 roses. Chapter 45, Su Zhihao's Dilemma. Lu Wenzong asked everyone to take a break and started loading the truck sent by xiuxian with goods. Under the joint efforts of 7 or 8 people, 20,000 roses were loaded in just an hour. After the car left, Lu Wenzong received a notification on his phone that a transfer of 60,000 yuan had already arrived in his bank card. Lu Wenzong smiled contentedly and then took out cash to have his father settle today's wages. 150 yuan a day was already considered a very high salary here. Normally, nearby villagers helping others build houses, move things, or farm fields only earned 80 yuan a day. Lu Wenzong's offer of such a high wage quickly improved these people's attitude towards him. However, after some time passed and the news spread, the small long mountain contracted by Lu Wenzong still caught the eye of many. In the Su household, there were visitors every day recently. The content of these visits was the same. Find a way to persuade Lu Wenzong to sublease the small long mountain to them. Su Zhihao found it quite amusing how these people thought they could succeed, where even town mayor Wu couldn't apply pressure on Lu Wenzong to easily give up the mountain. Not wanting to play the bad guy, Su Zhihao adopted delaying tactics or simply avoided seeing them. However, what made Su Zhihao extremely frustrated was that, after sending away several batches of people, he still had to meet the person who came this time. The visitor was a 30-something middle-aged man dressed in a suit, with shiny leather shoes and neatly combed hair. This man was none other than his wife's younger brother, Wu Yuming. Brother-in-law, how have you been? As soon as Wu Yuming entered, he raised his voice. Yuming is here. Sit down quickly. Hearing the noise, Su Zhihao's wife Wu Yujian hurriedly walked out, cutting off her husband before he could speak, and warmly inviting their guest. Sister, don't you care about maintaining yourself at all? Look at you, 40+ years old, but looking like a 50 to 60-year-old woman. Wu Yuming criticized his older sister's appearance as soon as he stepped inside. At my age, I still bother with that nonsense. Is it mealtime? Wu Yujin laughed. I've eaten. Brother-in-law, aren't you busy lately? Wu Yuming asked. It's fine. There isn't much going on since we've finished working on the straw burning ban. Perfect. There's something I want to discuss thoroughly with my brother-in-law. Discuss with me? I know nothing about mining. Su Zhihao smiled. Wu Yuming had contracted 4 open-pit coal mines in Hongban village, earning him over 1 million yuan annually, making him one of the richest individuals in the area for miles around. Not talking about the coal mines this time. All right, go ahead and say it. Brother-in-law, I intend to lease the small long mountain, said Wu Yuming, stating his purpose directly, which shocked Su Zhihao speechless for half a minute. Yuming, focus on your coal mines. Why come and look to lease the small long mountain? There are no coal mines on the small long mountain. Do you plan to farm? Sister Wu Yujian complained unhappily. Sister, do you understand anything? Haven't you heard that someone named Lu Wenzong has already sold 3 rounds of roses? His income broke the 1 million mark. How long did it take? Less than 2 months. This is more profitable than my coal mine. Wu Yuming explained. Do you know how to farm? Su Zhihao questioned. Did that Lu Wenzong ever grow crops either? Brother-in-law, according to my guess, there must be something peculiar about the small long mountain. I also visited the small long mountain before, and you all claimed it wasn't suitable for cultivation. Yet why can someone like Lu Wenzong grow roses that yield 3 harvests? Moreover, haven't you noticed how abnormally fast his medicinal herbs grow? True, there might be something unusual about it, but everyone says Lu Wenzong has mastered a special planting method, responded Su Zhihao. Bullshit. A medical student like him doesn't know jack squat about planting methods. I speculate he analyzed the soil of the small long mountain and chose what to plant accordingly. Medicinal herbs, roses, and fruit trees. They are suited to the soil condition of the small long mountain, Wu Yuming reasoned. Fine. Even if you're right, Lu Wenzong would definitely not agree to sublease the small long mountain to you. Su Zhihao felt conflicted. Brother-in-law, you're the head of the village committee. If you say it should be leased to someone, won't it end up leased to that person? Wu Yuming argued. The village signed a contract with Lu Wenzong. If there's any breach of contract, the village will have to pay compensation. Su Zhihao sincerely didn't want to lease the small long mountain to Wu Yuming. Despite being his brother-in-law, Wu Yuming was extremely stingy. Although his net worth was nearly 30 million yuan, each time he came to his house, he never bought anything. What made Su Zhihao even more displeased was that, not only did Wu Yuming not buy them gifts, whenever his son and daughter went to Wu Yuming's house, Wu Yuming never bought anything for these two nephews and nieces either. If such a stingy person like Wu Yuming leased the small long mountain, their village wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from it. According to Secretary Wang, Lu Wenzong had promised to promote his planting method after some time, and the credit would still go to the village director himself. But if Wu Yuming leased it, the promotion plan would be completely ruined. How much compensation is required for breach of contract? Wu Yuming asked. It's not about just paying money. If this precedent is set by the village, who will come in the future to lease our barren mountains, fish ponds, forests, and coal mines? Su Zhihao replied. Brother-in-law, there are reasons we can make up, Wu Yuming urged anxiously. It really doesn't seem right. Doing this will lose the trust of the villagers towards the village office. It will be hard to conduct business in the future. Su Zhihao wished to firmly reject Wu Yuming, but spoke softly considering he was his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, 5% of profits. Wu Yuming decided to play his ultimate card when logic failed. Su Zhihao hesitated for a moment, instinctively calculating that if Lu Wenzong earned 1 million yuan from the 3 rounds of roses, he could earn 50,000 yuan. Adding medicinal herbs and the fruit tree's income, making over 10,000 yuan per year would not be a problem. To be honest, Su Zhihao was tempted. His silence indirectly told Wu Yuming that while Su Zhihao was interested, he couldn't yet decide. Wu Yujian beside him was also tempted upon seeing her husband stay silent, and she almost stood up to respond on behalf of him. 8%. Wu Yuming raised his offer further. I need to think it over carefully. Su Zhihao gritted his teeth, finally swaying. No worries. You take your time to consider, brother-in-law. I'll wait for your news. Wu Yuming said, standing up and getting ready to leave. Stay for dinner. Why such a rush to leave? Wu Yujian quickly requested. Not necessary. I still have something to attend to in the county town. Wu Yuming left, but Su Zhihao remained lost in thought. On one hand, the enticement of an annual income of tens of thousands to over 100,000 yuan. On the other hand, his conscience was tormenting him. Su Zhihao felt excruciating pain, pulling at his own hair. Chapter 46, Female Police Officer's Late-Night Invitation. Wu Yuming had left, but he had left Su Zhihao with a major dilemma. Throughout the night, Su Zhihao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His heart alternated between heat and cold, this contradictory choice causing him great pain. His wife Wu Yujian, growing impatient, sat up. Are you going to sleep or not? If not, go away. I can't sleep. Su Zhihao also sat up, sighed, picked up the cigarette from the bedside table, and with a snap ignited it. After taking a deep puff, he sighed again. Are you thinking about Yuming? Asked Wu Yujian. Yeah. What's there to think about? I think Yuming's proposal is pretty good. Based on Lu Wenzong's current income, Yuming offers us a split of over 10 or 20,000 yuan per year. With such a good deal, why not accept it? Wu Yujian said. You don't understand anything. What do we do after agreeing? If someone else contracts it, I can still disengage. But if Yuming takes the contract, what will others say? Can I continue as the village chief? So what if people talk? You're the village chief, whom the village's wasteland is contracted to. Isn't that something you guys decide? Women with long hair, but short-sightedness, Su Zhihao replied disdainfully. Can I alone make this decision? Previously, when Lu Wenzong took on Xiaolong Mountain, that was a collective decision by the village committee. For this breach of contract, it also needs a group discussion by the committee. I may get the benefit, but what about others in the committee? If I don't give them some advantages, how can they possibly agree to my suggestion? So complicated? Look into it yourself. I think if Wu Yuming distributes a little to each of them, wouldn't that work? Could it? Su Zhihao hesitated. All of you are money-driven. The village's annual poverty alleviation fund has been divided among all of you anyway. Do you think if Yuming agrees to give them a portion of the dividends, they would refuse? That makes sense. I'll find them tomorrow and discuss. Su Zhihao changed his position completely. Lu Wenzong had no idea about what was happening in the village. He was just preparing to head to Liang City. However, before heading to Liang, he had to go to Lehigh City. Last time, he didn't visit Lu Xiuxian, which made her quite upset. Now she insisted that Lu Wenzong must come over and spend a few days with her. Recently, Lu Wenzong didn't have much on his plate. The sale of herbs was handled by Wu Ruhan while he was a hands-off boss. Therefore, he could spare the time to see Lu Xiuxian. Also, he intended to meet Zhang Jing to discuss the herb procurement business. When Lu Wenzong arrived at Lehigh City, it was exactly past 2 o'clock in the morning. As soon as he found a place to land, his mobile phone rang unexpectedly. It was Officer Li Yuru calling. Hello? Officer Li, what kind of timing is this to call me? I need your help for something. Li Yunru smiled and said, but, couldn't you have called during the day? Calling me late at night like this will make me start overthinking things. Forget it. This is serious business. Have we ever done anything inappropriate? Lu Wenzong feigned surprise. Don't waste time. It's serious. Li Yunru became anxious. All right, tell me what's the matter. Where are you now? Li Yunru asked. Li Hai. Huh? Really? Li Yunru was shocked. Didn't we agree to focus on important matters? Li Yunru coughed once, then spoke. We are currently arresting a few escapees on a construction site in the Chengnan development zone of Lehigh City, but we've run into an issue and need your help. Li Yunru explained. Me? Do police officers really need my help to catch criminals? Did I hear wrong? Lu Wenzong asked in disbelief. Of course, we need your skills. Li Yunru said. She had a good understanding of Lu Wenzong's abilities, having witnessed them 3 times, twice personally, leaving a deep impression on her, especially when he caught those 3 fugitives at lightning speed and remained unscathed after being shot. All right, give me the address, and I'll be there. The intersection of Renmin Road and Dongfeng Road in the Chengnan development zone. Understood. Lu Wenzong opened the map on his mobile phone and flew towards the coordinates. Within less than 2 minutes, he reached the destination. Just as he landed and emerged from under a streetlight, 3 figures appeared before him. The 3 men held handguns in their hands, wore bulletproof vests and helmets, looking quite professional. Are you Lu Wenzong? One policeman asked. Yes. Officer Li asked me to come. Come with us. After walking a short distance with the 3 policemen, Lu Wenzong turned into a construction site still under development. Surrounding the site were relatively low walls, and at the northwest corner of the enclosure stood a 2-story prefabricated dormitory building where workers lived. At this moment, there were at least 20 black-clad policemen armed and surrounding the prefab dormitory. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong approaching, a somewhat slim figure stepped forward. Wenzong, over here, said Li Yunru's voice. What's going on? You've got so many people here. Why do you still need me? Lu Wenzong asked curiously. The criminal has taken a hostage, and our chief is currently negotiating with him. We don't have the confidence to take him down in one shot, so we're asking for your help, Li Yunru explained. The main question is, can I even get inside? Will the criminal allow me in? Lu Wenzong raised a critical point. The hostage that the criminal took isn't someone he knows, so you will go in pretending to be the hostage's younger brother, Li Yunru instructed. But the hostage doesn't know me either. How am I supposed to work together with them? Relax. Whether or not they talk isn't important. The key is for you to talk. What am I supposed to say? As the younger brother, what would you naturally say when seeing your sister held captive by the criminal? It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? TCH, you're treating me like an all-powerful god. Just adapt as the situation unfolds, and we'll protect you. All right, then what exactly do I need to do once I go inside? After you enter, we'll try to divert the criminal's attention from the hostage. When that happens, you must seize the opportunity to rescue the hostage. Swell. You're making me do such a dangerous task. Is that fair? By the way, lately it seems like I'm always getting bullied by police officers, so I really don't feel like helping anymore. Lu Wenzong complained irritably. If you pull this off, any policeman who dares to bully you again, I'll beat them up, Li Yunru joked. Fine. For your sake, I'll agree. But later you have to treat me to dinner. No problem. After coming to an agreement, Lu Wenzong changed into a ragged set of clothes, put on a safety helmet from the construction site, and followed Li Yunru toward the prefab dormitory. On the first floor, there were 6 rooms, each guarded by a police officer. At the second floor staircase, there were 2 officers, one looking upward and the other downward. The third room on the second floor had its door open and was lit from within. Chapter 47, Linhai Midnight Bar. Lu Wenzong was in the front, Li Yunru behind him as they walked toward the third room. When they reached the door, Lu Wenzong immediately saw a man holding a gun to the temple of a middle-aged woman in the corner of the room. Inside, there was also a middle-aged policeman standing by the window, engaging in a brief conversation with the middle-aged man. As Lu Wenzong entered, the man tensely gripped his hostage and shouted loudly, "Who is he? Why did you let him in?" "He's your hostage's younger brother," the middle-aged man said gently. "Brother? What does he want?" I need a car. The man shouted loudly, clearly showing signs of agitation. "I have a car." Lu Wenzong took a step forward and said, "You have a car? Where?" The man asked. "It's at the main entrance. Once you release my sister, the car is yours," Lu Wenzong said. "Just let these police officers leave. After I get in the car, I'll release your sister." The man proposed a condition. "No problem." Lu Wenzong nodded and agreed. "Then all of you retreat." All right. After speaking, Lu Wenzong led the retreat from the room followed by Li Yuru, while the middle-aged policeman started stepping back too. After everyone exited the room and waited for a moment, the man finally appeared at the door, dragging his hostage. He was alert, making sure there was no danger before slowly moving forward. Lu Wenzong and the others waited near the stairs, descending slowly as the man approached. Meanwhile, the policemen began dispersing. "Don't surround me. All of you stay back," the man shouted aloud. The policemen scattered accordingly, while Lu Wenzong remained close to the hostage and her supposed older sister. "Step aside, why are you this close?" The man noticed Lu Wenzong approaching closer and began to feel uneasy. Yes, please don't be impulsive." Though prepared for an offensive action, Lu Wenzong had no choice but to abandon his plan and step back several paces. This bastard was indeed cautious, giving no opportunities. Li Yuru grew somewhat anxious. She had strongly advocated Lu Wenzong's help, but now there seemed to be no chance for intervention. She feared that if Lu Wenzong made a rash move, not only would the criminal escape, but he might also get hurt. As they retreated further, the exit was almost within reach. Outside, there were only a few police cars waiting, without other vehicles visible. Once realizing that, this guy would surely grow angry, endangering everyone. They needed a strategy, and Lu Wenzong's mind quickly raced for solutions. Taking 2 more steps backward, Lu Wenzong suddenly wanted to slap himself repeatedly. Hell, such a supernatural existence like Xiuxian's little fairy should definitely be utilized, or it'd be wasted. Quietly summoning the fairy, he gave her quick instructions then slowed down again. Hey, look who's here. Lu Wenzong suddenly yelled out loud. The man instinctively turned around, and Lu Wenzong bolted forward. Realizing he'd been tricked, just as the man tried to shout and threaten Lu Wenzong not to come closer, he suddenly found that his fingers wouldn't move. It happened in a flash. Lu Wenzong had already rushed to his face, delivering a powerful kick right into the man's groin. The man fell over, dropping his gun on the ground. The policeman reacted promptly. Just as Lu Wenzong tackled him, the police swiftly arrived on the scene. Stepping aside, Lu Wenzong no longer interfered with the rest of the procedure. Li Yuru came over, patting him lightly on the shoulder with a smile, and said, "Impressive, successful in one move." Though outwardly calm, Lu Wenzong felt rather embarrassed inside. His body was modified by divine water, giving him considerable speed. But even so, if not for the fairy's help earlier, he couldn't guarantee disarming the criminal before he fired. Your compliments overwhelm me. Did we resolve everything? Yes, nothing left. Thank you very much, Li Yuru laughed. Can I go now? Why the rush? Just wait for me a bit. I'll join you, said Li Yuru. Do you not need to return? Catching the criminal is enough. We're only responsible for catching him. The next steps are handled by someone else. After saying this, Li Yuru went to coordinate with her colleagues. A few minutes later, she returned. After sending them back to the city area, the police car left Linhai. This operation crossed provinces. The criminal would be directly taken back to Sangzi County for interrogation. The following day, Li Yuru still needed to report to the Linhai Police Bureau, after which she'd be free. So, are we resting or what? Lu Wenzong asked. What? What do you want to do? Li Yuru chuckled. Haha, are you retaliating against me? Who told you to joke with me earlier? Hey, why did you come to Linhai? Li Yuru questioned. To meet a friend, and take care of some business. I know some people here in Linhai. If you need any help, you can call me. No problem. The two were loitering on the street, not mentioning whether they were going to stay or do anything else. Finally, it was Li Yuru who said that in the middle of the night, there wasn't much time for sleep anyway, so why not go to a bar for some drinks and find a place to rest when dawn came? Lu Wenzong had no objections, nodding his agreement. It was late at night, and not many bars were still open. After searching through several streets, they finally found one that was still in business. As they walked in, the attendant behind the service desk greeted them with a smile. Hello, sir and madam. What services do you require? The bartender was quite pretty, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. We'll have some drinks. Is there any performance now? Li Yuru asked with a smile. Yes, please follow me. The young woman bowed respectfully and led the two towards a door on the right side of the counter. Upon opening the door, a wave of warm air hit their faces. Inside, it wasn't raucous. Instead, it was somewhat quiet. There weren't many people inside, only 4 or 5 tables occupied, and they all seemed to be couples, some of them kissing fervently. The two made their way to the counter, ordered 2 pitchers of beer, and quietly sat down to listen as a woman softly sang on the small stage. She sang songs by Teresa Tong, her voice light, and suited perfectly for the present atmosphere. There wasn't much conversation between the two. They just clinked their glasses occasionally, meeting each other's gaze. As one pitcher of beer was almost finished, Li Yuru leaned on the counter, looking a little tired. Tired? A bit. Wake me up when it's dawn. Li Yuru yawned, letting her head drop. Lu Wenzong chuckled, slowly sipping on his beer. When the first pitcher was empty, he ordered another one, and, unusually, a pack of cigarettes. He lit a cigarette, the strong smoke making him cough a few times. He'd smoked before, but never got addicted, and it had been a long while since his last smoke. Suddenly starting again, he felt incredibly out of sync with it. When the second pitcher was finished, Lu Wenzong decided to stop drinking. Checking the time, it was nearly 5 o'clock. A few waiters were already cleaning, indicating that the bar would soon close. Lu Wenzong was about to wake Li Yuru to leave when the bar's entrance was abruptly slammed open, and over a dozen men stormed in aggressively. Chapter 48. Did I get into the wrong bed? Lu Wenzong hurriedly woke up Li Yuru and pulled her to prepare to step aside. However, just as Li Yuru was about to move, she seemed to have a leg cramp, and as soon as she stood up, her body suddenly tilted forward. Lu Wenzong quickly held her tightly. With the fragrance of a soft jade in his arms, there was an extraordinary charm. Are you awake? Seeing that Li Yuru was still limp, Lu Wenzong patted her back and asked. Sleepy. Li Yuru hugged Lu Wenzong, holding his neck, mumbling. Someone's making trouble. Let's go aside quickly so we don't get involved. Sleepy. Li Yuru muttered again, refusing to open her eyes. With no other choice, Lu Wenzong carried her to the nearby bar counter. This woman was truly very sleepy, dozing off in Lu Wenzong's arms, breathing heavily, even with light, snoring sounds. Finding a place to sit down, he changed from a vertical hold to a princess hold, which finally made Li Yuru sleep more comfortably. Over there, a fight had already erupted. A group of people surrounded a man punching and kicking him. The women's screams, the men's cries of pain, and the abuser's curses made the whole bar chaotic. After 10 minutes, the fighting stopped, then came the sound of slapping. A man was yelling loudly, cursing about how the woman had put a green hat on him or something. But, at that moment, the bar door was pushed open again. Lu Wenzong was surprised. Another group arrived. What did it mean? As soon as the second batch of people arrived, they immediately started fighting with the first batch. Instantly, the entire bar fell into complete chaos. Some guys were chased around, even rushing towards Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong moved several times, avoiding several rounds of chaotic attacks. Although the surroundings were incredibly noisy, Li Yuru continued to sleep soundly in Lu Wenzong's arms, showing no signs of waking up. The crowd fought for another 10 minutes when another group appeared. My goodness, was this going to be a world war? Batch after batch of people kept coming. It was like something out of a ghost story. However, these third arrivals weren't here to fight. They split the battling groups apart, loudly ordering both sides to stop. It looked like the third group was related to the bar management. Eventually, both sides ceased their fight, but the entire bar was already utterly destroyed. Apart from the table near Lu Wenzong, every table, stool, and bottle of alcohol had been smashed to pieces. I say, miss, wake up. It's already a world war, yet you're sleeping so peacefully? Lu Wenzong felt quite vexed. Still, he understood. He himself had stayed up all night in the net cafe before. Each time, by 3 or 4 in the morning, he would feel extremely drowsy, able to sleep until noon or afternoon without stirring. Hurry, someone, help, save him. Just as the groups were negotiating, a woman's sharp scream suddenly rang out, quite tragic. All 3 groups immediately stopped their quarrel and gathered around to watch. Fighting was one thing, but if someone died, that would make things worse. No one wanted to take the blame. From some arguing voices, Lu Wenzong understood the situation. Apparently, the guy who got beaten earlier seemed to have had his thigh pierced by a broken bottle during subsequent fights. That was serious. It had hit an artery, causing unstoppable bleeding. So many people were busy fighting that no one checked on his condition, only realizing how serious it was when they looked now. The man's face was as pale as paper, and his body twitched uncontrollably, clearly on the brink of death. Watching the woman cry her heart out, and seeing those previously aggressive men now full of worry, Lu Wenzong reverted to his old habits again. He placed Li Yuru on a table, grabbed a cup, mixed some water from the small kettle, combined it with half a glass of alcohol, then walked over. Move aside, I'm a doctor, Lu Wenzong shouted. The onlookers turned and quickly opened a path for him. Doctor, doctor, save him, save him. The woman cried out pleadingly. Occasionally, a middle-aged man wearing a large golden chain angrily spat, turned around, and walked away. Then his followers also ran off. Though a doctor had come, who could guarantee that the man wouldn't die? Leaving now might help them avoid responsibility. Lift his upper body and pry open his mouth, Lu Wenzong said. Among the second batch of arrivals, a 40-something uncle gestured with his hand, and subsequently 2 young men supported the dying person. He wasn't that old as Lu Wenzong imagined. He didn't look like a creepy uncle at all. Using one hand each, they forced the man's mouth open. Lu Wenzong slowly poured the mixed liquid from the cup into his mouth. Within 2 minutes, the wound on the thigh that was bleeding profusely suddenly stopped bleeding. Wow! The surrounding people expressed amazement and admiration. Fourth young master, the bleeding has stopped, a young man reported to the uncle. Boy, thank you. The fourth young master came over and extended his hand. Don't mention it, it's nothing. Hurry up and take him to bandage his wounds. Lu Wenzong waved his hand and then walked back. Li Yuru was still sound asleep on the table. Lu Wenzong picked her up and walked out of the bar. They found a nearby hotel, and Lu Wenzong checked into a room and laid her on the bed. There were 2 beds. Lu Wenzong collapsed onto the other one and fell asleep immediately. He hadn't slept all night, either, and was absolutely exhausted, nodding off within 2 minutes of lying down. He didn't know how long he had slept, when suddenly, he felt something in his arms. Still half asleep, he didn't think much about it, and just hugged it tighter before continuing to sleep. However, when he woke up again and opened his eyes, he saw a pair of beautiful large eyes staring at him intently, making him uneasy. What? I'm sorry. How did I end up in your bed? Lu Wenzong jumped up abruptly, looking somewhat flustered. To be honest, it wasn't so much the woman in his arms that shocked him. It was his natural reaction from sleeping. You didn't climb into the wrong bed. It's me who climbed into yours, Li Yuru giggled softly. Ah. Lu Wenzong turned his head in surprise. The 2 looked at each other for a moment before Li Yuru laughed first. Don't overthink this. I just wanted a warm embrace, that's all, Li Yuru said with a blush coloring her cheeks. Oh, I wasn't overthinking, Lu Wenzong hurriedly replied. What's wrong? Why are you acting so awkward? Li Yuru noticed something amiss with Lu Wenzong and asked curiously. Nothing. Let me see. Li Yuru suddenly yanked the blanket off and saw something she shouldn't have seen. Smiling, she rolled her eyes at Lu Wenzong before quickly jumping off the bed and onto the other one. When Li Yuru woke up and saw Lu Wenzong peacefully asleep on the other bed, there was something about his tranquil face that inexplicably attracted her. Almost unconsciously, she crawled into his arms. Despite not being sleepy herself earlier, once she lay down in Lu Wenzong's arms, she found it incredibly comfortable and fell sound asleep again. Chapter 49, 40 Minutes of Torture. To be honest, Lu Wenzong's reaction just now made her heart race and a flush of shame rose from deep within her, making her quite embarrassed. Lu Wenzong was even more embarrassed than she was. The matter was almost over, but when Li Yuru suddenly lifted the blanket, it gave him an inexplicable jolt. Thus, the little fellow who was about to go home went out again for a stroll. He got up from the bed, rushed into the bathroom, and with great effort, finally released his held-in urine. He thought that after releasing it, there might be signs of relief. But he frustratingly discovered that he could not control the endless stream of thoughts about Li Yuru running through his mind. Seeing that Lu Wenzong hadn't come out for a long time, Li Yuru began to think naughtily as well. Is he flying a kite? I've heard men like flying kites. Li Yuru couldn't help but smirked deeply. In the restroom, he washed his face, took a shower, splashed water everywhere, but after more than 10 minutes, there were still no signs of calming down. Instead, the wandering continued energetically. My God, can you stop it already? Lu Wenzong almost knelt down and begged this young master to quickly return home. It was too embarrassing. Knock knock knock. Came a knock at the door. Not done yet, Lu Wenzong shouted hurriedly. It's not that. You've been in there for more than 20 minutes. Are you doing something bad? Li Yurui laughed happily outside. With a click, the toilet door opened, revealing a beautiful little face. A mischievous smile graced the little face, eyes scanning every corner of the bathroom. Where did the person go? Realizing there was no one in the bathroom, she quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Damn, why are you hiding behind the door? Li Yurui asked while giggling. What? Just using the bathroom. Why did you come here? Lu Wenzong awkwardly questioned her, turning his back. What's wrong? Are you scared or something? It's not like we're kids. Everyone knows what's going on. Li Yurui smiled. I'm telling you, Officer Li, stop it. If you keep this up, I will really start thinking dirty thoughts, and you will bear the consequences. Lu Wenzong turned his face, gritting his teeth, and said. Lu Wenzong's burning gaze startled Li Yurui. Her face flushed red, and she hastily moved toward the toilet door. His gaze just now was somewhat frightening, causing her limbs to tremble. By the time Lu Wenzong had calmed down the young master, 40 minutes had passed. Checking the time, it was past noon, and his stomach felt somewhat empty, yearning for food. Exiting the restroom, the awkward look on his face had yet to fully fade. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. Lu Wenzong changed the subject. Okay. The two checked out of their room and went to a nearby countryside restaurant. They ordered some dishes and started eating swiftly since both were starving. Before they finished, a group of people suddenly entered the restaurant, led by the same man named Fourth Elder from earlier that morning. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong, Fourth Elder smiled. Approaching Lu Wenzong's table, he suddenly stepped aside, revealing a young man sitting in a wheelchair. The young man also had a smiling face, laughing very warmly. Hello, my friend. Allow me to thank you for saving my life. The young man laughed heartily. You're too kind. All this fuss is making me feel very uncomfortable. Lu Wenzong chuckled. It's deserved. My name is Zhou Yingqi. May I ask for the honor of your esteemed name? Young Zhou Yingqi extended his hand. Lu Wenzong. Hello. Hello. Uncle Four, bring it forward. Zhou Yingqi waved his hand. Fourth Elder approached, holding a check. Here is 1 million yuan. Our young master's gratitude towards Brother Lu for saving his life. This is way too much. Not only Lu Wenzong, but even the other diners hearing about the 1 million yuan gratuity, all exclaimed in unison. My goodness, this guy must be super rich, handing out 1 million so easily, absolutely blinding them with wealth. Is my life not worth 1 million? Zhou Yingqi replied discontentedly. Worth it, definitely worth it. However, I can't take this money. Refusing it means looking down on me. Zhou Yingqi, considering my life not worth 1 million. Zhou Yingqi complained unhappily. If I say that refusing this seems unavoidable. Alright then, I'll temporarily hold on to this money for you. Whenever you regret it, let me know. That's right. Don't hesitate to contact me anytime. Uncle Four, leave the phone number. They arrived in a hurry and left just as fast. After a large group of people left, the rural restaurant was not quiet. Surrounding guests all gathered around Lu Wenzong, asking various questions, each enviously eyeing the 1 million yuan check in Lu Wenzong's hands. Li Yurui was also quite surprised. He didn't know what had happened. Lu Wenzong roughly explained the situation, and only then did Li Yurui realize everything. However, she regretfully slapped her thigh, lamenting that her oversleeping had made her miss a good show. After eating, Lu Wenzong and Li Yurui parted ways as Li Yurui returned to Sangzi County. Lu Wenzong, on the other hand, went to Zhang Jing's workplace. After graduation, this guy took the exam and got into the 4th People's Hospital of Linhai City, becoming an actual doctor. The matter of cooperation with Chinese herbal medicines, Tong Xinlei had already mentioned to Zhang Jing, and Lu Wenzong came mainly to have a private conversation with Zhang Jing's father. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong, Zhang Jing skipped pleasantries and launched into a string of complaints, making Lu Wenzong feel that not becoming a doctor was simply a waste. Enough, enough, enough. I didn't come here to listen to your nagging. Lu Wenzong couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted Zhang Jing's rambling. Do you think I want to? Damn, the way things turned out is so depressing. If all of us brothers were doctors in Linhai, wouldn't that be better? Based on your grades, getting assigned to the city hospital would have been possible. As for Tong Xiaolu, let's not mention him. He at least has a foothold in Linhai. But look at you, going home to farm. I would have beaten you senseless if I'd known ahead of time. Zhang Jing kept grumbling. If you keep nagging, I'm leaving. Your sister. Alright. If you leave without eating when you've come all this way, try me. Zhang Jing grabbed Lu Wenzong's clothes and dragged him forcefully toward the back of the hospital. You wait in my dorm while I take leave. Later, I'll take you home for dinner. Since you want to talk to my dad about something, this is perfect, Zhang Jing said. Did you buy a house? Not yet. It's at my dad's shop. We're planning to buy one soon. Damn, the housing prices in Linhai City are too high. All my dad saved up over the years can barely afford a 100 square meter place. Zhang Jing complained dejectedly. Don't act like you're living a miserable life. I can't even afford one. Lu Wenzong retorted. They bickered for a while, and then Zhang Jing left to request leave. 20 minutes later, he returned, taking Lu Wenzong out of the hospital and hailing a taxi to go to his family's store. Zhang Jing's father, Zhang Tsongfu, had bought 2 shops in Linhai City earlier and started a wholesale medicinal herb business. Thanks to its excellent location and the continuous popularity of the herbal medicine trade, their business was doing well. Upon entering the shop, Zhang Tsongfu warmly greeted them. He knew from Zhang Jing about Lu Wenzong's cultivation of medicinal herbs and very much needed such a channel. Chapter 50, Lu Xiuxian's Admirer. Zhang Tsongfu was an excellent conversationalist. Under his lead, the dinner proceeded joyfully and harmoniously. People who had long battled in the business arena were indeed different. Lu Wenzong wouldn't have known what to say if it were up to him. After the meal, everyone began discussing the main topic. Lu Wenzong mentioned the quantity of his inventory, which slightly surprised Zhang Tsungfu. Zhang had profound knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine, knowing the production and harvest conditions of most herbs. For someone like Lu Wenzong to be able to harvest hundreds of thousands of pounds of Isatis root, banlangen, and red clover, xiuxian, in this season was genuinely remarkable. Still, it didn't matter. If there were medicinal herbs, Zhang would buy them. However, the price Lu Wenzong quoted made it difficult for her to accept. 50 yuan per pound for banlangen and 100 yuan per pound for xiuxian. It was significantly higher than the current market price. Wenzong, you're a classmate of Zhang Jing. I'll speak plainly. Zhang Tsungfu hesitated a bit before continuing. In fact, the herb market has always been in a relatively stable state, with little fluctuation in prices. However, the price you've quoted is quite absurd. I don't know whether it's due to your unfamiliarity with the market or something else. Lu Wenzong laughed, glancing at Zhang Tsungfu and said, Uncle, I'm not someone who acts recklessly. If I can quote such a price, it must be based on good reasons. Of course, in Lini City, this price may seem high. But, Uncle, do you know that I sell these at home for even higher prices, yet customers still flock in nonstop? Zhang Tsungfu was perplexed and asked, what makes your herbs special? Their efficacy is better, their quality higher, and there are no defective ones. Lu Wenzong said confidently, that's impossible. Zhang Tsungfu was a bit incredulous. You can come take a look personally. Lu Wenzong extended an invitation. All right, when will you go back? I'll follow along to check things out. Zhang Tsungfu became truly curious. In a few days, I need to rush to Liang to meet a friend. Let me know in advance when the time comes. Zhang Tsungfu laughed. That evening, Zhang Jing gathered a few classmates and they all went to a KTV where they sang their hearts out. The next day, Zhang Jing went to work while Lu Wenzong got up and headed toward the bus station. It happened to be Xiuxia's day off, and she was waiting for him in the dormitory. It was a tough journey getting there. The traffic was so congested that the vehicles moved only slightly faster than snails. They left at around 7 in the morning but didn't reach the bus station until 9:30. After boarding the bus at 10, it took until 2 in the afternoon to arrive in Liang City. Then they hurried over to where Lu Xiuxia lived, arriving at 3:30 p.m., a whole half day spent on the journey. Shit. However, Lu Xiuxia showed no sign of impatience from waiting, immediately embracing Lu Wenzong for warmth as soon as she saw him. The two hugged for a while, and both felt a bit warm, so they released each other. The rented apartment, though small, had been made extremely cozy by Lu Xiuxia. Wenzong, I miss you so much. Lu Xiuxia pressed close again, hugging his waist gently, and softly spoke. I miss you too. How's work going? Lu Wenzong asked. It's good. They've all been kind to me. Aside from encountering some troublesome passengers occasionally, the rest of the time is pleasant. I also get to visit many places while working, so I think it's great. Lu Xiuxia smiled. Isn't each route usually handled separately, by just one person? Yes, but we can switch shifts. Oh, so my Xiuxia has traveled to many places, huh? Yeah, I've also bought you a present. Lu Xiuxia finished speaking and let go of Lu Wenzong, running to the bedside. On the bedside table was a large storage box. She brought the box onto the bed and carefully began pulling out various items. These were small gifts purchased for Lu Wenzong during every trip she took while driving. There were clothes, shoes, small accessories, men's razors, cleansing milk, and even some cute little things unsuitable for men. Though none of these were valuable, the thought behind them clearly showed Lu Xiuxia's feelings for him, almost an incessant yearning. I only have one gift here, do you want to see? Lu Wenzong, having looked through the gifts she'd given him, asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Xiuxia's bright smile radiated as vividly as the evening glow, stunningly beautiful. Lu Wenzong placed his hands behind his back and summoned the small pickaxe he used to carry out the prepared gift earlier, a stack of jade-made earrings. So pretty. Women always found it hard to resist jewelry. Looking at the exquisite earrings in Lu Wenzong's hand, Lu Xiuxia's big eyes shone like stars. Must have cost a fortune. After admiring them for quite a while, Lu Xiuxia asked. Not that much. Lu Wenzong didn't tell the truth. These earrings cost several thousand yuan. Wenzong gently put the earrings on for her, then they cuddled for a while, kissed each other's lips before heading out to eat. According to Xiuxia's thoughts, they should just go to the station cafeteria, as it was cheap and saved money. But Wenzong insisted on eating outside. Their rented apartment was very close to the station. Many drivers and staff rented houses there to live. Lu Xiuxia was very popular, and many people smiled at her and said hello along the way as she walked. Walking through the rear gate of the station, they arrived at the nearby streets. The neon signs of hotels, inns, and restaurants almost blocked the sky above the street. They were all packed tightly together, presenting an impressive sight. Before they could find a place to eat, someone called out Xiuxia's name loudly. Wenzong turned around and saw 3 young men running towards them. Let's go. Upon seeing who was coming, Xiuxia quickly pulled Wenzong to walk faster. What's wrong? Are they enemies? Wenzong asked curiously. No, it's hard to explain. Let's just go. Xiuxia seemed flustered, gripping Wenzong's hand tightly. Xiuxia, why are you running? The 3 guys caught up with them and blocked their path. What do you want? I'm here to eat. Step aside. Xiuxia sounded annoyed. Eating? Great, we can join you. By the way, who's this guy holding your hand? Is he your boyfriend that you've been talking about? The newcomer sounded clearly agitated, and his eyes darted at Wenzong unfriendly. Who are you? Wenzong countered. Who am I? No one has ever asked me this before. Tell me, who am I? This young man seemed extremely proud, as if his identity meant a lot. Our big brother is Yang Zhe. His father is the station chief. Another youth following Yang Zhe chimed in proudly, as if having a station master as a father gave him royal-like superiority. You must be powerful. What brings you here, Mr. Yang? I'm looking for Lu Xiaoxia. No need for you here. Yang Zhe waved dismissively, showing impatience. You must be joking. I'm her boyfriend, and you expect me to leave? Wenzong couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness. He realized how those guys from privileged families always lacked manners, being pure buffoons. I don't care whether you're her boyfriend or not. I have something to say to her. Tell me whatever it is. Wenzong wrapped his arms around Xiaoxia, signaling her not to speak. Chapter 51, Breakthrough and Kidnapping. Can you replace her? Yang Zhe asked arrogantly, tilting his head. Anything can be replaced. Good. Then I won't talk to her. I'll discuss with you. Yang Zhe changed his mind, pointing at Lu Wenzong. Oh, what do we have to talk about? I've taken a liking to Lu Xiaoxia, but she keeps rejecting my advances. Since you're her boyfriend, I'll come straight out and say it. You leave Lu Xiaoxia alone, and name your price. Leave Lu Xiaoxia? Name your price. Lu Wenzong laughed, laughing happily. What are you laughing at? Yang Zhe was furious. Not laughing at anything. I'm just curious, where does your sense of superiority come from? Where does your confidence that I'd leave Lu Xiaoxia stem from? Also, is this how you pursue girls? It's downright laughable. Just because I am who I am here. Yang Zhe put up his thumb. Oh, is it based on your own abilities? You don't need to know. Having a powerful father is also one of my abilities. Yang Zhe said proudly. Amazing. Lu Wenzong gave him a thumbs up. He had nothing more to say to such a shameless person. Let's go, Xiaoxia, he's sick. You're the one who has a problem. Looking for a fight, aren't you? Yang Zhe blocked their way again. Yang Zhe, stop acting recklessly. I don't like you, and I will not be friends with you. Lu Xiaoxia finally got the chance to speak, rejecting him cleanly. That's because you don't know me. Yang Zhe said loudly. I truly like you. I fell deeply in love with you at first sight. Don't continue. I will not agree to your request. Lu Xiaoxia gripped Lu Wenzong's hand tightly. Although her head was bowed, her words were very firm. Fine, fine. You win. After saying that, Yang Zhe glared hard at Lu Wenzong, reluctantly turning around and leaving. Lu Wenzong held Lu Xiaoxia's hand, looking at the direction Yang Zhe left, slightly worried. He wasn't worried that Lu Xiaoxia would change her mind, but if she kept staying here near a man who eyed her menacingly, he truly couldn't let down his guard about her safety. It seems that Lu Xiaoxia should change jobs. Actually, bringing her home now could work too, since his small agricultural company could also accommodate her. However, her mother might pose a problem. Not long ago, when Lu Xiaoxia sent money home every month, Zhao Xiaojin, this mother who loved money, finally stopped causing trouble. If she came home, Zhao Xiaojin might once again stage another forced marriage drama. After dinner, seeing that it was getting dark, Lu Wenzong took her shopping and bought a few sets of clothes and cosmetics, then took her to watch a movie. They spent a bit more than usual, which made Lu Xiaoxia quite hesitant. Lu Wenzong saw it clearly. This girl was suitable for life together. However, Lu Wenzong immediately thought that making her work as the accountant back in the company might be a great idea. He called Tong Xinlei and asked him to help sign Lu Xiaoxia up for a training class. Tong Xinlei was quite angry that Lu Wenzong had come to Liang City without meeting him, scolding him over the phone many times. Can I actually learn these things? Lu Xiaoxia lacked confidence in herself. Why can't you? You are also a high school student. Learning some financial knowledge will surely not be an issue. Previously, if it hadn't been for your mother, you would have already become a college student long ago, Lu Wenzong said. Don't say that. No matter how wrong she may be, she's still my mom. Lu Xiaoxia immediately felt tense when talking about her mother. Zhao Xiaojin was undoubtedly a chain locking her life, hard to break free from in this lifetime. Alright, resign from this job first, focus on the training, and once you finish the training, go back to the village right away. My company needs you. I will. Lu Xiaoxia solemnly nodded her head. Go to sleep, it's not early anymore. Lu Wenzong gently patted the somewhat low-spirited Lu Xiaoxia, feeling immense pity in his heart. Hold me while sleeping. Lu Xiaoxia burrowed into Lu Wenzong's arms, clinging to his body like a kitten, her entire soft body leaning on Lu Wenzong. Holding the soft body in his arms, Lu Wenzong began to lose himself. Being in his 20s, having certain desires was normal, especially since he was holding his woman. Just as he was lost in thought, a soft pair of lips suddenly touched his. Both pairs of eyes stared at each other, overflowing tenderness quickly spreading. Lu Wenzong was stunned for a few seconds, then pressed his lips firmly. Bodies intertwined. Thus began a night filled with boundless passion. The next morning, Lu Wenzong opened his eyes early. Feeling the softness in his arms, he bent down and kissed Lu Xiaoxia's clean forehead, then quietly rose up. Getting up, washing up, then stepping out, but when he returned with breakfast, he froze directly. Where is she? Did she go out? Lu Wenzong questioned, placing the breakfast on the table and checking the bathroom, only to find it empty. Pung pung pung. The abrupt knocking at the door broke the silence. Lu Wenzong turned around and was surprised to see a girl in her pajamas standing outside the door. Who are you? I'm Xiao Xiao's colleague from the next door. While I was washing up, I saw several people carrying a bag downstairs. The girl appeared timid and somewhat frightened. Lu Wenzong smacked his forehead in regret. When he had gone upstairs earlier, he'd seen 3 individuals stuffing a bag into a car. He hadn't thought anything of it at the time, but now it was clear that the bag must have contained Xiao Xia. Shit. Lu Wenzong stormed out of the room, furious with himself. However, by the time he reached the place where he'd last seen the bag being shoved into the car, the vehicle had already vanished. The rushing cars and pedestrians gave him no clue as to where to look. In haste, he summoned Little Fairy, who also seemed stumped. Normally, there was always a clear objective, but this one was tricky. She couldn't pinpoint their location and would need some time to search using her divine awareness. Time was critical. If too much time passed, he worried something might happen to xiuxian. He asked the fairy to begin searching outward from the bus station while he dialed Li Yuru's number. Officer Li, do you know anyone in Liang City? I know a few people. My girlfriend has been kidnapped. Please quickly contact your friends and help me find her. Lu Wenzong spoke anxiously. All right, right away. With that, Li Yuru hung up. Lu Wenzong immediately called Tong Xinlei next. This guy, whose family was also from Liang City, should have some leads. As soon as Tong Xinlei received the call, he rushed over. Before he even arrived, a police car pulled up. Hello, are you Lu Wenzong? Two policemen approached him with gentle attitudes. Yes. Please help me find her, Lu Wenzong pleaded, his voice tinged with anxiety. At that moment, he deeply resented his own limitations in power. Chapter 52. Severe sense of crisis. If only his abilities were enough, how could he be at a loss when faced with his woman being kidnapped? Lu Wenzong was very troubled, sitting in the police car with a gloomy expression and an icy gaze that was terrifying. If he caught who had kidnapped Lu Xiuxian, he would make him doubt whether he belonged in this world. He could roughly guess who it might be. It was likely Yang Zhe to a great extent, but others couldn't be ruled out either. What Lu Wenzong didn't know was that last time when he dealt with Zhao Qiguang and his son, a group of people went to his hometown. After much inquiry, these people finally found Lu Wenzong's hometown. Lu Wenzong was busy searching for Lu Xiuxian, but this group of people was hiding in a motel in town, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Wenzong. They didn't know that Lu Wenzong wasn't at home, nor did they know what the situation was like at Lu Wenzong's house. Anyway, their mission was to beat Lu Wenzong almost to death and leave just a breath of life in him. If that failed, then destroy Lu Wenzong's home. Although they found the hometown where Lu Wenzong was from, they still didn't know exactly where Lu Wenzong lived specifically. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong was already seated inside the police station in Liang City, watching surveillance footage around the bus station with the police. The surveillance footage clearly showed 4 individuals, among which 3 were carrying a bag. The bag was long, and someone inside was continuously wriggling. The 3 individuals didn't leave any impression on Lu Wenzong, but Yang Zhe standing beside the Mercedes-Benz left a deep mark in his memory. Then, after memorizing the license plate number, they continued to search through the monitoring recordings, finding that the car was heading toward the north side of Liang City. After exiting the 3rd ring road of Liang City, the car disappeared from the video recordings. That meant the car should have been between the 3rd ring road and the first intersection leading to the northern suburban area. Lu Wenzong didn't know exactly where, but he immediately called Tong Xinlei, asking him to look for acquaintances in the vicinity. Meanwhile, the police began contacting the northern division to search for that white Mercedes-Benz car. Lu Wenzong, along with 2 policemen, rushed there immediately. The north side was vast, making it unimaginably difficult to find a specific car. Fortunately, many people were looking for clues, transmitting scattered information continuously. When Tong Xinlei called while Lu Wenzong was nearing the north side, he informed him that Yang Zhe had a house in one of the neighborhoods there. Lu Wenzong and the 2 police quickly made their way over. Bonahua residential area was a relatively famous high-end community in Liang City. With the average housing price in Liang being around 6,000 yuan, houses here were directly sold at 15,000 yuan. Upon arrival, the 3 utilized their police identities to enter the residential area quite easily. At the same time, the police from the North Division also arrived upon receiving the message. The 2 policemen quickly found out the exact location of Yang Zhe's residence. Lu Wenzong didn't rest a moment. Once he learned the result, he bolted forward. Unit 4, Room 301. Lu Wenzong silently repeated this number, running at full speed, unleashing the improved physical prowess endowed by the divine water treatment. Reaching the 3rd floor, he kicked the door with all his strength, causing it to produce a loud bang sound. Again, another kick produced yet another resounding thud. Just before the 3rd kick came, the door suddenly opened, nearly making Lu Wenzong stumble. However, Lu Wenzong didn't stop, adjusted slightly, and then kicked the man opening the door. Ouch! The guy who opened the door was directly sent flying by Lu Wenzong. Bursting inside, Lu Wenzong was instantly met with resistance from 2 people. Who are you? Before finishing the question, Lu Wenzong had already reached them. Bang! A punch hit one person's face, sending his body falling straight down. The other immediately swung his fist to counter Lu Wenzong. However, enraged Lu Wenzong's combat power skyrocketed, striking him down with merely 3 punches and 2 kicks. Kicking him twice hard, another person stood before him again. It was Yang Zhe. Yang Zhe looked at Lu Wenzong for a second and swiftly dashed into the room, slamming the door shut. Lu Wenzong ran over and kicked. A clang sound, and the door opened a slight gap, but was quickly pushed shut again by Yang Zhe inside. As Lu Wenzong delivered his 2nd kick, the police finally arrived. They first handcuffed the 3 guys outside, then shouted for Yang Zhe inside to open the door. However, despite their repeated calls, there was no response from inside. Impatient, Lu Wenzong kicked the door again, and this time it burst open immediately. Inside were 2 people behind Lu Xiuxian, each holding a fruit knife, nervously staring at the few individuals outside the door. Don't come closer if you do. I'll kill her. Yang Zhe was extremely nervous, trembling lips threatening everyone. Wenzong, Lu Xiuxian called out. Don't mess around, let Xiuxian go. Lu Wenzong roared. I'll release her if you let me go, Yang Zhe shouted loudly. Don't make any rash moves. Release the hostage and we'll let you leave, the police yelled. The officers didn't know who Yang Zhe was, treating him purely as a criminal suspect. According to Lu Wenzong's guess, if the police knew Yang Zhe's identity, they might have tried to reason with him instead. All right, move out of the way, Yang shouted. Lu Wenzong and the officers stepped aside, revealing the doorway. Yang glanced nervously at the few individuals, then dragged Lu Xiuxian forward. Get back. Move further away. Yang roared. Lu Wenzong and the two officers quickly took another big step back, leaving a large space. Yang took cautious steps, his eyes fixed on the three people while holding Lu Xiuxian close. Lu Xiuxian tearfully kept her gaze on Lu Wenzong, her pitiful expression tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Lu Wenzong kept staring at Yang, searching for the right moment to strike decisively. As they passed the three of them, Yang prepared to turn around to watch their movements. At that exact moment, Lu Wenzong made his move. He darted forward, throwing a punch directly at Yang's elbow. Startled, Yang instinctively raised his knife in defense. However, under immense tension, his reaction was significantly delayed. By the time his knife came up, Lu Wenzong's fist had already hit his elbow. Feeling immense pain, Yang's grip loosened, and the fruit knife fell to the ground. Lu Wenzong delivered a swift kick to Yang's hip, sending him staggering backward until he finally collapsed. The two officers quickly pounced, handcuffing Yang as he struggled to rise. You can't arrest me. You can't arrest me. Yang screamed. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong had already embraced Lu Xiuxian into his arms. Lu Xiuxian sobbed uncontrollably, clearly still shaken from the ordeal. Yang shouted out his identity amidst all the chaos, but the police paid little attention to it. The influence of a station master and other relevant departments paled in comparison to the authority of the law enforcement. So Yang's yelling did nothing to stop the police actions. Half an hour later, everyone sat inside the Northern City Police Station. The police were interrogating Yang and his accomplices. Yang now had a bruised nose, swollen face, and barely an inch of intact skin, all courtesy of Lu Wenzong. On the other side, Lu Wenzong and Lu Xiuxian had finished their statements and were about to leave after taking a brief rest. Although they had successfully rescued Lu Xiuxian, Lu Wenzong was genuinely terrified. Once again, a profound sense of crisis surged through him from deep within. Chapter 53. A single fire ruins the foundation. If someone truly intended to harm those around him, with his current abilities, he could hardly manage everything comprehensively. This was a big problem indeed. Lu Wenzong sighed heavily. It seemed he couldn't leave Lu Xiuxian here anymore. He wasn't familiar with Linyang City, and he didn't know how strong Yang's family influence was in this area. If the Yang family had considerable power, it was possible that nothing would happen to them. If Lu Xiuxian stayed here, Yang might continue juchon her, harass her. Thus, Lu Wenzong decided to take Lu Xiuxian away from Linyang City. 3 days later, the case ended completely, just as Lu Wenzong had guessed. Yang's father used connections to suppress the case entirely. Lu Wenzong felt quite aggrieved, but after some deliberation, he did nothing. His current influence was too small. Even if he caused trouble, the chance of changing the situation wouldn't be significant. Lu Wenzong sent Lu Xiuxian to Linhai City for financial knowledge training at an institution there. After arranging things for Lu Xiuxian, he planned to take her on a tour around Linhai City. However, a phone call made him snap instantly. Wu Ruhan called, speaking with deep sorrow as she informed Lu Wenzong that the wooden house remodeled into a warehouse on Xiaolong Mountain had been burned down completely by someone. All the herbs inside were destroyed. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong's house had also been set on fire. The roses on the mountain which were almost about to bloom had all been poisoned, and the fruit trees were almost all dead. Lu Wenzong flew back to his hometown overnight. Upon arrival, he first went home and confirmed that the house was indeed burned down. Then he went to Xiaolong Mountain and only saw the ashes of the burnt-down wooden house. Checking the fruit trees and roses on the mountain, they were indeed almost all dead. Despite this, Lu Wenzong remained calm, not losing his temper. He began to think, could Wu Bo have done this? Unlikely. Wu Bo was already trying his best to please him. He dare not offend him. If it wasn't Wu Bo, then who could it be? He didn't have many enemies near here. He hadn't even considered the Li Feilong from Linhai City or the manager of the medicinal herb procurement company who came last time. Li Feilong was too far away. Even if there was enmity, he couldn't possibly come such a long way to seek revenge. And as for that manager, simply failing to do business couldn't lead to such malicious retaliation, could it? Lu Wenzong was plunged into confusion. If he couldn't figure out who had done this, whatever he planted next wouldn't be safe either. Thinking for over an hour, Lu Wenzong turned around and walked back. Su Yener and Wu Ruhan's room was quiet. Lu Wenzong didn't want to disturb them and opened his own room door gently. Without even washing up, he lay down on the bed and stared off into space. Even going back home to farm had its twists and turns. Was heaven tormenting him? Summoning the little fairy, Lu Wenzong asked, if I became a divine immortal body, would I be able to obtain the powers of an immortal? No. So becoming an immortal body merely allows me to live longer and have a better body? Only partly correct. You should understand, you've merely acquired one of Laozi's alchemy artifacts. You haven't obtained any cultivation techniques. Although your body has evolved into an immortal body through the holy water transformation, you are not an actual immortal, explained the little fairy. So enhancing my strength this way won't work, said Lu Wenzong gloomily. You shouldn't be disheartened. The immortal body offers more than just living longer. What else can I do? Lu Wenzong felt a flicker of hope. Though the immortal body isn't equivalent to an immortal, it can still use the immortal's magical techniques. Being unable to cultivate doesn't mean you cannot use these skills. If you cannot cultivate, where do you find the magic to use? Lu Wenzong snapped irritably. What do you think? The little fairy smiled and raised her head with pride. That's right, there's an immortal right beside me. Lu Wenzong laughed heartily. Though the little fairy was just a low-ranking deity appointed by Laozi to guard the little hoe, she was after all a deity, and she certainly knew some of the deity's magical techniques. I can teach you some basic magic, provided you have reached the immortal body stage. Based on my current rate of drinking the holy water, how long will it take? 40 to 50 years. What? 40 to 50 years? That's killing me. Is there any quick method? Yes. What is it? Physical forging. How does physical forging work? If you trust me, leave it to me. I'll forge your body for you. Can you elaborate on the specific methods? Cannot tell. Rest assured, I won't harm you. All right. When can we start? Right now, it's fine. The two talked for 3 or 4 hours, chatting until dawn. The sounds of getting up and washing up woke up Wu Ruohan and Xiuxian. Wearing pajamas, the two women excitedly ran over without a second thought. Lu Wenzong's eyes widened as he saw the bouncing figures approaching. His heart raced at the obvious curves. He used to only fantasize about such scenes in his mind, but after becoming intimate with Lu Xiuxian, seeing these features again stirred a certain excitement within him. Yet neither woman noticed how much of their charming beauty was exposed as they eagerly approached Lu Wenzong. When did you come back? Did you see it? Asked Wu Ruohan anxiously. I saw it. It's not a big deal. Lu Wenzong replied nonchalantly. Brother, everything is gone. Xiuxian said, puzzled by his lack of reaction. Lu Wenzong's calm demeanor left her astonished. How could he remain so unfazed after losing everything overnight? It's just bad luck turning into good luck. Let's start over. But, Lu Wenzong, what are you thinking? Is this matter really over? Wu Ruohan couldn't understand his stance either. For now, we'll leave it be. I don't even know who retaliated against me. What am I supposed to do? Expect the police to investigate? Don't joke around. Not you, fine. I give up on you. An irritated Wu Ruohan turned and walked away. Xiuxian glanced at Lu Wenzong several times before hurrying back as well. Lu Wenzong smiled faintly and went to prepare breakfast. Was he not angry? Of course not. He wanted to dismember whoever set fire to his livelihood and tear them apart. But would anger solve anything? If he couldn't find the real culprit, getting himself killed wouldn't change the situation. His parents also got up, and upon learning that Lu Wenzong had returned, they recounted the incident. Their advice mostly revolved around Lu Wenzong not making enemies while outside and prioritizing peace, citing the current calamity as an example to teach Lu Wenzong not to be too straightforward in handling matters. After conversing further with the little fairy, Lu Wenzong managed to thoroughly calm down. He knew what needed to be done. First, replant his fields. Second, find the true criminal. Third, follow the little fairy's body forging regimen in anticipation of being able to use magical techniques soon. However, after breakfast, he still called Wu Bo, asking him to help investigate. Sometimes, conventional methods of investigation were far less effective than unconventional ones. Chapter 54. The village stirs again. Wu Bo naturally agreed without hesitation to the request made by Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong, along with his parents, Wu Ruohan, Xiuxian, and a few employees from the company, spent an entire day tidying up the fields and clearing out all the dead plants. That night, Lu Wenzong directly set Little Shoot to work, and within the span of one night, they cleared all the dead fruit trees, roses, and medicinal herbs. After cleaning up, Lu Wenzong immediately planted backup seeds. This time, he planted nothing but roses. Hundreds of acres filled with flowers, no other crops at all. Since flowers had a shorter growth cycle, it was more advantageous to plant them. Fortunately, all the flowers that needed to be delivered were handed over before the fire, so there was no dead involved, which was somewhat lucky. However, the news of Lu Wenzong's return had already reached some people. Although they had burned down Lu Wenzong's house, he hadn't suffered any physical harm, so they considered the task incomplete and continued to wait. Finally, Lu Wenzong returned, and they were delighted as if they could already see money pouring in upon the completion of their mission. They began plotting, preparing to attack Lu Wenzong himself. Lu Wenzong had just finished spreading all the flower seeds when trouble came knocking again. The village head, Su Zhihao, arrived. Lu Wenzong didn't know why he was here, but still greeted him warmly. Sitting down in the office, after drinking a cup of tea, Su Zhihao finally spoke. Wenzong, I've come today to discuss something important with you. Uncle, what is it? Lu Wenzong smiled. This way, the village has decided that your procedures for contracting Dragonling Mountain are not proper and do not follow the right process. Therefore, the village plans to revoke your contracting rights. Uncle, this is a joke, isn't it? We have contracted it for 20 years, and this decision was collectively made by the village committee. When did it suddenly become improper? This is a collective decision made by everyone in the village, Su Zhihao insisted stubbornly. Violation requires compensation, Lu Wenzong said, becoming slightly angry. What did the village mean? It was like cutting off the source beneath the pot, trying to cut off his path. He didn't understand why the village would have such thoughts. Could someone be sabotaging things behind the scenes? The village is willing to pay the breach penalty, Su Zhihao said. Oh, since when does the village have so much money? Is this the final decision? Yes. This decision was made collectively by all the members of the village committee. Then may I ask who the village intends to lease it to? There is no specific intention to lease it to anyone yet. We still need a collective vote from the village. Alright then, tell me what procedures I failed to follow so I can make up for it. Lu Wenzong stopped calling him uncle. His tone became distant. It doesn't matter now even if you fix it. We must reclaim Dragonling Mountain. Alright, if the village wants to reclaim it, first compensate the breach fee and also the amount required to reimburse the cost of the house I built. Once these amounts are settled, I'll hand over Dragonling Mountain. Lu Wenzong saw clearly that there was likely some kind of profit driving the village's peculiar behavior this time. Since that was the case, then let's lure the person out. We will only compensate for the breach fee, We cannot possibly compensate for the house. Uncle, this is cutting off my livelihood. We don't want to either, being neighbors and all. But this is the collective decision of the village, and I can't change that. Su Zhihao repeatedly claimed it was the collective decision of the village, as if everything they did was so correct. If you won't compensate for the house, then don't touch my house, Lu Wenzong said. I'll discuss this with the village further, Su Zhihao replied. All right, uncle, take your time leaving. Lu Wenzong issued a clear dismissal order. After Su Zhihao left, he didn't actually go back to consult with the villagers as he had claimed. Instead, he made a phone call to his brother-in-law, Wu Yuming. Previously, Wu Yuming had said he would cover the breach fees for the village, but he never mentioned compensating for the house. The row of bungalows Lu Wenzong had constructed would cost 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, far beyond what the village could afford. After making the call to Wu Yuming, Su Zhihao sat there troubled. The damn Wu Yuming refused to cover the cost of the house, and instead wanted him to find ways to persuade Lu Wenzong to abandon his claim. F***CKU and yours, Su thought. It's hundreds of thousands of yuan, not dozens of yuan. Would someone give up so easily? With no choice, he had to come back to the village and consult with several village officials on how to convince Lu Wenzong to give up demanding compensation for the house from the village. After deliberating for half a day, the village officials couldn't come up with a good idea. Coercion wasn't feasible, and they couldn't afford the payment anyway. A group of villagers looked glum. They had all aimed for dividends from Wu Yuming. Lu Wenzong contracting Dragonling Mountain didn't mention giving them any dividends, so naturally, they preferred handing it over to Wu Yuming. However, now that Lu Wenzong was willing to let go of the contract, asking only for compensation for the breach fee and the cost of the house on the mountain, theoretically, this should be reasonable. But the problem remained. They simply lacked the funds. Regardless of the villagers' dilemma, after Lu Wenzong returned to the mountain, he sat in the room lost in thought. Within a single night, everything was burned down, and now the village had come to reclaim the contracting rights to Dragonling Mountain. This forced Lu Wenzong to connect these two incidents. Who was behind all this? In theory, since she came home to farm, among the villagers from nearby areas, there were very few whom he defended. And those who did hold grudges against him wouldn't dare act anymore. So then, who could it be? His parents were the first to learn about the village's plan to reclaim Dragonling Mountain, and they angrily went down the mountain to find Su Zhihao. Unfortunately, they spent half a day there and returned looking still furious. It was clear that they had failed. Lu Wenzong didn't want them to go in the first place, but his parents insisted on going. Now they came back with nothing accomplished. Su Yener and Wu Ruhan also found out about the matter, as did the young ladies at the company. Several of the girls began whispering among themselves. Inside Wu Ruhan's office, Lu Wenzong, Su Yener, and Wu Ruhan sat together brainstorming ways to respond. Brother, how about just letting it go and starting fresh somewhere else? Would that work? Change places? Do you have a better location? Lu Wenzong asked. Brother, have you heard of Gigu? Gigu. Lu Wenzong hesitated for a moment. An eerie image instantly appeared in his mind. Dense forests, waist-high wild grasses, and countless snakes crawling everywhere. Those might be tolerable compared to the fact that every night, Gigu was filled with the cries and wails of wandering ghosts. Gigu was extremely famous throughout Sangzi County. It was said that some people dared to enter despite the warnings, but ended up dying silently upon their return. Others attempted to establish a game farm inside Gigu, but soon after the engineering team moved in, several workers died. Thus, Gigu became an aptly named Ghost Valley, avoided by absolutely everyone. The region covered about 5 or 6 kilometers in circumference, surrounded by high mountains, with only one entrance wide enough for 2 trucks to pass through side by side. Since Gigu's reputation spread far and wide, no one within a kilometer radius around it would ever dare approach. Not even the nearby fields remained cultivated any longer. Chapter 55, The Legend of Gue Valley. Gue Valley itself is the intersection of several villages, but none of them are willing to claim it as their own. After all, with Gue Valley's existence comes an added risk to safety. No village wants this ticking time bomb. Therefore, during the restructuring of administrative regions in Sangzi County, this area was directly separated from the nearby villages and became a separate small zone. It's not even marked on the county map. Although unmarked, jurisdiction still rests with the county. Lu Wenzong had never thought about Gue Valley from the bottom of his heart because it had left a shadow on him since childhood. When he was in the 5th grade of elementary school, a group of boys recklessly entered Gue Valley and were surrounded by a pack of snakes. The kids were so scared that they screamed for their parents, disregarding the snake swarm around them, and scattered in all directions. As a result, another child got bitten by a snake. Even after treatment, the child ended up mentally disabled. Lu Wenzong was then frightened speechless and stood frozen in place for half a day. However, the snakes did not trouble Lu Wenzong, who remained motionless. They eventually left on their own. After returning home, Lu Wenzong had nightmares for several days, and from then on, hearing the name, Gue Valley, made him shiver. As he grew older, this sense of fear gradually disappeared. Nowadays, upon hearing Gue Valley, he felt no fear, but rather a bit of hope. With a fairy by his side now, even if there were ghosts in Gue Valley, he wouldn't be afraid. Besides, having received many years of higher education, he didn't truly believe in ghosts living in Gue Valley. But now, with a fairy already by his side, maybe the presence of ghosts wouldn't seem strange either. However, the biggest issue for going to Gue Valley would be clearing the land. Its size was too vast, the forests too dense, and the weeds too numerous. It would be a massive undertaking. Even with a small hoe, it might take days to tidy up. What to do with those enormous trees? How to handle the groups of venomous snakes, ants, and insects? Lu Wenzong's mind started to swirl with questions. In the midst of his daydreaming, Su Yin'er had already introduced the situation of Gui Valley to Wu Ruhan. This place sounds terrifying. Is it really feasible? Wu Ruhan looked a little fearful, her face somewhat pale. Sis, you're not really believing in ghosts, are you? There are just some animals over there. As for ghosts and spirits, they're probably just some natural phenomenon. Su Yin'er appeared nonchalant. It seemed reading so many books had changed her perspective on things. But there are a lot of snakes and ants over there. Wu Ruhan feared animals again. After we clear out the forest and weeds, these animals won't come out naturally, Su Yin'er explained. You're right. Wu Ruhan was soon convinced. Brother, what do you think? I think this place is far better than Xiaolong Mountain. Xiaolong Mountain is too small, and we have the interference of the villagers there. If we can take control of Gui Valley, the village will have no say in our affairs anymore, Su Yin'er said. Your idea is good, let me think about it. That evening, Lu Wenzong took the young ferry to Gui Valley. Gui Valley was 5 miles away from Xiaolong Mountain, but it didn't take long riding the small hoe. From the air, looking down, the dark and quiet forest occasionally saw a couple of fireflies flying past, making the entire Gui Valley appear even more tranquil. What a fine piece of land. Gui Valley was elliptical in shape, with the northern Qingyo Peak being the highest, followed by the southern Daling, which was slightly lower, while the two unknown peaks on the east and west were lower yet. The northernmost part of Gui Valley, near Qingyo Peak, held a naturally formed pond. Though its area wasn't large, it was rumored to be very deep. He directed the small hoe to land by the pond, and as soon as they touched ground, a group of unidentified birds flapped and flew off into the sky. The young fairy emerged from the small hoe, flew a lap around the pond, came back, landed on Lu Wenzong's shoulder, and said, "This place is nice. It's a great spot. Do you like it here too? It's beautiful here. They say there are ghosts here. Do you see any? Ghosts? You're imagining things. Which ghost would dare to wander around?" The fairy laughed. "What? Are you saying there really are ghosts? If there are gods, then aren't there also ghosts? So you're saying there are no wandering ghosts? Don't they say there are many lost souls in the world? You're thinking too much. Once a person dies, their soul is immediately taken away by the ghosts from the underworld. Whether or not they get reincarnated, their souls remain confined beneath the earth, unable to wander freely. Then aren't there any that slip through the cracks? If there were wandering ghosts in the human world, King Yama would be immediately deposed. There are celestial beings constantly monitoring the earthly realm from heaven. Isn't that ridiculous? Does that mean heaven knows your situation too? I don't know. They only watch for rogue deities or spirits descending to the mortal world without permission. They wouldn't monitor someone like me, a pseudo-god. Pseudo-god. I possess some basic abilities of a minor fairy, but I am not a real deity. You understand now. Got it. Do you think cultivating land here would be more promising for me? It surely is. The soil here is much better than that on Xiaolong Mountain. Even without using the small hoe, the harvest won't be bad. Alright, then it's settled here. Lu Wenzong made up his mind. After making the decision, Lu Wenzong hurried to the county the next day. He first approached the National Land Management Department, and when he expressed his intention to lease Gui Valley, the staff there looked utterly bewildered. What place is Gui Valley? Never heard of it. Moreover, leasing land can be done at the village or township level. Why come to the county? Do you have a map? Lu Wenzong felt frustrated that these officers in charge of all the land in the county didn't know about Gui Valley. A staff member took out a Sangzi County map, and Lu Wenzong searched for a long time, indeed finding no mention of Gui Valley. However, at Gui Valley's location, there was a strange name marked, Daqinggo. What nonsense is this Daqinggo? Lu Wenzong complained about the name, not because it was inappropriate, but because he had gotten used to calling it Gui Valley. Suddenly hearing Daqinggo made him feel very awkward. This is it, Daqinggo. I want to lease Daqinggo. Lu Wenzong pointed to the name of Daqinggo. Daqinggo. The staff member looked oddly at Lu Wenzong. They didn't know about Gui Valley, but the legend of Daqinggo was something they had heard quite a lot. The name Gui Valley was mainly circulated among the older employees, whereas the younger ones only knew that there was a dangerous place that couldn't be approached called Daqinggo. Is there any issue? Or do I need certain procedures? I've brought my credentials, application forms, everything. Not exactly. Daqinggo is a dangerous place, don't you know? The staff member asked curiously. Technically, he shouldn't have said this, but he couldn't help himself. I know. That's why I came to the county office. That place isn't managed by the village or township at all. Lu Wenzong laughed. Chapter 56. Lease for 100 years? Regarding this matter, I still need to report to the leadership. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the staff member left the office with the map and Lu Wenzong's application. Lu Wenzong waited for about 10 minutes. The staff member came back. Our director has agreed, but they have some concerns about your method of leasing. Perhaps you could revise it a little. In the application, Lu Wenzong had written he wished to buy Gui Valley. It was normal for the bureau director to have objections. Although Gui Valley belonged to a tripartite no man's land, it was still a piece of land which couldn't possibly be sold privately. Only through leasing or renting would it be possible. Well then, can we extend the time? Lu Wenzong said. For how long? 100 years. What? The staff member was shocked again. My goodness, who leases for 100 years? When the Saxons defeated later Jin, they rented Xiangjiang for only 99 years. Yet here you are proposing a 100-year lease. It sounds utterly absurd. Because of this extended time frame, Lu Wenzong didn't complete the task in the morning. The bureau needed to study it. The duration was too long for 1 or 2 people to decide. At noon, Lu Wenzong had originally planned to invite Li Yuru to have a meal, but after calling her, She was out on police duty in another location. He found a xiuxian snack restaurant, ordered a covered rice dish, and before eating more than a couple of bites, noticed an acquaintance. Liu, the beautiful young woman from the county whose congenital infertility he had cured. He remembered her vividly because Liu was very pretty and enchantingly graceful. Hello, how did you end up here? Liu approached with pleasant surprise. Hello, just coming over to eat something. And you? Oh, I'm here to get some food. By the way, do you still practice medicine? I haven't been practicing recently. I've been held up by some other things. Is that so? Could I ask you to see a patient? Not me. It's my elder relative. Where is he? He's not in Sangzi right now. His health is poor, and he cannot return. Is it possible for you to visit him? Sure, once I finish the matters at hand. Of course, certainly. After you're done, give me a call, alright? Certainly. In the afternoon, Lu Wenzong went back to the Land Resources Bureau, but the staff member said all the leaders were in meetings, making it impossible for them to decide. This made Lu Wenzong feel frustrated, though he didn't think much of it, instead getting back home in his vehicle. When he returned home, he learned the village had sent someone today again. Only it wasn't Su Jihao, but rather the village militia camp commander Lu Sanghua. Lu Sanghua became militia camp commander solely because of his reckless nature when he was younger. Back then, he had been a rogue causing trouble in the village for many years. He got caught during the anti-crime crackdown and spent years in prison. After being released, he married a widow and bore a son even worse than him, who was currently still in the juvenile correctional facility. The reason Su Jihao sent Lu Sanghua might also be to put some pressure on Lu Wenzong. Brother, you wouldn't believe it, that Lu Sanghua is truly shameless, actually telling dirty jokes in front of us. Su Yener was very dissatisfied with Lu Sanghua's character. Lu Sanghua was notorious around the area, not just disliked by a few people. The reason he managed to become militia camp commander was that he dared to offend others and took responsibility for the village. Whatever, if he comes tomorrow, I'll deal with him. Lu Wenzong's prediction came true. The next morning, barely before 7 o'clock, Lu Sanghua arrogantly arrived at Longshan Mountain. Hands behind his back, whistling casually, his eyes moved around like radar, scouting left and right. Lu Wenzong's parents had woken up early to cook breakfast while he woke up late. He only rose because he heard his mother scolding Lu Sanghua. What do you want, Lu Sanghua? By family rank, Lu Sanghua should address Lu Wenzong as uncle. To claim the mountain, Lu Sanghua appeared overly pleased with himself, his eyes continuously searching the area, evidently looking for Wu Ruhan and Su Yener. Where's the money? What money? Lu Sanghua asked in confusion. I signed a contract with the village. You can seize the mountain if you pay me 10,000 yuan as penalty for breach of contract, plus 30,000 yuan for the house, totaling 40,000. Money down, transfer the mountain rights. I don't have any money, Lu Sanghua smirked. Then why bother coming here? Get lost, Lu Wenzong rudely replied. Seizing the mountain is the decision of the village. How dare you refuse? Lu Sanghua's anger flared due to Lu Wenzong's sharp retort. Though lower in family rank, Lu Sanghua was already nearly 40 to 50, losing face after being scolded by a 20-something youth. Then let someone who can pay come talk to me. You don't have the qualification. Lu Wenzong, how dare you oppose the village? Do you still want to make a living? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wu Ruhan and Su Yener walking out of the door. A sudden surge of heroism welled up inside Lu Sanghua. With his hands on his hips, he spoke with great righteousness. Do you know what this constitutes? It's a crime. As the militia camp commander, I have the authority to arrest you. Nuts to that. Arrest me? Do you think it's several decades ago? Lu Wenzong rolled his eyes in complete exasperation. Do you know who I am? I'm the militia camp commander. Lu Sanghua shouted, emphasizing what he believed was his very impressive identity. So what? Then hand over Longshan Mountain. Sure thing. Pay up. Lu Wenzong smiled sweetly. You? Lu Sanghua faltered momentarily. Damn it, he got stuck here. If only he had money right now, he would certainly throw it at Lu Wenzong's face and step across his head. That would be quite an impressive gesture. The two young girls over there would definitely fall in love with him when they see his style. What beautiful and enchanting girls, if only he could spend a night with one of them. Alas, Lu Sanghua's thoughts wandered around everywhere without staying focused. I'm going to eat breakfast at home now, I won't bother entertaining you. After finishing his sentence, Lu Wenzong went to wash up. This Lu Sanghua guy was shameless enough not to leave, but instead began strolling back and forth on the road in front of the house. Wu Ruhan and Su Yener could no longer bear his gaze and hid indoors, refusing to come out. If it weren't for his parents holding him back, Lu Wenzong would have already gone out and kicked him. After eating breakfast, Lu Sanghua was still there. He sat on the ground facing the house, mumbling lyrics from the west chamber softly. Dad, look at him. This can't go on indefinitely. No way, I've got to beat him up. Lu Wenzong was extremely irritated, all his hair practically standing on end. Beat whom? He's someone 40 or 50 years old. Is it proper for you to hit him? The father scolded unhappily. But if there's any beating, I'll do it myself. I'm done tolerating this nonsense. As his grandfather's generation, my beating will go unanswered. The father hadn't finished speaking when he left the room, heading directly toward Lu Sanghua. The father, holding a rolling pin in his hand, walked up behind Lu Sanghua, bent down, said a few words to him, then suddenly whipped the rolling pin and swung it down hard. Stunned by the attack, Lu Sanghua leapt up with alarm and then fled in a flustered manner. Chapter 57, Bumped by a Beauty. Lu Wenzong rushed over at the first moment. He was afraid that Lu Sanghua would fight back. If Lu Sanghua did retaliate, his father truly wouldn't be able to overpower this irritating man. Lu Wenzong's timely arrival caused Lu Sanghua's original intention of retaliation to fade away, leading him to flee in disgrace, cradling his head. With the troublesome Lu Sangwa gone, Xiaolong Mountain regained its tranquility. Once again, Lu Wenzong went to the county seat, this time also bringing along the company's materials. Unfortunately, the leader from the bureau still wasn't present, and thus the matter failed to get resolved. What Lu Wenzong didn't know was that all the leaders at the bureau were actually at work. They avoided him because they noticed something suspicious. Why would someone insist on contracting such a terrifying place unless there was something valuable there yet undiscovered? Hence, when Lu Wenzong came to discuss the contract matter, the bureau sent people to investigate the Daqinggo area. Before the results of the investigation came out, they naturally didn't want to hand over the land directly to Lu Wenzong. If there were any discoveries, even if they couldn't gain material benefits, it would still be a significant achievement and contribute to their political record. 3 days had passed with no success, and Lu Wenzong began to feel that something was amiss. On the 4th day, once again not finding the leadership, he stayed at a hotel near the land bureau. By late afternoon, as workers were heading home, Lu Wenzong saw the car belonging to the bureau leader driving out of the garage. It seemed he had truly been duped. However, instead of intercepting anyone outright, he sought to find out why these leaders were delaying him for such a place as Daqinggo, which made little sense. That evening, after leaving the hotel, he planned to have dinner. Noticing that the lights in the Land Bureau office building were still on, he looked curiously in that direction. And due to his lack of attention on where he was walking, tragedy struck. He was hit by a Buick sedan reversing out. Mother of mercy, you're reversing here. Lu Wenzong had been walking on the sidewalk. This car reversed from the motor lane into the non-motor lane, then abruptly mounted the curb and drove onto the sidewalk. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I pressed the wrong pedal. A melodious female voice suddenly sounded. Looking up, Lu Wenzong saw a beautiful woman standing before him, bending down. Due to her bent posture, Lu Wenzong caught a glimpse beneath her clothes at a deep ravine. My goodness, it's deep. Damn, why come out for dinner at night? It's much better during the day. At night, you can only see the valleys but not the peaks. It's quite a loss. Lu Wenzong lamented in his heart. Such a beautiful scene, yet he could only vaguely perceive it, feeling discontented. Hey, are you all right? The beauty asked anxiously when Lu Wenzong remained silent. My leg hurts, Lu Wenzong lied shamelessly. He wasn't in pain, but the beauty before him captivated him, causing him to lie involuntarily so as to talk to her more. Unknowingly, he had become flirtatious too. Truly, the saying that wealth changes men seems accurate indeed. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It wasn't intentional. Will you allow me to take you to the hospital? The beauty asked anxiously. The hospital isn't necessary. Help me up. I may recover after resting a bit. Lu Wenzong extended his hand, signaling the beauty to support him. The beauty reached out and grabbed his hand, then pulled him under his armpit and exerted herself to lift him up. Holding the soft hand of the beauty, Lu Wenzong felt immense joy inside and made a pretense of standing up. That way, after indicating a roadside bench, the beauty helped Lu Wenzong hobble over. Sitting on the bench, the beauty tried to withdraw her hand but was tightly gripped by Lu Wenzong, pretending to be in pain. Are you sure you're fine? We should go to the hospital. I'm new to driving. Please don't blame me. The beauty apologized again. I'm fine, not your fault. Let me rest for a while. First-time driver, you should pay more attention next time, Lu Wenzong said, trying to make conversation. Yes, it was my fault. Really, no need to go to the hospital? Nope, really unnecessary, Lu Wenzong responded. Trying to pull her hand back one last time, Lu Wenzong gave up this time. He couldn't continue holding on forever, otherwise, she might start suspecting his motives. This is my phone number. If you need to go to the hospital or discover anything later, call me. The beauty recited her phone number, signaling Lu Wenzong to remember it. This beauty was quite considerate, voluntarily giving her contact information and showing no fear of being extorted by Lu Wenzong. You're going now? Lu Wenzong asked. Not really. I'm here to pick someone up. I'm going inside. Oh, okay, go ahead. After casting a glance at Lu Wenzong, the beauty hesitated before heading towards the gate of the Land Bureau. She paused briefly at the guard station and then quickly entered. Watching her walk inside, Lu Wenzong felt a twinge of melancholy in his heart. Damn, how did I become like this? I have a girlfriend, Lu Xiuxian. If she knew about this, how sad would she be? Moreover, even without Lu Xiuxian, there are still 2 stunning beauties around me, Wu Ruhan and Su Yener. They aren't girlfriends of Lu Wenzong, but he is confident that if he pursued Su Yener, he should be able to win her over. As for Wu Ruhan, Lu Wenzong isn't very sure. Not long after the beauty went inside, the lights in the Land Bureau office building went out. After waiting for a while, the beauty came out with a tall, middle-aged man. They didn't walk towards the car. Instead, they headed toward Lu Wenzong. Kid, my daughter was not paying attention when driving and hit you. Let me apologize on her behalf. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? The middle-aged man spoke very gently, his smile making him appear very approachable. Uncle, no need to go to the hospital, just resting will do. If you're busy, please leave first. Tong Tong, why don't you take him to the hospital for a checkup? It'll be reassuring. No need. Knowing the girl's name, he was quite happy. This is my business card. If anything happens, call me. We'll take responsibility. After saying this, the middle-aged man handed over a business card. Under the lamplight, Lu Wenzong saw the yellow business card with 2 lines of text. The first line had 3 characters, Xia Jianjun. The second line was the phone number. Alright, go ahead with your work. Xia Jianjun took Xia Tongtong away. The car left the sidewalk and merged into the traffic flow. Lu Wenzong watched the car drive away and then walked to the restaurant completely unharmed. Early the next morning, Lu Wenzong arrived at the entrance of the Land Bureau only to feel frustrated because nobody was working. Shit, it's Saturday today. Lu Wenzong forgot to check the time and had to prepare to head back home. Just as he turned around, however, he noticed the white Buick car from last night coming towards him. Kid, do you need help? The window rolled down, and Xia Jianjun smiled kindly at him. Chapter 58, Xia Jianjun's Heart Disease. Hello, I originally came here to take care of some business, but didn't notice it was Saturday today. No work. Lu Wenzong laughed. What business are you here to handle? Let me see if I can help. Xia Jianjun said. I want to lease a place, but after coming here for several days, the staff said that they need to report this to the leadership for research, and your leader has been absent all along. Lu Wenzong laughed. Oh, is there such a matter? In that case, let's go inside and talk about it. Lu Wenzong got into Xia Jianjun's car and smoothly entered through the gate, then got out and went upstairs to the office building together. Young man, regarding what happened yesterday, I would like to apologize again. You don't need to apologize, I'm fine. My daughter told me last night she was quite worried about you, unsure if there would be any problem with your leg. You two are really good people. Lu Wenzong sincerely praised. You flatter me. It's just the basic decency of being human. But these days, those who stick to the basic decency of being human aren't many anymore. The overall environment is still good. Agreed, there are still more good people in this world. While talking, they took the elevator up to the 6th floor. When they walked to an office door, Lu Wenzong was surprised to see the sign for the director's office. Could it be that this Xia Jianjun is the director of the Land Resources Bureau? Hey, are you the director? Lu Wenzong asked. Yes, I am Director Xia Jianjun. Director Xia, finding you is wonderful news. It looks like my issue has hope. Lu Wenzong laughed. Come on in, and we'll discuss it. Xia Jianjun opened the office door, and the two walked inside. He gestured for Lu Wenzong to sit down while he took the kettle to the restroom for water. Afterward, when he came back, he plugged the kettle in and sat across from Lu Wenzong. All right, tell me what it is, and I'll see if I can be of assistance. Xia Jianjun said. Director Xia, do you know our Sangzi County has a Daguqing Go? Daguqing Go? Sounds familiar. Oh, isn't it the place called Ghost Valley? Xia Jianjun replied. Yes, I'm planning to lease that area. Lease that place. They say no one dares to go there, and the nearby villages don't want this spot either. The county directly listed it separately during districting. What do you plan to do with it if you lease it? Plant crops or raise livestock. If conditions allow, opening a farm to table in would be good as well. Lu Wenzong said. Why doesn't the Bureau agree? They say my lease term is too long. How long? 100 years. 100 years? That is indeed problematic. But no one wants it anyway, so even a lease for 100 or 200 years wouldn't matter. Even if no one wants it, it's still national land, isn't it? Then could I buy it? That's completely impossible. Land cannot be bought or sold. Okay, then how many years do you think would be appropriate for me to rent it? In that case, 50 years. You can negotiate the specific rent with the Bureau staff, and I will monitor the subsequent matters. Thank you so much, Director Xia. Don't mention it. Anyway, the land is idle. If you can make a profit from leasing it, you'll also pay taxes to the country, which counts as a good deed on my part. Director Xia, if the lease succeeds, I only need 1 year to make Ghost Valley famous near and far. Go ahead. Suddenly, Xia Jianjun clutched his chest and hurriedly moved toward his desk. From the desk, he pulled out a small bottle, fumbling to open the cap and pour out a pill, swallowing it quickly. He immediately poured himself a glass of cold water and drank it. Afterward, he slumped into his chair, exhaling deeply. Director Xia, do you have heart disease? Lu Wenzong asked. Xia Jianjun let out a bitter laugh, saying, yes. It's an old ailment. Although it was just an ordinary sentence, Lu Wenzong detected an endless sorrow in his words. Apparently, this heart disease wasn't merely a physical illness, it was also a mental obstacle. Lu Wenzong guessed right, but Xia Jianjun could not disclose such personal matters to others. If it weren't for his heart condition, how could he possibly still only be a section-level official? Some of his friends who entered public service at the same time had already reached the provincial level. The body is the capital of the revolution. As the county director, you must take good care of yourself. I won't disturb you further. Rest early. Lu Wenzong stood up and bid farewell. Xia Jianjun waved his hand, looking evidently dispirited. Lu Wenzong thanked him once again and left the office, stopping momentarily in the corridor. He had the ability to cure Xia Jianjun, but earlier he feared that the other might not believe him, so he hesitated to speak directly. However, leaving like this made him feel uneasy. From yesterday's incident and today's conversation, both Xia Jianjun and his beautiful daughter were good people. Good people should be rewarded with goodness. Was it really right for him to just walk away without helping? The sound of Xia Jianjun walking came from the office. Lu Wenzong hesitated, but then turned back and knocked on the door again. Come in. Lu Wenzong pushed the door open, and seeing him, Xia Jianjun smiled and asked, do you have anything else? I can cure your heart disease, Lu Wenzong said. What? Xia Jianjun froze, stunned in place. His ailment wasn't an ordinary case of heart disease. It was congenital. He had seen countless doctors, both domestic and abroad, none of whom could offer a solution. And now, this young man claimed he could cure it. Xia Jianjun didn't know what to say. I said I can cure your heart disease. You might doubt me, but I assure you, and my treatment process has absolutely no risks. Within a week, I can heal you completely. Lu Wenzong extended the time frame. Kid, my condition isn't easy to treat. I've consulted countless renowned experts, both domestically and abroad, and none of them could help. Now you're telling me that you can cure it. I don't even know if I should believe you or not. Xia Jianjun spoke frankly. Director Xia, it's normal for you not to trust me. Even I would think someone was lying if they said this to me. However, my treatment only involves herbal decoctions. Even if these decoctions fail to cure your condition, they won't negatively affect your body. Director Xia, I know you're a good person, and I wouldn't harm you. I genuinely want to heal your condition. Alright, let's talk later after I handle some matters. We'll find a place to eat at noon. Fine. You proceed with your work first, and I'll go to the hotel to get the medicine. Lu Wenzong left the Land Resources Bureau and didn't return to the hotel. He hadn't brought any herbs with him on this trip, and anyway, the herbs at home had already been burned by someone, so bringing them along wasn't possible. Instead, he went to a nearby pharmacy, bought a few tonic herbs, and returned to the hotel. After resting in the hotel until 11 in the morning, Lu Wenzong headed back to the Land Resources Bureau. Seeing Lu Wenzong come back, Xiuxian also put down his work and led Lu Wenzong out of the bureau. Director Xia, I need a place to boil the medicine. Let's go to my house then, Xiuxian laughed. Chapter 59, Resolving the Contract Issue. Xiuxian drove for 20 minutes with Lu Wenzong and arrived at Shi Mountain residential area in the west of the city. Lu Wenzong had thought Xiuxian would live in some county party committee compound or a villa, but instead it was an ordinary apartment building. The 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house looked fairly spacious. As soon as they entered, Lu Wenzong was warmly welcomed. Seeing Xia Tongtong again, her adorable pajamas made Lu Wenzong's eyes sparkle like little stars. Hey, Mother Tong, hurry up and start cooking. Today, Xiao Lu will have dinner with us, Xiuxian smiled. Alright, you chat then. Oh, Auntie, do you have a casserole pot? I'll boil some medicine. Boil medicine? Yes, boil medicine. Xiao Lu says he has a way to treat my heart disease, so prepare quickly, Xiuxian said. Really? Mother Tong's joy was evident as she covered her mouth, tears sparkling in her eyes. Really? Xia Tongtong also wore an expression of surprise. I never joke about diseases. In that case, I'll prepare the casserole immediately. Without any hesitation, Mother Tong was willing to try anything that could possibly cure her husband's illness. In just 3 minutes, Mother Tong borrowed a casserole from a neighbor. Lu Wenzong went to the kitchen, put a few herbs into it, added water, and started boiling over the gas stove. Normally, one needs to pay attention to timing for low or high heat when simmering medicine, but Lu Wenzong directly cooked it on high heat. Once it boiled, he poured out a bowl of decoction and added 2 spoonfuls of divine water with a ladle. He took a small bowl, poured half a bowl of divine water, and carried it out along with the decoction. Uncle, it's hot. Wait a bit before drinking. Auntie, this half bowl of water is the medicine I've prepared as an adjuvant. Remember to add 2 spoonfuls daily to the decoction, and in 3 days, Uncle's heart disease will be cured. On the 4th day, you can take Uncle to the hospital for a checkup. Yes, I understand. Watching Xiuxian sip the medicine down gradually, Lu Wenzong felt relieved. Mother Tong happily returned to cook while carefully storing away the half bowl of divine water. During the meal, the entire Xia family showed unusual warmth towards Lu Wenzong. On Monday, Lu Wenzong happily boarded the road home with the contract in hand. With the personal concern of the top leader, all contract-related matters progressed smoothly. The most important part was the price, just 2,000 yuan per year in contracting fees. However, he didn't return home by bus. Xia Tongtong personally saw him off. Though less than 3 days had passed, Lu Wenzong's treatment had already shown effects. Starting from Saturday's first bowl of medicine, Xiuxian's heart disease hadn't recurred. After spending 2 days together, Xia Tongtong and Lu Wenzong had become somewhat familiar. She was 22 years old, previously interning at the County People's Hospital. After finishing her internship, she stayed home preparing for exams, planning to sit for the civil service examination. Along the way, Xia Tongtong showed immense interest in the Ghost Valley that Lu Wenzong described, asking many slightly naive questions. Upon reaching the town, the car couldn't proceed further. Ordinary sedans couldn't drive up the mountain, and even if they Minchang went ahead, the chassis would likely need replacing once they reached Lu Wenzong's home. Park the car in the town, and let's take a motorcycle up. Suddenly, Lu Wenzong had the idea to buy a car. Though his money wasn't much, buying a good performance SUV was certainly not a problem. Once Ghost Valley developed, funds would roll in, and he'd contribute money to build roads, thus eliminating the trouble of climbing up and down the mountain. If Lu Wenzong wanted Xia Tongtong to return to the city directly, given their agreement to visit Ghost Valley, sending her back might seem unkind. When riding the motorcycle, Xia Tongtong resisted sitting behind Lu Wenzong due to being uncomfortable sitting behind a stranger. Eventually, under helplessness, Lu Wenzong agreed to let her sit behind him. Initially fine, but when the vehicle ascended steep slopes, she hastily hugged Lu Wenzong's body tightly. High cliffs loomed on both sides of the path, making one's heart race. Walking might not feel significant, yet riding a fast-moving motorcycle brought a sense of uneasiness. Clinging to Lu Wenzong and resting her body against his back, her heart calmed significantly. Stopping the vehicle at Longshan Mountain, Xia Tongtong patted her chest, panting heavily. I thought after living in Sanxi for a couple of years, I should be accustomed to mountain paths, but this journey today really scared me. Don't worry. Everyone feels that way the first time. Brother, are you back? Who's this pretty sister? Su Yener noticed Lu Wenzong first and greeted with a smile. She's Xia Tongtong, a new friend I've met. Where's Sister Ruahan? She's having class. Sister Ruahan said that, even though the company has nothing to sell right now, this idle time should be utilized to learn more for future use. Good. Wu Ruahan is indeed a qualified management talent. However, the most important task at hand isn't training but developing Ghost Valley. Brother, have you contracted Ghost Valley? Yes. Great. I'll go tell Sister Ruahan. Lu Wenzong first took Xia Tongtong to Ghost Valley. As for the cleanup work of Ghost Valley, no need to bother others with it. Upon reaching the entrance of Ghost Valley, although it was broad daylight, Xia Tongtong still felt an incessant chill. Involuntarily, she moved closer to Lu Wenzong. Her heart began accelerating. It's really too dense here. Can't see further than a few meters, Xia Tongtong exclaimed in surprise. Do you want to go inside and take a look? Yeah, let's take a look. Xia Tongtong bit her lip and nodded. Both entered the entry of Ghost Valley and found a place where they could just squeeze their bodies to pass through. The density among trees was mainly due to the intertwining thick bushes and the tall weeds which reached above the knees. But the trees here were all quite robust. Selling these trees would bring in a good amount of money. When they contracted the area, people from the Land Bureau never considered that there was so much timber present. So, all these woods belonged to him now. Snake, snack snake. Just after taking a few steps, Xia Tongtong directly jumped onto Lu Wenzong's body, her hands clinging around his neck, her legs tightly gripping his waist. The pose was extremely ambiguous. Lu Wenzong looked down and sure enough saw a finger-thick little snake coiled on a shrub. But clearly, it was already dead, its head bitten off. Xia Tongtong hung onto Lu Wenzong for quite a while before shyly getting down. She was embarrassed by how intimate her previous action had been. After walking another 10-odd meters, Lu Wenzong surprisingly found there were many dead snakes, all with their heads bitten off, yet their bodies still intact. Just as I'm preparing to develop this place, something comes along and helps clear out the snakes. Looks like heaven is helping me too. After accompanying Xia Tongtong to tour Ghost Valley for a while, both of them exited. Chapter 60, Officially Developing Gigu. After returning to Xiaolong Mountain, my parents were back as well. The house that had been burnt down was almost cleaned up. Dad, how about we don't build the house on the original site? Why not? Let's build it near Gigu. Gigu, my mother exclaimed in surprise. Building a house there? Are you tired of living? Mom, I've already contracted Gigu. What do you plan to do with it? Mother asked again, alarmed. The terror of Gigu was deeply ingrained in everyone within 10 or 20 villages. It wasn't just about building a house there, but even getting closer to it terrified people. We can grow crops. Although Xiaolong Mountain is great, it's too small for development. When I first came here to farm, I didn't consider this carefully. A few days ago, the village came to collect land. If Yenner hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about this place called Gigu. But Gigu is very dangerous, my mother said. Mom, do you really believe there are ghosts there? It's merely full of toxic things. But, stop the buts, Mom. I'm here, everything will be fine. After dinner, when everyone was resting, Lu Wenzong arrived at Gigu. Let's start working, slowly. We need to preserve those trees. The fairy nodded and commanded the little hoe to start working. Lu Wenzong watched the little hoe dance up and down. The towering trees fell one by one, their branches cut clean off by the hoe, leaving only the thick trunks lying on the ground. After clearing roughly 10 acres of land, Lu Wenzong made it stop. First, they would clear the poisonous animals instead of chopping trees. The fairy drove the snake population together, and under her command, the hoe transformed into a pottery jar, capturing all the snakes inside. Then the fairy disappeared, reappearing around 5 or 6 minutes later. After an entire night, every harmful animal in Gigu was cleared out. After finishing the cleanup, Lu Wenzong returned home with the little hoe. Where did you take the snakes? Lu Wenzong asked while lying in bed. I don't know where exactly. Anyway, it's also a large forest. What about other animals? The same place. That's good. Will cause fewer killings. Do you still believe in these things? With you beside me, I cannot help but believe. To be honest, I actually now somewhat believe there might truly be ghosts in Gigu. There are none. I detected no trace of any ghostly presence. Perhaps your powers aren't strong enough. Not likely. That's best. The next day, after dropping Xia Tongtong down the mountain, Lu Wenzong went to Gigu with Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner. Last night, father ran all over the area but found no one willing to go to Gigu. Not out of unwillingness, but sheer fear. With no one willing to work, they had to do it themselves. Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner had never worked before, so they could only help with minor tasks. The main labor force consisted of Lu Wenzong, his parents, and his second sister who had come to help. The elder sister and her husband were busy mining and couldn't spare time to help. Their coal mine project was just beginning and required more of their focus. Chopping bushes and weeds for a whole day yielded less than a tenth of what the little hoe had cleared last night. At night, when others were resting, Lu Wenzong continued working with the little hoe. This whole night, it worked nonstop, clearing half the area. 3 days later, the entire Gigu had been cleaned. However, he left 2 rows of tall trees at the entrance, like gatekeepers, adding a sense of authority. Finally, the village decided to reclaim Xiaolong Mountain and agreed to compensate Lu Wenzong for his house. They quickly reached an agreement. Lu Wenzong received 40,000 yuan, walked away, and left Xiaolong Mountain to the village. In 3 days, a large amount of construction materials had already been piled up in Gigu, and Lu Wenzong was ready to build extensively. First, the office space, then residential areas, and finally, an agritourism farm for future use. He intended to make full use of the trees in Gigu to build some classically styled houses. To achieve this, he entrusted Zhang Jing to find a design agency in Linhai City to help them with the house designs. Now, about 8 or 9 square kilometers belonged to him, which was equivalent to approximately 10,000 mu, about 1650 acres. Even without the help of the little hoe, more than 10,000 mu of land would ensure a comfortable life for him. However, besides Lu Wenzong, no one wanted to develop it. 1,000 mu for herbs cultivation, 1,000 mu for fruit orchards, 500 mu for flowers, 500 mu for vegetable planting, 500 mu for livestock farming, and about 1 or 200 mu set aside for recreational activities, with the houses taking up around 100 mu. This was Lu Wenzong's initial plan. There were still some parts of the valley unsuitable for cultivation, so they'd look for ways to repurpose them for something else. After Lu Wenzong had developed Gigu, the villagers began to pass messages among themselves. Seeing that Lu Wenzong's family was unharmed, a few people plucked up the courage to come and take a look. When they returned safely, more and more people came. Gigu was too famous. Upon hearing that it wasn't haunted anymore, everyone wanted to come and experience it for themselves. Unfortunately, Gigu had changed so much that there was no way to recapture the fear and terror of the past. With Gigu successfully developed, there was new activity on Xiaolong Mountain as well. The village had signed a contracting agreement with someone named Wu Yuming, outsourcing Xiaolong Mountain to him. Dad, do you know Wu Yuming? When it came to finding out about people, Lu Wenzong naturally thought of his well-informed father. Wu Yuming? Isn't he Su Zhihao's brother-in-law? He runs a coal mine. I've heard he's quite wealthy. Father replied. A coal miner eyeing the farming industry. What's he thinking? Lu Wenzong said, puzzled. That's his style. He'll stick his nose into any business that could make money. Father remarked. Really annoying. Uncle Su has disappointed me this time. Lu Wenzong sighed. He's bound to be getting some benefits out of it. Lu Wenzong didn't want to bother with what was happening at Xiaolong Mountain. He took Wu Ruhan to Sanling City. He needed to buy an off-road vehicle and visit Li Yuru in Sangzi County to ask if she could arrange a driver's license for him. He definitely didn't want to go through the process. It was a waste of time. What are you even thinking? Do you know how to drive? You just want to obtain a license without putting any effort? You should think not only for yourself, but also for others' safety. Li Yuru frowned upon learning why Lu Wenzong had come. There's no time, alright? Just get me the license first, then I'll practice properly when I get back. Lu Wenzong grinned. In that case, you need to enroll in a driving school. We'll proceed step by step, passing each exam accordingly. I'll see if I can pull some strings. Unless it's something unforgivably bad, I'll let you pass, Li Yuru said. Fine, I'm bummed, Lu Wenzong laughed. I'm doing this for your own good. After all, you don't know how to drive at all, and blindly driving is dangerous. Cars aren't bicycles. Falling from a bike might just bruise you. But a car accident, it involves lives. It's not a game, Li Yuru advised. Chapter 61. The company gets on the right track. I understand. I'll sign up when I get back. Lu Wenzong didn't manage to get a driver's license from Li Yuru, but he didn't blame her. After all, she was doing it for his own good. The two of them took the shuttle bus and arrived at Sanling City by noon. After inquiring about the location of the auto city, they hailed a taxi. The Sanling City auto market was somewhat scattered, and each one looked rather small in scale, not particularly high-end. Entering a store called Xiaoxian Automobile Trading Company, the salesperson greeted them enthusiastically. Seeing the enthusiastic smile of the attractive salesperson, Lu Wenzong momentarily lost himself in thought. Shouldn't an overconfident salesperson show up here now to cause trouble, so I can embarrass them? But judging by this attitude, the service was indeed good. Are these all sedans here? Does Sir want an SUV? Mountain off-road or urban off-road? The salesperson asked. A regular SUV would be fine. In that case, please follow me to the second store, where we have all types of SUVs. Following the salesperson for a few hundred meters brought them to another shop. Indeed, there were only SUVs here. Lu Wenzong immediately liked a black SUV and smiled as he walked around it. Is this an Audi? It looks pretty cool. Yes, sir, this is an Audi Q3. The appearance is very striking, and the price isn't too high. How much is this model? This is the 2016 Audi Q3 30 TFSI fashion model, with a list price of 209,900 renminbi. If you're interested in buying, we do have some promotional offers. Nice. I just wonder if it can handle mountain roads. When buying cars, it's all about first impressions. Once you like one car, others don't stand a chance. It should handle ordinary mountain roads just fine. In that case, it will work. A regular Jeep could manage it. This car shouldn't have any issues either. The salesperson was quite surprised, not expecting him to buy the car so decisively. She happily rushed off to help Lu Wenzong apply for discounts. Ultimately, the discount amounted to 25,000 renminbi, plus a lot of extras included. The process was smooth. Card payment, tax submission, insurance purchase, and selecting a license plate, all handled efficiently. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Ruhan had already driven the car out of the shop. I've got to learn driving fast. Having a car I can't drive is truly frustrating. Lu Wenzong sat in the passenger seat with a frustrated look on his face. You didn't want to learn in college. Whose fault is it? I would need money to learn, wouldn't I? Now you have the money in the car. Sign up for lessons as soon as you go back. The two then went to the seed company in the city and bought a bunch of seeds for vegetables, flowers, and herbs. That evening, instead of returning home, they stayed in the city. The next day, they would still need to contact breeders to secure various channels for supplying different young animals. For dinner, Lu Wenzong again chose the local restaurant run by Boss Zhou. This time, Lu Wenzong paid the bill. After all, it wouldn't be right to let others treat them all the time. Early the next morning, Wu Ruhan drove to the livestock breeding base in Sanling City. Negotiating for chickens, ducks, geese, cows, dogs, rabbits, etc. took up the whole day. After settling those agreements, they still needed to buy farming equipment, build housing for the animals, which required both time and effort. Ruhan, I feel like our company is short-handed. We should organize the departments and hire more people to help with tasks. If we keep running around ourselves, we'll be exhausted, Lu Wenzong said. Agreed. I'll research it once I get back. That night, the two drove back and returned to Gigu at 9 p.m. However, upon arrival, they noticed firelight glowing inside Gigu, with many people walking around. Driving into the compound, Lu Wenzong realized who these people were. Parents from nearby villages had invited fake Taoist priests, who surrounded the bonfire chanting spells and performing strange rituals, trying to exorcise ghosts. A week later, the designs for the facility in Linhai City were finalized. Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan approved, and construction began promptly. By September 10th, just as the first batch of roses was about to be harvested, the buildings were almost complete. 3 construction teams worked around the clock, which naturally sped up the progress. However, Lu Wenzong felt a little regretful. Originally planning to invest 1 million yuan, costs had quickly risen to close to 2 million due to constant changes and added features. If it weren't for the upcoming rose harvest, he'd have been worried about going bankrupt. During this time, Wu Ruhan restructured the company into 6 departments: sales department, catering department, livestock department, planting department, finance department, and logistics department. They hired a group of young men and women from nearby villages. Though these individuals may not have high educational levels, their enthusiasm for work and willingness to learn under Wu Ruhan's leadership made Lu Wenzong fairly satisfied with the hiring choices. Now, the Xiaolong Mountain Agricultural Planting Company had been renamed to Daqing Ravine Agricultural Planting Company, with 34 employees. The sales department consisted of 8 people. Currently, there was no one in the catering department. The livestock department had 12 members, with 2 individuals responsible for managing the breeding of each type of animal. The planting department had 10 people. The finance department was run by Xiuxian alone, and the logistics department comprised Lu Wenzhong's parents and his second sister. Lu Wenzhong didn't offer excessively high salaries at the moment, but paid according to average industry standards. Both the livestock and planting departments had a basic salary of 1,500 renminbi plus bonuses. The sales department received a base salary of 1,500 renminbi plus commission. Su Yin'er in the finance department was temporary and was still on an assistant salary of 2,500 renminbi per month plus bonuses. Wu Ruhan's salary was initially set at 5,000 renminbi by Lu Wenzhong, but she voluntarily lowered it to 3,000 renminbi. She said that when the company grew bigger, Lu Wenzhong would have to raise her salary to over 10,000 renminbi per month. With everything proceeding smoothly, Lu Wenzhong finally felt much more relaxed. However, he continued keeping an eye on the situation at Xiaolong Mountain. He heard that Wu Yumin had planted it full of roses and medicinal herbs, which were reportedly growing very well. As rumors spread through the village, people began to say that Xiaolong Mountain soil was particularly suited for flowers and herbs, suggesting Lu Wenzhong had merely taken advantage of its natural advantages. Now that Wu Yumin had contracted it, everyone believed he would surely make a fortune. Many villagers envied him deeply and secretly regretted not having secured Xiaolong Mountain themselves. Meanwhile, since Lu Wenzhong had now contracted Gigu as well, many people began speculating again. Could it be that Lu Wenzhong had already done reconnaissance and found that Gigu was also suitable for planting flowers and herbs? Some started to hatch sinister plans. This time, however, they faced difficulties because Gigu did not belong to any particular village, making it impossible for them to obtain contracting rights through local channels like Wu Yumin had. Many then turned their attention to the county government, and suddenly officials' homes became frequented by many visitors. After sorting out all the details, Lu Wenzhong moved forward with plans for the farmstead. But since there was no one in the catering department, he first needed to find a top-notch chef capable of running things. Unfortunately, chefs came with high salaries, and could someone truly skilled even be persuaded to come work here? Thus, the key now was to build a reputation. Chapter 62. Seeking to open a store in the county town. Lu Wenzhong also registered at a driving school in town, planning to practice driving for half a day tomorrow afternoon. Back at Gui Valley, he again had Wu Ruhan teach him how to drive. Anyway, there was still a large tract of land in Gui Valley not planted with anything, and its flat terrain was very suitable for practicing driving. The layout of the houses in Gui Valley was quite distinctive. On the east side of the pool were the farmstead and guest rooms, which would be where future guests would eat and stay. On the west side were the dormitory area and warehouse, while the south side housed the office area. All the houses were made of wood, and apart from the foundation, no traces of brick or cement could be seen anywhere else. Fortunately, there were abundant wood resources within Gui Valley. Otherwise, procuring materials would have been a significant expense. In front of the farmstead lay a sea of rose flowers, all now fully bloomed. Standing at the farmstead and looking over, it was incredibly beautiful and magnificent. At the end of the rose flower field was a vast expanse of medicinal herb fields, which were already lush and green. To the south of the medicinal herb field was the vegetable garden, where vegetables of various colors were thriving and nearly ready for harvest. On the westernmost side of Gui Valley, near the western mountain range, a large farmyard had been developed, where thousands of chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep were being raised. As for fish, they didn't even need to add any fingerlings as the pond was already teeming with an abundance of fish. As for the remaining large tracts of unplanted land, Lu Wenzhong decided to leave them be for now until he had a good plan on what to plant. On September 15th, the formal rose picking began. They hired villagers to pick during the day, and Lu Wenzhong himself picked at night. After 3 days of hectic work, over 2 million stems of roses were piled up in the warehouse. Seeing so many flowers, everyone in the company felt thrilled. This was all money. If they sold these flowers, the company would be able to grow and develop further. And Lu Wenzhong also stipulated that every time the company made income, each employee would receive dividends according to their workload. To better sell the roses, Lu Wenzhong purchased 2 trucks and hired 2 drivers. Wu Ruhan took Su Yin'er to Sangzi County, intending to rent a storefront to act as a direct sales outlet. Flowers, medicinal herbs, vegetables, or meats produced by the company in the future could all be sold here. The storefront couldn't be small since there needed to be space for a warehouse to store goods. Since Wu Ruhan was unfamiliar with Sangzi County, after searching for a whole day, she found no suitable location. Helpless, Lu Wenzong decided to take matters into his own hands. The location we need for our store doesn't have to be in a bustling place. Somewhere with convenient transportation will suffice. Therefore, your search direction yesterday was wrong. In crowded areas, how easy is it to find a large store? And besides, the rent there is frighteningly high, Lu Wenzong said in the car. I still think it's better in a busy district. Why? Because we're selling flowers, right? In the future, you'll surely grow different kinds of flowers. Opening a store in a bustling area would greatly benefit fresh flower sales. You make a good point. However, our main business isn't retail, but wholesale. Retail revenue won't be substantial. Since we are doing wholesale, the store must have enough space. All right, you decide. Wu Ruhan gave up her persistence. Who do you think should be responsible for the sales point in the county? Asked Lu Wenzong. It's hard to say for now. All the employees in the company are newly recruited, and their capabilities still need to be assessed, Wu Ruhan replied. Should we recruit again in the county? All right, let me handle it in the county for a period first. We can consider it when we find the right person. Who takes charge at headquarters? Is Yenner capable? She should be. The two arrived in the county and went straight to a real estate agency to see if there was a suitable one. However, after visiting 3 agencies continuously, they found no appropriate listings. Sangzi County was a typical mountainous county with a high north and low south terrain, yet the road conditions were decent. Lu Wenzong planned to find a shop around the second ring road, but the overall economic development of Sangzi County wasn't strong, leading most areas of the second ring road to remain suburban, not a prime location. Both had initially set their sights on the east side, heading towards the provincial highway to Sanling City. But the houses along the provincial highway weren't suitable either. Eventually, they had no choice but to focus on the northern road leading to Beifing City. There were plenty of houses along the county road leading to Beifing City, mostly 2-story buildings built by nearby residents. They drove directly toward this area and saw several rental advertisements along the way. One by one, they called the numbers, only to discover that many families were renting out just one room or the lower level rather than the entire building. Disappointed, both of them grew frustrated, realizing it was almost noon and they needed to find somewhere to eat. At the intersection of North First Ring Road, they entered a restaurant named Muay Ju, Delicious Place. The restaurant was clean, but surprisingly, there were very few customers in such a spacious hall. Right when they entered, they noticed a rental advertisement at the counter. This place had a great location. The size of the restaurant was sufficiently large, making it a good spot. Lu Wenzong became interested and inquired. Boss, are you renting out this restaurant? To be precise, it's a sublease, laughed an aunt in her 40s from behind the counter. Is business not good? Yes. I couldn't hold on anymore, but I still have 2 years left on my rent, so I have no choice but to sublease. Boss, I'm just here to rent a place, so let's talk about it. Really, how can this kind of matter be a joke? In that case, please come inside and let's discuss. The boss invited Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan into a private room. Then she called her husband over. He was a short man in his 40s, stout with a simple smile. Hello, did I hear you're looking to rent my shop? Yes, may I ask your honorable surname, boss? I am humble, surnamed Song. May I know how to address the two of you? My surname is Lu, hers is Wu. Let's sit down and discuss the rent. Lu boss, might I ask if you're planning to also open a restaurant after renting this one? No, I'm opening a store to sell goods. Oh, that's fine then. I made the wrong choice earlier. The foot traffic around here isn't good, and my restaurant always had trouble keeping a chef, so business has been quite poor. Did you lose a lot? I've lost several 100,000 yuan at least. When doing business, losses are unavoidable, but things cannot be changed. Still, this place is large. It has 2 floors, totaling 300 or 400 square meters, right? The second floor is smaller, for a total of 386 square meters. What about the price? For how long do you plan to rent? You only have 2 years left, right? I'll start by renting for 2 years, then when it expires, I'll negotiate with the landlord. Lu Wenzong said. All right, I'll give you a fixed price, 300,000 yuan for 2 years. 300,000? Uncle, your sincerity seems lacking. Wu Ruahan interjected. That's already the lowest I can go. My rent is 300,000 yuan, and I didn't even add any markup. Mr. Song replied with clear regret on his face. Let's settle on 200,000 yuan. That's unacceptable. I'd be losing too much. Just running this restaurant cost me several 100,000 yuan already. If I take such a loss on rent as well, I might as well hang myself. Boss Song, we've looked at houses for 2 days now and are very familiar with market prices. According to what you said, you've run this restaurant for over 2 years, and the rent here wouldn't have exceeded 100,000 yuan per year 2 years ago. Lu Wenzong stated. Boss, shouldn't I get some hope for future profit? All right, then, let's make it 230,000 yuan. You'll still make some money from it. 230,000 yuan? Let me discuss it with my wife. Boss Song went out after saying that. The result of their discussion came quickly. They agreed to lease it for 230,000 yuan. Both parties quickly drafted up a contract and signed their names. Lu Wenzong gave Boss Song a week to move out, and after that, he would begin renovations. It seemed like the situation had improved unexpectedly. Just as they were about to eat, they found a suitable house, which made them both delighted. They happily ate their meal. Although the food tasted rather ordinary, both enjoyed it greatly. After finishing the meal and preparing to pay, Boss Song refused repeatedly, insisting on treating them. Just as they were pushing back and forth, several young men entered through the door. Upon seeing the visitors, Boss Song's face changed abruptly, and he hurried forward. Brother Lon, what brings you here today? What brings me here? Since you don't come over to pay, I have to come collect it. The leading Brother Lon responded irritably. Brother Lon, haven't I already paid? Boss Song once again showed a pained expression. I told you last month that the monthly fee increased to 500 yuan, yet you only paid 300 this month. Brother Lon sat down at a table, crossing his legs arrogantly. All right, 500 is 500. Boss Song returned to the counter and fetched another 200 yuan. Brother Lon handed the 200 yuan to his follower, then complained. Boss Song, you're messing with us. Sorry, I forgot. Boss Song ran back to the counter again and took out another 500 yuan. Hold on. What's going on? Lu Wenzong could no longer tolerate it. Hadn't they agreed on 500 yuan protection fees, and now they're collecting another 500? Lu boss, that's their rule. Protection fees must be paid proactively. If they have to come collect, the amount doubles. Boss Song explained quietly. Who set those rules? I'm not paying. Besides, you're closing this place anyway. Why should you keep giving them anything? Boss, please quiet down. Boss Song pulled Lu Wenzong's arm urgently. Who's this guy? Do you want to lose your tongue? Brother Lon approached. Just a regular person who finds it distasteful. Lu Wenzong grinned. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs unless you want to die without knowing why. I've got this bad habit. I love sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. Besides, this place will soon belong to me, and I certainly don't plan to hand over money to someone for no reason. Being a generous person like Shan Kai Tong Z is not something I can do. You've taken over this store? Yes. Starting from now, the protection fee will be 500 yuan per month, to be paid before the 10th of every month. Late payments will double, Brother Lon said. This joke isn't funny. What do you mean? Looks like your brain has been messed up by gang life. My meaning is simple, no payment. Do you want to die for speaking to me, Brother Lon, like that? One of Brother Lan's underlings rushed forward and grabbed Lu Wenzong by the collar. Calm down. This boss just came here. He doesn't know the rules yet. Let's take it slowly. Boss Song hurriedly stepped in to mediate. To hell with you, go away. Brother Lon pushed Boss Song aside, stepped forward, and whispered face to face. Kid, I'll warn you again because you're still young. Do business here honestly, or else it won't just be about losing your business. Thank you. Leave. Brother Lon left with his people. Boss Song let out a long breath, then said to Lu Wenzong, Mr. Lu, you're in trouble now. You'll never be able to do business here if you've angered Brother Lon and his group. Our contract was just signed, and the money hasn't even been paid. I suggest we forget it. Forget it. Why should I? Am I afraid of them? They have a large gang, and someone powerful protects them. You can't win against them. Don't worry, Boss Song. If I dare to anger them, it means I have reasons. Just don't worry, prepare to move out. All right. Boss Song stopped trying to persuade him. After leaving the tavern, they went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. However, when they came out, they found that the car window glass at the entrance had been completely smashed, and the entire body of the car was covered in red and green paint. This. Wu Ruhan looked speechlessly at Lu Wenzong as she saw the car's disfigured condition. Pretty harsh. The revenge came fast. I thought it would wait until after I opened the shop, but they couldn't wait. What do we do now? Go back first. Selling flowers is important, Lu Wenzong said. Driving on the road with no glass and the car full of dirt, they garnered a lot of attention. But along the way, they were stopped by traffic police. Please show your driver's license and vehicle registration. The traffic cop saluted and extended his hand for the documents. After checking the documents and returning them, the officer asked, was this car involved in an accident, or what happened? It was deliberately sabotaged. You need to fix it soon. Without a windshield, it's very dangerous to drive like this. There's an urgent matter, and I'm rushing home. I'll repair it as soon as I get there. You may leave. After this small interruption, the two rushed home. With winds coming in from all sides, it felt rather refreshing. When they arrived home, this damaged car became another attraction in the company, drawing everyone who heard the story over to look like they were watching a panda. The next day, 2 large trucks filled with roses departed Ghost Valley, one bound for Sans, Sailing, and Maoduan, while the other went to Beifing and several neighboring counties in the province of Chuanfu. At the same time, Lu Wenzong hired 2 smaller trucks with 4 salespeople to conduct roving sales. Not all the roses in the warehouse were transported away. 30,000 branches were left behind. These 30,000 branches, Lu Wenzong planned to send to Linhai City, where he'd already asked Lu Xiuxian during her free time to see if she could find cooperative flower shops. Since his roses had a long shelf life, he wasn't worried about long-term storage. Meanwhile, he called Mr. Zhang Jing's father, asking him to make time to check the herbs, as his last visit had been postponed due to family matters. Now, everything was ready for his arrival. Rose sales started, and Lu Wenzong entrusted Tong Xinlei to help him find a great chef. This guy knew many people through his wide network, so perhaps there would be an opportunity. Chapter 63, The Opening Ceremony of Gui Valley. Father and son Zhang Jing came over on the weekend, traveling a long distance to reach Gui Valley. They were both surprised and impressed. Surprised that Lu Wenzong had the courage to settle here and farm, and impressed with how he managed to cultivate such a vast expanse of land in such a short time. The herbs weren't yet mature, but the growth and quality of the seedlings truly satisfied Mr. Zhang Jing quite a lot. How do you manage to grow them? I've seen many people who grow medicinal herbs. To be honest, none of them have better results than yours. Uncle, you're flattering me. I'm just taking advantage of the terrain and putting effort into it. A good location might not be hard to find, but these days there aren't many people willing to take proper care of the land anymore. In the evening, his mother prepared a meal. The vegetables and meat all came from Gue Valley. Though her cooking skills were quite ordinary, the taste of the food was excellent. This was because the vegetables were watered with divine water, and the animals from the farm drank water mixed with a bit of divine water. The meat was delicious, the vegetables were flavorful as well, and the simple country meal earned continuous praise from Zhang Jing and his father. I have organic vegetables and various types of meat from my own livestock. All I need now is a good chef to open a countryside inn, Lu Wenzong said. In fact, city chefs may not be able to make authentic rustic flavors. I think it would be better to find a chef from the countryside, Zhang Jing suggested. You're right, the key issue is the lack of proper skills among rural cooks. You can send them for training. After a while, they should improve quite a bit, Zhang Jing said. That makes sense. It seems my previous thoughts were somewhat extreme. Father and son Zhang stayed in Gue Valley for one day and returned Sunday night. Before leaving, both parties signed some temporary purchase agreements. They would buy all the herbs produced by Lu Wenzong. Consequently, Lu Wenzong abandoned his previous insistence on high prices, choosing instead to win with volume. Rose sales continued uninterrupted, and every day Lu Wenzong received text messages about payments being deposited into his account. His bank balance kept growing. Through his second sister's introduction, Lu Wenzong hired a 40-something auntie from her village. This auntie was renowned far and wide, often invited as a chef for various households' red and white events. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan plus dividends made this quite an attractive offer in their mountainous rural area. Subsequently, he hired 3 lesser-known regular chefs to assist her. Waitstaff was easily resolved. There were plenty of young girls from nearby villages eager for work. However, even with everything set up, where would the customers come from? Lu Wenzong started making phone calls, inviting Secretary Wang from the town, the Wu Bo father and son duo, and the Xia Jianjun father-daughter pair to attend the opening ceremony, also requesting that they bring along as many friends as possible. Secretary Wang from the town readily agreed to attend. The Wu Bo father and son duo dared not refuse, and Xia Jianjun and his daughter gladly accepted the invitation. Lu Wenzong had cured Xia Jianjun's heart disease, bestowing upon him a rebirth-like kindness, so naturally, they intended to show gratitude at this event. On October 1st, National Day, Gue Valley was bustling with people, with dozens of vehicles lined up. Most of the individuals invited by Lu Wenzong mobilized their entire network of relationships, thus resulting in a very large turnout. The top 3 officials from Sangzi County were brought by the Wu Bo father and son duo, whereas Xia Jianjun invited several leading figures from various county bureaus. Even more impressive was Secretary Wang, who managed to invite some leaders and businessmen from Sanling City. Leaders from neighboring villages were present too, except for the leadership from Lu Wenzong's birthplace. None of them attended as they were participating in the opening ceremony of Wu Yuming's agricultural company on Xiaolong Mountain. Wu Yuming had a decent network as well, inviting 2 deputy mayors from the town and some businessmen from the county. However, compared to Lu Wenzong's grand scene, Wu Yuming's opening felt rather humble. Only when Gue Valley was swarming with people did Wu Yuming hear the news. He considered going to greet various dignitaries, but hesitated, as he had acquired land in less than honorable ways. Showing up uninvited now would only create awkwardness. Employees responsible for cultivation were temporarily assigned as waiters, serving guests at the farmstead. Lu Wenzong led the leaders around on a tour of Gue Valley, introducing them to the situation there. The leaders made appropriate remarks, encouraging Lu Wenzong to continue striving and using this opportunity to boost the local economy. Tired from touring, the leaders went to the farmstead to play cards while waiting for the meal. With leaders, businessmen, and their families included, there were more than 200 people, filling all the tables in the farmstead. This single meal cost Lu Wenzong several 10,000 yuan, but it achieved its purpose well. The news of his farmstead spread throughout the county. After lunch, the leaders left one by one, with only Xia Jianjun's family, Secretary Wang and his wife, and the Wu Bo father and son duo remaining. Just before dinner, Xia Jianjun approached Lu Wenzong to express his thanks, presenting him with a 100,000 yuan check as remuneration. Lu Wenzong couldn't refuse, so he accepted it. Uncle Xia, have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? I did. Everything has returned to normal. I've lived for more than 40 years and never felt as comfortable as these few days. All this is thanks to you, Xia Jianjun laughed. Uncle Xia has helped me too. Without Uncle Xia, there wouldn't be the Gue Valley today. Lu Wenzong also smiled. This is just a minor favor, while you saved my life. Moreover, you should know that because of my illness, my family didn't expect much from my political career. So, until now, I'm just a section-level official in a small county in the West. But those friends who started politics with me, some of them have already reached bureau level. Now Uncle Xia can spread his wings and work hard. Definitely. Even if I can't catch up with those friends, I want to achieve something before retirement to meet my father's expectations. In that case, I wish you good luck in your official career. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your blessing. By the way, I heard that you're very skilled at treating illnesses. Could you do me another favor? Treat illness? Who is it? My grandmother. Sure. We'll find a time to take a look. Lu Gu, does your company need more people? Xiao Tongtong suddenly asked from the side. What? Tongtong, do you want to join my agricultural company? Lu Wenzong chuckled. Being a doctor is tiring. Working for you would be much easier, right? Xiao Tongtong grinned. All right, come work as my assistant. Really? Do you really mean it? Lu Wenzong originally thought she was joking. After all, giving up being a doctor and coming to his rural area seemed completely unrealistic. Moreover, being Xia Jianjun's daughter, she could likely transfer to a more relaxing department in the hospital. Lu Gu is too unreasonable. You're just fooling around with me. Xia Tongtong pouted unhappily. Stop teasing, Tongtong. Being a doctor isn't great? If you don't want to stay in Sangzi County, I'll ask your aunt to arrange for you to go to the capital. Xia Jianjun's wife spoke up. Nah, I'd rather stay at the county hospital in Sangzi. By the way, on the way here, a vice director from the Urban Construction Bureau called and invited me to attend the opening ceremony of some Yuming agricultural company. Did I hear correctly? Is it in your area? Xia Jianjun asked. To be honest, Uncle Xia, it's not funny, but Xiaolong Mountain used to be where I farmed. Oh, is there any specific reason you came here? The village thought that my contract for Xiaolong Mountain was not in accordance with regulations, so they took it back and recontracted it to Wu Yuming. Lu Wenzong simply stated, without exaggerating or adding extra details. But Xia Jianjun was no ordinary person. He had been through the political arena for a long time and immediately picked up on the underlying message. He furrowed his brow and said, the villages below us need some rectification now. By the way, the new party secretary Wang from the town is decent. Try to get along with him when you have time. I will. Uncle Xia, you rest here. I'll arrange dinner for you. Lu Wenzong left Xia Jianjun's room, and before reaching the kitchen, he pulled Wu Bo aside. Brother, I've been waiting anxiously. Something happened? Yeah, something happened. Let's talk in my room. Wu Bo dragged Lu Wenzong into his room, and Wu Changjin, Wu Bo's father, rushed over eagerly. Mr. Lu, your business is getting bigger and bigger. Congratulations. May you make even more money. While offering congratulations, Wu Changjin inwardly cursed Lu Wenzong profusely. This damn brat held their family's weaknesses in his hands, forcing them to act humble in front of Lu Wenzong, which was truly embarrassing. Director Wu, what's the urgency in pulling me over? Lu Wenzong sat down. There's been some word circulating lately. Have you heard anything about it? Wu Changjin asked. Nope. Is someone investigating you? That's why I'm asking, Mr. Lu. Was it you who handed over the evidence? If I had handed it over, would you two still be sitting here? The materials I have are explosive. Once submitted, someone would have come to arrest you immediately. You'd be relying on finding me. It's fine if it wasn't you, it's fine. Wu Changjin let out a deep sigh of relief. You two better stop doing bad things and focus on benefiting the common people. That might lighten your sentences later. Brother, we can't turn back now, Wu Bo muttered dejectedly. What can I do? Help you? Not exactly. Since we're following your orders, can you give us a break? Wu Bo looked pitifully at Lu Wenzong. Am I forcing you? But after all, you have. Brother, name your condition. Anything within our capability, I will absolutely do. Just give me the materials. No need. But you can rest assured, for the time being I won't do anything to you. As long as you behave, maybe one day when I'm in a good mood, I'll hand over the materials to you. For now, do some good deeds and make me happy. Brother, no begging. I won't give you the materials, nor will I give them to anyone else. Just focus on what you're doing. Oh, by the way, if you could repair the roads here, that would be a good deed. Repair, repair, repair. Wu Bo hastily agreed. Whenever I'm satisfied with your actions, I'll return the things to you. After Wu Bo and his father discussed with Lu Wenzong, they left directly without staying for dinner. Secretary Wang from the town had been fishing by the pond all afternoon and only found Lu Wenzong after dinner. I heard about the village taking back Xiaolong Mountain. You should have come to me earlier. Even without Xiaolong Mountain, I'm still developing well. This place is better than Xiaolong Mountain. Lu Wenzong smiled. Don't you have any grievances? If I said I don't have any, it would definitely be a lie. However, I'm from here, and I don't want to create too many conflicts with the people here. After all, during my school days, they gave me a lot of support. It's good that you know how to show gratitude. What plans do you have, Secretary Wang? With the reclaiming of Xiaolong Mountain by the village and your new start, I cannot continue talking about my previous plans. In fact, your plan was feasible. It's just that the land around Gui Valley has gone barren. To carry out the plan, we might need to wait, Lu Wenzong said. I understand. Nonetheless, the development of this place will certainly bring benefits to the town. I hope so. By the way, are there any difficulties you'd like to discuss? Transportation. Lu Wenzong bitterly smiled. He had some money, but the cost of road construction was far too high for him to cover. The town will study this issue next. Good transportation means better development for you, and your success also benefits me. You look further ahead, Secretary Wang. I don't have much skill, but I can manage to accomplish practical tasks. To have a secretary like you in the town is a blessing for the local people. That's too kind. By the way, I saw Director Xia staying overnight. Do you have a personal relationship with him? A little. After finishing the conversation with Secretary Wang, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Wenzong returned to his room and made a call to Wu Ruhan to check on the recent sales situation of roses. One of the 2 trucks still hadn't sold out, but it was almost done. The leased building in the county had been completely cleared and was waiting for Lu Wenzong to begin renovations. Wu Ruhan had taken the car, so Lu Wenzong followed Xia Jianjun's car to the county. With Xia Jianjun's help, it was easy to find a renovation team. After handing over the house to Boss Song, the team moved in immediately and began renovations according to Lu Wenzong's requirements. Most parts of the house would be renovated into warehouses for storing medicine, flowers, and vegetables and fruits. The remaining part would be turned into an exhibition room. Thus, the structure was simple, making the renovation process smoother. Without suitable personnel, Lu Wenzong had no choice but to personally oversee the progress of the renovation in the county. Meanwhile, he fully entrusted Su Yenner to manage the affairs in Gui Valley. On the first day, they mainly cleaned up the kitchen and removed walls that were unsuitable. After half a day of work by 7 or 8 workers, the room had changed dramatically, showing no traces of having once been a restaurant. However, just before quitting time in the afternoon, someone came knocking again. Leading the group was still Brother Lon. Seeing Lu Wenzong again, Brother Lon laughed happily. After the last time his car was damaged, Lu Wenzong had been holding a grudge, ready to settle the score with Brother Lon if not for other pressing matters. Unexpectedly, Brother Lon walked right into his hands today. Lu Wenzong couldn't help but smile broadly as well. Boss, since the renovation has started, can you pay us now? Brother Lon asked with a grin. Chapter 64, The Celebrity of Sange County. Since Brother Lon has come in person, I have to give him some respect, right? Lu Wenzong laughed. Considering your new store is opening, Brother Lon will congratulate you today. Let's go with the lucky number 888. 888 yuan. Yes, isn't that a lucky number? It's indeed quite good. Brother Lon is thoughtful. Lu Wenzong took 900 yuan from his wallet and walked towards Brother Lon. One of Brother Lan's juniors wanted to step forward to take the money, but was avoided by Lu Wenzong. This is for Brother Lon. Who do you think you are? You? The junior was choked by Lu Wenzong and almost couldn't catch his breath. You come back. Brother Lon called back his junior, stood up, and approached Lu Wenzong. Standing face to face, they both maintained smiles on their faces, looking very harmonious. You owe me 12 yuan, so it makes exactly 888. No problem. Brother Lon reached out to take the money, but as soon as his fingers touched the cash, a dark shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see what it was, when he felt a pain on his left cheek and involuntarily fell down sideways. Stars were swirling before his eyes, and Brother Lon felt like the sky went dark. Lu Wenzong slapped him with great force, knocking Brother Lon unconscious directly. His body had undergone modifications due to the divine water, though it hadn't yet reached immortality levels. His strength, agility, and constitution had already surpassed those of all ordinary people. The slap delivered by Lu Wenzong was something Brother Lon, a small-time hoodlum, could not withstand. The moment Brother Lon was knocked out by Lu Wenzong happened in the blink of an eye. His four juniors hadn't even figured out what had occurred yet. Only after seeing their boss fall did they rush over chaotically. Lu Wenzong paid no attention to these four juniors at all. Within just a few seconds, he dealt with them all. Although he hadn't studied martial arts, his physical attributes far exceeded theirs. Thus, in a chaotic fight, the stronger body naturally gained an advantage. The four juniors fled out of the shop in a sorry state, but were intercepted by Lu Wenzong. Are you running away? What about your boss? The four juniors looked at each other, and then turned back to lift Brother Lon onto their shoulders, fleeing hastily again. The construction workers saw the conflict between Lu Wenzong and Brother Lon, but, being those who make a living in Sange County, expressed opposition to Lu Wenzong's actions. Boss, you've caused big trouble this time, said the person in charge of the renovation team worriedly. Is there more powerful support behind this, Brother Lon? Yes. Brother Lon is only responsible for the northern part of the city. In Sange County, there's a leader in each of the east, south, west, and north regions. Brother Lon in the north, Brother Hai in the south, Black Six in the east, and Little Han in the west. But these people all have a common boss, the most influential person in Sange County, Brother Qing. You don't know? Brother Qing has hundreds of juniors under his command, and he also has a relative in the government. Pretty capable, huh? Lu Wenzong smiled. Offending Brother Qing. How are you going to run your business in the county? Don't worry. You all focus on your work. I'll handle things with Brother Qing. Lu Wenzong smiled. Boss, I'm telling you this for your own good. Brother Qing is not someone to mess with. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Lu Wenzong reassured the person in charge. The concerns of the person in charge were justified. After the renovation crew left, dozens of people had already gathered in front of his store. They were all young, dressed rather strangely, including a few women. The surrounding shopkeepers saw this scene and quickly closed their doors to refuse customers. The pedestrians and vehicles also avoided the area. Lu Wenzong stood at the door, coldly watching a group of young people cursing there. It seemed the main character wasn't here yet, as these young people didn't rashly attack. As twilight approached, the crowd parted, and 3 individuals walked forward accompanied by more than 10 others, one of whom was Brother Lon that Lu Wenzong had previously knocked out. However, at this point, Brother Lon stood beside one of the men, with a respectful expression. But when he saw Lu Wenzong, his eyes shot icy rays of hatred. The real mastermind had arrived. Lu Wenzong stepped forward and scrutinized the robust man in his 50s standing in the middle. His facial expression was very cold, and his clothing was very ordinary. No flashy gold chains, large earrings, or holding iron balls. Brother Qing. Lu Wenzong spoke up. Did you knock out Lanzi? Brother Qing also spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. Yes. Is Brother Qing here to reclaim honor? Kind of. If my man got beaten, I should at least get an explanation, otherwise, I won't be able to survive in Sange County. Brother Qing chuckled lightly. What Brother Qing said makes sense. So, what do you intend to do? Simple. Meeting is fate, and we'll be seeing each other often in the future. Let's start with a hand, Qing said calmly, without any hint of hostility. His tone was as if he wasn't angry or upset at all. Since Brother Qing has spoken, I have no objections. Have your people come to take it. If they succeed, I will have no complaints. If they fail, don't blame me for not saving face. You're quite a man. Brother Qing smirked. Thank you, Brother Qing, for the compliment. Little Han, it's your turn. Brother Qing gave a brief command to the slim young man beside him and then stepped back along with Brother Lon. The slim young man moved forward, coldly staring at Lu Wenzong. He looked handsome, but his skin was overly pale, and his body did not look strong at all. Yet his eyes were chilling, making one feel like being stared at by a venomous snake. With a slight swish, two knives suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Wenzong didn't dodge, allowing the two knives to pierce into his muscles. Having succeeded, little Han relaxed his guard. He had heard that this man had knocked brother Lon unconscious with a single slap, leaving Lon no chance to fight back. He thought this man must be a martial arts expert, but now realized he was just an ordinary person. But before little Han could finish his smile, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. A powerful force pushed him away, causing him to fly backward over dozens of onlookers behind him, landing on the street with no sound at all. Brother Qing narrowed his eyes, clenching his hands unconsciously. Little Han was the youngest, but also the strongest among his subordinates. The strongest guy couldn't even dodge one punch from Lu Wenzong, indicating his strength was a bit terrifying. However, what scared Brother Qing even more was the fact that Lu Wenzong seemed unharmed after being stabbed twice by the knives. Actually, Lu Wenzong was in pain too, but he had already summoned Little Fairy to sit on his shoulder. The moment the knives pierced into his body, they were neutralized by Little Fairy. But the stabbing of the knife tips on the skin still caused a lot of pain. Seeing little Han being carried over, his eyes tightly closed, his teeth gritted, and his whole body trembling nonstop, Lu Wenzong said, "Take him to see a doctor, otherwise he may not survive." Brother Qing was startled and immediately ordered his subordinates to carry little Han and run, heading towards medical care. "You are a master," Brother Qing said to Lu Wenzong. "Overrated praise, Brother Qing. Who's next? My strongest subordinate has been defeated by you. Single combat seems hopeless. Today, Brother Qing pulls down his dignity and lets it become a group attack. It's your decision." Lu Wenzong smiled indifferently. "Attack." Brother Qing waved his hand, and those underlings who were already rubbing their fists together rushed over. Dozens of people swarmed forward with considerable momentum. Lu Wenzong whispered to Little Fairy, "It's time for you to act. There are too many." Little Fairy nodded and flew off Lu Wenzong's shoulder, circling in the air once before pointing her fingers at them. The ones she pointed at fell to the ground one after another, not even touching Lu Wenzong's clothes. Under the point-by-point attacks of Little Fairy, dozens of men kept falling down. Brother Qing was stunned. Lu Wenzong hadn't moved a finger. How did this happen? When all the people he brought collapsed and couldn't get up, he felt a chill creep up his spine from his back. Seeing ghosts, Brother Qing took 2 steps backward. "Brother Qing, shall we retreat?" Brother Lon asked timidly. "Order our brothers to withdraw." Brother Qing nodded, agreeing to retreat. However, as soon as he turned around and took a step, his feet suddenly refused to obey him, causing him to fall flat on the ground, doing a perfect dog-eating poop move. Brother Lon did the same. If there were a competition for the coordination of these actions, these two would definitely win. Brother Qing wanted to get up, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He began to fear, and his terror spread like an infectious disease, hard to control once it occurred. Lu Wenzong walked forward and lifted Brother Qing directly into the shop. The crowd outside was still lying on the ground, helplessly watching their leader being dragged inside. Lu Wenzong threw Brother Qing onto a piece of 3-ply board, crouching beside him with a smile. "Brother Qing, I think we should resolve conflicts peacefully, right? If someone is on the chopping block and another is the fish," Brother Qing had no choice but to bow his head. "I'm blind-eyed, offending you. Please forgive me," Brother Qing said. "You are pretty eloquent. I don't mean to make trouble for you either, but since you sought trouble, I can't just let you go easily, right?" Lu Wenzong said, "Brother, set the conditions, I will accept them. In the future, my shop must not be disturbed, and the second, no more collection of protection fees. You're so powerful. Making some money through legitimate business is a piece of cake. Why exploit others? Third, disband your gang of brothers, and don't let me hear that Brother Qing is still wreaking havoc in Sands County. If you can't meet these 3 conditions, don't blame me for making you disappear silently from this world. Trust me, I have the ability. I will do my best," Qing said through gritted teeth. "Good. Then we've finished talking, lie down for a while," Lu Wenzong said, winking at Little Fairy in the air. Little Fairy smiled as well and pointed at nothingness. Immediately, Qing felt he could move again. Just as he was getting up, a burst of laughter erupted from his body, and he couldn't help but start laughing uncontrollably. He laughed nonstop for 3 days, leaving Qing completely exhausted and lying in the hospital for half a month. Those 3 days of continuous laughter tormented Qing badly. Lying in the hospital for half a month, whenever he thought of Lu Wenzong, his whole body trembled. Though laughing might feel better than pain at first, prolonged laughter over time was unbearable. That night, after leaving the shop, Qing's henchmen were also able to move freely again. So Qing led them with wild laughter, and dozens of people hurriedly retreated. After they left, nearby police came to check things out. But seeing everything was calm, they simply walked away without even asking questions. Lu Wenzong hadn't expected them to solve any problems anyway, and didn't show his face. After resting in the store overnight, when the renovation crew arrived the next day, their expressions were extremely astonished. "Boss, no one came to cause trouble last night. There were visitors indeed. They were quite passionate, crawling at the door to wish good luck on the opening of my new shop," Lu Wenzong chuckled. The members of the renovation team were puzzled and did not understand what Lu Wenzong meant. However, during lunch when they went out to eat and asked around, they were shocked. The surrounding shop owners and residents had witnessed Lu Wenzong's exploits the previous night. A single punch rendered Sands County's notorious fighter Han Sha unconscious, and without lifting a finger, made all of Qing's subordinates bow in submission. Truly extraordinary. Encouraged by Lu Wenzong's reputation, the renovation team now worked enthusiastically, no longer worrying. Lu Wenzong didn't believe that Qing would abandon everything from last night without revenge, so he prepared to take action, fully intending to crush Qing utterly. Officer Li, what are you busy with recently? Lu Wenzong approached Li Yuru. Training. What do you need? Where should we go? Let me treat you to a meal. I want to talk to you about something. Alright, I'll finish work at 11:30. Choose a place and send me a text message. Lu Wenzong booked a table at the relatively famous Sunshine Tower in Sanks County at 11:30. This restaurant had 3 branches in Sanks County and was always crowded with customers due to its delicious food. When Lu Wenzong arrived, Li Yuru wasn't there yet. Not until noon did she rush over breathlessly. I'm parched. What happened to you? So thirsty, Lu Wenzong asked. The car crashed at a 4-way intersection and caused a traffic jam. I ran all the way here. I trained for half the day and then ran such a distance. How could I not be thirsty? Can you drink water more quietly? Try to act like a lady? Why should you care? I just want to chug it. The two exchanged a few words before the dishes began to arrive. 3 simple dishes and a soup. While Li Yuru didn't touch the main course, she eagerly consumed the tomato egg soup. She drank nearly half a basin of soup, filling her belly, and stopped eating rice altogether, watching Lu Wenzong eat instead. You only drank a stomach full and won't eat anymore? Just wait. I was too thirsty earlier. Watch me eat, huh? You're ridiculous. Anyway, you said you needed to talk to me. What's the matter? After we eat, we'll talk. No rush. I rushed here like crazy, but you're not in a hurry? I never said it was urgent. Do you think I might hit you? Let's eat first, let's eat. Chapter 65, Rushing to Linhai for Treatment. After eating, the two of them sat at the table leisurely drinking tea. Did you have a conflict with Brother Qing? She was very surprised after hearing Lu Wenzong's reason for finding her. Yes, I said. How do you police even function, letting such a big menace remain uneradicated? What's the point of keeping him around? Lu Wenzong asked. Do you think we don't want to? First, Brother Qing is too cunning and we can't get any evidence against him. Second, he has someone powerful protecting him and we can't touch him. Then let me take care of it. You? Forget about it. The important person behind him is quite influential. You'd better not provoke him. It won't end well for you. Li Yuru advised. How could such a formidable figure be hiding in Sangzi County? It seems incredible. It's his hometown. He feels like the top dog only here. Even if I can't get rid of him immediately, I still won't let him rest easy. To be honest, I disapprove of your actions. If you're going to open a shop in the county and start conflicts with him, how will your business continue? Even if he doesn't bother you personally, having someone sabotage you secretly would make it hard for you to handle. I'll manage. I've got my ways to deal with him. But first, help me investigate all his information. Is there even a need to investigate his information? We already have tons of it over there. It's not really a secret. I can just copy it for you. Thanks then. There's no need to thank me. Oh, by the way, recently I heard there's a miraculous doctor from your hometown. Do you know them? A miraculous doctor? You mean me? You? Oh yeah, now that I think of it, the whole county says this miraculous doctor grows medicinal herbs. And you grow herbs too. So it must be you. Li Yuru exclaimed in surprise. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. It's actually you, and I need your help. Help me? Are you asking me to cure someone? You don't look sick to me. Not for me, but for my grandfather. Your grandfather? Alright, where is he? He's in Linhai. In Linhai? Wow, isn't that where I went to school? We'll visit sometime soon, Lu Wenzong agreed. So that's settled then. This weekend I'm free, Zhou Wu will leave tonight. Alright, set the time. After parting ways with Li Yurua, Lu Wenzong returned to his store to oversee the renovation. In the evening, he called Su Yener to check on Gigu's situation. Everything was fine at Gigu, but the farmstead had started welcoming guests, which was a good sign. Although it was merely the town's assigned reception, it still marked a good beginning for the farmstead. Lu Wenzong stayed in the county for 3 days, during which nothing happened on the side of Qingge. The renovation team worked quickly, completely transforming the inside of the store within 3 days. Seeing the favorable circumstances, Lu Wenzong decided to set out with Li Yurua for Linhai City with peace of mind. I'm afraid while I'm gone, Qingge might cause trouble for my shop. Can you arrange someone to keep an eye on it? Lu Wenzong requested. No problem. Since you're helping me, it would be inappropriate not to provide this service. Li Yurua then pulled out her phone and made a call to her colleague at the Beijing branch, entrusting them to give extra attention to Lu Wenzong's shop. On Friday night, Li Yurua picked up Lu Wenzong in her car, and they headed towards Linhai City. After a long journey, the car finally reached Linhai 2 days later. Although driving himself was convenient, the need for rest along the way caused some delay. Looks like you'll miss this week's work, Lu Wenzong joked as the car entered Linhai. I've taken leave, so it's no issue. Just in case, my girlfriend studies here too. Maybe I should see her. If you have time, bring her to my place for dinner. Certainly, it would be rude not to visit. The car turned south onto the 3rd ring road, and then drove towards a small mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a large courtyard with a sign reading Linhai City Cadre Rest Center. Is your grandfather a retired cadre? Yeah. The state provided him a separate residence, but he prefers staying here to play chess, drink tea, and chat with his old comrades in arms, Li Yurua laughed. Elderly people, it's not good to stay alone. They enjoy life more when surrounded by old friends, even if living conditions are slightly worse. Lu Wenzong remarked. That's what my grandpa says. The car stopped at the entrance to the compound, where 2 armed policemen approached to salute and stop Li Yurua's vehicle. After checking, the gates were opened to allow entry. In addition to the 2 armed policemen at the gate, each building's corridor had another officer stationed nearby. The security force was quite strong, suggesting that these retirees probably held significant positions in the past. The car stopped in a parking space, and the 2 of them got out and continued walking toward the back. After passing 2 tile-roofed houses, they arrived at the second-to-last row of houses, where a group of elderly men were gathered, occasionally shouting excitedly. Well, These old grandpas are at it again with their big contests. Li Yurua sighed and smiled as she approached. Upon entering, Lu Wenzong realized that among the crowd, 2 old men were holding wooden rifles, competing in a bayonet fight. One man was plump with a ruddy complexion, looking full of energy, while the other was tall and thin, with a waxy yellow face but a stubborn and defiant expression. Grandpa, what are you competing about with Grandpa Hu? Li Yurua walked up, smiling and asking. Xiaoru, you've come just in time to see me beat old Hu today, the tall and thin old man said happily upon seeing Li Yurua. His movements didn't stop. He kept glaring fiercely at old Hu opposite him. Grandpa, don't mess around anymore. I brought a little miracle doctor to treat you, Li Yurua said. What? Treat illness? I'm perfectly fine. Li Lao snapped unhappily. All right. You're not sick. You just have some issues with your body. Happy now. Li Yurua, helpless, coaxed her grandfather like a child, trying every sweet word possible. Laoli, your granddaughter has come. Let's call it a day today. We'll fight again tomorrow. Old Hu from across dropped his wooden rifle, laughing and saying, No way. I'm going to take you down today, Li Lao insisted stubbornly. Fat chance. I'm heading home. My son is coming to see me today, Old Hu said, leaving his wooden rifle on the ground and walking away. Old Hu, you're giving up. Give up? We'll do it again tomorrow. After Old Hu left, the rest of the elderly men chuckled and dispersed, leaving only the 3 of them at the entrance. Is this your miracle doctor? Li Lao looked at Lu Wenzong, eyes filled with doubt. Good day, Mr. Li. Young man, do you practice Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine? I guess it's traditional Chinese medicine. TCM, with your age, how can you be called a miracle doctor? Li Lao couldn't believe it. Whether or not, Mr. Li will know after trying. But first, I need to figure out exactly what's wrong with your health. Lu Wenzong laughed. Don't talk about this yet. Let's go home first. Grandpa will make dumplings for you today. Walking a few steps inward, they entered a small courtyard. In the yard, many vegetables and fruits were planted, which made it look very much like a farmer's yard. It had character. Sit wherever you like. There's no formality here, Li Lao said. Li Yurua gestured for Lu Wenzong to find a spot to sit casually before bustling around helping her grandpa prepare the leeks and eggs for the dumplings. After sorting the leeks, Li Lao would cut them while Li Yurua kneaded the dough. When making the dumplings, one person rolled the skins, another wrapped them, creating quite a warm and harmonious atmosphere. During their interaction, Lu Wenzong found Li Lao stubborn but also approachable. His personality was straightforward. He spoke his mind without beating around the bush, especially when criticizing the current officialdom. The sharp words Lu Wenzong heard left him somewhat impressed by their severity. Once the dumplings went into the pot, Lu Wenzong began diagnosing Li Lao. While feeling his pulse, he also let Little Fairy examine Li Lao thoroughly. Your pulse-taking stance seems pretty authentic, Li Lao chuckled. I've got real skills, Lu Wenzong also laughed. His pulse-taking stance was deliberately practiced. Even though it wasn't useful, it sufficed to fool ordinary people. After all, he didn't rely on pulse diagnosis for treating diseases. After Little Fairy reported the condition to Lu Wenzong, he opened his mouth and said, Mr. Li's overall health is excellent, but the small shrapnel below his heart is affecting his well-being. Since Mr. Li often ignores it, certain vigorous actions have caused the shrapnel to move closer to his heart, which is not a good sign. You're quite skilled, able to determine there's shrapnel below my heart through pulse diagnosis alone. This piece of shrapnel dates back to when I was in Korea. Okay, Grandpa, we've heard this story countless times. It's getting boring. Li Yurua interrupted her grandfather who was about to start recounting his story. You brat. Li Lao laughed, stopping himself from telling the story. Wenzong, can you treat my grandpa? Li Yurua asked. Yes, no problem. That's wonderful. Li Yurua smiled brightly, laughing happily. After the dumplings were served, the 3 started eating. The filling prepared by Li Yurua tasted exceptionally good. Li Lao ate happily, praising Li Yurua while enjoying the meal. Then, he began scolding his other grandchildren for being disobedient, saying they hadn't visited him for a long time. After some conversation, Lu Wenzong came to understand the general situation of Li Yurua's family. Li Lao was a revolutionary elder statesman, seemingly of top-tier status. Li Yurua's father was Li Lao's 4th son and was born from Li Lao's 2nd wife. Li Lao had 4 sons, 2 in the military and 2 in government positions. Li Yurua's father served in the military and was currently stationed somewhere in northwest China. Li Yurua had 8 siblings spread over 4 families, each having 1 boy and 1 girl, which was remarkably even. Li Yurua was the youngest in her branch of the family, and so was greatly favored by her uncles, aunts, and older brothers and sisters. However, Li Yurua didn't care much for dresses or feminine pursuits, but instead preferred to be a police officer, leaving the entire family quite speechless. The only one who supported Li Yurua's decision in the family was Li Lao. After the meal, they rested for a bit, and then Li Lao went out for a stroll. Shouldn't there be guards or medical personnel around your grandpa? Lu Wenzong asked. According to novels he'd read, such high-ranking individuals always had superb bodyguards and dedicated healthcare professionals following them around. They were there originally, but my grandpa drove them all away. Li Yurua replied helplessly. Your grandpa is quite impressive. Just an old kid, getting younger by the day. Li Yurua chuckled. Elders like him are treasures of the nation. I'm happy to do my part. Does it require surgery? I treat with just a bowl of herbal medicine. That sounds miraculous. Indeed. Aren't you admiring me? Don't fall for me. I have a girlfriend already. Spare me. When Li Lao returned from his walk, Lu Wenzong had already prepared the herbal medicine. In Li Lao's living room, there were piles of supplements, which could serve as cover. With doubt and faith, Li Lao drank the herbal medicine. I'll go find old Hu to play chess. Relaxed and confident, Li Lao walked out with his hands behind his back, but within 10 minutes, he returned. Xiao and that one Zong, come quick. The two stepped out, seeing Li Lao in the yard, who had stripped down to his chest, staring anxiously at his own chest area. What's wrong, Grandpa? Li Yurua asked nervously. I feel something trying to come out. Li Lao stated. What? Come out. Li Yurua was startled, immediately looking towards Lu Wenzong. Don't worry, the fragment is being forced out by the medicine. Within a minute, Li Lao's chest skin began to swell upwards, turned red, and then blood started flowing out through an opening. The wound slowly widened, and a piece of shrapnel, about the size of a 50-cent coin, gradually squeezed itself out. Li Lao grabbed the shrapnel, removing it completely from his body. As soon as the shrapnel was out, the wound stopped bleeding. Xiao bandaged Li Lao up. All right. Li Yurua rushed into the house and brought out spare gauze and tape. Wenzong, too incredible. You're truly a miracle doctor. Back then, those doctors said the shrapnel was too close to the heart, making surgery impossible. Later, when national medical technology advanced, the doctors still didn't dare to operate on me. Who knew that your bowl of herbal medicine solved the problem? Amazing. Li Lao was elated. His chronic ailment that troubled him for years was cured, and he was as delighted as a child, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. Li Lao, this herbal medicine has more wonders. It can improve physical fitness and enhance immunity. In the future, colds, fevers, back pains, and such will have nothing to do with you. Good, very good. Xiao Wenzong has helped so much, we need to thank him properly, Li Lao said. How should we thank him, Grandpa? Tell your third brother to give Wenzong a sum of money, as a reward. Lu Lao, I don't want any reward. Nothing is necessary. Xiao and I are good friends. Helping her is natural. Lu Wenzong smiled. That won't do. The reward must be given, Li Lao said solemnly. Wenzong, if Grandpa says to take it, just accept it. My third sister has no shortage of anything except money. A little will do. Lu Wenzong didn't press further. By the way, Wenzong, since you're so talented, would you check on my old comrades? Sure thing. Chapter 66. The Conflict of the Lotus in Prosperity. Lu Wenzong stayed at the Cadres Rest Center for 3 days, treating more than 20 retired cadres. These retirees mostly had no major health problems. They ate well, slept well, and had little trouble, so their bodily functions were good. However, they all suffered from old war injuries. Some had leftover shrapnel in their bodies like Comrade Li, while others had untreated knife or bullet wounds that led to rheumatism or muscle atrophy in certain parts of their bodies. These were minor issues that could be resolved with a few drops of miraculous water. Li Yuru took 3 days off and stayed at the rest center with Lu Wenzong throughout the period. During these 3 days, Lu Wenzong established good rapport with the retirees at the center. In this time, Lu Wenzong also came up with an idea. There was still much space available in the Gue Valley. If he built a rehabilitation center there and developed the surrounding peaks into tourist attractions, it would surely bring in significant income. Inviting distinguished retirees like Comrade Li to stay there could generate considerable benefits. Lu Wenzong kept this idea in mind temporarily, planning to implement it when his capabilities grew stronger in the future. On the 4th day, after Li Yuru dropped Lu Wenzong off at the Linhai City Educational Examination Center, she returned to work in Sangzi County. Lu Xiuxian lived nearby for convenience in attending her classes. Inside the examination center, there was an adult education institution where Lu Xiuxian's class was held. After entering the gates of the Educational Examination Center, Lu Wenzong found Lu Xiuxian's classroom on the 3rd floor of a building named Xiuxian Tower. Seeing that there were many empty seats, Lu Wenzong boldly walked in. The teacher teaching the class merely glanced at him and continued the lecture without saying anything. Lu Xiuxian was busy taking notes, completely unaware that Lu Wenzong had already entered the room, assuming he would be waiting outside. Lu Wenzong sat in the last row, watching the more than 20 young students attentively listening to the lecture, which reminded him of his student days. Although he graduated only a few months ago, it felt like he had been away from school for years. Strange, Lu Wenzong noticed a boy sitting behind Lu Xiuxian who gently tapped her on the back and handed her a note. Lu Xiuxian opened it briefly, then crumpled it and threw it into the drawer beneath her desk. The boy didn't give up and wrote another note to pass along. Curiosity piqued, Lu Wenzong summoned his little fairy to investigate. When the fairy floated to Lu Xiuxian's side and looked at the note, she flew back and whispered into Lu Wenzong's ear. The note says, "Would you like me to take you out for lunch today?" Lu Wenzong smiled and nodded silently, realizing that Xiuxia had caught someone's attention. 10 minutes later, the teacher declared a break before continuing the lesson. Students sighed in relief, stretching, resting their heads on the desks, or rushing to the restroom. As Lu Xiuxia prepared to leave, the same person behind her tapped her again. Lu Xiuxia, why aren't you answering? Will you go to lunch together with me or not? You need to reply. I have no time. My boyfriend is here today. Lu Xiuxia reluctantly replied. Boyfriend? You have a boyfriend? The young man asked incredulously. Yes, I do. Well, can I meet him? The young man pressed on, wanting to know what Lu Xiuxia's boyfriend looked like. Why do you need to meet him? Lu Xiuxia was anxious because Lu Wenzong was waiting outside. Before the young man could respond further, Lu Xiuxia turned and quickly left the classroom. But once in the hallway, she looked around but couldn't find Lu Wenzong anywhere. Checking downstairs, he wasn't there either. Lu Xiuxia tried calling on her phone, but there was no answer. She called again, still with no response. Confused, she searched in every direction and eventually returned to the classroom. Upon re-entering, she noticed someone lying down at her seat. On closer inspection, it was none other than Lu Wenzong himself. Delighted, she hurried over. Wenzong, when did you come in? I've been here for a long time, but I saw that your class wasn't over, so I just waited at the back. And you didn't call me? I was teasing you. By the way, I saw someone passing you a note earlier. Lu Wenzong whispered, laughing softly. You don't need to worry about it. I'm not involved with him, Lu Xiuxian immediately said, gripping onto Lu Wenzong's arm anxiously. I know. Lu Wenzong reassured her by grabbing her hand. Have you missed me? Yes. I missed you too. How's everything at home? I'm feeling homesick. I moved the plantation to Gue Valley, and things are developing well. Your mom is working in my eldest sister's coal mine and logistics. The pay isn't much, but it keeps her busy. And Ba is in the city accompanying your younger brother for his studies. This time, I'll go back and check on him. I have one more year of study left, but I feel like I haven't learned much. Take it slow. Learn the theory first, then gradually practice it. I'll follow your advice. How much longer will class be? It ends at 11:30. My goodness, I still have over an hour. Sit beside me and accompany me in class. Lu Xiaoxia smiled. All right, I'll nap for a while. Last night, I was up late with a group of old men doing some military drills. After finishing his sentence, Lu Wenzong laid his head down on the table. He had adjusted the retired cadres' bodies, giving them boundless energy, which led to their relentless practicing. They held a military drill late into the night. Lu Wenzong and Li Yuru were designated as commanders of two armies. The elderly men played games of night raids, ambushes, and bombings, making the two stay up half the night in one room, leaving them utterly exhausted. As the students came in one by one for the class, the teacher resumed teaching. Lu Wenzong quickly drifted off into a deep sleep on the table. He felt like he found the same feeling of sleeping during class again, a sensation that was incredibly comfortable. However, something frustrating happened for the students. Lu Wenzong started snoring. Just sleeping might have been tolerable, but his snoring was thunderous enough to stop the teacher from continuing her lecture. Wenzong, wake up, wake up. Lu Xiaoxia was extremely embarrassed and pushed Lu Wenzong gently. Class is over, let's go. Lu Wenzong opened his eyes in confusion, preparing to leave. The students in the classroom burst into laughter, and the teacher couldn't help but smirk. This student, if you're really that tired, you can sleep, but please don't snore so loudly. Class hasn't ended yet. I was snoring. Lu Wenzong was embarrassed. Yes, your snoring made it impossible for the teacher to continue the lecture. Sorry, teacher, please continue. I won't sleep anymore. Lu Wenzong bowed his apologies. Unable to fall asleep again, Lu Wenzong struggled to stay awake despite his drowsiness. However, after about 10 minutes, his fatigue crept back in, causing his head to nod repeatedly. Lu Xiaoxia watched, trying hard not to laugh aloud, and could no longer concentrate on the lesson. Finally, they endured until the end of the morning classes, as if having gone through a battle. Lu Wenzong sighed in relief, helping Lu Xiaoxia carry her bag out of the classroom. Behind them, the young man looked gloomy. After leaving the examination center and returning to their rented house, Lu Xiaoxia changed clothes and followed Lu Wenzong into a taxi. The couple hailed a cab to one of Linhai City's famous hotels, Shengshi Lotus Grand Hotel. According to Lu Xiaoxia, coming to such a nice hotel was too extravagant. However, Lu Wenzong felt quite guilty about leaving Lu Xiaoxia alone to study away from home where she knew no one, which was a bit cruel. While studying in Linhai, Lu Wenzong heard about how luxurious and upscale the Shengshi Lotus was, but he never dared come during his 4 years there. This time, he finally mustered the courage to step inside. The female receptionist at the door was very pretty, looking elegant in a cheongsam. Guided by a waiter, the couple arrived at a four-seater near the eastern side of the hall. A waiter brought the menu, and upon seeing the prices, Lu Wenzong realized it was indeed expensive. What would you like to eat? Lu Wenzong asked. Anything, you decide. Lu Xiaoxia smiled modestly. Lu Wenzong ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup, all featuring local specialties from southwest China. He also got 2 bottles of beer, enjoying slowly with Lu Xiaoxia. Halfway through the meal, Lu Xiaoxia went to the restroom. Lu Wenzong finished 2 glasses of beer, and Lu Xiaoxia hadn't returned. Sir, something's wrong. A waitress hurried over, visibly anxious. What's the matter? Your girlfriend was blocked in the restroom. Startled, Lu Wenzong threw down his chopsticks and rushed towards the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom door, he saw 4 or 5 men laughing around the women's restroom entrance. Lu Xiaoxia. Lu Wenzong called out. Brother, I'm here. They won't let me out. Lu Xiaoxia's voice came from within the group of men. Hearing this, the 4 or 5 men turned around. Seeing Lu Wenzong, their smiles faded, reluctantly opening a small gap. Lu Xiaoxia rushed out and hugged Lu Wenzong's arm. What do you think you're doing? Lu Wenzong coldly asked. What did we do? A young man with slightly long hair, wearing an NBA Los Angeles Lakers number 24 jersey, asked with a grin. Right, what did we do? His companion echoed. You're just bursting with youthful hormones, aren't you? Go home if you're looking for women, and don't dare to harass my girlfriend or you'll regret it. Shit, who the hell do you think you're talking to? Do you know who I am? The young man in the jersey got angry, stepping forward face to face with Lu Wenzong, shouting furiously. Go away. Lu Wenzong slapped him immediately. Clean up your mouth. The young man in the jersey was stunned by Lu Wenzong's slap. He had never expected Lu Wenzong to strike without warning, leaving him no chance to dodge. He'd practiced taekwondo before and had bullied many people with it, confident in his own skills. But today, despite seeing Lu Wenzong's hand move, he found himself unable to react. Looking for death, he was stunned, but his several companions rushed over. Lu Wenzong pushed Lu Xiaoxia behind him and charged forward with a punch. Taking down these spoiled rich boys was easy for him. Sounds of punches and kicks resounded continuously as Lu Wenzong beat the rich boys mercilessly, making them scream in pain. By the time the young man in the jersey realized what happened, his companions had already been taken down by Lu Wenzong. Seeing his bruised and battered friends around him, his eyes burned with anger, yet he dared not make a move. Apologize to my girlfriend, Lu Wenzong demanded. I'll let you know, you've made big trouble. The young man clenched his teeth. Will you apologize? Apologize my ass. Another slap sound rang out as Lu Wenzong struck him again. Apologize. Enraged, the young man attempted to lunge forward. However, just as he raised his leg, Lu Wenzong kicked out and forced him to kneel on the ground. Apologize to me, or else you'll be sorry. Despite being in excruciating pain, lifting his head covered in cold sweat, the young man still gritted his teeth and swore. Yet another slap. Lu Wenzong continued. Apologize. Apologize to you, my ass. As soon as he tried to get up, Lu Wenzong gave him no chance, kicking him down flat onto the ground. Apologize. AP. This time before he even cursed, Lu Wenzong slapped him directly. The young man's face swelled significantly high, the five-fingered mark clearly standing out. Lu Xiuxian pulled at Lu Wenzong's sleeve and softly said, Wenzong, stop. They didn't touch me. No. Bullying you is absolutely unforgivable. Wu Xiao, Wu Xiao. Someone hurried in and embraced the young man. Stop swearing, stop swearing. Get out of my way. Can you see if this bastard can kill me today? The young man showed no gratitude, struggling to rise. Wu Xiao, stay calm. A good man doesn't eat a loss right here and now. Who are you? Suddenly came another voice from the side. Lu Wenzong turned his head and saw a middle-aged man standing next to him, staring at him icily. Guest. Lu Wenzong replied indifferently. Guest? This is Shennong Lotus Hotel. Fighting here shows that you don't respect our hotel. If your hotel is so great, why would someone bother to harass guests? Isn't it the hotel's duty to ensure the safety of its guests while they dine? We will handle it if Wu Xiao indeed harassed your companion. But it is inappropriate to fight here. It challenges us. Is that right? Challenge. You're really funny. Now, make this Mr. Wu apologize for harassing my girlfriend, and then we'll talk about the matter of the beating. Sorry, that's impossible. So, all you're talking amounts to nothing more than favoring this guy surnamed Wu. Sir, please show some restraint. I'm holding back, otherwise with your attitude alone, I'd have left your face marked with 5 fingerprints too. Chapter 67, Li Yuru's brother. You're pretty arrogant, huh? The middle-aged man laughed, laughing with unusual joy. No, I'm not arrogant. I just can't stand your favoritism. Wu Xiaohua's father is one of the shareholders in our hotel. If I don't side with him, should I side with you instead? That's absurd. That makes sense. However, with such personalities like yours, how has Shennong Lianhua managed to grow so large? There must be some inside story, Lu Wenzong said. Zhao Gang, stop wasting words on him and grab him directly, Wu Xiaohua shouted angrily from the other side. Understood, Mr. Wu. Zhao Gang responded and lunged at Lu Wenzong. His movements were quick and exceptionally graceful, evidently a trained fighter. However, Lu Wenzong was no ordinary person either. As Zhao Gang's hand was about to grab his arm, Lu Wenzong quickly dodged. Zhao Gang gave an sound, unable to believe that Lu Wenzong had evaded him. He was very confident in his own abilities. In Linhai City, only a few people could match him. Although Lu Wenzong's rapid dodge astonished him, he didn't stop moving but continued to attack. Lu Wenzong continuously avoided Zhao Gang's 3 swift attacks thanks to his extraordinary physical fitness. However, having no martial arts training, Lu Wenzong felt quite uncomfortable dealing with Zhao Gang's attacks. He didn't know how to counterattack, which left Zhao Gang feeling equally frustrated. 3 full-force attacks in a row, and he still hadn't captured anyone. Lu Wenzong's speed was fast, making Zhao Gang cautious. If Lu Wenzong retaliated, Zhao Gang wasn't sure he could evade. Damn it! When Zhao Gang came rushing forward again, Lu Wenzong paid no attention and kicked out. Seeing Lu Wenzong's clumsy kick, Zhao Gang smirked slightly, confidently stepping aside. But as soon as his body moved, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and involuntarily fell backward. Shit! Zhao Gang was upset. How had he failed to dodge and got hit? It appeared Lu Wenzong's speed was indeed impressive. With one blow proving effective, Lu Wenzong stepped forward and delivered another kick. Zhao Gang startled, rapidly retreated, barely managing to avoid this time. I thought you were something else. Lu Wenzong stopped, sneeringly saying. Again, Zhao Gang wasn't satisfied, adjusted his posture, and attacked once more. Lu Wenzong avoided his continuous attacks while observing his moves, looking for weaknesses. But after a long while, being untrained in martial arts, Lu Wenzong couldn't find any flaws. If he couldn't discern them, then brute force would suffice. Zhao Gang delivered a spinning sidekick, while Lu Wenzong lifted his leg toward Zhao Gang's leg. Their legs met midair. Lu Wenzong remained unscathed standing where he was, whereas Zhao Gang held his calf in agony. There was a crack earlier, indicating his leg bone must have been broken. The bystander Wu Xiaohua watched dumbfounded. The seemingly formidable Zhao Gang actually couldn't defeat this detestable fellow right before his eyes. Damn idiot. Thinking you're so great without even calling for help. Wu Xiaohua muttered quietly, too afraid to speak loudly, fearing another beating by Lu Wenzong. Yet, his words seemed to take effect. Suddenly, over a dozen men charged in, creating chaos. Director Zhao, we've arrived. These men gathered behind Zhao Gang, shouting together. Grab him for me. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth through the pain and ordered. Yes. More than 10 people rushed toward Lu Wenzong. Through his previous fight with Zhao Gang, he had gained considerable confidence in himself. Even without his hoe, he could still rely on his powerful physical abilities to make these dozen people cry and beg. Even though I don't know martial arts techniques, my strength is immense, and I am swift. I don't fear injury. Thus, when the dozen individuals lunged forward, Lu Wenzong faced them head-on, initiating the battle. Lu Wenzong didn't dodge. Instead, he aimed kicks at each person's groin area. To subdue a snake, hit its 7th inch. Only by completely taking them down could the problem be resolved. Amidst chaotic bangs, it seemed Lu Wenzong suffered significant losses, getting pummeled. But as those dozen men lay sprawled on the ground groaning, holding their lower regions, Zhao Gang lost all hope. Damn it, this guy clearly knows no kung fu. So why is he so capable? What to do now? If he couldn't detain this individual, xiuxian Lianhua's reputation would be entirely ruined. At that point, the boss wouldn't hesitate to flay him alive. Zhao Gang's thoughts raced swiftly. While his body continuously retreated, he pulled out his phone to call an old friend. Mr. Zhang, hurry up, bring people to the hotel, there's someone causing trouble here. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Gang saw Lu Wenzong about to leave with Lu Xiuxian and hurriedly called out. Friend, dare to leave your name? Leave a name? I do good deeds anonymously. Lu Wenzong chuckled. Damn it, Zhao Gang cursed quietly, then smiled on his face and said, Friend, you've made quite a fuss at xiuxian Lianhua today. Leave your name so we can visit later. Oh, if you want more beating, I can give you my name. If not, don't ask. Zhao Gang was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he stared at Lu Wenzong. This bastard knows how to humiliate people. However, in order to report back to the boss and buy some time, he suppressed his anger and said, Please leave your name. Lu Wenzong, you can find me if you have time, Lu Wenzong said, and with that, he took Lu Xiuxian and headed toward the exit. They had lost their appetite for food anyway, and without settling the bill, they directly went toward the gate. Despite the pain, Zhao Gang climbed up and limped behind them. Brother Zhang wasn't far from here and should arrive quickly. Sure enough, just as Lu Wenzong reached the gate, a police car stopped outside, and 4 policemen got out. Brother Zhang, it's him, Zhao Gang hurriedly shouted to the policeman. The 4 policemen paused, then quickly blocked Lu Wenzong's way. Sir, someone reported you for disturbing public order and provoking trouble. Come with us. Calling the cops for support? That's really disappointing. Lu Wenzong turned around and looked at Zhao Gang with disdain. Brother Zhang, arrest him. I'll report to the boss immediately, Zhao Gang said without regard for Lu Wenzong. All right, send my regards to Master 9. Brother Zhang bowed and nodded, signaling the police to cuff Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong stepped back and said, I don't want conflict with you, but you shouldn't push your luck either. I can go back with you to explain the situation, but taking me alone doesn't sound right. It takes 2 to clap. Waste of words? Do you want to resist arrest? Brother Zhang growled coldly. Resist arrest? Are you deaf? I already said I'll cooperate with you. I just hope you handle things fairly. Who says I'm deaf? Wanna die? Brother Zhang became enraged, stepping forward, grabbing Lu Wenzong's collar tightly, eyes wide open. Usually, people would tremble upon seeing him and wouldn't dare talk back. Hence, Lu Wenzong's response instantly infuriated him. As law enforcement, your attitude is not good, right? Besides, you haven't even brought the body cameras. This seems like an unofficial operation. Bullshit. Cuff him up, Brother Zhang roared. Do you dare try? Lu Wenzong also got angry. The police coming for private matters and acting so arrogantly didn't scare him. Shit. Arrest him. Brother Zhang shouted at his companions. 2 police officers immediately came forward, took out the handcuffs, and tried to grab Lu Wenzong's wrist. Lu Wenzong stepped back, dodging both attempts. Lu Xiuxian quickly stepped in front of Lu Wenzong and shouted, This is all because of me. Arrest me. Xiuxian, step aside. It's not your issue. Lu Wenzong pulled Lu Xiuxian behind him. However, his move gave the 2 police officers an opening. They grabbed his arms from both sides and attempted to twist them behind his back. Lu Wenzong shook his arms forcefully, shaking off the police officers, and coldly said, Stop it. I'll go with you for investigation, but don't push me, or I won't be gentle. You think you're tough? Go ahead and test me. I can't believe anyone dares to fight against the police. Brother Zhang roared. Shit. If I don't beat you today, I'm sorry for myself. Lu Wenzong moved forward, ready to strike, but his arm was tightly held by Lu Xiuxian. Wenzong, you cannot fight. Fighting is a crime, Lu Xiuxian urgently said. Crime? They aren't on official duty. They use state police power for personal matters. They are the ones committing crimes, Lu Wenzong said. Bullshit. Someone did report you causing trouble, Brother Zhang rebutted. Bullshit. If you're on official duty, why only arrest me? Am I fighting alone? Brother Zhang was left speechless by Lu Wenzong's question, turning to Zhao Gang and saying, Mr. Zhao, you come with us too. All right, Zhao Gang agreed without hesitation. With full confidence, he naturally wasn't afraid. Everyone went to the nearby police station where Lu Wenzong and Zhao Gang were separated into different interrogation rooms. Before the questioning began, Lu Wenzong made a call to Li Yuru. I got arrested again by the cops. I've realized I'm just destined to clash with them. Lu Wenzong helplessly said. Got arrested again? You really are impressive. Where are you now? Linhai City, Sanmin District Police Division. I know. I'll arrange for someone to come and get you out, Li Yuru replied. Lu Wenzong didn't wait for Li Yuru's contact, but instead, a policeman with a fierce appearance arrived. This officer did not confiscate Lu Wenzong's phone but forced him to sit on the specialized interrogation chair. Naturally, Lu Wenzong was unwilling to do so, which led to a strong argument between them. The quarrel escalated into a violent fight inside the questioning room, leaving it in shambles as if it had been ransacked. Then, Lu Wenzong was taken by a group of armed police into a room with iron bars. Later, 2 more batches of policemen came to interrogate him. This time, their attitude was much better. However, they left immediately after asking their questions. An hour later, 2 policemen brought a confession document for him to sign. Since there had been no signature during the earlier questioning, Lu Wenzong grew suspicious when they now asked for his signature. Upon closely examining the document, he swore loudly. These people had tampered with his statement. What originally happened, where Mr. Wu harassed Lu Xiuxian, was twisted into a story where he himself sought trouble first and made Mr. Wu and his friends the victims. Another section of the document about the earlier fight inside the questioning room also claimed that the struggle occurred because Lu Wenzong made impudent remarks. I won't sign this confession. You're reversing black and white. Refusing to sign? I suggest you sign it anyway. Our director is aware of this matter and has approved it. If you sign, we'll reduce your responsibility somewhat when transferring the case to another agency. But if you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. One policeman said. Threatening me. It's not a threat, it's reality. You started a huge brawl at Xiuxian. Do you know who the owner is? He doesn't tolerate any nonsense. If he gets angry, you'll be dead before dawn. Huh. Such lies without evidence. And all of you cops are useless, aren't you? Master 9 disregards human lives, yet you act as accomplices. This completely destroys my worldview. Lu Wenzong mocked. You don't understand anything. Just sign. Sorry, I won't sign. Don't push your luck. Whether it's courtesy or force, I'll take neither. I'm cooperating with you, not letting you bully me. If you continue distorting facts like this, don't blame me for wrecking your station. Go ahead and try. Just go ahead and wreck it. I'll take full responsibility. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door interrupted. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward the source and saw a young man smiling walking in. Who are you? This isn't a place for just anyone to enter. The 2 policemen roared. There's no place in Linhai City I can't access. Whether it's a tiger's den or the palace of hell. The young man walked unperturbed toward Lu Wenzong and continued with a laugh. Lu Wenzong, right? First, thank you for curing my grandfather. I'm Li Yutao, Li Yuru's older brother. Nice to meet you. The 2 shook hands and became acquainted. You just said you wanted to destroy this police station, right? Go ahead, I'll help keep watch. Li Yutao joked. You step out now, or we'll arrest you immediately. The 2 policemen were furious upon hearing Li Yutao's words. Arrest me? Are you new here? Even knowing who I am, Li Yutao, you dare arrest me. Either you're reckless or ignorant. Li Yutao sneered contemptuously. Fuck you. I'm not afraid to grab you since I don't share your last name, Zhao. One policeman pulled out handcuffs and lunged towards Li Yutao. But before he could reach Li Yutao, another stern voice rang out again. Halt. Director Xia, what brings you here? Director Xia, they plan to destroy our station. The Zhao surnamed policeman complained angrily. Get out. Director Xia? I said get out. Director Xia roared. The 2 policemen rushed out hastily, glancing back bewilderingly at Li Yutao as they left. Director Xia entered and approached Li Yutao, smiling apologetically. My subordinates lack tact. Mr. Li, please don't hold it against us. Ask my friend, not me. Li Yutao pointed. Director Xia then turned to Lu Wenzong and spoke. This issue, I've fully understood the background. Indeed, there was a serious oversight on our part. I apologize. Apology is unnecessary. I'd rather make some suggestions. Lu Wenzong grinned. Chapter 68. Shit happens again. Say it, go ahead. Xiao said hurriedly. The 4 cops who grabbed me should be fired. The cop who beat me in the interrogation room must also be expelled. And those 2 police officers a while ago need to be dealt with severely. Furthermore, Zhao Gang from Prosperous Lotus Hotel should be detained, Lu Wenzong said. No problem. Director Xia agreed immediately. Can I go now? Yes, sure. Director Xia nodded with a smile. When Li Yutao, Lu Wenzong, and Lu Xiaoxia walked out of the police station, Director Xia was still accompanying them. It seemed that Li Yutao had quite an impressive background, at least more powerful than the backing behind the Prosperous Lotus Hotel. Thanks for today, Lu Wenzong said to Li Yutao. Don't mention it, it's a small matter. By the way, want to settle scores with the Prosperous Lotus? I'll take you there. I'll make sure you smash to your heart's content. Nah, it's not worth it. As a thank you, I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Wenzong smiled. Just dinner? No need. I have a group of friends waiting for me to hang out. Want to join? I can introduce some friends to you. Alright, I'll just follow you and see how it goes. Li Yutao drove a black BMW i8, which looked extremely imposing. After getting into the car, Li Yutao drove it out of the city, heading towards a villa by the sea in Qingdong. On the way, hearing that Lu Wenzong had opened a rustic farm in Sangzi, they made a plan to find time to check it out. After getting out of the car, Li Yutao led the 2 people towards the gate of the villa. Once the gate opened, a cool breeze greeted them. There was lively music playing inside, and a group of men and women caught Lu Wenzong's eyes with surprise. What is all this? Lu Wenzong asked. It's my birthday celebration. I was about to blow out the candles, but Xiaoru called and told me to come get you out of the police station, so I left early, Li Yutao laughed. Seems like I interrupted your good day. Not at all. Among brothers, talking like this makes us distant. You cured my grandfather, and this kindness far outweighs any little trouble of mine. Li Yutao replied magnanimously. Yutao, you didn't mean it. We were celebrating your birthday. Where did you run off to? A young man in his 20s holding a beautiful girl laughed as he approached. One of my brothers got into a bit of trouble, so I went to handle it. Aren't I back now? Li Yutao grinned. Well, you need to be punished then. The young man smiled. No problem. Let me introduce you. This is my new brother, Lu Wenzong. Wenzong, this is Han Qidong. You can call him Big D. Shut up. Han Qidong punched Li Yutao lightly, shook hands with Lu Wenzong, and greeted him warmly. Then, several other young men and women arrived. After introductions, Lu Wenzong was surprised. These guys were all offspring of high-ranking officials. The one with the lowest status was the son of a top official in a district of Linhai City. Since Linhai is a direct-administered municipality, even one district ranks at the provincial level. Damn, no wonder those with a good upbringing lead a comfortable life. This circle could save someone decades of struggling. Birds of a feather flock together. Li Yutao's group of friends were indeed all generous and big-hearted, not looking down on Lu Wenzong because of his rural origins or making any sarcastic remarks. The others inside were either friends of Li Yutao's friends or hangers-on. Because Li Yutao treated Lu Wenzong kindly, the young masters naturally wouldn't mock Lu Wenzong's simple attire and clothing. These rich kids treated Lu Wenzong very warmly, becoming familiar quickly through casual chit-chats. As night fell, some guests left. By 8 o'clock, only a dozen or so people remained. These were the main figures in his friend circle. Even among these people, Lu Xiuxia's beauty was well received. Her natural beauty and makeup-free pure features made other women envious. After eating a symbolic slice of cake, more than 10 people departed in luxury cars from the villa. Lu Wenzong was still sitting in Li Yutao's BMW i8, driving towards the northern part of the city. Brother, what are we going to do? To get some thrills. Li Yutao smiled. In a large, undeveloped area in the north of the city, Lu Wenzong realized they were coming here to race cars. These rich kids actually kept their respective luxury cars there, racing whenever the mood struck. Lu Wenzong wasn't particularly interested in this. He hadn't even obtained his driver's license yet, let alone knowing how to drive regular cars skillfully, let alone racing cars. After enjoying an intense race, Li Yutao dropped Lu Wenzong and Lu Xiaoxia off at a house near the Education Examination Center. What a messy day, Lu Xiaoxia said as she lay down on the bed inside the room, looking quite exhausted. It was also pretty exciting though, Lu Wenzong said. Brother, did this country girl make you lose face? Lu Xiaoxia sat up and asked. Lose face? What do you mean? Look at those girls, their clothes are so expensive. Some of them wear outfits worth tens of thousands. My total clothing cost is less than 500 yuan. I must look very unsophisticated, right? Lu Xiaoxia asked. Natural beauty is true beauty. Although some of them are pretty, compared to you, their beauty seems more artificial. Lu Wenzong said. So, am I not making you lose face then? That's for sure. I'll go take a shower. You can use the internet first. What internet? Let's take a shower together. Don't. Although Lu Xiaoxia said don't, she still couldn't resist Lu Wenzong. They both went into the bathroom, and the shower lasted for over an hour. The next morning, Lu Xiaoxia went to class, while Lu Wenzong laid idly for half a day. They spent some time in intimacy during lunch, and then Lu Wenzong hurried back home late that night. When he got home, Wu Ruhan had already returned. The rose sales were all finished, with the company earning nearly 7 million yuan. After deducting labor costs and transportation fees, the net income was 6.5 million, which was pretty impressive. 6 million yuan, 3 million went into Lu Wenzong's personal account, and the remaining 3 million went into the company's public account for operational use. Lu Wenzong stayed one night at home, then left early the next morning to go to Shennong County. When he arrived at the store, Lu Wenzong was surprised to find that no one was working there. Only Xiuxian was walking around the store, looking quite anxious. However, the framework of the shop was already complete, and the overall structure was exactly the same as Lu Wenzong had imagined. Yener, why isn't anyone working? Lu Wenzong asked curiously. Big brother, you came just as I was about to call you. Xiuxian rushed over, grabbing Lu Wenzong's arm, her little face full of worry. No need to rush. What happened? Tell me slowly. Lu Wenzong pinched her cheek, smoothing out her furrowed brows with a reassuring smile. Yesterday, the person in charge called me saying he couldn't come because of something. He hasn't shown up today, and my calls have gone unanswered. Did he say what's wrong? I asked, and he just said there's something but wouldn't specify, Xiuxian said. All right, there must be an issue. Lu Wenzong immediately thought the worst. It was unusual for the construction team to stop work without notice, so something must have happened. Lu Wenzong blamed it on Qinggu at once. Afraid to directly confront Lu Wenzong, Qinggu probably threatened the renovation team instead. Damn, it seems things haven't settled yet. He's still pulling strings behind our backs. Since Qinggu wants to play dirty, let him taste some trouble. Lu Wenzong gritted his teeth, pulled Xiuxian's hand, and smiled. Don't worry, anyway, we're almost done with the renovation. Let's go grab some food first. I bet you skipped breakfast. Big brother, I'm not hungry, I can't eat. Eating is the priority. Just worrying won't solve problems. Have a good meal, and then we'll deal with issues with strength. Xiuxian was dragged out by Lu Wenzong despite her lack of appetite. She really didn't want to eat, so Lu Wenzong bought some fruit to tide her stomach over. After eating, Lu Wenzong let Xiuxian rest in the store while he made a call to Li Yuru. Xiaoru, tell me where Qing Ji's hideout is. Also, please send me his background information when you have time. Do you really want to take action against him? Li Yuru asked. What do you mean really? That guy messed with me, so I'll show him what happens when he underestimates someone. Lu Wenzong said. Don't act rashly. Dealing with him needs a well-thought-out plan, Li Yuru warned. Not like that. With your background, you're still wary of him. This Qing Ge must have extremely powerful connections behind him. Yes, knowing how strong they are is enough. So, I suggest you not act impulsively. Alright, got it. Lu Wenzong was genuinely curious now. What kind of powerhouse was backing Qing Ge, making him so bold? About 15 minutes later, a police car stopped in front of the shop, and a young policeman carrying a file folder stepped out. Are you Lu Wenzong? This is what Sister Li asked me to deliver. Yes, thanks. Lu Wenzong accepted the data folder. The policeman came in haste and left quickly. Then Lu Wenzong opened the data folder carefully and read through it. The folder contained information on Qing Ge, mostly detailing his deeds in Shennong County over the years, but there was nothing about who was supporting him from behind. Qinggu had numerous businesses in Sangzi County, including 3 KTVs, 2 dance halls, 3 wine houses, a public transportation company, a passenger transport company, an engineering company, and dozens of storefront properties. His estimated assets were around 10 million yuan. This amount of wealth wouldn't even place him within the top 100 in Linhai City or the capital, but in Sangzi County, a small county with lagging economic development. It truly made Qinggu a big-shot tycoon. Qinggu owned plenty of real estate in the county, mostly storefront properties. He lived in 4 different houses, each located in one of the 4 neighborhoods of the county, south, east, north, and west. Quite peculiar. However, this man hardly stayed in any of his houses. Most of his time was spent at a place called Jindu Dance Hall. Known for his lustful preferences, Qinggu frequented the hall because it attracted many young women, making it a perfect location for him to pursue romantic liaisons. Fortunately, Qinggu wasn't an overly malevolent person when it came to women. He treated them with relative decency, going out of his way to win over those he fancied, ensuring they willingly chose to be with him without resorting to force. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Wenzong didn't head over immediately, but instead contacted the renovation team. The leader of the renovation team, however, ignored his calls completely, which greatly frustrated Lu Wenzong. Having no other choice, Lu Wenzong decided to visit personally with Xiuxian. The leader of the renovation team, who was at his own shop, tried to flee upon seeing Lu Wenzong approaching but was promptly detained by him. What's going on? Not starting work is one thing, but why avoid me now? Don't you want your money? Lu Wenzong asked angrily. I don't care about the money, and I'm not doing it. Why? No reason. Bullshit. There's no such thing as no reason. Didn't Qinggu threaten you? Don't ask me anymore. Just find someone else to continue the job. Hell no. We signed a contract. If you refuse to work, I'll sue you in court, Lu Wenzong warned. Sue me all you want, but I can't proceed. If I do, my entire family might lose their lives. Shit. You still claim Qinggu didn't threaten you? The renovation team leader sighed deeply and said, Mr. Lu, 2 nights ago, Qingji's people found me and said if I continued working for you, my wife, my parents, and my children would all suffer misfortune. He promised to pay you, right? No, I wouldn't dare accept it. And since I haven't finished the project, I'll just forfeit your payment. Consider it my bad luck. Well, forget it then. Listen up. Tomorrow, you'd better resume work. After saying this, Lu Wenzong left with Xiuxian. He knew further discussion here was futile. The root cause of the problem lay with Qinggu himself, so once Qinggu was dealt with, the issue would naturally resolve itself. Back at the store, they passed the time cleaning until around 3:30 p.m., when Lu Wenzong instructed Xiuxian to stay behind while he took a taxi to the Jindu Dance Hall. When the Jindu Dance Hall opened, there weren't many customers yet, and the waitstaff were busy tidying up. As Lu Wenzong walked in, a server stopped him. Sir, we're not quite ready yet. It's fine. I'll just wait inside. Oh, all right. The server let Lu Wenzong enter without another word. The dance hall was empty of guests, and Lu Wenzong picked a spot to sit down. He addressed a male server who was mopping the floor. Could you bring me a few bottles of beer? Sir, our cashier hasn't arrived yet. Payment must be made up front before consumption. How much? 68 yuan per person, including 3 bottles of beer and a fruit platter. Additional drinks will require extra payment. People usually don't have to pay up front unless they reserve VIP seating or private rooms. This policy seems unfair. There's nothing we can do. It's the boss's rule. We can't change it. The server grinned. All right, here's the 68 yuan. Once your cashier arrives, just hand it over to him. Okay. Lu Wenzong finished the 3 beers and consumed the fruit platter. By 5:30, business hours officially began. However, there were only a few couples present. Lu Wenzong felt somewhat anxious. Damn it, Qinggu hadn't shown up yet. As more guests filtered in, Lu Wenzong settled into a corner. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Qinggu finally made an appearance at the dance hall. Chapter 69, a new collaboration idea. Qinggu was surrounded by his entourage, with a beautiful girl in his arms and 7 or 8 younger brothers trailing behind. The waiters in the dance hall greeted him warmly, and Qinggu responded with a beaming smile, looking very much like a boss. Qinggu sat in a booth closest to the stage. His younger brothers gradually left until only a robust man stood behind him. The waiter quickly brought wine and various foods. Qinggu grinned as he fondled the little girl in his arms and played a game of feeding each other. Seeing them having so much fun, Lu Wenzong approached with a beer in hand. Just as he neared Qingji's booth, he was stopped by the robust man next to Qinggu. What are you doing? This is a reserved seat. I'm here to see your boss. You? Qinggu overheard their conversation, looked up, and saw Lu Wenzong, causing him to spray the drink from his mouth in shock. What? Qinggu, don't you recognize me? Lu Wenzong smiled. Recognize, I do. Qinggu didn't know what to say, still trembling from head to toe after remembering those 3 days of uncontrollable laughter. See, your boss knows me. Now step aside and let us play. After Lu Wenzong dismissed the robust man, he walked into the booth and sat next to Qinggu. Young lady, how old are you? Lu Wenzong asked the girl in Qingji's arms upon sitting down. 19. The girl glanced at Lu Wenzong and shyly lowered her head. 9? That's really young. Qinggu, you like young girls. That's fine. So, why did you come to find me? Qinggu seemed quite awkward. No reason. I just haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you. Lu Wenzong's smiling face caused Qingji's heart to race. Brother, stop fooling around. If you have something to say, just go ahead. Anything I can do, I will. Is that right? Of course. In Sangzi, my reputation still carries some weight. Speaking about his own status made Chingu immediately become proud and self-satisfied. Alright, since Chingu has spoken this way, I won't hold back anymore. You know, I plan to open a shop in the city, and you also know its location. It was under renovation lately, but the construction team suddenly quit, refusing to continue work. Unable to figure out why, I had no choice but to approach you. It doesn't have anything to do with me. Why they quit? I didn't say it had anything to do with you. Don't rush to distance yourself. Haha, feeling guilty are you? Lu Wenzong chuckled and asked. No. Are you asking me to make the construction team start working again? Not exactly. They don't want to start? Fine by me. I don't like forcing people. I came to offer you the project. What? Me? I don't do renovations. None of my guys run a renovation company. Chingu was surprised. Details don't matter. You, Chingu, being such an influential person, renovating a shop should be a piece of cake for you. No, I don't do renovations. Doesn't matter. We can start fresh anyway. By the way, it's decided. If the shop isn't renovated within a week, I will get upset. With a loud bang, Chingu angrily slammed the table and stood up. Lu Wenzong was truly too audacious. Thinking of himself as someone who commanded power and respect in Sangzi, today Chingu felt thoroughly humiliated by Lu Wenzong. What's wrong with you? Lu Wenzong acted completely unconcerned and even feigned innocence while looking at Chingu suspiciously. You don't think I, Chingu, am easily bullied? Chingu, what's wrong? Suddenly, more than 10 people rushed over. However, seeing Lu Wenzong, they all fell silent. These people had personally witnessed Lu Wenzong's strength. Am I bullying you? I'm just entrusting you with a task, that's all. Is this how you ask for help? What's wrong with my attitude? My attitude is fine, you see. I've been smiling the whole time, neither cursing nor losing my temper. Lu Wenzong said. You don't assume I'm scared of you? Chingu was genuinely angry now. You're assuming that. Bastard, I've had enough. Attack. Losing control of his temper, Chingu yelled for his younger brothers to attack Lu Wenzong. However, his dozen-odd subordinates dared not take a single step forward. The last time, they were on the cold ground for a long time. Even without using hands or feet, Lu Wenzong managed to beat dozens of them. So how could mere teens challenge him now? Besides, not even Han Xiao, the strongest fighter, could withstand one move from this guy. Going against him would be suicidal. Are you all dead? Attack this son of a bitch. He's being too disrespectful. Chingu was furious and screamed at his subordinates. Do you think they dare? Lu Wenzong smirked. Shit, they are really a bunch of cowards. Or you come up and we can have a match? Chingu immediately became timid. If it were 10-odd years ago, a match would just be a match. But now, at nearly 50 years old, his fiery passion had long dissipated with the passage of time. Cowardly? If you're cowardly, then you should listen obediently. I've heard that your backing is quite powerful, but I'm not afraid either. If they dare to mess with me, I'll make sure you die first. Do you believe that? Lu Wenzong saw that Chingu wasn't speaking, so he continued. Remember, start work tomorrow and finish within a week. After returning to the shop, Lu Wenzong took Su Yin'er back to Gigu. The medicinal herbs were about to enter their maturation period, and there was a need for help over at Gigu. Wu Ruhan was unable to handle everything alone. Is anyone coming for dinner tonight? Seeing how busy things were at the farmstead, Lu Wenzong curiously asked. Secretary Wang has brought more than dozens of people. It said that they are some sort of inspection group, Wu Ruhan replied. How are the preparations going for the medicinal herbs? The warehouses are all prepared, ensuring no dampness will affect them. The newly purchased vehicles have also returned. For vehicles should be enough to maintain circulation. Ship the first batch of medicinal herbs to Linhai City as soon as they are ready. How is business going recently in terms of the medicinal herbs? It's going smoothly in Sangzi County and Samling City. As long as they hear these herbs are grown by you, they sign purchase contracts without hesitation. A preliminary estimate suggests the first batch could be around 100,000 pounds. However, it isn't progressing as well in other places. Am I supposed to go around practicing medicine everywhere again? Your reputation still isn't big enough, huh? Haha, looks like I still have to work harder. Let's leave this aside for now. Let me go meet Secretary Wang. Upon arriving at the farmstead, Lu Wenzong noticed that 3 private rooms were already occupied. In the largest one, however, sat Secretary Wang. In the other 2 rooms, sat some staff members from the town. In the biggest private room, there were nearly 30 to 40 people sitting. The decor was filled with an antique charm, reminiscent of ancient wine houses. When Lu Wenzong entered, Secretary Wang immediately spotted him. Mr. Lu has arrived. Come meet my friends. Everyone inside looked over curiously, and Secretary Wang approached, taking Lu Wenzong's hand and introducing him to the crowd. This is the owner of this farmstead, Lu Wenzong, a very creative and capable young man. Lu Wenzong glanced around and realized that the guests present included men, women, young and old alike. Men were all dressed in suits, and women in professional attire, nothing particularly extravagant. Dear bosses, welcome everyone. If there's anything wrong with the taste or service, please feel free to suggest improvements. Since you're all Secretary Wang's friends, consider this meal on me. You paying? That's embarrassing me. These are guests I've invited from the south, and if you pay, I'm failing as a host, Secretary Wang laughed. That makes sense, looks like I misjudged. The group gave a friendly laugh. An elder around 50 stood up and said, Mr. Lu, take a seat and share a drink with us. I want to exchange ideas with you. What is your honorable name? Oh, this is Chairman Xia Qingming of the Xiuxian Group from Zhoguang City in the south. Secretary Wang helped introduce him. Chairman Xia, hello. Whatever questions you may have, I'll answer them one by one. Lu Wenzong took a seat, and Secretary Wang began to introduce others. There were over 30 people at the table, representing 3 companies, Xiuxian Group, Dingli Company, and Shanggu Group. Xiuxian Group was involved in food production, Dingli Company in clothing manufacturing, and Shanggu Group produced electrical appliances. The individuals Secretary Wang had brought along were here to invest and set up factories in the town. Lu Wenzong, however, remained skeptical. The overall investment environment in Sangzi County was too poor, transportation was inconvenient, and the market was limited. Convincing these people to invest would be extremely difficult. As the first round of drinks went down smoothly, Lu Wenzong left a good impression with everyone. Subsequently, Chairman Xia of Xiuxian Group pulled Lu Wenzong next to him and engaged in hushed conversation while the others continued drinking enthusiastically. Mr. Lu, Chairman Xia, don't call me Mr. Lu, it feels strange. You're a respected veteran in the business world. Calling me this makes me sound arrogant. Then calling you Xiao Lu would be disrespectful. Then just use my name. Alright. Wenzong, the dishes here are truly outstanding. Before you came, I checked out the kitchen. To be honest, your chef's skills are only passable. Yet, the flavor is exceptional, so the key must lie in the ingredients. Secretary Wang mentioned that your vegetables are purely natural green products, and the livestock you raise is naturally bred. The critical point must be here, right? Mr. Xia, you're absolutely right. I can confidently tell you that the nutritional value of my vegetables and livestock is top-notch. You can take some back with you when you leave and have it tested by a specialized institution. That's exactly what I had in mind. If everything checks out as you say, I'd like to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Lu Wenzong was confused. Even if his vegetables were indeed excellent, cooperation seemed unrealistic. Jiuguang City was too far, over 2,000 kilometers away, and transporting vegetables and meat would be a huge hassle. Yes, I'm in the food business, and I'm desperate for such high-quality ingredients. I would also like to cooperate with Mr. Xia. However, it's too far from here to Jiuguang City. The transportation cost will be significantly higher, making cooperation unprofitable. No worries. I have special transport channels. As long as you can get the goods to Sanling City promptly, I can deliver them to Jiuguang within a day. Chairman Xia said confidently. If that's the case, there won't be any problems. Let's discuss the specific details after dinner. Sure, but I think, Mr. Xia, you should first take the samples for testing before we talk further. Otherwise, even if I talk eloquently now, it'll all be useless if the results don't meet your expectations. That makes sense. Chairman Xia nodded, finding Lu Wenzong to be very sincere. Hey, Mr. Xia, Mr. Lu, what are you two whispering about? Let's drink. The two looked up, drank a cup with Secretary Wang, and then started chatting again with everyone else. After dinner, the guests stayed at the farmstead, while the town staff returned to town, leaving only Secretary Wang behind. Even though Lu Wenzong suggested that Chairman Xia test the products before deciding whether or not to cooperate, Chairman Xia pulled Lu Wenzong aside again. They discussed many details, including price, transportation, packaging, and various other issues. As long as Chairman Xia was satisfied with the test results, the cooperation could begin immediately. They signed a simple handwritten agreement, planning to draft a formal contract later. Just as they exited Chairman Xia's room, Lu Wenzong was pulled over by Secretary Wang. You little rascal, how dare you collaborate first with the guest I brought? It's all thanks to Secretary Wang. Since you owe me, let's talk business. Huh? Doesn't sound like a good thing. What? It's definitely a good deal. After Secretary Wang finished explaining, Lu Wenzong became troubled. I told you it wasn't going to be a good deal. 1,000,000 yuan isn't a small amount, and I don't have that kind of money. 1,000,000? Don't joke around. I've heard that you sell roses for 3 yuan each, and several large trucks full go out. How could you not have 1,000,000? Besides, having a proper road built will benefit you greatly too. I understand that. But asking me to fund 1,000,000 yuan for the government project just doesn't make sense. Lu Wenzong sighed gloomily. He could afford the 1,000,000, but his funds weren't exactly abundant right now. I need to lay down the groundwork to ask for more money later. The key issue now is that higher-ups don't trust me to complete this road-building task, Secretary Wang lamented helplessly. Since Secretary Wang has put it this way, I can't argue further. Moreover, building the road does offer significant benefits to me. I'll advance the 1,000,000 yuan, on the condition that the road is constructed quickly. That's settled then. Fantastic. Secretary Wang immediately brightened up. This guy's acting could win an Oscar. Having been scammed out of 1,000,000 yuan by this guy, Lu Wenzong couldn't sleep well all night. Not because he regretted spending the money, but because he worried that after throwing 1,000,000 yuan away, the road might still end up poorly constructed. He'd seen plenty of cases where road construction projects moved slowly and resulted in subpar quality, which truly infuriated him. Lu Wenzong didn't pay attention to whether the town reached a recruitment agreement with these companies from Jiuguang City. However, 3 days later, a call from Chairman Xia broadened Lu Wenzong's horizons once again. Chapter 70, Wu Yuming's Another Thought. Mr. Xia told Lu Wenzong that the vegetables and meats he brought back had passed inspection, not only meeting all hygiene standards, but also being very nutritious. He had already decided to cooperate with Lu Wenzong and buy his vegetables and meats at a high price. Lu Wenzong naturally felt overjoyed by this, arranging for Mr. Xia to send people over to sign the detailed procurement contract. Since all the details had been discussed, signing the contract was all that remained. Mr. Xia's phone call broadened Lu Wenzong's thinking further. Now, one of Mr. Xia's companies was fully capable of buying the rest of his vegetables and meats, but if the scale expanded in the future, could he seek out more food companies to cooperate with? This would surely be a profitable path. He currently didn't fully understand how food companies worked, but Mr. Xia had said that although he originally wasn't interested in investing, now he was. He decided to invest in a food factory locally, and Lu Wenzong would be his biggest partner. Party Secretary Wang had been feeling rather upset, but when Mr. Xia mentioned plans to build the factory, he immediately became elated. After figuring out the reason behind Mr. Xia's decision to invest, Party Secretary Wang pulled Lu Wenzong off the mountain to drink heavily. In the end, after an entire meal, Party Secretary Wang fell flat on the table under the influence of alcohol. After escorting Party Secretary Wang back to his dormitory to rest, Lu Wenzong didn't go home, but took a car directly into the county town. Upon arriving at the store, he found there were truly people renovating, and the number of workers was significantly larger than before, more than 10 additional members from last time. After taking a tour, Lu Wenzong noticed that these workers were very diligent in their renovation work, so he left them to finish confidently. He then returned to Guegu and waited patiently until the renovations were done. 3 days later, someone sent by Mr. Xia arrived. This individual was a 30-year-old gentleman named Mr. Zhou who appeared gentle and scholarly. He wore a pair of glasses, spoke calmly and measuredly, possessing a very academic demeanor. Both parties exchanged some simple talks before officially signing the procurement contract. After finalizing matters with Lu Wenzong, Mr. Zhou went down the mountain. He still needed to negotiate with the town about construction schedules as Lu Wenzong's part had been personally handled by Mr. Xia, leaving him as merely the executor. His main responsibility involved discussing favorable policies with the town. A week later, Brother Qin called personally to inform Lu Wenzong that the shop renovation was complete and invited him to inspect it. Once Lu Wenzong finished the inspection, he began harvesting medicinal herbs. Since little Yitu had become relatively idle, most of the workload was outsourced to nearby villagers by Lu Wenzong. Apart from drinking divine water daily and chatting casually with the little fairy, little Yitu seemed almost rusted. After the harvest of medicinal herbs, they started organizing and drying them. The drying process alone took 4 days, with an initial estimation of about 15,600,000 pounds, a terrifying amount. Unfortunately, Lu Wenzong was still unsatisfied. Both during collection and drying processes, neither Lu Wenzong nor the villagers had any experience, which led to significant waste. For next year's harvest, Lu Wenzong was determined to provide training to the villagers beforehand since every bit of waste was equivalent to losing money. Lu Wenzong entrusted this matter to Xiuxian, instructing her to research materials on the proper ways to harvest various types of Chinese medicines. For the following season, Lu Wenzong intended to change what he planted, aiming to reduce crops such as grasses. 3 trucks loaded up and set out. 1 driver, sent by Wu Ruhan, headed towards Linhai City, another towards Sangzi County, and the third towards Samling City. Once the 3 trucks had completed their deliveries, Wu Ruhan started gathering scattered purchase contracts submitted by salespeople stationed across different regions. For these scattered contracts, she planned to use logistics channels instead of specialized transport, deeming the latter too wasteful. In the Sangzi County branch store, fresh vegetables, medicinal herbs, and farm meats were arranged neatly, awaiting their grand opening. The type of shop they were operating within the entire county seemed unconventional, selling vegetables, buying medicine, and selling meat. It looked like a mishmash. However, hearing that it was opened by the renowned local Sangzi medicine doctor, many had already inquired about the official opening date and prepared themselves for purchasing medicinal herbs en masse. This time around, Lu Wenzong aimed to amplify the grand opening even further, making sure everyone in the county knew about it. To achieve this, he once again sought assistance from Party Secretary Wang and Secretary Xia while notifying Mr. Wu, requesting them to leverage their connections and invite anyone possible. The weather in November had started getting colder, yet outside the door of the newly named Marvelous General Store, an atmosphere of heat persisted. Early morning witnessed a crowd numbering more than 100 gathered by its entrance, eagerly waiting. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the store doors opened, with Lu Wenzong walking out first. As he glanced at the entrance, he observed an increasingly larger crowd gathering, clogging up nearby roads. Standing by the doorway, seeing a sea of faces, Lu Wenzong felt deeply content. By 9:30, Xia Jianjun phoned in, informing Lu Wenzong that the leaders had arrived. Lu Wenzong was responsible for leading the company's staff through the throngs of people to create a dedicated passage for the dignitaries to pass. A deputy secretary of the county, along with several leaders from relevant departments, came to congratulate Lu Wenzong on the opening of his new store. The deputy secretary led the way in giving some encouraging words, and after the group of officials had completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony, they took their leave. Although they were gone, the appearance of these leaders made the people of Sangzi County respect Lu Wenzong even more. The grand opening of a single store could attract so many important leaders. Lu Wenzong's connections must be very strong indeed. After the leaders left, Lu Wenzong began to speak, elaborating on the policies regarding the store's opening as well as the unique features of the products offered. Even though what Lu Wenzong described seemed exaggerated according to normal standards, given that his miraculous medical skills were already well known in Sangzi County, the audience trusted him without question. As soon as Lu Wenzong announced the start of sales, the crowd erupted with excitement. However, most of the crowd hadn't come for the goods themselves. Some were seeking medical treatment, while others aimed to cultivate a good relationship with Lu Wenzong in hopes that it would facilitate future visits. Within half a day, everything in the shop was sold out. Chinese cabbage at 5 yuan per pound, tomatoes at 5 yuan each, green beans at 1 yuan per stick. It was akin to openly robbing customers. Yet the guests still enthusiastically purchased everything without any regard for whether it was overpriced or not. Upon hearing the news that the stock was exhausted, many people sighed in disappointment. Lu Wenzong then suggested that everyone first have lunch. He promised to restock by noon and take advantage of the time to treat those who needed medical care. At the sound of this, the crowd once again erupted with enthusiasm. A visit from a divine doctor was a rare privilege indeed. Moreover, the treatments from the divine doctor were free. All one had to do was buy a bit of produce. This type of deal couldn't be missed. The queues extended windingly for hundreds of meters, with even healthy individuals rushing over to partake in the festivities. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the new goods arrived, Lu Wenzong had treated over 30 people. Among them, many suffered only minor ailments that could be easily cured by a splash of holy water. Even though the shipment brought in during the afternoon was large, it was not enough to meet demand, and by nightfall, all the goods were sold out again. Afterward, the crowd slowly dispersed. As Lu Wenzong sent off his last patient and returned to the store, Xiuxian greeted him with great news. Brother, do you know how much we made today? How much? 10,000. Not 10,000. It was 2,018,000. Xiuxian said, laughing. 2 million? That's a lot. How could it not be? Cucumbers at 3 yuan per piece, spinach at 5 yuan per pound. We've never seen such a brazen money grabber. Xiuxian laughed again. My produce is worth far more than the price I'm selling it for. I think charging this much is still too cheap. Lu Wenzong declared. I agree. Ever since these past few months, I felt my body improving significantly. Xiuxian smiled. However, this is only the first day. Sales won't remain this high forever. Besides, prices will rise in a week. Lu Wenzong informed her. Increase the prices? Already. Of course. If it's too cheap, I'll end up heartbroken. All of the vegetables grown using the divine water could fetch far higher prices, yet they were sold for less. How much will the increase be? I'll provide you with a pricing list later. On the second day, there were far fewer people, but dozens still came. However, Lu Wenzong wasn't in the store. He went to buy seeds to expand the scale of operations. After buying the seeds, Lu Wenzong immediately returned to Guegu to arrange personnel to develop the remaining land. He planned to expand the livestock farm onto the mountain slope. With abundant grass and vegetation atop the mountains, it suited open-range grazing perfectly. However, one problem remained. The peaks surrounding Guegu belonged to others. Although undeveloped and rarely visited by humans, using them now might invite trouble behind his back. Lu Wenzong's prediction proved correct. Someone else indeed harbored designs against him. As mentioned earlier, Wu Yuming leased Longxiao Mountain, investing substantial effort into developing all its land. After planting the seeds, Wu Yuming awaited confidently for his medicinal herbs to sprout. After a week, the seeds did germinate, making Wu Yuming ecstatic. However, when the roses from Lu Wenzong's side sold, and another harvest followed, Wu Yuming noticed that his own crops remained stunted seedlings. They had not matured at all. This baffled Wu Yuming. He had heard about how anything planted on Longxiao Mountain under Lu Wenzong thrived, whether roses, herbs, or fruits, and grew exceptionally fast. Why didn't his plants grow? Wu Yuming abandoned his prior belief that Lu Wenzong relied solely on the unique soil of Longxiao Mountain. Instead, he began to suspect that Lu Wenzong must possess a secret cultivation technique or method. With such a lucrative business opportunity, not obtaining it would be a disgrace to his nickname, Wu, who spares no expense. Once again, Wu Yuming approached his brother-in-law Su Zhihao. Upon hearing Wu Yuming's intentions, Su Zhihao exploded angrily. Wu Yuming, let me make something clear. The leasing of Longxiao Mountain was your suggestion. Now, you want to cancel it before even trying. What are you planning? Su Zhihao was furious because the damn Wu Yuming had not paid up on the money he had promised, and if they abandoned the lease, his funds would never come in. There's naturally no dividend without the lease being completed, Wu Yuming stated confidently. You son of a gun. Su Zhihao exploded with anger. It wasn't just about his dividends. It also involved others from the village. He had made promises to everyone, but now with Wu Yuming withholding the funds, was it going to be him who would cover it? Brother-in-law, calm down. I haven't finished explaining. Shut your mouth. You will continue leasing Longxiao Mountain, and you will pay the year-end money. We'll discuss next year's lease later, Su Zhihao said. All right. I won't argue with you about this topic. Brother-in-law, have you considered that there's an issue with this? What problem? When Lu Wenzong planted medicinal herbs and roses on Longxiao Mountain, they grew extremely fast. But when I took over, they wouldn't mature at all. Then Lu Wenzong moved to Guegu, where his roses were harvested in just half a month, and his herbs within a month. Are you not finding something suspicious about that? What is suspicious? Su Zhihao asked in confusion. Lu Wenzong must possess a secret cultivation technique or method, otherwise, it wouldn't make scientific sense. Moreover, why would a university graduate willingly return a farm? Isn't it obvious that he possesses some secrets? Wu Yuming analyzed. After listening, Su Zhihao fell silent, but then he erupted angrily. So what if someone has skills? That's their talent. You tried to seize Longxiao Mountain from him, and now you want his techniques too. How despicable can you be? Brother-in-law, don't you want to get rich? Wu Yuming completely ignored Su Zhihao's rage and smiled as he asked. I do, but I won't stoop so low. Even agreeing to withdraw the lease on Longxiao Mountain was already disgraceful enough for me. Su Zhihao admitted somewhat mournfully. He thought highly of himself, but regarding the matter of Longxiao Mountain, his actions had been quite despicable. What kind of mental toughness do you have? In this world today, money is king. With money, you'll have nothing to fear. Go to hell. I'm telling you, stop scheming. Also, I won't help you anymore. Besides, Guegu isn't under village jurisdiction. No need for land. Just the technology, brother-in-law. Forget it. How could we obtain it? Technology is intangible and cannot simply be taken. Find a way to force him to hand it over. Do you think you're the almighty emperor, speaking as if he'd give it up just because you demand it? Brother-in-law, it's really hard communicating with you. Can't you broaden your thinking a little? Get out. Go back to Longxiao Mountain and focus on farming or mining. Don't scheme against others anymore. That's fine. I won't talk to you about it. When I secure the technology, don't come crying to me later. Humph. Su Zhihao gave him a cold snort. Wu Yuming left the village and drove straight to town. Since he had some connections with Wu Changjin, he located him immediately. However, after hearing Wu Yuming's plan, Wu Changjin was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, if you want to die, don't take me along. Quickly using an excuse to evade Wu Yuming, Wu Changjin foresaw Wu Yuming's eventual downfall. Exiting Wu Changjin's place and sensing his Thuyan, Fufu, dismissive evasion, Wu Yuming quickly realized the truth. Hearing that Lu Wenzong had close ties with Secretary Wang probably explained why Wu Changjin didn't dare to act. No matter. It didn't matter that Wu Changjin was afraid, because Wu Yuming had even larger backers. Finding Wu Changjin was merely his first attempt. Wu Yuming followed through on his word, driving directly towards Sangzi County. However, he didn't stop there. Instead, he headed straight for the provincial capital city, Xiuxian City. Chapter 71. The people Wu Yuming brought. Wu Yuming was considered a wealthy man in Sangzi County, but when he reached the provincial capital, he wasn't as impressive. However, this guy who was extremely frugal back home splurged in the city, using his money to befriend many affluent and powerful young men. Wu Yuming drove straight into the parking lot of a building called Qianlong Club in Xiuxian City and headed directly for the 5th floor after getting out of the car. Hey, isn't that Mr. Wu? A 30-something woman on the 5th floor smiled warmly and came over. Granny Tian is still as sexy. Wu Yuming slapped the waist of the middle-aged woman, laughing lasciviously. To hell with you. Do you want me to find a few girls for some fun? Granny Tian wrapped her arms around Wu Yuming, smiling seductively, and naturally pressed her body against him. Not necessary right now. I'm looking for young Master Li. Is he here? Asked Wu Yuming. Young Master Li isn't here. He probably won't come until evening. But young Master Lu is here. Granny Tian grinned. Where is Brother Lu? In the supreme private room on the 6th floor. Great. You keep busy, Granny Tian. I'll go find Brother Lu. Wu Yuming happily went upstairs to the 6th floor. Upon reaching the door of the supreme private room on the 6th floor, Wu Yuming knocked lightly. It was certain that Brother Lu was indulging himself inside, so barging in would surely get him scolded. Who's there? I'm busy, came an angry roar from inside. Brother Lu, it's me, Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming? That's you, come in. Then the door opened, revealing a naked woman standing behind it. Wu Yuming's greedy eyes scanned up and down her body, wishing he could instantly transform into a beast and pounce. Entering the room made Wu Yuming even more excited. Damn, Brother Lu knows how to enjoy life. Leaning back on the sofa, 3 women were fussing over him. Wu Yuming couldn't hold back for even 2 seconds before he had the same thoughts. Later, I must learn more from Brother Lu. This is the real enjoyment of life. Brother Lu, I know you're busy with this, so I won't come in. Screw that, don't be so formal with me. Haven't we played together before? Xiaohe, go call a few sisters to accompany Wu Yuming. Brother Lu instructed the girl who opened the door. Okay, young Master Lu. The girl named Xiaohe, without even putting on her clothes, went out. A few minutes later, 2 young and beautiful girls walked in. Wu Yuming was already fired up, and as soon as the girls arrived, he started playing with them. An hour later, the private room fell completely silent. Wu Yuming and Brother Lu sat across from each other wearing only their shorts. Yuming, what brings you here today? Brother Lu asked, clearly satisfied, holding a glass of red wine, grinning broadly. Brother Lu, today I mainly came to bring you to a good place, said Wu Yuming. Good place? Are there any places I haven't been to yet? Brother Lu replied discontentedly. Brother Lu, you've been everywhere, but the place I'm going to take you to is a ghost valley. It has never been developed before. Recently, a college student returned home and began developing the valley, planting vegetables and raising animals, etc. What's fun about that? No interest, Brother Lu replied, dissatisfied. Brother Lu, I haven't finished speaking. What else? Brother Lu, I know what you like. Of course, I wouldn't just take you there for food alone. In the Ghost Valley, there are 2 exquisite women by the side of that college student. One is in her 20s, as beautiful as a fairy, and the other is 17 years old, like a little angel, detached from the world, incredibly alluring. Wu Yuming smirked. Young Master Lu favored such interests, so it was a brilliant move for Wu Yuming to attract him with women to help take down Lu Wenzong. Is it really as good as you say? Young Master Lu was a little skeptical. How dare I deceive anyone, especially not you? Wu Yuming thumped his chest. Well then, when Haozi comes, we'll find time to check it out, young Master Lu said. At 8:30 in the evening, a tall and handsome young man entered the Qianlong Club. Seeing him enter, the waiters in the hall bowed and greeted him respectfully. The young man had no airs about him, nodding and smiling back politely as he stepped into the elevator. On the 5th floor, Granny Tian greeted him. Young Master Lu is on the 6th floor. Mr. Wu Yuming has also come. Understood. By the way, a plain Volkswagen will arrive shortly. Please receive them personally and ensure no one sees the people in the car, young Master Li instructed. Understood, young Master Li. Young Master Li ascended to the 6th floor and pushed open the door to the private room. Haozi has arrived, young Master Lu said, seated on the sofa. Wu Yuming didn't dare put on airs and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Mr. Yuming has arrived. Young Master Li coolly responded to Wu Yuming's greeting. Although Wu Yuming was older than Li Hao and Mr. Lu, in front of these 2, his wealth did not earn him any status. Haozi, stop right there. Don't call me Haozi, or I might slap you, young Master Li said dissatisfied. All right. Calling you Master Li Hao works too, right? Yumming says there's a great place with not only delicious food, but also top-notch beauties. Mr. Lu laughed. What place? Are there still places in Xiuxian that I don't know about? Young Masterly asked suspiciously. It's not in Xiuxian, but in Sanxi County. Wu Yumming leaned in to speak. Sanxi? What good place could be there? Don't pull my leg. Young Masterly, I know how much you adore gourmet food. As for Brother Lu, he loves beautiful women. This place has both. Doesn't that make it an excellent destination? Wu Yumming grinned. If there really is such a place, we can find time to visit it later. There's nothing much going on lately anyway. Young Masterly chuckled. Fine, once the time is decided, I'll make all the arrangements. Wu Yumming was elated. His goal was half achieved. Now came the next phase, creating conflict between the two sides. With hatred sown, it would just be a matter of minutes before Lu Wenzong would be crushed by young Master Li and Brother Lu's power. Wu Yumming stayed in Xiuxian City for 2 days, enjoying himself immensely. On the third day, 4 off-road vehicles were parked outside Shennong Club. Besides Wu Yumming's BMW worth several 100,000 yuan, the other 3 cars each cost over 5 million yuan. Li Hao, accompanied by his girlfriend, Mr. Lu with a female companion, Wu Yumming, and a girl whose face was covered with heavy makeup waited outside Shennong Club. Wu Yumming didn't recognize her, but since she could join young Master Li and his group, she must come from an important background as well. The 4 vehicles departed one after another from Shennong Club. After leaving the city limits, the girl driving a Ferrari zoomed ahead and disappeared out of sight. This spurred Li Hao and Mr. Lu into accelerating as well. Wu Yumming regretfully realized even if he pushed his car to its speed limit, he couldn't catch up with them. Fortunately, they hadn't forgotten him and were waiting for him at the entrance where the expressway entered Sanxi County. With Wu Yumming leading now, the convoy left the highway and took a shortcut toward Ghost Valley. At the same time, Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan were overseeing the workers preparing the vegetables and meat destined for Mr. Sha's order. Since building the new factory in the town would take some time, Mr. Sha couldn't wait, so he asked Lu Wenzong to send the first shipment. Su Yenner had returned, leaving the shop in the city under the care of Lu Wenzong's second sister. Mr. Sha ordered 2/3 of the vegetables grown in the valley and purchased all the adult livestock in the farm. After 5 or 6 days of hard work with manual labor and machinery combined, only half of the animals had been processed. Currently, business at the agricultural estate was flourishing. The local government offices, the neighboring villages, and relatives visiting from the countryside all chose this place for their meals. Not only were the prices affordable, but the taste was excellent too. If it weren't for its distance from the city, the business would likely have thrived even more. The newly cultivated vegetable plots had lush green seedlings that looked very attractive. The newly opened herbal base completely abandoned herbaceous plant cultivation. Instead, Lu Wenzong planted ginseng. Although it would normally be hard for this crop to grow here, with Lu Wenzong's divine water altering the soil composition, it was no longer an issue. Once the Isatis root harvest was completed for the season, Lu Wenzong planned to switch to planting ginseng entirely. The market for ginseng remained broad and profitable. By noon, 2 vehicles pulled into the gate of the agritainment complex. Secretary Wang led a team from Mr. Sha's company over. Boss Lu, please prepare a meal. I need to properly entertain my guests. Secretary Wang appeared cheerful, obviously pleased about something. Secretary Wang, what good news brought you such joy? Lu Wenzong greeted him curiously. The food processing plant held its groundbreaking ceremony today, and hearing about Mr. Sha's investment, I successfully secured another fashion processing plant and a solar power station. Isn't that something to celebrate? Absolutely, absolutely. As Su Yenner entertained Secretary Wang, Lu Wenzong was about to return to handling the animal slaughter when 2 more cars drove into the yard. Recognizing the vehicles, Lu Wenzong quickly approached. 3 people got out of the first car, while 2 cool-looking men in black suits with sunglasses stepped out from the second vehicle. Uncle Xia, what brings you here today? Xia Jianjun got out of the car, but hadn't even managed to answer when Xia Tongtong chimed in, laughing. Wenzong, you only recognized my father, but you didn't even greet me? Tongtong, nice to see you. It's been quite some time since I last saw you, and I truly missed you. Missed me? Who cares whether you missed me or not? Xia Tongtong's face turned slightly red. Xia Jianjun smiled and opened the rear door of the car, helping an old man step out. Uncle Xia, who is this? This is my uncle. You can call him Grandfather Xia. Xia Jianjun explained with a grin. Grandpa Xia, hello. Lu Wenzong greeted politely. I heard your place is pretty nice, so I came to take a look. Uncle Xia Jianjun's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp. Lu Wenzong felt slightly uneasy under his gaze, not out of guilt, but because it seemed like his eyes could see right through him, making him feel uncomfortable. Here, you can fish for leisure, go for a walk on the mountain, stroll in the fields, all with authentic countryside charm. Lu Wenzong laughed. The better if it's like that. Jianjun says all the food here is organic, and I must try it. Sure. Grandpa Xia, please come in. Lu Wenzong invited with a gesture. Being familiar with the Xia family, Lu Wenzong personally made arrangements. First, he took Grandpa Xia on a tour around Ghost Valley, and then led him to the pond at the back. There were many fishing rods prepared for guests by the pond. This place is really good. Jianjun, I plan to stay here for a few days. You can, but don't you need to make a call? No need. It's such a small matter, Grandpa Xia said, waving off the guard standing close behind him. Xiao Wu, both of you can go back? I don't need you around here. Uncle, it's fine to stay for a few days, but Xiao Wu cannot leave, Xia Jianjun insisted. Fine. Do whatever you want. Grandpa Xia waved his hand impatiently, clearly dissatisfied. Grandpa Xia, let's eat first. You can rest after eating, and then we'll go fishing, Lu Wenzong suggested. Eating? I'm already hungry. Grandpa Xia immediately smiled again, changing mood quickly. After accompanying the Xia family for lunch, Xia Jianjun left, but Grandpa Xia and Xia Tongtong stayed. Fishing like a child, Grandpa Xia shouted excitedly, revealing his poor skills. Even Lu Wenzong, a novice, was better than him. Yet the old man enjoyed it thoroughly, fully immersed. Xia Tongtong joined her grandfather fishing. She too couldn't fish well, blindly imitating him in her cluelessness. Seeing their joy, Lu Wenzong returned to slaughtering animals. At 2 in the afternoon, the rumble of cars suddenly rang out. Lu Wenzong stopped his work and looked up. 3 off-road vehicles roared into the area. Not long after these 3 jeeps stopped, a BMW zoomed in as well. The stunning combinations of handsome men and beautiful women caught the workers' eyes in Ghost Valley. Even the girl with heavy smoky makeup drew everyone's curiosity. After all, such people were rare sights in the countryside. The people getting out of the BMW also surprised everyone. Wu Yuming, how did this guy show up? As a well-known rich person, they all recognized him and knew about his stingy character. Moreover, the story of Wu Yuming joining the village to seize Dragon Small Mountain had been heard by everyone. Though it didn't directly affect them, as Lu Wenzong's employees, they naturally didn't have any favorable impressions of Wu Yuming. The first impression feels good. Li Hao stretched and sincerely praised. Nice scenery, delicious food, and beauties too, Wu Yuming whispered conspiratorially. Taste the delicacies first. Li Hao walked ahead into the valley. Lu Wenzong approached them at once. Boss Wu, are you treating the guests today? Lu Wenzong naturally greeted Wu Yuming, whom he knew. Let me introduce you. This is the boss of Ghost Valley, Lu Wenzong. He even graduated from Linheim Medical University. Wu Yuming laughed insincerely. Li Hao nodded briefly, while the young Lord Lu didn't even glance at Lu Wenzong. His eyes wandered around, searching for the top-notch beauties mentioned by Wu Yuming. The girl with smoky makeup ignored Lu Wenzong, gazing up at the surrounding peaks, her black eyes blinking, thoughts unknown. Mr. Lu, these gentlemen are from the provincial city. Make sure the meals are great, Wu Yuming said arrogantly. Lu Wenzong shot him an angry look and retorted. We serve the same food to all our guests. Mr. Wu, no special consideration needed. Chapter 72, Lu Junda's Plan. Wu Yuming was slightly embarrassed and said, all of these people are my esteemed guests. I'm asking you to make the food more refined for your own benefit. If they're satisfied, won't your business be better? You're quite the talker. Please come in. There are people at the farm to take care of you while I continue working. Pretty distinctive character. Li Hao smiled and continued walking inside. Upon reaching the entrance of the farm, Xiuxian was just coming out. Xiuxian had always lived in her small house before, and even after moving in with Lu Wenzong, she didn't interact much with others. This was Wu Yuming's first time meeting her, and he was immediately astonished by her beauty. Xiuxian's kind of beauty was very pure, as holy as a little angel that evoked much pity. Wu Yuming wasn't particularly fond of women, but he still stared blankly, let alone Lu Xiaoya, who was even worse. His 2 eyes were like hooks, deeply locked onto Xiuxian's figure. Although this girl looked young, she was breathtakingly beautiful, mesmerizing. After having been through so many women, he had never encountered one like the woman standing in front of him now, so beautiful and innocent. Compared to this little angel before his eyes, the women he had played around with before were truly too vulgar. Please come in. Xiuxian was not responsible for the farm matters, but as Wu Ruhan's assistant and currently an acting vice president, she also needed to handle certain things in person. Upon seeing some guests, Xiuxian warmly greeted them. There was no current supervisor for the farm. Lu Wenzong planned on finding one over time since it wasn't ideal to have Wu Ruhan and Xiuxian personally involved in every matter all the time. As the company aimed to grow bigger and stronger, it wouldn't be good to tire them both out. Li Hao was also stunned by Xiuxian's beauty, but he wasn't particularly obsessed with women. He simply appreciated her briefly and then shifted his gaze away. Xiuxian felt the unwavering stares from Master Lu, which made her uncomfortable inside. However, because the other party was a guest, she remained silent and gently stepped aside before turning and leaving. Hey little beauty, what's your name? Master Lu moved to block Xiuxian's path. Do you come here to eat? What's the meaning of asking me such questions? Xiuxian asked coolly. I enjoy eating with pretty girls. How about we do it together? Master Lu's eyes did not leave Xiuxian's body for a second. After staring for quite some time, Master Lu experienced a hint of regret in his heart. Xiuxian was incredibly beautiful. The only dissatisfaction he had was that her chest was a bit flat. However, Xiuxian's beauty had already offset this slight disappointment. Sorry, I have something else to attend to, Xiuxian said and walked around Master Lu. Seeing Master Lu trying to flirt again, Li Hao shook his head and continued toward the farm. Even the girl with smoky makeup who followed Li Hao into the farm couldn't help but look back when impressed by Xiuxian's beauty. Hey! As Xiuxian's back faded from view, Master Lu laughed cheerfully. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Wu Yuming had mentioned 2 beauties, and this was only the first one. The next one might surprise him further. Master Lu also entered the farm, ordered dishes, and started discussing the Ghost Valley topic. Wu Yuming showcased his oratorical talent by recounting the legends of Ghost Valley in an enchanting way. If this were true, why would nothing have happened when that Lu Wenzong developed Ghost Valley? It must be fake, Master Lu stated. This puzzles everyone too. But all those incidents in Ghost Valley were witnessed by everyone, not rumors. Just the result of spreading tales. 3 men can create a tiger, Li Hao chuckled. I think this place is really nice, with green mountains and clear waters, and the buildings carry a classical charm that resonates with us. The girl with smoky makeup remarked. Lingling has a point. If it weren't for the distance from the provincial capital, regularly coming here to eat and rest would truly be delightful. Li Hao nodded in agreement. I don't feel much about the place, but that little beauty left an impression on me. So pure and beautiful. It's the first time I've met a girl so immaculate. The image of Xiuxian's beautiful face appeared in Master Lu's mind, making his heart burn with passion. Didn't I tell you right, Brother Lu? This one's a bit younger, and there's another one who's fully matured. She's also a stunning beauty, Wu Yuming grinned. Not bad, not bad. Never expected to find such beauties hidden deep in the mountains. This has truly surprised me. I must bring this little beauty back to the provincial capital and cherish her properly, for a lifetime. Junda, are you running a fever? Are you talking nonsense? Li Hao asked laughing. What are you talking about? I mean it seriously. Lu Junda unusually grew serious for a moment. Who'd believe you? The girl named Lingling rolled her eyes derisively. That's right, who would believe you? Given your nature, even if this little beauty followed you, the excitement probably wouldn't last more than a month, Li Hao said. What? This time I'm serious. Tisk. Everyone gave him a middle finger in unison. Mr. Lu, am I not beautiful? Lu Junda's female companion pouted and held his arm unhappily asked. You are very beautiful too, but you're alluring while she is pure and innocent. The two of you are different. Lu Junda touched his companion's small face and laughed heartily. Mr. Lu truly knows how to talk. His companion proudly smiled. The dishes started coming one by one, all simple country dishes. Young Master Li, pick up your chopsticks. It's very delicious. Then I'll try the delicious food you mentioned. If it doesn't meet my standards, I'll scold you. Li Hao chuckled, picked up his chopsticks, and picked up a piece of lotus root. He slowly placed it into his mouth, chewed for a few moments, then opened his eyes and nodded. Not bad, the taste is good. However, I feel there is some issue with the ingredients. Perhaps putting less chicken essence and more vinegar would be better. Master Li is indeed a gourmet, Wu Yuming hurriedly flattered. I think the reason why the dish tastes good lies in the inherent quality of the ingredients themselves. Master Li is right. The chefs they hired are from village banquets. How can they compare with chefs from the provincial capital? If we change the chef, the taste would be even better. Nonetheless, the flavor here is already quite good. Li Hao agreed with Wu Yuming's opinion. Master Li's satisfaction is all that matters. Wu Yuming was finally completely reassured. After Li Hao finished evaluating the dishes, everyone began eating. These natural rural dishes made these guys, who were used to eating rich foods, open their appetites wide. 6 people ordered 12 dishes, and in the end, they all ate them clean. Being full brings desires, hunger stirs thefts. After eating until they were full, young Master Lu thought of Xiuxian again. While Li Hao and a few others went fishing at the pond behind, Lu Junda wandered around the farmstead. He didn't come here to enjoy the countryside scenery. He came here to find Xiuxian and that unseen great beauty. There were no security guards at Ghost Valley, so naturally, no one stopped him from entering the office area. On the second floor, a few young girls passed him, curiously glancing at him. These girls were very ordinary, although their uniforms were quite pretty, but they failed to attract Lu Junda's attention. General Manager's office. Seeing these words, Lu Junda peered inside through the glass window. Another one. Lu Junda was shocked again. He saw a beauty quietly reading something behind a desk inside the room. Her serene manner practically drove Lu Junda crazy. Just as Wu Yuming had said, this beauty was like a perfectly ripe red apple, emitting an irresistible fragrance. Lu Junda wanted nothing more than to immediately embrace this beauty and show her some affection. A stunning elder beauty, an adorable younger beauty, 2 world-class beauties deeply hidden away in such a remote mountain forest, left Lu Junda momentarily feeling rather severely imbalanced. Damn it, he had seen countless beautiful women, yet he had never encountered any woman close to these. His previous life really felt like it had been wasted on dogs. There he lay across the window, admiring Wu Ruhan's exquisite features. What are you doing here? A sudden female voice startled the entranced Lu Junda. Wu Ruhan also heard the sound, turned around, and looked over. She noticed a man's figure outside the window and glanced toward him with curiosity. Little beauty, what a coincidence. Despite being discovered, Lu Junda wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he once again inquired about Xiuxian's name. What are you doing here? Can't you see the guest stop sign? This is the working area. Xiuxian became angry. This man's gaze was too terrifying, as if it could devour people. I didn't see it. Little beauty, I've asked you 3 times for your name now, but you still haven't told me. That's extremely impolite. My name is Lu Junda, General Manager of the 2nd Provincial Construction Company. Why should I tell you my name? We're not familiar. Xiuxian replied unhappily. Yenner, what's wrong? Wu Ruhan opened the door and cast a surprised glance at Lu Junda. This person was lurking outside your window without any clear purpose. Oh, Wu Ruhan responded, then turned to ask Lu Junda. Is there anything you need, mister? No, I'm just casually wandering around. Seeing both of you ladies, I am struck by your heavenly beauty and wish to have the pleasure of your acquaintance. May I introduce myself? Lu Junda spoke very courteously and stylishly flicked his hair. He considered himself handsome, and as the general manager of the provincial construction company, wealthy and powerful. Shouldn't seducing a couple of beautiful village girls be a piece of cake? Sir, we are at work. If you have any official business, we could discuss it inside. Otherwise, please return to the farm area. No, I do have business to discuss, Lu Junda quickly stated. If that's the case, mister, please come in. Yenner, you go ahead and busy yourself. Wu Ruhan stepped aside to let him in. Lu Junda walked into Wu Ruhan's office and looked around. The office was not very large, about 40 or so square meters, and maintained an ancient style of decoration. If it weren't for the computer on the desk, the entire office would resemble a study from ancient times. Mister, please sit down. Wu Ruhan invited Lu Junda to sit on a rattan chair, poured a cup of tea, and placed it on the wooden coffee table. The office decoration is quite good. Thank you. Mr. Liu, let's talk business, shall we? Are you looking to collaborate with our company? What's the point of cooperation? I want to buy this place. Afterwards, you can still be the general manager. Not only will your salary double, but I'll also give you shares in the company. Lu Junde chuckled. Buy this place? Wu Ruhan asked back, surprised. Yes, it's pretty great here. I really like it. More importantly, I like the two of you as well. Of course, if you agree, I can buy this place and give it to you as a gift. That won't be necessary. I'm not the boss. I don't have the final say. Mister, if you intend to acquire the property, then you should speak with our boss. However, our boss likely wouldn't sell it. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't like money? This place isn't worth that much money. Wu Ruhan smiled without responding directly, instead saying, I'll call our boss over. All right. Lu Junde gestured for Wu Ruhan to make the call. Instead of leaving the office, Wu Ruhan directly dialed Lu Wenzong's number. Upon receiving the call, Lu Wenzong washed his hands, removed his work clothes, and rushed straight to the office building. Even before entering the office, Lu Wenzong shouted loudly, What's the rush? I was busy killing chickens. Oh, aren't you one of the guests who came to eat? Wenzong, he wants to discuss business with you. Wu Ruhan stood up and explained. Discuss business? Lu Wenzong glanced curiously at Lu Junde before sitting down. Boss Lu, I want to buy this place. What's your price? Lu Junde came straight to the point, wasting no time. Buy this place. What? Lu Wenzong asked curiously. I like it here. Oh, but unfortunately, I'm not selling. You're just dissatisfied with the price. Give me a figure. I'm not selling. No matter how much money you offer, I won't sell. 1 million. Lu Junde believed he was being generous by quoting a price of 1 million. Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan exchanged glances, and both couldn't help but smile. 1 million? Are you kidding me? Lu Wenzong laughed. Too low? 2 million. Lu Wenzong shook his head and said calmly, not selling. And if you don't have anything else to discuss, I'm actually quite busy. 5 million. Lu Junde shouted loudly. Stopping his footsteps, Lu Wenzong looked at Lu Junde and replied, Forget 5 million. Even if you gave me 50 million, I wouldn't sell. I've never thought of selling this place. Save your effort. What's the fun in that? You developed this place, didn't you, for profit? Now, I'm giving you the chance to earn 5 million. Do you know what 5 million is? Does this dump even deserve 5 million? Whether it deserves it depends on who owns it. In my hands, 5 billion would be worth it. 5 billion. Lu Junde burst out laughing. His second provincial construction company was worth at most a few billion yuan, yet this remote location being valued at 5 billion was laughable indeed. You think I'm going to die laughing? Holding back his laughter, Lu Junde pointed at Lu Wenzong and spoke. Humph. Lu Wenzong shot him a cold smirk, then turned and left. Hold it. Are you selling or not? No. I'll add another 1 million. Lu Junde roared. Stop talking nonsense. I already said no. If you're here to eat or stay, you're more than welcome. But if you're here to discuss acquisition, I'm afraid it's unnecessary. Arrogant brat. Lu Wenzong's figure disappeared through the door, leaving Lu Junde somewhat irked. For such a lousy place, were it not for the presence of these two stunning beauties, not even 6 million would make him consider it worth anything. Mister, please return to rest. Wu Ruhan issued a polite dismissal. Chapter 73, The Arrival of the Immortal Body. Lu Junde looked deeply at Wu Ruhan and did not become angry. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile. Lu Junde left the office and found Li Hao fishing by the pond behind. How's he? I'm in love, Lu Junde said. Which day are you not in love? Isn't that strange? Li Hao laughed. I mean it. Before seeing that little beauty, I thought I already saw beauty to its fullest. But when I saw their general manager, I realized she's the woman I want for my entire life. I swear, from today on, except for her, I will not love anyone. Ho ho, my God, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Lu Junde was quite dissatisfied with Li Hao's attitude. When you succeed, I'll respect you. However, I remind you, if you're serious this time, don't act like you did before. I know. I'll make her willingly fall in love with me. Lu Junde swore through gritted teeth. Let's wait and see. Li Hao smiled and focused on fishing. What about the others? Lu Junde asked. They're playing cards inside. I'll also go play for a while. Fishing has no meaning at all. Not far from them, Old Xia and Xia Tongtong were still concentrating on fishing. After the initial shouting, the two seemed to have figured out something, becoming quiet gradually. After playing cards for a while, Lu Junde's thoughts got a bit messy. He stood up and left the room, taking out his phone to make a call. Mayor Wu, it's me, Lu Junde. President Lu, hello, what do you need? Mayor Wu, I'm asking you about something. Do you have someone in Sangzi County? Sangzi? Yes. What problem have you encountered in Sangzi? I want to buy a place, but the other party is not selling. Buying land. Mayor Wu felt very curious. A place called Gui Valley in Sangzi County. Gui Valley? I'm not very clear, but I'll give you a call back. Within 10 minutes of hanging up, Mayor Wu returned the call. President Lu called Deputy County Chief Niu of Sangzi County. Let him tell you. Before Lu Junde could make the call, Deputy County Chief Niu had already called. Mayor Wu had said the person asking for help was a big shot from the provincial capital, so Deputy County Chief Niu eagerly took the initiative to call back. Is this President Lu? Mayor Wu mentioned that you want to learn about Gui Valley. That's correct. I want to buy this place. However, this place is already contracted out. Lu Junde left his sentence half finished. Deputy County Chief Niu, who managed crucial departments like land and urban construction, had some knowledge about Gui Valley. What he said was similar to what Wu Yuming had shared, but it exposed more specific details regarding Lu Wenzong's contract. County Chief Niu, if I want to buy this place, what procedures would be necessary? Lu Juandao expressed his intention clearly. Deputy County Chief Niu had already understood the implication of Lu Wenzong's inquiry. In reality, such things were straightforward to handle. Money would resolve everything. The opposing party held the contract mainly for profit reasons, and hitting them with cash would be the easiest and most legitimate way. However, since President Lu had asked, he probably wanted the cheapest method to secure Gui Valley. Hence, he needed Deputy County Chief Niu to get involved. Despite not knowing much about Gui Valley or Lu Wenzong personally, Deputy County Chief Niu believed handling this situation as a county vice chief should pose no major issues. President Lu, I'll first understand the specifics. We can meet tonight to discuss further. After hanging up, Deputy County Chief Niu immediately called one of his trusted subordinates at the Land Resources Bureau. However, the subordinate informed him that the matter was handled directly by Director Xia himself, and he knew little about it. Deputy County Chief Niu paused in astonishment. Xia Jianjun, as a director, personally handling the contracting of a piece of land wasn't normal at all. Could it be that the person from Gui Valley belonged to Director Xia? If so, there might be trouble ahead. Though Xia Jianjun was only a bureau director, his background was too powerful. Deputy County Chief Niu dared not cross Director Xia. Recently, it had been heard that Xia Jianjun might get promoted. The key now was figuring out the relationship between Director Xia and the person contracting Gui Valley, Lu Wenzong. So he called again to ask his trusted contact at the Land Resources Bureau to investigate Director Xia's connection with Lu Wenzong. By the time work ended in the afternoon, the feedback shook Deputy County Chief Niu greatly. It turned out Xia Jianjun and Lu Wenzong had an extremely close relationship, where Lu Wenzong had cured Xia Jianjun's heart disease. Since then, their families had developed an intimate bond. Xia Jianjun frequently dined at Gui Valley, and Xia Jianjun's daughter Xia Tongtong maintained a very familiar relationship with Lu Wenzong. Deputy County Chief Niu stayed stunned for half a moment, let his secretary leave early, and then called Lu Juanda. President Lu, this matter isn't easy. Lu Wenzong, who contracts Gui Valley, has an intimate relationship with Director Xia from our county's Land Resources Bureau. There aren't many alternative methods available. Ho, who is Xia Jianjun? I've never heard of him. Can't you handle a mere bureau director? Director Xia is originally from Beijing. Deputy County Chief Niu hinted subtly. Oh, understood. That's all for now. Lu Juanda hung up the phone. Lu Juanda paced back and forth a few times, his mind wavering slightly on giving up the acquisition. After all, to acquire this place and offend an official dispatch from the capital was not worthwhile. Though he wasn't afraid of the other party, he didn't want to cause trouble for his family. However, when thinking of Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner's beauty, it seemed impossible to ignore them. Could he manage to obtain both women without going through with the acquisition? Lu Juanda fell into deep thought. During dinner, as he didn't see Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner, Lu Juanda felt as though eating had lost all meaning. He hurriedly took a few bites and left everyone behind, returning again to the office building. However, what disappointed him was that no one was in the office building. It's mealtime, you idiot. Lu Juanda scolded himself, rushing back to the farmstead. At the staff canteen entrance of the farmstead, he spotted Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner, but they were laughing joyfully with Lu Wenzong, which made him seethe with jealousy, wishing to enter and smash Lu Wenzong's smiling face. Hey, look at the entrance. Lu Wenzong was the first to notice Lu Juanda's appearance. Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner turned around and saw Lu Juanda staring at them absent-mindedly. The two quickly looked away. Wu Ruhan said, his eyes are so annoying. Yeah, his gaze is predatory. Su Yenner nodded in agreement. I think he has set his sights on both of you. Lu Wenzong laughed. To hell with you. I think he likes you. Wu Ruhan laughed. I'm not a woman. Judging by their cars, they probably have quite a background, so we should be careful, Lu Wenzong said. It should be fine, right? Su Yenner hesitated and said, it never hurts to be cautious. In the evening, Lu Wenzong arranged for Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner to sleep in the same room, while he stood guard outside the dormitory to prevent Lu Juanda from making improper moves at midnight. However, at midnight, Little Fairy unexpectedly appeared on her own. Why did you come out alone today? Lu Wenzong asked curiously. Your body has been mostly transformed. With the full moon tonight, it's a good time for your final transcendence of the mortal form, Little Fairy said. Seriously? It's ready? Yes. I constantly sense the changes in your body. How do I transcend? Lu Wenzong asked. The full moon will disappear after midnight, followed by the arrival of thunder. You must go to the highest place and undergo the refinement of lightning. What? Being struck by lightning? That sounds violent. Is there any simpler way? Lu Wenzong felt a trace of bitterness rise in his mouth, involuntarily becoming afraid. After all, it's lightning. Even if one hasn't seen it, one can still imagine what being struck would feel like. The lightning will not cause you any harm. What you need to endure is the transformation within your body. And if I can't endure, failure means you'll never become a true immortal form. By the way, if I succeed in becoming a true immortal form, can I ascend to immortality? This, I don't know. Geez, you don't even know the key questions. Lu Wenzong sighed. Because if you became an immortal, then you wouldn't need me anymore, Little Fairy said. Why not? You have such a bad memory. Didn't I tell you? I am merely a minor fairy formed from the essence of xiuxian. My powers are shallow, my status low, and I have no immortal title. If I become immortal, will I then receive an immortal title? Yes. As long as you succeed in cultivation, you will automatically gain an immortal title. Well, seems like I need to work hard then. The time is almost here. Let's head up. Little Fairy looked up at the full moon in the sky and reminded Lu Wenzong. All right, Together with Little Fairy, they ascended the northernmost peak of Gue Valley. Standing on the summit, it felt as if they were closer to the moon. What should I do? Just sit down and wait for the lightning strike. And you? I'll hide inside the xiuxian. I cannot withstand the lightning. At 11:40 p.m., the sky suddenly darkened with large black clouds that obscured the moon. The whole world turned pitch black. The wind began to grow stronger, and a sudden sound of cracking was heard as a bolt of lightning split the night sky. Holy shit, the change happened fast. Thunder began to occur more frequently, getting louder as midnight approached. The nearer it got to midnight, the closer the thunder sounded, and the flashes of lightning grew brighter. When the clock struck midnight, heavy rain poured down. Accompanied by incessant thunderclaps and blinding lightning, the world seemed to have gone mad. A loud crack resounded, and a bolt of lightning struck just a short distance in front of Lu Wenzong. Startled, Lu Wenzong almost jumped up and ran. Fortunately, he held himself back and tightly shut his eyes. After another loud thunderclap, Lu Wenzong felt his head suddenly explode with a surge of immense energy rapidly rushing into his body, assaulting his internal organs. Shit, it hurts so much. His internal organs felt as if they were being scorched by fire or crushed by heavy weights. He couldn't breathe at all, and large beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Boom. The second strike came. Another burst of immense energy surged through his body. Lu Wenzong felt as if his entire body was burning, making him unable to even sense the existence of his internal organs. Lu Wenzong screamed, trying to use the sound to divert the excruciating pain inside his body. Boom. The third one hit, and Lu Wenzong endured it. After barely making it through the fourth one, when the fifth lightning struck his head, Lu Wenzong no longer felt the pain. Instead, he only sensed the powerful energy continuously flowing within his body. However, when the seventh cumulative strike hit, Lu Wenzong felt like his entire body would explode. It was as if his body had been completely filled by something, expanding bigger and bigger endlessly. After a tremendous roar, Lu Wenzong lost consciousness entirely. When he woke up again, the heavy rain had stopped, the dark clouds had dispersed, and a round moon hung in the sky, looking incredibly beautiful. Looking down at his body, he found himself stark naked. However, there were no traces of having been struck by lightning on his body. Instead, he looked extremely clean. Strangely enough, he seemed unable to feel the presence of his own body. It felt light and ethereal, as if he had no weight. Did I succeed? Lu Wenzong asked aloud. The little fairy popped out and answered Lu Wenzong's question. Yes, you succeeded. Your body has already transcended that of a mortal and become the body of an immortal. Just the body of an immortal, right? Yes, just the body of an immortal, which means you will live longer than mortals, won't get sick, and won't fear injury, but you are not yet an immortal. Understood. So my physical condition is now at the top level, unmatched by anyone. You can say that. That's fine then. Ascending to immortality is not something achieved overnight. Let's take it slowly. Good for you to think this way. Let's go down the mountain. The little fairy went back inside the small hoe, and Lu Wenzong descended the mountain alone. His body floated gently, feeling very light. With just a single leap, it felt like flying, jumping over long distances. It took less than half the time to descend the mountain compared to climbing up. When he reached the bottom and checked the time, it was already 3 a.m. Remembering his duty for the night, he hurriedly returned to the dormitory building. Checking inside the dormitory building, Wu Ruhan and Su Yen'er were sleeping soundly, with nothing unusual happening. He put his mind at ease, sat cross-legged with eyes closed, and rested downstairs. When the next morning came, although he hadn't slept all night, he felt no fatigue and remained energetic. At the farmstead side, he saw that Elder Xia had already woken up. Good morning, Elder Xia, Lu Wenzong greeted. Morning. Why are young people up so early? Don't sleep more. Elder Xia laughed. I can't fall asleep. Elder Xia, isn't the air here fresh? It's good. The freshness is accompanied by a scent of earth, which makes people very comfortable. If it feels good, then stay longer. Definitely. Now I have nothing to do and can rest well. When Uncle Xia leaves, he asked me to find a time to check your body. When would be a good time for me to give you an examination? Lu Wenzong said. You choose the time. I have plenty of time as long as you don't interrupt my fishing. Elder Xia laughed. Where's Tong Tong? She's still asleep. By the way, I must thank you for curing Jianjun's heart disease. Removing that restriction, Jianjun can finally show his talent. Uncle Xia, you're too kind. You are so young. How did you acquire these mysterious medical skills? I heard about your legendary medical prowess as soon as I arrived at Sangzi. Just lucky. After chatting with Elder Xia for a few moments, Elder Xia went for a walk. Lu Wenzong was in a good mood, humming a tune while checking around the farmstead. Finding everything normal, he headed to the breeding ground. However, at 9 o'clock in the morning, a group of unwelcome guests arrived from Gue Valley. Chapter 74, A Series of Troubles. One was the jeep that Secretary Wang of the township often drove, and the other was a black Toyota off-road police car. Secretary Wang got out of the car indeed, accompanying an old man around 50 years old. The old man was stout with a round waist, almost no hair left, but he exuded an air of authority. A policeman and 3 unfamiliar middle-aged men got out of the police car. Since Secretary Wang had come, Lu Wenzong naturally went over to greet him. Secretary Wang, you're here again? Lu Wenzong said. Yes. By the way, let me introduce you to someone. This is Deputy County Magistrate Niu from the county, who is here for an inspection. After hearing about Guegu, he wanted to take a look. Secretary Wang introduced. Deputy County Magistrate Niu, hello. Lu Wenzong extended his hand first. Deputy County Magistrate Neo didn't even blink, just stretched out his hand and lightly touched Lu Wenzong's. Lu Wenzong was slightly stunned. Deputy County Magistrate Neo certainly had a big attitude. He had met officials bigger than Deputy County Magistrate Neo, but never anyone with such airs. Deputy County Magistrate Neo didn't bother talking to Lu Wenzong, but instead strode straight inside. Secretary Wang smiled, didn't introduce the people behind, and quickly followed. Lu Wenzong thought for a moment and still decided to follow. Since they were just there for a visit, he felt it was necessary to accompany them. After all, they were the local officials. What troubled Lu Wenzong was that Deputy County Magistrate Neo didn't look at any place, heading directly towards the guest house area of the farm. It seemed like he was specifically looking for someone. Secretary Wang, what does this mean? Lu Wenzong pulled Secretary Wang aside to ask. I don't know either. Who's staying in the guest room? Secretary Wang asked back. Don't know. Probably from the provincial capital. The provincial capital? Secretary Wang looked puzzled and followed along. When the two reached the third floor, they saw Deputy County Magistrate Neo enter a room. Before they could reach the door slammed shut. The two exchanged glances, smiling silently. The policeman and the three middle-aged men behind were also locked outside. There was nothing to do, so Lu Wenzong arranged a private room for them to rest. Now free, Secretary Wang gave Lu Wenzong a detailed introduction. The policeman was Director Wang of the local police station. The three middle-aged men were Deputy Director Wu of the Land and Resources Bureau, Director Li of the Urban Construction Bureau, and Deputy Director Zhou of the Tourism Bureau. Deputy County Magistrate Neo didn't fool around with them. They gathered together to play cards. Lu Wenzong settled them well, and then went to the kitchen to arrange meals for Secretary Wang. Upon leaving the kitchen, he found Secretary Wang searching for something. Secretary Wang, what's wrong? Deputy County Magistrate Neo is looking for you. Looking for me? Oh, I'll go over now. Although Lu Wenzong was confused, he still followed Secretary Wang upstairs. Following Secretary Wang up to the third floor, Lu Wenzong discovered Deputy County Magistrate Neo sitting in the guest room drinking tea with Lu Jun. Seeing Lu Wenzong come in, Deputy County Magistrate Neo nodded, signaling Lu Wenzong to sit down somewhere. After Lu Wenzong sat down, Deputy County Magistrate Neo began to speak. Let me introduce everyone. This is General Manager Lu from the 2nd Provincial Construction Company. This is Secretary Wang from the town, and this is from the county. Deputy County Magistrate Neo introduced everyone around, but deliberately skipped over Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong didn't care, judging by the posture. It seemed related to acquisition plans. This Lu Junda was indeed not simple, directly bringing the county leaders over. Lu Wenzong smirked, curious to see what approach Deputy County Magistrate Neo would use to persuade him. Everyone shook hands as greetings, and formally became acquainted. After introductions were completed, Deputy County Magistrate Neo spoke. Today, besides taking a look at the Guegu place, I am also here to act as a mediator for General Manager Lu. Thank you, Deputy County Magistrate Neo. Lu Junda thanked politely. General Manager Lu enjoyed his visit to Guegu. With its clear mountains and beautiful water, full of rural charm, General Manager Lu plans to buy it and turn it into a large-scale agritourism attraction. But I heard from General Manager Lu that communication with Mr. Lu hasn't been smooth, right? Deputy County Magistrate Neo turned toward Lu Wenzong, smiling warmly. Lu Wenzong showed him no respect, calmly saying, I don't know about General Manager Lu's plan, but I've never considered selling this place. If General Manager Lu wants to develop an agritourism site, there are many suitable places on our side. There's no need to fixate on just one place here. Deputy County Magistrate Neo's pleasant smile instantly vanished. Lu Wenzong's words, though calm, were a direct refusal of his intention, making him feel a bit awkward. Mr. Lu, General Manager Lu is from the 2nd Provincial Construction Company, with abundant funds. His taking over can better develop this place. Besides, your leasing here was originally for profit. How much have you invested? Let me discuss it with General Manager Lu. We'll offer you double the amount, so you won't suffer any losses, right? Deputy County Magistrate Neo sounded as if he truly cared about Lu Wenzong's interests. Sorry, Director Neo, I really don't intend to sell. Mr. Lu, there's no need to rush in rejecting. Think it over carefully. Really not for sale. Mr. Lu Wenzong responded rather bluntly once again. There's no need to decide so hastily. Think it over, and that's settled. In that case, any ideas you have can be directly discussed with Manager Lu. All right, I still have things to attend to in the county, so I'll take my leave. After saying this, Deputy County Magistrate Neo stood up straight and left, giving Mr. Lu Wenzong no chance to refuse further. Mr. Lu Wenzong shrugged indifferently and smirked. What a joke. Am I supposed to sell just because you say so? It's impossible. Taking a look at Manager Lu Junda's smiling face, Mr. Lu Wenzong also smiled. Even if you've brought along Deputy County Magistrate Neo, I'm not going to play ball with you. Deputy County Magistrate Neo came quickly and left even more swiftly, leaving Secretary Wang utterly confused. Not long after they departed, Secretary Wang made a call to his mobile phone. Judging by this, the Lu manager from the provincial capital wants to acquire your Guegu? Yes, I'm still unclear as to why. He belongs to the provincial 2nd construction company, which has absolutely nothing to do with an agricultural company. So why does he want to acquire Guegu? Find out the specific reasons. Also, have you considered selling? Sell to him? Impossible. Even if you exchange the provincial 2nd construction company with me, I wouldn't make the deal, let alone sell to him. That's good. I investigated the background of this Manager Lu. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Lu Wenzong discovered that Manager Lu Junda and his group were preparing to leave. They're leaving. Mr. Lu Wenzong looked through the window. Their car indeed had already started. To leave so easily was somewhat abnormal. Manager Lu Junda and his group left Guegu and went to Vatsi County. Deputy County Magistrate Neo hosted them at the best hotel in the county. During the dinner, Deputy County Magistrate Neo said furiously to Manager Lu Junda, "Manager Lu, I didn't expect that kid to be so tough. Don't worry, although he does have some connections, I will surely help you seize Guegu. Securing Guegu may just be a side matter. What interests me the most are those two women in Guegu. What is this all about? You want to acquire Guegu without telling me first?" Li Hao said unhappily. "This minor issue doesn't deserve troubling you with." Manager Lu Junda laughed. "Bullshit. I'm telling you, respect people and don't resort to sneaky tactics." Li Hao said, "Relax, I only want those two women." Manager Lu Junda said, "They aren't women from a club. Don't start trouble. Nowadays is not like before. Sticking one's neck out too far will end miserably." Li Hao cautioned another time. "All right, Xiao Hao, I know my limits." "That's good. I'll add one more sentence. Mr. Lu Wenzong isn't someone to be underestimated." "Not someone to be underestimated? What makes you say that?" "I don't know, just a gut feeling," Li Hao said. "To hell with that. Do you think you're a fortune teller or something?" Manager Lu Junda burst into laughter. "Manager Lu, if it's just for those two women, buying Guegu might not be so crucial. There are other ways. Dealing with women mostly revolves around money and power anyway." County Chief Neo chuckled. "If we could acquire it, wouldn't it be better? First advantage near water gains moonlight sooner. Moreover, it's not like it costs much anyway. Let me think of some other methods." The next morning, what troubled Mr. Lu Wenzong was that someone else showed up. This time, it wasn't any guests but a large group of relevant department officials. They inspected fire safety equipment, tax collection, and sanitary conditions. In the end, due to inadequate firefighting facilities, overdue taxes, and substandard sanitation, Mr. Lu Wenzong received joint notices from several departments demanding suspension for rectification and fines. Looking at the pile of violation notices in his hands, Mr. Lu Wenzong was dumbfounded. "Damn, this is retaliation against me. Coming so fast, wanting me to give in. No way." Mr. Lu Wenzong crumpled the penalty notices and threw them straight into the trash bin. He first called Xia Jianjun and Secretary Wang to inform them of the situation. Then, accompanied by Ms. Wu Ruahan, he went to the county town. Upon reaching the county town, he found that the miscellaneous goods store in the city had also received a notice of suspension for rectification. Mr. Lu Wenzong was furious. These guys were really sinister, forcing him into submission using such despicable tactics. "Why are they doing this?" asked Ms. Wu Ruahan, very puzzled. "You don't know?" Mr. Lu Wenzong grinned. "How would I know?" Ms. Wu Ruahan looked completely baffled. "They're doing it for you. Manager Lu Junda seems interested in you, possibly thinking acquiring my Guegu could get him closer. So even if he acquires Guegu, it won't change anything between us, right? He doesn't think that way. He believes acquiring Guegu, with you as general manager, would make pursuing you convenient after keeping you on. It must be that Manager Lu Junda, really insidious. No worries. Anyway, I don't entirely rely on these places to earn money. Let them shut me down. Let's see who gets anxious first. But seriously, aren't you going to solve it?" "Of course we'll solve it. But no rush, let's do it slowly." A phone call summoned Wu Bo pointing at the seal. Lu Wenzong said, "Take a look and figure out how to solve this." Wu Bo's face immediately turned grim. He knew someone was targeting Lu Wenzong. Given the scale of the operation, how could he, with close ties to the government, not be aware? He originally intended to watch the commotion, but Lu Wenzong calling him here clearly meant asking for help. He had absolutely no desire to help because he'd heard that there were even bigger figures behind this. They were people he couldn't offend. But what made him frustrated was that he also couldn't afford to offend Lu Wenzong. Offending important people might result in just being remembered unfavorably, but offending Lu Wenzong would lead to certain ruin. "Difficult?" Lu Wenzong asked with a smile. "Extremely difficult. Brother, major figures are involved behind this, people I can't offend." "How big?" "Executive Vice Governor of the province. Big enough for you. Turns out they have quite the background. Forget it, I won't trouble you further. You can go now." Wu Bo left after countless thanks. He didn't want to get entangled in this mess. Doing so might invite serious trouble. "What should we do now?" Wu Ruahan asked. "No problem. Let's start by handling what we should do, sorting out the procedures." To tell the truth, although these people were causing trouble, Lu Wenzong's practices indeed had flaws. There wasn't a single fire safety equipment in Guegu, nor had they obtained a health permit or paid taxes on time. First, fire safety equipment was purchased. Then, they arranged to build basic fire prevention facilities when time permitted. Next, they went to the health bureau to apply for permits. However, as soon as the health bureau learned they were from Guegu, they immediately said it couldn't be processed, citing that Lu Wenzong's hygiene environment was severely substandard. They must improve their sanitation first, followed by an inspection. Only then would the permit be issued. This was both an excuse and a factual statement. Lu Wenzong didn't argue further, bade farewell, and left. After settling the due tax at the tax bureau, two things were done. "Let's go home." Lu Wenzong laughed. "Go home? We're not done yet." "All right, back home to do our own things." Guegu continued business as usual. People kept coming for meals, completely ignoring the suspension order. Meanwhile, Secretary Wang's road construction plan had already started, with numerous materials and machinery piled up along the roadside. Brother, trouble's brewing. On the third day of the ordered suspension, Xiuxian rushed into Lu Wenzong's room anxiously. "What's wrong? What major incident is making you so flustered?" "The road's blocked." "What road's blocked?" "It's the turning point ahead where someone dug a wide and deep pit." Xiuxian reported. "Let's check it out." Indeed, 500 meters from the entrance of Guegu, there was a large pit filled with water, demonstrating its depth. About 3 meters wide, it was impossible to jump across. The location was peculiarly chosen, with solid mountain rock on one side and a deep cliff on the other, making detour impossible. Cruel tactics. Lu Wenzong chuckled. What should we do? Xiuxian asked. Find workers to fill it. The employees of Guegu took over an hour to level the giant pit. That night, around midnight, Lu Wenzong suddenly woke up and got out of bed. Quickly reaching the newly filled-in pit area, Lu Wenzong hid himself under a tree. In the middle of the night, the chilly mountain air enveloped him, yet sitting cross-legged on the ground, he barely noticed the cold. Down below, the rumble of trucks echoed as the road construction crew worked through the night pulling materials. At 2 o'clock, Lu Wenzong heard a sound, gaga, produced by chains touching the stony surface. As the sound grew closer, Lu Wenzong stood up, spotting a slowly advancing excavator. Shit, they still dare to come. Let me teach you a lesson today. When the excavator arrived near the recently filled pit to start work, Lu Wenzong pulled out something he had prepared during the day, put it on his face, and crept quietly towards it. Chapter 75, Xiuxian is about to be promoted. Creeping up to the excavator, Lu Wenzong quietly climbed onto it. Approaching the car window, Lu Wenzong tapped on the glass and waved vigorously. The young man operating the excavator turned around and was startled by a ghostly face right in front of him. Scared out of his wits, he instinctively pressed down hard with his right hand. The excavator plunged its bucket deeply into the ground, shaking violently. The young man turned back only to find that the ghostly face had vanished. Rubbing his eyes, he leaned out quickly for another look, but still, there was nothing. Damn, must have been a trick of the light, muttered the young man as he shook his head and resumed operating the excavator. However, his eyes kept darting nervously, his heart pounding anxiously. After all, they were close to Gue Valley. Could there really be ghosts? His worries lingered, and his focus heightened. Yet again, a knock came at the window, this time from the other side. Turning his head, the young man saw. What the hell? A ghost. At his wits' end now, he leaped out of the excavator without hesitation, landing swiftly before bolting off. He was remarkably agile in his retreat. Lu Wenzong descended from the excavator, watching as the man disappeared further and further into the distance. Climbing back aboard, Lu Wenzong tried to figure it out using his phone to search on Baidu. Experimenting cautiously with each control lever, Lu carefully tested the machine. Carefully testing the controls, Lu filled in the hole that was dug earlier. After finishing, Lu Wenzong maneuvered the excavator toward Gue Valley. Though the distance was not long, it took him over 10 minutes to drive back. The clinking chain sounds woke his on-duty father who, flashlight in hand, rushed over shouting for the excavator to stop. Since Gue Valley officially opened, father held 3 roles: livestock farm employee, vegetable garden administrator, and gatekeeper. Despite there being no gate to watch, Lu Wenzong arranged a small house near the entrance where his father and mother lived to help protect their interests. But when his father saw Lu Wenzong emerge from the excavator cab, he walked over in astonishment. Where did you get this excavator? Found it, Lu Wenzong grinned. Found it? Isn't it the same person who cut the road last night? Yes, scared them away. No one claimed the excavator, so I brought it back, Lu Wenzong chuckled. You should track down who did it. With this thing, we won't have to worry about people not showing up. Well, let me keep an eye on it while you sleep. Nah, don't bother tonight. They probably won't come again. Maybe tomorrow. What if they do? Alright, you take a rest too. His father stayed awake throughout the night, worried that someone might sneak in and take the excavator away during midnight. Nobody came the next day, leaving Lu Wenzong quite surprised. However, that evening, just as Lu Wenzong was settling down, shouts from his father rang outside. Lu Wenzong rushed over immediately, as did Wu Ruhan, Xiuxian, and the employees on night duty. Father and mother had blocked 2 men beside the excavator, with heated arguments ensuing between them. As Lu Wenzong approached closer, under the dim lights streaming from the guardhouse, he recognized one of the figures. It was the young man who operated the excavator the previous night. Here for your excavator? Lu Wenzong asked. Yeah, exactly. You stole our machine and dare to deny it? Incredible, shouted another youth angrily. Stole? Are you here to joke? Lu Wenzong said with a smile. What do you mean joke? We didn't report it to the police for your sake. Now move aside, and let us take our excavator back. Get lost. Who's going to return the excavator? Haven't accounted for your road-breaking behavior yet. Who broke the road? Do you have evidence? Without evidence. Simple enough, let the police investigate. Lu Wenzong turned to Xiuxian. Yenner, call the police. Call them, then. Who's afraid of who? Oh, pretty arrogant, huh? Xiuxian dialed the number promptly, updating them on the situation. As everyone waited for the police to arrive, Lu Wenzong suggested they all go back to rest while he and his father continued keeping these 2 detained. Neither Wu Ruhan nor Xiuxian went back to bed. As responsible parties, they felt the need to stay. An hour later, Chief Wang personally led 4 officers, finally arriving. Lu Boss, what happened tonight? Chief Wang asked cordially. The relationship between Town Secretary Wang and Lu Boss was tight, so he couldn't act high and mighty. Though some had instructed him to make things difficult for Lu Wenzong, with Secretary Wang looming above, he couldn't push too hard, resorting only to subtle obstacles. Director Wang, a couple of nights ago, someone used an excavator to cut off the road leading here. After I filled it in during the day, these guys came back last night with the excavator and dug up the road again. I scared them off, then drove the excavator back here. They don't cause trouble in the daytime, but sneak around at midnight. Something's fishy. Really? Director Wang looked doubtfully at the 2 young men leaning against the excavator. They're lying. The excavator was stolen by them. Do you think I need to steal an excavator? Am I crazy or what? Lu Wenzong laughed. How do we know what you're thinking? The young man refused to back down, arguing defiantly. Director Wong, this is for you to handle. You investigate it. No problem. Director Wong agreed after speaking, then had two policemen take both young men away separately. Lu Wenzong provided interrogation rooms and cooperated by answering a few questions. At 12:30 in the night, Director Wong found Lu Wenzong. The two confessed they did dig the road. But this doesn't amount to much of a crime. Only a few days in jail at most. And who told them to dig it? They say they don't know. We'll need more time for that information. All right, forget it then. I'll look into it myself. You investigate? Mr. Lu, you can't set up your own private criminal court. What kind of court? I'll figure out my own way to find out. Lu Wenzong smiled. That's good. Then I'll take them back first. Director Wong, please walk safely. Yinner, bring a few chickens for Director Wong and his team. Director Wong immediately became cheerful. The chicken, duck, and geese from Gue Valley were all good stuff, selling on the market for hundreds of yuan each. However, Mr. Lu only sold 100 every day, not a single more, leaving everyone itching with desire. The excavator was driven away afterward. In the following days, no one else came to dig up the road. Nevertheless, Director Wong informed that those two had been released. Released? Well, fine, not a big deal. After receiving a call from Director Wong, Lu Wenzong directly took ferry to descend from the mountain. This so-called ferry left marks on these two, making them easy to track. However, what made Lu Wenzong annoyed was that, after being released, these two didn't go anywhere. They stayed in a hotel in town sleeping all day long. The excavator sat in the yard of the town government office, but these two didn't even bother mentioning retrieving it. Lu Wenzong waited patiently all day in the town. At dusk, these two rented a car heading straight to Sangzi County. Lu Wenzong watched as they went, then rode slowly towards Sangzi County on his small hoe. Upon arriving in Sangzi, the two hailed a tricycle electric scooter and moved through the city streets until stopping outside a hot pot restaurant. Lu Wenzong gracefully landed in a dark corner and walked briskly towards the hot pot place. Reaching the second floor, he determined their location and immediately sent Ferry with his phone inside. When the two men emerged from a private room, Lu Wenzong and Ferry had already left the hot pot restaurant, standing a short distance away keeping watch. Turning on the phone, watching the video recorded by Ferry, Lu Wenzong recognized a plump middle-aged man in the footage. He seemed somewhat familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. Staring at the middle-aged man for a long while, Lu Wenzong finally recalled. It was a staff member of the Land Resources Bureau. He remembered seeing this middle-aged man in an office when handling procedures for leasing Gue Valley. It might have been some sort of section chief. Lu Wenzong took a taxi to Xia Jianjun's house. Xia Tongtong opened the door, warmly welcoming Lu Wenzong inside. Is Uncle Xia not home? He's in the study. By the way, how's my great-grandfather doing there? Fine. He gets full meals and goes fishing and walking every day, living very leisurely. Lu Wenzong smiled. My father said he should rest a few more days, then come back. Did you see the doctor yet? Not yet. Grandpa says he's too busy relaxing to have time to see the doctor. My great-grandfather's becoming more childlike. I have something to discuss with Uncle Xia. Can you let him know for me? What's there to say? Just go in. Xia Tongtong finished her sentence and pulled Lu Wenzong to the study door, knocking. Opening the door, Xia Jianjun was sitting behind a desk reading a book. Seeing Lu Wenzong, he removed his glasses and smiled. Wenzong has come in quickly. Lu Wenzong approached and sat opposite Xia Jianjun, saying, Uncle Xia, I want to talk to you about something. Am I disturbing you? Not at all. Just say what's on your mind. Since Deputy County Magistrate Neo mentioned that some Mr. Lu wants to buy my Gue Valley, you also know about the recent visit by several county departments to my Gue Valley. Before I could resolve the matter, someone actually cut the road leading to Gue Valley. Then, I brought people to level the Gue Valley, and they came back at midnight to dig up the road again. I detained the excavator, but they actually slandered me for stealing the excavator. After the head of the town police station, Mr. Wong, took the people who dug the road away, he detained them for a few days, and then released them. I followed them all the way to the county, and discovered that they met with this person. After Lu Wenzong finished speaking, he handed his phone over to Xia Jianjun. Xia Jianjun opened the video, and when he saw the middle-aged man in the video, his expression immediately fell. Director Lu? He even promised to give 30,000 yuan, truly generous. Uncle Xia, since he is someone from our bureau, I can't directly deal with it, so I've come to ask your opinion. This Director Lu is one of Deputy Director Wu's men, and Deputy Director Wu is under Vice County Magistrate Niu. It seems like they really want to take your Gue Valley. Uncle Xia, if you can't handle this matter, I'll personally step in. How about this? I'll help you handle it. By the way, that Lu general manager who wants to buy your place has quite some background. You should be more careful. I've already learned about his background. Although it's not small, I'm not afraid. Lu Wenzong laughed. If he dared to act tough, Lu Wenzong would be willing to fight him to the end. It's best to resolve things peacefully. Here's what I suggest. I'll help handle things on the county side. And as for General Manager Lu, you'll need to negotiate well with them. There's nothing to negotiate about. What they want is not my Gue Valley, but 2 girls in my valley. Girls? What do you mean? That Lu Jun has taken a liking to Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner. His intention to purchase Gue Valley is merely to pursue these 2 girls. However, how did they know about Gue Valley? I suspect that Wu Yuming is the trigger. Wu Yuming, huh? I'll arrange to have him taught a lesson. According to your statement, this Lu Jun doesn't come with good intentions, and he probably won't stop until he achieves his goal. I'm trying to find a way. So, once you return to Gue Valley, immediately inform my uncle about the situation. As long as he intervenes, there won't be any problems for you. What did Uncle Xia used to do? He was among the 7 most powerful leaders before stepping down. What do you think? No wonder I found him familiar. It's because I saw him on TV. Exactly. Just one word from him could resolve issues that are hard for us to solve. Xia Jianjun smiled. But if Uncle Xia is so capable, why are you still just a small bureau chief, Uncle Xia? Well, it's due to health issues. In official circles, this condition of yours indeed poses a significant problem. But from now on, no one will be able to stop your advancement. You're right. Let me share a little secret. I'm about to get promoted. Xia Jianjun proudly shared this news with Lu Wenzong. Congratulations, congratulations. To what position specifically? Lu Wenzong hurriedly congratulated him. Deputy County Magistrate. Still in this area? Yes. Now that my health is improved, I need to achieve something significant before I can leave. In that case, let this Director Lu be handled by you, Uncle Xia. I need to go back to Gue Valley. I'll take care of it. It's so late now, stay overnight, will you? No need. I have a car. What car? Stay here. Xia Jianjun said earnestly. Well then, thank you, Uncle Xia, for hosting me. Go outside and play with Tongtong. I'll read a bit more. Leaving the study, there was no one in the living room. Walking to Xia Tongtong's door and knocking, Xia Tongtong's small face soon appeared behind the door. Entering her room, Xia Tongtong hopped onto the bed and sat cross-legged. The young lass was wearing a fluffy pajama suit, looking very cute. Finished talking? Yeah. Uncle Xia is reading again, allowing me to stay at your place tonight. Great. My mom hasn't returned yet. Let me tidy up a room for you. No rush. What are you doing? Playing games. So relaxed, eh? Is there anything entertaining? Can I join? Xia Tongtong blinked mischievously and smiled. How about we go sing karaoke? Karaoke? Sounds good. Does Uncle Xia agree? It's fine. He's engrossed in his book, he won't bother me. Mom isn't home anyway, so we can go out and have some fun. Alright, let's go. Can you go out first? I need to change clothes. Oh sure. 15 minutes later, Xia Tongtong walked out wearing a pink coat. Let's go. Xia Tongtong skipped over, hooking her arm around Lu Wenzong's as her cheerful little face was very adorable. Chapter 76. A confusing relationship. The two left the house and drove Xia Tongtong's car to a Tang Dynasty KTV on the commercial street of the county town. They booked a small private room, ordered a fruit platter, and some snacks. When they entered the room, the mixed smell of sweat made Xia Tongtong wrinkle her nose. Isn't the smell here weird? Xia Tongtong pinched her nose, saying it with dissatisfaction. The previous guests just left. I can spray some air freshener for you. The server smiled and said, all right. After the server opened the machine to get the air freshener, Xia Tongtong immediately started picking songs. Lu Wenzong adjusted the lighting and then waited beside while she chose the songs. The server soon returned and sprayed some air freshener in the room. The faint jasmine fragrance diluted the strange smell in the room. As Xia Tongtong picked songs, she turned around and asked Lu Wenzong what kind of songs he liked so that she could help pick them for him. Lu Wenzong let her decide, stating he'd switch the song if he couldn't sing it. Xia Tongtong first selected over a dozen songs and then began singing. The first song was a soft rendition of Who Cares About My Tears, which Xia Tongtong sang quite well. After removing the backing vocals, it sounded like listening to the original version. Lu Wenzong sat on the couch, enjoying her performance while eating watermelon bite by bite, feeling quite at ease. While Xia Tongtong sang, she walked over and sat next to Lu Wenzong, shaking her head as she sang animatedly. But after only a few lines, she stopped. What's wrong? Lu Wenzong asked curiously. Xia Tongtong held up her left hand, using 2 fingers to pinch a used condom, which still contained some white liquid inside. Upon realizing what it was, she exclaimed, "I-oh," and quickly threw it away. What are you randomly touching? Lu Wenzong laughed heartily, unkindly. How would I know there was something like this here? Xia Tongtong was utterly embarrassed. Not only did she touch it, but she also lifted it up, making her lose face entirely. I now know what the smell was earlier. Lu Wenzong chuckled. What smell? Figure it out yourself. Lu Wenzong pulled out 2 paper napkins from the table, wrapped the thing Xia Tongtong had thrown away, and threw it into the trash can. Xia Tongtong was silent for a moment, then stood up and directly went over to change the song, skipping several consecutively. She told Lu Wenzong, you sing. Lu Wenzong took a look and saw it was Tu Honggong's dedication to the country. I'm dizzy, I can't even start this song, skip it. Sing this one. Xia Tongtong suggested petulantly. The Tibetan Plateau? Oh my heavens, are you playing with me? Yes, just play with me. Xia Tongtong showed a bit of childishness. Well, then I'll shout a little. Lu Wenzong stood up, grabbed the microphone, and prepared to start singing. After the intro ended, Lu Wenzong gave it all he had, putting his entire strength into his chest cavity. The first 2 sentences were pretty good, but it gradually became more and more off. His tone kept shifting until Xia Tongtong thought she even heard the melody of White Snake. Stop. Xia Tongtong rushed over and pressed the pause button. What's wrong? I was having fun shouting. You're singing White Snake? White Snake? No, I'm not. Alright, try again, I'll record it. Lu Wenzong belted out Tibetan Plateau with great enthusiasm. Although he was completely disorganized and rushed through the lyrics, he managed to finish it entirely. Come on, listen to the White Snake version of the Tibetan Plateau. Xia Tongtong couldn't stop laughing, her face twitching and tears streaming down. When the playback key was pressed, the phone played back Lu Wenzong's shouts. Initially, it was fine, but as it continued, the tune shifted to Beneath the Green City Mountain Lies by Xiuxian. Xia Tongtong was completely baffled. These 2 songs had vastly different melodies, yet how could they merge together? That was incredible. How did you shift into that? Lu Wenzong smiled. Who knows about you? Xiao Tongtong burst into laughter too. No more singing. It's your turn. I'm overheated. Lu Wenzong put down the microphone and said, I'm hot too. Why is it so warm? Xiao Tongtong glanced at the air conditioner. It hadn't been turned on, she said curiously. Lu Wenzong stood up and turned on the air conditioner, setting the temperature to 26 degrees Celsius. Xiao Tongtong continued singing, but halfway through, she felt something was wrong. It was too hot, making her uncomfortable all over, desperate enough to want to take off her clothes. Lu Wenzong was also feeling the heat, unzipping his jacket, but it didn't help. What bothered Lu Wenzong most wasn't just the heat, but an uncontrollable impulse that came with it. Watching Xiao Tongtong's back while she sang, he found her incredibly attractive, almost wanting to embrace her tightly and show her affection. Xiao Tongtong took off her coat and placed it beside Lu Wenzong. Her face was rosy, and her eyes sparkled attractively. Seeing her remove her coat, Lu Wenzong followed suit, taking off his jacket and placing it together. After a few more songs, Lu Wenzong felt a bit dizzy, as if the big screen and the room were swaying from side to side continuously. Xiao Tongtong could no longer continue singing and sat on the sofa, panting for breath. The two looked at each other, neither knowing what the other was thinking. Although Lu Wenzong sensed something was off, he didn't give it much thought. The flame in his heart burned away some of his ability to think clearly. Xiao Tongtong was even worse. Her whole body had gone limp, not knowing what had happened. They stared at each other for a long time before suddenly hugging tightly together. Despite the narrowness of the couch, they couldn't stop the passion that radiated between them. No one sang anymore in the private room. There was only the sound of two people entangled in each other's arms. After an hour, the couple stopped all movements and fell asleep embracing. Lu Wenzong woke up first. More than 2 hours had passed since then. Lu Wenzong had a dream, a vividly sweet and incredibly realistic one. In his daze, realizing he was holding a soft, fragrant body, Lu Wenzong shook his head, coming instantly back to his senses. Holy sh*t, what have I done? Seeing Xiao Tongtong's charming, adorable little face, a strong sense of guilt surged within him. Simultaneously, Lu Wenzong also became extremely angry. Damn it, having relations with Xiao Tongtong is bad enough, but I did it in such a confused state. This is utterly frustrating. Before, it was unbearably hot. Now Lu Wenzong felt a little cold. He was down to just his shirt, while Xiao Tongtong was fully clothed though her garments were all out of place. Xiao Tongtong's eyelashes twitched incessantly, signaling she might be awake, yet she didn't open her eyes. Lu Wenzong hastily got up and began tidying Xiao Tongtong's clothes first. The process inevitably caused some contact, and he noticed Xiao Tongtong's body tremble slightly. After fixing Xiao Tongtong's clothing, he then dressed himself, pulling up his pants and putting on his jacket. Xiao Tongtong opened her eyes, slowly sitting up and gazing steadily into Lu Wenzong's handsome eyes. Lu Wenzong's brain nearly exploded under her gaze. What the heck do I do now? Xiao Tongtong is beautiful, with a great personality and an excellent woman. After being acquainted for some time, though we've become quite familiar, we certainly haven't progressed to this point. Lu Wenzong doesn't know how Xiao Tongtong feels about him, which makes him feel uneasy, unsure what to say to her next. Wenzong, we let this happen? Tongtong, I'm sorry. I will take responsibility for you. Though Lu Wenzong sounded somewhat fake, as he already has a girlfriend, whether or how he can take responsibility remains a major issue. Really? Suddenly, Xiao Tongtong approached, wrapping her arms around Lu Wenzong's neck and leaning her small face close. Certainly. Lu Wenzong firmly hugged her delicate body, decisive. Good. Then I am your girlfriend now, said Xiao Tongtong. That's definite. Lu Wenzong also smiled. Having Xiao Tongtong as such a beautiful and cute girlfriend made him feel lucky. What time is it? Let me check. It's almost 10:30. Then let's go home, Xiao Tongtong suggested. Standing up, Lu Wenzong watched Xiao Tongtong get up from the couch, but she stayed standing there, furrowing her eyebrows. She glanced down at the couch, where a bright red patch of blood clearly appeared before her. What are you looking at? Are you a virgin? Lu Wenzong saw the stain upon lowering his head as well. What do you mean? Xiao Tongtong lifted her head, showing a threatening little fist to Lu Wenzong. Nothing. I'm delighted. Lu Wenzong picked up Xiao Tongtong in his arms, smiling warmly, heading toward the door. But as they reached the door, he paused and turned back. What's wrong? Xiao Tongtong asked. There's something strange about this room. Placing Xiao Tongtong on the couch, Lu Wenzong stood up to look around everywhere. Searching the corners, he found the ashes of burnt incense wedged between the sofa and the wall. He grabbed a tissue and wrapped up the ash carefully. What's this? Xiao Tongtong walked over and asked curiously. This is why we ended up like this. Incense. It probably is. I didn't expect someone would use such things these days. However, it appears it wasn't specifically prepared for us. When we entered, the incense might not have completely burned out yet, so we accidentally inhaled its last effects. How annoying. Xiao Tongtong pouted unhappily. Packing the incense ash safely, the two left the room and took a taxi back to Xiao Tongtong's house. When they arrived, the lights in the study were already off, and no lights were visible in Xia Jianjun's room either. Presumably, everyone had gone to sleep. As they entered the living room, Xia Jianjun's bedroom door opened. Did the two of you go out to play? Xiao Tongtong's mother came out and asked. We went out to sing. Mom, when did you come back? Xiao Tongtong replied. I've been back for a while. Wenzong, I've arranged the room for you. You two should go to sleep early. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Wenzong thanked her. I'm going to sleep now. I'm so tired after a whole day's work. Xiao Tongtong's mother yawned and walked into the room, closing the door. Xia Tongtong stuck out her tongue and made a funny face at Lu Wenzong. Come on, let's talk in your room, Xia Tongtong whispered. Okay. Lu Wenzong picked up Xia Tongtong and headed toward the guest room. Opening the door, they found that the bed was indeed already set up. Lu Wenzong gently placed Xia Tongtong on the bed and whispered, we were both confused earlier. Should I give you the real thing this time? Nope, it still hurts. Xia Tongtong held each of Lu Wenzong's ears with her hands and moved them from side to side. If it really still hurts, I'll massage it for you. Lu Wenzong finished speaking, his large hand reaching down directly. The two laughed and played around for a bit, then slowly got down to the main point. This time, their bodies and souls intertwined deeply, experiencing ultimate pleasure. Tongtong, wake up. At 4 a.m., Lu Wenzong tapped Xia Tongtong's small face. What? I'm sleepy. Xia Tongtong swatted Lu Wenzong's hand away unhappily. It's 4 o'clock. If we don't return soon, the sky will be light. Lu Wenzong said softly. Xia Tongtong suddenly opened her eyes, jumped off the bed, grabbed her clothes, and ran. Be quiet. Lu Wenzong reminded her as she fumbled with her actions. Xia Tongtong made a face, slowed down, gently opened the door, turned back to wave goodbye, and quietly closed the door behind her. After this, Lu Wenzong slept until 7:30 a.m. When he woke up, he felt something pressing against his back. Pulling it out, he saw that it was Tongtong's underwear. My sister. Lu Wenzong quickly bunched the underwear up in his hand. He looked around and stuffed it under the pillow for the moment. After finishing washing up with the toiletries prepared by Tongtong's mother, he found that breakfast had already been laid out on the dining table. Xia Jianjun was sitting on the couch watching the morning news. Seeing Lu Wenzong come out, he asked with a smile, you youngsters can really sleep. I woke up at 6 and couldn't fall back asleep. Uncle, how old are you? In the prime of life, ready to achieve great things. Sleeping late like us would ruin your future. Being able to sleep late is also happiness. Look at my Tongtong still soundly sleeping. I'll go wake her up. Lu Wenzong came to Xia Tongtong's door and shouted a few times. Inside came Xia Tongtong's drowsy reply. After about 10 minutes, she walked out in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes. Breakfast already? Almost. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. We'll eat soon. Tongtong's mother said as she walked out from the kitchen. Okay. Tongtong walked towards the restroom. At around 8:10 a.m., the four of them sat down separately, preparing to eat breakfast. Let's start eating. I'll tidy up your rooms. What? I'll do it myself. Lu Wenzong quickly responded. After all, there was Xia Tongtong's underwear under his pillow. If her mother discovered it, it would be disastrous. Can men clean up a room properly? Tongtong's mother smiled, getting up to head towards the guest room. Just let me have my meal. Let mom clean it up. Xia Tongtong joined in. Wenzong, sit down and eat. Let your auntie tidy up. Xia Jianjun chimed in as well. No need. I can clean it up myself. Auntie has been busy all morning. Take a rest. Just eat already. Xia Tongtong pulled him slightly. Right, eat. I'll go. Tongtong's mother took a step forward. Auntie, let me do it. Staying and eating at your home. If you still have to clean the room, I'd be too thoughtless. Lu Wenzong rushed into the guest room without waiting for her to reply. Entering the room, before Lu Wenzong could retrieve the underwear under the pillow, Tongtong's mother walked in. Chapter 77. The phone sheet needs to change. You big men can't clean any rooms. Let me do it. Mother Tongtong walked over. Really? Auntie, I can do it myself. Lu Wenzong quickly started tidying up. Seeing how determined Lu Wenzong was, Mother Tongtong decided not to help and turned to leave. After she left, Lu Wenzong sighed with relief, crumpled something, and stuffed it into his pants pocket. He finished tidying the room and went out. After eating, Xia Jianjun left first, and Lu Wenzong also prepared to go back. However, Xia Tongtong stopped him and said that she wanted to visit Elder Xia. Xia Tongtong drove Lu Wenzong back to Gigu Valley. The two were deeply affectionate and drove quite sensuously along the way. Lu Wenzong hadn't practiced driving for several days now. After this was done, he would need to learn properly again. He still needed to pass the second subject of the driving test. Otherwise, getting his driver's license might take even longer. Halfway through the drive, they stopped at a bend in the road. At the bend was a supermarket with a restroom nearby. The two got out of the car, used the restroom, bought some roasted potatoes, and dipped them into hot sauce noodles before eating. Lu Wenzong had truly not eaten enough in the morning and finally suppressed his hunger after having 2 bowls of potatoes. Once they were back in the car, Lu Wenzong remembered that he had put Xia Tongtong's panties in his pants pocket. Look what I found. Lu Wenzong took out the underwear. What are you doing with my? Xia Tongtong's face turned bright red as she reached out to grab it. It's from last night when it fell on the bed. This morning, I planned to return it, but your mom came to tidy up the room unexpectedly, so I hurriedly put it in my pocket. Didn't see anything inappropriate, right? No. Then give it to me. Not until I keep it as a souvenir. You're disgusting. Keeping something like this as a souvenir? Give it back. Xia Tongtong slapped Lu Wenzong's arm lightly, clearly dissatisfied. Here. Lu Wenzong handed the panties over. Xia Tongtong snatched them away quickly and shoved them under her butt. Why hide it under there? Why do you care? Xia Tongtong started the car and continued driving. Near Gigu Valley, she stopped the car and hid the panties underneath the seat cover. Smiling smugly, she continued driving. After reaching Gigu Valley, Xia Tongtong brought Lu Wenzong to visit Grand Elder Xia. As usual, Grand Elder Xia was engrossed in fishing, unaffected by the weather, and they found him fully concentrating by the pond. Big grandfather. Xia Tongtong stepped forward, hugging Grand Elder Xia's neck and shouting, "Ouch, my dear child, Tongtong. You scared me." Elder Xia turned around, his face immediately lighting up with affection upon seeing Xia Tongtong. "Grandfather, you've really fallen in love with fishing regardless of the weather. I've rarely had time to relax, so I need to make up for all these years lost. Grand Elder Xia said, I'll fish with you. Xia Tongtong smiled. Forget it. With you around, I wouldn't be able to fish peacefully. But I'm good at fishing. Both Xia Tongtong and Lu Wenzong picked up the rod set nearby and started fishing. Wenzong, I heard someone caused trouble. Is that true? What kind of trouble? I heard from some young girls privately that someone wants to buy this place. You didn't agree, then they brought in a few departments to enforce laws and shut you down. Yes, that did happen. And I'm surprised you already know, Elder Xia. Are there any difficulties? In fact, if we directly confront each other, I don't fear any difficulty. But the other side involves official figures, and their backgrounds are quite powerful. A direct confrontation would end in mutual destruction. Their challenge this time happens to hit my weak point. There are indeed shortcomings in Gigu's operations. They seized this point and created obstacles, which was also my own mistake. It's impossible to consider everything when starting from scratch. Why does the other side want to buy Gigu? Asked Elder Xia. These city boys don't actually value this mountainous area. What they covet are the 2 girls working under me. Lu Wenzong explained. You mean Little Wu and that underage girl? Yes. They're truly lawless. Elder Xia angrily huffed. Elder Xia, you have no idea how influential these young masters are. It's easy for them to bring in connections not only from the county, but even from the city or provincial levels. The feng sheet needs to change. Elder Xia showed a serious look on his face, then remained silent afterward. Lu Wenzong understood that since Elder Xia had asked about it, he wouldn't just sit idly by. Therefore, this matter probably wouldn't become an issue anymore. However, Dainon still lingered, meaning that while they might not create obvious trouble on the surface, they could turn to more clandestine tactics. However, what Lu Wenzong feared the least was underhanded tactics. If the other party could make a move, so could he. After lunch, Grandpa Xia made phone calls in his room. Then, the next day, several department staff from the county arrived. They rescinded the previous business suspension and reorganization notice on site and temporarily arranged various missing procedures for Lu Wenzong. What a load of crap. Some people just had it easier when it came to getting things done. The troublemakers left, and all of Gigu's affairs returned to normal. For the time being, there was no news from Lu Junde either. Xia Tongtong stayed at Gigu for 3 days before leaving. During those 3 days, on 2 nights, she sneaked over to Lu Wenzong's room. Lu Wenzong suggested telling Xia Jianjun about their relationship, but Xia Tongtong refused, forcing them to keep it hidden for now. Lu Wenzong took the opportunity to adjust the divine water for Grandpa Xia. After drinking it for a few days, upon checking again, Grandpa Xia's body was already completely healed. Grandpa Xia was also preparing to leave. Although he had stepped down, he still had many things to do. In early December, Grandpa Xia left, and the sales of the roses were entirely over. Everyone began focusing on the herbal medicine business. Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner spent an entire day calculating the company's total assets. After removing the money transferred into Lu Wenzong's card, the company now owned 10 million yuan in assets. This did not include unpaid herbs, farms, vegetables, or breeding farms. There was another 10 million yuan in Lu Wenzong's account, which meant that in the span of 1 or 2 months, Gigu's output reached more than 20 million yuan. Nevertheless, Lu Wenzong was quite surprised to find that after entering December, the roses maintained their original appearance. Though they didn't wither, there were no signs of new blossoms, suggesting this might be the last season. Lu Wenzong estimated that after this harvest of medicinal herbs, it would likely enter its dormant period. To ensure vegetable supply during winter, Lu Wenzong quickly set up greenhouses. Secretary Wang was overseeing the road construction project, which was progressing rapidly. It had almost reached halfway up the mountain. However, constrained by the mountain terrain, the road wasn't too wide. It was only increased by 1 meter to become 4.5 meters wide. Even so, 4.5 meters was sufficient. Excluding large trucks, most 2 vehicles could safely pass each other on the road. The 1 million yuan Lu Wenzong invested allowed Secretary Wang to start the road construction. Based on the progress of the construction, he successfully obtained 10 million yuan in funding from the county and another 10 million from the city. This guy even went as far as Beijing and secured 100 million yuan in poverty-stricken region support funds from the Ministry of Transport. Hence, the road could be constructed so swiftly. With 10 million yuan in hand, Lu Wenzong began contemplating how to develop the surrounding wastelands and enhance the entertainment projects in Gigu. Having just one fishing activity wouldn't suffice for Gigu. Chess playing, sightseeing, and other recreational activities needed to be added. Lu Wenzong discussed adding these projects with Wu Ruhan and Su Yenner. Wu Ruhan had some objections. She believed increasing planting projects should take precedence over tourism-related ones. Su Yenner supported both ideas. She said, expanding our planting area is necessary, and we also need to hire more staff. Our current workforce isn't enough to handle peak times. However, brother, President Lu makes sense too. Our Gigu fame is growing, and more people will come here for meals and rest. Once the road is completed and transportation becomes convenient, I believe the number of customers will increase by at least double. Adding entertainment projects will also be essential then. Otherwise, if visitors travel a long distance only to eat a meal and sleep, wouldn't that be too disappointing? Good point, Lu Wenzong smiled. I agree with your reasoning. But if both projects are launched simultaneously, the 10 million yuan fund will immediately deplete. Tourism can be extremely costly, Wu Ruhan remarked. Yes, infrastructure transformation consumes the most funds, let alone mountain peaks filled with hard rocks. I've carefully considered it. Let's first develop a detailed plan for transforming the surrounding peaks, and then carry out renovations step by step from bottom to top. This way, our expenditure won't skyrocket too high. At the same time, We'll use every piece of land in Gigu. We'll first expand the vegetable planting areas, then remove all board blue roots and plant ginseng instead. Moreover, we'll clear out 2 or 3 mu of vacant land where I want to experiment with something special. In that case, Yenner and I will refine the details. What exactly do you plan to experiment with? You'll know soon enough. What? Keeping secrets from us? Wu Ruhan complained. It's not secrecy, but rather I'm not entirely sure yet. So let me conduct a trial first. Alright, no questions asked. Next, we'll be opening a store in Sanling City. Any thoughts? Wu Ruhan asked. No particular thoughts, just follow the model from the county. Shall I go, or should you personally head over? I'll go, and I'll take Yenner with me since we've been there once already. You stay here and oversee the herbal medicine sales. Alright, what about Lu Junda? Will he continue to cause us trouble? No worries. Grandpa Xia has spoken. They probably won't dare to make any official trouble, but they will surely try to trip us up behind the scenes. As for that, I'm not afraid of them. Whether they're high-ranking officials' children or top corporate executives, I can take them down. Won't we open stores in the surrounding counties? The influence isn't strong enough there. Opening the same store might make people think we're foolish. Lu Wenzong chuckled. What a pity. What's there to pity? Once Sangzi and Sanling establish their reputation, the fame will naturally spread to the surrounding counties. Anyway, opening a store in Sanling is secondary. I think our next step should be to develop toward the southeastern regions. That area doesn't have much of a reputation, does it? No problem. We just need to find the right business partners. You mean Mr. Shah? He could work, but cooperating with him would affect his food sales, which isn't good. So what's your plan? I haven't fully decided yet. Do you believe me? Fine. I'm too lazy to argue with you anymore. I'll go handle things with Yenner. You should hurry up and learn how to drive. Getting your license has been tough enough. Sure thing. Lu Wenzong really did start learning how to drive. Since the road leading to the town wasn't passable by car, he had to ride his motorcycle. When he arrived at the driving school and met his instructor, he found that all the people who started on the same day as him were gone now. He didn't recognize the few people currently there. Where have you been? It's been several days since you came last time, the instructor asked. Being a farmer, what else but tending to farming? Let's practice driving then. The others in your batch have already passed the second test. Got it, gotta work hard. Lu Wenzong laughed. Lu Wenzong sat in the car and began waiting in line. There were 2 people inside the car and 4 more outside playing cards, 3 men and 3 women, all young people. Lu Wenzong was at the end of the queue. Each person practiced for 10 minutes, and only 1 car was available, which made the process somewhat slow. By the time it was finally Lu Wenzong's turn, an hour had already passed. Almost everyone had received extra practice time, causing significant delays. The instructor watched quietly for a few minutes and saw that everyone was practicing properly without being complete novices. Eventually, he wandered off somewhere. Lu Wenzong got into the car and practiced backing up multiple times. 10 minutes later, his practice was nearly over. With 2 minutes left, Lu Wenzong intended to practice reverse arcs when suddenly one of the men playing cards rushed over shouting, "Is it time?" "What are you talking about? There are still 2 minutes left," Lu Wenzong replied puzzledly. 2 minutes? Isn't it 5 minutes? You got into the car at 9:40, and now it's already 9:52. That's nonsense. I checked the time when I got in. It was 9:42. Let's use the time shown on the car clock. Lu Wenzong said firmly. Go away. Is my phone's clock malfunctioning? The man rudely yanked the car door open. Excuse me? When the other girls were practicing, each of them got extra 2 or 3 minutes, and you didn't get this upset. Now with me, you rush in like this before my time is up. What's your deal? I don't have any special meaning. It's your time, so get out. Those 2 minutes were wasted because of you. Lu Wenzong was getting irritated. This guy thought he was easy to bully. Get out. It's my turn. I've said it clearly. I still have 2 minutes. The 2 minutes are already over. Because you messed me up. Lu Wenzong was genuinely angry now. It was ridiculous behavior, and targeting him like this was intolerable. Who are you cursing at? The man became furious, leaning forward with an aggressive glare at Lu Wenzong. The other students noticed the impending fight and rushed over to mediate. But when 3 girls walked closer, the man's testosterone kicked in. In a sudden burst of macho energy, he grabbed Lu Wenzong by the collar, trying to pull him out of the car. I'm warning you once. Let me go, or you'll bear the consequences, Lu Wenzong coldly said. Chapter 78. I am the son of Tian Sai. Boastful? Get out of the car. What's your name? Which village are you from? Lu Wenzong suddenly asked for his name. What? Want to investigate my background? Tell you what, I'm from Hongban Village. My name is Tian Han. I'm afraid of hurting you by mistake. But if you're from Hongban Village, there's no problem. If you're so arrogant, let's go to the restroom. It wouldn't be good to fight here and cause a commotion. If you have the guts, then fight here. Don't embarrass yourself if you don't dare. Tian Han remained brazenly defiant. You're such a dog lover. All I want is to quietly learn to drive, but someone's always blocking me. Lu Wenzong got out of the car and stood in front of Tian Han, laughing. Come on, let's see how strong the people from Hongban Village are. You go first. Damn, Lu Wenzong was annoyed by this guy. If you want to start, fine. Without hesitation, he kicked directly. Tian Han saw Lu Wenzong's move immediately and tried to dodge it. Unfortunately, his movement was too slow. In Lu Wenzong's eyes, his action was like a snail. The kick hit Tian Han in the stomach, causing his body to fly backward. Then with a loud thud, he crashed onto the ground and lay still. The conflict ended so quickly that no one around even noticed. With one kick, the matter was resolved. Overestimating yourself. Amidst the shocked stares of several girls, Lu Wenzong got back into the car, drove an arc-shaped route, and then got out again. F*** CK your mother. Tian Han struggled to stand up, glaring at Lu Wenzong with hatred-filled eyes. Do you believe I can kick you again? Don't think I'm easy to bully. Not everyone deserves to bully me. Dare you leave your name behind? Tian Han gritted his teeth. Lu Wenzong, anytime, I welcome your revenge. Lu Wenzong smiled. All right, then just wait for me. After saying that, Tian Han walked away directly, not even bothering to practice driving anymore. After a small interlude, the driving school returned to calmness. The driving school was very small. Only 2 cars, one practicing subject 3 while the other was doing subject 2. There were less than 15 students in the entire driving school. At noon, Lu Wenzong ate casually at a small restaurant in town, rested for an hour, and continued practicing driving. After one session, he joined a few girls playing cards. A few rounds later, there was a sudden noisy sound from the entrance. Lu Wenzong looked up and found Tian Han rushing in with more than 10 young men. The coach in the rest area nearby also sensed something unusual and rushed out immediately. But Tian Han completely ignored him, leading the group straight to where the practice was taking place. The 3 girls quickly put down their cards, looking worriedly at Lu Wenzong. After half a day's acquaintance, they thought Lu Wenzong was quite nice. Lu Wenzong stood up, smiling and walking towards them. Before achieving the immortal body, he wasn't afraid of anyone, let alone now. Without even using his farming hoe, he could easily make these guys cry for their moms. Is this what you called wait and see? Too disappointing. I thought you had some great tricks, Lu Wenzong said cheerfully as he approached Tian Han. Kid, did you offend our Hongban village people? A big man from behind Tian Han shouted. It's me. So what? Are you asking for death? Not yet. Blabbermouth. Beat him until he doesn't recognize his own mother. Tian Han yelled. Stop it. The coach ran over breathlessly yelling. Coach Liang, stay out of this, Tian Han said. How can I stay out of it? This is a driving school. How dare you fight here? Coach Liang protested. He beat me. Tian Han shouted. I don't care, you cannot fight here. Coach Liang insisted firmly. Get out of the way. I don't care whether you're the coach or not. The muscular man behind Tian Han pushed Coach Liang aside and charged directly at Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong stepped back, raising his foot to strike again. Although the tall man was bulky, his movements were surprisingly agile, allowing him to evade Lu Wenzong's fast strike. As the tall man attacked, Tian Han yelled, signaling the group of over a dozen to charge forward. Lu Wenzong quickly retreated another step and began his counterattack. He didn't care about the punches and kicks coming his way. He focused only on attacking. Such unequal fighting led to Lu Wenzong getting hit multiple times, but he successfully took down many attackers. One by one, those dozen individuals lay sprawled across the floor, leaving the girls and Coach Liang dumbfounded. Wow, so capable, too powerful. Lu Wenzong fought against more than a dozen people, emerged unscathed, and left all the others incapacitated. Hurry up and leave. I still need to practice driving, Lu Wenzong told Tian Han. Tian Han was hugging his calf, tears streaming down in agony. Lu Wenzong's kicks had all landed on his shin bones, the pain piercing to the bone. The others were in a similar state, their shin bones having suffered serious damage. Thus, an impressive scene unfolded at the driving school. More than a dozen people struggling to crawl out, taking 10 minutes before they'd finally all crawled out. Lu Wenzong practiced driving smoothly that afternoon. Everyone looked at him with great respect. Even when it was past his time, no one dared to remind him. However, he remained fairly self-disciplined, and after about a minute, he would get out of the car. After practicing in the afternoon, Lu Wenzong asked Coach Liang to sign him up for the exam. While waiting for the list to come out, things seemed ready for the test. At 5:30 p.m., he rode his bike home, but was blocked halfway. Tian Han, are you ever going to give up? Do you really think bringing more people will help? Lu Wenzong stopped his motorcycle, sighing with frustration. I swear, if I don't kill you today, I won't quit. Tian Han's eyes were completely red, clearly provoked by Lu Wenzong. Having brought more than a dozen people who were beaten so brutally by Lu Wenzong, how could he not be upset? But this time, he directly called over 30 people. If he lost again, he could just as well commit suicide. Even more than a dozen couldn't beat me. What good is adding another dozen? 30 people aren't enough, I'll call 100. If 100 can't do it, I'll bring the whole village. That's meaningless. Why make such a big deal out of something so simple? Not only meaningful, but absolutely necessary. Do you know who I am? I'm Tian Sai's son. How dare you hit me? If I don't reclaim my honor, I won't have the face to go back home. Tian Sai? Is he the large livestock farmer from Hongban village? Yes. Scared now, aren't you? Scared of what? I don't want to fight anymore today, so hurry up and go away. You don't want to fight, but I do, Tian Han said, then turned around and yelled at the young people behind him. Knock down this bastard. 1 sheep and 1 pig per person. After Tian Han spoke, more than 30 young men raised various weapons and surrounded Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong was truly speechless. He really didn't want to fight anymore, especially since these guys were innocent. Tian Sai was a well-known figure across several villages, one of the richest people in the entire town. He had contracted 3 mountains in Hongban village where he bred countless animals of various kinds. With his wealth came a certain status. Not only did he become the party secretary of Hongban village, but also a representative at both the town and county levels of the People's Congress. However, with Lu Wenzong now rising powerfully, his status might be threatened. Although there hadn't been any direct conflict between them yet, a grudge had formed with his son. Yet, it was really just a small matter. A mere fight should have resolved the issue, but this relentless pursuit began to genuinely irritate Lu Wenzong. The sticks and clubs were almost upon him, forcing Lu Wenzong to retaliate. Those clubs hitting him felt like mere tickles. He didn't care at all. To quickly resolve the situation, Lu Wenzong resumed attacking their shins, knocking each of them down one by one. What infuriated Tianhan was that despite doubling the number of men, they still all ended up sprawled across the ground while Lu Wenzong stood unharmed. This is your last warning. If you keep pushing me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tianhan had no words to respond. With more than 30 people unable to take down Lu Wenzong, what could he possibly do? Though his heart still harbored resentment, he truly couldn't figure out a way to defeat Lu Wenzong. Watching Lu Wenzong ride off on his motorcycle, Tianhan plopped down on the ground, feeling deeply wronged. Since the age of 8 or 9, everything had gone smoothly for him. Eating well, dressing well, always being flattered by the whole village. Had he not disliked studying, why would he still be lingering in this hometown? But during driving lessons, he'd lost face to Lu Wenzong, leaving him extremely unsettled. When he got home, thinking about how his father used connections to secure him a job at the police station, he suddenly became eager. Initially, he didn't want to go. He wanted nothing to do with work. Freedom was much more comfortable. His family had endless money, cars, and houses. Why would he bother working? Wasn't that just stupid? But today, having been provoked by Lu Wenzong, he realized that if he could land a position at the police station as a cop, then even if Lu Wenzong were as capable, would he dare to defy a police officer? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Hastily, he rushed to the farm and found his father, Tian Sai. Originally named Tian Sai, it wasn't originally meant as a respectful title. But ever since he gained wealth and status, the nickname Sai naturally became a term of respect. Have you thought it through? Tian Sai was very pleased with his son's change. To prevent his son from idling around all day, he had used connections to get him a job as an auxiliary police officer at the police station. After a while, if some money was spent, he might even turn it into a formal position. But his son didn't want to work there. After months of deadlock, his son now agreed, which made him extremely happy. I've thought it through. I can't keep doing nothing forever. I should find something to do. Tianhan said this quite hypocritically. But Tian Sai didn't know his son was lying. Excitedly, he picked up his phone and called someone. After a conversation, everything was settled. I've arranged with Director Zhou. Next Monday, you go over and meet him. He'll make the arrangements. All right, then I'll head home. Leaving the farm, Tianhan was incredibly excited. Once he became a policeman, he could manipulate Lu Wenzong however he wanted. Imagining Lu Wenzong kneeling down and begging him, Tianhan smiled eerily. However, there was still one thing that needed to be taken care of first. Today, he had summoned so many people, and they deserved payment. If he had defeated Lu Wenzong, the sheep and pigs were supposed to have been their reward. Now, without the sheep and pigs, he would need to pay everyone something extra. Otherwise, no one would obey him in the future. Not mentioning Tianhan for now, Lu Wenzong arrived home. As soon as he parked his motorcycle, xiuxian approached him with a pained look on her face. Brother, I have something to ask you. What is it? You look so upset. Lu Wenzong lifted her face with his hand and smoothed out her frown, smiling and saying, Don't frown, it will affect your beautiful looks. I want to borrow some money. Xiuxian looked straight at Lu Wenzong with her small face cradled in his hands. Really? I thought it would be something major. Borrowing money shouldn't make you this unhappy. No, I know brother will lend me the money, but the things happening at home make me very sad. What happened? Tell me about it. It's my second brother's situation. Isn't your second brother getting married? Yes, but suddenly his fiancée changed her mind and is asking for 20,000 yuan as dowry. 20,000? Wasn't it agreed upon at 6,000? That's too big of a gap. That's right. Dad says the reason given by her side is that I work here and earn tens of thousands each month. So why can't we come up with 20,000 yuan? Brother, where did they hear that I earn tens of thousands every month? Who spread this rumor? If they demand so much, then just call off the wedding. Delaying isn't helpful. If only delaying was an option. My second brother is threatening to die, forcing our parents to give him the money for the wedding. They don't know what else to do either. You know my second brother, lifeless and incapable. Finding a partner for him already made my parents pray like crazy. So how would they easily let this marriage plan fall apart? No worries. I'll lend you 20,000. Yes. Thank you, brother. This isn't even the worst part yet. My elder sister-in-law heard the news that the second fiancé asked for 20,000 as dowry, and she became angry. She complained to our parents that when she got married last year, she only received 2,000 as dowry. If we are giving 20,000 for my second brother's wedding, she insists on getting 10,000 more. What kind of reasoning is that? Lu Wenzong was speechless, hearing for the first time that even a married woman demanded dowry again. Our parents refuse, and then comes the arguing. It has lasted for 2 days now. My elder sister-in-law even threatened to abort the child inside her if the money isn't given. These are all such troubles. Your older brother isn't home, and your second brother is indecisive. It seems after your second sister-in-law marries in, your parents are bound to endure a great deal between these two sisters-in-law. So you're borrowing the money to settle your second brother's wedding and persuade the elder sister-in-law. There's no other way. We can't really give her 10,000, can we? I can lend you 300,000. However, if we do this once, next time when something happens, they will likely push even harder. This matter needs to be talked through thoroughly. Lu Wenzong said. I understand this point. Xiuxian suddenly cut off her words and stood up to look towards the valley entrance. Why did Dad come here? Xiuxian's father, Su Fengyang, seeing Xiuxian, hurriedly walked over. Wenzong is here. Yener, go back home for a moment. Your second brother attempted suicide again. He grabbed pesticide and started crying uncontrollably, refusing any persuasion. All of this happened because you spoiled him. What good does blaming us now? Hurry back home and help persuade him. Su Fengyang looked troubled, his face filled with anxiety. Chapter 79, The Unworthy Son. When Lu Wenzong and his daughter, Su Yener, hurried home, the courtyard was already full of curious villagers. Her second brother was standing on the roof with a bottle of pesticide in his hand, crying loudly. Alas, no prospects at all. Su Fengyang sighed, feeling truly helpless. Su Yener stepped forward and shouted up to her second brother Su Mu. Second brother, why are you making such a fuss? Haven't we already promised you 20,000 yuan? My mom changed her mind, Su Mu cried out. What do you mean my mom changed her mind? It's not my mom's money. I'll pay for it, said Su Yener. You'll pay? Su Mu stopped crying and looked down at Su Yener blankly, unsure what to think. Yes, I've already arranged with General Lu, and he will lend me the money, Su Yener shouted. How much? Is there something for me? A female voice suddenly cut in. Lu Wenzong turned around and saw a pregnant woman standing behind them. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but seemed like a decent person. However, at that moment, she greedily stared at Su Yener, her eyes brimming with desire for money. Sister-in-law, let's discuss your matter later, alright? Su Yener felt genuinely helpless. She mainly wanted to calm down her second brother, but sister-in-law's interruption made it difficult for her to casually promise anything. After all, borrowing 20,000 yuan already felt embarrassing, let alone another 10,000. She had no idea how she would ask for more. Why wait until later? You can give 20,000 as dowry for Su Mu's marriage, but only gave me 2 when I married him. Does your Su family treat me fairly? Look at this. I'm carrying a grandson for your Su family. Su Yener's sister-in-law patted her belly proudly. Sister-in-law, let's get second brother down first before talking about this. Su Yener was getting irritated. No way. I said it already. If Su Mu gets 20,000 as dowry, then I must have 10,000 too. Otherwise, your wedding won't happen. Sister-in-law. Su Yener was speechless. That's enough. Stop arguing. Lu Wenzong interrupted the two. He looked up and called to Su Mu on the roof. Climb down. I'll cover the 20,000 yuan dowry for you. You'll cover it. Su Mu immediately stopped crying upon seeing Lu Wenzong. Everyone in the area knew that Lu Wenzong was wealthy. It was well known that his assets were worth at least 4 to 5 million, so coming up with 20,000 would be effortless. What about mine? Su Yener's sister-in-law hurriedly asked. Do you really deserve it? Lu Wenzong countered. Why shouldn't I? Your Su family owes me. Why should Su Gang get only a 2,000 dowry when marrying me, but Su Mu's marriage merits 20,000? Fair point. But which family gives subsequent bonuses when marrying a spouse? According to your argument, Uncle Su didn't even give Aunt Su hundreds of yuan as dowry back then. Should Aunt Su demand a dowry ceremony from Uncle Su now? I don't care about that. Unreasonable nonsense. Who is being unreasonable here? They owe it to me. Fine. I won't argue with you anymore. Listen, after you give birth, come work for me as a manager, and I'll pay you a manager's salary, Lu Wenzong said. Really? Su Yener's sister-in-law was overjoyed. Compared to working for Lu Wenzong, the 10,000 yuan was nothing. After all, the 10,000 was just a lump sum payment. But earning a manager's salary under Lu Wenzong meant tens of thousands per year, endlessly flowing. They heard even young Su Yener, 17 years old, had become some kind of vice president there, earning 5 or 6,000 yuan per month plus bonuses and allowances, bringing home 7 or 8,000 each month. Would deceiving you bring me any benefit? Thank you. Then I don't need that either. Su Yener's sister-in-law instantly became cheerful. No need to thank. Rest at home since you're still pregnant. Alright, Su Yener's sister-in-law left happily with her protruding belly. The surrounding villagers watched her departure enviously. They also wanted to work for Lu Wenzong and earn monthly salaries. Wouldn't that be great? However, Lu Wenzong needed very few workers, especially young ones. What could those youngsters possibly cultivate? Good farming skills required people like them, the elders. Seeing Lu Wenzong agree to hire his sister-in-law, Su Mu on the roof envied her deeply. He shouted down to Lu Wenzong. Mr. Lu, can I also work? Lu Wenzong felt utterly speechless. These two sons of the Su family caused him a headache. Neither inherited Su Fengyang's enthusiasm and sincerity, nor were they as kind as Su Yener. He felt sympathy for Su Fengyang, who had suffered through having such sons. Su Mu, have you lost your senses? Mr. Lu has already agreed to lend our family 20,000 yuan. What else do you want? Su Fengyang couldn't bear it anymore and scolded loudly. I want to go work, too. Su Mu muttered. You? Work? Just stick to farming. Su Fengyang scolded. Dad, I was talking with Mr. Lu. Why do you have to butt in? Su Mu retorted with dissatisfaction. Fine. You can work too. But let me tell you up front, we judge by performance. If your results aren't up to scratch, it won't matter who you are. You'll be fired. I'll work hard, Mr. Lu, Su Mu hurriedly said. Alright, now climb down. Stop all this melodrama. A grown man like you making such a fuss. Don't you embarrass yourself? Su Mu scrambled down eagerly. After the commotion ended, the villagers gradually dispersed. Calm returned to the Su family courtyard. Lu Wenzong then called Wu Ruhan, asking her to bring over 200,000 yuan in cash. Wu Ruhan arrived with the money just as dinner was being served. Aunt Su prepared a meal, and everyone ate together at Su Fengyang's house. The decision Lu Wenzong made today was partly because of Su Yener. First, he and Su Yener shared a deep friendship akin to that of close friends. Second, Su Yener had made significant contributions during the company's early days. Third, Su Yener played a crucial role in making Guigu what it is today. Helping Su Yener resolve some troubles was something Lu Wenzong didn't mind doing at all. However, in Su Yener's eyes, Lu Wenzong helping her solve her family's issues was yet another act of kindness. Her strange illness was cured by Lu Wenzong, her job was arranged by him, and now her family's troubles were solved thanks to him. She felt immense gratitude toward Lu Wenzong. Su Fengyang and his wife also felt the same way. Nevertheless, since they hadn't spent much time with Su Fengyang, their emotions weren't as complicated as Su Yinner's. After dinner, the three returned to Guegu. Brother, thank you for everything today, Su Yinner softly said. Don't mention it. Lu Wenzong is wealthy now and doesn't care about that 200,000. Don't bother repaying him, Wu Ruhan laughed. I must repay it. Never mind, don't repay it. However, your second brother and his wife might face difficulties in the future, Lu Wenzong mentioned. Ignoring them. It's their own business after they get married. Whether they succeed or not is none of my concern. We're still family. Ignoring them entirely would be impossible. Oh right, Yinner, I'll increase your salary. Your current wage seems a bit low, Lu Wenzong suggested. No need. It's already very high, Su Yinner replied. Both of your salaries will increase. You've contributed greatly to the company's growth. A 50% raise, Lu Wenzong decided firmly. Back at Guegu, Lu Wenzong returned to his room and began his nightly routine. First sending text messages to Lu Xiuxian, and then practicing cultivation techniques with Little Fairy. Lu Wenzong didn't know any methods of cultivation. Little Fairy taught him some basic ways to absorb the natural essence around Guegu and refine his body. Both were experimenting blindly, so progress was slow. Yet Lu Wenzong was satisfied as long as there was progress. The next day, Lu Wenzong went to take driving lessons again. However, Tian Han didn't show up, sparing him some trouble. At that moment, Tian Han was studying police knowledge at home and had no time to meddle with Lu Wenzong. Because of the road construction, Guegu's business suffered a bit, but fortunately, there was an alternative route, so business wasn't completely cut off. 3 days later, the medicinal herbs officially started selling, and the staff from Guegu spread out once more. Lu Wenzong and Su Yinner set off for Guegu, planning to expand their market in Sanling City. When they returned to Sanling City, the cityscape hadn't changed much, but people's spirits seemed different. In the past, the citizens of Sanling City always appeared rushed and anxious. Now, they all looked cheerful and relaxed. The two went to Boss Zhou's local restaurant, eating while chatting with him. They entrusted him with finding a house. Then in the afternoon, they visited a real estate agency and delegated the task of searching for housing to the company. Lu Wenzong set up a stall at the square in the afternoon again. With a solid foundation built already, when he put up his stall, many people quickly gathered. Some elderly men and women who Lu Wenzong had cured actively promoted him without him needing to shout advertisements himself. People crowded around asking for medical consultations. In the afternoon, Lu Wenzong cured 5 or 6 elderly people and announced that he would soon open a pure, natural green pharmacy selling vegetables and other goods in Sanling City. Those seniors naturally promised enthusiastically to visit. After working half a day, the two returned to the hotel feeling a bit tired. After dinner, Lu Wenzong took Su Yinner for a walk to explore if there was anything worth discovering. The two strolled along the streets of Sanling City, bustling with people. It was quite lively. Su Yinner recalled how rare it had been to see pedestrians on her first visit, let alone women. Now, however, the streets were filled with young men and women, a dramatic change in social customs. Brother, Sanling City has really changed a lot. Yes, so opening a store here shouldn't be much of an issue anymore. But, do you remember that robbery incident we encountered last time? Yes. That means there are still some individuals in Sanling City who haven't been caught yet, and the purpose of that robbery back then was to destroy evidence. Are you still planning to investigate this case, brother? What case? I'm just thinking about it. Things like this, if they come my way, I'll get involved. If not, forget about it. After all, I'm not part of the authorities. Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Eat whatever you want. What do you feel like? I'll buy it for you. Hot pot. Are you sure? You just ate not long ago. How much hot pot could you even consume now? Just to taste it. There you go, getting whimsical now. Lu Wenzong chuckled. The two entered a hot pot restaurant. Before they could place their order, loud arguing from upstairs drew their attention. They looked up to see a man and a woman descending the stairs and heading towards the cash register. There's hair in your pot. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also accuse us of putting it there ourselves. Is this how you run a business? The man shouted loudly as his companion chimed in. Behind them, 2 waiters stood their ground, even mentioning someone had seen what happened firsthand. This guy seems familiar somehow, Lu Wenzong remarked. Do you know him, brother? I'll take a look. Lu Wenzong stepped forward and yelled, Zhou Hao. The man froze, looking up. Lu Wenzong. The man known as Zhou Hao paused momentarily, recognizing him instantly. It's me. Didn't expect to meet you here. Lu Wenzong smiled. This Zhou Hao had been his classmate in high school, though they weren't close friends, just ordinary acquaintances. After many years since graduation, seeing each other again merited at least a greeting. That will have to wait. Let me resolve this matter first. Zhou Hao resumed, arguing with the waiters. He hasn't changed one bit. Lu Wenzong laughed, sitting down with Su Yinner aside. This guy used to like causing trouble back when they were in school, and apparently, after all these years, he hadn't changed. In the end, Zhou Hao prevailed, leaving the restaurant with a free meal and compensation before approaching Lu Wenzong and his female companion. Lu Wenzong, it's been years, hasn't it? Yes, it has. And yet, after all these years, you're still the same old you. Lu Wenzong grinned. Speak carefully now. Where are you making money recently? In my hometown, farming. What about you? Looks like you're doing pretty well. I've started a company. Here's my card. Zhou Hao pulled out a business card and handed it over. It turned out to be an agricultural products wholesale company, with Zhou Hao listed as the general manager, a position that carried some weight. Not bad. You seem to be doing well. Maybe we can drop by and check it out sometime. Welcome, welcome. Oh, by the way, do you have any fresh vegetables available where you are? I could offer a high price to purchase them. Still lacking vegetables? Isn't that odd? It is. People now have money, so vegetable shortages are normal. Farmers around Sanling City have been monopolized by others. I desperately need more suppliers. If that's the case, maybe we can cooperate. Lu Wenzong suggested. You grow vegetables at home? Exactly. However, our vegetables aren't cheap. I'm afraid you might not agree with the price. Expensive? Are they organic vegetables? Something like that. Our vegetables aren't sold by weight, but per piece or root. Lu Wenzong, we're old classmates. Don't joke around. I'm being serious. Yenner, give Mr. Zhou a copy of our materials. If you're willing to cooperate, we can discuss further. Lu Wenzong thought it was kismet since they were old classmates in the same industry, so cooperation seemed like destiny. Besides, aside from Zhou Hao liking small advantages, he didn't have too many flaws. Zhou Hao took the documents Su Yenner passed over and glanced through them, while his female companion also leaned in to read. Selling vegetables like this must mean either the person's crazy or insane. His female companion sneered and scoffed. Chapter 80. I'm going to sleep with you. What nonsense are you talking about? This is my old classmate. How dare you say such things? Although Lu Wenzong didn't say anything, Zhou Hao immediately scolded. Am I wrong? A tomato costs 5 yuan. It's like robbing. What kind of sane person would do that? Su Ruohua, what are you saying? Zhou Hao was unhappy. This woman really doesn't know when to keep quiet. It's incredibly annoying. If it weren't for the fact that her father has power, he would have dumped her long ago. Miss, don't speak if you don't understand the situation. Never let your mouth get ahead of your actions. Lu Wenzong interjected. TSK, you're just a hick, and yet you dare lecture me? Su Ruohua didn't give an inch, responding with direct insults. You're the hick, Su Yenner angrily shot back. Little girl, who are you talking to? Are you asking for trouble? Su Ruohua jumped up instantly, her face full of menace. Su Ruohua, what exactly do you want? Zhou Hao was livid. How dare she act so improperly when Lu Wenzong is his old classmate? She gave a sour expression after reading a single note, ignored his words, and made him unable to tolerate it. Zhou Hao, are you looking to die? Do you want to shut down the company? Su Ruohua completely disregarded Zhou Hao's dignity, roaring in anger. Su Ruohua, you. Zhou Hao immediately lost his courage, neck stiffened but dared not make a sound. There's no way around it. His company's survival depends on Su Ruohua's connections in the fiercely competitive vegetable wholesale market. Once Su Ruohua got angry, Zhou Hao didn't dare oppose her. Zhou Hao, finally showing your true colors, aren't you? You pursued me, disregarding my past divorce. All for a connection, to serve your company, huh? And now you dare yell at me, insult me? I'll never forgive you. Su Ruohua said, stood up abruptly, turned around, and walked away. Ruohua. Zhou Hao quickly got up to chase after her. He couldn't even manage a farewell to Lu Wenzong. He needed to chase after Su Ruohua urgently. However, upon exiting the door, Su Ruohua immediately boarded a waiting taxi, driving off without giving Zhou Hao a chance to retain her. Zhou Hao returned dejectedly to the hot pot restaurant, sitting across from Lu Wenzong with a bitter look on his face. Sorry, embarrassing stuff. This woman is really unreasonable. Don't worry about it. Women with temperaments are normal. From what she said, it seems she's connected with someone influential. What? Just some small official from the market management department's daughter. Damn it, if it wasn't for the company, would I pay attention to her? She's worthless. Zhou Hao began cursing openly. It's exactly these minor officials who can control you, isn't it? Anyway, are you interested in cooperation? Lu Wenzong asked again. Cooperation isn't a problem, but key is your vegetables cost too much. Price isn't the main issue. The critical part is that I can guarantee sales. I provide raw materials, you offer the store and salespeople, and finances will be supervised by someone I send. Profit split is 7 for me, 3 for you. If it's as you said, if this expensive vegetable can still sell well, I have no objection to profit distribution. I just fear we can't sell it out. Have you been back to Sangzi County recently? Not been there for a long time. You could call and inquire. I've also opened a shop like this in Sangzi County. The first day's revenue exceeded 2 million yuan, and subsequently each day saw tens of thousands of income. Is this real? Call and find out for yourself. Unable to wait, Zhou Hao directly called a friend in Sangzi County. After a detailed conversation, his view of Lu Wenzong changed dramatically. It turned out Lu Wenzong's store in Sangzi had become very famous. While it wasn't packed daily, there were always people shopping. Moreover, Lu Wenzong was quite renowned in Sangzi County as a little divine doctor everyone talked about, many seeking his treatment. Ah, Lu Wenzong, didn't expect you to quietly build such a successful career. With newfound humility, Zhou Hao put aside his earlier arrogance and became more courteous. Initially, he felt himself already quite accomplished, hence having psychological superiority over Lu Wenzong. However, now Lu Wenzong was clearly a millionaire. Persisting with arrogance seemed immature. So, shall we cooperate? Absolutely. I also know a few people here. I'll scout for stores and hire staff, then contact you once everything is arranged. Zhou Hao was exceptionally enthusiastic. No issues. Collaborating with an old classmate makes me feel more secure anyway. The reason Lu Wenzong wanted to cooperate with Zhou Hao wasn't to help him earn money, but to quickly expand into the market, establish himself firmly in Sanling City, and then lay out in other places. It would be a waste of time to let him search all by himself. More importantly, Lu Wenzong wanted to form an interest group to tie the success of his business with more people, so he wouldn't have to solve problems alone in the future when facing various issues. This idea struck him after seeing Zhou Hao. Not only did he plan to implement such a model in Sanling City, but also adopt it in other places in the future. After discussing some specific details with Lu Wenzong, Zhou Hao helped Lu Wenzong pay the meal fee and left cheerfully, busy looking for shops. As for that dog's hit vegetable wholesale company of his, damn it, he didn't want it anymore. Returning to his little room, he immediately posted a transfer notice and started entrusting acquaintances in Sanling City to help find a suitable shop. Brother, why cooperate with him? Isn't it more profitable if we open our own store? Xiuxian asked curiously. Opening our own store is indeed more profitable, but the cost we need to bear is not small either. You need to rent or buy a shop and pay employees' wages. These all require money, and it's not a small amount. And you know how high the current labor costs are. However, this is just one of the reasons. Zhou Hao may like taking small advantages, but he is very good at socializing, and his relationship handling skills are pretty comprehensive. With him around in Sanling City, the store will face fewer troubles. Moreover, Zhou Hao can bring up many interest relationships. Once the interest group forms, I will have a much easier time on my side. Is that so? Xiuxian seemed to understand, but not fully. Though she was the vice president of the company, Lu Wenzong's company was not really a formal one, and her knowledge about the business side was still relatively shallow. Of course it's like that. You'll see, once there are more shops like this later, you'll find our troubles getting less and less. After dinner, the two of them didn't go shopping but returned to the inn. Xiuxian's room was next to Lu Wenzong's, both being standard single rooms. Seeing it was still early, Xiuxian went to Lu Wenzong's room to chat. Brother, I'm planning to enroll in a school for further studies. What do you think I should learn? What are you interested in yourself? If you want to go to school, I can help you find connections to start from junior high school or high school. Anyway, you've read enough books, your knowledge is sufficient to enter middle school. I'll just study on my own at home. Going to school now would delay me. I still have things to do. You decide for yourself. Let me know if you need any help. Let me know. Little girl, when did you learn this trick? Lu Wenzong laughed. Learned it from you. Xiuxian also laughed. After chatting for a while, Xiuxian returned to her room to rest. Lu Wenzong turned on the TV and watched casually. The door knocked again shortly afterward. He pulled the door open to find Xiuxian standing outside in her pajamas. Although the little girl had grown up, her figure was indeed, as Lu Jun described, far from perfect. Despite her imperfect figure, her angelic face made up for all its shortcomings. What's wrong? Lu Wenzong moved aside. Not much, just can't sleep. Came over to sit a bit. Xiuxian shyly smiled and walked in. All right, sit anywhere. I haven't slept either. Brother, you haven't taken a shower yet, right? Xiuxian casually sat on the sofa and grabbed the remote control. Not yet. Want to join me? Lu Wenzong joked. I already washed. If you'd said earlier, I would have joined you. Just kidding. What are you thinking about? Can't sleep late at night. Brother, do you believe me if I say I miss you? Miss me? To become your woman. Xiuxian finished her sentence and felt terrible immediately. She lowered her head, fidgeting with the edges of her clothes, and her exposed white skin slightly trembled. What are you thinking about, silly girl? How old are you anyway? 17 years old. Can't 17-year-olds fall in love? Xiuxian looked up at Lu Wenzong with a hopeful expression. I'm not saying you can't, but you know, I and Xiaoxia. Lu Wenzong hadn't even finished speaking before suddenly realizing his confusing relationship with Xia Tongtong, which had turned into a boyfriend-girlfriend situation. I know. Xiuxian fell silent too. Since they climbed up the mountain together for treatment months ago, through their interactions, she had developed deep feelings for her savior. This kind of affection brought her great pleasure. She believed she found the beauty in books, heroes rescuing maidens, then wandering together happily ever after. But the man she liked was older than her by quite a bit, which wasn't the issue. The key was that he had a girlfriend. Lu Xiaoxia, this beautiful little woman from nearby villages, she had seen in her own room but hadn't interacted with. As a young girl, first love always seemed so beautiful. Xiuxian clearly knew that Lu Wenzong already had a girlfriend, but she was unable to control her own feelings. Therefore, when Lu Wenzong was not on the mountain, she, as a young woman, was willing to stay there and look after his hard-earned business. She was ready to work for him without pay, content with doing anything for the company, without asking for wage raises. Lu Wenzong's help went beyond just saving her life. He also solved an issue that had long troubled her family. Without hesitation, he provided 20,000 yuan. With such a debt of gratitude, she felt she could never repay it adequately. Just as books sometimes depicted, perhaps offering herself in marriage would be the best way to repay this favor. One cannot deny that reading many books can have its benefits, yet at times it's not entirely positive, especially for someone as inexperienced as Xiuxian who easily became trapped in something and couldn't extricate herself. Smoke, Xiuxian, you are still young. Talking about romance right now might be too early. You've spent more than a decade living alone in your room. You haven't experienced much interpersonal interaction, and you may not even know what it is you truly want. In a few years, once you gain more experience in society, maybe then you will understand. Brother, I'm all confused listening to you. Is it that you don't like me? Though Xiuxian understood many truths from the books she read, the emotions described in those books and real-life situations were far too different for her to comprehend. Lu Wenzong didn't know how to respond. Saying that he did not like her would make Xiuxian incredibly sad. Yet, answering affirmatively wasn't feasible either. I like you. You're so beautiful, so cute, so kind. Who wouldn't like you? Brother likes me? Once hearing this, Xiuxian joyfully ran over and hugged Lu Wenzong, rubbing her head up and down against his chest. Although the area wasn't particularly well developed, it was certainly appealing, and this action made Lu Wenzong somewhat uncomfortable. However, the sensation was delightful, and he couldn't bring himself to pull away. In that case, I want to sleep with you tonight. Little princess, do you know what it means to sleep with a man? Does a man really start thinking about those kinds of things just because he sleeps with a girl? This question left Lu Wenzong speechless. It's not exactly mandatory, but even if nothing happens, it's not good for the girl. But it'll only be us two knowing, right? No, Lu Wenzong didn't know what to say anymore. Technically, xiuxian should have known these principles from the numerous books she'd read, but why couldn't she seem to grasp it? Men are all the same. If a woman shares a bed with a man, regardless of whether there was affection between them or whether the man was married, thoughts would not remain pure. Just like right now, if Lu Wenzong and xiuxian slept together, even if they refrained from engaging physically, deep down Lu Wenzong would naturally see xiuxian as his, thereby refusing to let other men approach her. Lu Wenzong was no saint. He already had 2 girlfriends, and even though adding another one who seemingly wouldn't object caused him guilt, it was clear that xiuxian being 17 was not old enough to engage in any serious relationship. I must sleep with you. xiuxian started a small tantrum, leaving Lu Wenzong speechless. Frustrated, he escaped into the bathroom. After taking a shower, he stepped out to find xiuxian already lying in bed, smiling warmly under the covers. You little devil, learning to play with fire, Lu Wenzong said helplessly. He didn't climb into the bed, but sat on the sofa watching TV. By midnight, xiuxian was almost bored to sleep, while Lu Wenzong continued to strain through the programs, fearing he would lose self-control once they shared the same bed and end up hurting her. Brother, are you going to sleep or not? It's very late. xiuxian whined. All right, I'm stopping. Lu Wenzong, exhausted by this point, turned off the TV and headed to the bed. The moment he lay down, xiuxian cuddled up to him, placing her head on his chest. Is this what being dependent like a bird feels like? xiuxian asked. Yeah, it might be. Really, it feels pretty comfortable. Lu Wenzong found this amusing. She might feel comfortable, but it made him uncomfortable. Having such a charming young beauty lying in his arms acting dependently made it hard for him not to have impure thoughts. Chapter 81. Meeting the smoky makeup girl. Bro, why aren't you talking? Feeling how quiet Lu Wenzong was, xiuxian raised her head curiously. What to say? Anything. Tell me a story. Story? I don't have the talent for storytelling. Then let me tell you one. All right. Thus, xiuxian began telling a love story she had read in a book. Lacking storytelling skills herself, she narrated it plainly, which made Lu Wenzong doze off. After quite a while, the little girl felt drowsy and mumbled a few words before falling asleep on Lu Wenzong's chest. He shifted slightly, preparing to lie down too. But as he barely moved downward, xiuxian stirred again. She wrapped her arms around Lu Wenzong's waist and threw a leg over him, unfortunately landing directly on a critical area. Though a woman, her knee was firm and pressed against him uncomfortably. Lu Wenzong reached out to move her knee away, but as soon as he did so, she immediately placed it back, this time with even more force, causing him to yell in pain. The awakened xiuxian looked puzzled and asked, Bro, what's wrong with you? Your knee hurt me. Lu Wenzong gritted his teeth. A man's sensitive parts can sometimes be tough, but are also fragile at times, just like now. Just one hit caused excruciating pain. Where? Let me see. xiuxian hurriedly pulled back the covers, and when she saw the place where Lu Wenzong held both hands, she quickly tried to reach it with her own hand. You better not look. Lu Wenzong didn't release his hands. If he did, xiuxian's hand might reach further, which could be far worse than mere pain. It's where you were hit. xiuxian finally realized, blushing slightly in embarrassment. You only realize now. Why so much strength when placing your leg? I was asleep, didn't notice. No harm done, go back to sleep. As the pain eased a bit, Lu Wenzong loosened his hands and said, Should I rub it for you? Don't. If you do, we might start something else. I'm not afraid of starting something. xiuxian leaned closer, pressing her face towards Lu Wenzong's, smiling mischievously, almost inviting him to devour her. It wasn't over yet. Her hand actually started reaching down. F***ck, I'll turn into an animal this time. After xiuxian's hand went down, all of Lu Wenzong's defenses crumbled. He turned into a beast, ravishing the innocent little lamb that she was. Without detailing the process, after everything ended, xiuxian hugged Lu Wenzong blissfully, like a bride who just got married, smiling broadly. Despite enduring most of the pain during the act, being able to completely entrust her heart and body to Lu Wenzong made her feel incredibly happy. In the world, there are women like her, and Lu Wenzong happened to meet such a foolish woman. It's unknown what kind of luck he had. Early the next morning, xiuxian got up early, went downstairs, and bought breakfast. After eating breakfast, the two didn't go out to work, but instead went together to visit a famous scenic spot in Sanling City, Quiet Tree Ridge. Quiet Tree Ridge is a primeval forest tourist area with various rare trees and animals. At the top of the mountain, there is a flower sea spanning hundreds of acres, extremely beautiful. They strolled from bottom to top and walked back from the flower field when unexpectedly encountering a familiar stranger. Lu Wenzong had no strong impression of her, merely recognizing her face, but she knew who Lu Wenzong was. To think I'd meet you here, she said. You seem familiar. Where did we meet? I stayed at your Ghost Valley for 2 days with Lu Junda and Li Hao. Oh, I remember now. You're that girl with smoky makeup. Today you didn't put any on, so I didn't recognize you. Lu Wenzong had indeed remembered the girl with the smoky makeup. However, this young lady had no makeup on at all and appeared entirely different. This showed his memory wasn't bad. Without smoky makeup, the girl looked refreshingly plain, with a clear and elegant face, a fiery figure, exceptionally beautiful. Yet, she wore a look full of sorrow, appearing burdened by some worries. Just wanted to warn you that Lu Junda won't give up easily. Be careful. Thank you. Goodbye. She waved her hand and walked straight uphill. Lu Wenzong and xiuxian returned to the foot of the mountain and took a car to return to the city. They boarded a minibus, but waited and waited. 40 minutes passed, still with no sign of departure. Initially, they were told they would leave immediately after boarding. An hour had gone by, and the smoky makeup girl had already descended from above, but the bus hadn't departed either. Fine then, let them take the same vehicle. The smoky makeup girl got on the bus, nodded to Lu Wenzong and his companion before finding a vacant seat. The bus departed an hour and a half later, and during the journey moved so slowly, it was like a snail. Even though the vehicle was already full, the conductor was still shouting at the top of her lungs for more passengers. After the bus became crammed to capacity, its speed increased slightly. The interior of the bus was cramped and noisy. Xiuxian rested against Lu Wenzong's shoulder, eyes closed, savoring this rare moment of happiness. Not long after, the noise gradually decreased as everyone started to tire out, leading to a quieter atmosphere. Thief! A sudden shout disrupted the quiet, quickly making the compartment chaotic again. Lu Wenzong looked up and saw that the smoky makeup girl had grabbed the wrist of a young man. They were arguing. What are you doing? Who is the thief? The young man shouted loudly. You are. Give me back my wallet. Nonsense, you're the thief. How dare you insult me? So what if I do? You said I'm a thief. Show some evidence then. Yes, produce some evidence. Another young man squeezed through, head lifted high with arrogance in his eyes. My wallet is on you. Let me search you. The smoky makeup girl said. Search away. That young man shrugged his shoulders, but the one squeezed beside him subtly pulled the wallet from behind him, trying to shift it. He took out the wallet, intending to slip it into his own pocket, when suddenly someone firmly grabbed his wrist, trying to move it. Lu Wenzong smiled and asked. Stop your meddling. Back off. The youth glared angrily at Lu Wenzong, loudly cursing him. Their movements drew everyone's attention. Lu Wenzong's successful intervention completely revealed them as thieves. Thus, originally a crowded bus now left a large space around the two of them. Nowadays, can thieves act so brazenly? The young thief turned around and stared at Lu Wenzong, quite furious. His eyes carried a murderous look, his fists clenched. Daring to interfere with our business? Don't want to live? Regardless of whether or not I have courage, now return their things. That's right, give it back. Someone near chimed in. The two thieves glanced around but couldn't find who had spoken, yet they started to feel afraid. Suddenly, the guy transferring the wallet pulled out a dagger and yelled fiercely. Whoever dares to say another word, I'll stab them. Passengers gasped in alarm and immediately fell silent. And you still dare to meddle? A knife? Not like some kind of earth-shattering weapon. How scary is that? Lu Wenzong chuckled. That's right, how scary is that? Smoky makeup girl stepped forward next to Lu Wenzong, taking his side. That's right, how scary is that? Xiuxian also stood up and joined the fight. That's right, how scary is that? Several young men sitting behind Lu Wenzong also stood up simultaneously. Finally, people began to join in, and others in the car started taking sides, condemning the thieves with words. Seeing they'd enraged the crowd, the two became frightened. Loudly demanding the driver stop, they slunk off the bus. The bus started again. The smoky makeup girl expressed her gratitude, restoring peace to the car. An hour later, the minibus arrived downtown, and people disembarked one by one. Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian got down and invited the smoky makeup girl who followed. Let's eat together. All right. Standing by the roadside, they prepared to hail a taxi to leave the rustic bus station. This place was downtown, but still some distance from the city center. Before catching a cab, two Wuling seven-seaters swiftly drove over, braking heavily in front of them. The doors quickly opened, first exposing a stick reaching out, followed by a dozen or so people piling out like bees from a hive. Lu Wenzong instantly put the two girls behind him and slowly retreated. Over a dozen men armed with sticks leapt out from both cars, surrounding the trio almost immediately. From the crowd emerged the two pickpockets from the bus, tapping their sticks rhythmically against their left palms, smiling cunningly. Kid, who do you think will help you now? I've been around these parts for a while. I've never seen anyone sticking their nose in our affairs before. Today, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how many eyes Ma Wang has. All right, then today I'll take my lesson. Lu Wenzong displayed a total lack of concern, his smile unwavering as if the encirclement of more than a dozen people posed no threat to him. Shit, still so damn cocky? You don't sound like you're from Sanling City. I'll teach you how to behave in Sanling. Come on then, don't be talking nonsense. Lu Wenzong chuckled. Fuck your mother, charge. The two thieves were enraged by Lu Wenzong's attitude and led their companions towards him in a frenzied rush. Lu Wenzong moved forward instead of retreating, directly charging at the previous thief. His speed was incredible. Before the other guy could react, Lu Wenzong's punch had already landed on his nose. Clutching his bleeding nose, tears streamed down his face, but before he could retaliate, his stick was snatched away by Lu Wenzong. While others were still completing the encirclement, Lu Wenzong, with the weapon in hand, pushed his physical abilities to the limit, fiercely swinging the stick down one after another. He didn't care whether their sticks hit him or not, and it barely hurt him anyway. For every blow received, he would return an even stronger one. Though the thieves repeatedly struck Lu Wenzong, he remained unharmed. In contrast, they couldn't endure the force of Lu Wenzong's strikes. Worse yet, Lu Wenzong's attacks were aimed at critical areas, either the head or the groin, which left them gasping. So, within less than 3 minutes, all the dozen attackers lay sprawled on the ground. This powerful. The smoky makeup girl was amazed. My brother hasn't even practiced martial arts. If he did, he'd be even more impressive. Xiuxian said proudly. Your boyfriend? Huh. Xiuxian blushed and quickly looked down. The smoky makeup girl smiled but didn't say anything. As she watched Lu Wenzong approach, her face revealed a long absent smile. You don't look it, but you're quite skilled. Over flattering me, let's go. Lu Wenzong grinned while giving a mock bow, looking absolutely insufferable. They turned to leave, and the lying henchmen scurried away as fast as possible without daring to stand in their way. After walking a few steps, Lu Wenzong glanced back to see that some of them were starting to slowly get up. Satisfied that there was no immediate danger, Lu Wenzong turned around, ready to take the two girls elsewhere for a taxi. But suddenly came heavy footsteps from behind. Initially, he ignored it, walking a dozen more steps before turning back abruptly. Damn! Lu Wenzong was taken aback when he saw the thief rushing toward the smoky makeup girl with a dagger from behind. The smoky makeup girl also startled and instinctively turned around. In the first instant, Lu Wenzong rushed over. Kicking powerfully, there was a loud thud, and the thief's body soared into the air, flying several meters before landing heavily on the ground. Yet, Flora Su's sudden scream reached his ears. Turning, he saw a dagger lodged in the smoky makeup girl's chest. Shit, how did it pierce through? Lu Wenzong felt deeply frustrated. His speed had been quick enough, but somehow he was still too late. Rushing over immediately, he supported her trembling frame. Half of the blade had pierced in, blood flowing rapidly and soaking her blouse red. It's fine, the wound isn't deep, no danger. Lu Wenzong hugged her and consoled her. The smoky makeup girl nodded, calm without any signs of panic. On the contrary, Xiuxian beside her was tearing up out of nervousness. Let's go to the hospital? Xiuxian asked. Yes, let's go. Lu Wenzong picked her up, intending to find the nearest hospital. No, can't go to the hospital. The smoky makeup girl suddenly spoke. Why? Lu Wenzong asked, puzzled. Can't go. But how else will we treat this? Aren't you called the Divine Doctor? Lu Wenzong was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he bore the title of Divine Doctor, but he'd never treated external injuries. Since the smoky makeup girl insisted against going to the hospital, Lu Wenzong carried her straight to a hotel in a taxi. Under the stimulation of a 2,000 yuan reward, the driver sped extremely fast, arriving at the hotel in 5 minutes. Back in the room, placing her on the bed, Lu Wenzong was just about to handle the wound when he realized that this situation was a bit awkward. Chapter 82. The tiger and wolf medicine has no effect. It's not easy to handle this position, Lu Wenzong said awkwardly. No problem, you decide what to do with it. She gritted her teeth and replied. Alright, Xiuxian, help her take off her clothes. Xiuxian undid the top of the girl with smoky makeup, exposing her bra. She hesitated and glanced at Lu Wenzong, then had him lift the girl up while she unclasped the bra from behind. As the bra was undone, Lu Wenzong felt a little dizzy for a moment. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully pulled out the dagger and poured the prepared holy water on it, then covered it with a piece of white cloth. He didn't pay attention to the softness of the touch. All his focus was on the wound under his hand. He wasn't certain if the holy water could stop the bleeding, so he anxiously kept staring. After a few minutes, he slowly moved his hand away, lifting the cloth beneath it to find that the blood had stopped flowing. Releasing a sigh of relief, Lu Wenzong asked Xiuxian to hold down the dressing as he rushed downstairs. At the nearby pharmacy, he bought some wound dressing materials before hurrying back. By now, the girl with smoky makeup had passed out. Her body had lost a lot of blood, which soaked her clothes and pooled around her stomach area. You should find a towel and clean her. Alright. When Xiuxian wiped the girl's body, Lu Wenzong stepped aside. Xiuxian mentioned that checking her earlier was unavoidable, but now they shouldn't keep looking at the girl's exposed body. It would be improper. After cleaning her, Xiuxian helped her put her clothes back on, then worked with Lu Wenzong to gently lay her down so she could rest well. The two sat on the couch in silence for a while. Then Xiuxian leaned into Lu Wenzong's embrace and whispered softly, Brother, I was so scared she might die earlier. With me, your godlike Dr. Brother here. Even if she dies, I can still revive her. Lu Wenzong bragged again. You're the best, brother. Xiuxian said. That's obviously true. Come on, let's sleep in your room. Lu Wenzong laughed. It wouldn't be good. Someone has to stay and watch over her. Alright then. So the two fell asleep on the couch, hugging each other. They slept soundly for who knows how long, until Lu Wenzong sensed movement inside the room. He opened his eyes just in time to see the girl with smoky makeup covering her chest and walking towards the toilet. If you need to use the bathroom, you should call us. Lu Wenzong got up and said. Xiuxian woke up as well, adding, Sister, if you need to use the bathroom, please call us. I'm fine. I'm injured on my body, not my legs. Yener, go support her. Xiuxian quickly approached and assisted her to the bathroom. After finishing up, she felt much more relieved, walking out lighter on her feet. Sorry for taking the bed and making you both unable to sleep properly. Don't worry about it. You're injured and need proper rest. By the way, sister, we don't know your name yet. My name is Xiaomin. Xiaomin. Like in Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber? Lu Wenzong laughed. It's merely a coincidence of the same name, Xiaomin chuckled. Though the names are coincidental, the beauty truly replicates perfectly. Are you complimenting me? Of course, I'm complimenting you for being as beautiful as Miss Xiaomin, Xiuxian smiled. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. You're too polite. It's what we should have done. By the way, why can't you go to the hospital? Lu Wenzong revisited the old topic. Can't say. Xiaomin avoided eye contact and dodged the question. This made Lu Wenzong realize that there must be something Xiaomin couldn't reveal. A brief silence occurred among the three of them before they exchanged a few simple words and decided to retire to rest. The next morning, Xiaomin noticed that her chest no longer hurt as much. Sneaking to check under the bandage, she surprisingly found that the wound had almost healed completely. Is he really this amazing? Xiaomin glanced at Lu Wenzong sleeping on the couch, hugging Xiuxian, and her eyes flickered with hope. If he was indeed this skilled, maybe he could treat her long-standing illness. But thinking about her condition, she couldn't bring herself to speak about it. Weighing her options, She temporarily gave up the idea of asking Lu Wenzong for treatment. The three had breakfast together that morning. Lu Wenzong planned to set up his stall to increase his reputation and build a good foundation for opening a shop later on. Xiuxian didn't join him this time. Instead, she stayed back to look after Xiao Min. In the eyes of many old men and women in Sanling City, Lu Wenzong was already seen as an authority figure. As soon as he set up his stall, a crowd surrounded him immediately. Some came to chat, others to help, and still others to inquire about things. Anyway, Lu Wenzong was highly popular. After examining two elderly ladies in the morning, several young men rushed over carrying a person in haste. These were the very same thieves Lu Wenzong fought with last night. The one he kicked last was unconscious since then, and the hospital hadn't been able to wake him. Hearing that there was a divine doctor at the central square, they hurried over. But when they got close and saw it was Lu Wenzong, the little thieves hesitated for a moment, then quietly turned around and left. Huh? Why are they leaving? Several old men and women questioned curiously. They're guilty, Lu Wenzong smiled. How do you know? An old man came over to ask. They're all thieves, and that person I fought last night. A thief? We can't treat her. We shouldn't provide treatment for someone like that. Another elderly man said seriously. Lu Wenzong had no intention of treating him anyway. Perhaps it was best for these kind of people to remain unconscious. If they woke up, they would only continue to harm others. He wasn't an indiscriminate do-gooder, so he didn't even consider saving him. In the afternoon, Xiuxian and Xiao Min arrived. Is your body recovered? You should rest well. It's all fine now. Xiao Min's wound had completely healed, and the bandage was removed. Therefore, she already absolutely believed in Lu Wenzong's medical skills. The reason she came over was to witness his skills with her own eyes. However, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an Audi car parked outside the square, and two middle-aged men dressed in suits approached. One looked scholarly while the other sported a flat-top haircut and appeared stocky. Approaching Lu Wenzong's table, the more scholarly middle-aged man carrying a briefcase opened by asking, "Hello, are you Lu Wenzong, the legendary divine doctor of Sanling City?" "That's me. Are you here for a diagnosis?" "Not for me. It's my boss who needs to see you. Could you please come with us?" "Sorry, I only diagnose patients here. I don't make house calls." "We'll pay you. You should have found out clearly. My rule is, if you want to give something, fine. If not, also fine. So, I'm not here for the money. How much do you want?" "Sorry, I don't make house calls. If there's any issue, come here, and I'll examine your boss without charging a penny. Let's discuss this nicely, don't make us lose face." The other stout middle-aged man got angry, pointing at Lu Wenzong with obvious irritation. "Are you this arrogant about seeing patients?" One old man was displeased. "Do you know who our boss is?" The stout middle-aged man yelled loudly. "Who? Tell me." "It's..." The scholarly middle-aged man interrupted his companion before he could speak further. "Mr. Lu, our boss can't come here. We hope you'd make the trip." "Mr. Lu, I think you should go once." An elder spoke. "Mr. Lu, come over here for a moment." The previously righteous-looking elder gestured Lu Wenzong over. Lu Wenzong walked over, and the elder whispered into his ear. "Young Mr. Lu, those two look familiar to me. They seem to be Deputy Mayor Chen's secretary and driver. Don't provoke them. It's better if you go once." "Deputy Mayor Chen." Lu Wenzong turned back toward the two men in confusion. "Yes, before I retired, I've seen them. It's better if you go once. If you offend him, you won't have a good time staying in Sanling City." "All right, as you say, I'll go once." Lu Wenzong asked Xiuxian and Xiao Min to return as he departed in their car. The car didn't drive to the municipal compound as Lu Wenzong assumed, but rather to an ordinary residential complex. In an average-looking apartment room, Lu Wenzong met Deputy Mayor Chen, a balding man of about 50 years. Seeing Lu Wenzong enter, he stood up, greeted Lu Wenzong expressionlessly with a handshake, and indicated that Lu Wenzong take a seat. "Deputy Mayor Chen." "Yes. You're the recently famous young divine Dr. Lu Wenzong in Sanling City, right?" "Yes. Deputy Mayor, what's bothering you? Please tell me briefly." "Let the two of you go out first." Deputy Mayor Chen first dismissed the secretary and the driver before saying to Lu Wenzong, "Dr. Lu, the symptoms I have are common among men of my age. Because it's hard to discuss openly, I haven't gone to the hospital. Please explain clearly then." Deputy Mayor Chen bit his lip and said, "I can't get it up anymore. Even if a naked woman is placed before me, I still can't get it up." "Oh, I understand. Let me see your hand," Lu Wenzong said. Deputy Mayor Chen extended his wrist. Lu Wenzong felt his pulse and smiled. "You're also normal. You're in your 50s, plus the stress from work. Issues arising here are quite common. May I ask candidly, how frequent was your intimate life?" "Before, several times a week, but after losing the ability, I haven't touched a woman for a year." "I see. Can it be treated?" "Yes, but it's rather troublesome," Wenzong Lu said intentionally. He hadn't yet figured out what kind of person this Vice Mayor Chen was, and he wasn't willing to act rashly. If the other party was a good person, treating him would be fine. However, if he wasn't a decent person, then forget it. "Tell me what you need." "In that case, I haven't brought anything with me. I'll go back, diagnose your condition, prepare the medicine accordingly, and then you can send someone over to pick it up. Then, depending on your physical condition, we can adjust the dosage appropriately. As long as it can be treated, that's fine. Then I'll take my leave first." Wenzong Lu stood up and said, "All right, Secretary Wang, please escort our guest." Lu left the complex without hailing a taxi to return to the hotel, but returned to the square instead. He asked the elderly people there about Vice Mayor Chen's situation, especially the one with righteous-looking, emo old man. After some inquiries, Lu Wenzong obtained the information he wanted. According to what Mo old man said, this Vice Mayor Chun was the overlooked troublemaker in Sanling City. This Mr. Chun was cunning and tricky, always following the orders of Zhao Qiguang and his son before. However, when the Zhao family fell, he managed to escape unscathed, which showed that his skills and connections were genuinely strong. Since this Vice Mayor Chun wasn't a good person, Lu Wenzong didn't intend to treat him. He and the previous Zhao couple had harmed many women. Treating his ailment and allowing him to continue harming others? Hell no, Lu Wenzong wouldn't treat such a person. Back at the inn, Lu Wenzong did some research online, then went to a nearby pharmacy to buy a bunch of medicines and prepared a special decoction. After calling Secretary Wang to come and fetch the medicine, Lu Wenzong smiled smugly. What Lu Wenzong prepared was an extremely potent aphrodisiac drug, but it also came with severe side effects. If the emotions during the process became too intense, immediate impotence might occur. The least likely outcome would still involve permanent impotence. He had calculated everything. Should the Chun immediately succumb to impotence, the party wouldn't dare do anything to him because they couldn't expose the matter publicly. On the other hand, if he ended up permanently unable to get an erection, it could cause Lu Wenzong significant trouble, as Chun might resort to drastic retaliation. But Lu Wenzong was not afraid. He could handle any covert methods. Even if Chun retaliated against him, Lu Wenzong could resolve it and deal with the guy who had been missed by relevant authorities. While continuing to treat people in the square, Lu Wenzong seized every opportunity to inquire about the situation. 2 days passed, and no news had emerged. The TV news was showing updates on the man surnamed Chun. It seemed like Chun didn't suffer immediate impotence, but he was probably permanently impotent now. The time span was still short for him to realize anything was wrong with his body, so nothing unusual happened. Wenzong stayed in Sanling City for nearly 2 weeks. With less than a month left until the new year, he finally returned to Ghost Valley with Yen Su. Min Zhao also departed, returning to the provincial capital. They agreed to visit Ghost Valley again when time allowed, and thus parted ways temporarily. The final batch of medicinal herbs had all been sold, and all the board roots were removed as well. Besides the medicinal herb base, the simple vegetable greenhouses had also been erected. This made Wenzong somewhat depressed. He had originally thought that under the nourishment of divine water, even in the severe winter, the medicinal herbs, roses, and vegetables should grow freely. However, it turned out that even divine treasures couldn't resist the forces of nature. But this spare month just provided Ghost Valley with some time to rest. Removing board roots and such medicinal grasses, they planned to plant ginseng exclusively moving forward, which would save them quite a lot of trouble later on. The vegetable base needed expansion, the livestock breeding base also needed enlargement, and the rose planting area required further growth. They had much work to do. All the staff from the company returned and were busy expanding their operations. In the past while, Junda Lu had not given any messages. Lu Wenzong had almost forgotten about this person's existence. Could it be that Lu's temporary excitement had passed? However, Zhao Min's warning still lingered in Lu Wenzong's mind. What he never expected was that he didn't wait for the trouble from Lu Junda, but received a piece of news that infuriated him. Chapter 83, A Premeditated Assassination Attempt. The expansion work at Guegu was not yet completed when the shops in the county town were completely smashed, and all the vegetables, fruits, poultry, fish, and meat such as chicken, duck, fish, cattle, and dog were thoroughly ruined. Upon receiving the phone call, Lu Wenzong rushed to the county town immediately. However, near a bend just before reaching the county, their car was directly rammed by a truck. Lu Wenzong was originally seated in the front passenger seat. As the car lifted off into the air, his first instinct was to tightly embrace Wu Ruohan's head within his arms. The car began tumbling down from the slope of a mountain and finally stopped at the bottom in complete disrepair. Even with Lu Wenzong's body fortified like that of an immortal, he was unable to withstand such a huge impact and lost consciousness during the roll. Wu Ruohan was shielded by Lu Wenzong, so her upper body endured significantly less force. Witnesses passing on the road saw the accident unfold. After the large truck hastily fled, someone called the police. By the time the police arrived, they were met with a tricky situation. This particular slope was quite steep, making it genuinely difficult to perform a rescue operation. Having no other choice, they summoned the fire department paramilitary forces to attempt opening a path leading down the mountain. While the police above were busy coordinating the rescue, Wu Ruohan had already awakened. During the collision, she had been protected by Lu Wenzong. Aside from severe pain in her legs and waist, there wasn't much damage to the rest of her body. However, upon examining Lu Wenzong, his condition was utterly devastating. There wasn't a single undamaged spot on him. Blood streamed copiously from his head, while his arm that held her close was grotesquely deformed from being crushed. Heartbroken, Wu Ruohan carefully extricated herself from Lu Wenzong, gently touched his blood-soaked face, and slowly crawled out of the shattered car window. Once outside, Wu Ruohan carefully shifted to the other side, exerting all her strength to pull open the deformed car door. But the door wouldn't budge easily. Despite sweating profusely from her attempts, her strength was insufficient. Desperate, Wu Ruohan looked up to see many figures moving around above, but realized her shouts couldn't reach them. She tried pulling Lu Wenzong through the broken car window, but even that proved futile. In her desperation, tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing the continuous flow of blood from Lu Wenzong's head, she was filled with immense anxiety. Unable to drag Lu Wenzong out, she returned inside the cabin and tore a piece of cloth from her clothes to cover the wound on the back of Lu Wenzong's head, trying her best to stem the bleeding. Seeing individuals descending along ropes from above, Wu Ruohan felt overwhelming relief, simultaneously praying for their speed as she firmly pressed against the wound. calling out Lu Wenzong's name. One of the firefighting policemen reached the car and smiled joyfully upon seeing the conscious passengers inside. "Miss, don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you." "Thank you. Please hurry and get him out. He's trapped and suffered serious injuries." "We will, don't worry." The policeman approached, followed by another who descended swiftly via rope. Together, the two firefighters worked hard on the jammed car door and managed to wrench it free, throwing it aside. After the door was pulled open, the pressure on Lu Wenzong's compressed body was released. Subsequently, the firefighters carried Lu Wenzong out gently and laid him on a relatively flat patch of ground nearby. After communicating over the radio, another officer carrying a medical kit descended to administer emergency treatment on Lu Wenzong. Following this, something resembling a woven bag was lowered from above. With combined effort, the two firefighters placed Lu Wenzong inside. After a short exchange, each firefighter grabbed onto a rope, hoisting Lu Wenzong upward. It became evident that some machinery from above was automatically pulling them higher. Wu Ruohan and the policeman with the medical kit ascended next. When she finally made it to the highway, Lu Wenzong had already been taken away by the ambulance. Without giving much thought to the severely damaged car, she was immediately transported to the hospital in the county town. Wu Ruohan didn't suffer any major injuries, save for some abrasions and bruises on her legs and significant skin abrasion on her waist. The doctors mentioned there might be some degree of internal organ damage, but Wu Ruohan, feeling no symptoms, was more concerned about the doctor treating her wounds and then checking on Lu Wenzong. She rushed out of the emergency room after undergoing simple treatment and quickly searched for Lu Wenzong. Yet, Lu Wenzong was still inside the emergency room, causing Wu Ruohan great concern and anxiety, unsure of how she could assist. Vivid images of the moment Lu Wenzong instinctively shielded her beneath his body flashed incessantly in her mind. It was natural, with not even a trace of hesitation. Reflecting on everything from the moment they met until now, Lu Wenzong had always stood in front of her, shielding her from countless admirers and resolving various issues in her life. He had saved her father and helped preserve her family. She believed encountering Lu Wenzong was nothing short of a divine blessing. The seconds ticked by, but the emergency room doors remained closed. Wu Ruohan felt as though time moved like a snail, too slowly, so slow it was almost driving her insane. This was an assassination attempt, specifically targeting Lu Wenzong. Wu Ruohan knew Lu Wenzong had offended many people, yet who exactly was behind such malevolent revenge, she didn't know. All she could think of was Lu Junda. But considering her thoughts, wouldn't acquisition failure alone be insufficient to resort to murder? The rescue operation continued until 2 p.m., roughly 5 hours in total. Doctor, how is he? The patient's leg bones and hip bones are almost completely separated, for ribs are broken, and there is a severe fracture in his tibia. The occipital bone at the back of his head is fractured into 2 pieces. His injuries are very serious. He is still unconscious. As for when he'll wake up, we can't guarantee that. So severe. Wu Ruohan was shocked speechless. She never imagined Lu Wenzong had been injured this badly. Unsure what to do next, should she call Lu Wenzong's parents or inform Xiuxian? She couldn't decide. Additionally, after examination, his internal organs have sustained significant damage, making full recovery quite challenging. Doctor, you must save him. We will do our best. Subsequently, Lu Wenzong was wheeled out. Wu Ruohan rushed forward only to find him bandaged tightly, with only his face exposed. Not long after being placed in the ward, a nurse came holding a stack of bills, asking Wu Ruohan to pay. Wu Ruohan hurriedly paid, spending more than 10,000 yuan for both their treatments. She handed over 50,000 and then returned to Lu Wenzong's bedside. She clenched her phone nervously, unable to decide whether or not to make that crucial call. In the evening, Wu Ruohan's phone rang. It was Xiuxian calling. "Sister Ruhan, I can't get through to brother's phone. Why aren't you guys back yet?" "Oh, we're tied up with something. We won't return tonight." Wu Ruohan composed herself and lied. "All right, I understand. Handle things well and don't rush." "Understood. Take care of home for us. We might not return for some time." "I'll handle it, Sister Ruhan. Just focus on things there." Hanging up, Wu Ruohan let out a sigh of relief. However, upon raising her head, she met a pair of bright eyes. Wenzong, you woke up?" Wu Ruohan was overjoyed, her voice involuntarily rising. "Yeah." Lu Wenzong gave a slight nod, responding affirmatively. "How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" "I'm fine. No need to worry about me. How about you? Did you get hurt?" "I'm all right. With you protecting me, how could I possibly get hurt?" Wu Ruohan laughed, but tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Dumb girl, crying over what? I'm not dead yet. What are you talking about?" Wu Ruohan scolded him playfully with a glare. "I'm hungry." "You're hungry? Should I fetch something for you to eat?" Wu Ruohan hurried out while Lu Wenzong tried moving his limbs, experiencing pain but little else. Apparently, his body's healing capabilities were pretty strong. If he were a regular person, surviving such serious injuries would feel like a stroke of luck. Half an hour later, Wu Ruohan returned with a bunch of takeout boxes. "I've asked the doctor, and the doctor said you cannot eat highly nutritious food right now. Wait a few days before doing so. It's best if you consume liquid food for now, so I bought you some soup." "How can drinking soup possibly fill your stomach?" "I want steamed buns." No steamed buns allowed." "But why not? I can move on my own. Go to the bathroom too." Lu Wenzong chuckled. "Really craving them, huh? Show me. Bring me some fakes first. Look at you, speaking nonsense even when in this condition." "I'll get them." Virtually instantly, Wu Ruohan went out and came back with several steamed buns, feeding Lu Wenzong patiently. After eating, Wu Ruohan cleaned up, lying on the adjacent bed and chatting with Lu Wenzong. Before long, though, he fell asleep directly. Once certain Wu Ruohan was asleep, Lu Wenzong lay there lost in thought. This accident today was strange, certainly no ordinary traffic accident. That truck had originally been overtaking, but why suddenly swerve to collide? There was no car coming on the opposite lane. Such a sharp turn had to be deliberate. He carefully thought back, realizing that the truck had been tailing them for a rather long distance, all the way until this well-known bend where it finally overtook their car. Wu Ruohan had been driving very slowly on this road due to her subpar driving skills, which made navigating the twists and turns nerve-wracking. Tomorrow, when the traffic police arrive, they should be able to determine the nature of the accident. If it was attempted murder, then who would want to kill him? Lu Junda? Wu Bo? Wu Yuming? Or perhaps Li Feilong? Could it even be the gang of thieves from Sailing City? He couldn't confirm anything. There wasn't any evidence or clues at all. He was extremely troubled and lay awake lost in thought until he eventually fell asleep naturally. The next morning, he woke up early only to find Wu Ruohan had already risen. Are you hungry? Should I go buy breakfast for you? Not too bad. Did you sleep well last night? Sorry about that. I slept so soundly. Did you need to use the bathroom? Currently, no. Just as they were talking, there came a knock on the hospital room door. 2 traffic policemen entered. They introduced themselves. Tall one surnamed Lu, short one surnamed Zhen, both quite young. They asked some questions about yesterday's accident details and subsequently informed them that their car had already been towed away. However, the towing fees still needed to be paid by Lu Wenzong. Fortunately, it wasn't expensive, only around 1,000 yuan. Wu Ruohan paid a little over 1,200 yuan, then went out with the traffic policeman. After returning with breakfast, she discovered Lu Wenzong trying to climb down from the bed. Where are you going? It's fine. Go ahead. I'm just heading to the toilet. You've got a catheter inserted into your body, right? No. I need to have a bowel movement. I don't think you can handle it yourself. Let me help you. There's no need. I can do it myself. Look, can I walk properly? Lu Wenzong tried walking a few steps and seemed quite steady. Wu Ruohan hesitantly watched as he walked towards the ward door and then opened it and left. What? He can actually walk. Wu Ruohan was utterly baffled. The doctors had said his waking up was uncertain, yet overnight, not only did he wake up, but he could also walk, his recovery speed being simply incredible. After finishing his bathroom trip, instead of climbing back into bed, Lu Wenzong sat on the edge of the bed eating breakfast with Wu Ruohan. Just as they were eating, the ward door opened, and 7 or 8 doctors dressed in white coats walked in. Lu Wenzong's attending physician, a middle-aged man, suddenly saw Lu Wenzong sitting up and eating breakfast and immediately widened his eyes in shock. You can sit up now. What? Is something wrong with sitting up? Lu Wenzong hadn't even swallowed the steamed bun in his mouth yet. No, according to yesterday's surgery results, what you're doing is incredible. The surrounding doctors didn't understand exactly what was so astonishing, but upon hearing the attending physician explain the situation, a chorus of astonished voices rang out. They all stared at Lu Wenzong with blazing curiosity. This was truly a rare case. Still, most here were interns, so even if research were conducted, it wouldn't involve them. After asking a few more questions, the attending doctor led the group of physicians out. Yet afterward, the ward remained anything but peaceful. A constant stream of doctors and nurses came to see the freak that was Lu Wenzong. Annoyed, Lu Wenzong eventually had Wu Ruohan lock the door from inside. Even locking the door couldn't stop the attending doctor from coming to inquire later. In the afternoon, the attending doctor returned with several old men, one with white hair and beard examining Lu Wenzong. It didn't end there. Another batch from the health bureau visited in the afternoon, followed by peers from other hospitals. My goodness. It felt like staying in the hospital was impossible. Lu Wenzong had completely become an anomaly, an abnormality to all people involved in the medical field. Lu Wenzong was helpless. His body automatically repaired itself. It was beyond his control. What irritated Lu Wenzong the most was that evening, when several so-called scientists flew in from Beijing to examine him, treating him like a guinea pig. Although they didn't discover anything substantial, Lu Wenzong was practically on the brink of suffering from insomnia. On the second day in the hospital, the traffic police arrived again and informed them of the investigation results. It was undetermined whether the truck driver acted intentionally, because there was no surveillance footage available, and the truck driver hadn't been found either. Whether he was drunk or deliberately plotting murder couldn't be ascertained. Lu Wenzong didn't care anymore. The other party must have arranged everything well, leaving backup plans. The police wouldn't waste energy investigating ambiguous incidents like this. It still depended on him. Chapter 84. Li Yuru's long-distance pursuit. Lu Wenzong stayed in the hospital for 3 days before being discharged. The hospital didn't want Lu Wenzong to leave at all and even promised to refund his medical fees. However, Lu Wenzong still insisted on leaving, and the hospital reluctantly let him go. After Lu Wenzong left, many medical experts and scientists from all over the country continued to come looking for him, but they were disappointed as he was not there. How could Lu Wenzong have time to deal with these people? He needed to take care of his shop. The shop had already been cleaned up by the staff and was undergoing repairs. Seeing Lu Wenzong arrive, Sister Tu rushed over. She had been temporarily appointed as the shop manager, but this situation made her uneasy, feeling very guilty towards Lu Wenzong. Sister Tu, no need to rush, Lu Wenzong consoled her. No, Wenzong, I failed to look after the shop. Punish me, said Sister Tu. This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. How much longer until the repairs are done? Probably done by tomorrow. Alright, start selling things tomorrow. Don't let this incident affect you. Their tricks can't scare or kill me, so don't mind them. Okay, next time, I'll pay more attention. Maybe we should hire a security guard. Just having women here is really unsafe. That works. I'll consider it, Lu Wenzong replied. Indeed, if there was a security guard, perhaps there would be fewer troubles. But hiring a security guard must involve finding someone reliable, not just anyone. While Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan were busy renovating the shop during the day, Lu Wenzong left the store in the evening and went to Jindu dance hall. The young men watching over the dance hall saw Lu Wenzong coming and hesitated to block him, but dared not, and could only watch as Lu Wenzong walked in. Qingge was still hugging a girl, watching others dance in the dance hall. Suddenly seeing Lu Wenzong arrive, he was shocked. Hey, I haven't offended you recently. Why are you here? He was a little scared, fearing that Lu Wenzong would torture him again with strange methods. I think you lack the guts. I've come to ask for your help. Help? You need my help? Qingge couldn't believe that Lu Wenzong would seek his help. Moreover, he didn't want to assist Lu Wenzong because they had a grudge. Yes. What about it? Will you help? Not really. What kind of help can I offer you when you're so capable? You can. Will you help? There are benefits. Benefits? Tell me what benefits. If you help solve this, I'll ensure that your share is not less. All right. Then tell me what you need. Qingge said helplessly. My shop got smashed. Find out who did it. With Qing Ji's influence in Sengzi County, this shouldn't be a problem, right? Who dares to smash your shop? Qingge was curious. He didn't do it, and in Sengzi County, there wouldn't be other underground figures brave enough to destroy something. As for those on the surface, they definitely wouldn't dare. Numerous important people in the county attended Lu Wenzong's shop opening. With such a strong backing, who would? I suspect the person isn't from Sengzi County. Therefore, I need you to investigate. Lu Wenzong said. All right, I'll check. In 2 days, I'll have the answer for you. Good. Call me the moment you find anything. Lu Wenzong came quickly and left even quicker. After leaving Qing Ji's Jindu dance hall, he called Li Yuru. Sister, I've almost been bullied to death, and you don't even bother to care about me? Whoever bullies you will get beaten by me, Li Yuru said. My shop has been completely trashed. You need to see justice done for me. I'll come to meet you immediately. Li Yuru hung up the phone in a hurry again. 15 minutes later, she drove a jeep to park beside him. Get in the car. Let's go to your shop, Li Yuru said. The car raced all the way and stopped in front of Lu Wenzong's shop. This. Upon seeing the shop employees working on repairs, Li Yuru felt quite upset. Sister, it's been destroyed for 3 days. 3 days? And you only told me after 3 days? It's a miracle that I'm able to tell you now. The first 2 days, I was lying in the hospital waiting to die. What happened? Lu Wenzong recounted the events of 3 days ago to Li Yuru, which greatly angered her. Who in Sengzi County had the audacity to commit such an outrageous act? She had lost face. She had promised Lu Wenzong to properly take care of his shop. Now the shop was utterly ruined, and Lu Wenzong nearly lost his life. How could she not be angry? I'll find out. If I don't figure out who did this, I'll chop off my head and let you kick it around like a ball, Li Yuru raged. Investigate we must, but this ball kicking, I dare not attempt. What's the point of being poor? I'm leaving, and I'll go back and investigate for you. Li Yuru drove off again, truly coming in a hurry and leaving just as quickly. Li Yuru returned to the police station and immediately gathered a group to start the investigation. The day the shop was smashed, Lu Wenzong's second sister had already reported it, so everything was done according to proper procedure. The next day, the shop was fully repaired, and Lu Wenzong gave xiuxian a call. Ghost Valley immediately began shipping supplies over. They opened for business, and many nearby residents came to inquire about the situation. They were growing increasingly fond of Lu Wenzong's sundry store. Although the goods were expensive, after consistently consuming them, people noticed their bodies feeling much better. A renowned physician's products really were different, and everyone believed more firmly, and thus supported Lu Wenzong's shop even more. After the shop reopened, Lu Wenzong sent Wu Ruhan back to Ghost Valley. He made a call and instantly summoned Wu Bo, who was currently enjoying himself, over. Big brother, what do you need me to do? Upon seeing Lu Wenzong, Wu Bo immediately turned into a meek grandson. Is there any reliable security company in Sengzi County? Security company? No. Why do you need a guard? Yes, we need a guard. Do you know anyone suitable to recommend? I don't have any security personnel around me. All my acquaintances are good for nothings. All right, that's settled then. Recently, help me keep an eye on Deputy Commissioner Nyo's movements. Brother, isn't that illegal? You idiot, I didn't ask you to follow him around. Just casually gather some information about his movements. All right. Get out of here. Wu Bo scurried away, extremely stifled by pretending to be humble in front of Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong thought about it and decided to have his second sister bring her husband back. Firstly, it would be nice for his second sister and her husband to reunite rather than stay apart for too long. And secondly, family members were more reliable. He discussed it with his second sister, who had no objections. She was actually quite pleased. With the matter of hiring a security guard settled for now, Lu Wenzong remained in the county waiting for Qing Ji's investigative results. As the saying goes, like father, like son, rat's offspring knows how to dig holes. Qingge truly was remarkable at uncovering information. By the next noon, he had already uncovered clues. 2 days before your shop was smashed, a group of suspicious people came from elsewhere. They had been loitering in front of Lu Wenzong's shop. On the second night after they loitered, the shop was attacked. However, these people left early the morning after the shop was destroyed. Which hotel did they stay at? Lu Wenzong asked. One of the quick service hotels under my control. Good. Take me there to check their registration information. If they really did it, and came from outside, then likely this wasn't instigated by someone local, but possibly Lu Jiuanda from the provincial capital. But just because the acquisition failed and he didn't succeed in pursuing Wu Ruhan and Su Yener, Was this reason enough to resort to such extreme measures? Lu Wenzong felt that he underestimated human nature. If it was indeed done by Lu Juanda, this person was truly terrifying. Even without offending him, Lu could still attack lethally. If offended, wouldn't he devour Lu Wenzong entirely? Qinggu took Lu Wenzong to one of the hotels under his name. With his assistance, querying the registration information was not a problem. These 5 people come from all over the country, none from our province. These guys are really cautious. Qinggu couldn't help but marvel after seeing their information. So now we can only check where they came from, Lu Wenzong said. But bus tickets don't require ID registration, making it hard to trace. I have a way. Here, thanks. This is a bowl of medicine I prepared, which could save lives in critical moments. Lu Wenzong handed over a small bottle containing the holy water he mixed. This is your signature medicine, isn't it? As a major figure in Sangzi County, Qinggu naturally knew that Lu Wenzong possessed a special concoction that healed chronic illnesses and gained immense fame. Indeed, something to save lives. Hold on to it carefully, please. Oh, all right. Qinggu eagerly received it and smiled gratefully. In the future, feel free to let me know if there's anything else you need. Sure. Copy the registration information for me and capture images of them from surveillance footage so I can have others investigate. All right. Qinggu was happy and immediately instructed others to do so. Lu Wenzong met Li Yuru at a snack shop near the police station entrance with the materials. Can we confirm it was these people? We cannot confirm it yet, but they are the most suspicious. Investigate how they came to Sangzi County. If they arrived by car, find out where they boarded. I'll send people to investigate right away, and you can join me, Li Yuru said. All right. Li Yuru, along with 2 policemen and Lu Wenzong, arrived at the Sangzi County bus station. After reviewing the surveillance footage from the bus station, there was no discovery. Then Li Yuru took the policemen to inquire around some taxi drivers nearby, but similarly found nothing. Sangzi County had only this one bus station, so if they didn't leave via it, they either got off halfway or drove their own car here. This way, another lead vanished, making Lu Wenzong somewhat discouraged. However, Li Yuru remained unaffected, since having the ID information and photos for them meant that finding people wasn't that hard. Lu Wenzong returned to his shop, but Li Yuru continued searching for clues. Thanks to their overnight efforts, they finally found a lead. Someone at the gas station on the eastern side of the city had seen these 5 individuals in a car refueling. They immediately went to the gas station, reviewed its surveillance footage, and traced the license plate of the vehicle they drove. The plate wasn't local, but from Linhai City. Li Yuru wasted no time calling Lu Wenzong the moment she found out. A car from Linhai City? Lu Wenzong was equally surprised. That is to say, these people came from Linhai City. If there was anyone in Linhai City who harbored hatred towards him, it would be Li Feilong. Still, did Li Feilong have issues, traveling such a long distance just to take revenge on him? Of course, it wasn't necessarily Li Feilong. It was also possible that he offended a powerful group during his previous trip to Linhai City. Nevertheless, there was a significant likelihood that Li Feilong was involved. Is there any official business recently? Otherwise, let's drive me to Linhai City. There's still work to do even if we go. After all, the case has been registered. Good. Let's leave now. In the dark before dawn, they drove straight toward Linhai City. Despite racing as fast as possible, it was already past midnight by the time they reached Linhai City the next day. Without resting, Li Yuru promptly headed to the local police station to find someone to retrieve relevant information about that license plate. Lu Wenzong, however, did not accompany her, but directly set out to find Li Feilong. He did not know where Li Feilong was since after graduation everyone had gone their separate ways. But while Lu Wenzong couldn't find Li Feilong directly, he could surely locate Li Feilong's family company. As soon as Li Yuru confirmed things, Lu Wenzong intended to beat Li Feilong half to death right away. Arriving beneath Li Feilong's family company, Lu Wenzong summoned the fairy girl and sent her up to search for the needed information. The fairy girl returned quickly, holding in her hand the relevant introductions to Li Feilong's father's company. In the company personnel profile, Li Feilong's address was clearly recorded. Sis, anything found yet? Lu Wenzong called Li Yuru. We're on the way to apprehend the driver of that car. Do you want to come? I won't join you. I'll wait for your news. Lu Wenzong headed to Lu Xiuxia's residence, letting the fairy girl sneak in during the middle of the night and quietly open the door for him. Then he stealthily entered the room. Lu Xiuxia slept soundly, breathing softly. Lu Wenzong approached and quietly slid into the blanket. A few minutes later, a sharp scream erupted from Lu Xiuxia's room. The piercing cry rang out in the cold pre-dawn, sounding particularly eerie. Lu Wenzong gave a wry smile, regretting not covering her mouth first. He hurriedly clamped his hand over her lips. Crying won't help. Even if you scream again, no one will come to save you, Lu Wenzong said in a low voice. Lu Xiuxia panicked and kept struggling, muttering unintelligibly. Fine, this prank seems to have gone too far. Stop yelling. It's me, Lu Wenzong whispered. But Lu Xiuxia couldn't make out what Lu Wenzong had said and continued thrashing violently. All right, stop moving. It's me, Lu Wenzong. Brother Lu Wenzong. Lu Xiuxia's final word, brother, soared several octaves higher, though she did stop struggling and looked at Lu Wenzong in confusion in the darkness. Just wanted to play a joke on you. Never thought I scared you. Brother, scaring me nearly killed me at midnight. Lu Xiuxia hit Lu Wenzong's shoulder in anger. Thought to give you a surprise. It turned out more like a shock. My bad, sorry. Lu Wenzong hugged her tightly, rolling together. Chapter 85, Enemies Meeting by Chance. In the morning, Lu Wenzong was lazily sleeping in Lu Xiuxia's bed until 9 o'clock when Li Yuro called. Where are you? Did you find any leads? No. I found out who owns the car, but the owner reported it stolen. The thief is likely the one who smashed your shop and then drove into you. However, the trail seems to be lost again. The 5 people who went to Sange stole the car, and now they're nowhere to be found. We found the owner, but he has no connection with this matter, right? Yes, we're accelerating our search for those 5 people. If necessary, I'll investigate their hometowns one by one. Just take your time. I'll try some other methods. What methods will you use? I've got a plan. Don't do anything rash. Relax. Seeing this situation, Lu Wenzong wasn't in a hurry anymore and continued sleeping. At noon, Lu Xiuxia came back and made him lunch. After eating, Lu Xiuxia was ready to take a nap. But with Lu Wenzong there, how could she take a good nap? From 12:30 p.m. after lunch until 1:50 p.m., Lu Wenzong had his way twice, leaving Lu Xiuxia so exhausted that she didn't even want to go to class. It wasn't until 2:10 p.m., 10 minutes into class, that she slowly got up. Lu Wenzong also got up, told Lu Xiuxia not to wait for her for dinner, and then left. He first went to Zhang Jing's place to discuss the idea of opening a store in Linhai City and asked him to keep an eye on suitable locations. In fact, asking Li Yutao would be the best approach, but since they weren't overly familiar, it felt like a face-losing move to just go ask outright. Zhang Jing naturally had no objections. His family was doing lucrative business with Lu Wenzong. Whether out of classmate camaraderie or as business partners, he was willing to make an effort. After seeing Zhang Jing, Lu Wenzong went to the company where Li Feilong's father worked. Tianjin Group, owned by Li Feilong's father, Li Weigua, is a large conglomerate specializing in fashion trade, advertising production, real estate development, tourism, etc. It ranks among the top in Linhai City and nationwide. Wealthy beyond description sums up Li Weigua's wealth. With such a rich man, his son naturally mixes among children of wealthy and powerful families in Linhai City. In their eyes, someone like Lu Wenzong, a country bumpkin, has no qualification to stand against them. Had it not been for his constant infatuation with Wu Ruhan, he would probably have long forgotten about a student named Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong casually entered the Tianjin Tower, intending to check out the building's layout, when suddenly a familiar figure appeared before him. Xiuxian, ranked 6th among the school beauties of Linhai Medical University, and also a shining star in Lu Wenzong's class. Once, Lu Wenzong secretly harbored affection for Xiuxian for a while, but after Wu Ruhan arrived, Lu Wenzong stopped having romantic feelings for her. Their relationship remained friendly but not intimate, as she didn't pay much attention to him given his lower standing in the university environment. They became somewhat acquainted during a random grouping at a trust-building training session organized by an off-campus training institution in their sophomore year. Lu Wenzong. Xiuxian spotted Lu Wenzong and exclaimed in surprise. It's me. Long time no see. Yes, I heard you went back to your hometown to farm. We all felt sorry for you. What's there to feel sorry about? Farming can also lead to success. But you studied medicine, and you were so good at it. If you had stayed in Linhai, you would have surely become a renowned surgeon. Xiuxian said regretfully. I'm still a doctor, albeit a small-town doctor with a bit of reputation in my area. That's true. Wherever you go, you'll make achievements. You flatter me too much. Lu Wenzong laughed. Come, let me show you around my company. Xiuxian grabbed Lu Wenzong's arm and walked toward the elevator. What kind of company is it? Is it Li Feilong's family business? Not at all. A small company producing audiovisual products. Why don't you work at a hospital? Nope, it's too tiring and doesn't pay well. Working at a company won't be easy either. At least the pay is better than being in a hospital. Does Li Feilong work in his family company? Not sure. I haven't seen him here. I heard he opened his own internet company. Do you know the specific address? I really don't know. I only heard it from classmates. But some of our classmates work at his internet company. Who? Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei? This good-for-nothing has finally wormed his way into Li Feilong's circle. Lu Wenzong chuckled. You still hold a grudge against him? Why wouldn't I hate him? You know what he did to me. Do you think I could forget it so easily? That's true. But now we've graduated, let's just let bygones be bygones, Xiuxian said. I won't seek him out. But if he dares to provoke me again, I won't show him any mercy. As they were talking, the elevator stopped at the 11th floor. The doors opened, and Xiuxian led Lu Wenzong out of the elevator. Indeed, her audiovisual production company was small, with fewer than 20 staff members. Seeing Xiuxian bring a male student into the company, many male employees joked. Assistant Xia, is this your boyfriend? No, he's my classmate. Xiuxian laughed in response to each of them. Xiuxian was the assistant to the boss of the company, with her own independent office. After sitting down inside, she poured Lu Wenzong a cup of hot water, then sat on the sofa. Am I disturbing your work? Lu Wenzong asked. No problem, the company hasn't had much business recently. By the way, tell me about some of our former classmates, Lu Wenzong requested. Xiuxian paused for a moment, briefly introducing the situations of some of their former classmates as she knew them. However, most of the ones she mentioned were in Linhai City, and many had entered hospitals to work. After listening for a while, Lu Wenzong didn't hear the information he wanted and automatically tuned out the rest. In the class, Lu Wenzong only really knew the few male classmates in his dormitory. Most of the other students were merely nodding acquaintances. Thus, even after hearing Xiuxian's introductions, he didn't bother remembering them. After chatting for a while, Xiuxian took leave from her boss office and insisted on treating Lu Wenzong to lunch. Unable to refuse, Lu Wenzong reluctantly agreed to let her treat him. The dining location was on the 5th floor of Tianjin Tower at a hotel, which was run by Li Feilong's father's company, mainly serving the various staff members in the Tianjin building. The price was reasonable, and the food quality was decent. Sitting in the hall, they'd just ordered the dishes when Xiuxian tapped Lu Wenzong's hand and pointed behind him. Turning around, Lu Wenzong saw another classmate appear, Zhao Fei, that good-for-nothing, had shown up here. When Zhao Fei and Lu Wenzong's gazes met, Zhao Fei froze for a second, then disdainfully sneered and walked off toward the other side. Lu Wenzong narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. This is the first time I've seen him here. Foes meeting by chance, Lu Wenzong smiled. Zhao Fei sat down at another table, immediately taking out his phone and calling Li Feilong. Brother Long, I just saw Lu Wenzong. Where? Li Feilong asked over the phone. Right here at the employee hotel in Tianjing Tower. Keep an eye on him for me. I'll have someone come deal with him. What a bastard. Last time crashing off the cliff didn't kill him. Boss Long, wouldn't it be better not to kill him in Linhai City? No problem, I've got it covered. Zhao Fei hung up the phone, turned his head to glance at Lu Wenzong one more time, then got up to leave the hotel. As he passed Lu Wenzong, their eyes met once more. It seemed sparks flew in the air, making the atmosphere a bit tense. Trash, a hillbilly pretending to be a big shot. Eating here, probably paid for by a woman. To need a woman to pay is embarrassing. Zhao Fei muttered under his breath as he walked past Lu Wenzong, though his remarks were clearly directed at him. Hold it, Lu Wenzong called out. When Zhao Fei stopped his steps, Lu Wenzong continued. Say what you have to say to my face. Talking behind your back, aren't you ashamed to embarrass your brother Long? Zhao Fei smiled, speaking word by word. A farmer eating here, don't you think this place isn't suitable for you? This place isn't suitable for a farmer like me, but it suits a despicable scumbag like you. Who are you calling out? Whoever answers gets cursed. Hey, stop fighting. We're all old classmates. No need to start arguing right away. Xiuxian quickly intervened to mediate. It's none of your business. Step aside, ungrateful woman. Your brother Long looking at you is your good fortune, yet you insist on rejecting his company and go to a small company without future. You're insane. Zhao Fei, you idiot. What do you mean ungrateful? Xiuxian's face flushed red with anger. She stopped trying to mediate and shouted back at him. Aren't you referring to yourself? Zhao Fei smirked, showing contempt. Zhao Fei, you. Lu Wenzong pulled Xiuxian behind him, blocking her in front, smiling as he said, why argue with a dog? Its master hasn't arrived yet. Oh, your master should be coming soon, shouldn't he? Lu Wenzong, you will die a very ugly death. What? Your life is so lucky. Someone crashed my car off the cliff, yet I'm still here, bouncing around just fine. Since I'm alive, it must make certain people very uncomfortable. With you? A mere farmer, what can you possibly do against my brother Long? Against me, one single farmer. Not killing your master and his loyal dog would mean I write my surname backwards. Boasting. I don't even want to curse at someone like you. It's beneath me. Come on then, let me show you exactly what's embarrassing. Lu Wenzong finished speaking and took a step forward, throwing a punch. Zhao Fei didn't expect Lu Wenzong to attack outright, leaving him unprepared. As a result, Lu Wenzong's fist landed right on Zhao Fei's nose, making blood gush out immediately. Hey, mister, this shouldn't be allowed. The hotel staff hurried over to mediate, but with one fierce glare from Lu Wenzong, she quickly held back her words, nervously retreating to call on the phone. Zhao Fei was clutching his bleeding nose, ready to retaliate, when he saw a shadow dart towards him. Lu Wenzong's huge fist smashed into his eye again. Not giving Zhao Fei any chance to fight back, Lu Wenzong kicked him down, jumped on top of him, and started punching violently. Recalling how Zhao Fei had humiliated him during school days, Lu Wenzong went all out, hitting harder. As he punched and clawed, by the time he stood up, Zhao Fei underneath him was already half naked from the beatings. Zhao Fei was dazed, unable to put up any resistance, and could only cry out while holding his head. When Lu Wenzong finally stopped, Zhao Fei was in such a disoriented state that he was almost unconscious. Lu Wenzong, how could you? Xiuxian was also shocked by Lu Wenzong's brutality. When did he become so ruthless? It was terrifying. You don't need to be afraid, I'll take the blame. Li Feilong won't bother you. Not that. Beating someone like this could get you arrested by the police. Let's go, we should leave quickly. Leave? I'm not leaving. I'm waiting for Li Feilong. But Li Feilong isn't here. He doesn't know that you've beaten Zhao Fei, so why would he come? Lu Wenzong pointed at Zhao Fei and said, he's already called Li Feilong. They should be here soon. Xiuxian glanced confusingly at Zhao Fei lying on the ground and turned away. Unfortunately, Lu Wenzong didn't wait for Li Feilong but instead waited for several security guards holding electric batons. It's them who were fighting. The female waitress who Lu Wenzong had glared at earlier now pointed at him, signaling the guards to act fast. The security guards walked over. The leading middle-aged man angrily asked, are you the ones who fought here? This is Tianjing Tower. Are you crazy? Picking fights where you're not welcome? Lu Wenzong smirked, but remained silent. So you won't speak? Is it you who attacked the other person? Look at what you've done to him. Come with us to the security room. The middle-aged security guard barked. Sorry, no time. I'm waiting for someone here. Lu Wenzong responded nonchalantly. Huh? You're so bold, huh? Beating people, and you have reasons? Drag him back. The middle-aged security guard ordered the 4 younger guards behind him. With a nod, the 4 security guards raised their electric batons and approached Lu Wenzong menacingly. Lu Wenzong sat there without moving an inch, simply saying, I've said I'm waiting for someone here. Don't force me, or else you'll regret it. Do it. No more arguing. The middle-aged security guard yelled. Upon receiving the order, the 4 young security guards inserted their electric batons behind them and rushed toward Lu Wenzong, intending to pin him down. Lu Wenzong didn't move until they grabbed hold of him, then suddenly shot up, forcefully breaking free, flinging all 4 guards off him. How could mere mortals withstand the divine body of an immortal? Even these security guards were no match for Lu Wenzong once he unleashed his fury. You damn idiots, what are the electric batons for? Use them, stun him, and take him away. The middle-aged security guard growled in frustration. Chapter 86. The mysterious figure, Li Weigua. At the sound of 4 security guards' promise, they hastily drew their electric batons and aimed at Lu Wenzong. With a cold laugh, Lu Wenzong made no attempt to evade, charging directly towards the electric baton. As the baton struck Lu Wenzong, a popping sound was heard, yet Lu Wenzong showed no reaction, his offensive motions remaining unchanged. With an exclamation of pain, one of the guards in front was kicked directly to the ground by Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong did not stop. Turning around, he delivered a sweeping punch that struck another guard's ear, knocking him back several steps, dropping his electric baton as he held his ear and cried out in agony. The 2 remaining guards jumped back in surprise. But Lu Wenzong didn't give them any opportunity, taking them down with a punch and kick. "Come on, hand over your precious electric baton," Lu Wenzong said to the middle-aged security guard. "You, don't get cocky. I'm not afraid of you. I never said you were scared of me. Come on, let me taste what your electric baton feels like." "Ah." The middle-aged security guard raised his baton and charged forward with a yell, but after moving less than a meter, he suddenly turned and ran. Dumbfounded, Lu Wenzong paused for a moment until the middle-aged security guard had fled from the hotel and rushed to the stairwell before reacting, letting out an involuntary chuckle. Xiuxian was also amused by the fleeing middle-aged security guard, her nervous tension dissipating. "He's definitely gone to fetch reinforcements. Let's go." "Leave? Since things have escalated, I won't run. I'll wait for Li Feilong's arrival." "You idiot, Li Feilong has significant influence in Linhai City. You can't beat him, leave now," Xiuxian said. "No problem, it's just some pampered rich kid. It would take mere moments to finish him off." "I don't know what to say to you," Xiuxian sighed helplessly. "Oh right, you should leave first so you don't get involved when Li Feilong arrives." "Nonsense. You came because of me. How could I walk away?" Xiuxian stood firm and refused to leave. "Well, if Li Feilong really blames you, you can always come find me. My company needs people." "You started a company?" "Yes, an agricultural company, currently in its development phase." "Good. Don't tell me you don't remember me later. How can you even suggest that? Am I that kind of person? But when did you become such a fighter? Have you read about the protagonist's unexpected encounters in martial arts novels? You mean you've had some sort of mystical encounter? Not in this life. We're talking reality, not fiction." "Huh." While they conversed, the middle-aged security guard returned indeed with reinforcements. This time, he brought along more than 10 men. Only 3 were wearing security uniforms, while the remaining 7 or 8 had unknown identities. "That's him. He was causing trouble here. Grab him," the middle-aged security guard yelled from afar, pointing at Lu Wenzong. 3 security guards led 7 or 8 individuals into the hotel, encircling Lu Wenzong. The 4 guards who had been previously taken down by Lu Wenzong quickly got up upon seeing their reinforcements arrive. In an instant, Xiuxian stepped forward, blocking Lu Wenzong firmly. She protested fiercely. "You can't gang up on someone outnumbered. Xiuxian, move aside, don't get hurt." Lu Wenzong couldn't allow a woman to stand before him. "They have too many people. There's no way you can handle them alone. I'm a woman. I don't think they will dare harm me," Xiuxian said softly. "Do you think they are good guys? Go aside. I'm already a kung fu master. These small fries aren't enough to fill my tooth gaps." In order to reassure Xiuxian, Lu Wenzong exaggerated his abilities. "No, move away fast. Otherwise with you here, I won't be able to use my full force." Hesitantly, Xiuxian left Lu Wenzong's side and prepared to step aside. However, the middle-aged security guard walked up and blocked her path directly. "Since you're with him, thinking you can stand idly by is impossible. What do you want to do?" Xiuxian glared angrily. "Take her away together with him," the middle-aged security guard replied. "Try grabbing me once," Lu Wenzong taunted. "F***ck, last time there were too few of us to beat you. Now that we've gathered a crowd, let's see how long you keep being arrogant." The middle-aged security guard smirked. "So what if I catch you? What skill is that letting others rush in front of you? All of you attack him." The middle-aged security guard became cowardly again, yelling for those he'd brought to charge forward. The 3 security guards moved first, with more than 10 individuals rushing toward Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong grabbed the nearby chair and hurled it with all his strength, hitting one security guard in the face whose head burst with blood instantly. Lu Wenzong didn't pay attention to him, instead swinging the chair horizontally. The group of more than 10 people who closed and recoiled in chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Wenzong surged toward the middle-aged security guard. The middle-aged security guard was startled and hastily retreated, but he seemed to have tripped over something with his foot, causing him to fall down heavily. Lu Wenzong rushed over quickly. The person blocking his way was intimidated by the chair in his hand and immediately jumped aside. "Shit, this hotel chair is too solid. Even if it doesn't kill someone when it hits, they'll still be down for a while." Lu Wenzong ran up to the middle-aged security guard and swiftly summoned his small hoe. With a shake of his hands, the 3 or 4 meter long hoe was swung toward the middle-aged security guard's head. Terrified, the middle-aged security guard instinctively rolled to dodge. However, Lu Wenzong didn't truly intend to hit him. If he had, how could the guard have dodged? Nevertheless, if the hoe had struck, the middle-aged security guard's life would likely be over. Lu Wenzong wouldn't kill anyone, especially since these people didn't deserve death. As soon as he had the hoe in his hand, Lu Wenzong felt invincible. Block, smash, block again, hook, block one more time, sweep. A series of unregulated movements took place, preventing anyone from getting close to him. In fact, 4 people had already been knocked down. The rest stopped their actions, glancing at each other. They all saw fear in each other's eyes. What the hell? This guy is ruthless. These individuals weren't actually security guards. They were just there for the thrill. A mere promise of a free meal wasn't worth risking their lives, so they wouldn't do it. Thus, they began retreating, no longer attacking Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong smiled, put away the hoe, and walked over to the lying middle-aged security guard. The surrounding onlookers noticed that Lu Wenzong suddenly didn't have the hoe anymore, making them appear even more fearful. Who was this man? He conjured a hoe out of thin air that was several meters long, but then it disappeared instantly, terrifying. Then, some of them quietly slinked away, triggering a wave of escape. Within less than a minute, except for a few security guards who hadn't fled, the 7 or 8 men called by the middle-aged security guard had vanished completely. Get up, Lu Wenzong said to the security guard. You better not cause any trouble. This is Tianjing Tower. Do you know where you are? The middle-aged security guard slowly stood up, raising his hands but still refusing to back down verbally. I know exactly where I am. No need for your reminders. By the way, has your Mr. Li Feilong arrived yet? On his way. I don't know. Honesty won't hurt. Lu Wenzong kicked him down again. Stop. A deep voice suddenly interrupted, and both turned their heads to look. Brother-in-law, save me. The middle-aged security guard shouted upon seeing the arrival. Lu Wenzong looked at the approaching 50-year-old man, neatly dressed and dignified, and couldn't help frowning. There was something strange about this man that made him extremely uncomfortable. Lu Wenzong didn't know where this feeling came from, but this man made him very uneasy. Behind the middle-aged man were 3 people, 2 young men wearing glasses and a young girl. The girl's eyes were icy cold, her petite face shrouded in an intense chill. She kept staring at Lu Wenzong intently, her gaze sharp and glaring. Why did you start trouble here? Looking at the chaotic hotel and the scattered security guards on the ground, the middle-aged man coldly asked. Trouble? You've already decided it's trouble without knowing what happened first. Lu Wenzong countered sharply. Although this middle-aged man made him quite uncomfortable, he didn't feel the slightest bit afraid. Oh, so are you a hero now? Perhaps you can put it that way. Lu Wenzong laughed. At that moment, the little hoe in his pocket moved slightly, and Lu Wenzong heard the fairy's voice. Lu Wenzong, this middle-aged man is extraordinary. It's best to retreat for now. Why? Lu Wenzong asked secretly. Know why? Something seems off about this middle-aged man. I actually sense an aura of death around him. What does that mean? I'm not sure either. It's just a feeling. And what about the young girl behind him? She's human, but she should be someone highly skilled in martial arts. Alright, got it, don't worry. So, let's see how you carry out this act of bravery. After saying this, the middle-aged man turned his face and walked to the side, pulling a chair to sit down. The 3 people following him also went over and stood quietly behind him, all staring at Lu Wenzong. I have no interest in explaining the situation to you. Who are you? Li Weigua. Li Weigua? Li Feilong's father. Do you know Xiaolong? Yes, I know him well. Very well acquainted. Lu Wenzong said through gritted teeth. Had he not obtained the hoe, he would have died at Li Feilong's hands long ago. How could he not hate him? Then I understand. Wang Hu, tell us what happened. Li Weigua asked the middle-aged security guard nearby. What? I don't know either. The hotel staff called and said someone was causing a disturbance, so I brought some people up. Then she didn't listen and hit 4 of my brothers. I went down to call for more people. Then got thrown down again? Yes. You didn't even figure out what the disturbance was about, and yet you rushed to apprehend someone? Who gave you the authority to arrest people? Brother-in-law Wang Hu broke into a cold sweat. Faced with his domineering brother-in-law, he didn't dare to offer even the slightest resistance and couldn't make an excuse. Just then, another commotion arose outside the hotel doors. Li Feilong entered with a group of men in black. Seeing Li Weig was sitting inside, Li Feilong hastily stopped in his tracks, his face contorted with bitterness. Xiaolong, what are you doing? Li Weigua asked sharply. Dad, What? Why did you bring so many people here? I heard someone was causing trouble. Get lost, Li Weigua shouted. Yeah, I'll leave right away. Li Feilong glanced at Lu Wenzong, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Don't go. I still have unresolved business, Lu Wenzong spoke up. Li Feilong paused, glaring at Lu Wenzong. I'll go if I want. It's none of your damn business. If you leave, who am I going to get revenge on? Revenge? As if you're capable? Li Feilong disdainfully curled his lip in contempt. Let's not talk about capability for now. I just want to ask one question. Were you behind the incident in Sancounty County? Why should I tell you anything? Be a man and own up to it. Then we can settle this head on. Don't be a coward lurking in the shadows. So what if I did it? You gonna suck my cock? Your confession is all I need. Lu Wenzong nodded and started walking toward Li Feilong. But after only a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his way. Move aside. The young girl in front of him paid no heed and simply stared at him intently. What did Xiaolong do? Li Weigua asked from nearby. A life-threatening matter, so I've come to exact justice. Lu Wenzong replied coolly. Do you think I would let you claim his life in front of his father without interfering? Go ahead, intervene if you've got the guts. Lu Wenzong stood his ground and continued forward. But the young girl refused to budge or yield. Just as Lu Wenzong approached within 20 centimeters of her, she struck out, landing a heavy punch directly aimed at his chest. With a resounding bang, Lu Wenzong was struck, his body involuntarily retreating 2 steps. He saw her attack, but couldn't evade it in time. However, despite the ferocity of the girl's punch, its impact on Lu Wenzong wasn't significant. Apart from feeling a bit of pressure in his chest, he had no other notable reaction. Surprised by this, the girl immediately launched herself forward. Lu Wenzong decided not to dodge, advancing straight into her attacks. Every punch and kick landed squarely on him, forcing him several steps back before continuing his advance. Similarly, her attacks were too fast for Lu Wenzong to avoid. Even with his supernatural physique and extraordinary reflexes, he found himself being easily hit by the young girl. Of course, had he not possessed a celestial body, he'd likely already have been lying unconscious. Watching her successive successes, Li Weigua gave a nod of approval, but said nothing more. Lu Wenzong was incensed, but realized in frustration that while trying to resist passively and find an opportunity to grab her limbs, he was utterly unable to catch her. She moved too swiftly, switching tactics upon landing every blow, leaving Lu Wenzong completely helpless against her. One side attacked fiercely, while the other endured passively. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the young girl leapt back a considerable distance and irritably accused, "Why don't you counterattack? Are you looking down on me? Come on if you think you're tough. See whose fist is stronger, yours or mine." Lu Wenzong naturally couldn't admit his inability to effectively counter. Instead, he brashly taunted her. "I'm not afraid of you." With a defiant shout, the young girl charged at him once more. This time, Lu Wenzong acted smarter, rushing toward her as soon as she made her move, seeking an opening to trap her body entirely. Chapter 87. Li Weigua steps in. But the little girl was slippery like an eel. Although Lu Wenzong lunged at her several times, she easily dodged him every time. Lu Wenzong felt quite frustrated. This fight was making him miserable. He thought to himself that he really needed to learn some martial arts skills in the future. Even though he had the body of a celestial being, his lack of martial arts skills still left him disadvantaged. Even if the opponent couldn't defeat him, he also found it impossible to beat her. So would they just keep going like this? Unable to do anything else, Lu Wenzong could only secretly ask the fairy for help. The fairy flew away from the small plow and arrived behind the little girl. With a wave of her hand, the little girl stumbled forward involuntarily. Lu Wenzong seized the opportunity, grabbing her and throwing her to the ground while pinning her neck. Though the little girl was under Lu Wenzong's control, she showed no sign of surrendering. She fought back with both arms and fists, pounding on Lu Wenzong as hard as she could. Lu Wenzong didn't mind her hitting him at all. He simply tightened his grip on her neck. As the girl's strength began to wane, a young man with glasses standing behind Li Weigua rushed over and kicked Lu Wenzong in the waist. Lu Wenzong's body slid sideways against his will, but his hands did not let go of the little girl's neck. Enraged, the bespectacled young man attacked again. But midway through his charge, he tripped over something invisible, falling flat on the ground. Not caring about him anymore, Lu Wenzong continued to strangle the little girl, whose struggles became increasingly weak as unconsciousness approached. Just then, the bespectacled young man got up and charged toward Lu Wenzong once more. What made Lu Wenzong indescribably annoyed was that, before taking even one step, the young man lost control of his body and fell down again. Seeing that the little girl's arms had gone limp, Lu Wenzong released her, stood up, and charged toward the young man with glasses. The bespectacled youth had just managed to raise himself halfway when he was immediately pressed under Lu Wenzong. Not giving him any chance to resist, Lu Wenzong grabbed his neck tightly with great force. "Stop!" Li Weigua shouted. Lu Wenzong completely ignored him and kept tightening his grip. "Just because you yell stop should I stop? When your people were attacking me, I didn't hear you calling out. Now that I have the upper hand, you're shouting for me to stop? Screw you." Seeing that Lu Wenzong had no intention of stopping, Li Weigua beckoned another young man with glasses standing behind him. This young man nodded and walked toward Lu Wenzong. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "What are you doing?" asked Li Weigua. The young man glanced back at Li Weigua, shaking his head and letting out a helpless laugh. "Boss, I can't walk any further." "Come back then," said Li Weigua without pressing the matter further, allowing him to return. On the other side, Lu Wenzong had already strangled the bespectacled young man unconscious. Rising to his feet, the fairy flew back into the small plow and hid, looking very serious, as if she had truly encountered some kind of ominous problem. Now wasn't the time for Lu Wenzong to care about what the fairy meant by death aura. His priority was dealing with Li Weigua and his son, Li Feilong. Regardless of whether Li Feilong's confession was intentional or not, Lu Wenzong intended to settle the score with him. "Xiaolong, tell your men to leave," said Li Weigua. "Okay," Li Feilong agreed, waving his hand and sending away the group he had brought along. Then, Li Weigua instructed the hotel staff to also vacate the premises. "Young man, does the lady next to you also need to leave?" Lu Wenzong nodded, telling Xiuxian, "Go wait for me outside. I'll be fine here." Xiuxian hesitated for a moment but eventually left the hotel and went to stand at the stairway outside. Li Weigua stood up and walked toward Lu Wenzong. "Young man, you're extraordinary. I don't deserve the term young man. You're quite remarkable yourself. Let's cut to the chase. Neither of us is ordinary. Your conflict with my Xiaolong, let's resolve it another way." "What do you think? Another way? Your Xiaolong tried to take my life. Do you think any method can make up for a life?" Li Weigua turned to Li Feilong and asked, "Xiaolong, why do you want his life?" "He stole my woman and has repeatedly assaulted me." Li Feilong glared at Lu Wenzong, acting as though he were grievously wronged. "Your woman? Is Wu Ruhan your woman? What exactly is your relationship with her? Besides, isn't it always you who starts the trouble? Have I ever struck you first? How dare you? I can hit you, so why can't you hit me?" Li Feilong roared. "Hara, what a ridiculous reason. Li Weigua, you've raised a great son indeed," Lu Wenzong said sarcastically. Li Weigua also looked quite embarrassed. What a load of crap. Was this something to say out loud? It should only be thought in one's heart, not blurted out so stupidly like that. How could such an intelligent person as himself have raised such a dumb son? The kid doesn't know any better. It's my fault for not educating him properly. Let's shift our focus to how we can resolve the conflict between you and my son. Li Weigua changed the subject. There's no resolution. If someone wants your life, they'd better be prepared to lose theirs. Brother, you're still alive after all this. There is always room for resolving issues, isn't there? Oh, I would indeed like to hear how you intend to resolve this, Lu Wenzong replied. Tell me what my son has done first. Let your son speak for himself, Lu Wenzong said. Li Feilong glanced at Li Weiguo before speaking. It's nothing really, why bother talking about it? Just say it when I tell you to. Why waste words? Li Weiguo shouted. Li Feilong glared unhappily at his father and unwillingly recounted the various wrongdoings he had committed against Lu Wenzong, even revealing the petty schemes from their student days. Li Weiguo listened uncomfortably, realizing most of these incidents were caused by his own son. Lu Wenzong hadn't directly killed him, which was already generous. With the strength Lu Wenzong displayed earlier, taking down Li Feilong would have been easy work. Li Weiguo felt a little afraid. If Lu Wenzong hadn't cared about anything, there wouldn't have been much Li Weiguo could do. Even though Li Weiguo had 3 talented people around him, Lu Wenzong seemed to have something more terrifying. For instance, his best aide couldn't even walk earlier. This made him increasingly concerned. If not for Lu Wenzong showing such formidable power, Li Weiguo wouldn't have considered letting him go. But with his top 3 men unable to defeat Lu Wenzong, he had to reassess Lu Wenzong's abilities. Younger brother, you must understand. Although my son has wronged you, killing him will make you a criminal too. Where would you run after killing him? Do you think I would allow you to gather evidence if I were to kill him? Lu Wenzong felt a bit troubled. Today's actions seemed rash. He should have tracked down Li Feilong and eliminated him at the very start. Damn it. With Li Weiguo around now, he found himself unable to take care of Li Feilong. Li Weiguo's 3 subordinates had already put him in a tough spot, let alone if Li Weiguo personally intervened. He estimated he wouldn't fare well. Today's visit proved right. Had he not come here, he would never have realized there existed extraordinary beings outside the norm. Lu Wenzong's intuition told him Li Weiguo posed some danger. Whether or not Li Weiguo was a martial arts expert, he didn't know. But the fairy's reminder was still ringing in his ears. Death aura? What exactly is death aura? Lu Wenzong truly couldn't comprehend. I admit you possess such ability. But you should also recognize, if I decided to bother you, you won't handle it easily either. Li Weiguo said calmly. Lu Wenzong sighed inwardly, feeling slightly disheartened. He had assumed he was the sole exceptional existence in the world, but apparently, he was wrong. Now, he faced a dilemma. Should he continue confronting Li Feilong and his father, or temporarily make peace? Peasant, my dad is loaded. Ask for whatever you want. Li Feilong taunted from the side. Lu Wenzong gave him a harsh glare. His wavering certainty solidified immediately. To hell with doubt, he decided to clash with him. Starting anew, he knew this path favored him anyway. Li Weiguo was exasperated. Li Feilong's words only fanned the flames. He didn't wish to engage in a mutually destructive fight with Lu Wenzong and hoped to reach a temporary truce, preparing for a counterattack later. Yet, his dumb son had just further provoked the other party. Li Feilong, you think money can solve everything, don't you? Fine, I won't let this pass. Come at me if you dare, Lu Wenzong angrily stated. Don't disrespect the offer we give you. My father has already extended courtesy to you. Xiaolong, shut up, Li Weiguo roared in anger. Li Weiguo, take action then. Let me see your true strength. Startled, Li Feilong turned quickly to look at his father. Could it be that his father knows martial arts as well? Li Weiguo smiled lightly and strolled forward. If you refuse reconciliation, then let's try things out, he spoke casually, as if the entire situation had arisen entirely because of Lu Wenzong. As he approached, a pressure gradually loomed over Lu Wenzong. His eyes narrowed sharply, closely observing Li Weiguo's every move, trying to gauge his next tactic. With each step he took, Li Weiguo's smile remained, but a formidable pressure grew heavier. Stopping 2 steps away from Lu Wenzong, Li Weiguo reached out into the air. It seemed as though the air suddenly solidified, and a powerful suction emanated from his palm, sending Lu Wenzong flying into it, colliding directly against his palm. His neck firmly gripped in Li Weiguo's hand. All of Lu Wenzong's strength seemed to have drained away. He could not muster any resistance at all. Lu Wenzong was astonished. Indeed, Li Weiguo was no ordinary man, with genuine ability. But right now, there seemed no way to resist this. Was he doomed? At this critical moment, the fairy popped straight out of the little hoe, flying through the air to land on top of Li Weiguo's head, her palm striking down. The fairy's blow made Li Weiguo loosen his grip and take several hasty steps back. His frightened eyes darted about, but could not detect anything. The fairy flew to Lu Wenzong's side, pulling him along and walking away. Gripped by the fairy, Lu Wenzong moved outward, appearing to glide along the ground automatically, which was rather startling for an outsider. Outside the hotel, Lu Wenzong followed the fairy without choice. Before leaving, he took xiuxian standing motionless at the stairwell along with him. No one pursued them from behind. On the next floor, they slowed their pace. Lu Wenzong let xiuxian go back first, but she was worried about Lu Wenzong and refused to leave, insisting on seeing him safely home before feeling reassured. Exiting Tianjin building, they flagged down a taxi straight for the Educational Examination Center. Inside the car, the fairy appeared voluntarily. What happened? Asked Lu Wenzong. I investigated that person just now and found his body is still a mortal's body, but it seems like something unusual, said the fairy. So, he has some treasure similar to your hoe? No, the hoe is divine, and what he has isn't. Do you know exactly what it is? No, it should be related to earth powers. My celestial powers are too weak to deal with him. Then it looks like if I face him, I'll likely get beat up. You cannot defeat him, but if he doesn't use his treasure to attack directly, he can't hurt you. The reason you dragged me away was because you were afraid that he might use the treasure in anger and attack me? Yes, You're only just beginning to cultivate, not even reaching the entry level. If he truly used his treasure, you would be utterly annihilated. Shit. This way, I won't be able to touch Li Feilong again. In the future, wouldn't he just bully me at will? Relax. A mere mortal controlling a treasure must have a limit. He can't always stay by Li Feilong. As long as he doesn't kill Li Feilong, Li Weiguo probably won't bother you anymore. And you should hurry to practice cultivation and learn a few spells. By then, you wouldn't need to fear his treasure. Fucking depressing. Lu Wenzong swore, speaking aloud instead of conversing telepathically with the fairy. Xiuxian turned her head and consoled. Lu Wenzong, don't be upset. Returning to the educational examination center, Xiuxian finally left. Lu Wenzong returned to Lu Xiaoxia's room, lying on the bed lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Weiguo was discussing Lu Wenzong with his 3 subordinates. Li Weiguo's 3 underlings included a girl who was a kung fu master named Jiang Lily, and a pair of bespectacled young men who were twin brothers cultivated by Li Weiguo's treasure. The elder brother Chao Shugao was someone who could endure any pain, possessing immense strength. The younger Chao Shugui was an exceptionally agile lightness arts expert. Boss, do you mean there's an invisible presence near that person? Chao Shugao couldn't understand. Yes, it must exist. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to be restricted in place, and it would also be impossible for someone to slap my head. Li Weiguo explained. But we haven't detected any abnormalities. It seems like he's especially resistant to hits. Striking him feels as if it had no effect at all. Jiang Lily added. It must be something beyond our detection, estimating he is so bold precisely because of this. Chao Shugui shared his opinion. When I grabbed his neck, I couldn't affect him at all. That means, I couldn't even strangle him. Li Weiguo envied Lu Wenzong a bit. Lu Wenzong's body must have undergone some special change. If he could gain such a transformation too, it would be great. Chapter 88. Lu Xiaoxia was arrested. 088. Where's Xiaolong? Is he waiting outside? Li Weiguo asked. Master Long is outside. Tell him to come in. Li Feilong soon entered Li Weiguo's office, calling out, Dad, cautiously. He seemed a bit restrained. Today his father's behavior made him a little scared. In his impression, his father was always kind and rarely angry. Even if he got into big trouble, his father would just laugh and scold him a bit. Today, Li Weiguo's actions were not aimed at him, but it still made him feel terrified. If one day his father lost his temper with him, he'd probably have a lot of troubles. Xiaolong, don't mess with Lu Wenzong anymore from now on. I understand. Li Feilong obediently agreed. However, rest assured, I will help you get justice. Li Weiguo thought about the treasures that must be in Lu Wenzong's possession and felt very envious inside. However, as a cautious person, without full confidence or understanding exactly what Lu Wenzong had around him, he wouldn't make a move. Thank you, Dad. That's all. You can go back first, and try to cause less trouble in the future. Alright. After Li Feilong left, Li Weiguo and the 3 people around him continued discussing Lu Wenzong, but they could never find out exactly what Lu Wenzong had around him, so they finally gave up. Compared to Li Weiguo's regret, Lu Wenzong felt extremely frustrated. When he returned to Lu Xiaoxia's room, he lay in bed feeling down. It was humiliating for him today, traveling such a long distance only to return empty-handed, which he found hard to accept. Although Little Fairy kept advising him repeatedly to endure it for now and not act rashly, he always felt extremely uncomfortable with this situation. Little Fairy made sense. Since he couldn't currently threaten Li Weiguo, why bring himself trouble? He could settle scores after he has gained more power in the future. It was true, and this was the logical reasoning behind it, but emotionally, he couldn't get past this barrier. Meanwhile, Li Yiru was still investigating the whereabouts of those 5 individuals, but Lu Wenzong had little hope for success. In the evening, when Lu Xiaoxia returned to her room, Lu Wenzong quickly hid his frustration. The 2 went out for dinner, took a stroll through the streets, and then returned to their room to rest. Lu Xiaoxia's courses would end by the end of December, allowing her to go home and start an internship in the company. There would be about half a year of further studies after the new year. She felt like time was particularly long, but if it weren't for her determination to manage the company well for Lu Wenzong, she might lose interest in continuing. Lu Wenzong stayed in Linhai for 3 days while Li Yiru had already left Linhai to track down the residential addresses associated with the IDs of those people. Lu Wenzong called her and told her to stop pursuing it, but Li Yiru insisted, leaving Lu Wenzong with no choice. He returned to Sangzi County on his own. After confirming that the shop was running normally, he put his mind at ease. Returning to Gue Valley, life entered a brief period of tranquility. He dealt with plans to expand the business, learned how to drive, joked around with Wu Ruhan and Su Yin'er, occasionally traveled to the county town to reconnect with Xia Tongtong, leading a peaceful yet happy life. Zhou Hao eventually sent word that the shop was ready and invited Lu Wenzong to visit when he had time. Lu Wenzong directly refused. Visiting the ghost, there was no strict requirement regarding the shop. Once the facade was decorated, it could be sold immediately. After asking Zhou how to decorate according to the standards of the shops in Sangzi County, Lu Wenzong started preparing vegetables and meats to send to Sanling City. Of course, before selling them, he had to check out Sanling City because he still had some reputation there. Nowadays, if people from nearby villages fell ill, they'd usually go to the village clinic. But if the village clinic failed to cure them quickly, they would come seeking Lu Wenzong's help in getting medicine. Lu Wenzong never rejected anyone who came to ask for medical treatment, nor did he charge any fees. The villagers generally didn't come empty-handed. Some brought a chicken, several pounds of wild produce, or a rabbit. Unable to refuse these gifts, he accepted them and sent them over to the farm where they were stewed as game dishes, effectively earning money, and could also be considered payment for medical services. At the end of December, Lu Xiaoxia called saying that after this round of assessments, she would be able to come home. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao also rushed to complete the store's renovation before New Year's Day. On the same day, Lu Wenzong sent out the goods and took Wu Ruhan to Sanling City. How could something like this happen without involving Secretary Wang and Wu Bo, or Xia Jianjun? With their connections twisted here and there, surely important figures would grace the opening ceremony. Lu Wenzong's actions were not for ingratiating himself with others, but to reduce interruptions from ghostly spirits during his operations. He simply didn't have the time or inclination to waste on haggling with minor ghosts. It would be better to sleep in Gui Valley. On New Year's Day, the store in Sanling City opened as scheduled. Xia Jianjun and Secretary Wang weren't leaders in Sanling City, so they just asked acquaintances to come and show support rather than attending themselves. On Lu Wenzong's side, 5 or 6 key figures showed up, including a vice mayor. On Zhou Hao's side, however, there were numerous department heads and captains from various agencies in Sanling City. Even before the shop was fully decorated, Zhou Hao had already advertised it. So, on this day, many of the older folks in Sanling City came early to queue for products sold by the Divine Doctor. Not many young people attended though. The leaders only made brief appearances, giving some speeches and encouragement before leaving. The main event was then about selling items. These elderly customers, who had been influenced by Dr. Lu's methods, exhibited behaviors entirely opposite to their usual shopping habits at the market. At the vegetable market, they would usually argue over 1 cent indefinitely. But inside the store, even when faced with prices that shocked many of the leaders present, they felt happy believing they were getting great deals from the Divine Doctor. However, compared to Sangzi County, the first-day sales in Sanling City were much lower. In Sangzi County, due to its geographical advantage, those who missed Lu Wenzong's street clinics could directly visit him. Hence, Lu Wenzong's reputation was more prominent in Sangzi County, resulting in higher sales. However, even if Sanling City couldn't match Sangzi's numbers, the approximately 1 million yuan in first-day sales still made Zhou Hao ecstatic. Lu Wenzong, I didn't expect you to be so famous in Sanling City. At the celebration banquet that evening, Zhou Hao was very pleased. It's all down to my real skills. Yes. Looks like you need to further enhance your fame in Sanling City. If the small county of Sangzi can reach over 2 million in its first day, Sanling City has no excuse not to do well. You're just less known here than in Sangzi. You're right. You design an excellent promotional plan, and I'll cooperate. Great. Zhou Hao was now full of enthusiasm, ready to jump at anything Lu Wenzong wanted him to do. After New Year's Day, Lu Xiaoxia prepared to return home from Linhai. After opening the store in Sanling City, Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan took the opportunity to buy another SUV. They had scrapped their previous car. The road leading up the mountain from the town had been mostly completed, allowing normal vehicles but prohibiting trucks. Starting from the town, it wound its way up the mountain, reaching Gui Valley, and continuing straight up to the summit of Hongban Village. This road carried countless hopes of Secretary Wang, not only linking the villages on the mountain, but also enabling Gui Valley to develop further, radiating out to surrounding villages and boosting the rural economy. Lu Xiaoxia had bought her ticket home and boarded the bus cheerfully, ready to go back. However, when she entered the station, 3 men approached. Lu Xiaoxia didn't think much of it and tried to pass them by. Suddenly, the 3 men lunged forward, grabbing her arms and roughly lifting her off the ground. Her luggage fell to the floor as she cried out for help. Surrounding passengers watched in shock. By the time everyone reacted, Lu Xiaoxia had already been forcibly taken away by the 3 men and removed from the station. She lost consciousness before exiting the station and was shoved into a black Audi, which sped off. By the time the police at the station realized what happened, the Audi had long disappeared. Upon checking the surveillance footage, they found the Audi didn't have license plates, and it was impossible to trace the identities of the 3 men quickly. Lu Wenzong received Lu Xiaoxia's call earlier, having rushed to Sangzi County the night before. He had spent the evening playing around with Xia Tongtong in the county. This noon, he planned to take a bus to Sanling City to meet Lu Xiaoxia at the train station. Although he was already able to drive, his third subject test wasn't yet done, so driving on public roads posed certain risks. However, before he even boarded the bus to Sanling City, he received a call from Linhai. The voice on the phone was unfamiliar, a man's voice. Lu Wenzong, hurry up and come to Linhai to see your girlfriend. Who are you? Lu Wenzong, startled, immediately asked. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that if you don't hurry, you might not get to see her again. The call was cut off. Lu Wenzong was now a bit panicked. Lu Xiaoxia had definitely been kidnapped. Damn, will there ever be no trouble? Do people intentionally have to stir things up? Lu Wenzong was almost mad with anger. He made an immediate phone call to Xia Tongtong, borrowing her car to drive there. As for whether or not he had a driver's license, he didn't care. Saving the person was more important. Lu Wenzong turned on his mobile navigation and headed toward Linhai City. His driving skills weren't polished, so he dared not go too fast. It wasn't that he wasn't anxious, but he realized that when the car went faster, he lost some control over it. At this pace, it would be deadly. Even if he drove day and night, he might not reach Linhai. Lu Wenzong started regretting why he chose to drive himself instead of finding someone who could have gotten there much quicker. After reaching Sanling City, Lu Wenzong parked his car and called Zhou Hao, asking him to find an experienced driver. Zhou Hao worked quickly. Within less than half an hour, a taxi stopped at where Lu Wenzong had parked his car, and a middle-aged man walked over. After briefly introducing themselves, the middle-aged man took the driver's seat and set off towards Linhai. Old drivers were old drivers. Their stability and speed far exceeded Lu Wenzong's. Extremely worried, Lu Wenzong felt like his entire body was filled with fire, with no way to vent it. He knew rushing over would take time, and if anything happened to Lu Xiaoxia during this period, he would never forgive himself for it. If it weren't broad daylight, he'd already have taken off with his little hoe and flown there. Even though traveling with the small hoe also took time, it was certainly much faster than driving. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Wenzong sent the hired driver back home and decided to use his flying hoe instead. Screw it, time was critical right now. By 4 o'clock in the morning, he had arrived at the Education Examination Center in Linhai City. There was nobody in Lu Xiaoxia's room, and when Lu Wenzong called the number that had contacted him earlier, it was out of service. As he was about to look for Li Feilong, his phone rang again. Linhai Small Lotus Farm. The person on the phone only said that one sentence before hanging up. Lu Wenzong had no idea where the Small Lotus Farm was located, so he stepped outside and asked others for directions. In fact, what Lu Wenzong did not know was that Small Lotus Farm was very well known in Linhai City. Although it was not a place for ordinary consumers, due to its openness to wealthy people, it drew significant attention from many. The Small Lotus Farm was located in the East District of Linhai City, practically built along the coastline, with the vast sea just behind the farm. Seen from the outside, all the buildings of the Small Lotus Farm were covered uniformly with grass roofing, looking exceptionally rustic. In the leading-edge economic city of Linhai, such architecture stood out remarkably, making it easy for people to remember. The security guard at the entrance immediately opened the gate upon seeing Lu Wenzong's arrival and said, "Our boss is waiting for you." Lu Wenzong gave him a deep glance, memorized his face, and then walked into the farm. Along the path paved with bluestone, vegetable greenhouses on both sides were visible. He also noticed many characteristic items common to the countryside, like hand-operated water pumps and millstones. After passing through the greenhouse area and approaching the central cluster of straw houses, suddenly, the door of the central straw house opened, and 4 men dressed in black suits with sunglasses emerged. "Where's Lu Xiaoxia? Tell us first," said one of the men in black suits, giving a cold snort and lunging forward instantly. Simultaneously, the other 3 sunglasses-clad men launched their attacks. Lu Wenzong was immediately surrounded by 4 attackers. However, having fought in numerous brawls, Lu Wenzong's experience enriched considerably. They hit him once, and he kicked them once, this style of mutual injury actually proving effective for Lu Wenzong. These 4 sunglasses-clad men were not the highly skilled girl under Li Weigua's command. When they got close enough to attack Lu Wenzong, they couldn't escape his counterattack. Chapter 89, I'll smash your place. They hit Lu Wenzong, and he didn't react. But when Lu Wenzong struck them in return, they couldn't bear it. Lu Wenzong might not look strong, but his strength was significant and his power was especially enduring. The pain was almost unbearable. Thus, after a few exchanges of blows, the 4 sunglasses-clad men retreated and stopped fighting. Damn, it hurt too much. This damn person hitting people is unbearably painful. And they had thrown so many punches and kicks at Lu Wenzong. It was as if he wasn't even affected. "Stop," asked Lu Wenzong. The 4 sunglasses-clad men ignored him, glanced at each other, then retreated into the room, closing the door. Lu Wenzong approached, kicked open the door with his foot, and casually walked inside. This straw house was also quite ordinary, fully set up like a rural yard, giving Lu Wenzong an extremely familiar feeling. Unfortunately, such a nice place would be destroyed by me soon. There was no one in the front rooms, but the back door was open, revealing the backyard immediately. Not having time to destroy things, Lu Wenzong darted out through the back door. At this moment, finding Lu Xiaoxia was most important. Houses surrounded the yard on all sides, but Lu Wenzong headed straight for the central hall. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by Lu Wenzong. Then, at a glance, he saw a young man sitting centrally in the hall, smiling. After Lu Wenzong rushed in, someone quickly closed the door. Lu Wenzong turned his head to see that there were about 20 or 30 big muscular men in black suits wearing sunglasses surrounding him. "What the hell? These guys are going to kill me." "Lu Wenzong, you're good," the young man began, his smile looking very smug, as though everything were in his control, confident. "Are you that Wu from Shengshi Lianhua?" Lu Wenzong asked. "I didn't expect you to remember me." "I remember you too, deeply and profoundly etched in my bones." "Oh, sorry, let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Liangjian. I'm not interested in knowing your name." "Since I'm here, release Lu Xiaoxia," said Lu Wenzong. Wu Liangjian waved his hand, and the side room's door opened. 2 people escorted Lu Xiaoxia, who was tied up, out, and 1 person placed a dagger at Lu Xiaoxia's throat. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxia showed no signs of having been beaten or abused, Lu Wenzong relaxed slightly. "Brother," Lu Xiaoxia saw Lu Wenzong, shedding tears as she cried out once. "Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine." Lu Xiaoxia nodded her head, her mood becoming calm significantly. Wu Liangjian watched the two, laughing. "You should stop glaring at me with such hatred. I may like beautiful women and enjoy teasing them, but I never force anyone to do anything. Any hatred I have should be directed towards you. Because of our past conflict, you've made such a big show. What's the point?" Lu Wenzong said. "To you, it's meaningless. To me, it's meaningful. Do you know or not? From the day I started remembering things, until now at 23 years old, no one has ever touched me with even a finger. Even my parents wouldn't lay a finger on me. You actually dared to hit me. How can I swallow this humiliation?" "Fine, state your condition for releasing her," Lu Wenzong said. "Let me beat you up thoroughly." "All right, if you promise to let her go, I'll stand here and let you strike me." Lu Wenzong lacked the confidence to guarantee hitting his target with just one blow, and if he acted rashly and caused Lu Xiaoxia to end up in a fatal situation, then the result would be counterproductive. "Relax. I, Wu Liangjian, can manage well in Linhai City because my credibility isn't an issue." "All right, come on, I'm ready." Lu Wenzong said indifferently. Wu Liangjian rubbed his wrists and smiled while walking over. Let me warn you, if you dare to resist, her throat will bear a slash mark of blood. Relax. You little chicken, 10 of you wouldn't be able to kill me. You little chicken? I'll show you what a little chicken is capable of. After Wu Liangjian finished speaking, he rushed to Lu Wenzong's side and delivered a kick. The kick landed squarely on the stomach, yet Lu Wenzong's form merely swayed a bit, and he remained standing upright. Wu Liangjian gave a surprised humph, and then began pounding fists relentlessly on Lu Wenzong's chest, sounds echoing non-stop, but after striking for a while, Lu Wenzong hadn't blinked an eye. On the contrary, Wu Liangjian was already panting heavily due to exhaustion. You lot, come on, damn it. Beating someone up is a physical job. Wu Liangjian, massaging his wrists, returned to his seat. But then the men in sunglasses started to close in. Don't kill him. Take it easy, Wu Liangjian said. Immediately afterward, the sunglass men lunged forward quickly. Thereupon, the entire room resounded with the sounds of fists and feet colliding with flesh. This sound lasted for several minutes before stopping. Lu Wenzong got up from the ground. Aside from the dust and footprints on his body, he showed no signs of abnormality. You've had your hits. Can you let her go now? Let her go. Wu Liangjian yawned lazily and waved his hand to release her. Everyone says taking revenge is satisfying, but why do I feel so uninterested? Because the way you're using isn't interesting. After Lu Wenzong finished speaking, he brushed off the dust on his clothes and walked toward Lu Xiuxian. The two men who had been holding the dagger had already stepped aside, and Lu Wenzong quickly untied Lu Xiuxian's ropes, then pulled her away. Why such a rush? Walk slowly. Lu Wenzong glanced back at him meaningfully, but said nothing as he continued walking forward. He quickly left the farm, summoned the little fairy to protect Lu Xiuxian, and then turned around and went back. Shit, if I don't get even, I'm wasting my time. Two wooden gates blocked the entrance, and Lu Wenzong gathered all his strength to kick them. The thick wooden doors were kicked down by Lu Wenzong. When the gates hit the ground, they raised a cloud of dust. Lu Wenzong strode in and kicked the first door again, sending it flying. Picking up a long wooden bench, Lu Wenzong began smashing everything in sight inside the room. The sound of breaking things finally attracted the attention of others, and over a dozen men in sunglasses rushed over. Without saying a word, Lu Wenzong swung the long bench and charged at them. Shocked, the group of sunglass-clad men immediately scattered, creating a large space. Lu Wenzong wouldn't let them escape. He fully unleashed the power and speed of his immortal body, wielding the long bench like a divine dragon, extremely sharp. Several sunglass men failed to dodge in time and were directly knocked to the ground by Lu Wenzong. They retreated to the backyard, and Lu Wenzong was the first to rush after them. Wu Liangjian came out of the hall with the remaining people. Seeing Lu Wenzong chase and beat his men with a long wooden bench, he was truly enraged. You dare to come back for revenge? Do you think I won't kill you? Wu Liangjian shouted loudly. I didn't say you couldn't, but I'm teaching you how real revenge should be done. Lu Wenzong paused, standing in the middle of the yard, smiling. Then I'll teach you too. I'm not someone to mess with easily, said Wu Liangjian. He ordered over 20 people to attack Lu Wenzong together, until death, if necessary. Over 20 people searched for suitable weapons, some carried stools, others sticks, and some chairs, various items indeed. However, when all 20 plus attacked together, their momentum was formidable. Lu Wenzong didn't fear at all. With a kick, the stool flipped into his hands, and he charged forward. A blow from behind did nothing to him, but returning a blow with the stick sent someone immediately crashing to the floor. Back and forth they fought for several minutes, and among those present, only 3 people remained standing. Wu Liangjian, Lu Wenzong, and one guy who had run to Wu Liangjian's side and was pretending to protect him. Do you feel good about this? Lu Wenzong asked with a smile. Wu Liangjian stood there dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Though he brought many people, thinking that over 20 would surely ensure victory, he realized once his advantage disappeared and Lu Wenzong was unrestrained, even over 20 couldn't bring him down. Don't come closer. The last man wearing sunglasses nervously spoke as he saw Lu Wenzong approach. Move aside or you'll end up like them, Lu Wenzong warned. After hesitating for a moment, the last sunglass-clad man reluctantly moved aside. Wu Liangjian, right? There's something I want to tell you. Perhaps you have a lot of money. Perhaps your family has great status. Perhaps you were born sucking on a golden ingot. Everyone around you caters to you, spoils you, and takes care of your emotions. So, can you handle any grievance? But just because you can't handle grievances, does that mean others can? In Shengshi Lianhua, your behavior towards my girlfriend, didn't it cause her grief too? You cannot tolerate any grievance yourself and look for ways to settle scores. But consider it from another perspective. If you were me, and I were you, how would you feel? Wu Liangjian was rendered speechless by Lu Wenzong's words. Lu Wenzong was right. Growing up in absolute comfort and superiority, how could he endure being struck without retaliating? Unable to find Lu Wenzong in Linhai, he eventually tracked down Lu Xiuxian, kidnapped her to force Lu Wenzong to appear. He wanted to thoroughly beat him and vent all his frustrations. But now, instead of releasing his frustration, he himself had been disciplined by Lu Wenzong. Alright, I've said my piece. There's nothing else to say. After Lu Wenzong finished speaking, he turned around to leave, but suddenly turned back without warning and kicked out. Wu Liangjian let out a cry of pain as his body flew backward, landing in the middle of the main hall. As Lu Wenzong walked away, he shouted loudly, I'm leaving. Don't bother looking for me anymore, or it'll be even worse for you. After stepping out of the farm gate, he met up with Lu Xiuxian who had been waiting outside, and they left directly for the city. They took a taxi back to the city, where it was already getting late and their luggage had been misplaced. Lu Wenzong took her to buy some clothes on the pedestrian street. After visiting a few shops and buying 2 or 3 outfits for Lu Xiuxian, they were just about to look for a place to eat when they ran into someone they knew. Brother Wenzong, what a coincidence. Li Yutao, embracing a beautiful woman, smiled and stood before them. Big brotherly shopping? Lu Wenzong, being younger than Li Yutao and also one of Li Yuru's brothers, had no choice but to call him brother. However, this Li Yutao looked very young, appearing to be about the same age as Lu Wenzong. Not shopping, I hate shopping. By the way, I was heading somewhere to hang out. Interested in coming along? I would be, but I'm starving. I need to eat first. There's food inside. Come on, let's go. After saying that, Li Yutao pulled Lu Wenzong and started walking. Li Yutao led Lu Wenzong toward the far east end of the pedestrian street. Just as they were about to reach the end, they turned into a small alley. At the entrance of the alley hung a large sign reading Little Fifth Pool Room. Playing pool. Lu Wenzong asked. Who cares about playing pool? Just come with me. Li Yutao laughed. Walking into the pool room, Lu Wenzong was quite surprised to find that its business wasn't good. Among more than 10 pool tables, only 3 or 4 had guests, and most were empty. But Li Yutao completely ignored the pool tables and continued leading him further inside. At a staircase entrance, they descended a short flight of stairs, turning a corner to face a security door. Li Yutao knocked on the door, and after the person behind opened it, a man with long hair appeared. Master Li has arrived? The long-haired man grinned. Yes, I brought a friend over to have some fun. Open the door. Sure thing. When the door opened and the 4 of them entered, a vast space unfolded before them. A huge hall contained many gambling tables, each surrounded by numerous people. A casino? Lu Wenzong felt a little disappointed. Although he hadn't seen one before, he wasn't particularly interested in gambling. I don't gamble in poker or mahjong. I prefer something a bit more unusual. Li Yutao bypassed the gambling tables and continued leading Lu Wenzong down further. After walking down another staircase, shouts suddenly echoed. When they reached the bottom and the lights illuminated, Lu Wenzong finally felt there was something different. It was an open room with an area of about 400 to 500 square meters. In the center stood a circular arena, surrounded by dozens of men and women shouting encouragement to the 2 people fighting inside the ring. Interesting, right? Li Yutao smiled. All right, let me watch for a while. Lu Wenzong replied with a smile. The 4 of them found a table to sit at. Li Yutao remembered that Lu Wenzong hadn't eaten yet, so he immediately instructed a young attendant to bring some food for both of them. In the ring, 2 men were exchanging punches and kicks. Lu Wenzong watched for a while and asked, do they decide the winner by written agreements? If they signed a death contract, life or death doesn't matter, and the dead one is naturally the loser. If no death contract was signed, then the fight ends when one loses consciousness. Big bets, I assume. The minimum bet is 100,000 yuan. Wow, truly a game for rich people. When do you plan to place your bet, Big Brotherly? I'll follow you and try to make a bit of money. Since he'd come along, Lu Wenzong thought he should at least act interested. Not in a rush, we missed this round. Next one, Li Yutao replied. Chapter 90, Underground Boxing Match. After the first fight ended, there was a brief moment of calm on site. Many people who won money started heading to the counter to collect their winnings. Li Yutao looked at Lu Wenzong and smiled, asking, do you want to place a bet? I don't quite understand it yet. Can you explain it to me? Lu Wenzong laughed. It's simple. In every match, 2 people will fight. The house will set odds, and you just bet on whoever you think will win. Additionally, there is another type of betting here. You can go up yourself and gamble. What does going up oneself mean? Meaning you challenge someone yourself, then either bet with the guests present or the casino. You can set the wager freely, as long as the other side can cover it. Li Yutao explained. Oh, I see. Do you want to place a bet? Not this round. Lu Wenzong smiled and politely declined Li Yutao's suggestion. Li Yutao didn't push. He gestured, and a young man came over holding a tray. Li Yutao picked up a token, and the young man left smiling. After the second match ended, Li Yutao's chosen fighter had won, turning his 1 million bet into 3 times that amount. Damn, this really is a great way to make money. Lu Wenzong, though not particularly envious, felt for the first time how strikingly fast one could earn money through gambling. 3 million, just like that? Lu Wenzong remarked in awe. It's small change, just some entertainment. Li Yutao laughed. Lu Wenzong silently criticized in his mind. What you call small change is more than most people would make in a lifetime. Suddenly, he thought about going up himself to fight. Confident in his ability to endure punches and tangle with the opponent, knocking him down shouldn't be much of an issue. Having faith in himself, he turned to Li Yutao and said, Brotherly, if I were to go up there and fight a round, what do you think? You're thinking of going up? Li Yutao asked doubtfully. Yes, I'd like to go up and fight. Brother, I support you. Li Yutao finished, then stood up and walked away. After a few minutes, he returned, smiling. It's all arranged. You'll face off against the winner of this round shortly. No problem. Lu Wenzong smiled. Hearing from Xiao Rua, you're quite capable. Are you confident? If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't plan to go up. All right, how big should the bet be? Shall I negotiate? The bigger, the better. Lu Wenzong grinned. Brother, your appetite isn't small. Li Yutao, appreciating Lu Wenzong's confidence, went happily to discuss the stakes with the casino. Lu Wenzong had said the bigger, the better, and the guy returned with a 5 million yuan bet for Lu Wenzong. If Lu Wenzong wins, the casino must pay double, 10 million yuan. After the third fight was over, Li Yutao immediately climbed onto the stage, grabbing the microphone handed by the staff and loudly shouting, Men and women, let's spice things up today. The people around the ring sent enthusiastic cheers and applause, with someone yelling out loud asking exactly what was so exciting. Li Yutao smiled and shouted, "We haven't had a challenger for a long time. Tonight, my buddy will come up and challenge. Do you look forward to it?" "Looking forward." The crowd shouted back with enthusiasm. "Then, let's bring our challenger up with warm applause. Let's welcome our challenger tonight." After Li Yutao spoke, Lu Wenzong stood up and walked toward the stage under the concerned gaze of Lu Xiuxian. Upon reaching the stage and standing next to Li Yutao, Lu Wenzong calmly waved his hand at the surrounding audience. A voice from below called out loudly, "Li Yutao, look at how thin and weak he looks. Can he even fight?" Li Yutao smiled and replied, "Tang Xingli, watch your mouth. Got the guts to place a big bet, huh?" "Bet I will. I don't believe this guy can take down Leopard. I'll bet 2 million. Tang Xingli shouted loudly. "TSK, 2 million is nothing to boast about. 5 million. Li Yutao called out. F***K. 5 million it is. Lao Tzu will put it down. Tang Xingli shouted. Led by Tang Xingli, the people around began placing bets, but the majority placed their wagers on the one named Leopard winning. Lu Wenzong did a rough estimate and discovered that the total amount of bets reached a terrifying 30 million yuan. However, these 30 million plus over 10 million from the casino weren't entirely Lu Wenzong's to keep. If the casino lost, they simply lost. For the 30 million yuan wagered by guests, the casino took 10%, which was over 3 million yuan. After the bets were finalized, the person known as Leopard also climbed onto the stage. When he rested earlier, the casino approached him. "This match must be won at all costs. Otherwise, those 10 million yuan will truly be lost." If it weren't for Li Yutao's relationship, the casino wouldn't have agreed to such a doubled payout rate. Looking at Lu Wenzong's stance, Leopard quickly realized that Lu Wenzong was not someone trained in martial arts. Hence, he looked at Lu Wenzong with a puzzled expression, not understanding where this person, who clearly had no training, got the courage to challenge on stage. The guys down below all had sharp eyes. Being regulars around here, they were good at reading people. They could tell that Lu Wenzong did not know any real kung fu and was purely a novice without martial arts skills. For such a person to come up and challenge was akin to committing suicide. Naturally, they would not place their bets on Lu Wenzong. After Li Yutao encouraged everyone to place their bets and gave Lu Wenzong a pat on the shoulder, he stepped off the platform. The sound of the gong indicated the match had begun. Before Lu Wenzong even realized it, Leopard rushed forward and threw a punch. Caught off guard, Lu Wenzong was struck by Leopard's punch, causing him to retreat several steps, nearly falling off the platform. After symbolically clutching his chest, Lu Wenzong found Leopard already charging towards him again. "Shit, that speed is too fast," Lu Wenzong exclaimed, hastily dodging to the side. His movements were quick as well, avoiding one of Leopard's strikes. His gaze tightened, taking this situation seriously. This guy's speed is too fast. If Lu Wenzong didn't focus fully, he'd likely be forced off the platform, leading to an embarrassing loss. Lu Wenzong swiftly evaded Leopard's fierce attacks for 2 minutes straight. The crowd started murmuring dissatisfaction. What the hell kind of challenger is this? Only knowing how to dodge and not fight. What's the point of that? The audience came here not only to win money, but also to enjoy the visceral excitement of hard-hitting fights. They weren't interested in watching one person run while the other pursued. Boos from below followed one after another. Yet Lu Wenzong completely ignored them, continuing to evade. Although Leopard was still fast, it wasn't yet time for Lu Wenzong to counterattack. Leopard himself was getting frustrated. Although Lu Wenzong was untrained in martial arts, his actions were very quick, preventing Leopard's continuous attacks from being effective. 5 minutes passed, and many people below began verbally abusing him, especially Tang Xingli, who insulted Lu Wenzong mercilessly. Amidst his frantic evasions, Lu Wenzong cast him a glare and kept dodging. Continuous 5-minute relentless attacks indeed consumed much of Leopard's stamina. Single-sided attacks exhausted more energy than mutual combat. Sensing the opportunity might have arrived, once Leopard's speed slowed, Lu Wenzong's counterattacks would become effective. From his previous encounter with Li Weigua's underling, the young woman, Lu Wenzong had developed a certain defense against fast opponents because he feared engaging in combat without landing a blow on them. Leopard's decrease in speed was the best moment for Lu Wenzong to attack. After having dodged for several minutes, Lu Wenzong suddenly stopped, swinging his fist to meet Leopard's incoming punch. Fists collided. Lu Wenzong retreated 2 steps, while Leopard stumbled back 2 or 3 steps. But Lu Wenzong suffered no damage, whereas Leopard felt as though his fists were about to explode, pain penetrating to his bones. Before Leopard could counterattack, Lu Wenzong lunged forward first. Seeing the two finally clash, the crowd below erupted in loud cheers. Lu Wenzong's active attack finally relaxed Li Yutao, who had been anxiously holding his breath. The fists of Lu Wenzong and Leopard collided again. Leopard was cunning. During the exchange, he also swung a leg to kick. Lu Wenzong endured the impact, and then delivered a powerful left hook downward. It struck Leopard's thigh directly, eliciting a cry of pain as Leopard staggered backward. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wenzong quickly moved forward and kicked out. Leopard, despite the pain, continued fighting back. Their feet met mid-air with a loud bang, sending Lu Wenzong tumbling onto the platform, while Leopard flew off and fell below the ring. Leopard quickly stood up, wanting to rush back onto the platform. However, Li Yutao rose and shouted, "Leopard, you've been knocked off the platform, so you lose." Silence fell over the spectators below. This was terrible. Everyone there had lost substantial amounts of money. However, Li Yutao jumped excitedly since originally he had bet 3 million on Lu Wenzong, worried that Lu Wenzong might lose. Now seeing his profits increase significantly, Without even celebrating with Lu Wenzong, Li Yutao rushed toward the casino counter to deal with claiming the winnings. 15 minutes later, Li Yutao returned excitedly. Come, brother Wenzong. Here are 32 million yuan. It's yours. Upon receiving the card handed over by Li Yutao, Lu Wenzong was filled with deep emotion. With the little tool called Little Spade, making tens of millions required a long time, enduring many challenges and hardships. But now, in just 20+ minutes, over 30 million dropped right into his hands. This was exhilarating. Did you not place a bet? I won 600,000. Li Yutao happily replied. Congratulations. Congrats. Let's go have fun tonight. I'll treat. Oh wait, you'll treat. You're the big boss tonight. Will we be able to leave smoothly? Lu Wenzong smiled and asked as Tang Xingli approached aggressively. Tang Xingli? He doesn't amount to anything. Li Yutao disdainfully glanced at Tang Xingli, clearly not taking him seriously. Li Yutao, take care now. Tang Xingli called out. What? Can't handle a loss. Li Yutao chuckled. Not exactly. Losing is fine, but it can't just end like this, right? What? Still can't handle the loss? No, I mean, how about another match sometime? Your friend here has impressive skills. Tang Xingli grinned. That depends on my friend. Brother, would you be interested in another match? Not interested for now. When I am, I'll come back myself. Lu Wenzong laughed. He had only come to pass the time today and hadn't intended on making money this way until he saw such an opportunity. He was actually planning to return home the next day and didn't intend to fight any longer. Boring. You won some money and now you want to leave. The one who couldn't handle the gamble isn't me. Tang Xingli sneered as he glanced at Lu Wenzong. You can say whatever you want. Not interested in fighting right now. Maybe when I've spent all my money, I'll come earn more. TSK. Big talk. Do you think you're invincible or something? What are you arguing about? We're going to party. Why don't you join us? Li Yutao laughed. All right, I won't go then. Call me if you're interested another day. Tang Xingli finished speaking and turned to leave. Let's go. This Tang Xingli always does the same thing. Once he loses, he tries to arrange another fight to win his money back. Li Yutao took Lu Wenzong to sing some songs and dance, playing until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning before arranging accommodations for both of them. By the time they returned to Sangzi County, it was already the morning of January 6th. Lu Xiuxian went home first. Her mother had been behaving well and continued working at her older sister's coal mine. But after being away for so long, Lu Xiuxian missed her mom. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong returned to Gui Valley, where workers were busy transporting various vegetables and meats, preparing them to be sent down to the newly built food factory at the foot of the mountain. Mr. Sha's food factory had already been completed and began production. With endless wild produce from the mountains and the rich natural ingredients from Gui Valley under Lu Wenzong's care, Mr. Sha was confident in this venture. Lu Wenzong was naturally delighted, knowing this would provide another stable sales channel for Gui Valley, absolutely a good thing. Everything seemed normal in Gui Valley, easing Lu Wenzong's mind. He had also worried that Lu Junda might cause trouble during these few days he was gone. The next day, Lu Xiaoxia came to Gui Valley and was formally introduced to everyone. She assumed responsibility for financial matters within the company. But for now, holding the title of financial supervisor, she could only learn from Wu Ruhan behind the scenes. Not many people knew the relationship between Lu Xiaoxia and Lu Wenzong. Although her mother had caused a scene outside Lu Wenzong's house before, no one knew whether they were officially dating. Thus, this time, Lu Xiaoxia did not reveal herself as Lu Wenzong's girlfriend because she feared others would criticize her for relying on Lu Wenzong's connections to secure her position as financial director. Only Su Yenner and Gui Valley knew their relationship, but neither Lu Wenzong nor Lu Xiaoxia disclosed it. And Su Yenner didn't spread gossip either. Still, seeing Lu Xiaoxia smiling cheerfully by Lu Wenzong's side made Su Yenner's heart stir with jealousy involuntarily. Lu Xiaoxia soon dived into her work, dedicating herself fully. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong focused on expanding Gui Valley. He planned to lease the surrounding mountains, which included areas belonging to different villages. Some to the west belonged to Hongban village. Those to the north were part of Qifeng village, and the eastern and southern parts belonged to his own village. Negotiating with each of these 3 villages added some complexity. Lu Wenzong first aimed to develop the western area, since leasing it would allow him to quickly set up the breeding farm there, making it urgent. On January 8th, Lu Wenzong drove up the mountain to Hongban village's office, ready to negotiate the leasing agreement with them first. Chapter 91, Contracting the 4 Mountain Peaks. At the entrance of the Hongban village committee, Lu Wenzong parked his car and saw a familiar person. Tian Han came out wearing her uniform. She unexpectedly spotted Lu Wenzong, glared at him harshly, then strutted away with her head held high. Lu Wenzong guessed that she must have gotten promoted, which might be related to her police career. He paid no attention to it and continued toward the village committee's gate. Walking through a long courtyard, he arrived at the office entrance, looked at the sign on the door, and found the office of the village director. Before coming, Lu Wenzong had already learned that the director of Hongban village was surnamed Zhu and named Zhu Xiaolong. Everyone generally called him Director Long. As he approached the door, he heard a man inside talking loudly on the phone. His voice was loud and his tone quite rude, as if scolding someone. Lu Wenzong knocked on the door, and from inside came a firm reply. Come in. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, Lu Wenzong still pushed the door open and walked in. A tall, thin man in his 40s glanced at Lu Wenzong with confusion, then turned back to continue speaking on the mobile phone. After a few sentences, he impatiently hung up. Are you Director Long? Nice to meet you. Lu Wenzong greeted first, extending his hand. Hello, who are you? Zhu Xiaolong shook hands with Lu Wenzong once, but asked curiously. My name is Lu Wenzong, and I'm from Gigu. So you're Mr. Lu from Gigu. You've been quite popular recently. Director Long smiled. It's just small potatoes. Is Director Long available? There are some things I would like to discuss. I'm available. Go ahead and tell me. Zhu Xiaolong became much more courteous and even offered Lu Wenzong a cigarette. Lu Wenzong took it hesitantly and said, I don't smoke much usually, so I didn't bring any cigarettes to offer you. No problem, no need for formality. Mr. Lu, a busy man and well-known person, can come here. I'm honored. Since Director Long is being so polite, let me cut straight to the chase. Speak up. The western mountain of Gigu belongs to Hongban Village. I'd like to contract it, Director Long. Do you think this is possible? Contracting the western mountain of Gigu? Zhu Xiaolong seemed confused. Weren't you contracting Gigu for farming? Why do you want to contract the mountain? It's all rocks there, you can't grow crops. For breeding or developing some scenic spots. Lu Wenzong laughed. Oh, I see. I can't decide this by myself. Let me write an application, and I'll discuss it in a meeting with the village committee members. This also needs to be reported to the town level. I've already prepared the application. Take a look. Lu Wenzong handed over the prepared application and also sent copies of the company and personal credentials along with it. Zhu Xiaolong glanced through the documents and said smiling. The materials seem complete. All right, I'll immediately report this to Secretary Tian, then convene a meeting to discuss it. Please wait for my news before returning home. After leaving his contact details, Lu Wenzong bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Lu Wenzong still managed to give Zhu Xiaolong 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes from his car. Regardless of whether he liked receiving gifts or not, to ensure smooth handling of affairs, these little details were something not to worry about too much. However, what frustrated Lu Wenzong was that Zhu Xiaolong called him late afternoon, telling him rather tactfully that his application to contract the land hadn't passed. Lu Wenzong was surprised. The price he offered wasn't bad. That mountain was idle anyway. Contracting it to Lu Wenzong could annually bring some fiscal revenue to the village. How come it couldn't pass? With Wu Ruhan's advice, Lu Wenzong still bought some items and revisited Hongban village. However, this time, he couldn't even see Zhu Xiaolong. A militiaman captain informed Lu Wenzong that Zhu Xiaolong had gone to the county for training with the village party secretary. Lu Wenzong felt somewhat upset. Was this intentional? Helplessly, he rushed to chiefing village instead. Here, everything went smoothly. It was just a case of offering 2 packs of cigarettes, with the price set at 10,000 yuan per year for 10 years. Unsuccessful with Hongban village, Lu Wenzong actively sought Su Zhihao in his own village. Su Zhihao was clearly uneasy about Lu Wenzong's arrival. In the process of Lu Wenzong contracting Xiaolong Mountain, Su Zhihao played an unflattering role. Seeing Lu Wenzong again naturally made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, Lu Wenzong did not express any dissatisfaction towards him, instead greeting him cheerfully and giving him a pack of cigarettes. Is there anything? Su Zhihao asked. Uncle Su, why has there been no progress regarding Xiaolong Mountain? Has Wu Yuming quit? Lu Wenzong did not reveal his true intentions, but instead asked about the situation of Xiaolong Mountain. Xiaolong Mountain was bare and showed no signs of any planting activities. He quit after just working for a while. What a wasteful son. Su Zhihao recalled how Wu Yuming spent over 100,000 yuan buying various seeds, but then discarded them without growing anything further, causing him great heartache. It's such a waste to let it remain barren, Lu Wenzong remarked. There's nothing we can do. He contracted the land for 10 years. If he refuses to farm, others cannot take his place. Su Zhihao deeply regretted that had he known Wu Yuming was so unreliable, no matter what, he would never have reclaimed Xiaolong Mountain from Lu Wenzong's hands. Let's leave this issue aside for now. Uncle Su, I'm here today because I'd like to contract the eastern and southern peaks of Gigu. You discuss with other members of the village committee. 2 mountains per year will be 20,000 yuan. Lu Wenzong offered a high price. All right, I'll convene the village committee immediately to discuss this. Yes, also, each year, Gigu will allocate 10,000 yuan as fiscal income for the village, for you to manage. Moreover, 2 more substitute teachers will be hired at an annual cost of 20,000 yuan, plus another 10,000 for improving education in the village. Lu Wenzong's plan wasn't merely to flatter the villagers, but rather genuinely wanted to contribute to the village. Using 10,000 yuan as fiscal income could boost the enthusiasm of these village committee members for their work. Additionally, since the school in the village was small, 10,000 yuan could be used to purchase teaching supplies or provide welfare bonuses to teachers during festivals, which would indeed make a contribution. Su Zhihao's eyes lit up at these 2 terms. They made him very pleased. 10,000 yuan as direct revenue for the village committee would greatly alleviate their financial burden. Nowadays, although the village bore less responsibility for educational matters, enhancing education still counted as an achievement. I'll gather the village committee right away to study this issue. Su Zhihao immediately became energetic. The result came out soon. The village agreed on Lu Wenzong's contracting proposal, without specifying a time limit, meaning that he could contract the land for as long as he wished. This time, the village gave Lu Wenzong enormous convenience not only because of the tens of thousands of yuan Lu Wenzong contributed, but also because Lu Wenzong was quite familiar with Secretary Wang from the township. Only Hongban village remained now. However, Lu Wenzong wasn't in a hurry anymore. Since the western side couldn't be contracted temporarily, he might as well develop other places first. Lu Wenzong called a meeting of all company employees to gather opinions on how to develop the 3 peaks currently under contract. Lu Wenzong's plan was this. The northern peak was the highest, so it should be developed into a natural scenic area for appreciating the original forested mountain. Some stone steps should be built, winding their way up the mountain, with several pavilions built at the top, allowing visitors to enjoy the surrounding views from there. A great experience indeed. For the southern peak, Lu Wenzong planned to place a large sign on the south side of the peak and hang it out. Then, he would trim the trees on the mountain into a landmark landscape for Gigu, though exactly how to trim them would require detailed design. As for the eastern peak, Lu Wenzong wasn't sure what to do yet, so he gathered employees to brainstorm collectively. After the meeting ended, Lu Wenzong, Wu Ruhan, and Su Yin'er reviewed the planning proposals written by employees. However, after looking through them all, they still didn't find a satisfactory one. Feeling a little deflated, the three were thinking hard again. I think we should develop the northern peak first, refining your idea into a concrete plan, Wu Ruhan suggested. Brother, let's tackle them one by one. It's not good to spread ourselves too thin. After all, we need a significant amount of capital next year to fully develop Gigu. Lu Xiuxian voiced her opinion from the side. No problem, the money is enough. So according to your opinions, let's start with developing the northern peak first. As for the western peak, once I negotiate successfully with Hongban Village, I'll relocate the entire breeding site up there, converting the whole peak into a breeding ground. Do you want to increase the varieties of livestock? That's definitely necessary. We need to introduce some wild game, such as peacocks, pheasants, and rabbits. We'll need to hire more workers, Wu Ruhan grinned. Of course, I believe our division of responsibilities needs to be refined further. Wu Ruhan, as general manager, will oversee all operations. Su Yin'er will no longer be vice president, instead specializing in store management across different locations. In the future, the department handling all our stores will be called the sales department, with Su Yin'er serving as minister. Accounting will be handled by Lu Xiuxian, and accounts for the headquarters will be overseen by Wu Ruhan. Brother, where should the next store be opened? The provincial capital. However, I need to personally go there to open up opportunities. The provincial capital? There are Lu Junda and others there. They haven't caused trouble lately, but if they find out you're heading there, they certainly won't let you succeed easily, Wu Ruhan warned. No worries. If they obstruct me, it's a perfect opportunity to resolve the issue, eliminating potential problems later on. Lu Wenzong laughed. Do you have a plan? What plan? Let's just do what we can. Lu Wenzong laughed. Boss, I'm amazed by you, Wu Ruhan grinned. Like you're imitating my catchphrase. Anyway, I'm planning to go home for the new year, so please take care of Gigu, Wu Ruhan said. No problem. By the way, how much money do you have in your card? Lu Wenzong asked. Less than 100,000 yuan, Wu Ruhan replied. In that case, give everyone more bonuses at the end of the year. Let's add 1,000 per person. For Xiaoxia, we'll add 1 extra month's salary. You two have made great contributions to the company lately, so each of you will receive an additional bonus of 50,000 yuan. Really? Wu Ruhan grinned. Forget it if you don't want it. I want it. But wouldn't this cause issues if the other employees find out? Don't worry about that. It's a private arrangement from me. It won't come from the company account, Lu Wenzong laughed. Time flew by. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, the company started arranging duty schedules and gradually went on holiday. All employees received their salaries and bonuses. Wu Ruhan was exhausted from calculating salaries, breaking out in a sweat, but luckily, Lu Xiaoxia helped her out, making her job easier. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, Wu Ruhan was ready to go home. Lu Wenzong insisted on seeing her off, but she refused his offer and drove away in the car specially approved by Lu Wenzong, setting off on her homeward journey. Su Yin'er also returned home, as did Lu Xiaoxia. Giga suddenly became quiet. The employees at the farm didn't take leave yet since there were many guests coming for meals. They probably would only be able to leave 2 or 3 days before the new year. Lu Wenzong gave them an overtime bonus, so they didn't mind whether they took leave or not. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Gigu closed down completely. The employees of the farm all left, without even leaving someone on duty. However, some workers remained on duty for the planting and breeding sites. Meals for these workers were prepared personally by Lu Wenzong's mother. On New Year's Eve, only the Lu family remained in Gigu. The shop had temporarily closed, and Lu's sister-in-law who worked as security staff at the shop came back home with her family. His elder sister and her husband's family also arrived. Mother cooked a huge feast, and the entire family enjoyed a harmonious reunion dinner. Afterward, the elder sister and sister-in-law's families returned home. After finishing the New Year's Eve dinner with his parents, Lu Wenzong watched the Spring Festival Gala briefly, and then went back to his room to practice cultivation with the fairy. After the holidays, after being quiet for a few days, Gigu reawakened on the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month when the farm employees resumed work, followed by the return of all the other employees on the 5th day. Although it was still a bit cold in the 1st lunar month, unsuitable for farming or planting, the company was soon going to expand, requiring the efforts of the employees. On the 6th day, Wu Ruhan returned to Gigu. On the 7th day, Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan went to Sangzi County seeking Xia Jianjun's help to introduce someone talented in garden design to redesign Gigu. Unfortunately, Xia Jianjun wasn't in Sangzi County. He was attending a training program at the provincial party school, hinting that he might be promoted soon. Despite Xia Jianjun's absence, Xia Tongtong offered to help. She made a phone call to a friend in Beijing and arranged for a design company to send representatives immediately to conduct an on-site survey. Truly, things went smoothly when you had connections, and the speed was impressive. The trio spent half a day in the county, where Lu Wenzong and Xia Tongtong had some intimate time together before returning to Gigu. On the 10th day of the 1st lunar month, the designers from Beijing arrived in Gigu under Xia Tongtong's escort. A man and a woman, a couple, were handsome and beautiful, a delight to look at. As soon as they entered Gigu, they praised it non-stop and showed immense liking for it. They decided to stay there for a few days and slowly work on the design. Lu Wenzong left them alone and instructed Wu Ruhan to warmly entertain them. Then, accompanied by xiuxian, he departed from Gigu and headed to the provincial capital to prepare for the opening of a third store. Opening branches in Sangzi County and Sanling City was easy and didn't involve too much hassle. The real challenge lay in establishing a presence in a place beyond Lu Wenzong's current reach, where everything would have to start anew. Making a name for themselves would be the next crucial step. Chapter 92. The Pitiful Grandmother and Grandson. By the time the two of them arrived in the provincial capital, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. They first found a place to stay, had dinner, and then as they looked for a good restaurant, they took the opportunity to wander around the provincial capital. The prosperity of the provincial capital far surpassed that of Sanling City and Sangzi County. However, due to geographical constraints, the entire city seemed rather crowded. The roads were not wide, and traffic jams occurred along the way with an impressive flow of vehicles. As they walked and asked around, Lu Wenzong discovered that the most heavily populated places in the provincial capital were 3: Municipal Government Square, Minggu Square, and Sanli Village Shopping Plaza. These almost represented the 3 most prosperous areas of the whole provincial capital. Lu Wenzong took xiuxian first to Municipal Government Square, where there was a large shopping mall with 20 floors of food, drink, entertainment, and leisure activities. Around the building were countless shops bustling with people milling around each other, creating quite a lively atmosphere. The two chose a stall, ate some dinner casually, and continued wandering. They strolled through the supermarket and also visited stalls set up by small vendors on the square, asking about whether selling goods during the day would involve urban management officers, city enforcers. After roughly touring Municipal Government Square, they took a taxi to Minggu Square. The landmark of Minggu Square was the Minggu Tower, which was reportedly built in ancient times as an alarm tower for war. Around the Minggu Tower, iron chains blocked access, but surrounding it was a bustling pedestrian street. By the time the two had walked from one end of the pedestrian street to the other, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. During their stroll, Lu Wenzong also bought many things for xiuxian, clothes, accessories, snacks, and both their hands were full. Without anyone else around, xiuxian clung to Lu Wenzong at all times, truly enjoying their happiness together. After finishing their visit at Minggu Tower, they came to Sanli Village Shopping Plaza. This place was practically synonymous with high-end fashion, surrounded by upscale stores, and featuring numerous international brands visible here. After wandering around for a while, they left because this place wasn't suitable for them to carry out work. Returning to their hotel room to rest for a bit, they fell soundly asleep. Early the next morning, instead of setting up stalls to cure people, the two went out to look for housing. From now on, they needed to establish a foothold in the provincial capital. It wasn't wise to keep staying in hotels. After searching for half the day, they checked out 7 or 8 shops and 4 or 5 apartments, none of which satisfied them. First, some were in remote locations, and second, the quality of the rooms wasn't great. After having lunch, the two decided to go ask at Municipal Government Square if there were any appropriate shops available. As soon as they reached the entrance of Municipal Government Square, they heard a hubbub. At the central fountain of Municipal Government Square, a large crowd had gathered. They squeezed forward to take a look, only to find city management officers arguing with an old grandmother who sold socks and hats. The old lady's stall lay overturned to the side, with socks, hats, scarves scattered everywhere. 2 city enforcers were wrestling with the old grandmother over a small bundle in her hand, not knowing what exactly was inside. After listening for a while, Lu Wenzong understood that these 2 enforcers saw she was elderly, agreed that she could operate a stall, but insisted she pay a fee. The old grandmother, however, refused to pay yet remained determined to sell her goods. The enforcers viewed her obstinacy as defiance. You need to contribute something so we can report back. But the old grandmother absolutely wouldn't agree. One short-tempered enforcer directly reached for the bundle, intending to grab whatever money was inside, but this action backfired. The old grandmother shouted that the enforcers were stealing her money, portraying the 2 enforcers as bullies harassing a harmless citizen. People around started talking. Some suggested letting the enforcers go, others advised the old lady to just pay the fee. All sorts of opinions surfaced. Lu Wenzong watched anxiously, troubled by the situation. These 2 enforcers kept insisting on receiving the money, even just a little, but the old grandma stubbornly refused, making it difficult for the 3 individuals to resolve the conflict face-savingly. Lu Wenzong grew impatient and pulled out a 100 yuan note before pushing through the crowd. Here is the old grandma's money. Let her continue selling her goods. At such an advanced age, unless living under duress, why would anyone endure such hardship? Finally, someone stepped in. The 2 enforcers let out a sigh of relief, accepted the money from Lu Wenzong, issued a few warnings, and then left. The onlookers, seeing that the drama was resolved, chattered a bit more and eventually dispersed. The old grandma looked up, tidying up her scattered items on the ground as she spoke to Lu Wenzong. Young man, thank you very much. I'll repay your 100 yuan once I earn enough. Don't worry about it. There's no need to repay me, Lu Wenzong said, kneeling down with xiuxian to help the old grandma pick up her scattered belongings. After tidying everything up, the two sat down on the nearby steps and chatted with the old grandma about what had happened earlier. Once the topic began, the old grandma opened up and shared a lot. Grandma Wang lived nearby. It wasn't that she was unwilling to part with the few yuan. Rather, she desperately needed the money right now. At home, she had a 10-year-old granddaughter bedridden with illness. Being old, she couldn't work anymore, and her monthly pension wasn't enough to cover the granddaughter's medical expenses. Recently, the granddaughter's condition worsened, requiring hospitalization. It cost a lot every day, but Grandma Wang didn't have any money, so she came out to set up a stall. Before her granddaughter returned from the hospital, even a single cent mattered immensely to her, which is why she refused to pay the urban management officers. Then where are your daughter and son-in-law? Xiuxian, deeply moved, held Grandma Wang's hand and asked. Grandma Wang sighed, tears glistening in her eyes. She explained that she had a son and a daughter, both with good jobs, and they lived very happily as a family. However, when her granddaughter was 6 years old, her son, daughter-in-law, and daughter took her on a trip. On their way back, they encountered a car accident. Everyone in the car perished except for the little granddaughter, who survived by chance. For an elderly person like Grandma Wang, this tragedy felt like the sky falling down. After surviving the crash, her granddaughter changed dramatically. Sometimes she would sit in a daze all day, other times she would scream and hurt herself, or even run onto the streets to throw objects at passing cars. In short, the car accident plunged their once happy family into endless suffering. Though Grandma Wang felt completely hopeless, she could only push through life for the sake of her granddaughter. 3 days ago, the little girl somehow got hold of scissors Grandma Wang had hidden away and used them to cut her arms and legs into bloody wounds. She nearly didn't make it when rushed to the hospital. She had been setting up stalls for 2 or 3 years. When her granddaughter was doing better, she used to pay the urban management fees willingly. But now, she truly couldn't afford it. Not when she already owed the hospital several thousand yuan. Every penny meant survival for her. Big brother, let's help Grandma Wang. Xiuxian's sympathy overflowed again. This young girl always had a soft heart. Whenever she went out with Lu Wenzong, he had given away thousands of yuan to beggars. However, Lu Wenzong had no objections to Xiuxian's suggestion. There were many injustices in the world that he couldn't address, but since this situation had fallen upon him, he could still do something. After all, he was still capable of helping Grandma Wang now. If it were a year ago, Lu Wenzong might have just turned away helplessly. All right, no problem. Grandma Wang, we'll go to the hospital and see your granddaughter first, Lu Wenzong said. I still need to set up my stall to make money. Grandma Wang hesitated, unwilling to leave early. It was still a while before she needed to head to the hospital, and if she left now, it would be a waste of half a day's earnings. Grandma Wang, my brother can treat illnesses. He'll cure your granddaughter, Xiuxian stated confidently. Really? Grandma Wang asked. Certainly. In our place, my brother is a renowned divine doctor, Xiuxian proudly declared. Really? Grandma Wang's tone was filled with joy now, and she tightly clasped Lu Wenzong's hand in hers. Let's take a look at your granddaughter. I'll think of ways to help her, Lu Wenzong replied. Good. Quickly, Grandma Wang stood up and started packing her stall. With the help of Xiuxian and Lu Wenzong, all her items were packed into a large bundle. Leading the two to the non-motorized vehicle parking area near the square, Grandma Wang pulled out an old tricycle. I'll ride, you two sit, and Grandma Wang, show me the way, Lu Wenzong offered bravely, taking the driving seat. Riding the tricycle under Grandma Wang's directions, they arrived smoothly at the entrance of the Second People's Hospital of the provincial capital. Parking the tricycle, Grandma Wang led the two upstairs to the ward building with eager steps. In the 6th floor ward, Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian saw a young girl lying in a bed, her hands and feet restrained. Around 10 years old, her hair was messy, her complexion pale, and her gaze empty, evoking great pity. There were 3 other patients in the room. Upon seeing Grandma Wang enter, they greeted her. Grandma Wang, who are these relatives of yours? One patient smiled and asked. No, these are kind people willing to treat my granddaughter Xiuxian, Grandma Wang replied. So young? Can they really treat illnesses? Another relative of another patient questioned skeptically. What? My brother is a famous divine doctor in Shangzi and Sanling. Xiuxian snapped irritably at their doubts. Divine doctor? That's probably fake. Grandma Wang, you shouldn't easily trust others. There are so many scammers nowadays. The first patient interjected. We're not scammers, Xiuxian countered anxiously. Lu Wenzong consoled her and laughed. If we were scammers, what would we possibly scam from Grandma Wang? Does she even have enough money for us to scam, or any valuables? She still has a big house at home, one of the patients said. I didn't know that. Lu Wenzong was startled. Judging by how Grandma Wang looked, her family must be poor. He didn't expect that they actually owned a large house. This came as quite a surprise. At some point, Grandma Wang, you brought people here to treat Xiuxian? A nurse appeared in the doorway, her expression icy as she looked down on Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong scratched his nose, feeling deeply frustrated. He had come with good intentions to cure Grandma Wang's granddaughter, but instead was treated like a fraudster. Nurse Lu, they claim they can heal Xiuxian's illness. Grandma Wang began to look hesitant in her eyes. Grandma Wang, do you really believe them just because they say they can heal her? Look at his age. Does he seem like any kind of divine doctor? The nurse glared at Lu Wenzong disapprovingly. My brother is the divine doctor. If you don't believe me, you can go to Shangzi and Sanling and ask around. Xiuxian snapped back angrily at their doubt. Probably some sort of trick to deceive villagers without knowledge. You two should leave immediately, otherwise I'll call security. The nurse scornfully said. How could you talk like that? My brother truly is a divine doctor. Grandma Wang, please trust me. We are not scammers. Xiuxian turned again towards Grandma Wang pleading. What scammer openly declares themselves as such? One of the patients muttered. Don't argue anymore, Yenner. Lu Wenzong remained mostly quiet until now. Situations like this weren't new to him. When he started out in Shangzi and Sanling selling medicine from stalls, hadn't he faced many people's doubts and disbelief? Yet ultimately, those same doubters eventually sought him out eagerly. Comforting Su Yin'er, Lu Wenzong addressed the nurse. Don't be so absolute about everything. Do you really think that since our hospital couldn't cure her patient, I also cannot? Judging people so superficially and dismissing them right away. It's astonishing where your bad attitude stems from. I'm volunteering to help Grandma Wang. I'm not asking for payment or expecting anything in return. If you don't trust me, I'll examine her on the spot and leave right afterward. The nurse sneered contemptuously and responded, I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Xiaoyun is currently under our hospital's care. There's no way we'd let you examine her. Whether you genuinely want to help or are just a scammer, wait until they've left the hospital premises before discussing it further. But within our hospital confines, there's no chance of letting you see her. This matter lies with Grandma Wang's decision. If she believes I'm a fraud, I'll turn and leave. But if she wants me to diagnose her, Xiaoyun can check out first. Any issues that arise, I take full responsibility. Can you even bear full responsibility? You shut up. Is speaking causing you pain? Lu Wenzong lost his temper and rebuked aloud. Grandma Wang, tell me, are you willing to proceed or not? Please speak up. Grandma Wang hesitated, looking at Nurse Lu, then checking the other patients inside the room. Her gaze returned to Lu Wenzong, then biting her lip, said resolutely, Grandma trusts you. Someone who voluntarily helps pay bills, assist with tidying things up, and actively proposes treating my granddaughter can't possibly be a bad person. Moreover, we were strangers beforehand. You wouldn't know anything about my family property either. Grandma Wang, you're confused. Nurse Lu quickly interjected. Nurse Lu, I know you mean well, but I am willing to try every possible option. Even if he fails to cure her, I'll still be glad for trying, Grandma Wang explained. Fine. Since you've made your decision, let's handle the discharge procedures then. Nurse Lu wasn't happy, stomping off loudly directly leaving the ward. Grandma Wang, don't act rashly. Other patients in the ward tried persuading Grandma Wang against pursuing this idea. Grandma Wang, no need for discharge. All I need is a bowl of herbal medicine which I can prepare instantly. Once consumed, the effect will show rapidly, Lu Wenzong declared. TCH, bluffing. Various patients voiced their disbelief from the ward. Although Lu Wenzong did not know exactly what problem Xiaoyun, this young girl, suffered from, divine water may not fully cure mental or psychological illnesses, but improving her physical condition was certainly feasible. Yin'er, watch over here for me. I'll step outside to get some supplementary drugs from the pharmacy. Lu Wenzong finished talking and walked out of the ward. Chapter 93. Con artist succeeds in turning the tables. Lu Wenzong arrived at the pharmacy outside the hospital and bought a ginseng root along with some items for boiling medicine. He started the process right there in the pharmacy. Once the ginseng soup was ready, Lu Wenzong took out his little hoe, where he stored the divine water, and added several drops into the broth. To ensure efficacy this time, he added quite a bit, about half a bowl's worth, and it should have been enough. After packing the herbal remedy into an insulated box that he purchased, Lu Wenzong tidied up his things to prepare for leaving. Initially, he had planned to find a place to buy supplies for boiling medicine, but this purchase came in handy just in time. Arriving at the hospital, Lu Wenzong felt frustrated when he noticed there were a few male doctors in white coats inside the room. They were trying to persuade Grandma Wang to abandon her unrealistic ideas. Seeing Lu Wenzong walk in, everyone looked at him simultaneously. Su Yin'er had tears in her eyes, likely because she had been verbally taunted again. Are you the so-called miraculous healer? A man in his 30s, also a doctor, approached to inquire. To call me a miraculous healer is too much honor. I merely have some life-saving methods. Lu Wenzong replied lightly. Oh, let me see what kind of soup you've prepared. Sure. After saying that, Lu Wenzong opened the thermos and presented it in front of the doctor. The doctor smelled it and then pondered before saying, Isn't this just ginseng soup? Yes, good observation. Lu Wenzong said. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine as well. The doctor proudly announced. Lu Wenzong glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. Grandma Wang, could you help lift Xiaoyun a little? Let me see how your ginseng soup can treat diseases. That male doctor did not obstruct anything, but stood beside the bed, scrutinizing Lu Wenzong closely. Grandma Wang and Su Yin'er lifted Xiaoyun up, after which Lu Wenzong fed her spoon by spoon. She remained silent, quietly opening her mouth whenever the spoon came near without resisting or showing any expressions or movements, behaving like a puppet. It took about 15 minutes to finish feeding her, making several doctors and nurses quite impatient. How long until the drug takes effect? The male doctor asked. What kind of effect do you expect? Lu Wenzong countered. A normal person, naturally healthy, said one nurse, Lu. The nurse's face flashed with embarrassment, but disappeared quickly. Didn't you guarantee that you could cure her? I promised I can heal her, but must becoming instantly normal define being healed. That's certainly true. The male doctor chimed in supportively. Too lazy to argue with you nonsense. Wait and see then. Lu Wenzong gave them a disdainful look. People couldn't stand seeing others succeed. They couldn't tolerate criticism against themselves. They all seemed to have fragile egos. 3 minutes passed, with no obvious changes happening. However, the little girl, Xiaoyun, fell asleep. Grandma Wang gave Lu Wenzong a worried glance. Grandma Wang, don't worry. I'll stay here and take full responsibility if anything happens. The doctors rushed to perform a series of checks on Xiaoyun immediately. Her vital signs were normal, and there was no danger. She had simply fallen asleep. With no immediate results observed, the doctors discussed briefly and left one by one. The patients in the room remained silent as well, as they knew the result would soon be clear, so further talk wouldn't make a difference. However, their conviction that Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er were fraudsters didn't waver, as their looks occasionally directed towards them still brimmed with dissatisfaction and hatred. Su Yin'er sat on one side of the bed talking in low voices with Grandma Wang, while Lu Wenzong idly fiddled with his phone. Half an hour passed, during which the doctors and nurses checked back on Xiuxian, who remained asleep, and then left again with scornful looks. Xiuxian's eyes fluttered open. Looking around groggily, she softly called out, "Grandma." Surprised and delighted, Grandma Wang lunged forward and embraced Xiuxian tightly. After many years, this was the first time Xiuxian had ever called her grandma. Overwhelmed with emotions, Grandma Wang hugged Xiuxian and sobbed uncontrollably, and Xiuxian, affected by her, cried softly as well. Other patients in the ward exchanged glances uncertainly. Is she really cured? A relative of another patient asked hesitantly. No one responded to him as Lu Wenzong focused on observing Xiuxian's condition while Su Yin'er busied herself consoling the grandmother and granddaughter. When the two had finally calmed down, Xiuxian showed no abnormal behavior whatsoever. "Grandma, why am I in the hospital?" Xiuxian asked. "You were sick. Grandma brought you here to see a doctor, Xiuxian. Do you feel unwell anywhere now?" Grandma Wang asked. "No discomfort, Grandma." Xiuxian looked at herself, then looked up to answer. "That's good, that's good." Grandma Wang turned around, grabbed Lu Wenzong's hand, and thanked him repeatedly. Even though it wasn't certain if everything was completely cured yet, after a bowl of the herbal remedy, Xiuxian's emotions immediately returned to normal. This alone already proved that Lu Wenzong wasn't a fraud. "Grandma Wang, I can't confirm whether Xiuxian is fully healed right now. Let her stay in the hospital for observation for 2 days," Lu Wenzong said. Good, good, good. I'll do as you say." Grandma Wang nodded vigorously in agreement. Xiuxian seemed to be genuinely better. She had wiped away her tears and chatted merrily with Grandma Wang. When Grandma Wang introduced Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er to her, Xiuxian politely called them uncle and aunt. Su Yin'er, being called aunt for the first time, blushed deeply. Originally, she wanted to ask Xiuxian to call her sister, but calling her sister would make Su Yin'er and Lu Wenzong different generations in terms of age. So, she kept her mouth shut. "Grandma Wang, everything's fine now. We'll take our leave." Lu Wenzong announced his departure. "Leave? Don't go. You've helped me so much. Come over to my place for dinner tonight." Grandma Wang invited them warmly. "No, we have something else to do. I'll give you my phone number. Feel free to call me if anything comes up." Lu Wenzong finished by providing his number to Grandma Wang. Couldn't cure, so choosing to run away? Nurse Lu suddenly re-entered the room, mocking Lu Wenzong while walking in. "Take a look yourself." Su Yin'er, visibly irritated, pointed at Xiuxian who was talking to Grandma Wang on the bed. Nurse Lu was startled and quickly turned around to look. It had been days since Xiuxian was admitted, always alternating between madness or dazed states, but now she neither seemed mad nor dazed. Instead, she chatted happily with Grandma Wang, completely contrary to what Nurse Lu had expected. The hospital tried various methods of treatment without success. Structural problems were ruled out in Xiuxian's case, meaning bodily diseases causing mental and psychological disorders could be excluded, and the remaining explanation was trauma caused by external events. Such cases typically required a long-term process to treat, far from being curable with 1 or 2 bowls of herbal medicine. Hence, they were absolutely certain Lu Wenzong couldn't heal Xiuxian. However, at this moment, Nurse Lu felt like her eyes were deceiving her. She rubbed them, looked again, and realized it wasn't an illusion. She glanced at Lu Wenzong once more, then rushed out in a hurry. Less than a minute later, Nurse Lu arrived back together with those doctors, rushing directly to the bedside. Xiuxian was startled by their sudden actions and quickly hid herself in Grandma Wang's arms. The doctors realized their behavior was too abrupt and hurriedly calmed Xiuxian down. Once Xiuxian no longer felt afraid, they urgently began checking her with medical instruments. After thorough inspections, it was found that Xiuxian's body was healthy, showing no problems whatsoever. As a result, these doctors started looking at Lu Wenzong with significantly different eyes, filled with extreme enthusiasm. If they could get their hands on such a magical decoction, wouldn't riches just roll in? But would someone like him willingly share his secrets? Then that male doctor approached, smiling, and said, "Sir, hello. I am Dr. Su from the psychiatric department of the Second People's Hospital. Could we talk? You want my herbal recipe?" Lu Wenzong straightforwardly stated his intention. Dr. Su smiled awkwardly, biting the bullet. "If your soup really has such miraculous effects, it would be a significant advancement in medicine. Please don't withhold your knowledge." "Sorry, family secret technique, strictly confidential." Lu Wenzong coldly rejected him. "Are you kidding me? Even if you want it, there's no way I can give it to you. And how can I tell you that it's all because of my divine Ho? Stop joking. It's impossible. Medical advancements are the responsibility of doctors, not his concern." Disappointed, Dr. Su glanced at Lu Wenzong several times, said nothing more, and left with the rest of the team. After they heard about his secret recipe, naturally, they had nothing more to say. Besides, they had treated Lu Wenzong poorly before. It would be truly surprising if he offered the formula. The other patients in the ward now entirely believed in Lu Wenzong, all watching him intently, with burning curiosity. Master Healer, could you help us check our conditions?" a patient's family member requested. "Sorry, unable to assist." Lu Wenzong flatly refused their requests. "Calling me a fraud before, now requesting me for diagnosis. It's not going to happen. If you want treatment, wait until I start working officially." A collective sigh of disappointment came from the patients and their families. Since they loudly claimed he was a scammer earlier, there wasn't much they could do when he declined their requests. When Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er left the hospital, Grandma Wang saw them off to the gate before turning back. Checking the time, they still had plenty, so they headed back to City Hall Square. They entered shop after shop asking if anyone was willing to transfer a business location. After a series of inquiries, they found not a single shop willing to transfer ownership. The location near City Hall Square was excellent. Doing business here wouldn't lead to losses unless someone made terrible decisions. So who would willingly give up their profitable place? Since they couldn't find shops for rent, the two started looking for accommodations instead. After circling around the residential areas near City Hall Square, they jotted down the phone numbers of several households offering rooms for rent. They dialed a few of these numbers, but were told the landlords weren't home and would only be available to show the properties after work in the afternoon. However, when xiuxian called an unlisted number, the voice on the other end sounded strangely familiar. Grandma Wang, xiuxian asked with evident confusion. It's me. Are you that young lady Sue from earlier? Grandma Wang asked back, equally surprised. We're searching for a place to rent, and we coincidentally came across your contact information. I noticed you had also posted a rental notice. Yes. Are you interested in renting? Yes. We intend to start a small business in the provincial city and want to rent a place to settle down, xiuxian explained. Excellent. Please wait. I'm currently handling Xiaoyan's discharge procedures. I'll be home shortly. The two waited at City Hall Square. An hour later, Grandma Wang called them. Where are you? Grandma Wang asked. We're by the fountain, xiuxian replied. Upon hanging up, within minutes, Grandma Wang appeared, leading Xiaoyan over. Didn't she need to stay in the hospital for observation? Lu Wenzong questioned as he stepped forward. Xiaoyan insisted on coming home. Besides, the hospital fees are too high, and we can't afford prolonged stays, Grandma Wang said. Resting at home should work fine. By the way, Grandma Wang, shall we check out your house? Sure. Follow me. Grandma Wang led them into a residential complex north of City Hall Square, then into the second building. She unlocked the door to apartment 302 on the third floor. Wow, Grandma Wang, your house is so large. xiuxian exclaimed in surprise as she walked inside. Even Lu Wenzong was astonished. He hadn't expected such a seemingly poor grandma to own such a spacious home. For bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, covering nearly 200 square meters. This was bought by my late son. When Xiaoyan fell ill, I preferred going out to sell snacks rather than selling this house. It contains too many memories of my son, daughter-in-law, and daughter. I couldn't bring myself to let it go, Grandma Wang recounted. Did your son engage in business before? Lu Wenzong inquired. Yes, he used to trade in bulk electrical appliances. After his passing, the business eventually shut down. Your son was indeed talented, Lu Wenzong praised sincerely. Earning enough to purchase a property of this size at such a young age certainly reflected considerable capability. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. Grandma Wang's mood turned somber. Grandma Wang, we'd like to rent this smaller bedroom. What do you think the rent should be? xiuxian pointed to a room and asked. You two saved Xiaoyan's life. Why charge rent? Feel free to live here. Grandma Wang smiled. That's inappropriate. We can't live without paying anything. Grandma Wang, please name a price, Lu Wenzong said. No, absolutely no rent. I insist. If you refuse payment, we dare not move in, lest others think we scheme for your property. All right then, you decide the amount, Grandma Wang agreed. Lu Wenzong thought for a moment and suggested, Grandma Wang, how about we pay rent according to the standard rate of surrounding rentals, plus we provide you a monthly living allowance. You help cook our meals, what do you say? Why should eating cost money? Grandma Wang grumbled unhappily. So here's the deal. 2,000 yuan per month covers both accommodation and food expenses. Utility costs will cover half. Lu Wenzong settled on a price. Nearby, comparable housing rents for a month were only 1,000 yuan. A one-bedroom previously looked at was similarly priced but farther away from City Hall Square, or they might have rented that one. Not good. How could it possibly be that much? Grandma Wang still wasn't satisfied with the offer. Do you think it's too low? Not that, it's far too much. I plan to rent it out for 1,000 yuan per month if possible, otherwise, never mind. How could 2 people spend 1,000 yuan on food alone each month? After much discussion, Grandma Wang finally agreed. Though it was slightly more than she had hoped, there would be no concerns regarding her daily life, making it worthwhile. Lu Wenzong immediately paid 3 months' worth of meal expenses and even signed a simple lease agreement. After settling everything, the two went out to purchase daily necessities, ready to begin work the next day. Chapter 94. Caught for practicing medicine without a license. When he came back in the evening, Grandma Wang found Lu Wenzong and asked him to treat the few patients in the ward. According to Grandma Wang's account, they did not intentionally call Lu Wenzong a fraud. Normally, they were very helpful to Xiaoyan. Grandma Wang hoped that Lu Wenzong could give them a hand. Lu Wenzong nodded in agreement, but would no longer go to the hospital. Instead, he told them to find him at the City Hall Square. Are you going to set up a stall at the City Hall Square to treat people? Grandma Wang was also puzzled. Yes, I came here just for this. Lu Wenzong smiled. What can I do to help? Grandma Wang asked enthusiastically. Grandma Wang, you can help me promote it. The fact that my brother cured Xiaoyan is the best example. xiuxian smiled. Right. I'll tell those old men and women I know to see you. Grandma Wang also laughed. Thank you then, Grandma Wang. Don't mention it. We haven't repaid your kindness yet. By the way, how do you charge for treating diseases? Grandma Wang asked. Give whatever you can afford. If you have money, give more. If you don't have money, it doesn't matter, Lu Wenzong said. What if they don't pay? Won't you lose out? Grandma Wang couldn't understand. No problem. My main purpose is to build a reputation, preparing for opening my store later, Lu Wenzong said. What kind of store are you going to open? Grandma Wang asked. Selling vegetables, selling medicine, selling meat. I'll buy every day when the time comes, Grandma Wang said. Lu Wenzong and xiuxian exchanged a glance. They guessed that when Grandma Wang saw the price, she would be startled and probably wouldn't buy it. Neither of them said anything, chatted with Grandma Wang for a while, and then Grandma Wang went back to rest. Although Xiaoyun seemed normal on the surface, because the little girl hadn't had much contact with others in recent years, she was shy and dared not get close to Lu Wenzong and Su Yanner. The next day, with Grandma Wang's enthusiastic help, Lu Wenzong received over 10 elderly people in the morning. They were all familiar with Grandma Wang. These elderly people didn't trust Lu Wenzong's medical skills much and only came as a courtesy to Grandma Wang. After drinking Lu Wenzong's herbal soup, they all left. But in the afternoon, these elderly people came flooding back, not only bringing various gifts but also sending money. Thus, at the beginning of the afternoon, Lu Wenzong collected a lot of wine and drinks, earning 3,000 yuan. According to the elder's statement, after drinking Lu Wenzong's herbal soup, they initially felt nothing, but later realized that all the uncomfortable places on their bodies disappeared. When they followed Lu Wenzong's advice to check at the hospital, they found that some chronic diseases were completely healed, and everything about their bodies was normal. It was then that they believed Lu Wenzong was a miraculous doctor. So, this group of healthy elderly people felt they had given too little money, and helped Lu Wenzong spread his fame with great enthusiasm. To say the least, Grandma Wang set a good example. These elderly people didn't need Lu Wenzong to do any work. They actively promoted Lu Wenzong's miracle of that bowl of herbal soup on the square to passersby. Some people didn't believe it, but those who believed ran to Lu Wenzong for examination and then drank a bowl of herbal soup and left. By the end of the evening, before closing down his stall, Lu Wenzong roughly treated over 30 people. After having dinner at Grandma Wang's place, there was a knock on the door. It was the agreed-upon time between Grandma Wang and the patients from the ward, and they came to seek treatment. The 3 patients in the same ward as Xiaoyun almost all suffered from mental illnesses. 2 old men, and a 13 or 14-year-old child. The 2 old men both suffered from mild persecutory delusions, constantly saying that someone was trying to kill them. Every time the illness flared up, they claimed that the food at home was poisoned, and they discarded all cooked food. They claimed that someone would come with a knife to kill them, so they threw away all knives in the house, causing a lot of trouble for their families. The child's condition was the most severe, diagnosed by doctors as autism. After a month of treatment, there was no effect at all. The families of the 3 patients came first to apologize to Lu Wenzong. The 2 old men also apologized to Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong waved his hand, showing no particular opinion toward them. After preparing 3 bowls of soup medicine for them to drink, he asked them to check the effects tomorrow. If there were any improvements, it would be better to go to the hospital again for further checks. The 3 families left after expressing their deep gratitude, leaving behind 3 cases of good wine and 3,000 yuan. After the 3 families left, Lu Wenzong was called into Xiaoyun's room by Grandma Wang. The doctor said that the wound needs to be smeared with medicine every other day. Since you're a doctor, can you help Grandma? Of course I can. However, let me check the wound. I think it might not need changing the medicine anymore. Lu Wenzong added the most divine water in Xiaoyun's bowl, and the minor external injuries on her body were too trivial for the divine water. He crouched down, gently unwrapping a bandage on his arm. Sure enough, the wound had already formed a scar. Although it wasn't fully healed yet, it no longer had any significant impact. Lu Wenzong removed the bandage and said to Grandma Wang, "Grandma Wang, look, this wound is almost healed. There's no need to keep it wrapped anymore. Rub some medicine on it to help it heal faster." Seeing the scarred wound, Grandma Wang was both delighted and astonished, exclaiming repeatedly about how amazing Dr. Lu's medical skills were. Lu Wenzong took off over a dozen bandages from Xiaoyun's body. Then he understood why she nearly didn't survive. This little girl had cut into her thigh artery. 2 long, fresh red scars stood out against her snow-white legs, making people feel quite fearful. After receiving the ointment passed by Grandma Wang, Lu Wenzong tenderly applied it for the little girl. "Thank you, uncle." It was the first sentence Xiaoyun had voluntarily said to him since they returned home. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoyun blushed and lowered her head, showing obvious shyness. "This child is really shy," Grandma Wang laughed. "No problem. Take her out more often. Once her body fully recovers, send her back to school as soon as possible." She must go to school. The first day was very fruitful, but also tiring. When Lu Wenzong returned to his room, Su Yanner had already fallen asleep. The little girl hadn't even taken off her clothes and was sleeping soundly, lying diagonally on the bed. Lu Wenzong shook his head, went outside, fetched a basin of hot water, and came back to wash her feet. After washing them, he carried her further into the bed and was just about to take off her outer clothing when she woke up. "Brother, I'm so tired. Can we do this next time?" Su Yanner pleaded. Surprised, Lu Wenzong pinched her nose and laughed, saying, "What are you thinking? I saw you sleep without taking off your clothes, so I helped you remove your outerwear. It's uncomfortable to sleep in your clothes." Su Yanner smiled bashfully, hurriedly sat up, took off her clothes, and quickly dived under the blanket. On the second day, after the news spread overnight through the word of mouth of those involved, many more patients came to see a doctor the next morning. As soon as the stall was set up, the line stretched long. Thus, Su Yanner became busier. She had to continuously brew the herbal decoctions that Lu Wenzong used to mask divine water at the back and deliver them bowl by bowl to Lu Wenzong, so that Lu Wenzong could personally add the special medicine. She was exhausted, but felt glad. Back when they started doing this work in Sands and Sanling City, things did not go smoothly. But in the provincial capital, they established themselves within a day. In a morning of bustling activity, they treated 40 or 50 patients. Even though Lu Wenzong was pretending to feel their pulses seriously, he was also somewhat tired. After resting for 2 hours at noon and coming back to the square in the afternoon, Lu Wenzong was shocked. This queue was even longer than the one in the morning, with men and women of all ages, not just elderly people. Many young people were also waiting in line to see Lu Wenzhong. Just as he sat behind the table, before seeing the first patient, a city management vehicle stopped on one side of the square. Lu Wenzhong paid 100 yuan to be allowed to continue setting up his stall. However, at 3 o'clock, after treating more than 10 patients, a car from the health department arrived, and 2 uniformed young men approached Lu Wenzhong. They immediately pushed through, one showing his identity as a man with a flat hairdo who told the queue to step aside, while another shorter man came over and stood opposite Lu Wenzhong. "Please show me your physician qualification certificate," the short man said. "I don't have one," Lu Wenzhong answered very straightforwardly. "In that case, you're practicing medicine illegally. Come with us," the short man said coldly. "Illegal practice of medicine? You've got it wrong. I'm just selling stuff. I haven't treated anyone. Just check the sign. It clearly says selling family heritage soup medicine. Where does it say treatment?" Lu Wenzhong said. In San's and Sanling City, to prevent being accused of illegal practice, Lu Wenzhong always hung signs that read, selling family heritage soup medicine. Selling items while accepting consultations certainly couldn't be considered illegal medical practice. Fortunately, there was no one in San's and Sanling who found it interesting to report such issues. But he never imagined being reported on the second day in the provincial capital. The short man glanced at Lu Wenzhong's sign and shrugged indifferently, saying, "But you actually treat people for diseases. Practicing medicine without a physician qualification certificate is illegal. I'm telling you, food can be eaten randomly, but words should not be spoken recklessly. I sell goods, receive customer inquiries, and help resolve doubts. Does this count as practicing medicine? You're quite good at sophistry, aren't you? Do I need to call the police?" the short man asked angrily. "It's not sophistry. According to what you're saying, if someone buys medicine from a pharmacy and consults questions, would the responding salesperson also be practicing illegal medicine?" Lu Wenzhong couldn't possibly admit to practicing illegal medicine. "What nonsense, take him away." The flat-haired man walked over, obviously impatient. As the health department staff were about to confiscate Lu Wenzhong's equipment, those who had been waiting in line for treatment wouldn't allow it. They rallied their support to Lu Wenzhong. "He is just selling stuff. Why are you checking if he's illegally practicing medicine?" one smart elderly man shouted loudly. After hearing this, those in the queue quickly understood and chimed in. "We came here to buy stuff, not for medical treatment." "What are you trying to do? Even stop people from selling things?" a young man called out. Yes, everyone nodded in agreement. However, the 2 health bureau employees completely ignored the crowd. The flat-haired man directly tried to break through the cloth curtain surrounding the area, while the short man attempted to carry away Lu Wenzhong's table. Xiuxian walked out and looked at the 2 men with suspicion. Then she stood blocking the entrance of the curtain. "What are you doing?" Xiuxian stared fiercely with her beautiful eyes, causing the flat-haired man to pause his action. Confronting such an adorable beauty, using force seemed inappropriate. Reluctantly, the flat-haired man stopped, and his tone softened. "We're on official duty, please step aside." "What laws have we broken?" asked Xiuxian. "Illegal practice of medicine," the flat-haired man said impatiently. "We're selling things," Xiuxian reiterated. "Even though you claim to be selling stuff, your drugs haven't passed quality inspection, which is also illegal," the flat-haired man pointed out. "We sell dietary soup," Lu Wenzhong responded. Yes, move over, we want to buy things." Everyone in the queue echoed. The flat-haired man and the short man exchanged glances, then moved aside and started making phone calls. "Let's wait for the police to decide," muttered the flat-haired man before getting back into the car with the short man. Seeing this situation, Lu Wenzhong knew they couldn't continue anymore, so he advised everyone to disperse. But those in the queue wouldn't go, having waited more than an hour, only to be interrupted before they could get their treatment. Naturally, they felt disgruntled. This dissatisfaction was directed towards the 2 men from the health department who had disrupted the process, with some grumpy individuals outright berating them, complaining about how hospitals today extort money. But there's finally a free miracle doctor, and yet they won't even let him treat patients. How heartless. People began criticizing on the spot, and no one was willing to leave. Lu Wenzhong did not forcefully ask them to leave either. Instead, he also picked up his phone and made a call. He didn't know anyone influential in the provincial capital. If the police came to investigate, someone might end up revealing the truth, leading to his charge of illegal medical practice being proven. His first thought was Li Yuru, but she was currently upset with him and refused to pick up his call. A previous case was investigated for some time without results, greatly injuring Li Yuru's pride as the victim. Lu Wenzhong showed no concern. She hadn't replied to Lu Wenzhong's texts or answered his calls for several days. Since Li Yuru didn't answer, Lu Wenzhong had to call Xia Jianjun instead. Xia Jianjun was in the provincial capital, and given his powerful family background, he must know people locally. Upon receiving Lu Wenzhong's call and understanding the situation, Xia Jianjun instructed Lu Wenzhong not to act impulsively, stating he would look for ways to solve this. 20 minutes later, the police arrived at the square. Seeing the arrival of the police, those in the queue unwillingly left one by one. They might squabble with the health department personnel earlier, but few dared to quarrel with the police. Having already called for help, Lu Wenzhong cooperated fully with the police investigation. However, he still maintained that he was selling items, not practicing medicine. The police questioned a few people on the square, some saying Lu Wenzhong sold items, others claiming he treated patients. With differing statements, the police couldn't easily make a conclusion. At the insistence of the 2 health department workers, the police eventually confiscated Lu Wenzhong's and Xiuxian's belongings, taking both away. At the police station, the pair was thrown into a small room. Neither the police nor the 2 health department employees appeared for quite some time. perhaps discussing strategies against Lu Wenzong or gathering evidence. After around 15 minutes, Lu Wenzong's phone rang. Uncle Xia, I'm now at the Municipal Government Square Police Branch. Lu Wenzong reported his location. Relax, don't worry, someone's coming to pick you up, Xia Jianjun laughed. Thank you, Uncle Xia. Chapter 95. Li Yu appears again. Xia Jianjun was still waiting for the person he had summoned when the police arrived. They first escorted Xiuxian out of the small room, then questioned Lu Wenzong. However, Lu Wenzong insisted that he was merely selling medicine and not practicing as a doctor. No matter what the police said, his story remained unchanged. There would be no admission of anything else. The police questioned him for about 15 minutes, but Lu Wenzong only repeated the same explanation over and over again. Regardless of any witness statements or investigative results shown by the police, Lu Wenzong never altered his story. Before the questioning ended, the policeman's phone rang suddenly. He hurriedly stepped outside to take the call. After less than 2 minutes, he came back in and said to Lu Wenzong, "Follow me out." As Lu Wenzong exited the small room, he saw Xiuxian waiting outside too. Xiuxian approached him with concern, holding onto his arm and asking, "Brother, is everything okay?" "Relax, I'm fine." Lu Wenzong decided that he needed to widen his network from now on. Otherwise, it was truly frustrating to be at the mercy of others like this. The two were led to the reception room, where a young man wearing glasses greeted them. "Hello, are you Mr. Lu Wenzong?" "That's me. And you are?" "I'm Secretary Dai Zhongyan of Director Wang's office. Just call me Little Dai," the young man said modestly. "It's very kind of you to come all the way here." "No problem. This is normal. Let's go." Dai Zhongyan smiled. Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian followed Dai Zhongyan out of the City Government Square police station to the gate. Before leaving, Dai Zhongyan bid farewell and left behind a business card. After carefully putting away the business card, Lu Wenzong didn't continue to set up his stall. Instead, he returned to Grandma Wang's house. That evening, Lu Wenzong bought many things and took a taxi with Xiuxian to visit the party school, aiming to leverage Xia Jianjun's connections to see if they could secure a physician's practice qualification. That way, he wouldn't have to deal with constant troublemakers anymore. When Xia Jianjun received Lu Wenzong's call, he happily rushed out from the party school, bringing along 2 people. This guy was fully recovered and had been in great spirits. Seeing Lu Wenzong made Xia Jianjun exceptionally happy, as though he'd seen his own son. "Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner." Without a second thought, Xia Jianjun pulled Lu Wenzong toward a restaurant opposite the party school. Once inside the restaurant, Xia Jianjun introduced the 2 people beside him to Lu Wenzong. One was the director of an agency under Maozun City in a certain county, surnamed Zhang. The other was the mayor of a town under Baifeng City, surnamed Zhou. Attending the party school involved not only enriching theoretical knowledge, but also nurturing important social relationships. In Xia Jianjun's words, Lu Wenzong was a highly capable individual, not only possessing superb medical skills, but also having incredible abilities. Somehow, Lu Wenzong had transformed a simple agricultural company into the largest one in the whole county. Whether or not it was the largest, Lu Wenzong had never bothered to verify. It seemed Xia Jianjun was just boosting his reputation. During the meal, Lu Wenzong did not hesitate to ask Xia Jianjun whether he could arrange for a physician's practice license. Xia Jianjun paused before giving his answer. "I haven't handled cases like this before. You can ask Secretary Dai who met you earlier today. He should know more about the procedures," Xia Jianjun suggested. "But I don't know Dai's secretary well. It feels awkward to bring it up." "That's fine. I'll help reach out to him." Xia Jianjun picked up his phone right after saying this. Around 20 minutes later, Secretary Dai indeed showed up as expected. Upon seeing Xia Jianjun, Dai showed great respect. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone sat down, and Xia Jianjun conveyed Lu Wenzong's request to him. Dai pondered for a moment and replied, "It can be arranged, but many processes are transparent nowadays. The procedures may take some time. That's okay, as long as it gets done." Lu Wenzong laughed. "In that case, I'll handle the arrangements once I return." With the matter settled, Lu Wenzong started drinking with these powerful individuals to be. These people were seasoned warriors in alcohol-filled gatherings, their capacities unmatched. If Lu Wenzong wasn't blessed with a divine constitution, he would likely have passed out long ago. In the end, Mayor Zhang with the lowest alcohol tolerance was drunk out cold, and Xia Jianjun himself was quite tipsy. Still, Lu Wenzong voluntarily paid the bill. Among the present company, only Secretary Dai was close to Lu Wenzong's age. The other 3 were older, so naturally, Lu Wenzong shouldering the payment was expected etiquette. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Wenzong didn't set up his stall to heal people. Yet, word of his miraculous healing spread quickly. Each day, people lined up in the square hoping to meet him. His absence left these people quite disappointed. Newcomers hearing about this turned angry, but among them was one unique individual. She didn't join the queue but stood off to the side waiting patiently. If Lu Wenzong had been present, he would have recognized this woman. She was none other than Li Yu from Sangzi County, whose infertility he had cured. Li Yu had also rushed over after hearing that at the city government square, a young miraculous doctor was treating all sorts of difficult ailments with a bowl of medicinal soup. She guessed it should be Lu Wenzong, and she wanted to ask him for help in treating her condition, but he hadn't shown up for 2 consecutive days. Upon learning the reason why Lu Wenzong hadn't appeared, she called to inquire further. However, the person on the other end told her that Lu Wenzong had just arrived at the police station that day before being picked up by someone, and his current whereabouts were unknown. Li Yu was a bit disappointed. If Lu Wenzong didn't show up soon, she would have to personally go back to Sangzi County. In these 3 days, Lu Wenzong, together with Xiuxian, visited all the tourist attractions in the provincial capital, taking a good break. On the 3rd day, Lu Wenzong still did not set up his stall. Instead, upon the introduction of Grandma Wang, he sat down with the owner of a clothing store to discuss the transfer of the shop. This clothing store actually had decent business. Lu Wenzong had inquired about it earlier, but the owner then had no intention of transferring. However, circumstances changed. The owner suffered heavy losses from stock trading and was now planning to sell his fixed assets to cash out. 3.5 million yuan, the lowest price. The boss, surnamed Wang, initially asked for 3.8 million yuan, and Lu Wenzong haggled for a long time, eventually reducing the price by 300,000 yuan. Lu Wenzong, while not too concerned about the amount, couldn't let himself get scammed either. The shop was worth at most 3 million yuan, so if he paid an extra 500,000 yuan, he'd be acting like a fool. Thus, their meeting ended unhappily, and Mr. Wang criticized Lu Wenzong's penny pinching. On the fourth day, Secretary Dai suddenly called, telling Lu Wenzong that the matter had been taken care of. Lu Wenzong didn't expect it to happen so quickly and rushed over immediately. Upon receiving the credentials, Lu Wenzong realized that he had taken a shortcut. Just as someone else's physician qualification certificate had been revoked, he had cleverly transferred it into his own name. After thanking him and setting a date for dinner, Lu Wenzong hurried home and began work. After disappearing for 4 days, Lu Wenzong reappeared at the square. The crowd that had waited 4 days immediately became agitated, quickly forming a long queue. While seeing patients, Lu Wenzong answered the public's questions regarding the incident 4 days ago and promoted the upcoming opening of his new store, finding that even his lips couldn't keep up. Though the location of the shop wasn't confirmed yet, opening a store in the provincial capital was definitely decided. Publicizing now wasn't too early. Since people had already come to seek his fame, it proved that he had gained some recognition. When the day's busy schedule ended, those who hadn't been attended to dispersed, leaving marks where they stood that day so they wouldn't have to queue again the next day and miss out on treatment. While tidying up, Lu Wenzong noticed a shadow blocking the light, revealing a pretty figure. Yu. Lu Wenzong pressed his forehead, trying to recall. Liu. Liu smiled. Pregnant. Looking at her protruding belly, Lu Wenzong grinned. Yes, I owe you big thanks for this, Liu happily replied. How did you end up in the provincial capital? My family is originally here in the provincial capital. Last time, I went to visit relatives in Sangzi County to relax. Oh, are you here for something today? I do have a favor to ask. Could you come to my house to see my mother-in-law? She needs medical treatment, Liu said. Why didn't you bring her here? It's inconvenient for her to move. All right. Wait for me to tidy up, and I'll go with you. After packing up and returning the supplies to Grandma Wang's house, Lu Wenzong returned to the square and found Liu already waiting beside a black Audi car. Once inside, the driver turned out to be a young man with a dignified appearance. The car drove away, gradually leaving the city center and heading toward the northern outskirts. It stopped in front of a farm-style villa located nearly at the edge of the provincial capital. The buildings were mostly 3 or 4 stories high, with 2-story self-built houses lining the road. As soon as they got out, the driver left. Lu Wenzong took a look around the courtyard, which had a rustic charm, with many fruits and vegetables planted within. The yard wasn't large, consisting of 2 buildings, one main house with 3 rooms and a smaller annex with 2 rooms. There was a chimney beside the annex, emitting light wisps of smoke indicating that someone was cooking inside. Honey, I'm home, Liu called towards the annex. After a while, a tall, handsome man wearing a blue apron walked out. With an elegant demeanor, he clearly was a man of refinement. Seeing Liu, Lu Wenzong, and Su Yener, he approached them with a smile. First, he draped his arm over Liu's shoulders, feeling her belly, then turned to Lu Wenzong and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Yuan Xingchuan. I should have come myself, but I couldn't leave my mother. It's fine, Liu and I are acquainted, so it's good that she came. Lu Wenzong smiled. When shaking Su Yener's hand, he was slightly surprised by her beauty and complimented her, but quickly stepped back to Liu's side. Let's go see Auntie, Lu Wenzong said. All right, let me tidy up the pot a bit. Yuan Xingchuan went into the kitchen, cleaned up briefly, washed his hands at the sink, then led Lu Wenzong into the living room. The room was very clean and well organized. Outside the door, Yuan Xingchuan first called out, only entering after receiving permission. Inside the bedroom, Lu Wenzong saw a woman in her 50s half reclining against the headboard. She had thin cheeks but seemed spirited, holding an unfinished cross-stitch in her hands. Mom, this is the doctor we invited for you. Liu walked forward and sat beside the bed. Oh, please sit down. I can't properly greet you because of my condition. The woman immediately laughed. It's fine, Auntie, just lie comfortably, Lu Wenzong replied. After sitting down, Liu brought a thick stack of medical examination reports from the hospital. There were piles of documents. It could have been compiled into a whole book. There's quite a lot here. Lu Wenzong sighed as he picked up the massive pile. My mom has been sick for several years, visiting many large and small hospitals across the country. These are all the records of those examinations, though I'm not sure if they will be useful, Yuan Xingchuan said. Let me take a look first. Lu Wenzong sorted through them, picking out diagnosis reports from the most recent few hospitals. This woman named Zhao Lijuan began feeling general weakness throughout her body 5 years ago, especially in her legs, which became entirely useless. Initially, the hospital diagnosed her with leg nerve death, and surgery had also been performed, but there was no effect. The most recent diagnosis, 1 year prior, came from a hospital in the capital city, where they rejected the earlier theory of nerve damage in her legs. They concluded instead that her cerebellum, the part controlling leg nerves, had become diseased. However, after inspecting her cerebellum, they found only mild blood flow issues but no other abnormalities. As such, their conclusion was vague, merely suggesting continued examinations. After that, Nothing more was done. It seemed Zhao Lijuan had given up further treatment on her own. Actually, her illness resembled paralysis except, unlike typical cases of paralysis, her legs retained sensation. They could feel pain, itching, heat, and coldness, but simply lacked strength. Lu Wenzong couldn't yet draw any conclusions either. There were still many problems in this world science couldn't explain. Science may fail, but perhaps divine water could solve it. That's how simple and direct Lu Wenzong's approach to solving ailments was. Drinking divine water had transformed him into something akin to a celestial being, proving its incredible power in remodeling the human body. Regardless of what kind of rare or complex condition it was, as long as the person wasn't dead, the water likely would have some effect. Putting aside the mountain of data, Lu Wenzong hesitated and asked, "Auntie, would you mind if I examined your legs?" "Not at all." Zhao Lijuan smiled, nodded, pulled away her blanket, and rolled up the pant legs of her sleeping pants. Her legs, hidden from the sun for so long, appeared unusually pale, with veins clearly visible. Other than that, there were no abnormalities. Her legs hadn't thinned or swelled, and when Lu Wenzong lightly touched them, even slight contact sensations remained intact. After finishing his observations, Lu Wenzong sat back and chuckled. "Auntie, this condition is rather peculiar. It's not exactly paralysis, but it bears some resemblance to it, making it difficult to draw a firm conclusion. Is there no way to treat it?" Liu asked anxiously. "Don't worry, let me examine further," Lu Wenzong said convincingly, behaving like a true doctor. Subsequently, Lu Wenzong took Zhao Lijuan's pulse. Though he couldn't perceive much yet from her heartbeat, ever since transforming into his celestial form, he felt the pulses extraordinarily strongly while diagnosing. He was trying to summarize patterns, but had yet to make significant progress. "So how about it?" Yuan Qingchuan asked impatiently right after Lu Wenzong finished taking the pulse. Chapter 96, a special thank you meal. The hospital diagnosis was partly correct. There is indeed an issue with the nerves. While the legs can feel pain, the nerves that control the muscles of the legs have problems. Lu Wenzong smiled and said, "Can Mr. Lu treat it?" Yuan Qingchuan asked. "It can be treated," Lu Wenzong said confidently. "Oh my goodness, that's wonderful." Yuan Qingchuan came forward and tightly grasped Lu Wenzong's hand. Li Yu's illness had been cured by Lu Wenzong, so he believed in his words. "There's no need to get excited. Treatment hasn't even started yet." Yes, I'm just so excited and happy," Yuan Qingchuan said after finishing and ran to the bedside, telling Zhao Lijuan, "Mom, Mr. Lu says you'll be able to walk again soon." Tears welled up in Zhao Lijuan's eyes as she nodded repeatedly. "When does treatment start?" Liu asked. "You go buy a few ingredients for me, and once you return, we'll start," Lu Wenzong said. Liu brought over a piece of white paper, on which Lu Wenzong wrote 2 tonifying herbs for her to purchase. However, Yuan Qingchuan volunteered for the task instead. After Yuan Qingchuan left, Lu Wenzong and Su Yiner admired the cross-stitch embroidery Zhao Lijuan had done over the years while listening to Liu introduce her lifestyle over the past few years. Born in a rural area, though having lived in the city for many years, Zhao Lijuan couldn't forget her countryside roots. Before she fell ill, she used to take care of Liu's father-in-law. After becoming ill, unable to continue caring for him, she moved here to live. Yuan Qingchuan and Liu frequently came to help when they were free, following Zhao Lijuan's vision to beautify the small courtyard into a charming, pastoral style. Yuan Qingchuan worked in some form of art, painting every day, and found this kind of life suited him well. About half an hour later, the sound of a car engine was heard in the yard. Liu went out to greet and brought back 3 people. Yuan Qingchuan followed behind a middle-aged man about 50 years old, and next to him stood a young man in his 20s. "Mr. Liu, this is my father, and this is my younger brother Yuan Qingtan." Yuan Qingchuan introduced them immediately upon entering. "Oh, you must be the little miraculous doctor who cured Sister Li." The middle-aged man warmly shook hands with Lu Wenzong. "Just call me by my name. Doctor feels too awkward. Thank you for curing my sister-in-law." Yuan Qingtan also shook hands with Lu Wenzong. "The medicine has been bought back." Yuan Qingchuan quickly handed the bag of herbs to Lu Wenzong. I'll prepare it right away." Lu Wenzong led Su Yiner to the kitchen. They already had many items for decocting medicine in their kitchen, saving time and money. Yuan Qingchuan and Li Yu initially wanted to help, but Lu Wenzong declined their offer. After cooking a bowl of medicinal broth, Lu Wenzong added a portion of divine water and carried it inside. Li Yu took the initiative to take it from him and assisted Zhao Lijuan in drinking it. Yuan Qingchuan then continued to prepare dinner in the kitchen while Yuan Qingtan went out to buy a few additional dishes. As Zhao Lijuan awaited the effects of the medicine, the middle-aged man chatted a lot with Lu Wenzong. Hearing that Lu Wenzong returned to his hometown after graduating from university to set up an agricultural company that developed very well, he seemed pleased and praised Lu Wenzong as being ambitious and exemplary. Yuan Qingchuan's father was good at initiating conversations. Despite their unfamiliarity, they communicated easily and enjoyed their discussion. After about 10 minutes, Lu Wenzong said to Zhao Lijuan, "Annie, try to see if you can move." Zhao Lijuan straightened her body and attempted to move her legs. As soon as she exerted force, her face suddenly froze before she quickly pulled back the blanket. Lo and behold, her legs lifted slightly, slowly sliding towards the edge of the bed. Except for Lu Wenzong and Su Yiner, who remained unfazed, everyone from the Yuan family expressed astonishment and rushed forward. "No need to help me. I can do it myself." Zhao Lijuan refused Li Yu's attempt to assist her as she tried hard to stand. Although her movements were slow and her legs trembling, her ability to control her legs thrilled the Yuan family. 2 minutes of effort later, Zhao Lijuan finally managed to steady herself. She then began walking forward cautiously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zhao Lijuan started slowly and then walked briskly, pacing back and forth several times. My goodness, this is truly miraculous. She couldn't help but exclaim. I thought I'd spend the rest of my life lying in bed, but who would have known that 1 bowl of herbal medicine would let me walk again? Doctor, you truly are a divine healer. Too much praise, Lu Wenzong laughed. Not too much at all, not too much at all. You've earned your title as a divine healer. Yuan Qingchuan's father also rejoiced. He walked over to Zhao Lijuan's side, gently supporting her. Tears had been streaming down Zhao Lijuan's face non-stop, her hands tightly clasped with Yuan Qingchuan's, their gazes brimming with affection. It seemed that despite the years they'd shared, this couple's feelings for each other were as strong as ever. Yuan Qingtan, Li Yu, and even Yuan Qingchuan, who arrived from the kitchen, all sincerely thanked Lu Wenzong. The dinner was served at home, where Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian were treated as honored guests. Although he tried his best to decline, Lu Wenzong was still seated at the place of highest honor, making him unable to enjoy the meal properly. Especially after learning that this Mr. Yuan was none other than Yuan Limin, the second-in-command in the province, Lu Wenzong felt increasingly uneasy. The difference in age and status was obvious. It made him feel particularly uncomfortable to have a young man like himself sitting at the head of such an esteemed person. After finishing the meal and sitting for a while, Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian prepared to take their leave. Just before departure, Yuan Limin specially instructed Yuan Qingtan to help find a shop for Lu Wenzong. Qingtan's efficiency astonished Lu Wenzong. By the next afternoon, he directly found the municipal government square and informed Lu Wenzong that the shop matter had been successfully resolved. When following Yuan Qingtan to see the shop, Lu Wenzong was surprised to discover that it was the same clothing store he had previously negotiated with, but failed to acquire for 3.5 million yuan. Yuan Qingtan, however, secured it for just 2.8 million yuan. Lu Wenzong wanted to pay, but Yuan Qingtan would not accept a single cent. Brother Qingtan, if you don't take any money, how am I supposed to feel okay about this? Lu Wenzong tried persuading him, but gave up when Yuan Qingtan refused to accept payment. 2.8 million yuan is nothing. You cured my mother's legs. I wouldn't consider even 20 million yuan too much. Yuan Qingtan grinned. How about this? Consider this money your investment, owning 30% of the profit sharing for this shop. Lu Wenzong proposed an alternative idea. Sure, you decide. I have no objections. All right, let's find a time to sign an agreement. By the way, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Lu Wenzong said. No, let me invite you instead. The provincial capital isn't familiar to you, but I know some fun and delicious spots. Bring Sister Yenner along tonight. I'll show you both something special. Yuan Qingtan laughed. All right. After Yuan Qingtan left, Lu Wenzong packed up his stall. Once the clothing store was fully ready, he started treating patients directly inside. Why endure the wind and sun outside when it's so much more comfortable indoors? The next day, the entire clothing store was completely cleaned out, even its sign removed. Lu Wenzong brought tables and equipment directly into the store and began practicing medicine inside. After completing his work in the afternoon, Yuan Qingtan's car pulled up right outside. Driving a Mercedes-Benz in the morning, and now you're in a McLaren in the afternoon? Quite efficient in switching cars. Lu Wenzong laughed. I'm fond of collecting cars. My garage has piles of them. If you want one, I can give you one anytime, Yuan Qingtan said. What kind of cars do you have? All famous ones. Can we visit someday? Sure. The car raced ahead and finally stopped at the entrance to a farmstead located on the outskirts. Yuan Qingtan parked the car and led the two into the farmstead. Lu Wenzong looked around and realized how well designed this farmstead was. Bridges over flowing water, rockeries with small hills, giving it a distinctively Jiangnan charm. Lu Wenzong's Ghost Valley farm was purely rustic compared to this poetic farmstead. His farm seemed simpler and more utilitarian. In the courtyard stood another four-sided small yard surrounded by simple bungalows. At each room's doorway, there were two beautiful female attendants. When one attendant saw Yuan Qingtan come in, she picked up the phone in front of her table and dialed. The door of the middle room opened, and a young man rushed forward. Big Brother Tan is here. I'm late in welcoming you, Big Brother. Enough with the nonsense. I've brought 2 friends for dinner, so arrange a table of specialty dishes for us. Yuan Qingtan smiled. Understood, guaranteeing satisfaction, the young man loudly responded. That girl Smokey should be placed in a dedicated room. Elder sister San will arrive shortly. Got it, no problem. Not eating together? Lu Wenzong asked curiously. Here, men eat separately from women. Yuan Qingtan chuckled. Oh, that's an interesting custom. Lu Wenzong paused for a moment and said nothing more. Xiuxian was taken away by one beautiful attendant, and another then led the 2 men into the first room on the left. Above the room's entrance hung a sign reading Fragrant Beauty, which seemed quite unique. Walking a few steps further, Lu Wenzong peered at the second room's nameplate, which read Delicate Jade. Stop looking. All these names describe women, like Delicate Jade, Fresh Lotus, Bright Eyes, Clever Mind, and so on. Too common, overly trite, Yuan Qingtan remarked as he walked by. Pretty good. After entering the room, Lu Wenzong realized how cozy it was inside. Although not luxurious, the furnishings were neatly arranged in a well-organized manner, making people feel immediately comfortable. What puzzled Lu Wenzong a bit was that the dining table was rectangular instead of round. The server brought 2 cups of hot tea and quietly stood to the side. After chatting for a while, the door opened, and a woman around 27 or 28 years old walked in. Sister 3 has arrived. Yuan Qingtan stood up to greet her. I must give you some face since you invited me, Sister 3 laughed. Let me introduce you. This is a newly acquainted friend of mine, a divine doctor named Lu Wenzong. It was him who cured my mother's legs, Yuan Qingtan introduced. Cured. Sister 3 looked at Lu Wenzong in surprise. Cured. Hello, can I call you Sister 3 as well? Lu Wenzong smiled. Sure, I'm older than you, so calling me Sister 3 is fine, Sister 3 laughed. Sister 3, I've already arranged a female companion to be entertained in your usual private room. Can you go over there and keep her company? Yuan Qingtan said. Alright, no problem. You two stay here, and I'll head over. After Sister 3 left, Yuan Qingtan gave a brief introduction. Her surname was Li, and her name was Li. She was generous and had an air of an elder sister, so she was called Sister 3 by everyone in the provincial capital circle. Li owned 2 companies. One mainly handled retail, and the other specialized in women's products. In the provincial capital circle, she was a well-known wealthy woman. About 15 minutes later, a young girl dressed provocatively entered. She first bowed to Lu Wenzong and Yuan Qingtan, then casually undressed herself of the few clothes she had on, and lay down on the table. It turned out to be a human feast, which had been quite popular these past couple of years. Though he had heard about it, Lu Wenzong had never tried it. What puzzled him was whether such a way of eating could really be considered proper dining. The girl was indeed beautiful, a perfect example of visual delight. The food soon came out, exquisitely presented. It didn't even look like food, but more like a piece of art. Soon afterward, the waiters placed the dishes carefully on the girl's body. Take your seats, Yuan Qingtan invited. Lu Wenzong and Yuan Qingtan each sat on opposite sides of the table. The server quickly brought a bottle of red wine. This is my favorite red wine. Do you have any preference? I don't mind. All right. The server opened the red wine, poured it into their glasses, and then signaled them to start. They made eye contact with each other from across the table, and each took a sip. Lu Wenzong picked up his chopsticks, but wasn't sure where to begin. Yuan Qingtan, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed and started eating from the dishes on the girl's stomach. Lu Wenzong had no choice but to also start from less sensitive areas. To tell the truth, eating like this was indeed very stimulating. Being a normal man, facing a naked beautiful girl lying on the table, it was hard not to have impure thoughts. Therefore, he naturally felt quite restrained during the meal. After finishing the food from less sensitive parts, several places became difficult for Lu Wenzong to continue. He couldn't figure out what kind of psychological state someone would need to enjoy this sort of dining experience. Didn't they feel awkward? Wasn't it emotionally burdensome? Regardless, he couldn't finish this meal properly. It wasn't because the food wasn't delicious, but rather because the atmosphere made it hard to eat well. Although his conversation with Yuan Qingtan went smoothly, Lu Wenzong sincerely didn't focus too much on eating. After the meal, the girl left with food imprints all over her body. Lu Wenzong and Yuan Qingtan drank tea for a while before heading to xiuxian's place to check on her. Arriving at the first private room on the right, they found the 2 girls feasting happily on a table full of dishes. Lu Wenzong waved greetings and joined them directly in eating. What's wrong? Did you not get enough to eat? Sister 3 curiously asked. He was too restrained and barely ate anything. Most of the food ended up being eaten by me. Yuan Qingtan laughed while sitting aside. You shouldn't invite someone to eat here, Sister 3 said. I just wanted to take him to try something special. Regular meals wouldn't show my sincerity. Is your sincerity making people not eat properly? Sister 3 rolled her eyes, laughing heartily. I guess it's still my fault. I'm not used to eating this way for the first time, Lu Wenzong followed up. Finally, after feeling fully satisfied, Lu Wenzong put down his chopsticks and apologized to the 2 women with an apologetic look. He had eaten so much that both women hadn't been able to eat as much. They had just finished eating and were resting when they heard a loud voice outside the door. Sister 3, why didn't you call me when you arrived? Immediately after, the door opened, and a familiar figure walked in. Chapter 97, Xiuxian causing trouble again. Li Hao. Chen Fei immediately recognized this as the Li Hao who had once accompanied Lu Junda to Gigu. Although Lu Junda's intention towards Gigu was related to Wu Ruhan and Su Yinar, what role Li Hao played in it was unknown to Lu Wenzong. Li Hao was also surprised to see Lu Wenzong, but didn't show any reaction. Haozi, why are you here? Elder Sister Sen asked. Why are you all here? This gentleman must be Mr. Lu from Sangzi's Gigu, right? Li Hao asked. Have you met? Sister Sen curiously questioned. Yes, I visited his Gigu. It's quite a nice place, Li Hao said. Oh, maybe when I have time, you can take me there for a visit, Sister Sen smiled. Sure thing. You all go ahead and eat. I need to entertain some guests later. After saying this, Li Hao directly exited the private room. Yuan Qingtan glanced at Lu Wenzong and smiled, not saying anything. Later, Sister Sen drove off, while Yuan Qingtan saw Lu Wenzong and Su Yinar out. On the way, he talked about something regarding Li Hao. It turned out that Li Hao and Sister San were actually siblings. However, Sister Sen dedicated all her attention to her business, whereas Li Hao focused entirely on politics, already serving as a division director in the provincial city's commerce bureau despite being young. In order to fit in smoothly with the political circles, Li Hao befriended various people, making him widely known within the province. His closest friend among them was Lu Junda. Lu Junda's father did not get along with Yuan Qingtan's father, so neither did Yuan Qingtan and Lu Junda. As Lu Junda's best friend, Li Hao naturally took sides with his own friend, hardly associating with Yuan Qingtan. Within this social circle of the provincial city, there were 3 factions. Yuan Qingtan represented a faction spanning both officialdom and commerce. Li Hao and Lu Junda were mainly associated with officials. The 3rd faction belonged to Sister San, almost entirely rooted in commercial networks. Lu Wenzong briefly recounted Lu Junda's behavior, which greatly angered Yuan Qingtan after listening. Brother Wenzong, if this guy ever causes you trouble, I'll deal with him. That won't be necessary. As long as he doesn't plot behind my back, I'm not afraid of him. Lu Wenzong laughed. True. If he dares to bully you, beat him up and I'll cover your back. That shameless guy deserves a lesson, Yuan Qingtan said. By the way, when my shop opens, please help arrange some influential figures to grace the occasion. No problem. In fact, I'll have my brother paint something for you to hang in the hall. My brother's works are pretty good, Yuan Qingtan said. Great. People like Brother Qing Quan who stays detached from fame and fortune and devotes all their thoughts to art are truly rare, Lu Wenzong reflected. I admire him too. Dad says that if my brother entered politics, he would surely match or even exceed Dad's achievements. And if he went into business, my Yun would be the baseline for him. Unfortunately, my brother just loves painting. But indeed, he's made remarkable progress in painting. Now he's the vice president of some national painting association, the youngest one in history, Yuan Qingtan said proudly when talking about his elder brother. Sister Liu and brother Qing Quan must live happily together. Yeah, my brother marrying my sister-in-law is truly a match made in heaven, both with similar calm personalities. By the time they arrived at the store, Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er got out of the car to bid farewell to Yuan Qingtan and returned to Grandma Wang's house. Although the store was secured, the doors were all made of glass and everything could be seen clearly from outside, making it unsuitable for living. Back home, they saw Grandma Wang sitting on the couch with a furrowed brow. Su Yin'er immediately stepped forward and asked, Grandma Wang, what's wrong? Has something happened? Nothing, you two are back. Grandma Wang tried to mask her concerns with a strained smile. Grandma Wang, is it Xiao Yun's schooling issue? Lu Wenzong asked. Exactly, the school refuses to enroll her, Grandma Wang sighed. Why won't they accept her? Su Yin'er asked. Isn't it because of the past incident? Xiao Yun used to self-harm in school, and the school fears she might do so again and thus refuses to enroll her, Grandma Wang explained. Haven't you told them that Xiao Yun has recovered? I have, but they don't believe me, demanding proof, which I obviously don't have, Grandma Wang lamented. Well then, tomorrow I'll take Xiao Yun to the hospital for an examination, and the results will prove it, Lu Wenzong suggested. Don't bother, you're busy. I'll go myself, Grandma Wang said. All right, if you need any help, let us know, Lu Wenzong smiled. Have you eaten? We have, Grandma Wang. You should rest early, Su Yin'er smiled. After returning to the room and lying down, Su Yin'er approached with a question. Sister 3 said that you had a human feast. What's a human feast? It was a young girl lying on the table, and they placed dishes on her body. How do they eat? Su Yin'er asked in surprise. That's why I wasn't full, Lu Wenzong replied gloomily. During the meal, Lu Wenzong couldn't help but look at either the chest or below a certain area. Yet, he had to make sure his actions weren't too obvious, so he forced himself to focus on the stomach area. He harbored some evil thoughts and found this stimulating, but deep down, he knew this behavior was a form of corruption. He thought of himself as a good person. How could he build his own joy on someone else's pain? He believed that the young girl lying on the table must be unhappy, but was forced to accept such work for living or some other reason. Without a doubt, Lu Wenzong was rather traditional at heart despite having received higher education. His thinking hadn't advanced much. Although he could seize opportunities, letting go wasn't always easy, a defect in his character. If it weren't for his acquisition of the little hoe, he might have simply spent his days working as a doctor in some city. I see now, was the girl naked? Su Yin'er grabbed Lu Wenzong's collar, dissatisfied. Yes, Lu Wenzong chuckled. No, you actually went to see a naked girl. Su Yin'er wasn't satisfied and pinched Lu Wenzong's chest lightly. Even though it was light, it still hurt because the skin around his ribs moved with the pinch. Lu Wenzong quickly grabbed her hand, then wrapped an arm around her waist and laughed. The dinner is full, but one thing remains unfed. What are you doing? Don't you dare bully me. Su Yin'er resisted despite being held, pouting. Bullying women is justifiable for men. With that, Lu Wenzong transformed into a hungry wolf, rushing toward her. They played until late at night before falling asleep heavily. Early the next morning, Grandma Wang had breakfast with Xiao Yun and rushed off. However, neither Lu Wenzong nor Su Yin'er set up their stall. Instead, they left the provincial city and returned to Gigu. The Lantern Festival was coming soon, and they planned to celebrate it back home while hosting a commendation meeting for employees who made outstanding contributions during the last period. Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er returned together with Xia Jianjun. This time, Xia Jianjun was not merely a bureau chief, though his new position had yet to be determined. Nevertheless, given his family background, his post would surely not be low. Xia Jianjun originally invited Lu Wenzong to join him for a meal, but due to Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er's haste to return, Xia Jianjun sent them directly back to Gigu instead, sparing them the bus ride. Upon returning to Gigu, they noticed that all the empty plots had been plowed. The workers were loading vegetables onto trucks, preparing to transport them to a food factory down the mountain. Seeing Lu Wenzong come back, the workers greeted him respectfully. Lu Wenzong responded individually, but soon spotted a person he didn't wish to see. Wu Yuman, what are you doing here? I'm staying and eating here. Why can't I stay here? As the boss, aren't you driving customers away by pushing them out? Wu Yuman grinned. You're welcome to stay and eat, but don't think about anything else, or I won't be polite. What do you mean? Wu Yuman asked discontentedly. What do I mean? Last time when Lu Junda came to Gigu wanting to acquire my place, don't think I don't know what role you played in the middle, Lu Wenzong said. Lu boss, I did nothing wrong. If you falsely accuse me like this, then I'll avoid your Gigu in the future. Suit yourself, I'm not interested anyway. Lu Wenzong dismissed it indifferently. We'll see. Don't come asking me for business in the future. Wu Yumin snapped, then turned back to the farm angrily. Lu Wenzong paid him no mind and headed straight to the office building. Even though he hadn't thoroughly investigated Wu Yumin's actions, based on Wu Yumin's usual nature, Lu Wenzong guessed that he was responsible for creating trouble behind the scenes. If Wu Yumin hadn't told Lu Junda, how would Lu Junda have known that there were two beauties in Gigu, Wu Ruhan and Su Yener? Wu Ruhan was at the desk checking the list of awardees and their bonuses and didn't even notice Lu Wenzong entering the office. Only when the light in front of her dimmed did she look up blankly. What? You're back? Did everything in the provincial city get settled? The preparatory work is almost done, so we can start implementing things step by step next. You're back. That's good. Is Yener back too? With her help, I can take it a little easier. Lately, it's been so busy. Wu Ruhan said. Where's Xiuxian? Shouldn't she be helping with all these things? Lu Wenzong asked in confusion. Don't even mention it. Something happened at Xiuxian's home. I told you to come back by phone, but Xiuxian wouldn't agree. Moreover, she should have gone to class, but was delayed. Wu Ruhan said. What happened? Is it her troublemaking mother again? Lu Wenzong asked. You'll understand once you go there. It's just ridiculous. Wu Ruhan shook her head and sighed. Lu Wenzong hurriedly left Gigu and drove straight to Lu Xiuxian's house. Pulling up to the Lu family residence, he didn't notice anything unusual. He knocked on the large gate of the courtyard. Then a figure appeared from behind the door of the main hall. Big brother, why did you come back? Upon seeing Lu Wenzong, Lu Xiuxian rushed over. I heard something happened here. What exactly is going on? Lu Wenzong asked. It's still about mom. She got arrested, and now I'm trying to find the household register and her ID card to bring to the police station. Why was she arrested? For hitting someone, but I don't know the specifics yet. She's been detained since the day before yesterday, and I only found out yesterday. Where has she been taken? I'll go with you. After finding the household register and her mother's ID, Lu Wenzong drove them back to the county town. On the way, Lu Xiuxian said she had received a call from the police. The call hadn't provided much detail except for allegations of gambling-related incidents and fights. By the time they reached the Eastern City Police Station where Zhao Xiaojin was held, it was nearly evening. However, the police officers were already off duty. The officer on night watch refused their request to see Zhao Xiaojin, no matter how long they pleaded. 3 simple words: no visitation. Out of options, Lu Wenzong called Wu Bo for help. Wu Bo knew immediately upon answering Lu Wenzong's call that this wasn't good news. Nevertheless, what Lu Wenzong needed this time around wasn't a big deal for him. A few minutes later, before Lu Wenzong and Lu Xiuxian could utter another word, a policeman came over to take them directly to the detention cell. Inside, when Zhao Xiaojin saw her daughter, tears streamed down her face as she ran forward to embrace Lu Xiuxian tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't cry now. Tell us exactly why you got arrested, Lu Wenzong asked. At the sound of Lu Wenzong's voice, Zhao Xiaojin ceased her sobs, released Lu Xiuxian, glanced cautiously at Lu Wenzong, and sat on a chair nearby. The police called me and said you were involved in group gambling and fighting. Is that true? Lu Xiuxian asked. Yes, Zhao Xiaojin admitted timidly. She bore no trace of the domineering manner she usually carried. Where did you get the money? You gambled, but why did it escalate into a fight? Lu Wenzong questioned. Some cheaters were caught red-handed by me, but they wouldn't admit it, so naturally, I wouldn't let it go. We ended up in a physical altercation. I hit one person in the head with my high-heel shoe. Zhao Xiaojin recounted. Where did you get the money? Did you gamble away several months' worth of your salary? Lu Xiuxian asked. Yes, and I also lost 50,000 yuan from the mine, borrowed another 30,000, and gambled it all away. Zhao Xiaojin hung her head low in shame. What exactly happened? Mother, please tell us. Lu Xiuxian urged anxiously. In the past, whenever Lu Wenzong returned home to work on the farm, Zhao Xiaojin looked down on him, believing that an educated young man like him returning to till the soil would never amount to anything. But Lu Wenzong built a successful company through farming. Zhao Xiaojin began to feel fortunate for not completely interfering with her daughter Lu Xiuxian's relationship with Lu Wenzong. Later, Lu Wenzong arranged for her to work at the mine. Zhao Xiaojin worked diligently, with the goal to become Lu Wenzong's mother-in-law someday and live in dignity. A few days ago, I went downtown for a wedding gift and also took 50,000 yuan back to the mine. On the way, I met some old gambling friends and couldn't resist the temptation. They pulled me into the casino, and once we started, it was like heaven and earth turned dark. In the end, I lost everything. Chapter 98. One bet to decide the win. After losing all her money, she was not satisfied and asked others for a loan. Naturally, no one would lend her any. Then, she started boasting that her son-in-law was this person and had such a company, earning so much money per month. After checking it out, they discovered it was true and lent her the money. When 10,000 yuan was almost lost, this woman finally realized something suspicious in the way the other party played their cards. Fueled by the frustration of losing 70 or 80,000 yuan, this woman got into a physical fight with several scammed fellow gamblers, resulting in a brawl with the casino staff. Then, they were all arrested. Group gambling and fighting. These offenses, if brought to court, will lead to fines and a stay in jail. After listening to Zhao Xiaojin's account, Lu Xiuxian didn't know what to say. In the past, Zhao Xiaojin also liked to gamble, but since there wasn't much money at home, losing 100 or 2 was no big deal. This time, however, she gambled on a much larger scale, directly losing 70 or 80,000 yuan, which was truly infuriating. You lost your own money, that's fine, but you even lost the money from the mine. How are people supposed to trust you? How can you still have a face in the village? Lu Xiuxian angrily shouted. They cheated. Zhao Xiaojin tried to justify halfway, but upon seeing her daughter's gaze, she quickly retracted her words. In the past, she could discipline her daughter easily, but ever since her daughter became the financial director of Lu Wenzong's company, she felt that her daughter was very capable now, someone she didn't dare discipline. If you didn't gamble, how would their cheating concern you? Lu Xiuxia said. Xia, Mom knows she was wrong. You let Wenzong pay the money first. I'll pay it back using my salary later. Zhao Xiaojin said. Beautiful dream. The mess you created, figure it out yourself. Lu Xiuxia turned away angrily, ignoring Zhao Xiaojin. Lu Wenzong sighed and said beside him, let's get her out first, we'll discuss the money later. How do we get her out? Although Lu Xiuxia was angry verbally, she couldn't possibly ignore her mother. I'll figure it out. Lu Wenzong said again and called Wu Bo. After hearing Lu Wenzong's request, Wu Bo paused for a moment and said, I'll find someone and ask around. 20 minutes later, Wu Bo called back, saying, I just inquired. It's not a big deal, but if we want her out, it might cost some money. How much? Better be 30,000 yuan. Wu Bo said. Shit, they're robbing us. Lu Wenzong felt upset. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 30,000 yuan, but it seemed outrageous to pay such an amount for bailing someone out who was involved in a fight. However, in such situations, bargaining wasn't an option, and they had to accept the terms grudgingly. Brother, she injured someone severely. The guy is still in the hospital. Getting her out for 30,000 yuan still involves considerable risks, Wu Bo explained. Alright, I understand. Just give me a hand first. I'll arrange for someone to bring you the money shortly. Lu Wenzong responded. It's not much, no need to repay. Helping family doesn't require return favors, does it? Wu Bo flattered. You've been behaving well recently. I may consider sparing you. Lu Wenzong smiled. Indeed, this father-son duo had behaved properly lately and didn't act recklessly. He was relieved that he didn't directly lock them up because having them around to handle certain matters proved quite useful. Thank you, brother. Count on me. Wu Bo happily replied and rushed off enthusiastically. With Lu Wenzong's approval, he suddenly felt driven to work harder for Lu Wenzong. 10 minutes later, a police officer came over urging both Lu Xiuxia and Lu Wenzong to leave. Lu Xiuxia and Lu Wenzong stepped out of the detention room, waiting for Wu Bo's results outside. After about an hour, Wu Bo finally called. Brother, it's done. They'll release her soon. Good. Not bad. I'll mark this as one of your achievements. Lu Wenzong grinned. Oh yeah, brother, when my contributions accumulate enough, you must definitely let me off. Rest assured. A few minutes later, Zhao Xiaojin slowly walked out from inside. Let's go, find somewhere to stay first, Lu Wenzong said. Despite her resentment, Lu Xiuxia still went to support Zhao Xiaojin. The three left the police station gate and hailed a taxi to a hotel. Lu Wenzong booked 2 rooms, one for his mother and sister, and another for himself. Although he wanted to share a room with Lu Xiuxia, being too obvious was inappropriate. After securing accommodation, the three descended to a restaurant downstairs to eat. Zhao Xiaojin remained silent throughout, afraid to speak. She knew well she had caused a huge disaster, hence feeling very apprehensive all along. Lu Wenzong was also pondering on what action should be taken concerning the matter. Spending a few 10,000 yuan to compensate his sister's mind loss wasn't impossible, but if Zhao Xiaojin got away too easily this time, she might repeat her mistake. A lesson needed to be given to prevent Zhao Xiaojin from making the same errors again. Alright, stop working at the mine for now, and come to my place to manage the vegetables. Lu Wenzong considered for a moment, but couldn't think of an appropriate punishment, so he decided just to keep an eye on her in his own domain. Good. Zhao Xiaojin eagerly nodded in agreement. Big brother, can you lend me the money Mom lost? Lu Xiuxia asked. Sure. However, from now on, we'll deduct it from Aunt's salary every month. Besides necessary living expenses, all remaining funds will be used to repay the debt, Lu Wenzong replied. Fine, anything works. Zhao Xiaojin raised her head to look at Lu Wenzong briefly before quickly lowering it again, nodding her head repeatedly. Halfway through the meal, 3 men suddenly burst into the restaurant and walked directly toward their table. A stout middle-aged man led the group to their table and said irritably, Zhao Xiaojin, you're really something, managing to get out of the police station. My buddy is still lying in the hospital because of you. Yet here you are eating? Shameless. Zhao Xiaojin glanced at them and quickly stood up, running behind Lu Xiuxia. Talk it out properly. No need to yell like this. Is this about who has the loudest voice? Lu Wenzong stood up and said, What relation are you to her? The stout man asked. You don't need to know. I'll take responsibility for her affairs. Alright, repay the money. The fat man extended his hand towards Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong smiled and said, There's no issue with repaying the money, but what if we change the method? The fat man asked curiously, What method? You made your money off gambling, right? Let's have a gambling match. Lu Wenzong grinned. Brother. Lu Xiuxia called worriedly. Lu Wenzong gave her a reassuring glance and then turned to the hesitant stout man, saying, We'll go for the most direct way. If I lose, I'll pay double. If you lose, you'll return the money that was won unfairly. What do we gamble on? The man gritted his teeth and asked. Let's roll dice. It's the simplest way, Lu Wenzong suggested. Alright, where do we gamble? The stout man asked. Why move around? Let's stay here. One game decides the winner anyway. Alright, Xiao Wu, go back and fetch the equipment. The stout man shouted. A small figure behind him agreed and hurried outside, followed by the sound of a motorcycle fading away. Feel free to sit down and eat a bit. Lu Wenzong sat down and continued eating, casually inviting the stout man as well. The stout man didn't hesitate, sitting down and asking the boss for utensils before diving into the food on his own. He certainly knew how to let things go easily without being overly attached. Within 10 minutes, the motorcycle sounds returned. The one called Xiao Wu came in carrying the dice and the dice cup, placing them in front of the stout man. Taking the dice in hand, the stout man told Lu Wenzong, "Come on, then." Lu Wenzong asked the shop owner to clean and prepare the table before gesturing to the stout man to start. With a sneer, the stout man shook the dice cup briskly. Lu Wenzong narrowed his eyes and strained his ears to listen carefully. While he couldn't guarantee hearing clearly what numbers were shaken out, Lu Wenzong had confidence in using his own skills to produce the number he wanted. Therefore, winning was far more likely than losing. The stout man's dice must have been tampered with, and his technique was probably good, but these factors didn't bother Lu Wenzong at all. After shaking for a while, the stout man confidently slapped the dice cup onto the table, smiling at Lu Wenzong. "Go ahead and reveal the result." "Why, look at me. Do I have numbers on my face?" Lu Wenzong chuckled. The stout man rolled his eyes slightly and opened the dice cup. 5 dice lay there, 4 showing 6s and 1 showing 4 points. A very high score indeed. Yet, seeing the total, his expression changed. When Lu Wenzong proposed settling the dispute with a dice throw, the stout man felt inwardly quite proud since throwing dice was his forte. Controlling the dice to specific numbers was his specialty. But today, something went wrong. He somehow managed to throw a 28, which made him question reality. With 28 points already risky, Lu Wenzong's proposal of a dice challenge must imply some skills as well. If the other party truly threw more than 28, the stout man would suffer a heavy loss. Seeing the change in his face, Lu Wenzong commented, "Impressive. You nearly hit the highest possible point." "It's your turn," the stout man responded. Lu Wenzong picked up the dice cup with one hand, placed the dice inside with the other, and the stout man smirked disdainfully upon observing his actions. Who throws dice like this? Such clumsiness would invite ridicule. As Lu Wenzong turned the dice cup upside down and shook it awkwardly, it almost caused the stout man to burst out laughing aloud. This guy was clearly a complete novice with dice. Unable even to handle the dice cup properly. What audacity to dare challenge him. Though originally dissatisfied with only scoring 28 points himself, the stout man became brimming with confidence after watching Lu Wenzong fumble, believing victory certain. Lu Wenzong shook the dice cup for quite a while, then gradually increased his speed. The cup was flipped over and tilted at an angle. Just as the stout man grew impatient, Lu Wenzong suddenly slammed the cup on the table. "Go ahead and open it." The stout man restrained his inner pride and urged Lu Wenzong to uncover the dice. "Shall we up the stakes?" Lu Wenzong grinned and asked. "Raise the stakes. What do you have in mind?" The stout man glanced at Lu Wenzong, thinking this person was a bit of an idiot. Encountering such a great fool, he decided to take advantage fully. "Anything is fine with me, you decide." Lu Wenzong gestured for him to set the conditions. "Add a 3,000 yuan bet. If I lose, I'll give you 3,000. If you lose, add another 3,000 to me." The stout man declared. "Fine, I agree." Lu Wenzong finished speaking and immediately flipped open the dice cup. The stout man and his 2 companions rushed to look, their faces turning instantly pale. 4 6s and 1 5, a score just slightly higher than his own. Enraged, the stout man leaped up and glared back furiously at Xiao Wu, who had brought the dice over. Behind them, Lu Xiuxian patted her chest and let out a long breath. Zhao Xiaojin, on the other hand, jumped around and cheered loudly, shouting that they had won. You can't blame him. If you can roll a 28 with loaded dice, why can't I roll a 29? Lu Wenzong said indifferently. The stout man's face darkened further. After choking for a while, he growled viciously. "You little bastard, lucky shot. I haven't left yet. Don't rush. You haven't paid yet." Lu Wenzong chuckled. "Pay what?" the stout man asked. "The 5,000 yuan Zhao Xiaojin won earlier, plus the 3,000 you just lost." "Bullshit. She still owes me 3,000 yuan. All right, consider those 3,000 as debt repayment. Now give back the 5,000. Lu Wenzong extended his hand. "Get out of here. I'm already not demanding the 3,000 from her. Why should I return your 5? Have you taken the wrong pills? Those 5,000 are hers. She lost fair and square, so why should I return them?" The stout man shouted angrily. A gambler must accept losses willingly. Without credibility, how will you survive in the underworld? Not my problem. After finishing his sentence, the stout man turned and started walking away. Lu Wenzong suddenly left the table, darted forward swiftly, and kicked the stout man's lower back. Completely caught off guard, the stout man was sent sprawling onto the floor, sliding several meters before stopping. "Ouch, damn it, you actually hit me?" The stout man flipped over and pointed at Lu Wenzong, yelling abuse. "Swearing like a sailor, looks like you're asking for more." Lu Wenzong exploded with rage, lunging forward and kicking toward the stout man's mouth. The 2 henchmen quickly moved to assist, but Lu Wenzong ignored their attacks entirely, keeping his foot aimed at the stout man's mouth without deviation. The stout man slid backward several steps, but couldn't avoid being struck again. He screamed in pain, fell backward, and a yellow tooth flew out of his mouth, dragging a streak of blood. As Lu Wenzong successfully landed a kick, he turned around and punched Xiao Wu, sending him flying. The last remaining thug, upon seeing Lu Wenzong's incredible strength, fell to his knees and surrendered, hands raised high. "Can we settle the money now?" Lu Wenzong asked. The stout man, staring at Lu Wenzong's cold expression, hurriedly responded. Money, I'll pay. You wouldn't have had to fight if you'd cooperated earlier. Go get the money. I've got places to be and need to sleep." Lu Wenzong said. "I don't carry that much money on me. Let me bring you back to my place to fetch it," the stout man whined. "Nope. Send your guy back to retrieve it. I'm too lazy to walk," Lu Wenzong said. With no choice, the stout man instructed Xiao Wu, who was cradling his sore cheek, to make the trip. It took Xiao Wu about half an hour to return this time. After collecting the 5,000 yuan, Lu Wenzong finally released the stout man. The trio hastily fled from Lu Wenzong's grasp, looking completely disheveled. They came in arrogance, but left stumbling clumsily, truly pitiable figures. Groom, you're really something. Zhao Xiaojin approached and praised Lu Wenzong, but as soon as their eyes met, she quickly retreated to the side. Chapter 99 Xia Tongtong joins the External Relations Department. Lu Wenzong and the three others returned to the hotel. Lu Xiaoxia and Zhao Xiaojin shared a room for rest. Lu Wenzong, in his own room, was idly playing with his phone, trying to build up some drowsiness. Meanwhile, in Lu Xiaoxia's room, she was earnestly educating Zhao Xiaojin. I've already called my dad, telling him to come back and keep an eye on you. After Lu Xiaoxia finished speaking, seeing Zhao Xiaojin just nodding continuously without making a clear stance, she sat down feeling quite frustrated. Why did you call him? I won't live with him. Zhao Xiaojin immediately became furious, leaping up. Dad has been gone for so many years. It's time he came back, Lu Xiaoxia said. If he comes back, I will never let him through the door, Zhao Xiaojin angrily replied. If he returns, I'll leave, Zhao Xiaojin pouted. Back then, what happened between them? Everyone in the village knew about it. Someone saw Lu Xiaoxia's father and a widow from the village coming out of the same mountain cave together, their clothes all in disarray. Thus, without fully understanding the situation, Zhao Xiaojin had a fierce argument with Lu Xiaoxia's father and even made a scene at the widow's doorstep for several days. Eventually, the widow left, no one knowing where she went. Not long after, Lu Xiaoxia's father also left, taking their son with him. Thus, everyone in the village claimed they must have run away together. Zhao Xiaojin was naturally more furious, swearing that she would never allow Lu Xiaoxia's father to step through her door again. However, even her curse proved ineffective, as Lu Xiaoxia's father disappeared for nearly 10 years without ever returning. As for how the matter turned out, no one knew. The widow never explained why they emerged from the mountain cave together or why their clothing was disheveled, nor did Lu Xiaoxia's father give any explanation. Thus, this matter remained a mystery. If it weren't for this incident, Lu Xiaoxia would have definitely chosen to attend university when she was in high school. Zhao Xiaojin alone couldn't earn much money, and what little she spent on gambling. If Lu Xiaoxia had gone to university, the cost might have ruined Zhao Xiaojin completely. Zhao Xiaojin hadn't expected her daughter to maintain contact with her estranged husband all these years. Extremely angry, she forgot all the rational words she had earlier spoken to Lu Xiaoxia and started cursing her husband incessantly. After shouting for a while, feeling parched, she finally stopped. Why don't you go sleep in his room? Why stay in mine? Zhao Xiaojin suddenly said to Lu Xiaoxia. Go sleep in his room? What? Lu Xiaoxia didn't understand. Fool, he's so successful now. If you don't make a move, someone else will snatch him up before you become his wife. Just look at the beautiful Wu manager by his side, not to mention that siren, xiuxian. If you don't act fast, someone will seduce him away, Zhao Xiaojin remarked. What nonsense. How could he be lured away like that? That sounds ridiculous. Lu Xiaoxia, having understood her mother's meaning, responded unhappily. Daughter, if you had his child first, wouldn't becoming the boss's wife be a done deal? Zhao Xiaojin gritted her teeth, clearly irritated by her daughter's naivety. Mom, do you know what you're thinking? My brother and I grew up together since childhood. We're so intimate there's no need to actively pursue anything. Lu Xiaoxia was confident. Although she noticed some unclear relationships between Wu Ruhan, xiuxian, and Lu Wenzong after returning, she still believed herself to be the woman Lu Wenzong loved most. Child, even the strongest relationship can't resist temptation. Look at your dad, isn't he an example? Zhao Xiaojin said. So, under a barrage of both verbal persuasion and action from Zhao Xiaojin, Lu Xiaoxia was driven out of the dormitory. Standing outside the closed door, Lu Xiaoxia couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and sorrow. Had she and Lu Wenzong not already shared an intimate relationship, she probably wouldn't even consider stepping across. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xiaoxia walked to the next room and knocked on Lu Wenzong's door. When Lu Wenzong opened the door and saw Lu Xiaoxia, he wasn't overly surprised, merely sweeping her into his arms and closing the door behind them, quickly entering the room. Tossing Lu Xiaoxia onto the large bed, despite her cries that she hadn't yet bathed, Lu Wenzong pounced on her like a ravenous wolf. After Lu Xiaoxia left, Zhao Xiaojin pressed her ear against the wall to listen to the sounds from the neighboring room. No matter how good the soundproofing was, though muffled, the general situation could still be heard. Satisfied, Zhao Xiaojin smiled. Initially, when Lu Wenzong returned home to farm, she found him utterly undesirable. But who would have guessed that Lu Wenzong would unearth gold from the land, turning some sort of agricultural company into a flourishing business. And now, not only is his family living well, even his elder sister-in-law's household is thriving too. If her daughter followed Lu Wenzong, then she too would live a good life in the future. However, suddenly remembering that her daughter had said her husband was coming back, Zhao Xiaojin's good mood immediately vanished. Annoyed, she cursed and swore a few times, then remembered her son whom she hadn't seen for almost 10 years, filling her heart with longing. The next day, Zhao Xiaojin took the 500,000 yuan given by Lu Wenzong and returned home with Lu Xiaoxia. Lu Wenzong did not go back. Instead, he stayed in the county town. He first checked on the shop situation, chatted with his second sister and brother-in-law, then hurried to meet Xia Tongtong. This little lass hadn't seen Lu Wenzong for a long time and was throwing a tantrum. Lu Wenzong met Xia Tongtong at the central park of the county town. As soon as they met, this little lass grabbed hold of Lu Wenzong's ear. Explain yourself. Why haven't you come to see me for such a long time? Have you forgotten about me? The young woman pouted but wasn't intimidating. Quite adorable, actually. I've been busy setting up shops in the provincial city. By the way, I have an idea to discuss with you. Lu Wenzong quickly changed the topic. What idea? Although still holding onto Lu Wenzong's ear, she had already loosened her grip, turning it into a gentle stroke. You mentioned wanting to work at my company, right? You don't need to go to the rural area anymore. I plan to reorganize a new department in the company for you to lead. Lu Wenzong said. What kind of department? Xiao Tongtong eagerly asked. The External Relations Department. Responsible for shaping the company's external image and promoting the company's products. Lu Wenzong said. This was just his idea. Currently, the department structure in the company was not very standardized. Lu Wenzong planned to reorganize it. The basic departments would definitely remain unchanged, like sales department, finance department, and logistics department. But sections like the planting department and animal husbandry department needed adjustments. Lu Wenzong intended to further subdivide the planting section into an agricultural products production department, which would include 3 smaller departments: vegetable cultivation, herbal medicine cultivation, and flower cultivation. On the animal husbandry side, it would become livestock product production department, divided into 2 sections: ordinary livestock breeding and wildlife breeding. Finally, an external relations department would be added, to be led by Xiao Tongtong. Although Lu Wenzong wasn't entirely clear about Xiao Tongtong's capabilities, her strong network of relationships could ensure smooth development for this department. Lu Wenzong also had many areas of operation in the company that he didn't fully understand. Wu Ruhan herself was like a monk who learned halfway through. They were all moving forward in exploration, often adjusting while doing the work. What about the benefits? Xiao Tongtong smiled and asked. Benefits? Let me think about it. Our company currently pays the highest salary to General Manager Wu Ruhan, followed by Vice President Xiuxian and Financial Director Lu Xiuxian. Then there are the managers responsible for various regions' plantations and farms, as well as the manager of the sales department. This time, your salary will match Vice President Xiuxian's level, Lu Wenzong seriously said. What? Do I really care about your money? It doesn't matter to me. You can just give whatever amount you think appropriate, Xiao Tongtong laughed. How could I not pay you? Wu Ruhan gets dividends annually from the company, so do Xiuxian and Lu Xiuxian. Your role as director of the External Relations Department cannot be excluded, right? Lu Wenzong grinned. After this employee commendation meeting ended, he planned to adjust the company's operations carefully. Let you decide. When does the work start? Xiao Tongtong asked. I'll first arrange some startup funds for you from the company side. You can hire a few people first. All right. I'll find a suitable place for you. Xiao Tongtong was highly motivated for the work. They chatted for a while, then went out shopping and bought some things. After lunch, they shamelessly checked into a hotel room in broad daylight. Around 5 p.m., Lu Wenzong finally returned to Gue Valley. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, the company held a grand commendation conference, even inviting Zhou Hao, who came all the way from Sanling City to attend. This time, the sales department was the main focus of commendation. The lowest bonuses were 1,000 yuan, and the highest was 5,000 yuan. Under Lu Wenzong's insistence, both General Manager Wu Ruhan and Vice President Xiuxian were each awarded 5,000 yuan as bonuses. The employees of the company felt no objection, since these two truly had done so much for the company. After the commendation conference, the company took a half-day holiday, allowing everyone to celebrate the Lantern Festival properly. After dinner, Lu Wenzong gathered Wu Ruhan, Xiuxian, Lu Xiuxian, and Zhou Hao, who was staying overnight at the farm, for a small meeting. Lu Wenzong presented his thoughts on adjusting the company and adding an external relations department. After finishing, he sought everyone's opinions. Yet, everyone wholeheartedly agreed without a single objection. Don't you have any other thoughts? Lu Wenzong didn't feel happy at all. His ideas were acknowledged by everyone, which should have made him glad, but he couldn't muster any joy. He was sure that his own ideas must have some flaws. As the saying goes, one person may be short-sighted while 3 people together can think more thoroughly. Collecting everyone's opinions could make things more perfect. Wu Ruhan smiled and said, what you've said is really good. We couldn't come up with better ideas than you. So of course we agree. The key is to fully establish the company's personnel structure, which is still a bit vague right now. Yes, Sister Ruhan is correct. Xiuxian chimed in like a shadow following someone. Lu Xiuxian nodded and agreed with Wu Ruhan as well, while Zhou Hao had no objections. Although he was cooperating with Lu Wenzong, he wasn't yet part of the company. Lu Wenzong invited him to participate precisely to give advice from an outside perspective. However, this guy didn't exactly put his brain to work. This is what I've been thinking. Lu Wenzong explained his thoughts on the company's personnel structure. He placed himself as the boss independently. Above all others stood Wu Ruhan. Then the second level comprised Vice President Xiuxian responsible for the chain store operations and Financial Director Lu Xiuxian. In the future, the External Relations Department would also be at the same level as them. The third tier consisted of the Sales Department, operating independently, but with the same salary treatment as Xiuxian, Lu Xiuxian, and Xiao Tongtong. However, in terms of hierarchy within the company, they ranked lower by 1 level. The leaders of the Agricultural Products Production Department and the Livestock Product Production Department were at the same rank and received the same treatment, though their hierarchy remained 1 level below. The 4th level included those leading departments such as vegetable cultivation, herbal medicine cultivation, flower cultivation, ordinary livestock breeding, and wildlife breeding. They received lower pay and were 1 level beneath the 3rd tier. Finally, there were ordinary employees at the 5th level. For these, Lu Wenzong coined names for the 5 levels. The first was senior management, the second deputy senior management, the third middle management, the 4th junior management, and the 5th simply employees. Junior managers could be selected via employee voting, and middle managers similarly. But for deputy senior management, elections wouldn't suffice. They would need selective hiring from the pool of middle managers. This framework for personnel and company systems, though not entirely perfect, was enough to support the current development of the company. The small-scale meeting naturally resulted in unanimous approval. The next day, Wu Ruohan immediately began arranging the plans, needing to finish quickly as large-scale planting work was soon to commence. On the vegetable front, everything was fine as usual operations continued, but the herbal medicines needed reseeding. On the flower side, Lu Wenzong wasn't sure if the remaining branches from last year could bloom again. If not, they'd need reseeding too. On January 18th of the lunar calendar, Lu Wenzong took the Subject 3 driving test. Having not practiced for a while, though he could drive around freely, he found himself somewhat unfamiliar with the examination content. Nonetheless, he passed smoothly without a hitch. He wasn't sure whether it was due to his prior reminder to Wu Bo asking for help or not, but during the exam, he did notice some minor mistakes corrected by the examiner themselves. After scheduling the Subject 4 test time, Lu Wenzong proactively approached Secretary Wang in the town, discussing the issue of leasing the surrounding lands. Around Gui Valley, there were at least hundreds of acres of abandoned land. Due to past fear of the valley, nobody dared to farm there, resulting in years of neglect. No one wanted to reclaim it anymore. Though the villagers didn't want it back, if Lu Wenzong directly claimed it, conflicts would likely ensue. Thus, the best solution was to negotiate with both the town and village authorities to reallocate the lands based on each family's previous ownership. Later, when crops are planted, money could be distributed accordingly so that everyone benefited. Secretary Wang was absolutely supportive of Lu Wenzong's plan, personally leading him to discuss specific implementation details with the village committee members. Influenced by Secretary Wang, Xiaolong Mountain also returned to Lu Wenzong's hands, significantly increasing his agricultural expansion area. With land issues resolved at home, the subsequent task of reclaiming fell into Wu Ruohan's hands. Lu Wenzong headed to the county seat, where he interviewed job applicants alongside Xia Tongtong. Speaking of Xia Tongtong, her efficiency was impressive. She'd already found suitable office space, located upstairs from the largest supermarket in the county town, boasting a great location. Chapter 100. You're in for a peach blossom luck. Xia Tongtong was highly enthusiastic about her new job. When Lu Wenzong arrived at the office she had rented, he found everything inside already arranged and ready, just waiting for the hired employees to start work. The two sat together and discussed the requirements for recruiting relevant personnel, unifying their thoughts. At the same time, they reviewed some of the personal materials submitted by the applicants. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the interview officially began. The first person was a girl who looked pretty decent. She graduated from a normal school in the provincial capital city. Originally preparing to return home to take the teacher qualification exam, she applied after seeing Xia Tongtong's recruitment notice. As the main interviewer, Xia Tongtong asked the girl about her knowledge of the company's external liaison department, as well as common sense regarding product packaging and marketing and crisis public relations. The girl answered reasonably well. Although she didn't hit all the key points, she was at least coherent and demonstrated fairly good oratory skills. The second one to enter was a boy, quite scholarly in appearance, but his academic credentials were a bit low. He graduated from a vocational high school in Sanling City. Nevertheless, this boy was better at speaking, managing to sway the minds of Xia Tongtong and Lu Wenzong even before they finished asking several questions. In the afternoon, 8 people were interviewed, leaving the 2 with dry throats. They quickly tallied up the results and selected 4 suitable candidates before closing for the day. Lu Wenzong and Xia Tongtong did not eat out, instead returning home to have dinner. Now Xia Jianjun had skyrocketed directly to become the second in command of the county, moving to the best neighborhood in the county. Their new home was bigger, better decorated, and even the guest room given to Lu Wenzong was larger than an ordinary commercial housing master bedroom. Xia Jianjun hadn't returned from work yet, so there were only 3 people eating dinner. After the meal, Xia Tongtong's mother cleaned up and went to the kitchen to wash dishes, while Lu Wenzong went to Xia Tongtong's room to sit for a while. After fooling around indoors for a while, the 2 couldn't stay still and went out singing. This little Miss Xia Tongtong seemed to have developed feelings for the private karaoke booth where they last sang, so today she insisted on going back to that very booth. Fortunately, it was lucky since no one was in the booth. However, after entering and barely finishing 2 songs, the 2 fell into each other's arms again. They created more beautiful memories at the place where they previously shared such moments. The next day, the 2 returned to the office, and Xia Tongtong individually called all the people who passed the interview, telling them to come for work tomorrow. After sorting out these notifications, the 2 went to an advertising company to make many management and system boards for wages, planning to hang them in the office. They spent a whole day making various necessary signs for the company, adding and purchasing whatever facilities were needed, almost covering every corner of Sangzi County, which wasn't very large. Only after finishing these trivial matters did they realize they hadn't assigned anyone responsible for logistics support within the departments. With formal work starting the next day, they could only slowly look for a suitable person later. Lu Wenzong stayed in Sangzi for 3 days, sorting out all situations in the external liaison department, and then returned to Gigu. Upon Lu Wenzong's return to Gigu, he found that many weeds on the abandoned land around Gigu had been cleared. These women were highly efficient, much to Lu Wenzong's satisfaction. On the dragon head-raising day of February, it was Dandan's haircutting day at his second sister's house. Returning from the county town, they invited many relatives and friends, making it quite a grand event. As Dandan's uncle, Lu Wenzong was responsible for cutting Dandan's hair. Being quite wealthy, after each snip, he gave 10,000 yuan, amounting to a total of 30,000 yuan after 3 cuts. Little Dandan held a large bundle of money and didn't know what to do, only knowing how to laugh cheerfully. His elder sister joked that her 2 children had their hair cut too early and thus missed earning money from their uncle. Lu Wenzong said that he would make up for it when they got married or entered university, prompting the elder sister to start nagging about the need for her 2 children to study hard, striving to succeed in the future, etc. After the lively celebration of Little Dandan's haircut ceremony, Lu Wenzong took Wu Ruhan to Samling City to prepare to purchase farming equipment. For future large-scale operation, although small hoes can still help, the work certainly shouldn't stop when he's away. Therefore, purchasing machinery was absolutely essential. After reaching Samling City, the duo first visited the store jointly run with Zhou Hao, finding the business situation quite excellent. Some of the people coming to shop recognized Lu Wenzong and surrounded him to ask when he'd set up a stall again to provide medical consultation, mentioning various relatives who wished to seek medical attention. Lu Wenzong said he'd return whenever he had free time and would notify beforehand. He originally had a plan to offer regular medical consultations, deepening his influence. However, now it wasn't feasible. He intended to take this step after truly cultivating mystical powers. Li Weiguo, the father of Li Feilong, was like a thorn stuck in his throat. He wouldn't feel comfortable unless he completely overshadowed this man in strength. Zhou Hao was now extremely happy. His daily sales were many times more than when he used to wholesale vegetables. The thought of becoming a rich man one day gave him great motivation. He chatted with Zhou Hao and inquired if he knew anyone selling machinery. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao thought for a moment and said, "I do know someone, but it's through my ex-girlfriend. You remember her from the last time at the hot pot place?" Then never mind. We'll just go ourselves. That woman isn't easy to deal with. Be careful, or she might retaliate against you," Lu Wenzong advised. "Fear nothing. She's just a small player. Although I don't have powerful people behind me, I've built up quite a broad network of connections. She wouldn't easily bring me down," Zhou Hao confidently replied. "That's good. Well, you go ahead and work then. We'll take our leave." Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan went to the agricultural machinery market in Samling City, looked at a few stores, and ended up purchasing 5 tractors with 5 sets of plowing tools. The machinery company would deliver them since it was a transaction worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, making the sellers very profitable. Once they'd finalized their selection of machines, the two directly returned, as there was nothing else to do in Samling City. Lu Wenzong drove mainly, and as they headed back, the sky gradually darkened. Wu Ruhan, sitting in the passenger seat, fell asleep straight away. This girl had been genuinely exhausted lately. Big and small matters of the company required her attention. With no farming knowledge, she'd had to learn everything on the spot, which made her incredibly tired. Lu Wenzong reached out one hand and gently touched her cheek, feeling suddenly heartbroken. This beautiful woman could have been living a petit bourgeois life in a big city, or perhaps marrying a wealthy man and settling into a comfortable life as a rich man's wife. Instead, she chose to follow him here to fight in this poor mountain area. She was indeed special. Wu Ruhan opened her eyes, noticed Lu Wenzong withdrawing his hand, and complained groggily, "I'm sleepy. Don't touch me randomly." Lu Wenzong chuckled silently, saying nothing and focusing fully on driving again. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they arrived back in Sangzi County. He planned to stay overnight, returning to Gigu tomorrow morning since nighttime mountain roads weren't easy to navigate, especially as he was still relatively new to driving. They stopped in front of a hotel, where Lu Wenzong woke Wu Ruhan, who had been sound asleep. Confused, she asked, "Are we home?" "Not yet. Driving all the way here has made me feel a little drowsy too. The road ahead is mountainous, not suitable for night driving. Let's spend the night here," Lu Wenzong explained. "All right," Wu Ruhan nodded in agreement. After getting out of the car and locking it, the two entered the inn. They registered at the front desk for 2 rooms and proceeded upstairs. Happening to be neighbors, they exchanged brief greetings before entering their respective rooms to rest. Lu Wenzong watched TV for a while, then practiced cultivation with the fairy for 2 hours before going to bed. Just as he was about to drift off, he sensed some strange noises in the room and abruptly sat up in bed, looking toward the bathroom. Leaping out of bed, he searched the bathroom thoroughly but found no abnormalities. Still, after carefully listening for a moment, he felt something wasn't quite right. He stood in the bathroom, listening attentively for a while before reacting swiftly and rushing to the door. Upon opening the door, he hurried to Wu Ruhan's door and knocked hard, but received no response. Taking a step back, he kicked forcefully at the sturdy door, which flew open with a loud bang. Lu Wenzong rushed into the room only to find Wu Ruhan lying slanted against the wall, her hands still in a position as if she had been knocking. What happened? Lu Wenzong felt an intense pang of worry as he quickly picked her up. Wu Ruhan weakly grasped Lu Wenzong's hand, breathing a few shallow breaths before whispering faintly, "Stuffy, so stuffy." Lu Wenzong was shocked. This was odd. Earlier in the car, she had simply been tired, but her current condition clearly indicated illness. Not giving it much thought, he summoned the small hoe and poured out half a cup of water from its hollowed-out part, feeding it directly to Wu Ruhan. After drinking the water, Wu Ruhan immediately passed out, sinking back to sleep. Lu Wenzong laid her down gently in bed, covered her tenderly with the blanket, and remained by her side. Summoning the fairy, Lu Wenzong said, "Help me check what's wrong with her." The fairy nodded and flew above Wu Ruhan, placing her fingers lightly on Wu Ruhan's forehead. After a moment, she returned and informed, "She's been affected by evil influences." "You're joking, right?" Lu Wenzong glanced crossly at the fairy. Even though he possessed divine treasures and had encountered the fairy, believing in ghostly apparitions in this world was still difficult for him. Who's joking around? Do you still doubt the existence of unknown forces after the previous dispute with Li Weigua? Like me, compared to human beings, I am beyond your understanding. The fairy expressed discontent towards Lu Wenzong's disbelief. What kind of evil influence? Lu Wenzong questioned. I don't know. I can't detect it with my powers, xiuxian said. Is there any in this room? No. It should have been here, but after we came in, the dirty thing left, xiuxian said. I see. Lu Wenzong nodded. Wu Ruhan's breathing gradually stabilized, and her face became rosier. Lu Wenzong returned to his room, took the bedding, and slept directly on the sofa. In the middle of the night, Wu Ruhan woke up, saw Lu Wenzong sleeping on the sofa, and poked him awake. Wake up, she softly called out as she tapped his cheek. Oh, are you awake? Lu Wenzong was startled awake by Wu Ruhan and asked immediately. Come sleep on the bed. Wu Ruhan whispered. No thanks, you rest well, Lu Wenzong replied. If you won't come, fine then. Wu Ruhan stood up, walked back to the bed, and laid down in a huff. Lu Wenzong chuckled, picked up the cup, and approached her. If a girl invites a boy to share a bed for sleep, don't regret if something happens. I'm asking you to come and sleep. Don't think anything improper. Your thoughts are too filthy, Wu Ruhan laughed. Can't help it. The word sleep has too many connotations, Lu Wenzong laughed. Humph. Wu Ruhan uttered her catchphrase and scooted over a bit to make room for him. Lu Wenzong climbed into the bed but kept his legs tucked and half lay against the headboard. Wu Ruhan turned around and gently placed her head on his chest. Lu Wenzong, were you and Lu Xiaoxia boyfriend and girlfriend? Wu Ruhan suddenly asked while adjusting herself into a comfortable position. Why do you say that? Lu Wenzong counter-asked. The way you two look at each other is different. As a woman, I can spot such subtle details easily, Wu Ruhan grinned. You're right. We started dating in the second year of high school, but we never told anyone else, Lu Wenzong explained. Xiaoxia is a good girl, gentle, kind, and smart. A clumsy girl like me won't be liked by anyone. Not true. In college, so many people pursued you that their number would exceed all the chickens, ducks, and geese combined in our Gigu village. You just didn't consider them, Lu Wenzong laughed. It's not that I didn't consider them, they weren't truly fond of me. Now I finally understand why during my 4 years of university, you showed no interest in any girl. There was already a beautiful young lady waiting for you at home, Wu Ruhan stated. Yes. Lu Wenzong felt that the conversation was getting heavy. In truth, he thought himself quite a scoundrel because despite having Lu Xiaoxia, who was as radiant as morning clouds, he somehow also ended up in a relationship with Xia Tongtong. Had it not been for Xia Tongtong's fear that her family wouldn't agree, she might have insisted on making their relationship public, which would have led to an awkward situation. Asking her to break up with Lu Xiaoxia? That's ridiculous. Lu Wenzong couldn't let go of her. Though his feelings for Xia Tongtong weren't deep, he was drawn to her cuteness and kindness. As for Xia Tongtong's exact feelings towards him, he couldn't tell for sure, but he believed some feelings did exist. Then there was Su Yener. This was someone Lu Wenzong genuinely felt sorry about. He had messed up her life when she was still very young, and figuring out how to deal with their future relationship was definitely a problem. When it came to Wu Ruhan, Lu Wenzong's emotions became even more complicated. He had to admit he had certain thoughts about her, primitive, carnal thoughts. On one hand, he repeatedly reminded himself that he wasn't worthy of Wu Ruhan, and on the other, he reminded himself that he already had a girlfriend. Hence, he maintained the role of a male confidant. As for whether he actually liked or loved her, he couldn't clarify that either. You're having your peaches blossom luck, Wu Ruhan smiled. Unfortunately, we aren't living in ancient times, Lu Wenzong lamented. And you want polygamy? But if I'm willing to be with you, will you take me? Both like a Huang and Nuying, or choose me over Xiaoxia? Wu Ruhan asked. Chapter 101, Lu Junda's Revenge begins. Lu Wenzong was directly stunned by the question. Saying he doesn't need Lu Xiaoxia feels fake, and saying he doesn't need Wu Ruhan might hurt feelings. Women just have a way of asking impossible questions. Lu Wenzong agonized for half a day, but still didn't know what to say. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. You men always have your eyes on the pot, while eating from the bowl, Wu Ruhan said. Lu Wenzong didn't know what to say, so he could only remain silent. After a while, he realized that Wu Ruhan had become quiet, and when he looked down, she had fallen asleep again. The two lay there in a strange position until dawn. Lu Wenzong slept fitfully, alternating between waking up and falling back asleep, with his stomach losing all feeling. But Wu Ruhan slept very comfortably, her head moving around on Lu Wenzong's stomach as she rested soundly. After getting up and washing up, the two set off on their journey back to Ghost Valley. The agricultural machinery company in Sanling City had already called to confirm the delivery address for the goods. As they started their journey, the purchased machines had already left Sanling City. After returning to Ghost Valley, the two immediately got involved in busy work. There was simply too much land that needed plowing. There were 500 or 600 mu of land surrounding Ghost Valley, and hundreds more at Xiaolong Mountain, all needing to be worked from scratch. The villagers had begun cleaning up the land ownership around Ghost Valley, but Lu Wenzong still hadn't received any results regarding his desire to contract the western peak of Hongban Village. In the afternoon, the 5 tractors and other equipment they had bought were delivered to Ghost Valley. In order to facilitate intensive farming, Lu Wenzong hired several excavators to level some deep ditches and uneven areas. This flattened out the 500 or 600 mu of land around Ghost Valley into 3 large plots. Although not entirely flat, the slope was enough for tractors to move back and forth efficiently. Xiaolong Mountain did not require leveling. The tractors just needed to follow the mountain slope since there were no trees or rocks, making it almost like an open plain except for the slightly steep slope. Meanwhile, the company recruited 10 young people, sending them to the agricultural machinery company in Shennong City to learn how to drive and repair tractors. Under Wu Ruhan's supervision, the company recruited another group of new employees who joined various departments. With the land leveled, all that remained was waiting for the young people learning to operate tractors to return before starting work. After the village inventoried the owned land around Ghost Valley, they found a total of 76 households were involved, including households from the village, Xiuxian village, and Hongban village. 36 households signed land rental agreements with Ghost Valley, with each mu costing 1,500 yuan per year. The household with the most land occupied about 8 mu, while the smallest was around 4 mu, with a yearly rate of 1,500 yuan per mu. If someone had 8 mu, they would earn 12,000 yuan annually, a decent income. Under Su Yiner's direction and the direct operation of Lu Wenzong's father, all 76 households joyfully signed the agreement. Originally, these lands were lying fallow, but now with Lu Wenzong paying 1,500 yuan per mu annually, everyone was extremely pleased. They lined up neatly, smiling broadly, as if celebrating the new year. Managing such a vast area of land would require more hands than the current employees provided. Even for the land within Ghost Valley, the company didn't have enough manpower. Therefore, Lu Wenzong planned to hire one person from each family to help maintain the land, offering 1,000 yuan per month. Wu Ruhan calculated that the total 76 households represented 524 mu, requiring an annual cost of about 8 or 9 million yuan. With 76 people earning 12,000 yuan per year, the labor cost would add up to around 7 or 800,000 yuan. Together, the expenses amounted to nearly 10 million yuan, which was quite high. However, Lu Wenzong also provided a calculation to Wu Ruhan: plant vegetables, ginseng, and flowers on all 524 mu of land. According to the current annual income of 300,000 yuan per mu in Ghost Valley, the total earnings would reach over 150 million yuan. Spending 10 million yuan seemed insignificant in comparison. Wu Ruhan doubted Lu Wenzong's income calculations, but she trusted the marketability of the items being grown. Even just the entire Shennong city could absorb the produce Lu Wenzong cultivated. Moreover, there were herbal medicine buyers from Lehigh City and a flower shop in Maozuan City regularly purchasing fresh flowers. Sales wouldn't be a major issue. What mattered most was finding ways to quickly sell the goods rather than selling them slowly. Bear in mind, the things Lu Wenzong grew were freakishly good. Others harvest once and then finish, but what Lu Wenzong planted could be harvested continuously through the cold winter, allowing multiple cycles of production. With the land leveling completed, Lu Wenzong went to the county's telecommunications office to discuss pulling a direct fiber optic cable to Ghost Valley, aiming to set up the company's network infrastructure. Since they would be distributing money to households later, it wouldn't be practical to deal with millions of cash. Transferring money via bank card would be more convenient. From then on, employee salaries would no longer be paid in cash but transferred directly to their accounts. Withdrawing money on the mountain wasn't very convenient, so Lu Wenzong also planned to collaborate with a bank to install an ATM kiosk there, though he wasn't sure if this plan was feasible. The county's telecommunications office took Lu Wenzong's request seriously, but thought that pulling a dedicated fiber optic line to such a remote place would take time and effort, plus they needed to evaluate whether it would be profitable enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. While the telecom bureau was considering the proposal, Lu Wenzong visited several banks to negotiate, but all attempts failed without exception. When these institutions learned that Lu Wenzong wanted them to place an ATM machine deep in the mountains, they didn't even think about it and rejected him outright. Damn it, Lu Wenzong returned empty-handed from his unsuccessful mission, not having accomplished anything. In the end, he still reached out to Xiuxian to see if Xiuxian had any suggestions or solutions. After hearing Lu Wenzong's intention, Xiuxian made 2 calls, and the telecommunications bureau quickly approved the fiber optic connection project, impressively efficient. However, the bank still refused. Who would joke around by setting up an ATM machine for ghosts in the middle of the mountains? Even though Lu Wenzong had already submitted all the necessary documents for the company, the banks continued to firmly reject him. Even Xiuxian stepping in couldn't sway their decision. Although they were based in the same district, the banks weren't under the jurisdiction of the local government officials, so rejecting the request came with minimal pressure. After hanging up the phone, Xiuxian chuckled. I guess my influence still isn't enough. If we're in the same place doing our jobs, I'm sure there will be a day when they'll learn to respect you properly, Lu Wenzong said. For now, let's focus on getting the internet running. Then we can manage transactions online as well, Xiuxian suggested. I guess there's nothing else we can do, Lu Wenzong sighed. The next day after returning to Ghost Valley, the staff from the telecom bureau began laying the fiber optic cables. The efficiency was impressive. Within just 2 days, the fiber was connected to Ghost Valley. Lu Wenzong purchased dozens of computers to fill various offices and specially set up a small computer room for employees to relax and entertain themselves during their rotational breaks. Once the fiber was in place, the next step was connecting it to Ghost Valley. While handling the 100 megabits per second service subscription, the small manager, surnamed Wang, treated Lu Wenzong with remarkable courtesy. Originally, the annual usage fee would have been over 10,000 yuan, but in the end, Lu Wenzong only had to pay 6,000 yuan. After everything was arranged, Ghost Valley officially went online. Lu Xiuxian then purchased a set of professional financial management software online, while Wu Ruhan collected the ID cards of the 76 households to process unified bank cards for everyone. This time, they chose postal savings cards available in the town to make it easier for people to withdraw money there. After ensuring all basic infrastructures were complete, Lu Xiuxian left for Lehigh City. Lu Wenzong said he would accompany her to the provincial capital, flying her there instead of traveling by train like they usually did. Realizing how stupid it was to overlook such an efficient mode of transportation, Lu Wenzong admitted himself a fool. After Lu Xiuxian's departure, the weather gradually turned warmer, and the land cultivation officially commenced. The young employees worked enthusiastically, and the tractors buzzed across the fields. It wasn't yet planting season, so Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er traveled again to the provincial city. Upon arrival, they first met with a few decoration companies to finalize the shop renovation plans. Then Lu Wenzong continued practicing medicine at his street stall to increase his fame. A week later, the shop renovation was finished, and Lu Wenzong called Wu Ruhan, asking her to load up a truck with vegetables and meats for the grand opening preparations. With the help of some enthusiastic elderly men and women, Lu Wenzong smoothly recruited 7 staff members in just 3 days. 2 responsible for slaughtering chickens, ducks, dogs, and sheep, 1 cashier, 2 managing vegetable sales, a store manager, and a security guard. After preparing everything needed for the opening ceremony, Lu Wenzong called Fuan Qingtang and Yuan Qingchuan, asking them to come support the event. The brothers readily agreed, promising to be there. On the lunar calendar's February 1st, which corresponded to March 8th in the Gregorian calendar, Lu Wenzong's third shop officially opened. Early in the morning, the shop entrance was already packed with people, including men, women, old, and young, surrounding the place. Lu Wenzong's reputation as a divine doctor had spread throughout the provincial capital, and everyone believed that the products sold by the divine doctor would naturally be of high quality. Moreover, many had received favors from Lu Wenzong and considered coming to support him a matter of gratitude. Yuan Qingchuan and his wife Liu came, bringing his mother as well. Not only that, Yuan Qingchuan also invited some people from the Shennong Calligraphy and Painting Association to come and support the event. Yuan Qingtan didn't arrive until 9 a.m., but a long string of cars followed behind his vehicle, almost all of them luxury models. After Yuan Qingtan got out of his car and congratulated Lu Wenzong on the store's opening, the doors of the cars behind him opened, and a group of people stepped out. Yuan Qingtan introduced each of them to Lu Wenzong, including company owners and leaders of various departments, one after another. Lu Wenzong shook hands with all of them and politely invited them into the shop for a tour. Then he let the staff guide them through the store before heading to a nearby hotel for a meal. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the opening ceremony officially began, marked by fireworks and firecrackers. The highest-ranking official present, the deputy director in charge of the province's business administration, delivered an impassioned speech. Zhao Lijuan was originally sitting quietly, but she was encouraged by everyone to give a speech as well. Zhao Lijuan personally recounted her medical condition, which turned out to be far more effective than any advertisement could have been. After all, this was something said by Mrs. Yuan. How could it possibly be false? At noon, not many people stayed for lunch. Most had left after the grand opening concluded. After all, they had come because of Yuan Qingtan's influence and weren't particularly familiar with Lu Wenzong, so staying for dinner wasn't necessary. The 5 tables originally prepared for the feast ended up seating just 2. Naturally, the Yuan family decided to stay for lunch since Lu Wenzong had done them a great favor, and the Yuan family definitely wanted to show their appreciation. Just as the banquet was about to begin, an unexpected guest arrived. Yuan Qingtan's father, Yuan Liming, showed up with a large group of people. Everyone at the scene knew who Yuan Liming was and stood up to greet him warmly. Yuan Liming smiled and said, "This is a private visit. No need to be formal," then pointed to the group behind him and told Lu Wenzong. These people heard I was coming to a banquet and shamelessly insisted on tagging along. Everyone laughed good-naturedly, and Lu Wenzong quickly invited everyone to take their seats. Since the food had already been prepared, there was no issue adding 1 or 2 more tables. Yuan Liming led the congratulations for Lu Wenzong's new store opening, followed by those who came with him raising their cups in celebration. Even more astonishing was the introduction of these guests. Almost all were key leaders from various provincial departments. Previously, Lu Wenzong thought Yuan Qingtan's group was already impressive, but compared to Yuan Liming's connections, they paled in comparison. After enjoying a light meal and offering Lu Wenzong some encouragement, Yuan Liming left with his group. After lunch, Lu Wenzong returned to the store where the newly appointed manager Maru happily informed him that the sales had already exceeded 300,000 yuan. Maru had worked as a manager in many stores before, including KFC, McDonald's, and branded clothing shops, but this was her first time being a store manager for a vegetable shop. If Yuan Qingtan hadn't found her and offered such a high salary, she wouldn't have considered joining. On her first day, seeing cucumbers sold by the piece and tomatoes priced individually made her think the boss must be crazy. But during the opening day, customers didn't mind the prices and happily bought products with joy. It completely overturned her preconceptions. Upon investigation, she discovered that Lu Wenzong was known as a divine doctor, and the customers were here specifically because of his reputation. This realization gave her even more confidence in her work. She now believed that the commission she would earn here would far exceed what she'd received at other stores. For the new store opening, Lu Wenzong was both treating patients and promoting the produce he grew himself. However, he realized these tasks should have been handled by the external relations department, and once again scolded himself for doing stupid things. He should have established the department before the opening. Unfortunately, his lack of experience led him to make mistakes. Next time when opening a store, he planned to delegate everything to the external relations department. For now, though, he had no choice but to do it himself. Lu Wenzong's grand store opening drew significant attention, and Lu Junda quickly learned about it. He felt irritated. This Lu Wenzhong knowingly upset him by operating without cooperation and even dared to open a store in his territory in the provincial capital. Did Lu Junda look like someone who could be easily pushed around? Lu Junda immediately called Wu Yuming, ordering him to report to him as soon as possible. Upon receiving the call, Wu Yuming rushed anxiously toward the provincial capital. Chapter 102. Money was frozen. Wu Yuming had been in a terrible mood for quite some time. The lack of action from Lu Juanda made him anxious. Watching Lu Wenzhong's gigu thrive in production every day felt like having his own flesh torn away, leaving him feeling restless and unable to eat or sleep well. Lu Juanda summoned Wu Yuming to deal with Lu Wenzhong, and without hesitation, Wu rushed to the provincial capital. They met again in the same private room at the previous club. Surrounding Lu Junda were still beautiful women, creating an alluring atmosphere. Wu Yuming couldn't help but feel envious. Everyone has one nose and two eyes. Yet when he thought about Lu Junda's luxurious lifestyle and contrasted it with his own hard struggles, they just couldn't compare. Young Master Lu, that Lu Wenzhong has opened a store in the provincial capital. Wu Yuming hurriedly provided his intelligence. Unfortunately, this piece of information was already known by Lu Junda. He didn't pay much attention to it, simply nodded, and continued enjoying the company of two women. Afterward, dismissing the two women, both men lit cigarettes and began their discussion. Isn't Wu Ruhan here? Upon hearing that only Su Yenner had come, Lu Junda was extremely disappointed. Although Su Yenner was also very pretty, she could never be as alluring as Wu Ruhan, who had matured into an enticing red apple. Su Yenner, on the other hand, was still somewhat inexperienced. He only marveled at her beauty but found it difficult to raise too much interest in these kind of young virgins. Not here. Wu Ruhan must remain in Gigu to handle things. Generally, it's that young woman surnamed Su who accompanies Lu Wenzhong everywhere. Wu Yuming explained. It seems that acquiring Gigu is still the best option. Lu Junda said. Brother Lu, there's another point I didn't tell you in time. Actually, Lu Wenzhong has an exquisite village girl around him. Wu Bo from our town has always wanted to marry her, but failed. Wu Yuming proudly handed over a photo of Lu Xiuxian. After taking the photo and looking at it, Lu Junda was astonished. Anger flashed across his face as he shouted. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where's this village girl? I heard she's studying accounting in Linhai, seemingly serving as the financial director of whatever broken agricultural company Lu Wenzhong runs. Wu Yuming replied. Fuck, buddy, I really like pure girls like her, especially pure village girls. They're absolutely incredible. Lu Junda looked greedily at Lu Xiaoxia's photo. Just take down Lu Wenzhong and secure control of Gigu, and wouldn't getting this woman be as easy as pie? Wu Yuming laughed. Do you have any ideas? Lu Junda asked back. A bit. Speak up. Wu Yuming demonstrated his oratorical skills, laying out his entire plan against Lu Wenzhong, conceived in his mind daily, to Lu Junda. During this period, not only did he continuously plan strategies against Lu Wenzhong, but he also gathered a lot of information about Lu Wenzhong, gaining a comprehensive understanding of him from multiple aspects. The last time Lu Wenzhong encountered him in Gigu, he was staying in Gigu, trying to extract words from various employees there. Therefore, most of the situations came from the employees' mouths at Gigu. For instance, Wu Yuming not only knew about the relationship between Lu Wenzhong and Xia Jianjun, but also that Lu Wenzhong offended a guy named Li Feilong in Linhai City. In Sanling City, many people were dissatisfied with Lu Wenzhong as well. Wu Yuming reasoned that since Lu Wenzhong also had connections, so did they. If they didn't lose in terms of relationships, then they'd fight with money. Believing that Lu Wenzhong's newly established half-year-old broken agricultural company would hardly have much capital. He believed that in order to acquire Gigu, first, Lu Wenzhong needed to be deprived of funds, making him unable to move an inch. The whole pillar of Gigu was Lu Wenzhong. If he couldn't come up with the money, everything related to Gigu would collapse. At that point, as long as they extended an olive branch, wouldn't acquiring Gigu be a cinch? However, the key issue was that if Lu Wenzhong sold Gigu, would Wu Ruhan, Su Yenner, or Lu Xiaoxia leave with Lu Wenzhong? This was crucial. If they followed him, purchasing Gigu would become a joke for Lu Junda. Wu Yuming obtaining Gigu, but Lu Junda getting nothing, would surely make Lu Junda unsatisfied. Therefore, Wu Yuming thought they should first strike Lu Wenzhong economically, then deal with his three women. Anyway, since Lu Junda wasn't interested in Su Yenner, Wu Yuming himself could claim her. He actually had quite an interest in such 16 or 17-year-old girls. Fucking hell, I've realized that your whole speech has been bullshit. After listening to Wu Yuming, Lu Junda's face showed clear annoyance. Defeating Lu Wenzhong economically sounded easy, right? But how? His company wasn't listed on the stock market, it was privately owned, and unless illegal methods were used, how could someone else's money be taken away? We should act from the bank. Lu Wenzhong has accumulated a great deal of wealth in a short period, and the bank could suspect that these funds were ill-gotten due to the sudden influx of large amounts of money, thereby freezing his assets, Wu Yuming said. But as you mentioned, he also has connections. What if their influence puts pressure on the bank? Lu Juanda said. His network only extends within the county. It can hardly reach all the way to the provincial level, right? Wu Yuming said. Who knows about this? Nevertheless, we can try this method. But right now, I'm quite eager to have a proper chat with that Wu Ruhan and some other village girl, Lu Junda said. Lu Wenzhong is not currently at Gigu. Why don't we proceed? Wu Yuming said. That works. But first, I need to arrange the banking-related matters. Do you know which bank he deposits his money into? I definitely know. I know everything. Wu Yuming laughed. Lu Junda made a phone call very quickly, exchanged a few sentences, then hung up. A few minutes later, after 5 or 6 minutes, the phone rang again. After Lu Junde spoke for a while, expressing gratitude, he hung up. It's done. Lu Junde smiled. I couldn't believe this guy managed several tens of millions of assets in just half a year. It seems that Gigu isn't ordinary either. Then why wouldn't I recommend Lu Young Master for the acquisition? Alright, let's leave immediately. I can't wait anymore. Lu Junde laughed. This time, Wu Yuming didn't drive, but directly boarded Lu Junde's car, heading straight towards Samling. After they departed, Lu Wenzhong's shop received a special guest, Zhao Min. Seeing Zhao Min, Lu Wenzhong was momentarily puzzled before recognizing her. You're Zhao Min. Haven't seen you for a long time. Lu Wenzhong greeted her, addressing Zhao Min who was looking around curiously. Zhao Min grinned, showing her set of dazzling white teeth, and chuckled. I never expected that your store would open in the provincial capital after we haven't seen each other for a while. I heard a rumor days ago that there's an extraordinary doctor in the provincial city. I didn't think it was you. So, did you come today specifically to find me? Lu Wenzhong asked with a smile. Not exactly, just wandering by randomly. By the way, your products are really expensive. I might not be able to afford them anymore, Zhao Min joked. These aren't everyday essentials. Take these tomatoes for instance. You'd only need one per day. Alright, in a bit, I'll support your business. You better give me a good discount, Zhao Min remarked. Completely free. Lu Wenzhong also smiled. Well, I feel sorry. I didn't even come to congratulate you on your grand opening, and now I let you offer things for free. It feels awkward. Zhao Min expressed her gratitude. No big deal. We still have enough supplies to offer you. By the way, come inside for a moment. Lu Wenzhong invited her. Inside the store, there was a separate small room designated for Lu Wenzhong to prepare decoctions. The process wasn't complicated but needed confidentiality, hence this secluded small room. They both sat down in this small room, and Lu Wenzhong poured her a glass of hot water. After sitting for quite a while, Zhao Min hesitated for a long time, but she still couldn't bring herself to say the real reason for her visit. Helplessly, her condition was peculiar and rather unique. Even top doctors abroad failed to help, so she had doubts about Lu Wenzhong as she had never witnessed him curing anyone in person. With all topics that could be discussed exhausted, Zhao Min decided to take her leave, grabbing the vegetables Lu Wenzhong had gifted her. When Zhao Min returned home with the vegetables, she handed them over to her grandmother proudly, smiling. Grandma, I brought you some pure natural green organic vegetables personally grown by the latest renowned physician in the provincial capital. Her grandmother, who was in her early 70s and busy in the kitchen, upon hearing the news that these vegetables were sold by the current trending miraculous healer, took them eagerly. I wanted to buy them earlier. It said that though the doctor's vegetables are expensive, they taste exceptionally good. We will eat them tonight. Zhao Min smiled. All right, Grandma will cook them for you. At dinner, the two sat opposite each other at the table, both gazing at the empty two chairs across from them and simultaneously shaking their heads. They still didn't come back for dinner? Zhao Min's grandma asked. Yeah, I reckon they've forgotten our home, Zhao Min said in irritation. Just ignore it. They're busy with work. After eating a few bites, Zhao Min's grandma suddenly paused. Xiaomin, do you think this miracle healer's medical skills are really extraordinary? If so, wouldn't it be possible to treat your illness? Haven't you heard how Yuan Lijun's wife, Zhao Lijuan's leg was cured by this godlike doctor? I heard that too. However, Grandma, you know my condition. It's impossible to cure anyway, Zhao Min said with difficulty. What's impossible? He's a doctor. Why should you fear anything? If he can heal you, I'd willingly pay any amount. Zhao Min's grandma stated. In fact, I know that miracle healer, but first, I'm not sure if he can cure me. Second, I don't feel it's right to ask. You know the miracle healer? Zhao Min's grandmother asked in pleasant surprise. Yes, I do. Last time, it was him who treated the wound on my body, Zhao Min said. That's perfect. If you know him, why hesitate? Moreover, over the years, you've seen many doctors. How many of them were women? Zhao Min's grandmother complained dissatisfied. All right, I'll find an opportunity to ask him. Zhao Min nodded and agreed. However, after eating dinner and returning to her room, Zhao Min picked up her phone, scrolled to Lu Wenzhong's number, yet couldn't bring herself to make the call. Childhood memories flashed before her eyes. Zhao Min regarded that day as the darkest moment of her life. When she was 6, she went with her grandmother to her mother's hometown for ancestral worship and stayed at relatives' houses there. She quickly became familiar with the children from the village, playing together joyfully. The local kids loved fishing in the river, and as a little city girl who had just arrived in the countryside, Zhao Min found it extremely fascinating. Thus, she joined the group of children and also went into the river to fish, which led to a major issue. Since she was young and had never been in the river before, she didn't realize what precautions to take. After slipping into the shallow mud water, 2 oblique tree branches in the river violently pierced her lower body. The other children, not knowing the severity, roughly helped her up, causing 2 3 to 4 centimeter long pieces of branch to lodge inside her. Once home, blood was still flowing, so she was sent to the hospital. The town health center failed to notice the residual pieces of wood and only superficially treated the wound. Zhao Min suffered intense pain for several days, taking plenty of painkillers, and eventually stopped hurting, assuming everything was fine. However, when puberty came around, each menstrual cycle caused unbearable pain. A medical examination revealed that there were 2 foreign objects lodged within her. But the hospital delivered grim news. Because such a long period of time had passed, these objects had grown together with the flesh. Removing them through surgery might leave her infertile forever and could further damage critical areas. The conclusions were the same from several large hospitals in China, none of whom dared to perform the surgery. Zhao Min was then taken abroad by her parents where some doctors were willing to attempt the operation but could not guarantee 100% success. This situation dragged on until she was in her 20s, enduring years of torment without finding a solution. By now, those broken twigs had completely fused with her body tissues, making removal even more impossible. Because of this condition, despite having relationships, they all ended in failure. In today's era, people are much more open-minded, yet after dating for such a long time without any physical contact, 2 or 3 of her relationships crumbled. Because the location of the injury was too sensitive, Zhao Min found it hard to speak about it to Lu Wenzhong. She simply couldn't bring herself to mention such an intimate matter. Naturally, Lu Wenzhong had no idea about her special ailment. Even if he did, unless she sought treatment from him, it wouldn't be proper for him to offer care unilaterally. That evening, he received a call from Wu Ruhan. I have to tell you, Lu Junda actually came to Gigu. Wu Ruhan sounded deeply worried. He came? Did he do anything out of line? Lu Wenzhong asked hurriedly, surprised. Not really. He just spoke a few words to me and left, Wu Ruhan replied. Okay, I understand. Keep an eye on him. I'll return once I finish here, Lu Wenzhong said. No worries. Here in Gigu, how dare he act recklessly? You continue your work and come back when done, Wu Ruhan said. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wenzhong felt somewhat concerned. It was highly unlikely for Lu Junda to come to Gigu without a purpose. He must have had an agenda, almost certainly targeting Wu Ruhan. Nevertheless, like Wu Ruhan mentioned, in Gigu, Lu Junda would not dare to go beyond limits. Lu Wenzhong had recently contacted Yuan Qingtan and arranged for Wang Grandma's granddaughter Xiuxian to attend school, greatly moving Wang Grandma, who began coming to help out daily free of charge. Considering how difficult it was for her to sell her wares, Lu Wenzhong directly hired her as the shop's cleaning staff. Just as Lu Wenzhong finished handling the miscellaneous affairs in the provincial capital and was preparing to return to Gigu, he unexpectedly received a bank notice freezing his funds. Looking at the reasons stated on the notice, Lu Wenzhong could only react with anger. What the hell? Who's messing with me? Freezing my money. Do they have issues? Chapter 103. Lu Juanda returns to Gigu. Lu Wenzhong quickly went to a bank located in the provincial capital, but the bank completely ignored him, saying they were investigating and to wait for notice. Lu Wenzhong was so angry, he almost smashed up the bank. If it wasn't for Su Yenner dragging him away, he probably would have caused a major disturbance. Brother, don't make a scene. This is a bank. You'll be considered a robber, Su Yenner worriedly said. Screw this lousy bank. I'll give them a taste of something nasty, Lu Wenzhong angrily determined. Once he finds out who froze his funds, those people aiding wrongdoers will not be spared. Though his personal funds were frozen, luckily there was still money in the company's account. But as soon as he returned to the shop, Wu Ruhan called to tell him that she had received a notice from a bank in Sangzi County that the company's financial account had also been frozen. Great. Now he was completely out of money. Lu Wenzhong immediately called Yuan Qingtan, asking him to help investigate who had frozen his funds. The bank wouldn't do this without someone's instigation from behind. Lu Wenzhong didn't know much about the procedure to freeze funds at a bank, but whoever could directly command the bank must be someone significant. After Yuan Qingtan asked around, he found out only that someone had ordered the bank to freeze his assets. But as to who, he wasn't too sure. Shall I let them unfreeze it? Yuan Qingtan asked on the phone. This isn't urgent. Let me first see who's scheming against me behind my back, Lu Wenzhong said. Handle it first. If you encounter difficulties, call me, Yuan Qingtan said. After hanging up, Lu Wenzhong returned alone to Gigu. Su Yenner decided to stay in the provincial city to start preparing the management framework for the chain stores. Lu Wenzhong drove back to Gigu by himself. As soon as he got to Gigu, he checked with the people at the farm and learned that Lu Juanda hadn't done anything outrageous, which put his mind at ease. He then headed over to the office where Wu Ruhan was working. She was noting down the details. The company's funds had been frozen and couldn't be unfrozen anytime soon. What should they do about the upcoming purchase of seeds, which was a substantial expenditure? Wenzhong, think of a way quickly. The fields are all ready, and we're about to buy seeds. Wu Ruhan immediately brought up the problem as soon as she saw Lu Wenzhong. Lu Wenzhong was the boss, and when faced with unsolvable problems, it was time for the boss to step up. No worries, I'll find a solution. Lu Wenzhong comforted Wu Ruhan, who was getting anxious. How can I not be anxious? The weather is about to warm up, and it's planting time. This investment is huge. If we can't plant smoothly, we'll face big losses next year, Wu Ruhan said. I understand. I can't just let my own business collapse, right? As the highest level person in the company, you must remain calm. No matter what problems you encounter, you need to look confident and have things under control. If even you lose your cool, the lower ranks will surely fall into chaos, Lu Wenzhong laughed. Alright, how do you plan to solve this? Wu Ruhan calmed herself down and asked. 99% of the reason for this ties back to Lu Juanda. I'll go talk to him. Okay, resolve it quickly. After dinner, Lu Wenzhong waited until the dinner at the farm was also over before heading over. On the road, he encountered Lu Juanda walking towards this side. Upon seeing Lu Wenzhong, Lu Juanda was also startled. He didn't expect Lu Wenzhong to return so quickly. Mr. Lu, let's talk somewhere. Lu Wenzhong opened the conversation. Sure. Lu Juanda confidently smiled. In his view, if Lu Wenzhong came to him voluntarily to talk, it meant that he would likely surrender because lacking funds could easily cause his business to collapse. The two walked toward the pond behind. It was dark and quiet at the edge of the water. During the day, some guests would come here to fish and have fun. At night, naturally, no one was around. They sat on 2 chairs provided for the guests to fish. Lu Wenzhong started talking. Mr. Lu, have we ever had any grudges or conflicts? No. Lu Juanda nodded. We haven't had any financial disputes or done things that upset each other, right? No. So why does Mr. Lu keep making things difficult for me? Lu Wenzong asked. What kind of talk is that? I am just here as a customer. How can I make things difficult for you? Lu Juanda feigned ignorance. Mr. Lu, let's not beat around the bush. Was it your instruction that led to the bank freezing my funds this time? Lu Wenzong asked. Mr. Lu, you're flattering me. The bank wouldn't follow my orders, would they? Lu Juanda was sidestepping and unwilling to confront Lu Wenzong openly. Mr. Lu, if you keep doing this, it's going to be boring. I know what you want. You want to acquire my Gigu because of Wu Ruhan. As a person of status and dignity, don't you think your way is too despicable? If you want to pursue Wu Ruhan, why not do so openly and honorably? Whether or not she agrees to your pursuit is a matter of feelings, but resorting to this kind of underhanded methods will only make her look down on you even more. I need to create opportunities to be with her, Lu Juanda laughed. Using such a despicable method? Lu Wenzong countered. Despicable? I don't feel that way. As long as the goal is reached, does it really matter if the means are despicable? Lu Juanda was indifferent to Lu Wenzong's criticism. Is Mr. Lu aiming to completely defeat me? Lu Wenzong's patience was wearing thin. He had come to talk to Lu Juanda in hopes of finding a peaceful solution, since having too many enemies would be detrimental to his current business development. Although his business seemed large, it was still very young and vulnerable. Just like now, one phone call from someone else, and all his company funds and personal funds were frozen. That was the manifestation of weakness. Of course, even though he was weak at the moment, it didn't mean he was anyone's puppet. Even with just a small hoe, he could rise again anytime. However, Lu Juanda's unwillingness to cooperate made him angry. Not at all. Defeating you has no benefit for me. I just want the person I desire. Lu Juanda smiled. Screw this. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. Just because you like a woman doesn't mean she has to follow you. Do you really think you're someone so great like the Lord of Heaven? Unable to hold back any longer, Lu Wenzong cursed loudly. Lu Juanda's face lost its smile as he flicked his lips and said, farmers are farmers. Even if they make money, they are still without manners. Yes, farmers might have no manners, but they are better than people who scheme behind others' backs. My Gigu doesn't welcome you. Get out quickly. Lu Wenzong directly gave him an eviction notice. It was late at night. I've paid for the stay. Why should I leave? Lu Juanda sneered coldly. Let me refund your payment then, get out. Or don't blame me, the farmer with no manners, for hitting you. Lu Wenzong angrily retorted. Refund? Is it that easy? If you dare to drive me out, I'll make sure your Gigu can't operate anymore. Believe me. Lu Juanda stood up and threatened coldly. Bring it on. You've got 2 minutes to get out. And tell that Wu Yuming too. Next time I see him, I'll beat him until he can't take care of himself. Lu Wenzong shouted furiously. Try driving me out. Lu Juanda remained standing, smirking contemptuously. Taking your kindness for granted, Lu Wenzong said before stepping forward and delivering a kick directly into Lu Juanda's abdomen, sending him flying into the water pond. With a splash, Lu Juanda fell into the cold water and hurriedly swam toward the shore. In the freezing weather, being submerged in icy waters felt almost fatal. Lu Wenzong turned and walked away straight towards the farmhouse. Damn, since it came to blows, he'd teach them all a lesson and relieve the anger in his chest. He rushed to Wu Yuming's room and delivered a swift kick. The door was violently kicked open. Wu Yuming, who was on the phone inside, jumped upon seeing an angry Lu Wenzong. But he immediately reacted and stormed forward in rage, yelling, "What the hell is wrong with you?" He didn't finish his sentence when Lu Wenzong kicked him hard, sending him flying out of the room. The despicable schemer, Lu Wenzong had wanted to hit him for a long time. Wu Yuming was stunned by the beating, barely able to stand up. Suddenly, his nose hurt sharply, his vision blurred with stars, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. Lu Wenzong's punch used immense force, likely fracturing Wu Yuming's nasal bone. Not bothering to deal with him further, Lu Wenzong grabbed him and headed straight for the outside of Gigu. At the entrance of Gigu, he threw Wu Yuming onto the main road. The farm workers saw their boss angrily dragging out a guest, and looked at Lu Wenzong in amazement, not knowing what fire had ignited the boss. Seeing his son toss out someone, Lu Wenzong's father quickly came out of the gatekeeper's room and curiously asked, "What happened, Wenzong?" "Just tossed a scumbag out." "Dad, you rest, don't worry about it," Lu Wenzong said and walked back again, intending to also throw Lu Juanda out. Not a good idea, after all, he's a guest. The father worriedly called out to Lu Wenzong's back. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." Lu Wenzong's voice came from far away. As he approached the entrance of the farmhouse, he happened to see Lu Juanda shivering as he walked back. Lu Wenzong didn't bother with idle chatter and kicked him down without saying a word, then dragged him away. After throwing both guys out, Lu Wenzong went into the room and found Lu Juanda's car keys, driving the car out of Gigu and leaving it next to the two. "Get lost." The father looked at the two lying by the roadside, full of concern. This was too offensive. Business should be done peacefully, valuing harmony above all. "Wenzong, this will completely offend them." The father tried to reason. "Did you know why they came here, Dad?" "Why? Not to eat and relax. They came to force me to sell Gigu, and also had ill intentions toward Wu Ruhan." Lu Wenzong said angrily. These bastards deserve a beating. Go rest, I'll take care of this. I guarantee they won't ever set foot in Gigu again." The father immediately took a stand, grabbing an electric baton and preparing himself. Lu Wenzong knew that now his feud with Lu Juanda would deepen even more. But if he were to compromise and yield, how could he possibly continue his life afterward? If he couldn't overcome this kind of difficulty, how would he ever succeed in business? Back in Wu Ruhan's office, Lu Wenzong recounted his actions. Wu Ruhan was surprised but also worried about whether this might affect the company's future development. After all, Lu Juanda still had significant influence in the provincial city. Don't worry about that. I'll immediately find some connections to unfreeze the funds. As for whatever retaliation Lu Junde might throw at me, I'll handle it, Lu Wenzong said. Be careful, Wu Ruhan replied. Lu Wenzong called Yuan Qingtan, who promised to unfreeze the funds the next day. After telling Yuan Qingtan about the grudge between him and Lu Junde, Yuan Qingtan nonchalantly said, no problem. If that little bastard Lu Junde tries anything funny, I'll deal with him. That's unnecessary. I just want Brother Yuan to timely provide some information since I'm not very familiar with the provincial city yet, Lu Wenzong responded. Rest assured, I'll have someone specifically watch over him. After hanging up the phone, a loud sound of a car engine echoed outside the gate of Gigu. Apparently, those two were gone. The next day, Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan headed to the county and checked the status of the company's funds. They were indeed already unfrozen. They went to the seed store, bought several 100,000 yuan worth of seeds, then rushed back to Gigu. Meanwhile, all the ginseng sent from Zhang Jing's father in Linhai City had arrived. Despite opposition from many employees of Gigu due to the cold weather which required waiting for better conditions, Lu Wenzong insisted on sowing all the seeds right away. Now in Gigu, only two types of crops remained, vegetables and flowers. All the surrounding land of Gigu and Xiaolong Mountain were planted with ginseng. It took 3 days, 5 tractors combined with manual planting, to finish cultivating all the land. Lu Wenzong then spent the night watering every inch of land using a small hoe. After resolving these issues, 7 days had passed since his return, and 6 days since Lu Junde left. There had been no further moves from the other side. But Lu Wenzong could not wait to eliminate this menace. So, he immediately headed to the provincial city, deciding to relocate the battleground there. During this time, Xiuxian successfully bought 2 properties for the store and converted them into offices. From then on, the management center for provincial or national chain stores would be in the provincial city, not Gigu. All data sent to the various shops, sales revenue, and expenditure figures from each shop would converge here. Additionally, professional finance and management personnel would be hired to oversee the audits, pay distribution, and operations of the various local shops. However, with only the office location secured and the work not fully operational, it was still premature given that there were only 3 shops currently under Lu Wenzong's chain system. Unlike regular retail supermarkets that could open anytime, his plans required gradual strategizing. What surprised Lu Wenzong was that upon arriving at the provincial city prepared for a direct showdown with Lu Junde, he found that Lu Junde wasn't even there. Yuan Qingtan said Lu Junde returned 3 days ago, but no one knew when he had left again. Chapter 104. Lu Junde's Sinister Tricks. Where had Lu Junde gone? Yuan Qingtan could not find out, and Lu Wenzong was even more clueless. His intuition told him that Lu Junde was definitely up to no good. But why had he suddenly disappeared? He couldn't figure it out. Though he could not understand, at this time Lu Junde had already arrived in Linhai City, with Wu Yuming by his side. After returning to the provincial capital, they had rushed off to Linhai that same day. If they couldn't get Wu Ruhan, they'd start with Lu Xiuxian. Linhai was so far away, surely Lu Wenzong wouldn't be able to make it in time now. On the second day of being expelled from Gigu by Lu Wenzong, Lu Junde had learned that the bank had unfrozen Lu Wenzong's personal and company assets. Upon inquiry, it turned out Yuan Qingtan had intervened. Yuan Qingtan was someone he didn't dare to offend. He also wasn't comfortable asking Li Hao for help. So under Wu Yuming's urging, the two headed to Linhai City, preparing to take action against Lu Xiuxian. They didn't know exactly where Lu Xiuxian studied, but adult education programs were held in just a few places. With the help of acquaintances in Linhai City, they managed to find Lu Xiuxian's class schedule and lodging place within a single day. According to Wu Yuming's idea, they should just kidnap her and force things upon her. But Lu Junde scoffed at Wu Yuming's plan. A brute is a brute, always without any subtlety. How could one be so rough with the woman you fancied? However, as soon as he saw Lu Xiuxian for the first time, Lu Junde's sharp eyes instantly revealed everything. Shit, this cabbage has been plucked, said Lu Junde, slightly disappointed. Lu Xiao, what do you mean? Wu Yuming hadn't caught on yet. You moron. I mean this Lu Xiuxian has already been taken by Lu Wenzong, Lu Junde replied. Why can't I see it? Wu Yuming looked left and right, but couldn't discern any sign that Lu Xiuxian had been compromised. All he saw was an alluring charm radiating from her, especially tempting. He wasn't unfamiliar with Lu Xiuxian, but the past Lu Xiuxian dressed shabbily, hiding her beautiful features under ugly clothing. Now, although she wasn't adorned with gold or silver, her appropriate and fashionable attire made her particularly eye-catching. Especially her smiling face walking alongside female classmates. She was extraordinarily attractive. Lu Junde stared at Lu Xiuxian several times and had to admit that this village girl was truly not inferior to Wu Ruhan. Unfortunately, she had already been claimed by Lu Wenzong. Hence, he had decided, while Lu Xiuxian might be toyed with, the one he intended to marry was still Wu Ruhan, the pure woman. As both stood at the entrance and watched Lu Xiuxian pass by without taking any action, the group of her classmates noticed Lu Junde and Wu Yuming. However, Lu Xiuxian did not recognize Wu Yuming. Lu Xiao, what are you planning to do? Wu Yuming asked, looking at Lu Xiuxian's retreating back. Watch mine, I'll make sure she willingly comes to my bed. You follow her and see where she eats, Lu Junde confidently said, then pulled out his phone and started making a call. Half an hour later, a luxurious Bentley stopped in front of the Adult Education Center's gate. A young man got out, smiling. Brother Lu, coming to Linhai without visiting me is too stingy. Had Lu Wenzong been present, he would have recognized this person driving the Bentley to meet Lu Junde. It was Wu Yongjian. Buddy, lend me your car to charm a girl, and when I succeed, I'll go drinking with you until we're dead drunk. Lu Junde smiled. Huh, womanizing Lu Ge. Wu Liangjin laughed. No time for chit-chat. I've got to act fast before the beauty gets away. Lu Junde finished speaking, grabbed the keys from Wu Liangjin's hand, and sat on the driver's seat. How am I supposed to go back home? Wu Liangjin grumbled. Shit, Master Wu like you will lack a ride in Linhai. Lu Junde spoke, stepped on the accelerator, and drove off. Slow down, damn it. This is my only undamaged car. Wu Liangjin shouted behind, receiving only a middle finger from Lu Junde sticking out of the window. After calling Wu Yuming and finding out Lu Xiuxia's location, Lu Junde drove there promptly. The place where Lu Xiuxia ate was located on a narrow street opposite the Adult Education Center. Because this street was backed by a secondary school in Linhai City and had the Adult Education Center in front, there were many small restaurants around. Lu Junde parked the car at the road intersection and joined Wu Yuming, heading towards the small restaurant where Lu Xiuxia was eating. Lu Junde had never eaten at such a low-grade eatery. Though the shop was fairly clean inside, seeing the makeshift cooking apparatus outside the door made his facial muscles twitch. If it weren't for his interest in Lu Xiuxia, he would have turned and left long ago. How could he possibly eat in such a dirty place? The two entered the shop and sat at a table opposite Lu Xiuxia's. Lu Xiuxia was with two other girls, who looked rather ordinary. However, they seemed to be enthusiastically discussing something about following Lu Xiuxia to work after their studies. Their talk made it sound like Guigu under Lu Wenzong was some kind of paradise. Lu Junde scornfully curled his lips. If it weren't for Wu Rohan being there, he wouldn't even bother eating or staying at Guigu. Mr. Lu, what do you need me to do? Wu Yuming asked softly. I know what I'm doing. Why are you so worried? Let's go. I can't stand eating here anymore. Let's wait outside, said Lu Junde, unable to bear the smell and environment any longer. He led the confused Wu Yuming out of the small restaurant. Once outside, Lu Junde told Wu Yuming to wait by the small restaurant while he drove to a nearby ATM machine and withdrew 50,000 yuan. This wasn't enough for him, so he had Wu Yuming drive another car to withdraw another 50,000 yuan. In his view, throwing down 100,000 yuan might not immediately break Lu Xiuxia, but it would get her close. After all, many women Lu Junde had encountered could be easily controlled with just 10,000 yuan. Lu Xiuxia was more beautiful than them, but giving her 100,000 yuan still wasn't a bad deal. After withdrawing the money, Lu Junde explained his plan to Wu Yuming, who then gave him a thumbs up and happily returned to the small restaurant. Ordering a bowl of beef fried rice, Wu Yuming ate a few bites casually before exclaiming in an astonished tone, Hey, aren't you Lu Xiuxia? Surprised, Lu Xiuxia looked up at Wu Yuming and questioned curiously, Who are you? I'm Wu Yuming, brother-in-law to Su Zhihao, the village chief back in your hometown. I've seen you before. Isn't your mother named Zhao Xiaojin? Wu Yuming feigned familiarity and warmth, carrying his plate directly to sit across from Lu Xiuxia, pushing one of her classmates toward the wall. Oh, your brother-in-law Su, Lu Xiuxia replied, lowering her guard once she realized Wu Yuming knew Su Zhihao. Clearly, this was a real encounter with a fellow townsman. Under Wu Yuming's guidance, the two began an enthusiastic conversation about their hometown. When Lu Xiuxia's two classmates finished their meal, Wu Yuming suggested, It's truly wonderful to run into a fellow townsman here. Let me treat the three of you ladies to some karaoke. Lu Xiuxia instinctively wanted to refuse, but her classmates were instantly interested when they heard about singing. Wu Yuming clearly looked like someone wealthy, probably a contractor type. Karaoke with him meant a chance for fun and maybe even a little pocket money. Thus, encouraged by her classmates, Lu Xiuxia agreed. After all, she wasn't alone. Two classmates were coming too, and the man was from her hometown. Wu Yuming inwardly gloated, finding it surprisingly easy to invite her. Showing generosity, he paid the bill for the three and took them out of the small restaurant toward Lu Juanda's Bentley car. As they approached the Bentley, Lu Xiuxia's two classmates recognized the car and let out a chorus of amazed exclamations. They rushed forward, touching the car as though encountering a rare extraterrestrial object. Luxurious cars, after all, weren't something they often saw. Lu Junde got out of the car and laughed. Old Wu, who are these three beauties? Wu Yuming smiled and said, These are my fellow townsfolk. I invited them to sing. Want to come along? Sure. Lu Junde readily agreed with a grin. Wu Yuming drove while Lu Junde and Lu Xiuxia, plus another girl sat in the back seat, leaving the other girl to take the front seat. The two girls chatted animatedly, asking Wu Yuming various questions, which he kindly answered without impatience. The car drove for a few minutes before Lu Junde turned toward Lu Xiuxia and laughed, asking, Beautiful lady, why so quiet? Let's get acquainted. I'm Lu Junde. Lu Xiuxia offered a faint smile and introduced herself. Seeing Lu Xiuxia wasn't very interested, Lu Junde began showering her with compliments, describing her as an extraordinary beauty beyond compare. Undeniably skilled with words, Lu Junde charmed Lu Xiuxia with flattery, and she couldn't help but enjoy the praises. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Since Wu Yuming wasn't new to Linhai, he smoothly directed everyone to the entrance of Xiuxian Lotus Grand Hotel. Not only a hotel, Xiuxian Lotus also housed a KTV, bars, dance halls, card game rooms, and various entertainment venues. However, Xiuxian Lotus did things right. The guest rooms were concentrated on the top few floors, while the noisiest areas like the KTVs, bars, and dance halls were on the bottom levels. In the middle were offices and card game rooms, creating an effective separation between the noise and tranquility. Upon reaching the third floor, Wu Yuming rented out a luxury private room and loudly called for the waiters to bring delicious food and drinks. When it came to dealing with women, snacks were sometimes an effective tool as well. After entering the private room and switching on the song selection machine, Wu Yuming immediately urged the three girls to pick their songs. Subsequently, the server brought in a huge pile of snacks and several bottles of imported liquor. Wu Yuming exchanged glances with Lu Junde, started pouring the alcohol, and watched the three young ladies sing. However, since Lu Xiaoxia didn't visit KTVs very often, she was rather inhibited. She stood holding the microphone but failed to produce any sound. After everyone had sung a few songs, Wu Yuming felt the moment was ripe. He took 10,000 yuan out of the bag, slapped it onto the table, and laughed. I met 3 beauties today, which makes me so happy. Here's 10,000 yuan. I'm playing a game with the 3 beauties. Let's roll the dice. If the beauties win, they take the money and I'll drink some alcohol. If I win, the beauties will drink the alcohol. How about that? The 2 companions of Lu Xiaoxia, upon seeing the stack of 10,000 yuan, shouted together wanting to play dice with Wu Yuming. Lu Xiaoxia, however, sat on the side, smiling faintly, without joining in. Lu Junde seized the moment, leaned over and grinned. Why don't we play a game too? You get the money if you win, and I'll drink some alcohol. Even if you lose, I won't let you drink the alcohol. How does that sound? I don't know how to play. Lu Xiaoxia gently shook her head and rejected Lu Junde's suggestion. Lu Junde smirked, grabbed the bag, pulled out 2 bundles of money, slapped them in front of Lu Xiaoxia, and smiled. If you agree to play this game with me, these 20,000 yuan are yours. Lu Xiaoxia glanced at Lu Junde once again, smiled faintly, and refused Lu Junde's offer. 40,000. Lu Junde wouldn't give up easily, pulling out another 2 bundles of money. Lu Xiaoxia wasn't a woman accustomed to seeing large sums of money, but she wasn't short of money either. If she wanted cash, asking Lu Wenzong for a few million would be no issue. She didn't even think much of these tens of thousands of yuan. Moreover, the bank card Lu Wenzong gave her still had a remaining balance of 500,000 yuan. How could she compromise her self-respect for a sum like this? Even back when she lacked money, she didn't place undue importance on wealth. Otherwise, she would have agreed to marry Wu Bo long ago. A little disheartened, Lu Junde thought silently. Could it be that Lu Xiaoxia isn't interested in money? In his perspective, there was no problem in this world that couldn't be solved by money. If it didn't work, then it simply meant not enough money had been given. Once Lu Junde figured out the reason, he pulled out 2 more bundles. 60,000 yuan were now laid out in front of Lu Xiaoxia. It indeed looked quite tempting. Lu Xiaoxia sighed and said, "Isn't it just a game? I can roll the dice with you. We'll take turns drinking after wins or losses. But throwing money into the mix isn't good. It's friends here getting together to enjoy ourselves, not gambling." Hearing Lu Xiaoxia's words, Lu Junde, though initially approaching her with ulterior motives, still gave internal praise for Lu Xiaoxia's character. This kind of woman was a real gem. How different from those shallow, materialistic women he'd encountered before. Unfortunately, such a great woman had already fallen into the hands of that bastard Lu Wenzong. It was outrageous. Though inwardly lamenting, Lu Junde became even more resolute to conquer Lu Xiaoxia and fiercely revenge Lu Wenzong. All right, Xiaoxia is truly admirable. Let's play a couple of rounds. Lu Junde responded cheerfully. As they played a few rounds, Lu Junde felt increasingly upset. He couldn't believe how incredible Lu Xiaoxia's tolerance for alcohol was. They had finished off a whole bottle of imported liquor. He was already slightly tipsy, yet Lu Xiaoxia remained perfectly clear-headed, showing no signs of drunkenness. Lu Junde wasn't willing to admit defeat. Believing himself to be a seasoned drinker, he couldn't possibly lose to a woman. So they continued playing. The game went back and forth with mixed results. Before long, they'd gone through 2 bottles of alcohol. Besides Lu Xiaoxia's eyes glistening and her cheeks turning rosy, she showed no other sign of intoxication. On the other hand, Lu Junde was starting to feel dizzy and the spinning sensation had become quite obvious. Over on Wu Yuming's side, having lost 5,000 yuan, but the 2 girls had also drank their fill and were staggering around drunkenly. Although Wu Yuming was somewhat tipsy, he remained largely lucid. Seeing that Lu Junde still hadn't won over Lu Xiaoxia, Wu Yuming hurried over to help. Wu Yuming suggested Lu Junde take a break first while he rolled the dice with Lu Xiaoxia for a few rounds. After 4 rounds, Lu Xiaoxia drank 1 cup of alcohol, whereas Wu Yuming had downed 3 cups. The alcohol was finally beginning to take its toll. Chapter 105. Lu Junde saves the beauty? Hey, fellow townsman, you can hold your liquor quite well. Wu Yuming was quite upset but forced a smile on his face. I'm okay. Lu Xiaoxia smiled and replied. In fact, she didn't know why she could drink so much. She had drunk before and always found alcohol hard to swallow. Normally, after 2 or 3 cups, she'd be done. At first, she had been afraid that drinking just 2 cups would make her tipsy, so she planned to stop there. But nothing happened after the first 2, and after 2 more rounds, she still felt perfectly fine. So why not continue? Since Lu Junde wanted to get her drunk and she couldn't get drunk, then why not just keep up the pace? Eventually, she got Lu Junde so drunk that he was utterly disoriented. Then Wu Yuming joined in, but she didn't refuse him. Instead, they drank head to head. As it turned out, the 2 big men who were attempting to get her drunk ended up barely able to stand themselves. Mr. Lu, I give up. You handle this, said Wu Yuming, realizing that dealing with the other 2 girls would be more beneficial for him. They might not have been stunning beauties, but getting them into bed would satisfy his needs at least. Lu Junde lay on the couch for a moment, feeling the ceiling and the giant screen spinning around. His desire to possess Lu Xiaoxia kept circling in his mind, but the rotating roof left his head throbbing, sapping his energy. Hearing Wu Yuming call out to him, he briefly became clear-headed again, sat up, and mumbled, "Let's go." Good. Lu Xiaoxia agreed with a laugh. Shakily picking up the dice cup, after only a few shakes, it slipped out of her hand, scattering the dice all over the floor. With a smile, she suggested, "You should lie down for a bit. We'll play later." "Fine, fine. I'll rest first. Wait, later. We'll continue. I'll definitely drink you under the table." Lu Juanda slurred his words, leaned against the sofa, and fell asleep almost immediately. Lu Xiaoxia looked at the money spread out before her, grabbed 3 stacks. Over on the side, Wu Yuming was hugging his 2 companions, seemingly either asleep or passed out. She waited a few minutes, then rose to carefully help her 2 friends recline to one side. She shouted for several minutes, but no one woke up. Sighing, she hoisted one of them onto her back, left the private room, and gently placed them on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Carrying out the second girl, she went to settle the bill at the front desk. The total came to 3,800 yuan, leaving her with 26,200. Splitting the remaining 2 stacks of money between her 2 companions' purses, she also took 6,000 yuan from her remaining amount and put 3,000 each into their bags. She then asked a hotel staff member for assistance, called a cab, and helped carry both women downstairs. Exiting Chengshi Lianhua Grand Hotel via taxi, arriving at the Qingjiao Center, she handed 200 yuan straight to the driver without asking for change. After dragging both companions into the dormitory, Lu Xiaoxia was drenched in sweat. Back in her own dorm, sweating heavily, she took a quick shower and climbed into bed. Staring at the ceiling with her beautiful eyes wide open, Lu Xiaoxia spoke to herself. "Lu Xiaoxia, today you resisted the temptation of money well. Out of 30,000 yuan, you gave 26,000 to them, spent 3,800 on the bill, paid 200 for the cab, and kept not a single penny. Well done. Brother would be proud. Give yourself a thumbs up." After talking to herself, she grinned, kissed the man's photo on her phone screen, and promptly fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoxia had barely woken up when her 2 female companions from last night started pounding loudly on the door outside. As soon as Lu Xiaoxia opened the door, the 2 women burst in, yelling, "Xiaoxia, where did the 13,000 yuan in my bag come from? Did we lose our virginity? You fool, you've already slept with your boyfriend how many times already? Are you even worth mentioning?" mocked the other girl. "It's not losing your virginity if it's with your boyfriend, right?" argued the first girl. Stopping the 2 girls from bickering further, Lu Xiaoxia recounted the events of last night with a laugh. Hearing how Lu Xiaoxia had managed to get Lu Juanda and Wu Yuming so drunk, they lavished her with praise when she handed out an extra 10,000 yuan between them. During class, the 2 girls continued whispering about going drinking again sometime. Seeing their hunger for money, Lu Xiaoxia bitterly shook her head. She understood their thoughts. When she was poor, she also craved money desperately. However, unlike them, she wouldn't lower her dignity or degrade herself for wealth. Her 2 companions probably lacked that kind of self-respect. Lu Xiaoxia naturally wouldn't go out with Wu Yuming or Lu Juanda ever again. It had been obvious last night that those 2 had ill intentions, trying to get them drunk for some wicked purpose. Thankfully, she could drink well, otherwise, by now, she might have regretted it deeply. If something had actually happened with those 2, she guessed Lu Wenzong would likely go crazy. She was also pondering why her tolerance for alcohol had become so good, and after much thought, she attributed it to the soup medicine that Lu Wenzong kept making her drink. Lu Wenzong had said that by drinking his medicinal soup, she wouldn't suffer from minor ailments like colds, fevers, coughs, or diarrhea, and her body would not have other issues either. It could strengthen and improve her constitution overall. At the time, she just obediently drank it down without noticing anything extraordinary. Now, looking back, the soup truly seemed miraculous. She hadn't caught any small illnesses for a long time, and it even made her drinking capacity impressive. After the morning classes ended, Lu Xiaoxia got rid of her 2 talkative companions, walked out of the classroom alone, and prepared to return to eat. As soon as she stepped out the gate, a Bentley car stopped next to her. The window opened, revealing a smiling face. "Xiaoxia, not very nice, huh? Why did you leave last night without saying goodbye?" Lu Juanda laughed. "I had something to do." Lu Xiaoxia replied briefly, then turned and walked away. At the KTV, which closed at midnight, the staff couldn't wake him or Wu Yuming and left them on the sofas in the hall. Early in the morning, Lu Juanda was woken up from the cold. The private room had air conditioning, but the hall was freezing. Returning embarrassingly to the hotel with Wu Yuming, he took a hot shower. Lu Juanda inwardly cursed himself for being unable to hold his liquor and getting drunk by a woman. Apparently, the strategy of trying to get her drunk didn't work, and neither did bribery. So, he'd have to rely on some clever tactics instead. Around 10 o'clock, he drove again to the Qingjiao Center and waited specifically for Lu Xiaoxia. He had already planned a little drama and was now waiting for Lu Xiaoxia. However, she seemed off somehow, turning around and walking away. This wasn't how familiar people acted. Lu Juanda paused momentarily but still followed in his car. Lu Xiaoxia stopped, turned around, and said, "Mr. Lu Juanda, we aren't close. Please stop following me, okay? Last night we sang together and drank together. So how can we say we aren't familiar?" Lu Juanda laughed. Lu Xiaoxia ignored him and continued walking. But after just 2 steps, 4 men suddenly blocked her path. The 4 guys grinned mischievously, eyeing Lu Xiaoxia with ill intent. Their leader, a young man, was playing around with a Swiss Army knife, constantly spinning it in his hands. "Young lady, you're quite pretty. Your big brother 9 has taken notice of you. How about we go grab a bite together?" This so-called big brother 9, narrowing his eyes as he sized up Lu Xiaoxia, emitted an odd gleam in his gaze. Though it was a fake interest, the girl in front of him really was rather beautiful. So fantasizing wasn't forbidden, right? Lu Xiaoxia took a step backward, casting a look of disgust at the so-called Nine Brother. Just when she was about to speak, Lu Juanda unexpectedly dashed forward and stood between them. In broad daylight, what are you planning? Is there no rule of law anymore? Lu Juanda shouted with righteous indignation, his demeanor resembling a hero saving a beauty. The so-called Nine Brother glanced at Lu Juanda, scoffed slightly, and said, "Kid, who exactly do you think you are to dare interfere with Brother Nine's affairs? Are you asking for death? I don't care whether you're Big Brother 9 or 10. Just stay away from Xiaoxia." Lu Juanda replied firmly. "Fisk, overestimating yourself. Brothers, show him how things are done," Nine Brother said after finishing. With those words, the military knife in his hand halted abruptly and lunged straight toward Lu Juanda. Seeing the vicious blade thrust towards him, Lu Xiaoxia flinched in surprise. Then several piercing screams echoed from the main entrance. A few female classmates exiting at that moment had just witnessed this scene, shouting loudly and causing a shrill disturbance. However, Lu Juanda calmly retreated one step and swung a punch. The aggressive Nine Brother was hit squarely by Lu Juanda's fist, screaming and collapsing onto the ground. Next, everyone watched Lu Juanda unleash his power, beating Nine Brother's 3 henchmen until they were cowering and begging for mercy. With great satisfaction, Lu Juanda ceased his actions and turned around, addressing Lu Xiaoxia. "Xiaoxia, it's all clear." For a brief moment, Lu Xiaoxia actually thought Lu Juanda was decent. He could rise to the occasion when it mattered, proving himself a decent man. Suddenly, another scream rang out. Both Lu Juanda and Lu Xiaoxia froze momentarily before turning their heads sharply to find the Swiss Army knife wielded by Nine Brother already within striking distance. Lu Juanda tried to retreat hastily, but it was too late. The blade plunged directly into his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Juanda kicked Nine Brother hard, flipping him onto the ground. Nine Brother scrambled up immediately, saw Lu Juanda charging forward, and quickly fled. His 3 subordinates, seeing their boss running away, also hurriedly got up and escaped. In an instant, the 4 vanished completely. Lu Juanda, seemingly having used up all his strength, fell backward directly. Lu Xiaoxia stepped forward, supporting his body and watching as blood streamed continuously from his shoulder, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Lu Juanda chuckled bitterly and said, "As long as you're fine, I'm good." Lu Xiaoxia quickly dialed the emergency number. Then with the help of 2 girls who had rushed over, she pressed a pile of tissues onto Lu Juanda's wound. They didn't dare to easily remove the knife for fear that the wound would bleed faster. The ambulance arrived soon after, and Lu Xiaoxia went to the hospital with it. Lu Juanda's injury was not serious. The knife was quickly removed, and he was wheeled out of the operating room. Lu Xiaoxia had already bought lunch and waited outside. Seeing Lu Juanda come out, Lu Xiaoxia asked anxiously, "Are you feeling any better?" Bearing the pain in his shoulder, Lu Juanda smiled and said, "I'm fine now, don't worry about me." Pushed into the ward, Lu Xiaoxia even personally fed him food, much to Lu Juanda's delight. It had been a successful ruse. Though the plot was quite cliched, it was indeed an excellent means of increasing a woman's affection towards him. He should have used this way earlier instead of getting drunk last night. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoxia still attended her classes. Since Lu Juanda's injuries weren't severe and didn't require constant care, she left. As soon as Lu Xiaoxia walked away, Wu Yuming hurried over. With a thumbs up aimed at Lu Juanda lying on the bed, Wu Yuming exclaimed, "Mr. Lu really pulled off this suffering scheme well. It looks like Lu Xiaoxia has been moved by it." Moved may be too strong a word, but at least she'll feel something for me. Lu Juanda shook his head. "That's enough. Good feelings are the beginning of love," Wu Yuming grinned. "But I've never endured such pain before, damn it. For a woman, it's the first time I felt so humiliated. Usually, women just jump into my arms voluntarily. For this woman, it's worth it," Wu Yuming said. "You're right." After finishing her afternoon class, Lu Xiaoxia came back, bringing dinner for Lu Juanda. In her view, Lu Juanda was injured for her sake, so taking care of him was only natural. After having dinner, Lu Xiaoxia and Lu Juanda chatted in the ward. This small act of hero-saving beauty had eliminated many barriers in their conversation. Through Lu Juanda's deliberate questioning, Lu Xiaoxia told him many things about herself. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Xiaoxia announced her departure, but Lu Juanda stopped her. "Xiaoxia, sit down. There's something I want to say to you." Lu Juanda put on a solemn expression. "All right, go ahead." Lu Xiaoxia sat down. "Xiaoxia, from the moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. You're so beautiful and kind. It's truly irresistible. I'm hopelessly in love with you. I've never felt this way about any other woman. When I see you, the whole world seems beautiful. When you're not around, I feel as if the hospital is a prison. But when you're here, even if I were to die now, having you by my side would make it so blissful." Lu Xiaoxia was taken aback hearing his confession. Her face turned red, then she apologized with regret. "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend." Lu Juanda had calculated that Lu Xiaoxia might say this, so he immediately began squeezing his eyes until a tear finally fell. "Why? Why does a woman as wonderful as you meet someone like me? Meeting you would be one thing. Why must I fall in love with you? Falling in love would be understandable, but why must you have a boyfriend? What's the point of living anymore? Let me die." Upon finishing, Lu Juanda started tearing at the bandage on his wound. Lu Xiaoxia rushed forward and stopped him, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? You have a boyfriend? We can't be together. What's the meaning of life for me? Let me die." Lu Juanda said sorrowfully. Chapter 106. I'll slap your teeth out. Lu Xiaoxia stood speechless, staring at Lu Juanda who was carrying on in an overly dramatic way. Though she wasn't too fond of such behavior, she patiently consoled him. We've known each other for such a short time. You don't understand me. So how could you possibly fall in love with me? Besides, I already have a boyfriend and our relationship is good. Can you not believe in love at first sight? From the very first moment I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. You're the person I've been searching for all my life. Lu Junda feigned another expression of deep affection. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, please stop saying such things, or I will leave, Lu Xiaoxia said irritably. Why? Why can't I like you? It's okay if you don't like me, but you cannot prevent me from liking you. You only have a boyfriend, you're not married yet. Even if you were married, I would still want you. This lifetime, I will marry no one else but you. Lu Junda resumed yelling, as though only shouting could express his feelings. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I think it's best I leave now, Lu Xiaoxia concluded, standing up to go. But before she had taken 2 steps, Lu Junda suddenly crawled off the bed, grabbed her arm, and pleaded, Please, don't go. I won't say anything more. Stay with me, keep me company. Lu Xiaoxia shook off his hand. Although looking at Lu Junda's pleading face reminded her that he got injured because of her, she still nodded to stay. By 9 in the evening, at Lu Xiaoxia's insistence, Lu Junda finally let her leave the hospital without further protest. As soon as Lu Xiaoxia left, Lu Junda turned his face and grabbed a blanket off the table, flinging it across the room in fury. The blanket smashed against the wall, broke into many pieces, and scattered all over the floor. Damn it, you damn woman. Thinking you deserve respect, wasting the tragedy act I set up. One day I'll force you in a bed and make Lu Wenzong cry about it. After screaming these curses and venting some anger, Lu Junda turned his head and was surprised to see Lu Xiaoxia standing by the door of the ward, glaring at him furiously. Panic seized Lu Junda, and he attempted to smooth things over, but Lu Xiaoxia directly turned around and walked away again. Just a few steps after Lu Xiaoxia had left, she realized she hadn't taken the lunchbox she had prepared, turning back to fetch it when she saw Lu Junda throwing cups and spitting out hateful words which made her tremble with rage. She had thought the hero-saving beauty scene earlier was planned out. Although she didn't think they could be lovers, they could have at least remained friends. But everything turned out to be fake. Worse yet, it sounded like this event involved Lu Wenzong somehow. Lu Xiaoxia quickly left the hospital and called Lu Wenzong as soon as she sat down in a taxi. Brother, do you know someone named Lu Junda? Lu Xiaoxia asked. Lu Wenzong and Yuan Qingtan had been scouring the city for information about Lu Junda's whereabouts. Never imagining that Lu Xiaoxia would call to inquire about Lu Junda, he immediately sensed something amiss and hurriedly asked, Did Lu Junda come to find you? Yes. There is a man named Lu Junda. Then Lu Xiaoxia roughly described what had happened between her and Lu Junda. Hearing this, Lu Wenzong nearly dropped his phone. He had never expected that Lu Junda had discovered Lu Xiaoxia and even gone to Linhai to find her. Luckily, this Lu Junda was busy creating a sentimental atmosphere. Otherwise Lu Wenzong would have regretted letting this happen. Xiaoxia, don't worry. Don't stay in your dormitory tonight. Find a hotel right away. I'll fly there early tomorrow morning. We'll discuss everything when we meet. Lu Wenzong urgently instructed. Understood, brother. Lu Xiaoxia obediently hung up the phone and told the driver to take her to a hotel where she had stayed together with Lu Wenzong. The taxi driver heard the conversation between Lu Xiaoxia and Lu Wenzong and smiled. Young lady, these rich kids like using such self-directed drama to deceive girls' feelings. You're so pretty, please be careful. Thank you for your warning, sir, Lu Xiaoxia replied. The years I've driven this cab, I've seen countless men trick young girls into getting drunk and then drag them to hotels. It breaks my heart every time. Nowadays, why are girls so irresponsible towards themselves? The taxi driver continued on this rant for 20 minutes while driving, passionately criticizing modern women who did not cherish themselves, as well as wealthy families whose spoiled, degenerate sons brought moral ruin wherever they went. 20 minutes later, the driver pulled up at the hotel, and Lu Xiaoxia stepped out feeling as if there was still a voice buzzing in her ear, repeating his grievances endlessly. After Lu Xiaoxia left, Lu Junda realized he had messed up. No longer willing to stay in the hospital, he immediately called Wu Yuming over. That woman knows the truth now. Immediately go see Wu Liangjian and ask him to send a few people here for me. I need them to grab that woman back. Before Wu Yuming could even inquire what had happened, Lu Juanda's rapid instructions came through. After meeting with Wu Liangjian, Wu Yuming informed him of Lu Juanda's request. Without hesitation, Wu Liangjian promptly arranged the necessary manpower. By the time Wu Yuming returned to the hospital, 6 burly men were trailing behind him. Even though the hospital refused to process discharge late at night, Lu Junda forcefully left anyway. Driving off, the group rushed toward the adult education center where they intended to forcibly take Lu Xiaoxia. However, when they arrived, her room was empty. Enraged, Lu Junda destroyed everything inside Lu Xiaoxia's room before leaving dejectedly. Back at Shengshi Lianhua Grand Hotel, Lu Junda instructed Wu Liangjian to dispatch people to track Lu Xiaoxia down. Meanwhile, he entered a guest room with 2 girls arranged by Wu Liangjian to vent his frustrations. Numbly, he thought about how much effort it took to get Lu Xiaoxia, even injuring himself, only to end up failing miserably. Desperately needing a release, he sought women. The people Wu Liangjian sent out worked tirelessly throughout the night, but failed to locate Lu Xiaoxia. The next day, as they staked out at the adult education center, Lu Xiaoxia didn't appear. It wasn't until the afternoon that she finally showed up, accompanied by a young man. This information was immediately reported to Lu Junda. Examining the photo handed over by Wu Liangjian, Lu Junda grew furious. Damn it, Lu Wenzong had come, rendering all his efforts wasted. Nonetheless, There was no way he'd let this pass easily for either Lu Xiaoxia or Lu Wenzhong. Brother, send some men to beat up that Lu Wenzhong. If possible, break both of his legs, Lu Junde told Wu Liangjian. Wu Liangjian chuckled bitterly and said, if you wanted me to beat someone else, I wouldn't hesitate to gather my people and go. But against this person, I think we should give up. What? Are there things even you, Wu Liangjian, can't handle in Linhai? Lu Junde asked, puzzled. I used to think nothing was impossible for me too. But ever since I met this guy, I discovered that my connections and power are useless against him. This bastard single-handedly defeated dozens of my carefully arranged subordinates. When I tried to use my resources, I found out that someone from the Li family is backing him. Wu Liangjian responded glumly. The Li family? The Li family from Linhai. Lu Junde paused after hearing this. So, I think we should put this aside temporarily and consider other ways. After all, it's just a woman. How big of an issue is it? My side has plenty of beautiful women. Whatever type you desire, I can bring them for you. Wu Liangjian added. Don't you think Lu Xiaoxia is exceptionally captivating? Lu Junde remarked. Yes, indeed. Lu Xiaoxia is a rare beauty, but my side also has beauties who match her charm. Wu Liangjian laughed. Their appearances may be similar, but their aura isn't. You haven't met Wu Ruhan from Gue Valley. She's even more appealing than Lu Xiaoxia, like a perfectly ripe red apple you can't resist taking a bite out of. Every time I see her, she makes me extremely aroused, a feeling I've never experienced with any other woman. Lu Junde explained. Lu Gu, your words have made me curious too. Wu Liangjian laughed. To be honest, Liangjian, let's plot to overthrow Lu Wenzhong. Once that happens, we'll split the women. Besides Wu Ruhan, there's another petite beauty by Lu Wenzhong's side with an elegant bearing. Normally, I wouldn't share because of her smaller chest size, but Lu Junde grinned smugly. Let me see first. Wu Liangjian replied. Alright, I'll take you there in a few days, and you'll fall for her. Lu Junde said confidently. Upon arriving in Linhai, Lu Wenzhong had already decided not to let Lu Xiaoxia continue her studies here anymore. The place was too far from him, and anything happening would prevent him from being nearby. Returning to the provincial city was safer. Although he couldn't always be in the provincial city either, if he entrusted Yuan Qingtan to watch over her, safety could still be assured. After tidying up the ransacked room and packing their belongings, they went to the adult education center to explain their situation and process the withdrawal. Having settled Lu Xiaoxia into the hotel, Lu Wenzhong called Li Yutao before heading to the underground boxing venue. Finding Li Yutao beneath the boxing ring, Lu Wenzhong stated his intention. Li Yutao nodded and said, no problem. I'll find people right away to investigate for you. He got up, picked up the telephone and dialed, but after waiting for half an hour, the feedback was that all large and small hotels had been checked. There was no trace of Lu Junde or Wu Yuming. Li Yutao's face darkened a little. It was rare that there were people he couldn't find in Linhai City, which pissed him off a bit. So, another call went out, and less than 20 minutes later, they received news. Finally relaxed, Li Yutao said to Lu Wenzhong, these two guys are hiding in Wu Liangjian's hotel without registering. No wonder we couldn't find them. Also, it seems Wu Liangjian and Lu Junde have a good relationship, so they should be in one of the exclusive rooms on the 4th floor. Thanks, brotherly. Lu Wenzhong prepared to go settle accounts with Lu Junde. Don't rush off just yet. Do you want to have a fight and earn some money? Li Yutao grinned. No, I'm not in the mood. If I need money another day, I'll come back and earn some then. Lu Wenzhong said. Alright, give me a call if you need anything. Li Yutao replied without further insistence. After leaving the underground boxing venue, Lu Wenzhong hailed a taxi straight to Shengshi Lianhua Hotel. He walked inside Shengshi Lianhua, then directly headed to the 4th floor. However, to his annoyance, upon entering the elevator, he found that there was no button for the 4th floor. Reluctantly, he stopped at the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, stepping out of the elevator, he located the staircase leading to the 4th floor. But when he reached the stairway door on the 4th floor, it was locked, impossible to enter. Lu Wenzhong returned to the 3rd floor and rode the elevator to the 5th floor, only to find the staircase door from the 5th floor to the 4th floor also locked. F***K. Lu Wenzhong was enraged. With his first kick, he used only a little force and failed to break it open. For the second kick, he threw all his strength into it, smashing through the door. The noise was deafening. As soon as the door was kicked down, a warm current hit Lu Wenzhong's face, dissipating the chilly air around him. Holy crap, the heating is on full blast, Lu Wenzhong commented. Just as Lu Wenzhong stepped into the corridor of the 4th floor, 2 young men in red vests and 2 women in red cheongsams ran over. One male waiter glared angrily at Lu Wenzhong and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Did you kick that door? This is a private club, and unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in. I came here looking for someone. Since you wouldn't open the door, I had to do it myself," Lu Wenzhong replied with a grin. "Get out right now, or don't blame me for being unfriendly," the male waiter threatened. Lu Wenzhong touched his nose, feeling increasingly irritated by this tiny servant acting tough. What AF *** king joke. Unwilling to waste time arguing, he took a step forward toward the corridor left. "Stop! Are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking?" The male waiter grabbed Lu Wenzhong's arm and yelled angrily. "Go die!" Lu Wenzhong showed no courtesy, delivering a slap that spun the man around twice before crashing to the ground with a thud. The female waitresses jumped back in shock several steps. The other male waiter rushed over furiously, but was met swiftly with a powerful kick from Lu Wenzhong. He flew out dramatically like a bird with broken wings. With a cold sneer, Lu Wenzhong continued moving forward. Kicking open the door of the first private room, under flashing lights, 3 couples separated in panic, scrambling to put on their clothes. Not finding Lu Junde, Lu Wenzong turned and kicked open the door of the first opposite room. At once, he saw Wu Yuming, who was bouncing up and down on top of a woman. Locking eyes with Wu Yuming, Lu Wenzong quickly lunged forward. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong, Wu Yuming let out a shriek, scrambling off the woman without even bothering to dress himself, and fled. But how could he outrun Lu Wenzong? Within 5 meters, Lu Wenzong had already sent him sprawling to the ground. K. How did Lu Junde know about Lu Xiuxian? It was your instigation, wasn't it? Again and again, I've given you chances, but you still didn't know when to stop. Today, I will teach you a lesson. After finishing his sentence, Lu Wenzong raised his leg and kicked hard at his knee. There was a crisp sound of bone breaking, and Wu Yuming screamed in excruciating pain. Lu Wenzong didn't stop there. Hoisting him up, he delivered dozens of slaps to his mouth, knocking almost all of Wu Yuming's teeth loose. Chapter 107. The provincial city shop was attacked. Wu Yuming, in pain, kept wailing and begging for mercy. With his teeth gone, his words were muffled and unclear. Lu Wenzong stopped slapping him and kicked him away. He turned to look at the woman curled up on the bed who had covered her private parts and said, "There are countless ways to make money. Why must you choose this self-destructive way?" He stormed out of the room, intending to continue looking for Lu Junde, but was blocked by 4 people. Wu Yongjian came out from another room, saw Lu Wenzong, and his face turned quite ugly. The person behind him, Lu Junde, still unsure of the situation, walked out, met Lu Wenzong's sharp gaze, and instinctively took a couple steps back. "Lu Wenzong, don't think I have no way to deal with you." Wu Yongjian roared softly. "I'm not looking for you." Lu Wenzong turned towards Lu Junde and said, "Lu Junde, you're truly an incredible bastard. I never would have thought you'd be so despicable. If I don't beat you until your mother wouldn't recognize you today, I'll change my surname. You've got the guts. Come at me." Lu Junde shouted loudly. "All right, let's do it." Lu Wenzong moved forward, but was blocked by the 4 people stretching their hands. Wu Yongjian spoke to Lu Wenzong. "Our old grievances aren't resolved yet. You come here today to ruin my business. Let's settle them first. Just you." Lu Wenzong gave him a disdainful glance. Without warning, he struck one of the people blocking his way directly in the nose with a fist. That person didn't even have time to dodge. They were hit by Lu Wenzong's fist, flew through the air, spouting a streak of blood, then crashed heavily onto the ground. Lu Wenzong did not stop. Seizing the moment while the other 3 were dazed, he unleashed all his strength, utilizing his supernatural speed to its limit. After 3 punches, all 4 of them were lying on the ground without any sign of movement. "Wu Yongjian, let's settle our accounts." Lu Wenzong approached him coldly. Wu Yongjian stepped back, glaring angrily at Lu Wenzong, but, damn it, he didn't dare to step forward. Lu Wenzong's speed utterly terrified him. Besides, he knew he could never match Lu Wenzong's power. Seeing Wu Yongjian hesitating, Lu Wenzong lunged forward quickly, catching Lu Junde, who was trying to retreat back into the room. Although Lu Junde tried frantically to break free from Lu Wenzong's grip, his strength couldn't possibly compare with Lu Wenzong's. Struggling fruitlessly, he was ultimately dragged into the room by Lu Wenzong. Wu Yongjian hurried inside as well. But as soon as he entered, he witnessed Lu Wenzong throwing Lu Junde onto a table. The bottles of alcohol on the table were scattered to the ground, and crimson liquor splashed all over the floor. Lu Wenzong wasn't finished yet. Rushing over, he grabbed Lu Junte's hair and slapped his face relentlessly. As a result, Lu Junte's teeth met the same fate as Wu Yuming's. Almost none remained. Only then did Lu Wenzong stop. "Remember, if you ever dare to provoke me or those close to me again, it won't just be about losing your teeth." Lu Junde held his mouth and howled painfully, unable to speak. Wu Yongjian was also shocked by Lu Wenzong's ferocity. Whoa, wasn't Lu Junte supposed to be extraordinary? Yet Lu Wenzong just stripped him of his entire set of teeth like that. Wasn't he worried that Lu Junte might go berserk against him? With that, Lu Wenzong left. Despite everything, Wu Yongjian harbored some admiration for his bravery. Just an ordinary villager who founded some agricultural company from scratch, achieving quite commendable success. When faced with such imposing figures like himself and Lu Junte, not only did Lu Wenzong show no fear, but he dared to resort to physical force. Truly what went through his mind was unfathomable. Wu Yongjian immediately sent Lu Junte to the hospital, carrying Wu Yuming along too. Upon arrival, seeing the 2 individuals collectively owning less than 5 teeth, the doctor found it almost comical. Both being relatively young, they would now have to spend their lives relying on dentures. Who knew if they could accept it? Even if they wanted to, there was no way around it at their age unless they underwent secondary growth spurts, which would likely never happen. Therefore, they'd only live with artificial teeth. Unlike Lu Junte, Wu Yuming accepted it easily, moaning in agony as he urged the doctor to fix his teeth. It hurt to speak, and his mouth felt chilly and uncomfortable. After Lu Junte's bleeding stopped, he didn't cease cursing Lu Wenzong despite speaking unintelligibly. Nevertheless, Wu Yongjian could tell from the side what he was saying. However harsh he cursed, Lu Wenzong wouldn't hear any of it since he was heading to the airport with Lu Xiuxian. Before nightfall, they returned to the provincial city, whereas Lu Junte spent the evening installing top-tier, full porcelain teeth at the hospital. Once done, Lu Junte rested for the night. Early next morning, he hastily returned to the provincial city. The first thing upon his return was planning retaliation against Lu Wenzong. Ideas like trashing stores, chopping limbs, and kidnapping crossed his mind. Lu Wenzong had dealt him such a grave insult that unless he killed Lu Wenzong, he wouldn't have the face to stay in the provincial city any longer. Step by step, he would make Lu Wenzong lose everything, gradually losing all his possessions and eventually everyone around him. Lu Xiuxian stayed in the provincial city for 2 days before returning to Gigu to continue her duties as the financial director. Studying was not important anymore. She learned through practice instead. Lu Wenzong, on the other hand, temporarily remained in the provincial city to help Su Yin'er resolve issues with the chain subsidiaries. He also stayed behind to guard against Lu Hunta's retaliation. Lu Hunta definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. The revenge would come sooner or later. With Lu Wenzong's guidance, the recruitment process went smoothly. Together, Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er registered the company, officially splitting off the 3 chain stores from Gigu. As the company's general manager, Su Yin'er officially took charge. Lu Wenzong didn't care how Su Yin'er managed the company, focusing his attention back on Gigu. However, he wasn't at ease leaving just yet because there hadn't been any movement from Lu Hunta, making him worried. Having spent over 10 days in the provincial city, the roses in Gigu were about to yield their first harvest. These matters didn't need Lu Wenzong's concern. Besides established sales channels, the personnel in the sales department continued expanding new ones. The roses from Gigu had significant advantages over other flowers in the market: bright colors, long shelf life, and a more intense fragrance. Furthermore, when no roses were available elsewhere, Gigu could consistently provide fresh blooms, a distinct timing advantage. Su Yin'er had already begun considering increasing the number of franchise stores, given the surge in vegetable production forecasted from Giga this year. She planned to open additional stores in Maozuan City, where excellent cooperation opportunities awaited. Lu Wenzong had no objection since the reputation of Dr. Lu had spread to Maoyan City under the influence of the provincial city. Some people even traveled separately to Sanling City or the provincial city to purchase products made by Lu Wenzong or consult him for medical advice. Building upon a solid foundation of customers made things much easier, so this time, Su Yin'er personally led a team to Maozuan City. A young girl named Chun Tian in Maozuan City had always cooperated well with Gigu. Therefore, when Lu Wenzong called her to ask for help finding a shop, she readily agreed. 20 days passed, but there was still no activity from Lu Hunta. Unable to hold his curiosity, Lu Wenzong called Yuan Qingtan, asking him to check what Lu Hunta had been up to recently. Anticipating revenge, but not receiving any, left Lu Wenzong feeling somewhat perplexed. Actually, Lu Hunta wasn't idle out of choice, but had been confined at home by his parents. To fund his various plans for revenge against Lu Wenzong, he decided to return home and retrieve his secretly stashed credit cards. However, as soon as he entered the house, his mother noticed something unusual. Although trying to hide it, his mother still discovered his fake teeth. His father rushed home afterward, and under the combined interrogation of both parents, Lu Hunta twisted the truth, placing all the blame on Lu Wenzong. However, who was Lu Hunta's father? An old fox among bureaucrats, capable of uncovering deception quickly. Understanding his son's misconduct, Lu Hunta's father decided to lock him inside the house, assigning security personnel to watch him 24 hours a day, forbidding him from stepping outside. With these days of confinement, Lu Hunta found himself completely unable to exact his revenge on Lu Wenzong. Although after a month, his father allowed him to leave the house, the ever-present security guards severely restricted his actions, making retaliation impossible. After Yuan Qingtan informed Lu Wenzong of the situation, Lu Wenzong decided to return briefly to Gigu for a look. Though seemingly not requiring his presence, without seeing it himself and controlling it firsthand, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Upon returning to Gigu, he saw that the ginseng planted on the surrounding lands had grown exceptionally tall. Within Gigu, vegetables were thriving lushly, appearing very pleasing to the eye. Seeing the bustling landscape in Gigu filled Lu Wenzong with great satisfaction. Seeing Lu Wenzong's return, Wu Ruhan came out in surprise. "Are the things in the provincial city settled?" asked Wu Ruhan. "There's nothing much to settle. Everything is running smoothly now," replied Lu Wenzong. "Lu Xiuxian told me about what happened in Linhai. By hitting Lu Hunta so hard, you've caused a massive problem," said Wu Ruhan. Fearless of him. "If it weren't for the fact that killing him would cause too much trouble, I'd have ended him long ago," Lu Wenzong replied confidently. "Don't be impulsive. Peace is preferable," Wu Ruhan advised. "Yes, peace is preferable. Forget the troubling issues. Tell me about the rose sales," Lu Wenzong said. "The current sales channels have expanded all the way to the capital, so there's no issue with sales. The newly appointed head of the sales department, Zhou Jingjing, is exceptionally capable, and I don't need to worry about her handling the sales," Wu Ruhan said with a smile. "How much income?" That was the key question. Wu Ruhan provided a detailed report on the recent harvest and sales of roses. Half of Gigu was planted with roses, yielding nearly 5 million stems. The largest transaction from the big flower merchants in nearby provinces amounted to 500,000 stems, while the smallest deal was still over 100,000 stems. Other scattered transactions were all more than 10,000 stems each. In short, during this time, when roses hadn't yet been widely marketed in their province and the neighboring provinces, the entire rose market had been covered. At the seasonal price of 5 yuan per stem, Giga's earnings reached 25 million yuan. After subtracting labor, transportation, and various costs, the net profit stood at around 20 million yuan. If calculated by a 20-day cycle from planting to harvesting, excluding the coldest 2 months, they could harvest approximately 10 times a year. This would bring in around 200 million yuan for Gigu annually, an extremely promising figure. However, this calculation wasn't entirely accurate, since the company's increasing expenses might make it hard to reach a pure profit of 200 million. But an annual profit of over 100 million should be achievable. Previously, due to limited scale and continuous investment, Giga's funds hadn't risen significantly. Now that the scale had grown, Giigu's investments had stabilized across all fronts. Although developments in scenic spots hadn't fully begun, future revenues would steadily increase. Several designs had been sent back from the capital city, but Lu Wenzong wasn't satisfied and requested further modifications. Lu Wenzong stayed in Giigu for several days, daily discussing matters related to splitting up the company with Wu Ruhan and Lu Xiuxian. The chain stores had already been separated, forming an independent entity. Thus, he considered whether farming, livestock breeding, and the agritainment sector could also be separated into distinct entities. While it wasn't urgent now, they deliberated on prospects for the company's future as its scale continued to grow. With Giigu's development improving continuously and its cooperation deepening with the food factory downhill, more people were coming to eat at the farm stay, revitalizing the economic development of both the village and town. At the end-of-year county-level economic conference, the town climbed to one of the top positions among all towns in the county for economic growth, receiving commendation from the county authorities. Secretary Wang was very pleased and returned home ready to implement further reforms, restructuring streets, building roads, developing distinctive agricultural economies, and replicating Giigu's model, aiming to boost the entire town's economy. Lu Wenzong could be credited as the inspiration for his agricultural economic development. As such, the farmstay was designated as the reception venue for official guests in the town, significantly boosting the business's revenue. Xia Jianjun never failed to assist him either, often suggesting that visitors from various regions be invited to Giigu. With their help, Lu Wenzong's Giigu enjoyed smooth progress in Sangzi County. A week later, Lu Wenzong prepared to return to the provincial city to consider helping Su Yin'er open another shop in Maozuan City. As he was about to set off early in the morning, his phone rang suddenly. "Mr. Lu, the shop has been smashed." The manager of the provincial city branch sounded extremely alarmed. Hearing this, Lu Wenzong immediately realized Lu Hunta's retaliation had finally come. He had anticipated this and remained calm. "Don't panic, take a breath, and gather yourself. I'll arrive shortly." Lu Wenzong didn't inform Wu Ruhan or anyone else about this and drove alone to the provincial city. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived. The shop had already been organized after being ransacked. The glass door was shattered, and the counters, shelves, computers, and various items had been cleared to the side, awaiting Lu Wenzong's instructions. Seeing Lu Wenzong approach, the employees surrounded him. Grandma Wang squatted by the destroyed vegetables and meats, picking up what was still edible. "Mr. Lu, what should we do?" the manager asked anxiously. "Calm down. Bring out everything in reserve." Lu Wenzong responded. The employees went to the rear warehouse and brought out the spare vegetables and meats. Without the counters, they placed the goods on tables that were still usable. In the afternoon, customers began trickling in. Seeing the state of the shop, they inquired curiously about what had happened. Chapter 108. Unexpectedly appearing assassin. Lu Wenzong temporarily placed several shelves, had them urgently delivered, and reopened the store for normal business. After retrieving the surveillance footage from the shop, Lu Wenzong found nothing suspicious. These people were all masked, they smashed things and ran away, not even bothering to steal the money from the cash register. This incident was undoubtedly linked to Lu Junda, and Lu Wenzong needed an explanation. Evidently, the last time's beating which knocked out all of Lu Junda's teeth wasn't punishment enough. He would have to give him something more memorable this time. Lu Wenzong personally went to Yuan Qingtan's company, finding him and asking for some relevant information about Lu Junda. Since Yuan Qingtan already had ready materials, it was very easy for Lu Wenzong to obtain them. For Lu Junda himself, it posed no great difficulty. The hard part would be if his father were involved. With Lu Wenzong's current capacity, he might not be able to withstand that pressure. After all, their status was so high, one finger alone could crush Lu Wenzong. Therefore, Lu Wenzong felt quite troubled. If it came down to a life-or-death situation, his current career would likely become cannon fodder in their hands, being pulverized until not a trace remained. However, without taking down Lu Junda, there would be no peace on Lu Wenzong's side, making him feel extremely conflicted. Last time, when overthrowing Zhao Qiguang's father and son, he was hidden in the shadows, and the strike hit its mark. This time, it was rather challenging to find any solid evidence against Lu Junda. Even if he did, wanting to bring down Lu Junda's father would be extraordinarily difficult. If Lu Junda is to be subdued and unable to cause further trouble, bringing down his father would be a shortcut. Once his father falls, Lu Junda will be like the locusts in autumn, unable to jump even if he wanted to. So, he carefully discussed the capital city's political situation with Yuan Qingtan. Yuan Qingtan's father and Lu Junda's father were at odds, but behind Lu Junda's father stood Li Hao's father. As the top boss supported by Li Hao's father, Lu Junda's father dared to publicly confront Yuan Lijun. If this matter has the support of Yuan Lijun, then it would be simpler. However, finding a point of entry was critical. Yuan Qingtan didn't have many good ideas about this and planned to discuss it thoroughly with Yuan Lijun once he returned home. The next day, Yuan Qingtan called Lu Wenzong. "My father told me to let you know, anyone causing chaos must be punished. So, does that mean uncle thinks I can fight back?" Lu Wenzong laughed. "Keep it within reasonable limits." Yuan Qingtan smiled. "After all, as long as it remains reasonable, everything can be resolved." "I understand," Lu Wenzong said. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wenzong continued studying Lu Junda's documents. The guy used his family background to set up a number of companies, but these were merely shell subsidiaries. Their sole purpose was to take dividends from various merchants under the guise of the companies. It would be difficult to act on this front, so tackling Lu Junda through personal misconduct issues might work better. Lu Junda frequently visited a place known as the Shennong Clubhouse, and its true owner was none other than Li Hao. According to Yuan Qingtan's provided materials, what Lu Junda did at the Qianlong clubhouse was dirty business. Since he had a good relationship with Li Hao just let him be. After all, the club also operated in those areas, and letting his buddy entertain himself was a normal thing. Lu Wenzong decided to start here, exposing the umbrella covering the Qianlong clubhouse. It would probably offend Li Hao too, but he couldn't afford to worry about that now. Ideally, they'd both go down together. If not, at least Lu Junda had to fall. He hadn't devised any effective methods yet, so he sent xiuxian and V to investigate first while driving himself to Maogun City. In Maogun City, Su Yaner had already purchased a shop, located right beside the flower market. In Maogun City, apart from Su Yaner busy working, Xia Tongtong herself led 2 employees in launching an aggressive publicity campaign. Although the shop was still undergoing renovations, every day many people came to inquire when the miracle doctor would arrive to treat patients. When Lu Wenzong arrived, Su Yaner was inside the store supervising the progress of the renovation. The branch company had not fully developed yet, so a lot of tasks required hands-on leadership. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong come, Su Yaner pulled him along, introducing the project's progress one by one. Lu Wenzong was highly satisfied. Su Yaner's enthusiasm and efficiency in her work were excellent. From a young girl who only knew how to read books, she had grown into a corporate leader, learning a great deal of knowledge secretly. At noon, Lu Wenzong treated a total of 5 people, including Su Yaner and her employees working in Maogun City, as well as Xia Tongtong and her staff to a meal. At the same time, he promised that once the shop in Maogun City opened, each person would be rewarded with 5,000 yuan. After the meal, under Xia Tongtong's arrangement, Lu Wenzong held a free clinic consultation outside the most famous tourist spot in Maogun City, showcasing the title of the divine doctor from Shennong County. Upon receiving the news, the residents of Maogun City rushed over like lunatics, completely filling the square in front of the tourist attraction. No matter how resourceful Lu Wenzong was, he couldn't treat this many people all at once. After seeing a few, he appealed for everyone to disperse first, as such crowding could easily lead to safety accidents. Lu Wenzong promised that after the shop opened, he would hold a free medical clinic for a week in Maogun City and provide treatment without charge. Once this promise was announced, many who thought they wouldn't make it into the queue dispersed, while some who believed they would get treated when the shop opened remained in line, waiting patiently. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that Lu Wenzong finally finished examining those who had stayed behind. But the next morning, even though Lu Wenzong wasn't there, the square was still filled with long queues. Xia Tongtong seized this opportunity, and soon news about the health goods store opened by the divine doctor from Shennong County spread throughout Maogun City. After staying for 3 days, Lu Wenzong left Maogun City and returned to the provincial capital to prepare to deal with Lu Junda. Luckily, nothing happened on his end in the provincial capital. However, what he didn't know was that an assassination plan targeting him had already been initiated. People tracking him had been staking out near his shop for 2 days, but hadn't seen Lu Wenzong. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lu Wenzong's sudden appearance gave them a great boost. This was a 3 million yuan big deal. Killing this one person would let them live carefree for a long time. The shop only closed at 6 p.m., and tonight Lu Wenzong didn't plan on leaving right away. He intended to watch over the shop. Grandma Wang brought dinner over in the evening, and after Lu Wenzong finished eating, he lay down inside the shop. Suddenly being alone, he found it quite unfamiliar. Before, no matter where he went, someone would follow him, whether it was Wu Ruhan, Su Yaner, or even Lu Xiuxian. Now, with no one around, he suddenly felt unaccustomed to the solitude. He played a bit on the computer, and as the nightlife in the provincial capital began, with its colorful neon lights and lively atmosphere, it looked pretty decent. After standing at the glass door for a moment, enjoying the night view of the city, Lu Wenzong sat back at his computer. Just as he surfed online, he heard someone knocking on the door forcefully. Curious, Lu Wenzong stood up to check. He saw a man outside vigorously knocking on the door, looking left and right to confirm if there was anyone inside. The glass door was locked with a chain from inside, so Lu Wenzong slightly opened a gap and asked, "We're already closed. Come back tomorrow to buy." His products weren't life-saving items, so whether bought early or late made no difference. Divine doctor, I'm not here to buy something. Please, come save a life," the man pleaded anxiously. "Save a life? Take them to the hospital," Lu Wenzong said. "I've been to the hospital, and they said it can't be cured." The man replied, "Just tell me the situation first, don't worry," Lu Wenzong said as he unlocked the door and let the man in. The man started rambling on, saying that his elderly mother suffered from cerebral hemorrhage. After being taken to the hospital, doctors declared her incurable and suggested waiting for her last breath at home. Not wanting their mother to die, they sought out the renowned divine Dr. Lu Wenzong and implored him for help. Since they had come pleading, Lu Wenzong wouldn't refuse. He told the man to wait, locked the door, and followed him out of the shop. Outside, a black Volkswagen was parked, and the man invited Lu Wenzong to get in, driving off in haste. On the road, the man mentioned his home was located in the suburbs of the provincial capital, requiring a drive of more than 20 minutes. With heavy traffic on the road, the man disregarded all traffic rules, overtaking cars and running red lights continuously, clearly in extreme anxiety. About 10 minutes after leaving the city center, the houses started becoming shorter. Another 10 minutes passed, and the surroundings grew dark with fewer streetlights available. Throughout the journey, Lu Wenzong kept telling the man not to be anxious and assured him that as long as the patient hadn't breathed her last, he had ways to help. Nevertheless, the man still drove at top speed. The car eventually stopped in front of a row of low bungalows in the eastern part of the city. The man led Lu Wenzong through a dark alley, lit only faintly by scattered windows shedding dim light. barely enough to see the path ahead. Not even walking 10 meters in, the man leading ahead slipped and fell abruptly. Lu Wenzong took a step forward, intending to pull him up. The moment he grabbed the man's arm, a sharp pain struck his chest. Before he could react, a flash of cold light slashed directly towards his neck. Lu Wenzong jumped back in shock, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. His body slammed heavily onto the ground as he hurried to stand up. But just as he got up, he felt all his strength being drained. Supporting himself on the ground with both hands, Lu Wenzong glanced down at his chest to see a dagger deeply embedded, likely hitting his heart. He felt his heartbeat gradually slowing down, and his muscles beginning to stiffen. He had an immortal's body, but he didn't possess an immortal's abilities. Having been stabbed in the crucial spot of his heart, he reacted as a normal human would. Lu Wenzong knew that death wasn't far for him, so he gathered all his strength to pull out his little hoe and started drinking from its miraculous water. Just after drinking a sip, he felt something attacking his back, prompting him to quickly fall forward while swinging the hoe backward. The hoe stretched longer in the wind and hit a flying dagger heading toward him. Lu Wenzong rolled to the wall and glanced around, seeing no one around anymore. The man from before had vanished somewhere, but was surely ready to deliver another fatal blow. He had to act fast, or he might lose his life here. Having made up his mind, Lu Wenzong swiftly darted ahead, moving to the center of the alley. This motion caused the other person to move as well. A knife flew through the air straight at his neck, while another dagger swept from behind, aiming to cut off his throat. Lu Wenzong avoided the incoming flying knife, twisting his body and forcefully colliding with the approaching dagger. The hoe met the flying dagger midair, and with a clang, the dagger broke apart. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wenzong pounced forward, tackling the attacker's legs. With one strong push, the man was thrown down, and Lu Wenzong's hoe struck harshly against him. There came a thud, a sound of the hoe piercing deep into the man's forehead, splitting a large crack into his skull. After the man under him stopped moving, Lu Wenzong hastily sat up and grabbed the hoe to drink more miraculous water. Since there was nothing to hold it in, much of the water spilled onto the ground, but it still filled Lu Wenzong's stomach entirely. Sitting on the ground panting, though his strength was restored, the dagger remained lodged in his chest, causing his entire body to tremble every time his heart beat. With this critical wound, even the miraculous water couldn't instantly remove the blade. Rising to his feet, Lu Wenzong clutched his chest and searched the fallen man for the car keys. He then stepped out of the alley and walked to the car. Climbing inside, he continued driving eastward, leaving the provincial capital behind. Finding a river far enough away, he parked the car by it, placed a stone under the gas pedal, shifted into gear, and jumped off as the car started to roll. The car moved slowly toward the river, plunged headlong into it, and began sinking beneath the surface. Watching the car sink, Lu Wenzong found a secluded place to sit down. The wound on his chest wasn't bleeding, yet the pain persisted. Lu Wenzong pulled out his hoe, beginning to summon the fairy. Minutes later, she arrived and rushed over when she saw his injury, examining the wound closely. "Why can't the divine water expel the dagger?" asked Lu Wenzong. "Because the dagger has severed the connection to your heart, fragmenting the divine water's effect. If you hadn't achieved an immortal body before this, you'd be dead now," the fairy replied. "Don't say useless things. What should I do?" Lu Wenzong said irritably. "Pull it out." "Won't I die if I do that?" asked Lu Wenzong. "No, but you help me." Reaching tentatively, Lu Wenzong finally let the fairy do the work. The fairy gripped the handle of the dagger and with one strong effort, yanked it out. Contrary to expectation, there was no gush of blood. Though the wound wasn't completely healed, after the excruciating pain passed, warmth surged into his heart, relaxing his entire body. "If I had known this would work so well, I wouldn't have suffered this torment," complained Lu Wenzong. "You're not an immortal yet, but you already have an immortal body. As long as your head doesn't fall off, dying isn't that easy," laughed the fairy. "What if my head gets shot off?" Lu Wenzong suddenly wondered if the assassin earlier had used sniping from afar rather than close combat. "Dead. Why? Because your immortality power resides within your brain normally. Once your head loses control, your spirit leaves your body. That's why losing your head kills you. But if you become a full-fledged immortal, you could store your spiritual energy in your Dantian energy center. So even without a head, you might survive." "Really? Don't they all say cultivation begins from the Dantian?" Lu Wenzong was thoroughly confused. Chapter 109, Lu Juanda's Unexpected Death. Start the cultivation from Dantian, but before completing it, the divine energy needs to be controlled by the brain, the little fairy said. "Huh? That's not what I understood." Lu Wenzong replied dejectedly. "Do you know how immortals cultivate?" The little fairy asked curiously. "I thought in martial arts novels or online novels, everyone always starts their cultivation from Dantian," Lu Wenzong said. The little fairy immediately gave him a big glare and said, "You should at least know that those are novels, imagined by your humankind." "Well, then am I out of trouble?" "You're fine. Go back." On their way back, the little fairy reported to Lu Wenzong on the surveillance of Lu Junda. Almost every night, Lu Junda went to the Shennong club and engaged in relations with several women each evening. Because of this, though young, he was already unable to perform without relying on medication. Lu Wenzong considered whether there was an approach through this aspect. However, the tiger wolf drug he concocted last time in Sanling City had been ineffective, which led him to mistrust such medicine. When they returned to the shop, it appeared unharmed. No one had caused any trouble. It seemed that Lu Junda assumed the hired assassin could surely kill him, so there was no dual attack strategy. After practicing cultivation together with the little fairy for a while, Lu Wenzong felt no discomfort in his heart anymore. Yet this progress in cultivation was too slow, feeling like picking grains of sand one by one on the beach, unbearable. Still, he had no other choice but to cultivate gradually. As the little fairy said, if cultivation advanced too fast, wouldn't immortals then flood everywhere? So Lu Wenzong settled down to follow the little fairy's pace in cultivation slowly. He drank divine water regularly, practiced every night. After some time, even though he didn't feel much, he still noticed that all of his physical skills had significantly improved. The next morning when opening the shop, Lu Wenzong heard about a killing incident in the eastern part of the city. He paid no attention and stayed inside discussing with the little fairy about formulating a tiger wolf potion. The little fairy knew nothing about this matter. Following Lu Wenzong's suggestion, adding divine water into an ordinary tiger wolf mixture would certainly multiply its effect drastically, regardless of mortals or immortals. Unless someone was extraordinarily lucky, otherwise, exhaustion leading to death was certain. Lu Wenzong searched online because the medicine he prepared himself wasn't effective. He found something called Shen ointment in an article about an emperor's love affairs. After searching, he discovered many different recipes. He bought ingredients based on the most ancient formula available and replaced unavailable ones with similar medicines. After boiling them, Lu Wenzong added 2 drops of divine water carefully into a plastic bottle. In the evening, Lu Wenzong handed the plastic bottle to the little fairy and asked her to carry out this mission. The timing of administering the drug was crucial. It must be exactly when Lu Junda took his medication. At that point, even if they performed an autopsy on the body, they wouldn't associate it with murder. Initially, Lu Wenzong did not plan to take Lu Junda's life directly. But since Lu Junda had sent assassins after him, he was no longer lenient. If open killing was not an option, indirect means were viable too. Since both were playing dirty tricks anyway, let's see who is better at manipulation. As usual, Lu Junda drove to the Xianlong Club. His relationship with Li Hao granted him the highest reception level at the Xianlong Club. They served the best women first for him, only serving others once he was satisfied. Li Hao, as the boss, never complained. Naturally, neither did the managers at the club. Lu Junda parked his car, entered through the back door, ascended to the rooftop, and went into his exclusive private room. Wu Yuming also arrived soon after, entering the room shortly behind Lu Junda. The club management quickly called over Lu Junda's favorite few girls to serve them. Lu Junda and Wu Yuming started drinking alcohol and discussing Lu Wenzong's situation. Master Lu, this time it's a done deal, right? Wu Yuming asked. I've employed 3 groups of people. If one fails, another will succeed, Lu Junda said, rubbing his face angrily. Damn it, this time he must die. Then I'll seize Su Yener and Wu Ruhan and forcibly take my pleasure on them, Wu Yuming said. Fuck off. Wu Ruhan is mine. Lu Junda yelled angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Ruhan belongs to Master Lu. Wu Yuming quickly tried to recover from his slip of tongue. Damn it. If my father hadn't locked me up for a while, he'd be dead long ago, Lu Junda said. Dying now isn't late either. But, a day has passed. Why haven't we received the results yet? Wu Yuming asked. This morning, they said an unknown male body was found in the eastern part of the city. Could it be Lu Wenzong? Or maybe it's the killer sent by Lu Wenzong. If no feedback is received tonight, I think something's wrong, Lu Junda said. Whom shall I go and check? Wu Yuming said. No need. They will contact me on their own. The two stopped talking. They didn't notice that there was a small fairy floating in the air inside the room. The little fairy quietly hovered not far from Lu Junda, and when they stopped talking, she knew that Lu Junda was probably going to do what he did every day. Lu Junda took out a small bottle from his pocket, poured a pill into the drink in front of him. Wu Yuming saw his move and advised. Young Master Lu, it's better to take less medicine. Lu Junda smiled and said indifferently. You know nothing. Taking medicine can make it more exciting and help one enjoy its exquisite taste. As he shook the glass, the little fairy had already slowly added the potion prepared by Lu Wenzong into the drink. There wasn't much potion, so it was undetectable how much was added. When Lu Junda shook the cup almost finished, he slowly drank it down. The little fairy also poured a part into Wu Yuming's drink. While waiting for the drug to take effect, the girls had arrived, making the room lively with their presence. The little fairy flew out through the door crack and quietly stood on the rooftop, waiting for the final result. She waited for about 2 or 3 hours on the rooftop. When the sound of chaotic screams came from below, she flew down. In Lu Junda and Wu Yuming's private room, chaos reigned as the girls clung together crying in panic. Both Lu Junda and Wu Yuming lay motionless on the sofa without a trace of life. The little fairy noticed that what originally were 4 girls in the private room had now become over 10. This tiger wolf drug was indeed potent enough. The little fairy sighed softly, then flew above Lu Junda and Wu Yuming, checking them. She discovered that Lu Junda had no breath left while Wu Yuming hadn't entirely perished yet. But this was good enough. Without Lu Junda, Wu Yuming couldn't stir up too much trouble. The little fairy flew away from the private room and waited at the entrance of the club. Just as she left, Li Hao hurried over, and the ambulance rushed here. Lu Junda and Wu Yuming were urgently taken to the hospital. After a series of rescues, Wu Yuming survived, but the doctor said that due to some unknown drug, his body suffered tremendous harm, and it was uncertain whether he would recover fully in the future. As for Lu Junda, the rescue was declared ineffective, and the cause of death was diagnosed as overdose of drugs leading to sudden death from excessive sexual activities. By the time Lu Junda's parents arrived, all they saw was his cold face. Doctor's diagnosis could be accepted by Li Hao because he knew well that Lu Junda used to take medication every day, sometimes even 2 or 3 pills daily, which severely depleted his physical energy. However, having money enabled him to frequently consume health tonics. thus giving off an energetic appearance with rosy cheeks, seeming very strong despite actually being very weak. As a good friend, Li Hao understood this clearly. Lu Juanda's parents could not accept the doctor's diagnosis of immediate death from excessive sex activities, criticizing the incompetence of the doctors, and immediately requested transfer to another hospital for further rescue. Rescuing ghosts. Lu Juanda had been dead when the ambulance arrived, and even gods wouldn't be able to bring him back to life. But the doctors dared not say anything. Enraging Lu Juanda's father would mean losing their jobs. Li Hao empathized with the emotions of Lu Juanda's parents, but seeing their determination to continue struggling, he stepped forward to advise. After listening to Li Hao recount the details of their son's habitual use of drugs each day, the couple fell silent. They were aware of their son's reckless behavior outside, but they never imagined how far gone it had reached, practically unable to separate himself from women. Every night he engaged in relations with several women, only relying on taking drugs to maintain performance. How could his body not collapse? Temporarily, Lu Juanda's parents accepted Li Hao's explanation and made no further demands. Given the dishonorable nature of the matter, they soon brought Lu Juanda's body home and hastily buried him. However, this incident spread throughout the province overnight. Everyone learned that Lu Juanda died from excessive indulgence. Many people knew who Lu Juanda was, so this news caused great awkwardness for his father, who was summoned by Li Hao's father for a severe scolding. Lu Juanda's father was deeply upset. His son died, and he still had to endure criticism from others. Yet upon hearing the news of Lu Juanda's death, Lu Wenzong felt no joy, only a sigh of relief. However, he did not let his guard down because of this. If Mr. Lu Juanda, whether knowing or not about the shadow of Lu Wenzong behind this incident, were to take action to avenge his son, he would really need to carefully consider his strategy. Fortunately, Mr. Lu Juanda was preoccupied for the time being. He was currently under tremendous pressure as rumors were spreading that Lu Juanda had leveraged his connections to set up many shell companies and receive dividends from numerous businessmen. If these allegations were verified, his career would come to an abrupt end. Hence, he had no leisure to concern himself with how his son had died. Relevant authorities were receiving verbal letters daily, leaving him in a dire situation akin to being roasted over a fire. With Lu Juanda out of the way, after Wu Yuming was discharged from the hospital, he quietly returned home. This gave Lu Wenzong's side a favorable opportunity for development. With no one obstructing or creating hurdles, the company embarked on a smooth path forward. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, July had arrived. Under Su Yanner's efforts, the number of chain stores expanded to 6, opening in Sangzi, Sanling, the provincial capital, Maozuan, and 2 counties surrounding Sangzi, all of which started selling miscellaneous goods. Lu Wenzong also traveled across these locations, building his reputation by treating patients and staying extremely busy. During the establishment of these chain stores, the External Affairs Department played a crucial role. The team led by Xia Tongtong excelled in promotions, and these stores quickly became widely known in their respective localities. At the same time, the External Affairs Department took on the responsibility of promoting the sales of vegetables, livestock products, flowers, and other items from Guigu. Their collaboration with the sales department proceeded seamlessly. One handled promotional campaigns, while the other managed specific sales processes, working in perfect harmony. Based on their hard work, the company generated nearly hundreds of millions of yuan from rose sales alone. The ginseng crop was harvested 3 times, half supplied to Zhang Jing's father in Langhai City, and the rest was successfully sold by the joint efforts of the sales department and the External Affairs Department. Lu Wenzong thought that these girls were incredibly capable, accomplishing what he never dared dream of, selling everything out. As Wu Ruhan explained, if it weren't for the generous rewards provided by Lu Wenzong, how could everyone have been so highly motivated? For every million yuan deal negotiated, a direct reward of 80,000 yuan was offered, which amounted to an extraordinarily high commission rate. Employees from both the sales department and the External Affairs Department worked like they were injected with adrenaline, enthusiastically dedicating themselves without needing encouragement from leadership. Speaking of bonuses at Guigu, Wu Ruhan had plenty of complaints. They were too high, ridiculously so. 4 deals exceeding 1 million yuan. Personnel directly involved were rewarded with 80,000 yuan, while supporting staff received 5,000 yuan each. Employees from the cultivation or farming departments who could not participate in sales were still given a straight bonus of 2,000 yuan per person. If the company wasn't profitable, the foundation of Guigu might have been squandered by Lu Wenzong's generosity. Take Zhou Huanwan, for instance, who successfully closed 3 deals worth over 2 million yuan each. With a stroke of his pen, Lu Wenzong granted her an 18,000 yuan bonus. Additionally, dozens of employees cultivating roses and ginseng each received 2,000 yuan, significantly cutting into the profit margin. Actually, the reason for such excellent sales was not only due to the employees' 100% effort, but also the high quality of products produced by Guigu. Fresh vegetables, tasty meat, valuable ginseng, and flowers with long shelf lives made subsequent business deals almost effortless, ensuring success without much hassle. At the end of July, the 6-month summary meeting was held at Guigu. Xia Tongtong from the External Affairs Department in Sangzi also attended, as well as the store managers of the 6 chain stores. Together with various departmental employees from within Guigu, there were 30 to 40 people seated in the conference room, making for a substantial gathering. Seated in the center of the main stage, Lu Wenzong looked upon the sea of faces below and felt deeply moved. Last year, he was fighting alone, but now his company employed 200 to 300 people, owning assets amounting to hundreds of millions of yuan. It felt just like a dream. Before graduating from university, Even if you threatened Lu Wenzong, he could never have imagined he would reach this point. Chapter 110, Company Employees Detained. At the semi-annual summary meeting, Lu Wenzong delivered the opening remarks. Wu Ruhan gave a detailed introduction to the company's development experience and then introduced the company's development plan for the second half of the year. Subsequently, Xiuxian also summarized and looked forward to the operation of the chain stores. The heads of various departments went on stage to narrate their department's work situation and set the work goals for the second half of the year. The latter part of the semi-annual summary meeting was an award ceremony. As the leading department of the company, Zhou Jingjing from the sales department received a heavy reward of 100,000 yuan. Other employees in various departments received rewards in different amounts accordingly. Zhou Jingjing successfully became a little rich woman thanks to her sales performance and was extremely capable in the surrounding areas. A preliminary estimate showed that the commissions and bonuses she had received exceeded 500,000 yuan. Therefore, Zhou Jingjing was evaluated as one of the most advanced employees, and as a model, she shared her achievements with the entire company. A single success by Zhou Jingjing greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of all the employees for work. Lu Wenzong became entirely free, no longer needing to exert any effort as the company was running smoothly without his intervention. Currently, almost all departments within the company operated independently, requiring no interference from Lu Wenzong, except for the chain stores which still required his direct involvement. However, as his fame spread throughout the provincial city, Maozuan, Sanling, and other places, in the neighboring provincial cities and counties, Lu Wenzong's name had already been well known. Therefore, when it came to setting up chain stores nearby, there was no need for Lu Wenzong to set up a stall again to see patients. When he returned to Gigu, he would see some people waiting for him at the farm, treating them without charging fees. Due to this, the business of the farm never stopped. Many people seeking medical treatment came and stayed here, waiting for Lu Wenzong's return to Gigu. Nowadays, near the chain stores opened by Lu Wenzong, operating hotels has become a highly profitable industry. This is because many people stay nearby, waiting for Lu Wenzong's sudden appearance so they can seek his medical assistance. Actually, every chain store accepts patient requests, but Lu Wenzong does not immediately come to see the patients. Each chain store records customer information first, and then calls them over for Lu Wenzong's treatment when he has time. 5 slots per day, no more. To get these slots, many people arrive early to queue. Since Lu Wenzong treats them without charging money, it only feels right to buy something, so people often end up buying products. Over time, eating what Lu Wenzong grows, they feel great about their health, naturally increasing their trust in Lu Wenzong. Just like the shop that was opened earliest in Sangzi County, those who have eaten the things grown by Lu Wenzong for half a year found that their bodies improved, common minor illnesses disappeared, and they felt energized every day. Therefore, Su Yenner and others did not need any publicity or promotional activities, as there were always people coming to buy daily. Although they didn't buy large quantities, the steady volume ensured high profits. Hence, the shop in Sangzi County was the highest profit one among several shops. After the conclusion of the semi-annual summary meeting, everyone threw themselves into intense work. Lu Wenzong became the most leisurely person in Gigu, only taking time out to treat patients when they sought medical help. Since Lu Juanda's death, Lu Wenzong felt completely relaxed, with no trouble around him anymore, truly making him feel exhilarated. In early August, the whole town held an economic work conference, and Secretary Wang personally called inviting Lu Wenzong to attend. Though Lu Wenzong wanted to skip the event, after much persuasion from Secretary Wang, and even a car being sent, he had to descend the mountain and attend. Gigu was the largest taxpayer in the town, contributing millions in taxes and promoting economic development across the whole town, resolving employment issues for hundreds of people, making a significant contribution to the town's economy. Naturally, Lu Wenzong was specially selected by Secretary Wang as one of the top enterprises, stepping onto the stage to receive an award. Lu Wenzong collected an embroidered flag and a plaque and returned to the company, where his father happily hung the plaque in the office and nailed it outside the Giga gates. When the town's work concluded, Xia Jiangwo phoned, asking him to attend a county-level meeting. Good grief, thought Lu Wenzong, feeling utterly frustrated. However, Uncle Xia's face could not be denied, so he agreed and went. Once again, he brought back another plaque and an embroidered flag. After the meeting, Xia Jiangwo invited Lu Wenzong alone to his office. Xia Jiangwo's secretary brought in a cup of tea before leaving and closing the door. Xia Jiangwo invited Lu Wenzong to sit down and handed him a cigarette. Lu Wenzong lit it with a smile. Uncle Xia, smoking isn't good for your health, try reducing it. I've been smoking for not too long, but once I started, I couldn't quit. Xia Jiangwo laughed. If you can quit, then do so. I smoke too, but generally, I don't. Uncle Xia, you wanted me for something, right? What is it? Lu Wenzong asked. There is indeed something I want to discuss with you. Our county plans to promote your company as a key enterprise, making it a landmark business in the county. How does that sound? Xia Jianjun said. I have no issues with that. But what specific policies are involved? Lu Wenzong asked. Firstly, tax benefits, and secondly, policy support, Xia Jianjun explained. Uncle, this seems too broad. Broad? Boy, you're benefiting from this, and you still complain? The tax advantage alone will help you save a lot of money each year. As for policy support, the county will give special attention to your company. Various conditions, including labor, water, electricity, and more, will be met according to our capacity. You still think it's too general? Enjoying these perks, and yet grumbling. Xia Jianjun laughed. All right, then I have no problems. But the county wouldn't just provide such good terms without asking for anything in return, right? Lu Wenzong questioned. Yes, We need you to do one thing, Xia Jianjun replied. What is it? Expand your operations and create more job opportunities. Xia Jianjun stated. That's easy, I agree. Expansion was originally part of Lu Wenzong's plan. In his vision, all surrounding villages near Guegu would eventually be incorporated, forming a super-large agricultural corporation. With the company's growth, more employment opportunities would surely emerge. As Guegu developed, many other aspects were also spurred on. For example, Su Jihao's wife had opened a small supermarket close to Guegu. It specialized in serving company employees and visitors, earning decent revenue. Okay, any future matters about expanding can be discussed with Secretary Wang, Xia Jianjun concluded. After talking about official matters, they caught up on some family news. Lu Wenzong left Xia Jianjun's office and went to the External Relations Department, where he met Xia Tongtong. Recently, there wasn't much work at the company, so Xia Tongtong had become quite free. However, there were still 2 or 3 employees working outside collaborating with the sales department to secure deals. Xia Tongtong was thrilled to see Lu Wenzong and rushed toward him happily. You should mind your influence since this office is completely visible to others, Lu Wenzong chuckled. TSK, you're my boyfriend, why should I avoid showing affection to you? Xia Tongtong pouted. But we're at work. What if the employees outside saw us? They might talk, Lu Wenzong teased. Because I miss you, okay? Don't you miss me? Xia Tongtong said. I do miss you. By the way, Uncle Xia mentioned that you caused trouble in Beijing a few days ago? Lu Wenzong questioned. What? I just kicked out a thug's front tooth. Xia Tongtong dismissed it casually. Uncle Xia said that guy is from the Li family, quite powerful. Yeah, why do you care about this when we've only just met? Come on, hug me properly, Xia Tongtong complained. After spending some cozy moments together in the office, they ate dinner after work and then slipped into a hotel room. They enjoyed a sweet night together. However, Lu Wenzong felt a bit puzzled because despite taking no precautions during their time together, nothing unexpected happened. Tongtong, isn't it always so conveniently timed within your safe period? Lu Wenzong wondered aloud. I don't know either. So, are you wishing for me to get pregnant? Xia Tongtong asked. Just let it happen if it happens, Lu Wenzong grinned. TSK, keep dreaming. If I really got pregnant, would you marry me? Xia Tongtong asked. Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I? Lu Wenzong replied firmly. Huh, you'll want to marry me? I won't even marry you then. Xia Tongtong raised her head proudly. But seriously, do you think your dad will approve of us being together? Also, what about your entire family? Would they kill me? Lu Wenzong joked. No problem, relax. Let's take things slowly. Knowing my grandfather's personality, he probably won't accept me dating a country boy easily. It's not that he looks down on rural people. He values social standing more highly. You understand, being born into a family like ours sometimes involves certain marriage alliances. Indeed, everything has 2 sides. The 2 chatted back and forth with their own thoughts. The next morning, Xia Tongtong and Lu Wenzong returned separately. Not long after, the benefits of the policies began to materialize. Firstly, the post office installed an ATM machine inside Guegu. Next, the Power Supply Bureau arrived to upgrade the power grid. The Telecommunications Bureau also came, connecting broadband interfaces to all rooms in Guegu. Lu Wenzong indeed experienced the benefits of the government support. If he had undertaken these projects by himself, it would have required a minimum investment of several million yuan. However, with government support, he spent only a small amount of money to get things going. Of course, even with all the supportive policies in place, Lu Wenzong wouldn't expand immediately. Such matters had to be handled step by step. When Guegu's development was proceeding smoothly, however, an extremely bad piece of news arrived from Xiuxian. The employees at Xiuxian's chain store were detained in Yuncheng City in the neighboring province. Those who detained them weren't police officers, but staff members from some market management office. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenzong hurried over right away. Yuncheng is more than 500 kilometers from Shangzi, but driving there takes only 2 or 3 hours. When Lu Wenzong arrived, Xiuxian was waiting for him outside the rented motel. After parking the car, Lu Wenzong walked up and asked, Yan, what's the situation? Xiuxian recounted the entire story quickly. They had leased the shop here, and during the period before the renovations were finished, they started promoting and advertising. They printed piles of flyers and distributed them around the farmers market. Seeing the flyers announcing that Dr. Lu Wenzong was opening a store in Yuncheng, people showed immense interest and gathered around asking many questions. Things went well at first, but on the second day, many residents of Yuncheng learned about the news. Early in the morning, thousands of people swarmed into the farmers market, completely disrupting its normal operation so that no business could be conducted. The vendors in the farmers market were not happy and began yelling, demanding that Xiuxian's employees leave immediately. One of her employees named Zhong Wei exchanged harsh words with a butcher, nearly sparking a conflict. Subsequently, a group of men dressed in gray uniforms claimed to be market management personnel and took them all to their office. They were originally brought over to resolve the conflict, but instead, they ended up being detained. The reason given was disruption of the farmers market's normal work order. Even if there was a disruption, a fine or education should have sufficed, but detaining people made no sense. Xiuxian also reported the matter to the police, but they refused to intervene. With no other choice, she called Lu Wenzong for help. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong, she felt as though they now had a mainstay, making it seem like all troubles could be overcome. It's not too late yet. Let's directly go retrieve our people. Lu Wenzong consoled Xiuxian and set off with her straight to the farmers market. As a tourist city, Yuncheng has very good urban planning. Particularly impressive was the greenery, which left Lu Wenzong amazed. The farmers market was located at the intersection of Yuncheng's first ring road, covering a vast area. However, This building turned out to be a simple large shed with a high roof. Inside the farmer's market, it was bustling. At 4:30 in the afternoon, just after the peak vegetable selling time, the market was still active. They walked in, asked around, and found the office of the management department. This office was at the far end of the farmer's market, consisting of 3 makeshift rooms, with the words Farmer's Market Management Office written in crooked red marker outside. The door to the first office was open, revealing 2 people playing on the computer and 4 others playing cards, creating quite a lively scene. Lu Wenzong knocked on the door, but those playing cards ignored him altogether. Only a middle-aged woman sitting by the door playing on the computer glanced up and said indifferently, "What's up? Who among you is the supervisor?" Lu Wenzong asked. "Our director Cheng, he's there." The middle-aged woman nodded toward the fat man playing poker. After thanking her, Lu Wenzong stepped inside. He approached the fat man and asked, "Are you Director Cheng?" The fat man turned around briefly to glance at Lu Wenzong, grunted in acknowledgement, then resumed his game of cards. After playing a few cards, he looked up curiously and asked, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" "We've come to take back our people." "Take back your people? Take back what people? This isn't the police station. Where do I hold any people?" Director Cheng responded irritably. "My subordinates, the ones you detained, were distributing flyers in the farmer's market," Lu Wenzong explained. "Oh, those promoting the quack doctor." Director Cheng stopped his card game and turned to ask. Chapter 111. Rescuing the Detained Employee. Lu Wenzong was taken aback and felt extremely dissatisfied with Director Cheng's words. What nonsense about a so-called miracle doctor. He had actually cured countless patients. However, they were here to solve a problem, so it wasn't appropriate for him to immediately blow up. Calming himself down, Lu Wenzong said, "Director Cheng, can we talk privately?" Director Cheng waved his hand impatiently and replied, "What's there to talk about privately? Can't you see I'm playing cards? I'm busy." Lu Wenzong was furious. What nonsense is this from Director Cheng? Playing cards as an excuse for being busy? He took a step forward and knocked the cards out of Director Cheng's hands, angrily saying, "Director Cheng, I came here to discuss something with you. Do you think playing cards is being busy?" Director Cheng froze, then stood up furiously, yelling, "Who the hell are you? If I want to play cards, I'll play. What's it got to do with you? Get lost." While he shouted, the other 3 people playing cards also stood up, glaring at Lu Wenzong. "Who do you think you are, coming over here like this?" said one tall staff member. "I've come to get my people released," Lu Wenzong repeated, suppressing his temper again. "You can get them if you pay the fine," Director Cheng snapped. "How much?" Lu Wenzong asked. 10,000. 10,000. You're full of *T. Lu Wenzong lost control. The arrogance and abuse were intolerable, especially demanding 10,000 yuan in fines. This was pure bullying. When reason fails, direct action is the way. "Oh, dare to curse me." Director Cheng flew into a rage and slapped Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong grabbed his wrist, then kicked Director Cheng. Cheng screamed as he fell back, crashing onto the card table, scattering dozens of playing cards on the floor. As Director Cheng lay groaning on the ground, his 3 subordinates exchanged glances and charged towards Lu Wenzong, cursing all the while. Lu Wenzong didn't bother talking anymore. Taking a step forward, he countered their assault swiftly. These people were no match for him and were easily defeated in just a few moves. Lu Wenzong coldly looked at the 4 people sprawled on the ground and said once more, "Release the prisoners quickly. Release your *T. Cheng mumbled as he struggled up, spitting curses. "Do you want to die?" With that, Lu Wenzong stepped forward and slapped Cheng, spinning him around and knocking him down again. "Hey, brother, watch out." Behind him, Xiuxian let out a startled cry. Lu Wenzong turned around just in time to see a chair heading toward his head. Without dodging, he kicked hard at the groin of the attacker. A loud thud followed as the chair smashed against Lu Wenzong's head, but the attacker let out a pained scream, clutching his crotch and collapsing on the ground in agony. On the side, a middle-aged woman who had been using a computer stared blankly at the scattered colleagues on the floor, too scared to approach. "Where are the people detained?" Lu Wenzong asked the middle-aged woman. "In the iron shed behind," she pointed and replied. "Thanks." Lu Wenzong gave her a smile, then led Xiuxian through a back door out of the market pavilion. Behind the market hall, there were 2 square iron sheds. Lu Wenzong walked closer, noticing the padlock, and then went back to retrieve the key from the middle-aged woman. He opened the iron shed without hesitation. Once the shed was open, Lu Wenzong saw 5 young girls sitting listlessly on the ground, looking defeated. As soon as the door opened, they hurriedly raised their heads to look. Seeing Lu Wenzong and Xiuxian, they immediately stood up and rushed to the duo. 2 of them hugged Lu Wenzong tightly, while 3 clung to Xiuxian, crying uncontrollably. "You've endured much. Let's go home now," Lu Wenzong said gently. Being young girls locked in this place, they experienced fear, hunger, and helplessness, certainly leaving their hearts fragile. Xiuxian consoled each of them until their emotions finally stabilized somewhat. "Come with me. I'll get justice for you," Lu Wenzong said firmly and headed straight back to the market hall, entering the office from earlier. But when they arrived, the office was empty. Neither Director Cheng nor his employees were present. It seemed they had fled somewhere. Lu Wenzong made no further move but sat down confidently on a chair. "Sit somewhere. Today you won't leave here until this insult is avenged," Lu Wenzong said. "Brother, maybe we should leave first. It might cause trouble if they bring many people," Xiuxian worriedly suggested. "No need to fear. With me here, we have nothing to be afraid of, whoever comes," Lu Wenzong said. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, some people who had come to complain about underweight purchases arrived, but Director Cheng and his employees were nowhere to be seen. What the hell? Could they have really run off? Lu Wenzong felt a little frustrated and could only say, Yinner, you all go back first. Let them take showers and eat a good meal. They don't need to work these next 2 days. Are you not going back? Su Yinner asked. I'll wait a little longer, Lu Wenzong replied. Okay, be careful then. After saying this, Su Yinner left the office with the 5 young girls and headed outside. Lu Wenzong followed behind and escorted them all the way to the entrance of the pavilion. Watching them leave the market and get into a taxi, he turned back. What troubled Lu Wenzong was that by the time it got dark, no one showed up. With fewer and fewer shoppers in the market as closing time approached, he had no choice but to leave with regret. Back at the hotel, the 5 young girls were already cleaned up and dressed nicely, sitting in Su Yinner's room chatting. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong return, they all stood up and called out, Brother Lu. Employees at the company generally addressed Lu Wenzong as Brother Lu rather than President Lu unless they were older. The term President Lu seemed too formal, while most of them being from nearby villages found calling him Brother Lu much warmer. Let's go eat. What do you feel like eating? I'm treating today. Lu Wenzong smiled and asked. The young girls cheered and began eagerly suggesting all sorts of dishes. Their moods had clearly improved, their spirits lifted considerably. Some wanted to eat lobster, others hot pot, yet others pancake rice. There was no consensus. All right, we'll head straight to a big restaurant and list everything you want of them, so they prepare all the dishes, Lu Wenzong chuckled. Lu Wenzong inquired around and learned that there was a well-known restaurant close by named Old Moo's Restaurant, reputedly the most famous in Yunqing City. Initially planning to drive there, they discovered it wasn't far, so decided to walk instead. Old Moo's Restaurant occupied a standalone building that resembled an ancient quadrangle courtyard of Beijing. It faced east, its architecture classically elegant and refined. However, the interior decoration exhibited typical Southwest China styles with many distinctive ethnic minority ornaments. Chapter 112, The Chopping Incident at the Restaurant. There were many suggested flower trellises set up in the courtyard, and under each trellis were several tables. At this time, quite a few people had already started eating. A waitress wearing a bright red cheongsam came over and asked, Sir, how many people are in your group? Do you have a private room reserved? No, we don't. Are there any available private rooms? Lu Wenzong asked. There still is, the waitress smiled. Great. Take me to the private room, one that's more comfortable. Lu Wenzong laughed. The waitress led the way into a private room on the west side of the yard called Drunk Searching. The name carried an interesting charm. Everyone chuckled as they sat down and began ordering food. After chattering for about 10 minutes, the young girls finally managed to order 10 dishes. During the wait for the food to arrive, the 4 young girls went to a nearby table to play cards. Lu Wenzong and Su Yinner sat together chatting about some topics related to Yunqing City. According to Su Yinner, quite a few people in Yunqing City already knew about Lu Wenzong, and if it hadn't been for the incident involving arrests, he would likely have become well known throughout the entire city by now. With such a popular foundation among the masses, once the shop was opened, business wouldn't be bad. However, the key issue now was the transportation cost problem. Since Yunqing City was a bit far from Gigu, the increased transportation cost would result in higher prices for the goods sold. She suggested that Lu Wenzong consider leasing a piece of land near Yunqing to grow vegetables and fruits, as well as raising livestock. This could be considered, but it was not feasible for now because the development work in Gigu wasn't fully stabilized yet. Leasing land out of province in such a short span of time seemed a bit too vast. After the food arrived, the young girls ate heartily without caring for their appearance. They must have been extremely hungry. When they were almost done eating, suddenly, loud commotions were heard outside. Lu Wenzong perked up his ears and heard someone shouting, Murder! Murder! Lu Wenzong stood up curiously, calming Su Yinner who was also standing up. Then he opened the door of the private room and walked out. Chaos reigned in the courtyard. Tables were knocked over everywhere, and bowls and plates were scattered all over. Many dining customers ran to the corridor next to the private rooms for shelter. After looking around for a few moments, Lu Wenzong finally understood the situation. In the courtyard, 3 men with machetes were chasing relentlessly after a person running frantically. Behind them, a woman staggered while following, shouting as she ran. Damn, can they really chop someone in broad daylight like this? Lu Wenzong exclaimed. A man in his mid-20s glanced at Lu Wenzong and laughed. Brother, you don't know. The guy being chopped is named Su Feiyong, and he's got some serious background. His old man is the big boss of Yunqing City. You see those 3 guys chopping him? The one in the middle is Tang Jiming, one of the most famous playboys in our province with a pretty impressive family. So it's a power struggle among the wealthy elite, Lu Wenzong remarked with a laugh. I heard that Su Feiyong stole Tang Jiming's girlfriend, so Tang Jiming is getting revenge. The man beside him grinned. Beauty truly causes disaster. Lu Wenzong sighed, losing interest in the scene. Spoiled rich kids were found everywhere. They thought themselves untouchable with a bit of wealth and status. They acted arrogantly, thinking that having a title or being called something like young master meant they had noble origins. Truly embarrassing. Lu Wenzong was about to return to the private room to continue eating when he heard a loud crash. A table had fallen to the ground, and Su Feiyong collapsed instantly. He was pinned down by the 3 men who caught up behind him and was ruthlessly slashed. Lu Wenzong watched in shock. Wasn't this kind of hacking likely to cause someone's death? The woman running behind them tried to pull away Tang Jiming's men, but Tang's gang completely ignored her and continued hacking wildly at Su Feiyong. Everyone watching froze, expecting it to just be a simple fight, only to find they were actually cutting. The blood-curdling screams from Su Feiyong and the continuous swinging of the machetes made the whole scene terrifyingly brutal. Lu Wenzong couldn't bear to watch. Initially, he wanted to stay out of it, but with so many people present and no one intervening, Even the restaurant staff did nothing. As Su Feiyong was brutally hacked, he became restless. According to the man beside him, Su Feiyong's father was at least somewhat influential. Wouldn't these people be afraid of making the matter worse? No one stepped forward, so Lu Wenzong lost patience. He didn't know who Su Feiyong was, but stealing someone's girlfriend surely didn't warrant a death sentence. He took a large step forward, approached the three men, and kicked with full force. Tang Jiming's two companions were sent flying by Lu Wenzong's powerful kicks and fell to the ground hard, never getting up again. After the two men were kicked aside, Tang Jiming stopped his chopping motion, glaring at Lu Wenzong with wide eyes. Are you trying to die, huh? Can't you see I'm chopping someone here? Tang Jiming snarled, eyes bloodshot with rage. Lu Wenzong glanced at Su Feiyong lying in a pool of blood. His back had been hacked to pieces, the spine exposed clearly, and blood was flowing everywhere. If he wasn't treated in time, death would likely not be far away. I don't know what made you two clash, but if you keep hacking him, he'll die? Can you bear the name of being a murderer? Lu Wenzong said coldly. What's it to you? Get lost, or I will hack you too. Tang Jiming shouted. Please save Feiyong, save Feiyong. The woman begged Lu Wenzong urgently from the side. Tang Jiming glared angrily at the woman upon hearing her voice, and roared. You dare plead for him? I'll cut you into pieces. With that, he raised the machete and swung it down toward the woman's head. Good grief, with one strike like that, this woman would surely be killed instantly. Lu Wenzong threw a punch directly at Tang Jiming's arm, knocking the machete out of his hand. Enraged, Tang Jiming turned around and fiercely lunged at Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong sidestepped to avoid the attack, then delivered a palm strike to the back of Tang Jiming's head. Tang Jiming fell forward and fainted immediately. Lu Wenzong instructed the pleading woman to quickly call an ambulance, and then bent over, lifting Su Feiyong's body before turning and rushing into the private room where they were eating. The few young girls inside had finished eating and were waiting for Lu Wenzong to return. They suddenly saw Lu Wenzong burst into the room carrying a blood-soaked person, which startled them greatly, causing them to instinctively huddle together. Lu Wenzong didn't have time to explain, placing Su Feiyong on the card-playing table. He grabbed a disposable cup from the table, then turned around and took out his small hoe, filling the cup with divine water. He sprinkled the divine water onto the messy wounds on Su Feiyong's back, using up all the water in the cup just enough to cover every wound. The effect was excellent, as the wounds quickly stopped bleeding. However, stopping the bleeding was not enough. These wounds still needed proper treatment. About 10 minutes later, the blaring siren of the ambulance sounded outside. Subsequently, Su Feiyong's girlfriend ran in, followed by 4 medical personnel. Chapter 113, Su Feiyong's parents. Su Feiyong was quickly carried away by the medical staff. Lu Wenzong and the others waited for a while, saw that things outside had calmed down, then left and returned to the hotel with everyone. Nobody reported the incident to the police, and the police did not come. When Lu Wenzong and the others left, the young man named Tang Jiming was still unconscious. After returning to the hotel, everyone rested. Early the next morning, Lu Wenzong went to check out the shop rented by Su Yanner. The shop's location was quite good, located on a street near a square not far from the pedestrian street of Yunqing City, with decent foot traffic. The only slightly less satisfactory aspect was that the doorway was a bit small. If there were many people, it would appear very crowded. The shop was under renovation, filled with the sounds of machinery. After taking a look around, Lu Wenzong was quite satisfied. Everything was being renovated according to the standards of Sangzi County, with no need for improvement. A few young women were not working today. They had gone out to play, leaving only Su Yanner with him. The two looked at the shop, then returned to the hotel and stayed together for a while. At noon, the young women called and said they wouldn't be coming back, as they had eaten at a scenic spot. Lu Wenzong and Su Yanner went out for food, just picking a random restaurant. While eating, they noticed a commotion outside the door, and a group of people walked in. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He was tall, with a stern face, sharp eyes, exuding authority. By his side was an anxious-looking middle-aged beautiful woman who appeared to be well-featured. They walked straight to Lu Wenzong. The middle-aged man met Lu Wenzong's puzzled gaze and spoke up. Mr. Lu, hello. My name is Su Weihong. I'm Su Feiyong's father, and this is Feiyong's mother, Xiao Lily. Oh, hello. Is there something you're looking for me about? Lu Wenzong stood up, shook hands with him, and asked. Thanks to Mr. Chen's help last night, my son avoided death. We came here today to express our gratitude. Su Weihong said. It's nothing. You're too polite. It was just a trivial matter. So how is your son? Lu Wenzong asked. He managed to survive. However, the doctor said the spine injury was severe, and it's estimated that he won't be able to stand again. Su Weihong sighed, a look of sorrow appearing on his face. But soon, he regained his calm demeanor, showing no joy or sadness. Heal slowly, there will be ways. Lu Wenzong consoled with a few words. Wenzong, the middle-aged beautiful woman beside Su Weihong suddenly called out. You know me? Lu Wenzong realized now that she had addressed him as Mr. Lu when they first met, suggesting she might already know about him. I am Xia Tongtong's aunt, Jianjun brother's cousin. Xiao Lily said. Tongtong's aunt? Cousin of Uncle Xia? Lu Wenzong was surprised. Indeed, fate works in strange ways. Su Feiyong, saved by him, turned out to be Tongtong's uncle's son. Yes, I've heard about you from Jianjun brother, and Tongtong mentioned you as well. It was you who cured Jianjun brother's heart disease. Can you treat Feiyong as well? Xiao Lily said. Lu Wenzong understood now. Su Weihong and his wife weren't just here to thank him, but more importantly, they wanted him to help Su Feiyong recover. Since everything had been made clear, considering Lu Wenzong's great relationship with Xia Jianjun and also dating Xia Tongtong, naturally, he needed to offer his assistance. Certainly. My relationship with Uncle Xia is so close, and if you are his younger sister, then you're my aunt. If my aunt has an issue, how could I not offer help? Lu Wenzong smiled. Hearing Lu Wenzong's words, both Su Weihong and Xia Lili sighed in relief and immediately expressed their gratitude. After some polite exchanges, Lu Wenzong and Su Yan'er abandoned their meal and directly left with Su Weihong and Xia Lili. However, before leaving, Lu Wenzong still paid the bill because the meal had already been prepared. They arrived at the First People's Hospital of Yunqing City and found Su Feiyong awake in a private room. Su Feiyong was lying on his side, looking okay, but his face was pale, his spirit weak, symptoms of excessive blood loss. After Su Weihong and Xia Lili inquired about the situation, they introduced Lu Wenzong to Su Feiyong. Upon hearing that it was Lu Wenzong who saved him last night, Su Feiyong struggled to extend his hand and thanked Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong calmed him down, then placed his hand on Su Feiyong's wrist to take his pulse. To be honest, his pulse-taking skills had significantly improved. Though he couldn't accurately diagnose specific illnesses yet, he could determine through pulse-taking where the patient's main problems lay. In Su Feiyong's case, the condition was quite clear even without taking his pulse, but Lu Wenzong decided to act the part anyway. After a while, Lu Wenzong released his hand and turned to smile at the waiting Su Weihong couple, saying, "No worries. Although the injuries are indeed severe, I have ways to help." Hearing Lu Wenzong's words, the two finally became happy and thanked Lu Wenzong again. Lu Wenzong had Su Weihong's secretary buy a ginseng root, then borrowed some decocting materials from the hospital to prepare the medicine and added several drops of divine water. After Su Feiyong drank it, although there was no significant movement in his body, his face clearly turned rosy, and he looked more spirited. As long as the wounds on the body heal, he can stand up tomorrow. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Su Weihong tightly held Lu Wenzong's hand and thanked him with excitement. "You're too polite. Don't call me Mr. Lu. Call me by my name, just like Uncle Xia." Lu Wenzong said. All right. You should call me Uncle from now on. Call me Aunt." Xia Lili happily interjected. "All right, then I'll take the liberty of doing so." Lu Wenzong smiled. The family happily laughed together. Afterwards, Su Weihong and Xia Lili took Lu Wenzong and Su Yan'er out for a meal. After eating, Su Weihong left earlier due to work matters. Xia Lili then spent a good while chatting with Lu Wenzong before seeing him and Su Yan'er back to the hotel. Once they returned to the hotel and found that the young women hadn't come back yet, Su Yan'er confirmed their safety with a phone call. Then she began to cozy up with Lu Wenzong in his room. Just as their intimate moments were getting heated, there came a loud bang. The door was forcefully kicked open. Startled, Lu Wenzong quickly rolled over and slipped under the covers, holding Su Yan'er close. After calming her down from the shock, he lifted his head to see two young men casually walking in with baseball bats, followed by several subordinates each holding short sticks. Their clothes were garish, their hairstyles disheveled and colored in reds and greens. Obviously, they weren't decent individuals. If not for the fact that they were currently undressed, Lu Wenzong would have made sure these people who interrupted their moment ended up without a burial site. "Ho, you guys are actually doing it right now? What great timing we have." The red-haired youth with the baseball bat smiled as his companions burst into laughter, casting malicious glances towards them. "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out, or don't blame me for leaving parts of you behind." Lu Wenzong said coldly. "Threatening me? Did you hear that? He's threatening me. How scary." The red-haired youth strutted around arrogantly, behaving as if he were second only to the heavens themselves. Chapter 114, A Mass Fight in the Hotel. After the red-haired young man finished laughing, he suddenly walked up and grabbed the blanket on the bed, trying to tear it off. "Stop. If you dare to pull it, do you believe I'll destroy your eyes?" The red-haired young man met Lu Wenzong's icy gaze and felt a chill in his heart. However, the arrogance cultivated over a long period of time wouldn't be extinguished by just one sentence from Lu Wenzong. So, after hesitating for a moment, he forcefully pulled at the blanket. Lu Wenzong held onto the notebook, ignoring that he wasn't wearing any clothes, and leapt out from under the covers, directly rushing towards the red-haired young man. The red-haired young man failed to move the blanket, and as he was about to give another powerful pull, a fist suddenly flashed before his eyes. He was startled, stepping back, with his baseball bat sweeping straight across. There was a dull thud as the fist collided with the baseball bat. The red-haired young man thought his blow had been effective, but then suddenly felt pain in his eyes as everything went dark, and countless stars seemed to appear before him, causing his body to lose control and fall backward. Lu Wenzong landed a punch right on his eye, sending the red-haired young man falling straight down. Without any intention of letting him go, Lu Wenzong stepped on his stomach and squatted down, throwing another punch at the other eye. With a bang, the eye socket sunk deeply. Lu Wenzong estimated that this eye would be permanently ruined. Standing up, he looked coldly at those who were still stunned and said, "Come on, if I don't cripple one part of each of you today, I won't consider myself a Lu." Attack together. Another black-haired young man with a baseball bat roared and rushed forward. His subordinates also yelled, raising their weapons to surround Lu Wenzong. With a series of loud bangs, the sound of the sticks hitting flesh filled the air, making people feel both bitter in their hearts and nauseated in their stomachs. Lu Wenzong paid no attention to these strikes on his body, rushing toward the black-haired young man holding the bat, grabbing his collar, and smashing a punch into his mouth, then striking again at his shoulder blade and stomach, knocking him backwards to fall onto a sofa nearby. Having knocked down the black-haired youth, Lu Wenzong himself had received many hits from the sticks. However, the two main individuals had already fallen. Lu Wenzong started to deal with the remaining 8 people individually. When someone swung a stick, Lu Wenzong didn't dodge. Instead, he threw a punch, leaving him unharmed while the opponent screamed in agony and flew away. After several rounds like this, there were only 2 young men left holding sticks and retreating. Don't retreat. You can't run away. Lu Wenzong sneered and said. Oh. The 2 youngsters screamed in shock, dropping their sticks and turning to flee. My goodness, this guy is not human, having been hit so many times yet completely unaffected, still capable of taking down each of his own allies, simply too abnormal. However, just as they reached the door, Lu Wenzong caught up, kicking them both and knocking them down onto the ground. Then, he dragged them back by their ankles. Closing the door, Lu Wenzong took a look at all the people lying around the room and began disabling them one by one. There were 10 people total. The red-haired young man had his eyes destroyed and was now unconscious. The black-haired youth with the bat lost an arm and all his teeth. The remaining 8 had one arm disabled each. Lu Wenzong's strength was immense. One punch shattered the scapula bone, which couldn't withstand such force, resulting in a devastating fracture where the arms could never be lifted again. Kicking awake the red-haired young man, Lu Wenzong coldly asked, "Who sent you?" How could the red-haired young man find time to answer? After waking, he clutched his eyes and wailed, screaming that he had gone blind. But after being slapped repeatedly more than a dozen times by Lu Wenzong, he finally calmed down. Answer my question. Otherwise, I won't only destroy your eyes, I will also disable your ears. Lu Wenzong said coldly. Yes, sir. Third master sent us, the red-haired young man said painfully. Who is this third master, and why did he come to fight me? Third master was also commissioned by someone else, the red-haired young man replied. Who? I don't know, some kind of director or official. The red-haired young man cooperatively disclosed the person behind the scheme. Fine. Since you understand what's good for you, let me tell you, your eyes will never see anything for the rest of your life. You're unable to distinguish right from wrong, and you followed bad people doing evil deeds. What use are eyes to you anyway? Of course, I'm a good-hearted person. If you can truly reform and become a decent person, perhaps someday, I'll heal your eyes. Lu Wenzong then looked at the few groaning youths on the side and added, You guys, if one day you repent and decide to walk the righteous path, I might be happy enough to repair your arms. Otherwise, you will be disabled for life. He threw the 8 people out of the room one by one, leaving them to groan in the hotel corridor. Numbness. These people had brazenly entered the hotel with clubs. Even if the hotel staff weren't accomplices, they were still watching and doing nothing while their guests got attacked. Unforgivable. Let them deal with the mess themselves. After shutting the door, he called Xiuxian, who was hiding under the blanket, to get dressed. Her face was completely red. Although she had hidden herself in the middle of the blanket, the intrusion during such an intimate moment deeply hurt her young spirit, making her extremely uncomfortable. Brother, did they see me? Xiuxian timidly asked. No, don't worry. My yinner is not for others to see. Lu Wenzong smiled. I was so scared. Xiuxian put her little hands on her chest and kept breathing heavily. It took a long time to calm down the anxious Xiuxian. After that, the two prepared to leave the hotel and find another place to stay. Opening the door, they discovered those people had already disappeared, likely having fled. Lu Wenzong didn't bother with them anymore. He told Xiuxian to call the other girls back, asking them to return quickly, check out, and move somewhere else. He found it strange about Yunqing City. When Director Chung encountered issues, instead of contacting official figures, he sought help from underground individuals to punish him. The same went for last night's Old Moo restaurant incident. Despite such severe stabbings, no one bothered to report the matter. How peculiar indeed. Half an hour later, the 5 girls rushed back, packed their belongings, handed over their keys, and followed Lu Wenzong out of the hotel. He brought them to a nearby large hotel close to the shop and arranged accommodation there. 6 girls plus Lu Wenzong rented 4 rooms, with Lu Wenzong taking his own private room. As soon as they settled in, someone began closely watching him. Despite having dealt severely with the group earlier in the day, Lu Wenzong felt persistently annoyed, both physically and mentally. In the evening, Lu Wenzong sat in his room feeling extremely restless. Although he'd left his rivals maimed in the previous confrontation, the frustration still simmered within him. Not only his body, but also his mind remained uneasy. He couldn't tell where this sensation came from, but now all he wanted was a violent outlet to vent his frustration, desiring to smash things just to ease his inner agitation. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, Xiuxian stood outside nervously. Without a word, Lu Wenzong pulled her into the room, slammed the door, and lifted her up before throwing her onto the bed. Brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lu Wenzong's bloodshot eyes and obvious emotional disturbance, Xiuxian panicked and cried out. Ignoring her questions, Lu Wenzong pounced like a wolf. Chapter 115. Touching high voltage in the dead of night. About an hour later, Xiuxian lay limp in Lu Wenzong's arms. Lu Wenzong rarely lit a cigarette and sat quietly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Xiuxian didn't understand why Lu Wenzong was so rough and restless. Maybe it's because I didn't get a chance to release my emotions after being interrupted before. Now, Lu Wenzong had calmed down a lot, but still felt a little uneasy. I want to go back to my room. Otherwise, they will start suspecting. Xiuxian struggled to get up. Suspect? Let them suspect. Why be afraid? Lu Wenzong said. If it gets out, Sister Xiuxian will be upset. Xiuxian whispered softly. It's fine. Just lie here. Don't go anywhere. Lu Wenzong said. Lu Wenzong made a phone call to order food to be delivered to the guest room, saving the trouble of going downstairs for dinner. After eating, Lu Wenzong let Xiuxian rest in the room while he went out alone for a walk. On the way, Lu Wenzong summoned Little Fairy and shared his uncomfortable feelings with her. The Little Fairy investigated his condition and suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lu Wenzong asked curiously. You're showing signs of a breakthrough. The little fairy laughed. Breakthrough? What kind of breakthrough should I expect now? Lu Wenzong didn't understand. Isn't becoming a celestial directly supposed to happen without any level-by-level breakthroughs? Directly becoming immortal? Don't dream. Like some animals on Earth that have practiced for thousands of years, even after overcoming the heavenly tribulation, they still need an opportunity to ascend to immortality. This opportunity means obtaining help from celestial beings above. Otherwise, even after breaking through the heavenly tribulation, they must continue their cultivation for a long time. Do I also need the support of a celestial? You don't need that, because your cultivation method is different from others. Who else has divine water to drink? That's true. Then what does this breakthrough mean for me? Lu Wenzong asked. This time your breakthrough means that your body will begin to possess tangible divine qi. This is the most basic condition for becoming a celestial. The little fairy explained. Oh, I see. Then how much longer until I become a celestial? It's still early. You've just started accumulating divine qi. Once the divine qi inside your body reaches enough levels and successfully overcomes the heavenly tribulation, you can almost be called a mundane immortal, like the 8 immortals. The little fairy explained. In here, mundane immortal borrows terminology from cultivation novels. Readers don't need to focus on this. Just understanding the concept is enough. So, does that mean I can already use the divine qi to perform some basic divine arts? Lu Wenzong was most concerned about this question. You can, but the amount of divine qi in your body is too little, so even if you were to perform, its effect would be negligible. I'll try first. I'm really curious about it. Lu Wenzong was quite eager. You haven't achieved your breakthrough yet. The little fairy couldn't help but laugh at his naivety. How do I break through then? Lu Wenzong also chuckled bitterly, realizing how impatient he was. To break through life and death, you will overcome the first obstacle to becoming an immortal. Tell me the specific method. I find talking with you so exhausting. Lu Wenzong complained. The little fairy smiled and instructed Lu Wenzong to immediately head to the power station in Yun City. When they arrived at the gate, Lu Wenzong grumbled. You don't expect me to actually touch high-voltage electricity, right? Exactly. High-voltage electricity can kill people, but it also brings large amounts of energy, which is perfect for breaking through. Isn't that why celestial ascensions always involve rolling thunderbolts? But isn't it dangerous to die? Are you scared of death and yet aspiring to become an immortal? The little fairy scoffed. The key issue is how could the power station possibly allow me entry? Get a piece of wire, attach it directly outside the wall near the fence, suggested the little fairy with a rather tough method. For the first step toward immortality, Lu Wenzong was determined to go all out. He found a nearby hardware store and bought 2 or 30 meters of iron wire. He bypassed the main entrance of the power station and came to the back wall outside. Climbing to a high place, Lu Wenzong carefully prepared the iron wire and threw it. The first attempt sparked when it touched the high voltage line, and the iron wire fell back down. On inspection, he noticed the wire was scorched in many places. He straightened it again and tried throwing it once more towards the high voltage line, but again failed. After several attempts, finally, on the 5th try, he managed to hang the wire onto one of the lines. Looking at the iron wire only inches away, Lu Wenzong imagined the tens of thousands of volts of high voltage current flowing through it, his heart thumping with trepidation. Go for it, the little fairy urged him. Lu Wenzong hesitated for a long while, then clenched his teeth and approached, gripping the wire directly with both hands. As soon as his fingers touched it, an immense force surged through, forcibly bouncing his hands away. The electrical shock sent tremors throughout his body, leaving him nearly unable to stand. The feeling of numbness had not yet completely disappeared when Lu Wenzong gripped the wire again. This time, despite the powerful rebound, he held on tightly with both hands. The electric current quickly spread throughout Lu Wenzong's body, causing excruciating pain everywhere, and he could feel something rapidly surging within him. He felt nauseous, with stars dancing before his eyes, trembling all over as his clothes began to burn rapidly, and then burst into flames, severely charring Lu Wenzong's body. Not even 2 minutes later, there was a loud bang, and Lu Wenzong fell directly to the ground. The little fairy quickly flew over, examined Lu Wenzong's body, and nodded in satisfaction. Lu Wenzong lay there for several hours. He didn't know that the surging force inside him had traveled through his entire body, not only repairing the burned and shocked parts, but also forming a faint milky white gas that continuously wandered within him, transforming and mending his body. His phone in his pocket kept ringing. It was Su Yanni worried about him because he hadn't returned late at night. But Lu Wenzong remained unaware. He lay like this until 1 in the morning, when Lu Wenzong suddenly sat up startled. Congratulations, you succeeded. The little fairy was the first to fly over and congratulate him. Succeeded? Lu Wenzong found that his clothes were gone, leaving him completely naked. Yes, try it. Lu Wenzong hurriedly followed the cultivation method the little fairy had previously taught him, and indeed discovered a streak of milky white gas continuously wandering inside him, rushing back and forth with great vitality according to his control. Haha, I must try out some divine arts. Lu Wenzong couldn't contain his excitement and shouted. Leaving his spot, he paid no attention to being unclothed and noticed the riverside ahead. He went and sat by the river, asking the little fairy to teach him some basic divine arts, telekinesis, transformation, invisibility, wall penetration, fire breathing, and more. After memorizing the mantras, he controlled the divine qi inside him to activate these skills. Lu Wenzong attempted telekinesis. Finishing the mantra, the divine qi surged rapidly inside him and concentrated on his right index finger. Focusing on an empty drink can by the riverbank, Lu Wenzong whispered, "Move." The can slowly slid toward the direction Lu Wenzong indicated. However, after moving just a few dozen centimeters, Lu Wenzong felt his inner energy depleted, and the can stopped moving. Clearly, his divine qi supply was still too little. Nevertheless, this achievement thrilled him like a child, making him chuckle uncontrollably. Chapter 116. Did someone tamper with the room? Next, Lu Wenzong tried spewing fire, but aside from feeling intense heat in his mouth, the divine energy didn't convert into flames. The invisibility trick was even funnier. One hand disappeared, while there was no reaction anywhere else. The transformation technique was even more embarrassing. He attempted to change into a woman, starting with his face. All that happened was his forehead turned white, and nothing else moved. I need to practice more. Lu Wenzong sighed deeply. There was simply not enough divine energy to use anything. You'll have to work harder in the future. Your time has all been spent on trivial things in life. Compared to these things like money, wealth, and status, becoming an immortal is far more important, said the little fairy. All right, from now on, you can supervise me more. Although due to the lack of divine energy, he couldn't perform even the most basic celestial magic. This was still a good start, wasn't it? Moreover, after breaking through, Lu Wenzong felt that uncomfortable sensation in his heart had disappeared, leaving him feeling refreshed and extremely comfortable. When they returned to the hotel, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, almost dawn. Xiuxian hadn't left. She stayed in the room waiting for him. She had fallen asleep, her phone still in her hand, her brows furrowed tightly on her petite face. Lu Wenzong took off his clothes and got into bed, hugging Xiuxian in his arms. The little one opened her eyes, seeing Lu Wenzong, and quickly snuggled closer into his embrace. When they woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, everyone went back to work, doing what they needed to do. However, regarding the fact that Xiuxian spent the night in Lu Wenzong's room without returning, the other young women avoided mentioning it, though their smiles toward both of them were full of meaning, indicating knowing smirks. Lu Wenzong found explaining tedious as the matter wouldn't remain hidden forever. With Lu Wenzong present, the young girl's enthusiasm for work greatly increased. Instead of going to the farmer's market to promote, they instead chose some large squares in Yunqing City for publicity, avoiding conflicts with the staff of the original farm management office. Lu Wenzong did not set up a stall for medical treatment as before, but visited Su Feiyang at the hospital. After resting overnight and aided by the miraculous effects of the divine water, Su Feiyang's wounds had mostly healed. Su Weihong happened to be there too, and the two talked about the incident where Su Feiyang was slashed. Lu Wenzong was very confused about the situation in Yunqing and asked Su Weihong about his doubts. Su Weihong explained, "Actually, it's just an exceptional case that you've witnessed. The overall public security situation in Yunqing is still pretty good. I will take some time to investigate the Farmers Market Administration office. As for why they hired thugs to retaliate against you, it's because they lacked influence through official channels and couldn't command the police. Of course, speaking about the event where Feiyang was slashed, it happened because Tang Jiming and my disloyal son acted too recklessly in Yunqing, and the public knows both their backgrounds. Reporting to the police was ineffective, so naturally, no one reported the incident." "What does Uncle Su plan to do about this?" Lu Wenzong asked. Su Weihong gave a bitter laugh and said, "Since there was no report filed, this incident now leaves only my son as the victim, and I can only swallow this loss silently. If I bring this matter out in the open, do you believe anyone here would come forward to testify? My influence in Yunqing is still too small. It can't end like this, right? If I hadn't stopped them at that time, it could have become a murder case." Lu Wenzong exclaimed. "If Feiyang really died, then it would be a different story. I've already spoken to Elder Xia, and he says we shouldn't rush into anything but should plot our moves carefully," Su Weihong said. "All right, there's not much I can do about this. However, I think Tang Jiming might retaliate against me. Don't worry about it. If he dares to retaliate, feel free to teach him a lesson, and if anything happens, there's me to deal with it," Su Weihong replied. "I'm not afraid of him, but since I'm here to do business, establishing a powerful enemy is less than ideal. Oh, by the way, isn't your chain store opening soon in Yunqing?" Su Weihong inquired. "Yes, it should be ready to open in about half a month. Let me know beforehand, and I'll be there to support you. That way, there will be fewer troubles," Su Weihong smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Su." After finishing the conversation with Su Weihong, Lu Wenzong checked on Su Feiyang's condition again, confirming there were no problems. Su Feiyang expressed deep gratitude for Lu Wenzong's help and continuously repeated from the bed how he would thank Lu Wenzong properly once discharged. Lu Wenzong left the hospital and took a taxi to check on the promotional activities around 2 squares. The young ladies combined distributing flyers with storytelling about Lu Wenzong's miracles, resulting in fairly good outcomes, with quite a few people gathering around them listening to their stories. In fact, Lu Wenzong's reputation as a divine doctor had already reached this area. Once his shop opened, business was expected to be no less than stellar. Moreover, the young ladies promoted that for the first 7 days of opening, Lu Wenzong would personally be in the shop offering free medical consultations. This point was the most appealing, and many people were inquiring about the exact opening date so they could line up early. While watching them promote his business, Lu Wenzong didn't do anything further and returned to check on the progress of the shop's renovation before heading directly to the hotel. However, upon entering his room, Lu Wenzong immediately sensed something amiss. It felt like someone had been inside. Although everything appeared to be put back in place, there were subtle signs that things had been touched. If the housekeeper had come to clean, the bed linens would have been neatly folded, the cigarette butts in the ashtray by the bedside would have been emptied, and the trash bin would have been tidied. Lu Wenzong looked around carefully, confirming that there was no one present, and then left the room. He went to the hotel reception desk and requested to view the surveillance footage. However, the hotel refused his request, so Lu Wenzong claimed he had lost a significant amount of cash. Only then did the staff lead him to the surveillance room. Inside the surveillance room, the staff reviewed the morning footage from the hallway camera outside Lu Wenzong's door. Indeed, they spotted a man wearing a baseball cap, dressed in all-black sportswear, who had entered his room. The doors to the hotel rooms were all electronic sensor doors. Any forced entry would trigger an alarm. Yet this person had managed to open the door silently. The hotel staff asked if they should call the police, but Lu Wenzong shook his head, saying it wasn't necessary since the amount of lost cash was minimal. After advising the hotel to enhance patrols and security measures, he returned to the room and began searching thoroughly again. That person had entered the room and left empty-handed, taking nothing. This seemed very unreasonable. If it was a thief, surely something would have been stolen. If not a thief, then what was their intention? Lu Wenzong meticulously searched the entire room, but found nothing unusual and eventually gave up. At noon, the girls hadn't returned for lunch, so Lu Wenzong simply ate in his guest room. After eating, with nothing else to do, he started cultivating alongside the little fairy. Without any disturbances, he focused entirely on his practice, continuing uninterrupted for 4 hours until he stopped. Feeling that the amount of divine energy within him had increased considerably, Lu Wenzong was pleased with his cultivation progress. Chapter 117. Xiuxian almost dies. At 6 in the afternoon, the young girls returned to the hotel. Lu Wenzong had already ordered food for them at the restaurant as a reward for their hard work. After dinner, the girls went shopping, but Xiuxian made an excuse not to go. She wanted to stay with Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong originally planned to take her out for a stroll, but she was exhausted and just wanted to rest in his arms. So Lu Wenzong held her, lying on the couch while chatting idly. At around 8:30 in the evening, she fell asleep in his arms. She woke up 2 hours later, still dazed. "Why don't you sleep anymore?" Lu Wenzong asked. "I've woken up. Are you tired?" Xiuxian quickly crawled out of his arms. "Not tired. You could sleep all night if you want." Lu Wenzong smiled. "Okay." Xiuxian nodded cutely and said, "I'll go freshen up." Lu Wenzong nodded, and then Xiuxian stood up, took off her clothes, changed into pajamas, and went to the bathroom to clean up. Lu Wenzong got up from the couch and stretched his muscles that were sore from her weight. A few minutes later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. It seemed she had finished brushing her teeth and washing her face and was now taking a shower. Lu Wenzong checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. He peeked out to check on the other young girls, feeling relieved when he learned they had all returned. Back in the room, Xiuxian was still showering, the water splashing incessantly. Lu Wenzong didn't think much of it and waited by the bed for her to finish. But the water kept flowing without any other sound coming from Xiuxian. Lu Wenzong became curious and asked, "Yanni, are you done yet?" No answer. Surprised, he quickly sat up. Asking again, there was still no response, so Lu Wenzong rushed over to the bathroom and yanked open the sliding door. His eyes widened in horror. He almost fainted on the spot. He bit his tongue to force himself to remain conscious. Xiuxian lay sprawled on the bathroom floor, covered in blood. The shower head sprayed water continuously, mixing with the blood, turning the entire bathing area bright red. It was a terrifying sight. In a flash, Lu Wenzong dashed forward and turned off the shower. Looking at Xiuxian's bloody, eroded flesh, unsure of what to do first, he gritted his teeth, grabbed her shoulders, and lifted her head. She had passed out, her face severely injured, although her beauty wasn't entirely destroyed. Hurriedly, Lu Wenzong scooped her up and carried her out of the bathroom, laying her down on the bed. He quickly grabbed the little hoe and poured divine water directly onto Xiuxian's body. As soon as the divine water touched her skin, the bleeding stopped immediately. After treating the front, Lu Wenzong flipped her over and poured divine water on her back as well. Essentially, he washed her entire body with divine water, finally stopping the relentless corrosion of her skin. Lu Wenzong then pried open her small mouth and carefully fed her spoonful after spoonful of divine water. For reliability, he fed her dozens of times, almost half a bowl before stopping. However, Xiuxian did not regain consciousness. Anxious, Lu Wenzong once more soaked her entire body with divine water. With the second application, the effects were much faster. The corroded areas on Xiuxian's body began forming scars, which quickly flaked off to reveal fresh, pink new skin. To expedite recovery, Lu Wenzong continued pouring divine water on her body. This process continued for nearly an hour until Xiuxian's skin was fully restored, leaving no traces of scarring. Xiuxian slowly opened her eyes, looking extremely weary. "Brother, what happened to me?" she whispered faintly. "It's fine, you just fell." Lu Wenzong gently stroked her newly regenerated skin, offering her words of comfort while secretly seething with rage. There was no way Xiuxian could have experienced this condition naturally. Someone must have poisoned her. If he found out who did it, Lu Wenzong would definitely make him pay dearly. Bloody hell, if he hadn't noticed in time, Xiuxian might have been gone forever. Thankfully, she was saved. Otherwise, Lu Wenzong would regret it for the rest of his life. "Good girl, lie down and rest," Lu Wenzong said, getting up and walking to the bathroom where he gathered the toothpaste, toothbrush, wall-mounted shower gel, and shampoo. Placing everything in a bag, after reassuring Xiuxian, Lu Wenzong left the hotel. As he stepped outside the hotel, Lu Wenzong called Su Weihong. "Uncle Su, I need your help with something. Can you lend a hand?" "What is it? Tell me," Su Weihong replied. "I need a laboratory to test some items for me," Lu Wenzong said. "All right, I'll arrange it for you," Su Weihong replied and hung up the phone. About 5 minutes later, Su Weihong called back. "Go to the Yunqing City Police Headquarters now. Someone will be there to receive you." "Okay." Thank you, Uncle Su. Lu Wenzong hung up the phone and quickly took a taxi to the Yunqing City Police Headquarters. At the gate, he saw a woman wearing glasses. She had a bob hairstyle, wore a police uniform, didn't wear a hat, and looked very clean and pretty. Are you the Lu Wenzong that Uncle Su mentioned? The female police officer greeted him with this question when she saw Lu Wenzong. Yes, hello. Lu Wenzong extended his hand. The two shook hands, and the policewoman said, My name is Lin Xiaohong. Let's go inside. Under Lin Xiaohong's lead, they went to the forensics department of the police station, where Lu Wenzong handed over the items he had brought. She immediately started working on them, while Lu Wenzong sat nearby waiting idly. About an hour later, Lin Xiaohong came out. The preliminary results are ready. There's nothing unusual in the shampoo, but the shower gel contains highly corrosive acidic substances. Also, trace amounts of strychnine were found in the toothpaste. Lin Xiaohong handed the forensic report to Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong quickly glanced at it and asked, What exactly is this strychnine? It's also known as strychnous alkaloid. It's highly toxic. You know Zhao Kuangyin? He used this substance to kill Emperor Liu. However, the amount in the toothpaste is insufficient, so it probably wouldn't have been lethal, Lin Xiaohong explained. Can we find out where these things originated from? Lu Wenzong asked. The strong acid would be hard to trace, but the origin of the strychnine should be possible to track, Lin Xiaohong responded. So, Officer Lin, who should we contact regarding this case? You let Uncle Su arrange it. It can be quickly found out. Since these substances are restricted, unless the perpetrator got them through the black market, it may take a bit of time to trace. Okay, thank you, Officer Lin. I apologize for making you work overtime late at night. Lu Wenzong shook her hand to thank her. Lu Wenzong could not confirm if the poisoner was from the Agricultural Trade Management Office. Although those people might have beaten him up, it was unlikely that they would kill him. Therefore, the person behind the poisoning was highly likely Tang Jiming, because in Yunqing City, Lu Wenzong had offended only one highly influential individual. Chapter 118. The poisoner deserves 1,000 deaths. Lu Wenzong personally paid a visit to Su Weihong's house, explaining the situation. To deal with Tang Jiming, it was best to have a justified cause. Even if things escalated, he could still extricate himself safely. Su Weihong quickly arranged personnel to investigate the origins of that strychnine alkaloid. After bidding farewell and leaving, Lu Wenzong did not return to the hotel, but went to the hospital instead. There were certain matters unsuitable for discussion with Su Weihong. Perhaps finding Su Feiyang would be more appropriate. Since he had no close acquaintances in Yunqing City, Su Feiyang became Lu Wenzong's target for assistance. Upon hearing his request, Su Feiyang didn't hesitate before picking up the phone. Within 20 minutes, a disheveled man entered the hospital. This man, surnamed Yang, named Yang Hu, looked rather careless and disrespectful. But after Su Feiyang ordered him to take Lu Wenzong to find the people at the Farmers Market Management Office, he proudly guaranteed the successful completion of the task. It couldn't be denied that despite appearing frivolous, when it came to action, he was quite efficient. After making a few calls, he swiftly obtained the home address of a Director Chun from the Farmers Market Management Office. Yang Hu owned an old Santana car that creaked along the road. Its longevity seemed uncertain. On the way, he talked nonstop about how awesome this car was, which made Lu Wenzong feel rather annoyed. About half an hour later, they finally parked in front of an ordinary residential complex. Getting out of the car, Yang Hu led Lu Wenzong into the compound confidently. Walking deep into the community, Yang Hu climbed up a building as familiar as if he lived there. He then knocked on the door of room 305. Soon, a teenage boy opened the door and cautiously examined them through the security door. I'm looking for Director Chang, Yang Hu said with what he considered a friendly smile. My dad is not here. He's playing cards, the boy replied. At the mahjong parlor near the entrance? Yang Hu asked. Nope, downstairs. After answering, the boy attempted to shut the door. Yang Hu fished $50 out from behind his back and grinned while handing it over. Surprised, the boy quickly accepted the money with pleasure and slammed the door shut afterward. The two headed upstairs to the second floor, knocking on the door of 205. A middle-aged woman answered and asked who they were seeking. Without waiting for her response, Yang Hu shoved past her and walked inside. In the living room, for people were engaged in a game of mahjong at a table. The air was thick with smoke, making it quite unpleasant. Hey, isn't that Brother Hu? Seeing Yang Hu, one of the card players suddenly stood up laughing. Stop. I'm not here for you today. I need to see Director Chung. Yang Hu laughed. Director Chung, seated with his back turned, heard the mention of Brother Hu and turned around abruptly upon recognizing the voice. When he saw Yang Hu and noticed Lu Wenzong standing behind him, he was startled and quickly rose, offering an awkward smile. You're Director Chung, right? My friend here has some questions for you. With that, Yang Hu walked straight to the table, grabbed a pack of cigarettes, sat down on the sofa, pulled one out, lit it, and relaxed with crossed legs as if enjoying himself immensely. Seeing the uneasy smile on Director Cheng's face, Lu Wenzong motioned for him to follow aside. Cheng didn't want to, recalling how Lu Wenzong had previously taken down several individuals at their management office single-handedly. Moreover, Brother Hu was watching closely. In Brother Hu's eyes, their so-called management office was merely insignificant. Taking Chung aside to the kitchen, Lu Wenzong closed the door and directly questioned him. The last time, wasn't it your people who went to the hotel to teach me a lesson? Misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Director Chung hurriedly plastered a full grin across his face and started apologizing non-stop. F***K speak. I don't need your apologies now. Lu Wenzong snapped. Yes, it's all my fault. I didn't realize you're a friend of Brother Hu. I'll pay compensation. I'll compensate you. Director Chung pleaded. I don't need your damn money. All I need is for you to answer me one question straightforwardly. If you've done something wrong, admit it honestly, and I might leave your body intact. Hearing Lu Wenzong's terrifying statement, Cheng Cheng turned pale, his whole body trembling as he fell to his knees before Lu Wenzong, crying out for mercy. Great master, don't hold the offenses of a lowly person against you. I've erred, I shall never do it again. I have parents above me and children below me. I can't die. Shut up. I haven't even started questioning you yet, and you're already blubbering? Lu Wenzong muttered angrily. Go ahead, ask me whatever you will, and I will truthfully tell you everything I know. Director Cheng wiped away the non-existent tears from his face and hastily replied. Good. Do you know where I'm staying currently? Lu Wenzong asked. No idea. Last time, I knew you were staying at the hotel. Later, I sent someone to inquire and learned that you moved somewhere else, but we were never able to find out exactly where. Director Cheng responded, clearly puzzled. Do you know what strychnine is? Strychnine? Is it a person or an item? Director Cheng was even more puzzled. Lu Wenzong observed that his words did not seem like lies, and thus considered Director Cheng cleared of the matter. He had originally thought this Director Cheng wouldn't have the guts to kill anyone, and now it appeared he was off the list of suspects, leaving only Tang Jiming, whom he offended for rescuing Su Feiyang. Tang Jiming was such a ruthless man, even more so than Lu Jianda or Li Feilong. He wanted someone dead at the slightest provocation. If you want my life, then don't blame me for wanting yours in return. Lu Wenzong made up his mind, turned around, and exited the kitchen. Brother Hu, let's go, Lu Wenzong called out. Done already? Yang Hu asked. Yeah, no issue anymore. After the two left, Director Cheng finally came out from the kitchen with a pale face. Glancing guiltily towards the door, he lost all interest in gambling. The group settled the accounts and went home respectively. On the way back, Lu Wenzong asked Yang Hu, how much do you know about Tang Jiming? Tang Jiming? He is my brother Feiyang's archenemy. This guy's been acting arrogantly in Yunqing City for many years, truly no one dared to provoke him. At the slightest disagreement, he demands someone's life, who dares to offend him. Moreover, this man is extremely cunning. Even if he takes someone's life, the police cannot uncover anything. Too damn frightening. Su Feiyang replied. Does this guy have any particular hobbies? Hobbies? He likes women, has as many girlfriends as there are stars. He also likes racing and gambling. Yang Hu laughed. Where does he usually hang out? That's hard to say. Tang Jiming is like a rat. Wherever he can burrow, he will. However, he goes racing every week, but the place changes according to his mood, so it's impossible to predict where he'll be. Brother, are you planning to take him on? Yang Hu asked. I'm just curious about him. Lu Wenzong didn't tell the truth, as he certainly couldn't trust Yang Hu completely. Xiuxian suffered so greatly, almost dying because of Tang Jiming. Such a despicable character deserves death over and over again. Failing to eliminate him would mean Lu Wenzong wasn't much of a man himself. Killing Tang Jiming would weigh nothing on his conscience. It would simply be ridding society of evil. Instead of returning to the hospital, Lu Wenzong went back to the hotel. Xiuxian was already asleep. Chapter 119, Breaking the Tail of a Tracker. Lu Wenzong checked on Xiuxian's condition, and everything was fine. However, what surprised Lu Wenzong was that the newly grown skin, due to the divine water, appeared especially white and tender, soft like an infant's skin, and particularly attractive. Xiuxian woke up as she was being examined by Lu Wenzong, who turned her this way and that. She rubbed her eyes and rushed toward Lu Wenzong. He held her in his arms and comforted her for a while. After Xiuxian fell asleep, Lu Wenzong started cultivation with Little Fairy. He was now very eager to cultivate more celestial energy, so that he could use the celestial techniques he had learned. After cultivating late into the night, Lu Wenzong went to bed, holding Xiuxian in his arms, and fell asleep. The next morning, instead of letting Xiuxian and the other young girls go to work first, he packed their luggage and prepared to move to another place. Lu Wenzong did not rashly change locations, but instead wandered around the hotel. After walking around a few times, he indeed found someone following him. It was a young man who looked quite ordinary, with no special features at all, perfect for tracking and surveillance. After confirming the presence of the follower, Lu Wenzong returned to the hotel and saw that the young man was sitting in the hall reading a newspaper, waiting. Earlier, when Lu Wenzong left the hotel, the young man had been drinking something near the hotel entrance. After getting on the elevator, Lu Wenzong went up to the second floor and then came back down the stairs. Seeing Lu Wenzong return, the young man gave him a puzzled look, and when Lu Wenzong looked over, the young man quickly lowered his head and continued staring at the newspaper. Lu Wenzong smiled and walked straight towards him. The young man tried to appear indifferent, keeping his gaze fixed on the newspaper, but was using his peripheral vision to glance at Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong sat down beside him and said, Hello, you look like a friend of mine. Can we get acquainted? The young man was taken aback, forcing a smile and replied, Sir, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Nope, it's just that you resemble a deceased friend of mine, so I came over to say hi. By the way, are you staying at this hotel? Lu Wenzong asked with a smile. Yes. The young man hastily responded. Oh, which room are you in? Maybe I can visit you sometime. Seeing you reminds me of my deceased brother. It's as if I see him in you. Lu Wenzong said. The young man thought quickly and declined, saying, Sorry, we're not familiar enough to give out my room number. What if you're a bad person? Lu Wenzong laughed, and before the young man realized it, he grabbed him by the shoulder and said cheerfully, Let's find somewhere to talk. What do we have to talk about? The young man moved his body away discontentedly, trying to slip out from under Lu Wenzong's arm. Nothing? I believe we have a lot to discuss. Lu Wenzong's face changed as his hand moved to the young man's neck. Come quietly with me, or I'll kill you. Kill me? Dare you? There are cameras here, and if I shout, do you think you can escape? The young man replied with nonchalance. Not too dumb. No wonder they sent you here to spy. Lu Wenzong said with a smile, then squeezed hard with his palm, pinning the back of the young man's neck. He easily lifted him up and carried him towards the stairwell. Terrified, the young man tried to struggle but found he couldn't muster any strength. Worse still, he couldn't even yell, allowing Lu Wenzong to drag him effortlessly towards the stairs. At the stairway on the second floor, Lu Wenzong threw him to the ground and kicked him with a foot. The young man let out a miserable cry, curling up like a boiled lobster clutching his stomach. When the pain subsided somewhat, Lu Wenzong squatted down and asked, "Who sent you?" The young man ignored him completely, glaring furiously. Lu Wenzong didn't shy away from a defiant one. He slapped him. His cheeks swelled rapidly. 2 white teeth flew out and landed on the floor tiles, quite noticeable. Blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Though in pain and groaning, he kept glaring at Lu Wenzong, refusing to give in. "Pretty brave. We'll see how long you can hold up," Lu Wenzong said, lifting his foot and stepping on his groin. "I'll ask again. If you don't speak, this part will bid you farewell," Lu Wenzong said with a laugh. This time, the young man lost his composure, his face contorted unpleasantly. "You have 3 seconds to think it over," Lu Wenzong said, and began applying pressure with his foot. The young man's face immediately contorted in excruciating pain. When his face turned blue from the pain, he desperately waved his hands for Lu Wenzong to stop. Lu Wenzong released his foot, and the young man took a deep breath, hurriedly bending over to protect his waist. "It was Master Wu who sent me," the young man gritted out. "Who is Master Wu?" Lu Wenzong asked. "Wu Yujun, Chief Wu's son," the young man replied. "Good. You know your place, sleep now." Lu Wenzong finished speaking and kicked him with force directly onto his temple. The young man rolled his eyes back and immediately fainted. Lu Wenzong returned to the room, instantly checked out with Su Yener, and they moved to another hotel arranged by Su Feiyang. With Su Feiyang's connections, they bypassed registration and settled in right away. Then Lu Wenzong told them not to go out for work these few days and just stay at the hotel. He would deal with this major problem later. There was no rush. Wu Yujun probably hung around with Tang Jiming. Lu Wenzong had no interest in handling Wu Yujun. Tang Jiming was the real mastermind. Once Tang Jiming was dealt with, Wu Yujun wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. After settling in, Lu Wenzong made a call to Su Feiyang to confirm Wu Yujun's identity and also inquired where Tang Jiming might be found. Su Feiyang provided a few locations, but could not guarantee that Tang Jiming would definitely be there. Lu Wenzong didn't mind. He had plenty of time and wasn't in a rush. After dinner, Lu Wenzong first went to a bar called Nguyen Wu. He ordered some drinks and sat idly in a corner waiting. It was still early, so there weren't many people in the bar. It wasn't lively yet. However, Lu Wenzong kept his attention fixed on the entrance of the bar. By 10 p.m., even after drinking several beers, Tang Jiming had not appeared. Still, several quite attractive women came up to chat with him. Lu Wenzong looked presentable enough, and combined with his recent better wardrobe choices, it wasn't surprising he was mistaken for someone wealthy. By 11 p.m., Tang Jiming still hadn't shown up, and Lu Wenzong was preparing to leave. But just as he was about to go, a familiar face suddenly appeared. Lin Xiaohong, the police officer Lin, showed up. Chapter 120. Give you a little surprise. Lin Xiaohong looked like a regular customer, and as soon as she entered, the server directly served her with drinks without needing to order. She sat alone at a table and drank heavily without even looking up. Lu Wenzong didn't leave immediately, but continued ordering a drink and carried it over. "Officer Lin, we meet again so soon." Lin Xiaohong looked up upon seeing Lu Wenzong and was slightly surprised but quickly calmed down. "You also come to the bar?" "First time here, just want to feel the charm of Yunqing," Lu Wenzong casually said. "What charm does Yunqing have?" "Just some scenery worth seeing," Lin Xiaohong nonchalantly replied. "Just that little bit of scenery isn't something other cities can offer. Only people from outside think it's special. By the way, is anyone investigating the strychnine case?" Lin Xiaohong asked. "There are still people investigating it, but I can roughly guess who did it already, so whether they find out or not doesn't matter much." Lu Wenzong laughed. "You need to be more cautious doing things in Yunqing. It's not like other places," Lin Xiaohong reminded him. "Don't worry. Officer Lin, you came out to the bar this late at night. Don't you have work tomorrow?" "I do, but I'm full of energy. 2 or 3 hours of sleep is enough for me." Lin Xiaohong smiled. "Admirable. Want to go dancing?" Lin Xiaohong invited. "I don't know how. You go ahead, I'll watch." Lu Wenzong smiled. "What do you mean know how? Just wiggle around." After Lin Xiaohong finished speaking, she pulled Lu Wenzong without hesitation toward the small stage. The small stage was crowded with young men and women, swaying their bodies to the rhythm of energetic music. Lu Wenzong was no stranger to dancing either. Since he had stepped onto the stage, why not give it a try? Even if one hasn't tasted pork, they must have seen pigs running around. Moving along to the beat really let him feel the rising surge of freedom from deep within. Lin Xiaohong danced very seriously, her eyes half closed, fully immersing herself into the dynamic music. Young girls continuously brushed by, creating an indescribable sensation with every touch. Especially some of them who didn't seem to avoid collisions, bumping their chests, legs, and butts against him. Lu Wenzong finally understood why many young people love coming to bars. It was stimulating. They danced for about 10 minutes, and although it felt exciting, Lu Wenzong still thought about the real purpose of his trip and prepared to leave the stage. He was just about to say something to Lin Xiaohong when he noticed 2 young guys surrounding her, one wearing a baseball cap, the other sporting long blonde hair. The guy with the baseball cap was showing off his dance moves in front of Lin Xiaohong while constantly glancing at her. These 2 appeared to be only about 23 or 24 years old, younger than Lin Xiaohong. Lu Wenzong found it interesting to observe how these two would flirt. After a few minutes, the two began to lose patience because Lin Xiaohong completely ignored them. The guy with the baseball cap leaned close to Lin Xiaohong's ear and shouted, "Big sister, you dance pretty well. Wanna have a drink?" Lin Xiaohong opened her eyes, looked at him, and disdainfully said, "Little kid, go play somewhere else." The guy with the baseball cap then said, "I'm not a little kid, I'm huge. Big sister, interested to find out." Lin Xiaohong gave him a scornful look, unwilling to respond further, and turned around moving closer to Lu Wenzong. These two quickly followed her. Once they noticed a large man blocking their path, they gave Lu Wenzong a discontented glare, went around him, and continued bothering Lin Xiaohong. Seeing that the two were still persistently following her, Lin Xiaohong stopped dancing, descended from the stage, and returned to her seat. These two also followed her. Walking behind, Lu Wenzong observed them approach Lin Xiaohong, and though he couldn't hear what they said, moments later Lin Xiaohong suddenly stood up and slapped both of them hard across the face. Startled, the two clutched their faces in confusion before reacting by lunging toward Lin Xiaohong. Despite being a forensic doctor, Lin Xiaohong was originally a police officer and incredibly skilled. With swift punches and kicks, she effortlessly knocked them both to the ground. The sound of overturned chairs and tables attracted everyone's attention inside the bar. Those on the stage stopped dancing, and surrounding guests ceased drinking and joking, all staring over curiously. Bar patrons also gathered. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit with a tie and slicked-back hair approached, seeing the two men lying on the ground, and frowned in dissatisfaction. "Sandelzi, Frida, don't cause trouble in my place, or I'll castrate you. Big backcomb, don't you dare fool around. It's her that hit me." The man on the floor with the baseball cap, namely Sandelzi, angrily shouted. "Get the hell out of here if you don't want trouble," the man with the slicked-back hair cursed. "Fuck your mom, Big backcomb. I'll kill you one of these days." Sandelzi got up from the ground, and continued yelling curses as he walked out. "Big backcomb, what the fuck are you doing? I was having a good time. So why did the music stop?" A door to one of the private rooms suddenly opened, revealing someone familiar to Lu Wenzong. Holy shit, it's like looking for something everywhere and then stumbling across it effortlessly. But when the hell did this guy get in without me noticing? Lu Wenzong silently rejoiced at finally spotting his target and immediately summoned the fairy to track him. "Follow him. When he goes speeding, come back and tell me," Lu Wenzong instructed. The fairy nodded slowly before floating away leisurely. The moment Big Backcomb saw Tang Jiming, his demeanor changed completely. He bowed deeply in apology, all arrogance gone compared to how he had treated Sandelzi moments ago. Tang Jiming cursed Big Backcomb a few times and was about to turn back inside when everything went dark in front of him. The giant light bulb above the private room door fell straight onto his head. He let out a painful scream as his body began to fall backwards. Big Backcomb quickly stepped forward to support Tang Jiming. "What the fuck? What kind of damn light bulb is this, falling off its perch for no reason?" Before Tang Jiming could finish his rant, another piercing scream echoed through the bar. This time, a piece of plaster from the ceiling fell right on top of Tang Jiming's vital area. Tang Jiming writhed in excruciating pain, cradling his injured part and letting out miserable howls. It hurt like hell, as if it had been severed. That wasn't the end yet. As a few bar staff attempted to carry Tang Jiming back into the private room, the door suddenly collapsed on them, pinning everyone underneath. The crowd in the bar watched in stunned silence. What an incredible series of coincidences. Tang Jiming must have the worst luck ever. However, since the misfortune didn't befall them personally, people found it quite entertaining. Some even started laughing aloud. Lu Wenzong couldn't help but laugh too. After signaling to the fairy, he prepared to leave. "Are you going already?" Lin Xiaohong asked. "It's late. Got things to do tomorrow. How about we go together?" Lu Wenzong smiled. Chapter 121, Another Unexpected Death. "Let's go, the mood is ruined." Lin Xiaohong smiled, stood up, and walked out of the bar with Lu Wenzong. After leaving the bar, it was late at night, but they could feel a wave of heat on their faces. The two walked side by side to the end of the bar street, where Lin Xiaohong said her goodbyes. Lu Wenzong didn't try to keep her, watching her leave in a taxi. His mood was still pretty good because he had finally found the trail of Tang Jiming, who was always elusive. As long as Little Fairy went into action, even the most brilliant people would be closely watched. On the third evening after discovering Tang Jiming's whereabouts, Su Weihong sent over news that the investigation had produced results and asked Lu Wenzong to come and pick up the documents. After receiving the information from Su Weihong, Lu Wenzong began reading it carefully. The materials first listed many normal uses for strychnine, but only one point of suspicion. Last time, the strychnine that poisoned Su Yener might have been bought from a pharmacy called Huiman Pharmacy. The buyer was named Yuan Fong, a small-time thug in Yunqing City. Yuan Fong sold the strychnine to Wu Yujun in Yunqing City, but what Wu Yujun did later with it could not be traced. This much was enough. Lu Wenzong soon located Wu Yujun's information through Su Feiyang. Wu Yujun was the youngest son of the police chief of Yunqing City, spoiled since childhood, lawless, misbehaving recklessly, and dominant in Yunqing City. Wu Yujun and Tang Jiming were extremely close, practically inseparable. Yang Hu was dispatched again by Su Feiyang to assist Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong had changed his opinion of Yang Hu. This guy was very capable of completing tasks while appearing carefree. In just over 2 hours, Yang Hu determined Wu Yujun's location by around 9 o'clock in the evening. It was along a national highway between Yunqing City and a lower county, together with Tang Jiming. Right when Lu Wenzong guessed they were likely going to race cars, the little fairy rushed back to inform him that Tang Jiming and his gang had already driven outside Yunqing City to prepare for car racing. Leaving Yang Hu behind, Lu Wenzong hailed a taxi alone heading straight toward the destination. When he arrived, no one was there. After asking nearby residents, he learned that half an hour ago, 5 luxury cars had been parked there, but they had all left just minutes ago. Lu Wenzong was now frustrated, blaming Little Fairy for informing him too late. Little Fairy herself was also upset, not knowing why Tang Jiming went driving. Seeing several luxury cars grouped together, she realized he likely intended to race cars and rushed back to inform Lu Wenzong. Without considering the early hour, Lu Wenzong summoned his flying spade and rode it along the national highway. He flew quite high so that unless someone deliberately looked skyward, no one would notice. Pursuing for half an hour, Lu Wenzong finally saw 5 cars speeding on the national highway at speeds certainly exceeding 180 kilometers per hour. There were plenty of vehicles on the highway, and occasionally the blaring sound of horns could be heard. Lu Wenzong increased speed to catch up, pulling ahead of the 5 luxury cars and stopping at a bend in the road. You will help me ensure success. A few minutes later, the roar of engines echoed from far away, bright headlights piercing the darkness. Lu Wenzong tensed, focusing completely to gather the spiritual energy within him. Little Fairy floated in the air, raising her finger and activating the spirit power. The leading silver-gray Ferrari sports car had just turned the corner when Lu Wenzong and Little Fairy simultaneously pointed forcefully at a rock in front of them. That rock detached from the mountainside and tumbled directly down onto the road below. With a thunderous boom, the rock hit the road, raising a cloud of dust. No sooner had it landed when the cars appeared. The leading Tang Jiming suddenly noticed the large rock on the road and instinctively slammed on the brakes. But in such high-speed conditions, it was not easy to stop. With the wheels locked, they screeched against the pavement, producing an ear-piercing sound, causing anxiety in those hearing it. A loud bang sounded as the Ferrari sedan crashed hard against the rock. Due to inertia, the rear of the car quickly lifted, flipped once over the rock, rolled more times, then headed towards the cliff edge. However, the railing at the cliffside managed to catch the front wheels of the car, preventing further descent. At the same moment, a red Ferrari following behind collided with the stone. The red Ferrari tumbled in the air before crashing heavily down. Tang Jiming had already opened the car door preparing to get out, but the red Ferrari came crashing down, pushing both man and car over the edge into a cliff hundreds of meters deep. The red Ferrari also fell rolling over the edge. The last 3 cars, being further away, managed to brake in time, avoiding the fate of flipping over. Lu Wenzong and Little Fairy exchanged a glance, then flew up into the air and crossed the road, descending toward the cliff below on the other side. At the bottom of the cliff was a river with fast-flowing water. The 2 cars had already vanished from sight. After receiving instructions from Lu Wenzong, Little Fairy dived straight into the river. A few minutes later, she emerged and, together with Lu Wenzong, quickly flew downstream. Both cars are at that spot. There's an unconscious person in the red car, likely not going to survive. Tang Jiming fell into the water and has been drifting downriver. Little Fairy explained as they flew. What does the person in the red car look like? Lu Wenzong asked. Should match the description you gave of Wu Yujun, replied Little Fairy, uncertainly. Never mind him. Let's see if Tang Jiming is still alive. Following the river for several miles, Little Fairy dove underwater once again and pulled out a body. Is he dead? Lu Wenzong questioned. Little Fairy shook her head. This guy has a lot of luck. He's still alive. How do we quietly finish him off then? Lu Wenzong asked, slightly surprised. Just ensure his body stays submerged in the water and doesn't float back up. Good. Watch carefully, Lu Wenzong instructed. Little Fairy placed Tang Jiming's body underwater and also submerged herself. Half an hour later, she surfaced. Not even a minute had passed when Tang Jiming's body suddenly began to float upward. He's dead, said Little Fairy. That's good. Let's go back. Lu Wenzong rode his flying spade alongside Little Fairy and ascended back up the cliff, heading toward Yunqing City on the other side. A few minutes later, they arrived at the outskirts of Yunqing City. They landed in a secluded area where Little Fairy concealed herself within the flying spade, while Lu Wenzong rented a private car to return to the city center. Chapter 122. The water supply in Gigu was cut off. That night, Lu Wenzong slept very soundly. However, the Tang Jiming family and the Wu Yujun family were plunged into endless sorrow. After the 2 cars were salvaged, Wu Yujun was confirmed dead on the spot, without any chance of resuscitation. Tang Jiming's body was found much further downstream. Both of them had died. After a series of investigations by the police, if the rock fell naturally, then Tang Jiming and Wu Yujun could be ruled out as victims of intentional harm caused by others. If the rock was pre-manipulated by someone else, then Tang Jiming and Wu Yujun might have been the victims of a carefully planned coincidental murder. The policemen rushed to the mountain during the night and carefully inspected the place where the rock had fallen. No traces of human involvement were found, no signs of hard force prying or evidence of human activity. However, the police investigation concluded that the detachment of the rock was purely due to natural causes. Unfortunately, the falling rock resulted in their deaths. The next morning, there was no news coverage about the incident, but it spread quickly through the streets and alleys of Yunqing City. It was rumored that Tang Jiming and Wu Yujun raced cars at night. Both crashed off the cliff and died. To ordinary people, the death of these 2 troublemakers was simply a cause for great joy. If it weren't for their fathers still living in Yunqing, there would likely be fireworks celebrating their deaths. But privately, many people today bought lots of food to celebrate secretly at home over the demise of these 2 pests. For Lu Wenzong, work could now proceed in full swing. An extra fee was added to the renovation side, and the construction team worked overtime to ensure completion within 2 days. Su Yin'er led 5 young ladies in full-scale publicity efforts. Meanwhile, Xia Tongtong also arrived with 2 employees from the External Affairs Department to prepare for the opening of the new shop. Upon arriving, Xia Tongtong contacted the Su Weihong family immediately. Upon hearing this was her niece's workplace, Xia Lili assured them they'd be absolutely safe in Yunqing City. Although Su Weihong didn't say much, he was definitely willing to help out given Xia Tongtong's presence. Su Feiyang had already been discharged from the hospital. He was healthy now, eating well, and in high spirits. As the one who saved his life, Lu Wenzong was naturally someone Su Feiyang wanted to befriend. Su Feiyang's character was somewhat like his friend Yang Hu, lacking any sense of propriety, talking loudly without reserve. Nevertheless, he was quite genuine, not hypocritical, straightforward, and made a good friend. After sharing a meal with the entire Su Feiyang family and building some connections, once the shop renovation was finished, it was time to purchase necessary items and hire staff. Meanwhile, the goods from Gigu were also loaded onto trucks and transported over. The opening day was set for August 20th on the Gregorian calendar. It wasn't considered an especially auspicious date. However, thanks to strong promotional efforts beforehand, a large number of citizens from Yunqing City were attracted to the opening day. Actually, people didn't come for shopping. They came for Dr. Lu Wenzong. Dr. Lu Wenzong was scheduled to diagnose patients for an entire week. For many patients in Yunqing City suffering from various chronic diseases, this was truly a blessing. Tales of Lu Wenzong's medical miracles had spread far and wide, though nobody had seen him. Nonetheless, since so many people claimed to have been cured, Lu Wenzong must indeed possess some talent. On the morning of August 20th, hundreds of meters of queues bent around the corner outside Dr. Lu Wenzong's grocery store, with preliminary estimates suggesting 400 to 500 people. Including relatives, the whole street was packed with people. The opening ceremony was hosted personally by Su Weihong. After the speeches, it was time to see patients. Lu Wenzong sat by a small door on the side of the shop, separated by a partition, diagnosing each patient in turn. Around 50 to 60 people were seen in the morning. During the lunch break, many people stayed, eating nearby, before continuing to queue. In the afternoon, when work resumed, those who drank the herbal decoction in the morning returned to buy more things. Lu Wenzong had treated them without charging a single cent, so morally and reasonably, they felt obligated to support the miraculous doctor's business. As such, in the morning, there were fewer buyers, but by the afternoon, it became too crowded to move. The few shop assistants hired locally thought such expensive vegetables and meat sold in this store must be madness. However, the afternoon rush demonstrated just how capable Lu Wenzong was. After the shop opened, Xia Tongtong did not leave right away. Instead, she stayed at Su Weihong's house as if visiting relatives. Xia Tongtong originally intended to stay at a hotel, but Xia Lili insisted she stay at home. Xia Tongtong really didn't want to. Staying at a hotel would let her and Lu Wenzong spend quality time together, whereas staying at Xia Lili's house left no such opportunity. After staying in Yunqing City for 7 more days, Lu Wenzong and Xia Tongtong left together to return to Sands County. Su Yin'er stayed behind temporarily and planned to leave a month later when everything in the shop was fully prepared. The young girl Xia Tongtong, who usually appeared gentle and cute, had become somewhat unbearable for Lu Wenzong since they'd deepened their relationship. No sooner had their car left Yunqing than it stopped at a temporary rest spot inside a tunnel. There was nothing Lu Wenzong could do. This little lass nearly drove him crazy, constantly teasing him on the road so much that he couldn't drive properly. The two indulged in some passionate moments in the tunnel before continuing their journey, feeling refreshed. Upon returning to Sands County, they spent one night there. The next day, Xia Tongtong went to work while Lu Wenzong returned to Gigu. Life in Gigu carried on as usual. There wasn't anything that required Lu Wenzong's special attention except watering all the land again. The weather this year had been quite abnormal, with not a single drop of rain falling since summer began, and the drought was showing signs of worsening. The lack of water in Gigu clearly reflected the severity of the drought. Previously, the mountain spring water flowed down abundantly, but now it trickled down very slowly. What used to fill up a large water tank in half an hour now took over 2 hours to complete. Although unable to change the climate, Lu Wenzong could only secretly pray that it wouldn't stay dry forever. Yet, as fate would have it, not a single drop of rain fell even by mid-September. It seemed that without any rainfall, Giga's water supply might be cut off soon. The manager of the farm was deeply worried because the farm was one of the largest consumers of water, and maintaining the water supply was extremely important. "Boss, there's no more water," came the bad news on the morning of September 17th, jolting Lu Wenzong awake. "Let's go check it out," said Lu Wenzong. So, the two set off towards the northern part of the mountain. It took them 2 hours of climbing to reach the top. Chapter 123. The water was diverted. At the top of the mountain, there was a deep spring beneath a large rock. It was from here that the water company had once taken water down to the village. Though it looked like a small spring, its water flow was quite substantial. Even after Giguzi had used it for so long, the water still remained plentiful. However, this year's severe drought had even affected the usually abundant deep spring. By the time the two men arrived, they saw only a shallow layer of water left under the rock, with the water pipe already exposed above the surface. Faced with this situation, both were at a loss. Now it seemed they would have to fetch water from a cave lower down in Giguzi. While Giguzi contained a deep pool, it was filled with too many aquatic plants and various fish and shrimp, making it unsuitable for drinking water without purification. If one wanted to drink the water from the deep pool, it would require thorough filtration. Lu Wenzong realized that given how the water level in the deep pool hadn't dropped despite the drought, there must be an abundant source underneath it. However, purifying the water was a troublesome process, consuming time, effort, and money, which made fetching water from the mountain cave a better option. But after observing for a while, something seemed off to the two men. Lu Wenzong noticed that water appeared to be continuously gushing out, but didn't raise the water level, which was strange. Upon examining behind the large rock, they finally uncovered the reason. Behind the rock was another small pit where the water seemed connected to the front spring. In this pit, a thick bamboo pipe was inserted into the deepest part, allowing the water to steadily flow downwards through it. The bamboo pipe extended downward, approximately 100 meters, before being replaced by a blue, thick plastic pipe. All the newly emerged water from the deep spring had been diverted away by this piping system. Due to the thickness of their pipes, the water drained quickly, leaving no water retained on the other side of the rock. Though the deep spring was unassigned, Lu Wenzong had already leased this mountain, granting him usage rights over everything on it. Moreover, when the water company installed pipelines, it was clearly stated that the deep spring belonged to him. Now that the water had been diverted, Lu Wenzong felt displeased. During the drought, he understood the need for water, but he expected others to inform him before using it. They should share the water fairly, but instead, they secretly diverted all the water, leaving none for his Giguzi. This was simply unacceptable. Lu Wenzong asked the farm manager to return first while he followed the pipeline down. Behind the mountain lived a group of villagers named Yen Na, who resided in Yen Na Go Valley, hence taking the name Yen Na. The pipeline led directly into Yen Na village, eventually entering through the back door of a family's yard. From atop the mountain, Lu Wenzong could clearly see many people in the courtyard waiting to collect water. Lu Wenzong circled around from a side path and walked to the main entrance of the courtyard. There were also several people drawing water there, and upon seeing Lu Wenzong approach, everyone looked curiously towards him. Before he had taken a few steps, someone recognized him. An old woman smiled as she approached and said cheerfully, "Isn't this Mr. Lu from Giguzi? What brings you here?" "That, auntie, do we know each other?" Lu Wenzong was sure he hadn't met this woman before. You don't recognize me, but I recognize you. My daughter works in your Giguzi sales department." The old woman replied joyfully. "Oh, hello auntie. May I ask why you're collecting water here?" "Well, because of this drought. Not only are the rice paddies dried up, but there's not enough water even for daily consumption. Our team leader thought it too cumbersome leading the village to fetch water from your village since we can barely gather a sufficient amount. So our team leader found a way to divert water from a spring higher up on the mountain, ensuring all of us could get water." "I see. Is this the team leader's house?" Lu Wenzong asked. "Yes. Do you need anything from our team leader?" "Oh, is Giguzi planning to lease our land?" Suddenly energized, the woman's voice grew louder. Once the word Giguzi leasing land reached the ears of the gathered crowd, Lu Wenzong was immediately surrounded by villagers seeking water. "Mr. Lu, is it true that Giguzi plans to lease our land?" Everyone asked simultaneously. Leasing land from Giguzi not only paid rent, but provided wages, which everyone favored. With limited land and poor soil quality producing low yields, leasing land to Giguzi would bring much more income than farming alone could offer. Therefore, all the villages around Guegu were hoping to lease their land to Guegu as soon as possible. Unfortunately, after Lu Wenzong leased several hundred acres nearby, there was no further movement, greatly disappointing many villagers from smaller villages. "I have something else to discuss with him." Lu Wenzong smiled without mentioning anything about leasing land. The timing wasn't ripe yet. Guegu's production capacity couldn't handle more land. "Then let me take you inside," the aunt said warmly. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Wenzong saw many people sitting in the house waiting to collect water. As they waited, smoking, chatting, and laughing filled the air, and lively scene. When Lu Wenzong walked in, men and women alike looked curiously at him. "Sweetie's mom, is this your relative?" someone joked. The aunt shook her head and laughed. "Nope, this is Mr. Lu from Guegu. He's here to see the team leader." Hearing that it was Mr. Lu from Guegu, the surrounding villagers turned to look. Some asked if Lu Wenzong had come to negotiate leasing land. Lu Wenzong could only give an awkward smile, shake his head, and say nothing more. "Who's looking for me?" At that moment, a tall and robust middle-aged man stepped out of the hall. He was built strong and large, roughly 50 years old, with a weather-beaten dark face. "Are you the team leader of Yen Na's production team, Li Zhong?" Lu Wenzong asked. "Yes, I'm Li Zhong. Are you Lu Wenzong from Guegu?" Li Zhong smiled, countering. "Yes, that's me." Lu Wenzong nodded. "You're here for something?" "It's a small matter regarding water," Lu Wenzong said with a smile. "Water? What problem could there be with water?" Li Zhong countered, puzzled. "The water is mine," Lu Wenzong stated calmly. "Yours? Your water? What do you mean by your water?" Li Zhong was still unclear on what was meant, perplexed, questioning repeatedly. "The water that comes down through the pipe you installed on the mountain belongs to me," Lu Wenzong repeated. "Mine? Are you kidding me?" Li Zhong finally understood but didn't find it amusing, sneering slightly as if it were a joke. "I didn't come here to kid around with you," Lu Wenzong said firmly. Chapter 124, A Water Dispute. Li Zhong retracted the smile on his face and glared at Lu Wenzong with dissatisfaction. In his view, there was nothing on this mountain they couldn't use, except for cutting down trees arbitrarily, and he hadn't heard of any national regulations that restricted usage of other things. Lu Wenzong, seeing Li Zhong remain silent, continued. "I know it's a severe drought now, and water shortage is indeed a problem. However, this mountain has been contracted by me. The rights to use every single plant on this mountain belong to me. You can use the water, but you need to inform me. But since you did not bother to say anything and directly use the water, my Ghost Valley was left without water. That's unacceptable. The villagers around listened to Lu Wenzong's words and stopped what they were doing, looking towards Lu Wenzong. To them, if Lu Wenzong refused to let them use the water, they felt furious. After all, they were in dire need of water right now. Thus, someone dissented, shouting loudly. What gives you the right to deny us access to water? Does the water belong to your family? Exactly. It's not like the water belongs to you. So why should you deny us from using it? Those nearby chimed in unanimously. Lu Wenzong ignored them and said to Li Zhong instead, I'm not a heartless person. If you want water, I can allow it, but it mustn't affect Ghost Valley's water usage. Here's what we'll do. We divide the time. You can use the water during the afternoon, and the rest of the time will be for our Ghost Valley. That's not acceptable. One afternoon isn't enough. The surrounding villagers cried out. Not enough? Then there will be no afternoon access either, and you won't get to use the water. With that, Lu Wenzong turned and walked away. Lu Wenzong returned up the mountain, pulled out the bamboo pipes, and sealed off the water gap. Without the large flow of water going down, the water level in the pond slowly began to rise. Lu Wenzong knew that sooner or later the villagers below would come to check on the situation. He had to stay here and wait. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, Li Zhong came leading over a dozen young men climbing the mountain. As they got closer, one of the young men behind Li Zhong shouted furiously, Why did you remove our bamboo pipe? Why? Must I keep explaining this? This mountain has been contracted by me, Lu Wenzong replied. What nonsense about contracting? Is the water part of your family property or something? Another man added irritably. Yes, exactly, it belongs to my family. And during the installation of the water pipes by the water company, Ghost Valley signed an agreement. The water in this pit belongs exclusively to Ghost Valley's use, Lu Wenzong chuckled. Lies. The crowd behind Li Zhong cried in unison. I've already given you an opportunity. You can collect water during the afternoon period. But you rejected it. Besides, Ghost Valley is a business place that requires a substantial water source. If you drain all the water, how can Ghost Valley operate? What does Ghost Valley have to do with us? The villagers retorted. Lu Wenzong was momentarily stumped by their words and bitterly shook his head. These people truly thought he acted like some cruel landlord, robbing them of their share. Yet in reality, they were infringing on his rights and then blaming him angrily as if it were his fault. Since you're talking like this, take it up with the village or town authorities. Lu Wenzong said. We'll do just that. I'll make the call now. One villager took out their phone and started dialing. Lu Wenzong didn't care. Both sides held their ground for almost an hour before the director of Chiefing Village arrived with a few others. Lu Wenzong was familiar with the village director Chen Wei from their previous cooperation discussing the contracting details. Chen Wei greeted Lu Wenzong, then brought him aside. Mr. Lu, everyone's having trouble accessing water due to this severe drought. Could you perhaps compromise a bit? Director Chen, I've offered them opportunities. They weren't satisfied, wanting to siphon off all the water from the pit. You were also responsible when we initially signed the contract. It clearly stated that all natural resources on this mountain belong to me. I know, but these are special circumstances, aren't they? Chen Wei said. So, I've told them that they can draw water during the afternoon while the rest of the time will be reserved for Ghost Valley. You know, we run operations there. Without water, it's simply impossible. Understood. Mr. Lu is being generous. I'll talk to them. Chen Wei nodded. After Chen Wei explained thoroughly, Li Zhong led the group away. Lu Wenzong watched them leave, thinking the matter was settled. But 2 days later, Ghost Valley lost its water again. Upon checking, Lu Wenzong discovered the water hole had been filled up with dirt. Lu Wenzong was furious. Who the hell did this? He muttered. He immediately called Chen Weitong and asked him to come up and take a look. When Chen Weitong arrived, he also became extremely angry upon seeing the water hole covered with dirt. He shared the same suspicion as Lu Wenzong. This must have been done by someone from the production team at Yina Village. As for who exactly it was, further investigation was needed. Chen Weitong stormed off angrily to begin his inquiry. Lu Wenzong didn't concern himself with how Chen Weitong conducted his investigation. Instead, he went back to Ghost Valley and called people to clean out the water pit. If some people didn't want water, then fine, he wouldn't give it to them. It took the staff of Ghost Valley a long time to finish cleaning the pit. But for now, the water couldn't be used. It was extremely murky, filled with mud, and would need to settle for a while. Lu Wenzong hired people to keep watch on the mountain to prevent further sabotage. However, more trouble came along. Chen Weitong found no leads during his investigation. But sure enough, someone returned that night to cause destruction, leading to a conflict with the staff of Ghost Valley. 2 employees of Ghost Valley were injured in the scuffle, while the vandals escaped in the chaos. In the dark, the workers didn't get a clear look at who they were. After learning about the situation, Wu Ruhan quickly called the police. When the police arrived at the scene, after conducting an investigation, they swiftly identified the suspects responsible for the damage. After all, these were just ordinary villagers who knew little about law, so their actions weren't well concealed, leaving plenty of clues behind. Thus, the town's police force proceeded to arrest the suspects at Yina's production group. However, this caused significant trouble. Led by Li Zhongwei, the entire village, including adults, children, elders, and women, surrounded the policemen in such overwhelming numbers that they couldn't make any arrests. In the eyes of these villagers, even if those young men were indeed suspected of damaging the water hole, it was because they were considering the needs of everyone else. Hence, the villagers thought there was nothing wrong with what they did. And even if there was, it wasn't fair for only a few of them to bear the blame. Surrounded by the villagers, the policemen had no way to leave despite shouting and urging them. If it had been just a few individuals, it might have been manageable, but with hundreds of villagers, including children and elderly people, The policemen didn't dare to resort to forceful measures. They simply couldn't risk taking responsibility for anything happening. Chapter 125. The surrounding situation of Gue Valley. When Lu Wenzong learned of the situation, he was also surprised. He didn't expect Wu Ruhan to call the police to arrest people. This was an internal conflict among villagers, which could have been resolved by contacting acquaintances. However, involving the police complicated matters. Lu Wenzong made a phone call to Secretary Wang, asking him to intervene and resolve the issue. Secretary Wang arrived in Gue Valley quickly by car, picked up Lu Wenzong, and went to Yina production team. When Secretary Wang arrived, several policemen were still surrounded by the crowd. Seeing their township leader come, the villagers voluntarily opened a path for Secretary Wang to enter the circle. Secretary Wang stepped onto a raised platform, looked at the sea of people before him, and smiled as he spoke. Dear fellow villagers, I am Secretary Wang from the township. If you have any grievances or concerns, feel free to voice them to me. However, surrounding the police during their work is not right. Secretary Wang paused, and the villagers began chattering, some criticizing the police for arresting people, others calling Lu Wenzong a villain for cutting off water supply, while others argued that the young men were just well-intentioned but had made mistakes and shouldn't be arrested. After a cacophony of shouts, Secretary Wang gestured with his hand, quieting the crowd. Next, Secretary Wang explained Lu Wenzong's rights as a mountain contractor, clarifying what these young men had done improperly. His explanation was both reasonable and compelling, leaving the villagers silent. In the end, under Secretary Wang's insistence, the policemen did not take the youths away, opting instead for education only. The matter ended there temporarily. Secretary Wang encouraged Lu Wenzong to say a few words on the stage about Gue Valley's future plans for everyone. Lu Wenzong hadn't originally planned to incorporate Yina production team's land into Gue Valley's development plans immediately. After all, there was a high mountain separating them, and transportation would have to make a detour, which seemed impractical despite the cost being negligible to him. Nonetheless, it was always better to start small and tackle harder challenges later. Gue Valley was still digesting the lands near its entrance, so tackling the rear part of Gue Valley would indeed be challenging. However, Lu Wenzong understood Secretary Wang's intention, improving relations between Gue Valley and the villagers of Yina production team. Although Ghost Valley needed to coexist peacefully with the locals and couldn't afford to worsen their relationship, it was crucial to smooth things over even if Lu Wenzong had done nothing wrong. Future cooperation depended on mutual understanding. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong ascend the stage, the villagers were confused until they heard his announcement about planning to lease their lands next. Instantly, the crowd was thrilled because no village around Gue Valley wouldn't look forward to their land being contracted. Everyone wanted a stable income and higher wages. Consequently, the villagers were captivated by visions of better lives, forgetting past grievances. Lu Wenzong's grand promises delighted the villagers, who erupted in cheers. Each hectare would earn dividends. Taking care of the land provided wages. It was too good an opportunity to pass up. Thus ended this farce regarding the drought. Thereafter, Yina production team was granted water usage rights in the afternoon, while the other times belonged to Gue Valley. No one voiced further objections, and this minor incident did not interfere with Gue Valley's affairs. Life continued bustling as usual. What surprised Lu Wenzong was the growing prosperity around Gue Valley. Close to where Su Jihao's wife ran her store, several families were planning to build houses. Inspired by her successful small shop, one family intended to set up a grocery store selling daily necessities. Su Yin'er returned from Yunqing City after stabilizing the operations there, but she left again soon to explore new markets. While Su Yin'er was busy expanding her business empire, Lu Wenzong enjoyed his tranquil days in Gue Valley, leisurely tending to those seeking medical treatment and wandering around aimlessly. With Lu Junda's passing, there were fewer worries, allowing Gue Valley's rapid development akin to rocket launch. If given another year of peaceful growth, Gue Valley might break through 5 billion yuan in capital without much trouble. But such good times ended soon when in September, the village approached him to discuss rebuilding a primary school in a mountain hollow adjacent to Gue Valley. Lu Wenzong saw no problem with building the school, deeming it unrelated to Gue Valley, while potentially boosting its popularity. But Su Jihao's next words startled him. Mr. Lu, your enterprise being so large, maybe you should sponsor something? Su Jihao chuckled. How much? Lu Wenzong asked with a wry smile. It seemed everyone now saw him as a piece of meat, and they all wanted a bite. The town wanted him to pay for road repairs, and the village for school renovations. Fine, if money was what it took, then so be it. It was still a good cause. The rest is covered by grants, but there's no clear source yet for the 20,000 yuan needed for the teaching building. Su Jihao explained. All right, I'll cover the 20,000. You go ahead and start the construction. Lu Wenzong nodded in agreement. Su Jihao left happily, and Lu Wenzong didn't give the 20,000 yuan a second thought. After all, he had the means now, and doing something for the village was only fitting. But Lu Wenzong's carefree life didn't last long. It was disrupted by none other than Li Yuru. Li Yuru rushed into Gue Valley like a whirlwind, grabbing Lu Wenzong and dragging him into her car before he even knew what was happening. Only once inside the car did Lu Wenzong learn that this young lady had been busy investigating a case, and she had finally solved it. She pulled Lu Wenzong along not just for identifying people, but more importantly, to show him that she'd completed the task she'd promised. She was definitely someone who followed through on her word. The investigation was nearly complete, confirming without a doubt that Li Feilong was behind the whole thing. However, Lu Wenzong knew he wasn't strong enough yet to confront Li Weiguo head-on. As long as Li Weiguo was around, handling Li Feilong would remain an obstacle. Lu Wenzong felt extremely frustrated. Every time he thought about how he had been bested by Li Weigua, his teeth gritted in anger. To make matters worse, the strange entity he encountered at the hotel in Sance continued to unsettle him. Could it be that there were truly mysterious individuals in this world? Recently, his tranquil life had caused him to lose some of his fighting spirit. Although he hadn't stopped practicing, his progress was slow. Was there another way to speed up his cultivation? Chapter 126. Li Yuru is transferred. After going through a brief farewell ceremony, Li Yuru left the police station with Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong found a decent restaurant and treated Li Yuru to a meal as a way of rewarding her for her hard work on the case. Li Yuru was indeed a bit worn out. In the past 6 months, she had been almost constantly busy, nearly neglecting her original job, fully dedicating herself to investigating Lu Wenzong's case. She had promised Lu Wenzong that she would take good care of his shop, so when his store was vandalized, she was angrier than anyone else. Because of her persistence, there was a breakthrough in the case. Unfortunately, although the mastermind confessed, 5 people could not provide enough evidence, meaning they were unable to arrest Li Feilong. This left Li Yuru quite disappointed. Nevertheless, Lu Wenzong was already very grateful to Li Yuru, feeling that she truly kept her word, devoting half a year of her time entirely to this matter, which was very rare. After the meal, Li Yuru rested for a while and said, "I'm being transferred." Transferred? Lu Wenzong was surprised. "Yes, I'm being transferred to Sanling City," Li Yuru said. "Promotion? Kind of. I'll be serving as the head of the serious crimes unit." Li Yuru's mood was clearly a little low, seemingly as if this promotion wasn't a good opportunity. Congratulations, Lu Wenzong said. "I don't want to leave. I haven't achieved anything significant in Sangzi yet," Li Yuru said regretfully. This promotion was entirely due to her grandfather's decision, and she didn't want to go. But it's still good. Your grandfather did consider your future. Running so far from home as a police officer is indeed tough. If I were your grandfather, I'd do the same. TSK, don't take advantage of me. Li Yuru gave Lu Wenzong a glare. 3 days later, Li Yuru was transferred to Sanling City, and Lu Wenzong personally saw her off, congratulating her on the small promotion. After returning to Gigu, the team started surveying the land belonging to the Wild Production Group to confirm the exact acreage of each household. The villagers were all cooperative and pleased, making Gigu's work much easier. Meanwhile, some surrounding production groups also came forward, requesting Gigu to lease their lands. Lu Wenzong thought about it and directly agreed. As a result, Gigu's leased land increased to 2,000 acres this year. Lu Wenzong purchased several more tractors to accelerate the plowing, aiming to plant all 2,000 acres as quickly as possible. 2,000 acres of land required annual rental costs of tens of millions, plus each family's labor wages, leading Gigu to spend nearly 1 billion yuan annually on land and labor costs. Fortunately, after the previous 6 months of development, Gigu's funds were still sufficient. After leasing 2,000 acres, the area around Gigu began to become lively. Families whose lands were leased out, if their homes weren't already newly renovated, abandoned building new houses on their old sites, and instead built near Gigu. For a time, construction projects sprouted everywhere around Gigu, along with a newly started elementary school, making the area vibrant. Although surrounded by peaks, due to the many people visiting Lu Wenzong for medical treatment, the foot traffic in the Gigu vicinity remained steady, making it profitable to start small businesses here. With the increase in foot traffic, some spots naturally became places where people sold vegetables and meat, resembling an impromptu market. Though it was still small scale, it had the makings of a real marketplace. Lu Wenzong was happy to see this develop, and he discussed it further with Wang's secretary of the town, planning things accordingly. They filled in some deep ravines, widened roads, making it feel like a proper development project. By the end of National Day, 50 households had moved into the area around Gigu, forming a small village that surrounded Gigu itself. Meanwhile, at Gigu, the first season's harvest of the 2,000 acres had begun selling. Still following Gigu's planting ratio, the largest crop was vegetables, followed by ginseng, then flowers, and finally animal husbandry. If Gigu were now called the biggest agricultural company in Sangzi, it's likely no one would doubt it. Wu Ruhan, serving as the general manager, had become the most famous female entrepreneur in Sangzi County. Not only was she chosen as a representative of the town, but also of the county. However, just like Lu Wenzong, Wu Ruhan paid little attention to these titles and focused mainly on Giga's development. Lu Wenzong wanted to make Giga bigger and stronger, aiming to join the ranks of the country's most well-known companies. Wu Ruhan, because of Gigu's rapid development, had thrown all her energy into managing the company. By mid-October, under Su Yenner's efforts, the chain stores had expanded to 10 in number, almost covering all the counties and cities around Sangzi. Lu Wenzong started to get busy as he spent a few days at each shop, treating the patients who had registered in advance. Although working non-stop was exhausting, Lu Wenzong felt happy. After a month of hustling, he had just returned to Gigu when he was informed that someone had been waiting for him for several days to discuss cooperation. Lu Wenzong found it strange since Wu Ruhan was already at Gigu, and whoever wanted to cooperate could directly talk to her. Why wait specifically for him? When Lu Wenzong saw the person, he thought the face seemed familiar, but couldn't immediately recall who it was. Wu Ruhan whispered into his ear, "This is Wu Shengjun. He came once when we were still at Longshan." "Wu Shengjun? I don't remember." Lu Wenzong said to Wu Ruhan, but still decided to follow the rule of not hitting a smiling face, and warmly shook Wu Shengjun's hand. "Mr. Lu, this time I came to negotiate cooperation with Ms. Wu, but she seemed unwilling. I guess my previous rash actions have left a prejudice against me." Wu Shengjun chuckled. Lu Wenzong finally remembered who Wu Xingjun was, the guy who'd come before to negotiate a deal, set a high price without room for negotiation, which ended in an unpleasant separation. However, judging by his attitude now, it seemed sincere enough. Lu Wenzong smiled and asked, "So, Mr. Wu, what aspect of cooperation are you discussing this time?" "I want to purchase your ginseng, in large quantities," Wu Xingjun replied. Lu Wenzong paused for a moment, confused. "If Mr. Wu wants to buy our ginseng, you can completely talk to the sales department. Why bother me?" "Mr. Lu, didn't our company end up on your company's blacklist?" Wu Xingjun let out a bitter laugh. Back then, when negotiating cooperation, he hadn't paid much attention to the small company acting haughty. But he never expected that Gigu would grow so fast, and even blacklist his company, refusing any cooperation. It was truly frustrating. Gigu's ginseng was in high demand in the market. Many people around him who dealt with herbal medicine wholesale had already made good money just from trading Gigu's ginseng. If he continued to be arrogant and refused cooperation, he might soon be overtaken by his former rivals. Chapter 127, by Dachang's conflicted mind. "How much does Mr. Wu plan to purchase each season?" Lu Wenzong asked. 50,000, no, 100,000 pounds, Wu Xingjun replied. "All right, since Mr. Wu has personally approached me, as a fellow citizen of Sangzi County, I also hope that Mr. Wu's business will prosper. I'll take the initiative to remove Mr. Wu's company from our blacklist. You can directly discuss with Manager Zhou from the sales department. Pricing should be based on the market price. If our cooperation is smooth in the future, we can always discuss preferential policies later." Lu Wenzong smiled. "In that case, thank you, Mr. Lu. Could you inform Manager Zhou first? I've approached her several times, but she refused me every time," Wu Xingjun chuckled. "All right, I will let Manager Zhou know." Lu Wenzong nodded and agreed. After Wu Xingjun left, Wu Ruhan said worriedly, "This Wu Xingjun has problematic integrity. Is it really wise to cooperate with him? For now, it shouldn't be an issue, but we need to closely monitor him and prevent any unexpected trouble he may cause," Lu Wenzong said. "Why are you still cooperating with him then?" Wu Ruhan asked curiously. "Perhaps he's sincere," Lu Wenzong laughed. "I just feel uneasy about this. Let's see." Wu Xingjun found Zhou Jingjing from the sales department inside Gigu. After talking for a while, they finally nailed down the specifics of their cooperation. Due to Wu Ruhan's personal instruction via phone call, Zhou Jingjing signed a very detailed cooperation agreement with Wu Xingjun. This document clearly listed various rights and obligations, ensuring that if anything went wrong on Wu Xingjun's side, it wouldn't drag Gigu into trouble. After confirming the terms of their agreement, Wu Xingjun stayed in Gigu. Around this time, the man who had previously visited Gigu with him, named by Dachang, also came seeking a meeting. He wasn't blacklisted, but his store was operating increasingly poorly, nearly on the verge of closure. His goal this time was to discuss possible cooperation with Lu Wenzong regarding opening a joint shop. Lu Wenzong's Gigu had already announced the franchise model for chain stores. The partner would provide the storefront and staff, while Gigu would supply the raw materials. Both sides would cooperate, with profits split 30-70. This franchise model seemed somewhat harsh because despite all the partners' effort, they only received the smaller share of the profit. So many people joked about Lu Wenzong's policy. However, after half a year of observation, Bai Dachang realized that even a third of the profit far exceeded what he made in a year running his seed store. Since the seed store was unsustainable, why not consider a partnership? Moreover, Bai Dachang wasn't from Sangzi County but rather from Limin, a county several hundred miles away from Sangzi. Both counties belonged to the same province, but Limin was more underdeveloped than Sangzi. Still, since it was his hometown, if he could open a successful shop there, it would be quite beneficial. A few days ago, he specifically returned home to check if Lu Wenzong's reputation as a miraculous doctor had reached the area. Upon returning home, he discovered that Lu Wenzong's fame had long spread there, with some people having traveled to Sangzi to seek medical treatment from Lu Wenzong. This bolstered his confidence in starting a business in his hometown. Therefore, immediately after returning to Sangzi the next day, he hurried over. But before even settling in properly at Gigu, he surprisingly saw that Wu Xingjun was staying in the neighboring room. Their encounter made enemies glare fiercely at each other, although it took some effort for Bai Dachang to suppress his inner anger. Their relationship had initially been relatively amicable. Knowing Wu Xingjun had connections, Bai Dachang had often flattered him after establishing his own store in Sangzi. Unfortunately, during a previous negotiation attempt at Gigu, Bai Dachang complained slightly, and upon returning, Wu Xingjun used his influence to make his shop nearly deserted. Wu Xingjun maintained close relations with Brother Qing from Sangzi, so every day a group of thugs loitered outside his store, gradually scaring away potential customers until Bai Dachang couldn't continue anymore. Consequently, Bai Dachang harbored deep resentment toward Wu Xingjun but was powerless against him in Sangzi. Since he couldn't confront him, avoiding him was better, so he decided to retreat back to his hometown. But encountering Wu Xingjun again in Gigu, Bai Dachang considered this yet another unfortunate twist of fate. Wu Xingjun casually grinned at Bai Dachang without a care in the world, but Bai Dachang gave him a heated glare. Brushing past him, Bai Dachang headed to the office building to negotiate joining a franchise store with Wu Ruhan. Although the current chain store operations were supervised by Su Yener, it was still a subsidiary company, so Wu Ruhan still had significant influence. Besides, since Su Yener wasn't present, taking the lead in the discussion was perfectly fine. Bai Dachang's conversation with Wu Ruhan went smoothly, and both quickly finalized the franchise details. Extremely pleased, Bai Dachang decided to return home early the next morning to start preparations. Back in his guesthouse room, feeling in high spirits, he walked onto the balcony to enjoy the view of Gigu. Suddenly, Wu Xingjun's voice caught his attention. Surprised, he turned around to find Wu Xingjun sitting on his balcony making a phone call. Bai Dachong hurriedly took a step back, afraid that Wu Xingjun might mistake him for eavesdropping on his phone call. Standing at the gap between the room and the balcony, he listened for a while, and his face changed drastically. This Wu Xingjun was indeed cunning and despicable enough. Bai Dachong returned to the room and sat down, feeling an intense inner conflict. Should he tell Wu Ruhan or Lu Wenzong about what he just overheard? Bai Dachong hesitated for a long time, but eventually decided against it. He was somewhat afraid of Wu Xingjun and even more afraid of Qin Ge behind Wu Xingjun. Although secretly informing Wu Ruhan wouldn't be a big deal, if Wu Xingjun suspected him, even with his hometown being hundreds of miles away, retaliation would likely follow. After deciding not to reveal Wu Xingjun's secret, Bai Dachong let out a sigh of relief, but also felt particularly guilty towards Lu Wenzong. The next morning, before dawn, he got up, checked out, and left. Lu Wenzong had no idea that Bai Dachong had left Gui Valley with heavy heart as he was discussing construction details of some scenic facilities with the construction team. The project had been ongoing for months without success. Many planned trails, pavilions, and sightseeing spots had undergone changes due to the complex terrain of the mountain. So far, only 1/3 of the tourist attraction project designed by Lu Wenzong for Gui Valley had been completed. The only finished part was the huge sign outside the Gui Valley gate and the uniquely shaped landscape trees. On November 20th, xiuxian called, inviting Lu Wenzong to attend a commercial charity dinner in the city to raise donations for the landslide disaster in Zhongjian town under Duan County in Sanling City. Lu Wenzong nodded and agreed. After the severe drought in September and October, the entire Sanling City started receiving rain, causing many areas to suffer from landslides and mudslides, though no significant loss of life occurred. Duan County, however, experienced a unique geographical situation where the mountains were even steeper. A large portion of Zhongjian town was covered by the landslide, resulting in considerable losses. Both the municipal and county governments provided emergency assistance, but there was still a substantial shortfall in funds needed for subsequent reconstruction and support for victims. Thus, they turned their attention to the various businessmen in Sanling City. Chapter 128. Do you have the guts to climb into bed? Lu Wenzong had no objections. Donating to those in need was a good thing. Moreover, going with Xia Jianjun not only meant contributing money, but also expanding his business network. Although his current agricultural company was doing very well, he still lacked prominent business connections in commerce. Aside from the long-term cooperation with Xia Minghai's food company, all other collaborations were developed step by the company's staff, without any stable business contacts or partners. At the charity banquet, Lu Wenzong brought Wu Ruhan along, and they arrived in Sangzi on the afternoon of the 20th. Xia Jianjun had a group of people with him, leaders of various companies large and small within Sangzi County. Some of them were partners with Gigu, but they were more familiar with Wu Ruhan or other sales department and external liaison personnel rather than having interacted directly with Lu Wenzong, the boss. As the largest agricultural company in Sangzi County at the moment, both Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan naturally held considerable status. The largest enterprise within the county was the owner of a coal mine whose assets were around 2 to 300 million yuan, roughly on par with Gigu. As for others, anyone with assets over 50 million yuan was considered quite accomplished. The coal mine's owner, surnamed He Spoke Loudly, had a forthright personality and was worth befriending. However, the only thing that troubled Lu Wenzong was that his ostentatious attire was rather embarrassing. Thick gold chains, a gold watch, a gold ring, and a shiny gold wallet. Every piece screamed of his wealth. Mr. Lu, your clothing is too unsophisticated. You don't look like a boss at all. And there it was, this guy was critiquing Lu Wenzong's outfit. Lu Wenzong was dressed very casually, even though he knew formal wear was expected for a charity dinner. However, he simply couldn't get used to wearing a suit, so casual clothes were what made him feel most comfortable. Therefore, among the men present, Lu Wenzong was the only one not wearing formal attire, though he was also the youngest. There were only 2 women here. One was the mistress of a garment factory, about 30 years old, pretty and full of charm, and the other was Wu Ruhan. As the general manager of Gigu, Wu Ruhan was quite well known among these businessmen. She handled many matters herself, making her much more famous than Lu Wenzong. What left Xia Jianjun speechless was that Lu Wenzong had the worst car among everyone present. Others had Audis as the least luxurious cars, while Lu Wenzong drove a big Jeep, a very individualistic choice. Fortunately, no one commented, knowing that Gigu previously couldn't even drive a sedan up there, and they understood Lu Wenzong driving a large Jeep. Xia Jianjun's car led the way, with more than 10 vehicles heading towards Sanling City. Mr. He, the coal mine owner, refused to ride in his own Mercedes-Benz, instead insisting on squeezing into Lu Wenzong's car. This guy was an excellent speaker, chatting nonstop the entire way without showing any signs of fatigue, which made Lu Wenzong exhausted as well. By the time they reached Sanling City, it was already dark. Xia Jianjun had arranged accommodations, and everyone returned to their respective rooms. To Lu Wenzong's frustration, Xia Jianjun had only arranged one room for him and Wu Ruhan. In fact, Xia Jianjun hadn't expected Wu Ruhan to come. He thought only Lu Wenzong would attend, so he arranged just one room. When Wu Ruhan arrived, he didn't think to arrange an additional room, leading to an awkward situation. Wu Ruhan wasn't bothered at all. After all, the 2 of them had slept together before, so sharing a room wasn't anything new. As she sorted through her brought laundry nearby, Lu Wenzong teased, "Aren't you worried that I'll turn into a savage beast and eat you in the middle of the night? Do you even have the guts?" Wu Ruhan turned back, giving him a disdainful smile. And there it was, Lu Wenzong was speechless. He had already gotten involved with 3 women, 2 of whom had relationships that couldn't be made public. Wu Ruhan's relationship with Lu Wenzong was distant yet close lately. Although they still got along well, it felt like she harbored some resistance toward Lu Wenzong. This resistance was evident in their interactions. She would intentionally give Lu Wenzong some small challenges, sometimes throwing tantrums in private. If he didn't know she was only 25 years old, Lu Wenzong would have thought she was experiencing early menopause. After sorting out her change of clothes, Wu Ruhan prepared to take a shower. Lu Wenzong teased again. "Do you want me to scrub your back?" Wu Ruhan turned and said. "If I did, would you even dare to come?" Lu Wenzong laughed. "I'll come later." Wu Ruhan stepped into the bathroom, and the sound of rushing water began, stirring restlessness within Lu Wenzong. It took half an hour for Lu Wenzong to suppress his irritability. Eventually calm, he sat by the computer browsing through the news. The sound of movement from the bathroom caught his attention. He turned and instantly froze. Staring dumbfounded for a while, a warm stream flowed from his nostrils. Feeling something salty in his mouth, Lu Wenzong wiped with his hand, revealing a bright red streak. "Shit, I'm bleeding." Lu Wenzong quickly searched for tissues to clean his nose as Wu Ruhan's delighted laughter came from behind him. This young woman had emerged from her shower wearing only lingerie. Her excellent figure accentuated by her attire, combined with them being alone in the room, made it hard for Lu Wenzong, a normal man, to endure. "Miss Wu, are you doing this on purpose?" After cleaning the blood, Lu Wenzong turned around with a gloomy look on his face. "Wearing simple clothes after taking a shower before sleeping isn't normal, isn't it?" Wu Ruhan chuckled without concern, then gracefully walked closer. "I'm going to take a shower." Fleeing hastily, Lu Wenzong darted into the bathroom. After staying inside to cool off for a bit, Lu Wenzong finally began to undress and shower. Wu Ruhan was clearly intentional. Was this little vixen testing him? Or did she not fear that he would lose control and take advantage of her? Lu Wenzong finished his shower quickly. It took no more than 10 minutes, and stepped out. Wu Ruhan was already lying on the bed, leaning against the headboard scrolling through her phone. Seeing Lu Wenzong come out, Wu Ruhan grinned and asked, "So fast? Are you really cleaned up?" "Men shower fast," Lu Wenzong smiled. "If you're not clean, don't even think about getting into bed," Wu Ruhan laughed. "Haha, there are 2 beds in this room, but I might sneak over to your bed in the middle of the night," Lu Wenzong joked back. "Alright then, I'll wait for it," Wu Ruhan said, putting down her phone and slipping under the covers. It was still early, so neither of them slept yet. Lying in their respective beds, they chatted about the charity banquet scheduled for the afternoon of the next day. Wu Ruhan thought it was fine to just donate a little casually, not needing to pay too much attention. What was most important was seeing if they could get acquainted with people from other companies for future collaborations. Lu Wenzong had few objections. He wasn't yet familiar with the procedures of a charity banquet, so all he could do was see how things unfolded when the time came. Chapter 129, Below the Legendary Lock. The two discussed the approaching winter, during which flower production would have to halt. Lu Wenzong planned to build some greenhouses so that flowers could still be sold in winter. However, Wu Ruhan thought it unnecessary, as the staff already had enough work with winter vegetables in Gigu. Letting the flowers rest could result in better harvests next year, which would ultimately benefit Gigu. Around 10:30 at night, Wu Ruhan felt sleepy and fell asleep. Lu Wenzong, feeling wide awake, sat up to continue cultivating with xiuxian. Recently, his fairy energy had been growing steadily. From being barely perceptible, it now formed a fist-sized ball, enabling him to maintain certain spells for several seconds. For instance, he could now use the transformation spell to change half his face into someone else's, move a light object 1 or 2 meters, and even spit out a fine jet of flame. These changes greatly pleased Lu Wenzong. Though still not powerful enough, these tangible advancements gave him confidence in his future strength. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after finishing cultivation, Lu Wenzong lay down to rest just as Wu Ruhan got up to use the restroom. On her way back, she directly crawled into Lu Wenzong's bed, hugging him comfortably as she fell asleep. Lu Wenzong was very uneasy by this little action of hers, holding soft, fragrant warmth in his arms, unable to control all sorts of messy thoughts rushing through his mind. Therefore, Lu Wenzong extended his sinful hands toward Wu Ruhan's chest, falling asleep while gripping it contentedly. He smiled smugly before closing his eyes to rest. Half asleep, he suddenly felt pain in his palm and opened his eyes to see Wu Ruhan glaring at him. "Why are you pinching me?" Lu Wenzong stroked his hand back, asking. "I misplaced my hand," Wu Ruhan replied. "Shouldn't we always place our hands on the chest when sleeping together?" Lu Wenzong feigned innocence, looking perplexed as he questioned her. "I'll strangle you," Wu Ruhan shouted, wildly clawing and twisting until Lu Wenzong screamed in pain. In extreme pain, Lu Wenzong stretched out his large hand, embracing Wu Ruhan's entire body. Her hands were trapped against his chest, unable to reach him anymore. "How dare you misbehave like this?" Lu Wenzong's words were cut short when their eyes met instantly. They both became quiet momentarily. Unconsciously, their faces drew closer and closer until they seamlessly kissed. Lu Wenzong flipped Wu Ruhan beneath him, intending to go further, but was interrupted when the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Ignoring the phone, Lu Wenzong let it keep ringing. After the first call ended, he'd managed to remove Wu Ruhan's 3-piece outfit from the bed covers. But the phone rang again. Annoyed, Lu Wenzong grabbed the phone to see a call from Xia Jianjun. Could something have happened? "What is it, Uncle Xia?" Lu Wenzong asked upon answering. "Come downstairs to the game room quickly. There's trouble," Xia Jianjun said anxiously. "Okay, I'm coming." Climbing out of the bedclothes, Lu Wenzong sheepishly said, There's trouble with Uncle Xia. I need to go check. Wu Ruhan lay beneath the covers, smiling warmly at him, and said, You've taken all the advantages. I'll continue later. I'm leaving for now. Lu Wenzong quickly dressed. If Xia Jianjun called in the middle of the night, the issue must be significant. On the third floor of the Mahjong Hotel, upon arriving, Lu Wenzong saw many people gathered in the corridor outside the Mahjong room, and inside, sharp cries echoed. Xia Jianjun stood near one private room door. Seeing Lu Wenzong approach, he hurried over anxiously. What's wrong, Uncle Xia? With a troubled expression, Xia Jianjun rubbed his forehead and said, Mister, he brought 2 companions to play cards. The Mr. Zhao who runs the toy factory lost heavily, sparking conflict, and ended up unconscious. Meanwhile, Ms. Yang from the garment factory was struck inappropriately on her groin area and appears close to fainting. You should call an ambulance immediately, Lu Wenzong exclaimed. Didn't you say you're a doctor? Quickly take a look. It won't do well if the doctor knows, given that it would reflect badly on us. If people find out I came here to a charity dinner and instead gambled, losing hundreds of thousands, the city leaders might scold me harshly. Xia Jianjun worriedly said. All right, I'll take a look. When Lu Wenzong arrived at the private room, he saw the coal mine boss Mr. He sitting with a bruised nose and swollen face, next to a man lying on the couch. The man on the couch was the unconscious Mr. Zhao. Chen Fei walked over, took out a small bottle of holy water he always carried, and dripped it into Mr. Zhao's mouth. Mr. Zhao would probably wake up soon. Then Chen Fei moved toward the female boss from the clothing factory who was groaning in pain on the other side. Her face had turned purple from the pain, tears streaming down, looking utterly pitiful. Uncle Xia, I need a separate private room, said Lu Wenzong. All right. Immediately, Xia Jianjun hurriedly agreed and had someone open a private room next door. Lu Wenzong picked up the female boss and brought her to the next private room. After closing the door, he placed the female boss on the couch. I need to remove your pants. Lu Wenzong finished his sentence, then proceeded to pull off her tight-fitting leggings. Her leggings were thick and snug, and it took quite some effort to take them off. The female boss was in so much pain that she couldn't speak a word, just letting Lu Wenzong take off her pants. Once the pants were off, Lu Wenzong was shocked. What the hell is this? Her pink underwear was covered in blood, some of which had trickled down her thighs, making the root area red. Lu Wenzong then realized that the wetness on her leggings wasn't water, but blood. If not for the black color of the leggings, the bleeding would have been evident earlier. After taking off her underwear, Lu Wenzong was surprised to find a silver object clamping her lower region. At this moment, the silver thing was tightly gripping her flesh, causing the flow of blood. What the fuck is this? Lu Wenzong stood stunned for a moment before recognizing it as a lock. Well, Lu Wenzong was annoyed by his own lack of knowledge. In literature, he had read about husbands locking their wives' privates to prevent infidelity while they're away. But that was just fiction or stories. Now seeing it in real life left him utterly astonished. The lock resembled a thong, with silver chains surrounding it, and an oval silver iron piece covering the key part. It had blunt serrated protrusions all around. Walking normally should be fine, but being kicked forcefully could make these protrusions pierce into the flesh, causing bleeding and pain. Chapter 130. Help me put it back on. This was a hidden lock, and brute force wouldn't work to open it. He had to focus on the small chains around it first. With no proper tools in hand, he had to think of some other way. After thinking for a while, Lu Wenzong suddenly stood up, extending his index finger and then concentrating on it. Within seconds, his index finger changed into a key. However, this key was oval-shaped with no teeth. Lu Wenzong quickly inserted the key into the keyhole and then adjusted it according to the direction of the lock's keyhole. When he pulled it out, the key already had teeth. He swiftly inserted it back into the keyhole, and with a click, it opened. The oval iron piece opened with a gap. Chen Fei gently pried it open with his hand. Chen Fei didn't dare to look more and quickly turned away his eyes. His finger returned to normal, and he carefully took out the iron piece, then quickly dripped a few drops of divine water onto it. The bleeding stopped soon, and the female boss's sense of pain seemed to have lessened significantly. She had already stopped moaning. Chen Fei grabbed the napkin from the table and wiped off the blood around her. Some areas had dried and couldn't be cleaned without water. Before all the blood was wiped away, Chen Fei saw that the female boss's wound was almost fully healed. He helped her take the lock off and threw it aside. After helping her put her pants back on, Chen Fei sat beside her, waiting for her to regain consciousness. It didn't take long, only 3 or 4 minutes, when the female boss slowly got up. Seeing Lu Wenzong sitting next to her and recalling his actions earlier, her face immediately turned bright red. She looked pretty good to begin with, and now showing a little girl-like demeanor added a charming touch of a young wife. Sorry, I had to do what I did just now. Don't blame me. Lu Wenzong took the initiative to say. No, thank you. The female boss said softly. It's fine, I am also a doctor. Saving lives and healing the injured is part of my duty, isn't it? However, your situation is indeed quite special, Lu Wenzong said. Are you talking about that? The female boss glanced at the lock lying aside, lowering her head even lower. Isn't your husband too petty? What era are we living in? He still uses such things. How can you bear it? If things go well, they proceed. If not, they separate. This is really going overboard. Even though this woman has the condition to commit infidelity, if a man relies on something like this to prevent his woman from cheating, that man is utterly incompetent. It's hard to explain. The female boss sighed, unsure of how to continue. Although Lu Wenzong had helped her before, she wasn't very familiar with him yet, so it was difficult for her to speak out about these private matters. You rest a bit. Let me know if there's any problem. Lu Wenzong got up and prepared to leave. That Thank you. The female boss seemed to want to say something, but she ultimately didn't. Lu Wenzong came out, and Xia Jianjun had already sent everyone back. That Mr. Zhao had also been taken back to his room. However, since there was no news yet from Lu Wenzong's side, Xia Jianjun had been waiting outside all along. Seeing Lu Wenzong come out, Xia Jianjun hurriedly asked, "How's it going? Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine. Uncle Xia, it's all set. Why don't you go rest first? I'll send her back later," Lu Wenzong said. "In that case, I'll rest first. We need to meet the city leaders early tomorrow morning." Xia Jianjun trusted Lu Wenzong, so he listened to his words and went upstairs to rest. Lu Wenzong turned back and said to the female boss, "Let me send you back to your room to rest." The female boss nodded but didn't get up. She looked up at Lu Wenzong and hesitated, lowering her head, saying, Can I ask you for a favor?" "Go ahead. Can you help me lock that thing back on?" The female boss spoke in a low voice. After all, as a woman, having a man examine an intimate part twice was incredibly embarrassing. Moreover, from growing up until now, this area had never been seen, let alone touched by a strange man. However, she didn't dare not wear it again. Otherwise, she'd be beaten to death once she got home. "Why do you have to put it back on?" Lu Wenzong was surprised and asked. "I must put it back on, or I won't be able to go home," the female boss said. Lu Wenzong speechlessly looked at her, wondering what kind of man she had married. Apparently, this man was quite terrifying, as she didn't dare to disobey. Even though putting on this lock was an insult to her, she dared not refuse. "I beg you, can you please help me put it back on?" the female boss pleaded. "Well, okay, but can't you put it on yourself?" Lu Wenzong helplessly agreed. After all, this was someone else's personal matter, and he probably shouldn't meddle. However, he thought, it's like underwear. Shouldn't she be able to do it herself? "There's a hidden latch inside that requires another person to lock it," the female boss explained. All right. Lu Wenzong had gained quite some knowledge. This hidden lock actually had a concealed latch that required someone else to engage it, truly taking things to the extreme. The female boss pulled down her pants and stood up. Lu Wenzong took the lock and walked over. She didn't dare to look up at all. After tinkering with it for a bit and figuring out how to lock it, Lu Wenzong helped the female boss put it on. After locking it in place, Lu Wenzong was about to step back when the female boss said, "The hidden latch hasn't been pressed yet." "Where is it?" Lu Wenzong couldn't see it anywhere. "After you lock it, there will be a protrusion at the back that needs to be pushed down," the female boss explained. "The back? Man, this must have been designed by someone with a seriously twisted mind." Lu Wenzong sincerely sighed. Following the female boss's guidance, his fingers slipped into the gap between the iron piece and her skin to search for the concealed latch. Shit. Lu Wenzong couldn't help but curse mentally. Who the hell designed this? Due to unfamiliarity, it took Chen Fei several seconds to find it. Truly elite people have intense emotions as well. No wonder her husband had resorted to such measures. It seemed this woman had particularly strong demands in certain aspects that her husband couldn't meet, but he was also terrified of being cuckolded, leading to this extreme approach. After finishing, even Lu Wenzong felt unable to bear it. Damn, why did he have to encounter something like this today? They reintroduced themselves. The female boss was named Lin Xiuxian, 31 years old, and the owner of a jiame garment factory in Sangzi County. She'd been married for 6 years without children. Her husband was the boss of the garment factory, but he didn't manage daily operations. Everything fell on Lin Xiuxian's shoulders. Returning to the room, they noticed the time, almost 6 o'clock. The sky had already brightened, so there was no point sleeping anymore. Wu Ruhan had already woken up and gotten ready. Although there were no special arrangements for the morning, Wu Ruhan planned to check in at the store and then discuss the latest cooperation agreement with Mo Chunlan. Chapter 131, The Legend of Lin Xiuxian. Well, judging by the situation, it was impossible to revisit old dreams. Lu Wenzong had no choice but to freshen up, leave the hotel with Wu Ruhan, and drive to Mo Chunlan's hotel. Li Yuru had already been transferred to Sanling City, and though Lu Wenzong wanted to call her, he decided against it, guessing that she must be busy with her new position. Mo Chunlan was already waiting at the flower shop. Upon seeing their arrival, she was genuinely pleased. Over the past year, her collaboration in the flower business with Lu Wenzong had earned her a substantial amount of money. The quality of Lu Wenzong's flowers was excellent. Procurement started with 10,000 stems, but eventually reached 1,000,000 stems. She also became the largest flower wholesaler around Sanling City. This time, both sides were meeting to discuss the purchasing price. Initially starting from 2.5 yuan per stem to eventually settling at 3 yuan per stem, this price had remained unchanged for quite some time. Wu Ruhan felt that it was time for a change because flower prices fluctuate significantly across different seasons. A fixed rate of 3 yuan would put Guai Gu at a disadvantage. Lu Wenzong had no objection to this. Since Wu Ruhan managed things, what she did aligned with Guai Gu's interests, and naturally, he supported her decision. Both parties sat down in Mo Chunlan's flower shop office, as Wu Ruhan immediately expressed her purpose. Aware of their intent, Mo Chunlan responded with a laugh after hearing Wu Ruhan's words. Adjusting the price, I have no problem with it. But I hope the fluctuation can stay within 1 yuan. If it exceeds 4 yuan, I wouldn't be able to bear it. You're saying so. I couldn't raise the price unreasonably either since we are long-term partners. Given the difference in blooming periods, I agree that the price should range between 3 and 4 yuan. Wu Ruhan said. Alright, do we need to finalize specific pricing based on each blooming period? Asked Mo Chunlan. Our sales department will further discuss this with you later on. I'm just here to gauge your position. Wu Ruhan grinned contently. Ms. Wu is indeed impressive. With my surrender up front, I've lost the upper hand already, said Mo Chunlan, slightly dissatisfied with her overly eager response. Nonetheless, she truly valued Lu Wenzong as a cooperative partner. In the whole southwestern region, Lu Wenzong provided the highest quality flowers that sold exceptionally well. This was precisely why she had risen to prominence. She certainly didn't want to terminate cooperation with him over price issues. Such cooperation is pleasant indeed. Let me treat you, Ms. Mo, to dinner. Wu Ruhan smiled. That would be great. Hey, Mr. Lu, I also plan to expand my business scope. What else popular goods do you offer? Asked Mo Chunlan, turning towards Lu Wenzong, who hadn't spoken. What else do you want to sell? Lu Wenzong counter-questioned. I don't know. I'm undecided whether to enlarge my flower shop or initiate another project. Mo Chunlan replied. In that case, consider selling fruits. I intend to venture into fruit farming next, said Lu Wenzong. This year, more than 1,000 acres of land were newly opened, and he planned to allocate half of it for fruit cultivation since they shouldn't always be offering just a few items from Guigu. Alright, when will the supply become available? My side can adjust the store accordingly in time. After the spring begins. I think it'd be best if you set up a wholesale fruit business rather than retail. Sales management might waste your talent. Lu Wenzong chuckled. Agreed. Once I prepare the store, I'll examine the local fruit market and then we'll negotiate the detailed order quantities. Mo Chunlan nodded in agreement. With matters settled, Wu Ruhan hosted a simple meal at a nearby restaurant. After eating, Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan bid farewell. At 2:30 p.m., they would meet with Xia Jianjun for a short meeting and then attend a charity dinner banquet at the Yangwang Hotel in Sanling City at 5 p.m. During the afternoon meeting, Lu Wenzong encountered Lin Zhejia again. Lin Zhejia initially looked calm but immediately became flustered upon seeing Lu Wenzong, blushing deeply and lowering her head. After Lu Wenzong took his seat, the coal mine tycoon Mr. He came over once more. Brother, I noticed something odd about Lin Zhejia's look toward you. Mr. He chuckled craftily. Huh? What do you mean by that? Lu Wenzong asked in confusion. Huh? Mr. He burst out laughing and leaned closer to whisper in Lu Wenzong's ear. Don't you know who Lin Zhejia is? Lu Wenzong furrowed his brows. How would he know about Lin Zhejia? Though he was from Sangzi County, he spent most of his time studying in school, without any contact with social affairs. After graduation, most of his time was spent in Guigu, and he hadn't mixed in the circles of Sangzi County, naturally unaware of who Lin Zhejia was. Seeing Lu Wenzong's puzzled eyes staring at him, Mr. He whispered, Lin Zhejia is the most famous woman. No, the most renowned spinster in Sangzi County. Spinster? Impossible, isn't she married? Lu Wenzong asked in surprise. This is something you don't know. Lin Zhejia's father-in-law started a garment factory in Sangzi long ago and was quite wealthy. I envied them back when I hadn't yet taken over the coal mine. Later, after Lin Zhejia's father-in-law passed away in a car accident, the factory was handed over to his son. His son, Huang Youjia, was also very capable, turning the garment factory into the largest one in Sangzi County within just 2 years. However, on the day of his wedding with Lin Zhejia, he had an unfortunate fall from the second floor during the bride teasing ceremony. Even worse, he landed face down, and a certain part of him happened to hit a stone. By the time they got him to the hospital, it was all bloodied mess, and in the end, it had to be removed entirely. Lin Zhejia started living as a widow right after her wedding and remained so for 8 years. A beautiful flower seemed about to turn into a trumpet blossom, and apparently, to prevent Lin Zhejia from cheating due to loneliness, Huang Youjia had her down there locked with a padlock. After Mr. He finished speaking, Lu Wenzong looked at him with great shock. My God, how could such private information leak out? Is there anything left in this world that remains secret? How did this news spread? Lu Wenzong asked. Who knows? Anyway, I heard it from others. Since Huang Youjia couldn't perform his duties, some men in the county who lusted after Lin Zhejia tried to tempt her repeatedly. Eventually, it led to rumors spreading about Lin Zhejia being a bad woman, someone who cheated on her husband. Mr. He said this while observing Lin Zhejia sitting across, head bowed, and sparks flashed in his eyes. Such a widow is quite attractive, and even middle-aged men like Mr. He, who are in their 40s or 50s, can hardly resist the temptation. If not, he wouldn't have dragged Lin Zhejia to play mahjong. Lin Zhejia, having helped her husband run the garment factory for 6 or 7 years, dealt with all kinds of people and could handle many formal occasions smoothly. Last night, if Mr. He hadn't insisted, she probably would not have gone downstairs to play mahjong for the sake of losing face. But precisely because of the mahjong, problems arose. Fortunately, Lu Wenzong was there. Otherwise, this woman might have been in so much pain that she passed out. At that point, her private matters wouldn't have remained legends but turned into facts. Chapter 132. I give up completely to you. Alright, this is after all someone's family matters. Mentioning it briefly is enough, said Lu Wenzong. Boss He suddenly sighed with regret and said, what a pity for such a beautiful flower. Thinking of the she-tiger at home, I am genuinely scared. Do you know, buddy, now her safe period is my safe period as well. Every time she says the safe period is over, I tremble all over. As one grows old, his capabilities are no longer what they used to be. It's always said that a man in his 30s is like a wolf and in his 40s is like a tiger, and by 50 he's sitting down to eat dirt. I deeply feel this. Do you still have designs on Lin Zhejia? Lu Wenzong chuckled. Men naturally find women outside more attractive than their own wife. Boss He philosophically replied. You? Just wanting excitement. Following your logic, if you cannot satisfy your wife, how could you possibly satisfy the she-wolf in front of you? Stop joking around. So listen up, buddy. Take care of your body. Ms. Wu is so beautiful. Don't get too carried away. Cherish your health. Remember, a man's inability to perform in those situations is far more depressing than not making money. Bossy had an experienced look on his face, expression very serious, as if he were speaking about something grave, which made Chen Fei almost laugh out loud. Let's stop talking about this topic, alright? It scares me. Chen Fei laughed. Ha ha ha. Buddy, there's no need to be scared. I happen to have some good stuff, prepared to use after the charity banquet. If you need it, I'll give it to you for free. Bossy looked around mysteriously before pulling out a small bottle from his pocket. After unscrewing the cap, Lu Wenzong saw 3 capsule-like pills inside the bottle. Viagra, asked Chen Fei. TCH, Viagra alone does no good. My medicine not only enhances sexual performance, but also ensures long-lasting and firm results, said Bossy arrogantly. There you go. I thoroughly lose to you. Lu Wenzong was genuinely speechless. This boss, he was really something else. Yet one wonders how such an extraordinary person managed to make big deals and accumulate assets worth hundreds of millions. What's so surprising? We're all men. Everything is understood without saying. However, buddy, your career is successful too. Maybe you can hook up with Lin Jejia. And just like that, Bossy pulled the conversation back to Lin Jejia again. Do you think with someone as beautiful as Ms. Wu by my side, I'd bother seducing her? Chen Fei rolled his eyes. Not the same thing, brother. Ms. Wu is indeed beautiful, but Lin Jejia is like ripe fruit. Taking a bite will absolutely be sweet and delicious. County Chief Xia has arrived. Lu Wenzong, noticing County Chief Xia Zhengwo's arrival, quickly interrupted to prevent Boss He from continuing on the Lin Jejia topic. Good grief, Lu Wenzong was utterly speechless about Boss He's words. This guy wasn't here for any charity dinner. He came here to meet a few women and have some fun at the dinner. His motives were truly deplorable. When County Chief Xia entered, everyone stopped whispering and sat upright, waiting for Xia to speak. Xia gave them a quick overview of the process during the charity dinner and encouraged them all to do their best. After all, they shouldn't let other counties look down on them. Naturally, everyone agreed, but how much each person could contribute depended on themselves. Although Sangxi County's economy developed somewhat over the past year, it still ranked dead last among the 4 counties and 1 district under the administration of Sanling City, unable to match the economic strength of other counties. Naturally, there were fewer rich people compared to other counties as well. This time, County Chief Xia brought along about 15 people, while some counties even sent 40 or 50 people, directly dwarfing the scale of Sangxi County's representation. The charity banquet was organized by the municipal government, and some famous painters, writers, and leaders' cultural works from Sanling City would be auctioned off, adding a touch of culture. Additionally, a jewelry store from the provincial capital provided some small artifacts for auction. It wouldn't be right if these entrepreneurs left without getting anything, but having spent their money. Providing little items also served as a form of comfort. After County Chief Xia's short meeting, everyone returned to their rooms to rest for a bit. To Lu Wenzong's annoyance, he discovered Xia actually arranged another room for Wu Ruhan. For the first time, Lu Wenzong was unhappy with Xia Zhengwo's actions. Come on, this was a great opportunity to win Wu Ruhan tonight. Xia's behavior left Lu quite annoyed. But then again, Xia probably meant well, and Lu couldn't say anything about it. After dinner, led by Xia Zhengwo, the group drove to Yangguang Hotel in Sanling City. This hotel was designated by the municipal government for business hospitality, with excellent facilities and a large conference room capable of seating 2,000 to 3,000 people. When they arrived, Xia Jianjun had already taken a group of government officials to mingle with people they knew, and the others from Sangxi County were also busy finding acquaintances. Wu Ruhan knew quite a few people herself and went off to chat with them, leaving Lu Wenzong sitting there alone like a fool. Over the past year or so, except for the very beginning when he personally ran errands, all receptions and relationship handling were later carried out by Wu Ruhan. As a result, his network was not as extensive as hers. Luckily, it didn't bother him much. He sat on the chair provided for him, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone sat down next to him. Surprised, Lu Wenzong turned his head to find Lin Jejia sitting there. With a moist glint in her eyes, Lin Jejia smiled at Lu Wenzong and asked, "Why don't you go mingle with others, Mr. Lu? Would you believe me if I told you I hardly know anyone here?" Lu Wenzong replied, "Really? That doesn't seem possible," Lin Jejia said in surprise. After all, Lu Wenzong's agricultural company was already the largest one in Sangxi County, with business spanning across several counties and cities in nearby provinces. How could he possibly lack familiar business partners? That's true. At Guegu, it's always Ms. Wu who takes charge, while I'm just a figurehead, Lu Wenzong chuckled. In that case, Mr. Lu, you are indeed very fortunate to have such a beautiful and capable woman helping you solve problems, Lin Jejia commented. Yes, I owe a great debt of gratitude to her for her tremendous contributions to the company. Lu Wenzong nodded in agreement. Ms. Lin, long time no see. An intrusive voice suddenly sounded behind them. They both turned around to find a man in his 30s smiling broadly at Lin Jejia and completely ignoring Lu Wenzong beside her. Oh, isn't this Mr. Su from Dafeng Garment Factory? Hello, hello. Lin Jejia stood up and extended her small hand. The Mr. Su grabbed Lin Jejia's delicate hand and shook it a few times, but did not let go. Instead, he began to rub her palm affectionately. It's been a while since I last saw you, Ms. Lin, yet you're as beautiful and enchanting as ever. Lin Jejia forcefully pulled her hand back, creating some distance between them before saying coldly, Mr. Su, your praise is too generous. Allow me to introduce you to someone. This is... Oh, mentioning Daqinggo Agricultural Company might not mean much to you, but I'm sure you've heard of Guegu. This is its owner, Mr. Lu Wenzong. Oh, so you are Mr. Lu from Guegu. Your reputation precedes you. I am Su Ning, the boss of Haoming Garment Factory in Dafeng County. The middle-aged man greeted Lu Wenzong with a smile, shaking his hand briefly. Lin Jejia had successfully shifted the topic. Su Ning showed a great interest in Gue Gu and asked several questions. Lu Wenzong briefly responded, realizing Su Ning had no intention of engaging in real conversation with him, so he stopped speaking further. Clearly, Su Ning was here for Lin Jejia. Although he seemed interested in asking random questions, his attention wandered, and his eyes often drifted toward Lin Jejia. As expected, once Lu Wenzong fell silent, Su Ning turned to Lin Jejia and said, I've already made arrangements. Next week, I'll visit your factory. I plan to sign a big deal with you. Chapter 133, Fighting is not manly. Lin Jejia's face changed, and she fell silent without saying a word. Lu Wenzong gave Lin Jejia a strange look, then glanced at Su Ning, not understanding what this meant. After remaining silent for a moment, Lin Jejia managed to smile weakly and said, Mr. Su, I think it's unnecessary for now. Our garment factory doesn't currently lack in sales channels, nor does it lack partners. Upon hearing Lin Jejia's words, Su Ning didn't seem perturbed. He smiled and said, No problem. Even if we don't discuss cooperation, I still want to see my old friend Huang Youjia, right? Suit yourself. After finishing her sentence, Lin Jejia lowered her head and stepped aside, clearly signaling that she no longer wanted to continue. Su Ning chuckled and turned to walk away. However, as soon as he left, another middle-aged man around 40 years old approached. Compared to Su Ning, this man's gaze was even more brazen, wandering continuously over Lin Jejia's body. It wasn't just Lin Jejia who was annoyed. Even Lu Wenzong beside her frowned his brows. Admiring beauty was one thing, but having ideas about a woman was another. Such blatant staring was too repulsive. Lin Jejia couldn't directly blow up, so she introduced the man instead. This 40-something middle-aged man was the CEO of Xiuxian real estate company in Sanling City, named xiuxian, and he was from Sanling City. This company, though Lu Wenzong had indeed heard of it, was the largest real estate development company in Sanling City. It almost owned half of the residential complexes across 4 counties and 1 district in Sanling City, making it truly formidable, far beyond what Lu Wenzong's kind of company could compare with. To say the least, Xiuxian Real Estate Company could be considered one of the top companies in Sanling City. Aside from the largest enterprise in Sanling City, Sanling National Copper, Xiuxian Real Estate Company was undoubtedly the most powerful entity. Lu Wenzong didn't understand how Chen Shitian, the boss of Xiuxian Real Estate Company, could possibly know Lin Jejia from a county-level garment factory. Their companies differed vastly in scale. Compared to Chen Shitian's company, Lin Jejia's garment factory was like a small workshop. Judging by the situation, it seemed Chen Shitian had developed an interest in Lin Jejia because of her appearance. Despite looking sleazy, this Chen Shitian had remarkable eloquence. He could talk nonstop on any topic, seemingly knowledgeable about everything. But the more he spoke, the less proper his actions became. He would either touch Lin Jejia's arm or play with her hair, and eventually even tried to put his arms around her. Lu Wenzong felt speechless and really didn't want to stay there, watching these disgusting people inflaming their lust. Mr. Chun, have some decorum, Lin Jejia exclaimed as she slapped away Chen Shitian's hand reaching toward her. Chen Shitian's face immediately darkened, and the smile vanished from his lips. Dissatisfied, he spat out, Lin Jejia, I'm greeting you with a friendly face, so don't turn your nose up and act all high and mighty. Lin Jejia also grew cold. Mr. Chun, yes, you're rich, you're influential, but I'm a married woman. Is it appropriate for you to behave this way? Now this was getting heated. The unfolding drama was truly dramatic. Lin Jejia's temper was clearly not to be underestimated, as she openly started arguing with Chen Shitian. Their bickering immediately caught the attention of everyone around, and they began glancing in this direction. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Chen Shitian felt extremely humiliated. After mixing in Sanling City for so many years, what type of women hadn't he experienced? Who would have thought that a married woman could make him eat dirt? Lin Jejia wasn't extraordinarily beautiful either. She could only be considered above average, not extraordinary. However, due to the legends surrounding Lin Jejia, many who knew her were particularly eager to get their hands on this old virgin. Naturally, Chen Shitian was no exception. What he sought was merely excitement. They often said Lin Jejia kept her legs tightly closed, and he wanted to find out for himself. I'll take my leave, Mr. Chun. Lin Jejia, unwilling to become the center of everyone's attention, turned to leave. But before she could, Chen Shitian grabbed her arm rudely and protested angrily. Madam Lin, can't you show me a little respect? Lin Jejia became enraged and struck back with a slap. However, Chen Shitian acted faster, catching her hand mid-motion and retaliated with his own slap. When Lu Wenzong saw the violence escalate, he felt compelled to intervene. Considering they were standing together, it wouldn't do for him to just spectate. So he reached out and seized the hand Chen Shitian intended to strike with, chuckling lightly as he remarked, Mr. Chun, fighting isn't manly. Get lost. Who the hell do you think you are to interfere in my business? Chen Shitian exploded with fury. During the introduction earlier, although he appeared polite towards Lu Wenzong, deep down, he held Lu Wenzong in complete disdain. A pitiful agricultural company, how could it compare to his vast real estate empire? With a mere flick of his finger, he could obliterate that insignificant little company. This made Lu Wenzong visibly uncomfortable. What had he done wrong, deserving such verbal abuse? Suddenly tightening his grip on Chen Shitian's hand, Lu Wenzong squeezed hard. Chen Shitian let out a loud cry of pain, yet continued shouting back. Motherfucker, are you asking for death? Go to hell, Lu Wenzong, enraged, kicked out. Not only was this son of a bitch a lecher, but also a vile person full of trash talk. How could such a rotten person have established a large real estate company? Chen Shitian was kicked by Lu Wenzong and flipped over, lying awkwardly on the ground while gripping his hand in pain. It really hurt. He felt as if the bones in his hand had broken. Lu Wenzong hadn't used much force yet. Otherwise, Chen Shitian's wrists would have been completely ruined. People familiar with Chen Shitian hurried over and helped him up. Enraged, Chen Shitian started cursing, jumping around. "You damn fool. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm Chen Shitian, and I can make you unable to move a single step in Sanling City. I can leave your corpse in Sanling City. Do you believe me? Go to hell." In the middle of his rant, a shadow flashed before his eyes, followed by a sudden pain on his face as his neck was violently twisted, almost breaking it. Lu Wenzong stood coldly in front of him and said menacingly, "If you dare to utter another dirty word, I will knock all your teeth out." How could Chen Shitian admit defeat to Lu Wenzong? He broke free from his companion's support and charged at Lu Wenzong. In Lu Wenzong's eyes, his attack posed absolutely no threat. Thus, before even touching Lu Wenzong, he was kicked away once more. "Stop!" Xia Jianjun rushed over. Seeing Lu Wenzong kick Chen Shitian so far away, Xia Jianjun couldn't help but feel annoyed. This kid, how does he manage to stir up trouble wherever he goes? "Brother, what caused the fight?" Wu Ruhan also rushed over, grabbing Lu Wenzong's arm to prevent him from acting further. "Wenzong, what happened? Why did you resort to violence? Don't you know Mr. Chen?" Xia Jianjun asked unhappily, though his body shielded Chen Shitian as he spoke, glancing constantly at Lu Wenzong with subtle hints. "Uncle Xia, I apologize for causing you trouble. As for the detailed reason, I'd rather not say. I just want to stress that this man deserved it," Lu Wenzong said. "Shut up!" Xia Jianjun immediately interrupted Lu Wenzong from saying more. Lu Wenzong shrugged indifferently and pulled Wu Ruhan back to their seats. Chapter 134, A Strange Bowl. Xia Jianjun meant well. He didn't want Lu Wenzong to offend anyone here. Moreover, Xia Jianjun knew all about the person in front of him, Chen Shitian. He was an influential figure in the city, wealthy, and with a deep background, not someone easily crossed. Xia Jianjun wasn't worried for himself, but was concerned that if Lu Wenzong offended someone, they might cause trouble for him in the business world. Though Xia Jianjun had a good relationship with Lu Wenzong, he couldn't resolve every issue for him. Lu Wenzong understood as well, so out of respect for Xia Jianjun, he decided not to quarrel with Chen Shitian. Based on his current mood, Chen Shitian would have definitely received a beating to vent his frustration. Chen Shitian finally calmed down after many people consoled him, glaring fiercely at Lu Wenzong before sitting in the front row. The arrangement of the meeting room was interesting. The podium was reserved for the city's leaders, the first row for the leading officials from each county and city, followed by entrepreneurs from Sanling City, arranged by economic ranking, placing Lu Wenzong and their Songzi County toward the back two rows. At 6 o'clock, the municipal leaders arrived late, and the charity banquet began accordingly. Several leaders took turns giving speeches, emphasizing the importance of the evening, making it seem like not donating money would be unforgivable. Then came the direct donation portion. The city's maximum donation was 100,000 yuan, while other counties could not exceed this amount, resulting in them donating 80,000 yuan each. Entrepreneurs donated based on goodwill, though those from the urban area donated more. Everyone adhered to the principle of not exceeding the city's donation, where urban entrepreneurs each gave 80,000 yuan, while those from other counties gave between 10,000 to 50,000 yuan. Wu Ruhan donated 50,000 yuan on behalf of Lu Wenzong, while Lin Jejia contributed 30,000 yuan. After the direct donations ended, the auction began. First were artworks, calligraphy, and sculptures from local artists in the city, followed by some jewelry. Lu Wenzong did not bid on anything since he was not interested. These items seemed problematic to hang or display, and the jewelry wasn't particularly valuable, so why bother? Toward the end, the jewelry store from the provincial capital surprisingly brought out a few quite decent antiques, which sounded quite remarkable when introduced by the host. One of the bowls turned out to be one used by a concubine during the Qing dynasty under Emperor Qianlong. Lu Wenzong couldn't tell the authenticity of the bowl, but upon closer inspection, he noticed something unusual. Suddenly, the little fairy flew out and landed on Lu Wenzong's shoulder. "Buy that bowl," the little fairy whispered into Lu Wenzong's ear. "What's special about it?" Lu Wenzong asked curiously. "There's something inside the bowl," replied the fairy. "What kind of thing?" "Whatever it is, it will benefit you. Buy it quickly," the fairy urged. Nodding, Lu Wenzong realized someone else had already placed a bid, bringing the price up to 400,000 yuan. Lu Wenzong raised his hand, increasing it to 420,000 yuan. Chen Shitian, who had been watching Lu Wenzong closely, saw that he hadn't made any earlier bids and decided to challenge Lu Wenzong's authority right away, immediately placing a counterbid. Not paying attention, Lu Wenzong continued to bid, but just as he finished bidding, Chen Shitian increased the price again, now raising it to 480,000 yuan. Lu Wenzong then realized that Chen Shitian was targeting him specifically. Though it was a Qing dynasty bowl, once owned by a noble concubine, its collectible value justified a certain price, but exceeding 500,000 yuan made it not worth it. However, Lu Wenzong wasn't there to collect. He wanted the bowl because the fairy claimed there was something inside. Therefore, he absolutely needed to purchase it. The bid increased to 500,000 yuan. Chen Shitian didn't hesitate and countered with another raise. As their back and forth unfolded, the originally adequate 400,000 yuan price soared dramatically to 1 million yuan. Those present seemed to recognize the animosity between them and started observing attentively. Unconcerned about such amounts of money, Chen Shitian faced off directly against Lu Wenzong, both escalating the bids further. Even some leaders left on the stage were astonished by this competition. However, the prices kept climbing, with Chun Shitian becoming increasingly impatient with adding just 20,000 yuan at a time. He then jumped the price from 1,040,000 yuan straight to 1,800,000 yuan. Lu Wenzong refused to back down, directly setting the price at 2 million yuan. Although Lu Wenzong may not currently match Chun Shitian in wealth, he doubted Chun Shitian would dare push him recklessly. Even if Lu Wenzong spent 100 million yuan on the bull, it wouldn't affect the company's operation. Yet, he doubted Chun Shitian could afford it without impacting his own business. Thus, Lu Wenzong was confident of his victory. Chun Shitian placed a bid of 2.5 million yuan, and Lu Wenzong countered with a bid of 3 million yuan. After the price hit 3 million, many people in the room were thrown into disarray. Each time a new bid was made, there was a collective wow from the audience. Wu Ruhan was surprised at Lu Wenzong's actions, but did not intervene. Sitting on the other side, Lin Zhejia was utterly astonished by Lu Wenzong's behavior. Although everyone in Songzi County knew that Lu Wenzong's Gigu company had grown significantly in scale, no one was clear about exactly how much money he had. After all, an agricultural company didn't usually make much profit, so even if Lu Wenzong was wealthy, having a few million yuan seemed to be his limit. But now, bidding 3 million yuan just for a bull, this was a serious commitment. Xia Jianmin's secretary quietly approached. County Chief Xia told me to remind Mr. Lu not to lose his temper and to act according to his means. Lu Wenzong nodded, signaling that he wasn't worried, and continued to raise the bid. The secretary was speechless. Despite County Chief Xia's words being relayed, Lu Wenzong still increased the bid, leaving the secretary puzzled as to what was going through his mind. The price soon soared to 5 million yuan, driving everyone nearly out of their minds. As for Chun Shitian, while he had money and it was known that his company had billions in liquid assets, who was Lu Wenzong? No one really knew. However, Wu Ruhan, sitting next to Lu Wenzong, was recognized by quite a few people in the room, leading them to speculate that Lu Wenzong might be the boss behind Wu Ruhan. Wasn't Kingu Agricultural Company just another ordinary company engaged in planting and animal husbandry? How could they afford to spend 5 million yuan just to buy a bull? Chun Shitian was also shocked that Lu Wenzong dared to keep raising the bid. He guessed that a broken-down agricultural company like Lu Wenzong's probably didn't have a cent. So when the price reached 5 million yuan, Chun Shitian signaled for the auctioneer to pause, and then stood up, addressing Lu Wenzong. Hey, are you rich, or something? Stop messing around with bids, and don't embarrass yourself by not having the cash later. It's not up to you to decide whether I have money. If you think you do, keep raising the price. Lu Wenzong smiled and replied. Alright, let's see how long you can last. Chun Shitian spat, turning to the waiting auctioneer and declaring a bid of 8 million yuan. Everyone in the hall almost jumped up. My god, completely insane. A bull worth hundreds of thousands of yuan being hiked up to 8 million. Chun Shitian clearly wanted to take things to the extreme. Chapter 135, spending 40 million for a bull. What drove others even crazier was that Lu Wenzong kept raising the bid. The price had already reached 9 million, and many people were inwardly lamenting. The two big bosses, how about we buy the bull, and you give me the rest of the few million? Chun Shitian disregarded all this and continued to raise the bid, directly reaching 10 million yuan in total. The auctioneer was also stunned. He had originally thought it would be great if it could be sold for 1 million yuan, but now it has risen tenfold, turning into a 10 million yuan transaction. It was too stimulating. Chun Shitian continued to raise the bid, at 15 million yuan, and Chen Fei did not back down either. The price soared to 20 million yuan. Xia Jianjun couldn't bear to watch, so he came over. Wenzong, what's going on? Don't let anger dictate your actions. Act within your means. Uncle, you don't need to worry. I know the seriousness of this, Lu Wenzong said with a smile. But 20 million yuan for a bull? Xia Jianjun said perplexedly. This bull is very important to me, Lu Wenzong said firmly. It's not. Uncle, rest assured. I won't act rashly. Even if it costs 100 million yuan, I have to buy this bull. Alright, it's up to you then. After saying that, Xia Jianjun walked toward the front row. The auction continued, and Chun Shitian and Lu Wenzong completely exhausted each other, driving the price up to 40 million. After 40 million, Chun Shitian stopped increasing his bid. He looked at Chun Fei and said, if it doesn't reach 40 million, we're going to lose face badly. How are you like an old lady, worrying unnecessarily? If I can't afford it, it's my problem. What does it have to do with you? And why don't you keep bidding? Aren't you rich enough? Continue. Lu Wenzong laughed. I'm not following just to see you make a fool of yourself. I bet even if you sell your broken agricultural company, you wouldn't be able to come up with 40 million, right? Chun Shitian mocked. Then you just watch how I'll manage to come up with 40 million. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Lu Wenzong took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over to the staff. Subsequently, the transaction was successful, surprising Chun Shitian quite a bit. People in the room were also amazed. Lu Wenzong turned out to be so wealthy. After the successful transaction, the bowl was delivered to Lu Wenzong's hands. With the fierce bidding for this bowl as a foundation, the subsequent two Qing dynasty artifacts were uneventful and were finally sold for 300,000 yuan each. After the charity dinner ended, Chun Shitian angrily glared at Lu Wenzong and left without another word. A city leader who stayed behind to preside over the event made a speech, especially praising the entrepreneurs from Sangzi County because, with a total charitable donation of 43 million yuan, Sangzi County ranked first among all counties and districts, making them stand out. Afterward, many people came over to greet Lu Wenzong, making him quite popular for a time, almost like a star. In fact, many people came over just to probe, wanting to know why Lu Wenzong was so rich. But how could Lu Wenzong possibly tell them how much money he had? Laughing it off and dodging their inquiries, he left with Wu Ruhan and followed Xia Jianjun to go. When they returned to the hotel, Xia Jianjun came over again. He was still concerned. Although Lu Wenzong's agricultural company was already of considerable scale, 40 million yuan was still a significant amount of money, and he wondered if Lu Wenzong had used up all of the company's available funds. Lu Wenzong thanked Xia Jianjun for his good intentions, briefly explained that there was enough money in the company account to cover expenses, and only then did Xia Jianjun feel relieved. After all, Goegu, Ghost Valley, was a breakthrough point established by Xia Jianjun to develop a modernized agricultural economic structure, and it couldn't be squandered by Lu Wenzong. After Xia Jianjun left, Wu Ruahan asked the question she'd been pondering. What's special about this bowl? Are you really upset, or do you actually want this bowl? I want this bowl. I can't explain the reason to you temporarily. I'll tell you everything once I succeed. Oh, and remember, drink the water I've prepared whenever you're thirsty. Lu Wenzong grinned. You know, after being in Guegu for such a long time, I realized that I've never been sick. Is it because of the water you gave me? Su Yener said that you cure many difficult diseases with decoctions. Does the water I drink contain some kind of mysterious ingredient? Wu Ruahan said excitedly. That's right. We have divine elixirs in our family, Lu Wenzong replied. You're pretending to be a deity now, huh? Haha. Anyway, drinking it for a long time will definitely bring benefits. Not trying to change the subject now, but tell me, what's so special about that bowl? Was it worth spending 40 million for it? I'm curious, very curious. Wu Ruahan pulled the topic back. Now isn't a good time to say, please wait. Are you hiding something from me? I'm not happy. Wu Ruahan pouted, pretending to be angry. It's not about hiding anything from you. It's just that this matter can't be explained clearly, and even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it, right? Lu Wenzong said. How do you know I wouldn't believe you? Give me some time, and I will definitely tell you everything. All right, I'll wait. Curious Wu Ruahan was sent out of the room by Lu Wenzong, who then took out the bowl and placed it on the table. The little fairy voluntarily flew out and landed on the table, reaching out to pick up the bowl. There's something good in this bowl. With it, you have a chance to defeat Li Weigua. The little fairy said excitedly. What is it? You're confusing me. Divine Qi, the little fairy said. What? Divine Qi? That's impossible. Lu Wenzong was shocked. It's true. Someone left behind this divine Qi in the bowl. It's enough for you to break through to another level. The little fairy said. That's great. How do we extract it? I'll help you. We will meditate first, and during that process, I'll guide the divine Qi from the bowl into your body. To what level can I break through? Not too far from my level. Besides being unable to use divine Qi endlessly like me, you will already possess the ability to use divine magic. If we are lucky this time, you might break through completely, after which divine Qi will be stored in your dantian. How can I use divine Qi endlessly like you? Become a true celestial being. Okay, so you said that before. But didn't you say I don't currently have the conditions to make such a breakthrough? Lu Wenzong said gloomily. You don't. However, each stage has its own small obstacles to overcome. Just like when you broke through to become a celestial being's form, later manifesting divine Qi. Now your next step is breaking through the part where divine Qi is stored, transitioning from control by the brain to control by the dantian. The little fairy explained. I really don't understand all this. Are there specific stages of cultivation? Lu Wenzong recalled the Xuanhuan novels he had read before. They always defined cultivation stages clearly. No. Cultivating divine techniques relies on external conditions and personal insight, not stages, the little fairy said. Chapter 136, Incredible Magic. Then there must be some stages to distinguish the levels of magical powers, right? Asked Lu Wenzong. According to the classification by Heaven's Court, it's simply divided into low, medium, and high levels. As for detailed specific classifications, I don't know either, replied the little fairy. Well, never mind. Let's practice slowly then. Lu Wenzong and the little fairy returned to their state of cultivation. After her practice finished, the little fairy began to guide the immortal Qi from the bowl and infused it into Lu Wenzong's body. Lu Wenzong felt warm streams flowing into his body, which made him feel extremely comfortable. There were actually 10 streams of immortal Qi in this bowl, all of which were eventually guided by the little fairy and injected into Lu Wenzong's body. Following the little fairy's instruction, he began to refine the infused immortal Qi, intending to merge these 10 streams with the immortal Qi that had been cultivated within him. However, upon contact between the two types of immortal Qi, Lu Wenzong felt unwell all over. The intense pain enveloped his entire body, almost causing him to stop cultivating. Fortunately, the little fairy had warned him beforehand, so he bore the pain and continued practicing. The immortal Qi within him could not withstand the impact of the 10 streams of Qi. They scattered throughout his body chaotically. Those 10 streams of Qi rampaged recklessly inside him, the pain nearly unbearable. If it hadn't been for the little fairy's reminder not to abandon halfway through, Lu Wenzong would have sincerely wanted to stop cultivating altogether. The pain lasted for over an hour and then exploded suddenly. Lu Wenzong felt a darkness before his eyes as he fell straight onto the bed. After checking on the condition within Lu Wenzong's body, the little fairy smiled satisfactorily. Putting her mind at ease, she went back into her little spade. When Wu Ruhan entered and found Shen Fei lying unconscious on the bed, she was startled but quickly confirmed his normal breathing and relaxed. Lu Wenzong had been unconscious for more than 2 hours when he finally woke up. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Wu Ruhan's face directly and immediately wrapped his arms around her neck, kissing her lips. Wu Ruhan stood stunned for a moment by the unexpected kiss, then punched him angrily, pulling away from Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong laughed and felt exceptionally refreshed all over. Upon controlling the immortal qi within him, he discovered how full-bodied and abundant the qi had become compared to before. Previously, if his power could be considered one fist, now the immortal qi within him had grown as strong as a thigh, quite robust. Turning to Wu Ruhan, Chen Fei said, "Come on, let me show you a trick." Curiously looking over, Wu Ruhan smiled. "What kind of trick?" "Just watch, don't blink." After saying this, Chen Fei quietly recited the mantra for transformation. Gradually, his face started to morph, becoming identical to Wu Ruhan's. The transformation continued until it reached just above the chest area before stopping. Wu Ruhan stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, completely disbelieving what she was seeing. That Chen Fei had transformed into her very likeness was hard for her to comprehend. "Oh my heavens, this magic is utterly amazing. What kind of magic is this?" Wu Ruhan stammered. "Surprising, isn't it?" Chen Fei's voice came out eerie, even though his face resembled Wu Ruhan's. "Surprising. Amazing, how do you do it?" Wu Ruhan marveled incredulously, finding it impossible to believe such incredible magic existed. "Hold on, keep watching." Chen Fei retracted the immortal qi, his face reverting to its original appearance. He then focused, suddenly exhaling a breath, producing a puff of white gas that instantly turned into fire. Wow! Wu Ruhan jumped back instinctively, startled. Chen Fei then experimented further with moving objects, becoming invisible, and passing through walls. For moving objects, this time he managed to move larger items at greater distances, 4 or 5 meters. Regarding invisibility, it was somewhat similar to transformation techniques, failing after reaching chest height. For passing through walls, only one leg successfully passed through before being halted. Nonetheless, these results were vastly improved compared to before. Lu Wenzong was delighted. If he could continue encountering such bowls in the future, his cultivation speed could increase significantly. However, Lu Wenzong decided to focus more on ancient relics and artifacts, possibly stumbling upon something like this bowl. She didn't know why this bowl contained immortal qi. It was probably left behind by some ancient great immortal. The little fairy also couldn't explain clearly, but believed it had usefulness regardless. Wu Ruhan was immensely astonished by Lu Wenzong's tricks and asked repeatedly. Lu Wenzong did not tell Wu Ruhan the truth, frustrating her endlessly. Although the practical combat enhancements were limited, relying on minor spells still increased one's strength. After the charity dinner concluded, the next noon, Xia Jiangwo hosted a feast to entertain these entrepreneurs from Sangzi County, thanking them for their donations. The 40 million yuan Lu Wenzong contributed was entirely donated as charity funds to the disaster-affected areas. Thus, Lu Wenzong naturally earned everyone's recognition and took a seat below Xia Jiangwo. After the incident at last night's dinner, these entrepreneurs from Sangzi County began to take Lu Wenzong more seriously. They hadn't expected that an agricultural company could be this wealthy. One might say that although Lu Wenzong's actions had an element of sulking, it still brought a good impression to Sangzi County. After the meal, Xia Jiangwo suggested going singing as a way to relax. Naturally, no one objected, so Xia Jiangwo called ahead and booked a KTV private room. Everyone drove there, singing in celebration. With Xia Jiangwo present, everyone felt restrained. Knowing his limits, after singing 2 songs, Xia Jiangwo excused himself first, allowing everyone to enjoy themselves, with the plan to return to Sangzi early the next morning. After Xia Jiangwo left, the quality of these entrepreneurs showed through clearly. In particular, Mr. He Danian, the coal mine boss, acted outrageously, telling dirty jokes one after another. However, because of his dirty jokes, the atmosphere became quite lively. There were only 2 women present, Wu Ruhan and Lin Jiejia. They sat amidst the group of men, sipping their drinks and chatting quietly in the corner. Lu Wenzong was pulled aside by Mr. He Danian to roll dice and drink according to the results. Although Lu Wenzong's luck wasn't great, he managed to drink down 3 people solely due to his formidable tolerance for alcohol. Mr. He Danian, who loved stirring up trouble, insisted on getting Wu Ruhan and Lin Jiejia involved to drink. Unable to resist Mr. He Danian's incessant invitations, they finally joined in. Because Lu Wenzong was performing too well, the entire group united against him. The 2 women were chosen as the representatives to roll the dice, forcing the men to drink when they lost. With a strong sense of fighting spirit, Lu Wenzong started a dice-rolling battle against the 2 women. 2 boxes of beer were consumed outright, incapacitating for more people. Another 2 boxes were brought in as Lu Wenzong and the 2 women continued rolling dice, drinking until all challengers had fallen unconscious, leaving only Wu Ruhan and Lin Jiejia remaining. Even Mr. He Danian was drunk into confusion. The 2 women seemed interested as well. Seeing no one else willing to continue, they actively requested to drink against Lu Wenzong. A group of big men couldn't match Lu Wenzong, let alone 2 women. After 5 bottles of beer, both women were also drunk. Chapter 137. Drunken women are wilder. Well, that's it. It's all over. The whole private room is full of drunk people, and only Lu Wenzong is sober. What the hell should he do? Lu Wenzong is at a loss. Lin Jiejia got up from the sofa, wobbling unsteadily as if she doesn't know where she's going. Lu Wenzong quickly supported her, and Lin Jiejia mumbled in a daze. "I want to go to the restroom." "Can you make it?" Lu Wenzong asked when he saw her unsteady posture. "Sure I can." Lin Jiejia pushed away Lu Wenzong's hand and staggered toward the restroom. Lu Wenzong did not follow her, just watching Lin Jiejia walk into the restroom. She pushed the door open but didn't close it. From the side, one could not really see much. Lu Wenzong wondered, locked as she was below, how would she manage? Suddenly came a loud bang. Lu Wenzong rushed over, startled, only to find Lin Jiejia lying on the floor. Her pants had slipped down to her knees, revealing the silver lock that Lu Wenzong had seen earlier. Lu Wenzong witnessed an extremely shocking scene. This woman lay on the ground, her head having hit something, but apparently not feeling any pain, while water kept seeping out from underneath. There, she wet herself. Drunken women were indeed tough, losing every shred of composure. A puddle of water formed on the ground, soaking Lin Zhejia's pants that had slid down to her knees. Lu Wenzong sighed, lifted her up, and carried her back to the sofa. Upon closer inspection, he noticed there was actually a small round cap on the topmost part of the lock. With a flick, the cap twisted aside, revealing a small hole. Ah, so that's how it works. Lu Wenzong put the cap back in place, noticing his own pants were also wet, and therefore pulled them off. After some searching, Lu Wenzong stripped Danny's pants and dressed Lin Zhejia in them. Lin Zhejia felt someone helping her with her pants and immediately hugged Lu Wenzong, muttering incomprehensibly. Lu Wenzong broke free from her embrace, adjusted her body, and called Xia Jianjun, asking him to arrange for transportation to pick them up. Xia Jianjun's secretary soon arrived, saying he had borrowed a minivan below. Together, they managed to carry all the drunken men downstairs. However, when it came to the last two women, the van was already full. They decided to make another trip. Chen Fei stayed in the private room to take care of the two women, while Xia Jianjun's secretary drove the minivan to send the group of drunken people home first. Back in the room, Lu Wenzong found Lin Zhejia and Wu Ruhan both in the restroom. Lin Zhejia lay beside the door, while Wu Ruhan slumped against the toilet seat. Both were fast asleep, looking very peaceful. What on earth are these two women doing? Their behavior under the influence of alcohol severely undermined his understanding of them. He carried them out of the restroom one by one and laid them on the sofa, waiting for Xia Jianjun's secretary to come. But they waited until midnight, and the car still hadn't arrived. When Lu Wenzong called, he learned that the guy had been in a car accident and was dealing with it. Shit, what now? Helpless, Lu Wenzong could only stay in the private room with the two women until 2:30 in the morning when Xia Jianjun's secretary finally returned. After putting the two women in the car, they eventually returned to the hotel. First, they settled Wu Ruhan, then turned to check on Lin Zhejia. Surprisingly, Xia Jianjun's secretary was holding her, pacing back and forth in the hallway. What's going on? I don't know either. This woman simply refuses to return to her room and runs around babbling nonsense. Xia Jianjun's secretary complained, puzzled. All right, let me handle it. Lu Wenzong took over, directly hoisting Lin Zhejia onto his shoulder and heading towards her room. Xia Jianjun's secretary chuckled behind them, shook his head, and walked away. Lu Wenzong carried Lin Zhejia on his shoulder, fished out the room card from her bag, opened the door, and went inside. He laid her on the bed, covered her with blankets, and just as he was about to leave, Lin Zhejia suddenly hugged his neck and pulled him down onto her body. It took tremendous effort to pry Lin Zhejia's arms loose, but before he could leave, she suddenly sat up and embraced him around the waist again. Damn, was she trying to seduce him? Before he could break free from Lin Zhejia's embrace, he felt some movement behind him. Turning his head, flashes accompanied several shutter clicks sounded. Holy crap, what does this mean? Two strange men appeared in front of him, holding cameras. The two men didn't say anything, turned, and left. Lu Wenzong forcefully pried Lin Zhejia's hands apart and ran out. Those two men moved swiftly, rushing out through the elevator doors and rapidly pressing the buttons to shut them. When Lu Wenzong reached the entrance, the elevator doors had already closed. Lu Wenzong rushed down the stairs. It was the 8th floor, and by the time he got downstairs, the elevator had gone up again. The figures of those two men were nowhere to be seen. Lu Wenzong didn't understand the implications, and with no one around now, he was clueless about what to do. These two people had burst into the room in the middle of the night and taken pictures of him and Lin Zhejia. There was no way it could be simple. When he returned upstairs, Lin Zhejia was already lying on the floor. This woman, when drunk, proved even more troublesome than a man, leaving Lu Wenzong feeling extremely agitated. Only after considerable effort did he manage to settle her down. Then, he checked on Wu Ruhan's room. Finding her sound asleep, he finally returned to his own room. After spending some time cultivating with the little fairy, Lu Wenzong drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he woke up early while Wu Ruhan and Lin Zhejia were still resting. After having breakfast downstairs, he hadn't yet gone upstairs when Xia Jianjun's call came through. Wenzong, come over to my room for a moment, Xia Jianjun said before hanging up directly. Confused, Lu Wenzong rushed to Xia Jianjun's room, where he noticed Xia Jianjun's expression was far from pleasant. Indicating Lu Wenzong to sit down, Xia Jianjun paused thoughtfully before saying, Wenzong, as you are all young, I know there are some things that I, as an elder, shouldn't mention. However, this matter has a really bad impression, so I must say something. You haven't married yet, so an unstable love life is normal, but you certainly can't go after a married woman. Uncle Xia, where does this talk come from? Lu Wenzong asked in confusion. Where does it come from? Were you in Lin Zhejia's room last night? Xia Jianjun questioned. How could I be? They were drunk, and after sending her back, I returned to my own room. But because Lin Zhejia was intoxicated, she clung to anything and anyone. When I put her back on the bed, she grabbed onto me, and suddenly two men burst in, taking photos with their cameras, and then they fled. By the time I chased them out, they entered the elevator. I followed via the stairs but couldn't catch them. Is that so? Xia Jianjun relaxed slightly. Of course. If you don't believe me, Uncle Xia, you can check the surveillance cameras. There are cameras monitoring the corridor, Lu Wenzong confirmed firmly. Then take a look at this. Xia Jianjun handed over a stack of newspapers. Chapter 138, Lin Zhejia's husband. Lu Wenzong took the newspaper handed over by Xia Jianjun and discovered that it was an early morning edition published by the publicity department of Sanling City. On the second page of the paper, there was a bold headline. Is this an act of charity or a secret rendezvous? Below the title, there were two pictures, photos of Lin Jiejia hugging Lu Wenzong. The content underneath discussed a charity banquet held in Sanling City, but did not report on Sangzi County's performance at this charity banquet. Instead, it directly claimed that as a corporate representative of Sangzi County, Lu Wenzong had an improper relationship with another married woman. Below followed numerous comments. The consensus of these comments was that people like Lu Wenzong and Lin Jiejia deserved universal condemnation and should be nailed to the pillar of shame. Moreover, the leaders of Sangzi County were also brought into question and required thorough investigation. Damn, this is deliberately stirring up trouble, Lu Wenzong said, putting down the newspaper. The city leaders haven't seen the newspaper yet. If they do, I'll definitely get a scolding phone call. But this isn't really a big deal. You're single, but Lin Jiejia is a married woman, which makes things special, Xia Jianjun said. I am innocent with her, Lu Wenzong replied dejectedly. I believe you, but will the readers of the newspaper believe that? Xia Jianjun retorted. So, this won't cause much of an impact, right? It won't have a big impact on you, but at most I might also get scolded. The critical issue is if Lin Jiejia's husband finds out. Don't you think you'll be in trouble? Xia Jianjun pointed out. You've really made me aware. Lu Wenzong realized that since the other party wanted to cause him trouble, they would likely send the newspaper directly to Lin Jiejia's husband, Huang Youjia. Lu Wenzong guessed correctly. As soon as Huang Youjia woke up in the morning, he found a newspaper left beside his door. It was already opened, revealing the picture of his wife Lin Jiejia embracing a strange man in a hotel room. Trembling, Huang Youjia picked up the newspaper and stared fixedly at the picture. His eyes began to redden. This Huang Youjia looked quite handsome with his pale complexion and good looks. However, his face seemed particularly pale, without any stubble, making him appear rather effeminate. After looking at it for several moments, he angrily tore the newspaper to pieces and started smashing things. In less than a few minutes, almost everything in the living room was broken, including the large chandelier on the ceiling. Huang Youjia sat panting heavily on a broken sofa. After a while, he picked up the shredded newspaper, searched for that specific photo, and glared intensely at Lu Wenzong's face. Half an hour later, after calming down, he picked up the phone and called out. When Lin Jiejia answered, a barrage of vicious curses greeted her, causing her to burst into tears, though she dared not hang up. After berating her for more than 10 minutes, Huang Youjia hung up. Lin Jiejia continued to pack up things. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong had also finished talking. For Xia Jianjun, this incident was not a major issue. At most he'd receive a verbal scolding from his superior. However, for Lu Wenzong, this was indeed a troublesome matter. Her husband might very well come knocking, and what's more, it could lead to the breaking of his family. So in this entire affair, Lu Wenzong had become a classic example of a person ruining another's family. Lu Wenzong felt frustrated too. Truly, he hadn't lured Lin Jiejia. Their first intimate contact was for rescuing someone, and the second time was helping her when she was drunk. Wasn't that exactly the case? On their way back to Sangzi County, the entrepreneurs set off. He Danian again told vulgar jokes all the way, teasing Lu Wenzong, making him increasingly irritable. Upon arriving just outside Sangzi County, the convoy stopped. Xia Jianjun shook hands and bid farewell to everyone. When saying goodbye to Lu Wenzong, Xia Jianjun said, when dealing with things, remain calm, don't act impulsively. I understand, Lu Wenzong replied. Xia Jianjun's car drove off first. Originally, he Danian had planned to treat everyone to dinner, but Lu Wenzong wasn't in the mood, nor did Lin Jiejia want to eat, so the gathering ended. Everyone drove away one after another. Lu Wenzong's car followed he Danian's car. Lin Jiejia's car was behind them. However, just as they entered the ring road from the second ring road, the cars were suddenly blocked. The leading figure was a middle-aged man with a gentle-looking demeanor, cold as frost, standing alongside more than 10 men armed with sticks blocking the road. Passing vehicles didn't dare to break through, quickly turning around and changing lanes. Recognizing Huang Youjia ahead, he Danian realized today Lu Wenzong was about to suffer. Rather than turning back, he parked his car and got out. He Danian walked toward Huang Youjia, while Lu Wenzong was still unclear about the situation and saw Lin Jiejia rushing over from behind. A sudden thought struck Lu Wenzong, and he opened the car door to prepare for getting out. Wu Ruhan pulled him back immediately, saying, "This is aimed at you, and you're going to get out? I have nothing on my conscience. Why should I be afraid?" After speaking, Lu Wenzong stepped out of the car. Ahead, he Danian seemed to be talking to the leading effeminate man, while Lin Jiejia had just reached that effeminate man and was slapped hard by him. Lin Jiejia's body spun around half a circle because of the slap, and then she fell directly to the ground. Lu Wenzong hadn't come close, yet when he saw the effeminate man suddenly point his finger at him and roar at the 10 people he had brought along. Then those 10 men rushed towards Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong stopped his steps and stood in place without dodging. Seeing this, he Danian ran over in a hurry to try to stop them, but the 10 men did not listen and continued to rush towards Lu Wenzong. Although he Danian was talkative and often told dirty jokes, he was someone worth making friends with. As the 10 men rushed up to him, Lu Wenzong shouted to he Danian, "Mr. He, thank you, but please step aside so you won't get hurt." He Danian hesitated and stopped his steps, seeing the 10 men already rushing to Lu Wenzong, their sticks swinging already. He Danian felt this wasn't right, and hurriedly quickened his pace to rush over. Lu Wenzong stood in place motionless. As the batons were about to land on him, he suddenly disappeared in place. The 10 men paused, seeing Lu Wenzong already standing behind them. Then, the two people closest to Lu Wenzong received 2 kicks from him and embarrassingly landed face down on the ground. The remaining 8 people turned around simultaneously and pounced again. Lu Wenzong's body continued teleporting, though the distance was a bit short, but it was enough to use in a fight. The 8 men were played around by him, and he Danian could only stare in astonishment from the side. Even though he completely had the ability to easily beat these 8 men, Lu Wenzong tangled with them for a while to test the use of his immortal energy. After knocking down the 8 men, looking over there, Huang Youjia was punching and kicking Lin Jejia. That fierceness wasn't beating a wife, it was clearly attacking an enemy. Chapter 139, Is Lin Jejia dead? That, brother you. He Dagnian saw Lu Wenzong walking over and stammered, not knowing how to speak. Boss thanks a lot, brother. Lu Wenzong smiled, patted his shoulder, and walked towards Huang Youjia. Huang Youjia hadn't seen the situation here yet, and was still kicking and beating Lin Jejia with all his might. It seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he had killed her. Lu Wenzong walked over, grabbed Huang Youjia's arm, and pulled him directly backward, pulling Huang Youjia straight onto the ground. Huang Youjia was furious, got up, and rushed at Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong dodged aside, and Huang Youjia missed, almost falling down again. Lu Wenzong reached out to help Lin Jejia get up, but she avoided Lu Wenzong's hand, not daring to let him support her. You adulterous scumbags. You bio bitch, I'm going to beat you to death today. Damn it. Do you think I can't deal with you? So you become uncontrollable? You're locked up ass just rubbing against that guy. Isn't that because you can't handle anything special and are now clawing at your liver in anguish? A crisp sound interrupted his foul-mouthed curses. Lu Wenzong slapped him, making him flip several times before falling face down. If you keep saying such dirty words, I'll cut off your tongue. And by the way, there's nothing between me and your wife Lin Jejia. If you continue to harass me, don't blame me for being rude. Besides, beating your wife is no skill. Show some real talent, or people will continue to look down on you. Lu Wenzong said, then turned and walked away. Lu Wenzong bid farewell to He Dagnian and returned to Guegu with Wu Ruhan. However, early the next morning after returning to Guegu, He Dagnian actually called. Brother, I have something to tell you, boss, he said. What's up? Your tone sounds a bit heavy, like you're facing difficulties. Lu Wenzong asked with a smile. Nothing of the sort. I just feel sorry that such a delicate beauty has died, He Dagnian said. Died? Who died? Lu Wenzong hadn't caught on yet. Lin Jejia. Dead? How did she die? Lu Wenzong was startled, standing up abruptly. I don't know exactly how, but I've heard that Huang Youjia strangled her. That Huang Youjia has already been arrested by the police. Shit, this Huang Youjia is really despicable. Lu Wenzong felt quite guilty. This matter was ultimately somewhat related to him. If it weren't for his involvement, someone wouldn't have designed a trap for them, and Lin Jejia would still be alive. Still, Lu Wenzong drove to the county town to investigate, discovering that Lin Jejia was currently lying in the hospital. Because Huang Youjia had been arrested and nobody from the Huang family came forward to handle things, Lin Jejia was left unattended even after dying. Lu Wenzong claimed to be Lin Jejia's cousin to find the doctor and asked to see Lin Jejia. Upon arrival, it turned out that Lin Jejia had not yet been placed in the morgue. As she had died in the morning and her relatives had not yet arrived, she was placed in an unused room. Doctor, could I stay alone with my cousin for a while? Lu Wenzong asked the doctor standing nearby. Of course. The doctor looked at Lu Wenzong once and went outside. Chen Fei closed the door, lifted the white cloth, and took out Lin Jejia's wrist. A puff of immortal energy entered through the pulse point, flowing throughout the body, and eventually detecting a faint response in Lin Jejia's brain. Damn, she isn't fully dead yet, but her body is very cold. Lu Wenzong was also confused and quickly summoned the little fairy to check her. After checking, the little fairy smiled and said, your guess was right, she isn't completely dead. Her heart has stopped, but her brain is still functioning. She can be saved. How? Will divine water work? Lu Wenzong asked. Of course it can. For ordinary people, divine water can handle anything, the little fairy proudly stated. But in her current state, she can't drink it. I'll open her esophagus, and you pour it directly in. After speaking, the little fairy stood on Lin Jejia's chest and pressed her hands on Lin Jejia's throat, releasing a wave of celestial energy inside. Lin Jejia's mouth opened immediately. Chen Fei took out the prepared divine water and poured it directly into her mouth. This time more was poured, about an entire bottle before stopping. The little fairy let go and flew back onto Lu Wenzong's shoulder with a smile. Wait, however, what do you plan to do once she comes back to life? This question troubled Lu Wenzong. Indeed, what should be done? Should this Lin Jejia be allowed to return home? Huang Youjia dared to kill Lin Jejia directly. So how could it end well if she goes back? But staying here doesn't seem plausible either. Or should he bring her back to Ghost Valley? Take her back to Ghost Valley. This woman is quite special and can help you improve your cultivation speed. The little fairy said this with a rather mysterious smile, which puzzled Lu Wenzong a bit. What do you mean? Lu Wenzong didn't understand. Trust me, it's the right thing to do, the little fairy said confidently. So how do we take her back? There's still a doctor outside. If we just take away such a big person, won't the hospital ask questions? Lu Wenzong pointed out. Hey, come back at night. The little fairy gave a suggestion. But no, I've already given her divine water. What if she wakes up suddenly? No worries, I'll let her sleep a little longer. The little fairy finished speaking, then sent another wave of celestial energy over. She clapped her hands and made an okay gesture. The two left the hospital. He Dagnian was already waiting outside. Brother, did you see her? Isn't it really unfortunate? How did you know I came to the hospital? Lu Wenzong ignored his question and asked instead. I guessed. I knew you would come to see her. He Dagnian smiled. Really? You sound like Zhuge Liang. Lu Wenzong doubted. Haha, don't mention that. Let's go play. Following He Dagnian, they played cards for a while, and Lu Wenzong won several 10,000 yuan. Then they had a meal together. He Dagnian had many friends, lots of people to play cards with, lots of people to eat with, and when they went to sing, there were again tons of people. All kinds of people gathered here. Some were completely unknown to Lu Wenzong, so he simply joined in and wasted some time. These guys got together and started talking, and soon their conversation turned to the topic of Huang Youjia killing his own wife Lin Jejia. They talked about Huang Youjia's incompetence, but Lu Wenzong wasn't particularly concerned. However, one guy with a fat and shiny head mentioned Lu Wenzong, saying something about how Lu Wenzong was having a blast, getting to have fun with a beautiful old virgin. This made Lu Wenzong extremely pissed off. Before He Dagnian could stop him, he slapped that chubby face hard. With a loud crack, everyone in the room froze in astonishment as all eyes focused on the angry Lu Wenzong. Chapter 140. Is Han Xiao here to settle a score with Lu Wenzong? Brother, calm down. He Dagan walked over and consoled Lu Wenzong. Then he shouted at the fat-faced man. Tu Tianming, you shut your mouth and don't say whatever comes to mind. He Dagan, what did I say? Tu Tianming became furious, jumping up to spray a sentence at He Dagan. Then glaring at Lu Wenzong, he yelled, who do you think you are? Some trashy agriculture company wants to hit me? Do you even know who I am? Oh, who are you? Tell me so I can see it for myself, Lu Wenzong said coldly. I'm the exclusive distributor of Darning Pharmaceuticals in Sanling City. My cousin is deputy director of the police bureau Fong Xiaokui. Tu Tianming proudly proclaimed. Lu Wenzong was speechless as he looked at this guy who thought himself invincible. Without hesitation, he gave him another slap. Tu Tianming was completely stunned. After hearing his introduction, how could this guy dare to hit him again? This made no sense. Previously, as soon as he named his status, no one dared touch him. It was always he bullying others. But today, he had been brutally beaten by Lu Wenzong, and he found it hard to believe. Brother, don't lay hands on him. Let's talk things out nicely. He Dagan stood nearby, his laughter hollow, but without making any actual move. The other people in the private room also acted as if they didn't see, except for the two women near Tu Tianming who moved back a little bit. Everyone else continued with their actions, as if nothing happened, and no one came forward to mediate. I will fight you till the end. Tu Tianming roared furiously, his eyes red as he lunged forward wildly. Lu Wenzong cast him a cold glance, then kicked him back with ease. Tu Tianming fell on the ground, unable to get up anymore, and began wailing as he clutched his stomach. Brother, calm down. Don't lay hands, He Dagan repeated again. Shit, just as you kept saying. Huh, he couldn't hold back his chuckle. It's getting late, I'll be leaving. Lu Wenzong still had some serious work to do. It was around 9 or 10 o'clock now, and it was about time to act. You have guts not to leave, I'll have people kill you. Tu Tianming, hearing that Lu Wenzong planned to leave, quickly got up and shouted. So? Then I'll wait for you to come and kill me. Lu Wenzong stopped in his tracks with a smile. Brother, calm down, don't resort to violence. He Dagan reiterated his words again. If you keep talking, I swear I'll punch you first. Lu Wenzong glared at him unhappily. All right. You're too strong for me. I surrender. He Dagan put up his hands in defeat. Lu Wenzong decided not to leave, took a sip of wine and sat back down, waiting for Tu Tianming to gather his friends. He had a buildup of anger inside, and if those people really showed up, they would serve as an outlet for his pent-up rage. Tu Tianming ran outside to make phone calls. Several minutes later, he returned to the private room. Glaring hatefully at Lu Wenzong, he sat back into his original spot. The atmosphere in the room resumed its previous cheerfulness as if no incident had occurred. Tu Tianming wasn't exactly popular among He Dagan's circle of friends. If it weren't for his relative social standing and a bit of influence, no one would pay him any heed. Then die waiting for your reinforcements, Tu Tianming loudly declared after having a drink. However, with the cacophony of voices in the private room, Lu Wenzong couldn't hear him clearly and could only roughly guess what he said from his lip movements. Still, Lu Wenzong didn't care much and gave him the middle finger as a gesture of disdain. Tu Tianming grinned smugly, as if the people he was calling would surely take care of Lu Wenzong. After about 10 minutes, the door to the private room opened and more than 10 people walked in sequentially. Seeing them arrive, Tu Tianming immediately greeted them eagerly. Looking up, Lu Wenzong realized he knew one of the visitors. Han Xiao, it's him. Tu Tianming pointed in Lu Wenzong's direction. He Dagan stood up, walked over, and smiled. Isn't this Master Han? How's Brother Qing doing these days? Oh, Mr. He. Han Xiao offered a faint smile, seemingly unimpressed by He Dagan. Han Xiao, these are all my friends. They're just small misunderstandings. No need to bother you with such trivial matters, He Dagan tried to dissuade. Sorry, Mr. He, but this is something Brother Qing asked me to handle, replied Han Xiao. Han Xiao, give me some face, pleaded He Dagan. Unfortunately, I can't accommodate that request, said Han Xiao. Then he turned and looked towards the direction Tu Tianming pointed. Once his eyes locked onto the person sitting on the sofa, they narrowed immediately. Lu Wenzong. These 3 words were etched deep in Han Xiao's memory. The first time he met Lu Wenzong, he considered himself unbeatable in Sangzi, yet he failed even to last one round and suffered a humiliating defeat. So, after recovering from his injuries, he trained arduously, all with the aim of challenging Lu Wenzong to reclaim his honor. To be honest, Han Xiao was quite intimidated by Lu Wenzong. Even though he had improved recently, it still didn't feel like much progress to him. In contrast, Lu Wenzong had been able to knock him out with just one punch the last time they met. His strength must have been absolutely terrifying. Thus, when facing Lu Wenzong, Han Xiao had no confidence at all. However, if he didn't fight, how could he ever avenge his humiliation? Han Xiao was caught in a dilemma, staring blankly in Lu Wenzong's direction, lost in thought. Han Xiao, kill him. Tu Tianming urged again, seeing Han Xiao dazed. Get lost, Han Xiao shouted angrily. Tu Tianming's face turned pale as he stepped back after being yelled at by Han Xiao, clearly displeased. Han Xiao then walked up to Lu Wenzong and said sternly, let's fight. Lu Wenzong didn't even bother standing up. He chuckled lightly and said, you're no match for me. Go practice more and come back when you're ready. I'll give you a chance. Go beat Tu Tianming right now, or don't think about leaving here. After hearing Lu Wenzong's words, Han Xiao's anger began to show, his fists clenched tightly. The things Lu Wenzong said deeply hurt him because he'd lorded over Shangzi for so many years, and no one had dared speak to him like that before. You? Han Xiao pointed at Lu Wenzong, his face turning red, obviously preparing to attack. Lu Wenzong didn't even look at him, continuing, I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After that, you won't get this chance again. Damn it, I'll kill you. Han Xiao roared furiously, charging straight at Lu Wenzong. But as soon as he reached Lu Wenzong, a sharp pain struck his stomach, and his body flew backward involuntarily. When Han Xiao attacked, he had already been paying attention to Lu Wenzong's movements, yet hadn't managed to figure out exactly how Lu Wenzong kicked. One could only conclude that Lu Wenzong's speed of kicking was simply too fast for him to see clearly. Han Xiao flew a long distance before hitting the ground, and his subordinates rushed over to help him up. But upon lifting him, they discovered that Han Xiao couldn't stand at all. His face was twisted in agony, and his legs were trembling weakly. I told you I'd give you an opportunity, but you didn't cherish it, Lu Wenzong said coldly. Chapter 141, Bringing Lin Jejia Back to Ghost Valley. Han Xiao looked painfully at Lu Wenzong, not knowing what to do. Should he follow Lu Wenzong's request, or leave directly? To be honest, after 2 encounters with Lu Wenzong in a total of 2 moves, Han Xiao felt a bit scared deep inside. Still not making a move? Lu Wenzong said again. Han Xiao painfully opened his mouth and then repeated the same sentence to his subordinates. Still not making a move? Han Xiao's subordinates hesitated for a moment, then all moved towards Tu Tianming. Startled, Tu Tianming hurriedly stepped back. Han Xiao, what are you doing? It was me who called you here. Tu Tianming tripped over something with his foot and fell backward. This gave Han Xiao's subordinates a good chance to attack. A few of them rushed forward and began to punch and kick Tu Tianming. Tu Tianming wailed in pain as nobody intervened, watching him being beaten by a group of people. After 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Wenzong called a stop, and they returned to stand beside Han Xiao. Just get out. Lu Wenzong softly said 2 words. With a difficult expression, Han Xiao left the private room supported by his subordinates. Coming with great enthusiasm, but leaving with disappointment. He had really been unlucky. He Danny glanced at Lu Wenzong, deeply wary but also very relieved that he hadn't antagonized Lu Wenzong. After Han Xiao left, Tu Tianming didn't dare to provoke Lu Wenzong anymore, picking himself up quietly and sneaking away. Lu Wenzong stayed less than 10 minutes before leaving as well. Despite Hedanian's continuous attempts to keep him, Lu Wenzong truly had something urgent to attend to and declined politely. Leaving the room, he checked the time. It was 10:30 p.m., with very few pedestrians on the streets. It was a good time to take action. Lu Wenzong arrived at the shadow area by the hospital fence, instantly changing his face into Tu Tianming's. Walking boldly into the hospital, he quickly headed towards the room where Lin Jejia's body was placed in the afternoon. Along the way, he only saw some patients going to the bathroom, and several nurses rushing past without encountering too many people. Reaching the door of the room, he found that the door wasn't locked and there were no doctors guarding it. Lu Wenzong pushed the door open directly. After checking Lin Jejia's condition, he discovered that Lin Jejia indeed had signs of life, though she was still asleep. Taking out the small hoe, he directly placed Lin Jejia's body into the depression of the hoe. Watching Lin Jejia's body become smaller and smaller until finally it was almost invisible unless carefully observed. Even he was astonished. Shrinking the small hoe and putting it back into his pocket, Lu Wenzong's appearance returned to normal. After about a minute, Lu Wenzong changed back into Tu Tianming's appearance once more, striding boldly out of the room. After leaving the hospital, Lu Wenzong turned back into his own form and checked into a hotel. That night, the hospital didn't realize Lin Jejia was gone. Not until the next morning when the doctor prepared to move Lin Jejia's body to the morgue did they discover her corpse was missing. The hospital was surprised and couldn't figure out how someone could steal such an item. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered that someone had entered the room containing Lin Jejia's body, but upon exiting, no sign of Lin Jejia was visible. The hospital had no way to explain this matter, so they made a phone call to report it to the police. The police acted swiftly, quickly uncovering that the person entering the room was Tu Tianming. However, upon learning about Tu Tianming's identity, he was the brother-in-law of the deputy bureau chief. The police became somewhat hesitant. Arresting him without permission could result in retaliation afterward. Nonetheless, this matter somehow came to Xia Jianjun's attention. Through Xia Jianjun's arrangement, the police successfully brought a bruised and battered Tu Tianming back to the station from his home. At Tu Tianming's house rescuing him, this guy could provide no alibi evidence. The surveillance clearly showed his entry into the hospital. Though he cried out his innocence, he was detained anyway. As the police couldn't find Lin Jejia, and Tu Tianming provided no substantial evidence either, the police had insufficient strong evidence themselves. Both sides thus remained at a standoff. Tu Tianming was detained for more than half a month before being released. It was on the morning of the same day Lu Wenzong successfully took out Lin Jejia that he successfully returned to Ghost Valley after calling Xiuxian. First, he put Lin Jejia in his own room, then went to fetch Wu Ruhan. Seeing Lin Jejia lying on the bed, Wu Ruhan covered her little mouth in surprise and asked fearfully, "Didn't you say she was dead?" "I managed to revive her. But this woman can't go back home, otherwise she'll die again," Lu Wenzong said. "So how do you plan to arrange her stay?" Wu Ruhan asked. "Just leave her at Ghost Valley for now. However, there are too many passers-by here. It's not suitable for her to stay. You can arrange for her to stay on Dragon Mountain," Lu Wenzong said. "Alright, but you should figure out how to explain things to Xiaohua." Wu Ruhan shot a glance at Lu Wenzong, scolding him for always attracting women. "She's too busy to care about such trivial matters," Lu Wenzong laughed. Lu Xiaohua was the busiest person in Ghost Valley aside from Wu Ruhan. As the scale of Ghost Valley grew larger and larger, Lu Xiaohua was increasingly occupied with work. She had to manage the accounts of both the main branch of Ghost Valley and the chain stores, which was tough since she wasn't professionally trained. Once she got into it, she would lose track of time entirely. "But we should let her know, right?" "I'll go talk to her," Lu Wenzong said. After asking Wu Ruhan to take care of Lin Jejia, Lu Wenzong headed to the finance department where he found Lu Xiaohua auditing documents. With her head down and buried in a pile of files, Lu Xiaohua concentrated deeply on her task. She didn't even notice when Lu Wenzong entered. "Leave any document here if you need me to review them," Lu Xiaohua spoke up without looking up, mistaking Lu Wenzong for an employee delivering financial records. Lu Wenzong leaned over and planted a kiss on her hair. Surprised, Lu Xiaohua abruptly looked up, recognizing Lu Wenzong, and immediately composed herself into a bright smile. "Brother, I'm handling some accounts now. They're quite difficult. Take your time, as long as there's no mistake." Lu Wenzong approached her, took her hand, and led her away from her desk to sit on a couch nearby. "Is something up, brother? By the way, Sister Ruhan mentioned that the female boss you encountered last time was killed by her husband. How did it turn out?" Lu Xiaohua asked proactively. "I came here exactly to tell you about this case." Lu Wenzong then told Lu Xiaohua everything that happened in Sangzi and how he met Lin Jejia in Sanling City. As he recounted these events, Lu Xiaohua's face flushed red. He also shared in full details the conflict at the charity gala, the drunken photography incident, and being blocked by Huang Youjia later, not withholding anything from Lu Xiaohua. After listening to the entire story, Lu Wenzong successfully evoked sympathy for Lin Jejia from Lu Xiaohua. Consequently, the decision for Lin Jejia to stay in Ghost Valley and work on Dragon Mountain gained Lu Xiaohua's full support. To express her commitment, she even set aside her work and went to visit Lin Jejia. Chapter 142. Unlocking her freedom once again. When Lin Jejia woke up, it was already past 6 in the evening. She opened her eyes to find herself lying in an unfamiliar room. The lights were on, and a beautiful girl was sitting by the bedside. Her last memory was Huang Youjia choking her, making her breathing more and more difficult until she knew nothing else. Shouldn't she be dead? Confused, Lin Jejia slowly tried to sit up. Lu Xiuxian noticed Lin Jejia waking up and quickly stood up, walking to the bedside. "You're awake?" Lu Xiuxia asked softly. Lin Jejia looked at Lu Xiuxia's gentle smile and asked, "Where am I? Why am I here?" "This is Gue Valley. My brother brought you back." Lu Xiuxia laughed. "Your brother? Who is your brother?" Lin Jejia asked. "My brother's name is Lu Wenzong," Lu Xiuxia said proudly. "Mr. Lu," Lin Jejia was shocked. Although her relationship with Lu Wenzong wasn't extremely close, their previous encounter had made her view him rather uniquely. Later, due to the incident during the charity banquet where Lu Wenzong helped her out and got drunk, which then caused some media coverage, their relationship became somewhat complicated. This time, she didn't understand how her husband, Huang Youjia, intended to kill her but was somehow saved by Lu Wenzong. Nevertheless, Lu Xiuxia, as an eager storyteller, explained everything in great detail. It turned out that even after the hospital failed to save her life, Lu Wenzong managed to bring her back. His ability was truly remarkable. Moreover, if no one else knew, technically, she was already considered deceased. If she had indeed been confirmed dead, wouldn't this cancel her marriage with Huang Youjia directly? Upon realizing this, Lin Jejia felt oddly relieved. "Sister Lin, from now on, you can stay here peacefully. No one will be able to find you. You're already declared dead. Let my brother arrange a new ID for you and start over," Lu Xiuxia suggested. "Alright, thank you very much," Lin Jejia sincerely thanked them. Indeed, Lu Wenzong had truly saved her, saving her life and rescuing her from the dark abyss of her marriage. Marrying Huang Youjia had never been something she desired deeply, but neither did she anticipate the calamities that would follow. Unfortunately, due to a problem occurring on their wedding day, Huang Youjia couldn't fulfill his marital duties. This change profoundly impacted his behavior toward her. Being involved in running the garment factory required her to interact with others regularly. However, every time she spoke to any man, Huang Youjia would lose control of his temper and viciously beat her. At first, she resisted, but eventually, he extended his threats to her parents. She dared not retaliate anymore. Her parents had been brought home by Huang Youjia, who continuously threatened her with killing them should she dare to defy him. Consequently, she learned to endure every abuse silently. Somewhere along the line, Huang Youjia procured a lock and placed it on her private part. For Lin Jejia, the locking itself wasn't an issue because she had no intention of infidelity. Still, being locked represented immense shame to her. This information leaked out, turning her into a laughingstock throughout the entire Sangzi County. Although most people were still polite to her because her garment factory brought money, Lin Jejia could sense a peculiar look in everyone's eyes whenever they met. now declared dead. She finally escaped that suffocating family environment. However, her sole concern was about her parents' welfare. Fortunately, Huang Youjia was captured, meaning her parents' safety was likely assured. Yet without her or Huang Youjia managing the garment factory, what would become of the business? What would happen to her parents? After conversing for a while, Lu Xiaoxia ordered food from the estate workers for Lin Jejia. After eating, Lin Jejia soon heard from Lu Wenzong, who arrived promptly upon learning the news. Following a brief inquiry, Lin Jejia decided once again to seek help from Lu Wenzong. Mr. Lu, since I'm technically dead and Huang Youjia is arrested, what should we do about the garment factory? I'm not quite sure yet. I'll check tomorrow, replied Lu Wenzong. Also, my parents are still living in my old house. Could you help arrange a better situation for them? Lin Jejia pleaded. No problem. I'll send someone to handle it. Lu Wenzong nodded in agreement. Thank you. Lin Jejia genuinely expressed gratitude. Subsequently, Lu Wenzong called Danny and arranged things accordingly. Lin Jejia also provided Lu Wenzong with the safe code from her old house, requesting him to allocate a portion of the funds for her parents' retirement, as a part of the money rightfully belonged to her. Danny personally took care of the errand entrusted by Lu Wenzong. Even though there was over 1 million yuan in cash in the safe, Danny still considered it an insignificant amount of money. Thus, he merely took 200,000 yuan and handed it to Lin Jejia's parents. Danny also helped rent a small courtyard for Lin Jejia's parents, arranging their stay in a residential complex. As for the case where Lin Jejia's corpse had been stolen, the elderly couple were already aware of it. After all, the matter had stirred up quite a commotion, with even the police chief's cousin getting arrested. With the assistance provided by Lin Jejia's friends for their daily lives, the elderly couple expressed gratitude but were deeply saddened by their daughter's misfortune. While she was alive, she didn't lead a good life, and even after her supposed death, she continued to endure hardships. After taking care of Lin Jejia's parents, Lin Jejia finally felt at ease. However, something on her body continued to cause her discomfort, making her feel like she hadn't entirely shaken off her previous life yet. She did not have the key, nor did she know where Huang Youjia had stored it. She couldn't go home to retrieve it, and was reluctant to ask Lu Wenzong for help. Although her life at Gue Valley was pleasant, she remained burdened with heavy thoughts. The last time she got injured, Lu Wenzong managed to remove the lock, implying that he had a unique method. Lu Wenzong noticed Lin Jejia's preoccupation and took the initiative to address the issue himself. To be crude about it, Lu Wenzong was also quite eager to see Lin Jejia's exceptional qualities once more, as he had witnessed this legendary marvel before. Lin Jejia hadn't expected Lu Wenzong to voluntarily offer to unlock her. Surprised, she blushed profusely. Yet, without much thought, she nodded in agreement. After all, it wouldn't be the first time for them. In the guest room of the farm, Lu Wenzong and Lin Jejia stood face to face, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Lin Jejia removed her leggings along with her underwear, revealing the silver-white lock once again to Lu Wenzong. Lie down and close your eyes, Lu Wenzong instructed. Lin Jejia complied, walking over to the bed nearby and lying down. Lu Wenzong watched as she closed her eyes, then extended his index finger. He summoned mystical energy, causing his finger to transform into the shape of a key, replicating the precise pattern required from the previous experience. Chapter 143. All men have 3 legs. Lu Wenzong inserted the key into the lock, and with a click it opened. Lu Wenzong withdrew his hand, removing the lock. But he couldn't control his eyes. They were still staring tightly at a certain place. After looking for quite some time, Lu Wenzong inadvertently began to entertain inappropriate thoughts. Lying there, Lin Jejia felt Lu Wenzong's gaze stop and looked up to find him staring at her lower part. She blushed furiously, closing her legs together to obscure 90% of the beautiful view. Lu Wenzong snapped out of it, gave an awkward smile, turned around, and stood up. Lin Jejia let out a long sigh and hurriedly dressed before getting up. I'll go outside first, Lin Jejia said, rushing toward the door. Lu Wenzong chuckled, reaching out and stopping her. This is your room. Where are you going? Lin Jejia was at a loss. You should rest early. I'll go back, Lu Wenzong said, then turned and left the room. Watching Lu Wenzong's figure disappear out the door, Lin Jejia exhaled deeply, then sat down on the bed weakly, her face frighteningly red. Lu Wenzong was stimulated, so that night he quietly sneaked over to Lu Xiaoxia's dormitory and spent a wonderful evening with her. The next day after getting up, Lu Wenzong had Wu Ruhan personally take Lin Jejia to Dragon Mountain. And after Lu Xiaoxia personally styled her, Lin Jejia entirely transformed into a rural woman, wearing ordinary clothes and even having an old towel wrapped around her head. However, though this look was old-fashioned, it still couldn't conceal the mature aura radiating from Lin Jejia's every pore. The more Lu Wenzong looked, the stranger he felt. So in the end he decided that Lin Jejia should mess up her hair a bit and make her face slightly dirtier for it to appear more natural. With Lin Jejia's matter settled for now, Lu Wenzong was still not at ease when another issue popped up again. Wu Ruhan mysteriously received a summons from the Three Peak City Court. Looking at the content of the summons, it turned out someone died after eating ginseng from Gigu. Consequently, the bereaved family sued both the seller Wu Xingjun and the cultivators of Gigu ginseng. Wu Ruhan immediately sought out Lu Wenzong and handed him the court summons. After reading the details, Lu Wenzong said, "It seems Wu Xingjun was indeed here to cause trouble. What do we do now?" Wu Ruhan asked. "Fight back. I'll look for connections to conduct an investigation, while you hire a lawyer," Lu Wenzong replied. "All right," Wu Ruhan nodded. Lu Wenzong drove away from Gigu and headed straight to Sangzi. After arriving in Sangzi, he made a phone call to Xia Tongtong, and the two returned to the Xia residence. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Xia Jianjun returned home, by which time Lu Wenzong and Xia Tongtong, along with her mother, had already eaten. After hearing Lu Wenzong's explanation, Xia Jianjun was also greatly astonished. Just as the county had positioned Gigu as a key enterprise for special support, an issue arose where they were sued, which was really disrespectful. If anyone on the streets of Sangzi were asked whether Gigu's products could be lethal, they would surely be beaten up. For such a long time, Gigu's products have been considered a kind of welfare for people in Sangzi County. Over the past year, the overall physical fitness of Sangzi County had taken a significant step forward, and everyone was endlessly grateful to Lu Wenzong and Gigu. Now, saying that Gigu's products were lethal was absolutely impossible. However, someone was suing Lu Wenzong and Gigu about this issue, and neither Lu Wenzong nor Xia Jianjun could stand for it. Supporting Gigu and driving the development of the entire county's agricultural economy was the first thing Xia Jianjun did since taking office. If Gigu were to fall, he would probably dismiss himself. You go ahead with this without hesitation. I'll bear any consequences, Xia Jianjun said. I understand. I just came to inform you. I've already begun arranging things, Lu Wenzong responded. Do you need me to introduce you to a great lawyer? Xia Tongtong suggested. It's too much trouble. Don't bother, Lu Wenzong replied. No problem. He will come running at my command, Xia Tongtong laughed. Who? Little Long, Xia Jianjun joked. Yeah, he's currently one of the famous lawyers in the capital city, Xia Tongtong stated. Then let him come, Xia Jianjun nodded. Subsequently, Xia Tongtong introduced the famous lawyer named Little Long, real name Yu Mingsheng, to Lu Wenzong. His full name is Yu Mingsheng. He is Xia Tongtong's cousin, 30 years old, graduated from a prestigious university in America. In less than 3 years since returning to China, he has already made a name for himself in Beijing, becoming one of the highest fee lawyers. Having such a prominent lawyer helping greatly increase their chances of winning. Lu Wenzong made a call to Wu Ruhan, telling her not to hire another lawyer. She only needed to coordinate with Xia Tongtong and prepare to welcome this Yu Mingsheng. After Lu Wenzong finished discussing matters with Xia Jianjun, he went to find Brother Qing. Han Xiao was by Brother Qing's side, and upon seeing Lu Wenzong became excited and almost rushed forward again, but after a couple of steps, he sulkily retreated. Brother Qing now felt somewhat intimidated and annoyed whenever he saw Lu Wenzong. Afraid because if he didn't help Lu Wenzong, he was worried about being tortured, yet if he did help, he felt incredibly humiliated. So, every time he saw Lu Wenzong, his expression was always sour. Unfortunately, Lu Wenzong was too domineering, leaving him powerless to resist. Lu Wenzong briefly stated the purpose of his visit. 1. To investigate Wu Xingjun, and 2. To look into the person behind Wu Xingjun. For Brother Qing, these tasks should not be too difficult. Therefore, after assigning the task, Lu Wenzong headed off to Sanling City the next day. He waited for a long time outside the Sanling City police station before Officer Li Yuru finally emerged in her police uniform. Really beautiful, Lu Wenzong sincerely complimented. Need I say more? Li Yuru narcissistically puffed out her chest, indicating that she thought little of Lu Wenzong's compliment. You're such a self-absorbed woman. I have a favor to ask. Of course, I'll treat you to dinner first, Lu Wenzong smiled. No problem, I haven't had a good meal in days. You're going to pay big time, Li Yuru laughed. The two entered a small private room at a restaurant near the police station. Li Yuru ordered 4 dishes, all served on large platters, without even a single vegetarian option. There was pot chicken, fish head hot pot, braised goose, and a plate of eels. Aren't you worried about gaining weight? Lu Wenzong asked in surprise. Haven't you noticed how slim I've become? Li Yuru said unhappily. Oh, let me hug you and check if you've lost any weight. I can't tell from here. Lu Wenzong stood up, arms spread wide. Go away. Don't take advantage of me, or I'll hit you. Li Yuru waved her small fists. You wouldn't stand a chance against me even with both hands and feet. Lu Wenzong laughed. How could you fight me without your hands and legs? Unless you have a third leg. All men have 3 legs. Nonsense. Li Yuru sneered, finishing her sentence right after taking a sip of tea. Then she suddenly looked up and shouted. Lu Wenzong, you dirty-minded guy. Chapter 144. The Ginseng Kills People Incident. Lu Wenzong avoided the tea water splashed by Li Yuru and hurriedly waved his hand to apologize. Li Yuru gave Lu Wenzong another glare, then sat down. After the food was served, the two began to eat. What do you want from me? Asked Li Yuru. I'm in big trouble, said Lu Wenzong. Has your shop been broken into again? Don't give me that nonsense. Do you actually hope my shop gets smashed up? Lu Wenzong said angrily. So what's this big trouble you're facing? Li Yuru asked curiously. My company has been sued. They say the ginseng produced by my company caused a person's death. I've already received the court summons, Lu Wenzong said. What happened? Li Yuru put down her chopsticks and quickly asked. Hell if I know. I'm currently investigating it. That's why I've come to you for help. All right, I'll ask around. Li Yuru nodded in agreement. The key is to figure out the specific cause of that person's death, said Lu Wenzong. I know what to do. Don't worry about it. After settling the serious matters, they continued with their meal. However, despite eating their fill with 4 large dishes, there was still some left over. After dropping off Li Yuru at the police station, Lu Wenzong drove to the grocery store in Sanling City. Zhou Hao came out happily to welcome Lu Wenzong and led him into the office at the back. Zhou Hao knew people from all walks of life in Sanling City, so he was suitable for carrying out secret investigations. Upon hearing Lu Wenzong's intentions, Zhou Hao naturally agreed to take on the task. This incident also had something to do with him. If it wasn't handled properly, his current business would be affected as well, so he had to contribute his effort. After Lu Wenzong left, Zhou Hao immediately contacted the people he knew and started a full investigation into the matter. Lu Wenzong returned directly to Shangzi and waited for Xia Tongtong's brother Yu Mingxing to arrive. Yu Mingxing arrived in Shangzi after 2 days from Beijing. Wu Ruhan was already in Shangzi, ready to greet this big lawyer from Beijing. Due to his relationship with Xia Tongtong and Xia Jianjun, Yu Mingxing was extremely responsible for the job. He began working right after having dinner upon arrival. This Yu Mingxing was tall and handsome, except for slightly dark skin. Otherwise, he looked very suave. Lu Wenzong didn't understand the intricacies too much and was only responsible for relaying the information investigated by Li Yuru and Zhou Hao in Sanling City. Wu Xingjun opened a traditional Chinese medicine store in Sanling City after signing the acquisition agreement with Gigu. Originally, his main business was in Shangzi, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly ran a store in Sanling City. At first, using Gigu's name helped achieve good sales results. However, Wu Xingjun didn't seem to care at all. He went out early and came back late every day, no one knowing where he had gone. A while later, the store suddenly closed its doors, leaving everyone puzzled as to what had happened. Then came the news that someone died after eating ginseng. Soon afterward, Gigu was sued, happening swiftly and quietly. A week later, all that could be investigated by Li Yuru's side had been done, and the results were roughly the same as what Zhou Hao found out from his undercover investigation. However, Li Yuru's side, citing the need for a thorough investigation of the case, proposed an autopsy on the body, which faced strong opposition from the deceased family. Without an autopsy, it would be impossible to investigate the exact cause of death. Whether or not the death was due to the consumption of ginseng couldn't be fully determined or entirely ruled out. Even though the cause of death remained unclear, the trial date had already arrived. On the side of Yu Mingxing, everything necessary had already been prepared, just waiting for the trial. Although the true reason behind the death still wasn't clear, partial conclusions had already been drawn from various records available before the death. During the trial, although Lu Wenzong was the boss, Wu Ruhan was the legal representative of Gigu, so she represented the company in court. As for Lu Wenzong, he sat below and watched. Shi Tongtong, Lu Xiuxian, Su Yan'er, Li Yuru, and other women also attended the trial. Moreover, Lu Wenzong noticed Wu Xingjun there. As the representative of the accused selling party, Wu Xingjun appeared completely unconcerned. He didn't argue against any claims made by the plaintiff and fully admitted to the charges. What shocked Lu Wenzong even more was the performance of attorney Yu Ming. When dealing with these lawyers from a small county, Mr. Yu acted like a scholar discussing literature with a child who hadn't read a book. He completely overwhelmed them. With excellent eloquence, whenever the opposing side revealed even the slightest crack, Yu Mingxing would seize on it and launch a continuous counterattack, rendering the opposition speechless. During the courtroom debate phase, Lu Wenzong's side held a significant advantage. Moreover, during the evidence presentation phase in court, the plaintiff's side also failed to present any particularly strong evidence. Therefore, the court subsequently did not announce a verdict but decided to continue investigating. Lu Wenzong's side also remained in Sanling City, preparing to further add detailed evidence. After Lu Wenzong met up with Li Yuru, they both headed towards the deceased's hometown. The deceased's hometown was in Sanquan Town, 20 kilometers outside of Sanling City. When they arrived, they surprisingly saw Wu Xingjun. The deceased's name was Zhang Xiaoxi, a divorced man in his 40s with a 10-year-old daughter at home. Zhang Xiaoxi lost his parents early on and had poor health due to congenital heart disease, later contracting cerebral thrombosis. When he was younger, his parents spent a lot of money getting him a wife. However, after she bore their daughter, she ran away. Later, his parents passed away one after another, leaving Zhang Xiaoxi to raise their daughter by teaching as a substitute teacher at the local elementary school. Unfortunately, his deteriorating health prevented him from working as a teacher after the age of 35, forcing him to stay at home idly. If it hadn't been for the substantial village subsidies, Zhang Xiaoxi wouldn't have been able to raise his daughter to be 10 years old. But this daughter also had poor health, suffering from congenital heart disease, still attending first grade at 10 years old. After Zhang Xiaoxi's death, only this 10-year-old daughter was left in the family. This girl named Zhang Qiangli, whose name carries the meaning of strength, had a very perseverant character. Despite her poor health, she was quite sensible and greeted Lu Wenzong politely even though she knew he was the person responsible for growing the ginseng that allegedly caused her father's death. Zhang Xiaoxi's home was just a small 3-room tile roof house, which the village had funded to build. There wasn't much inside, but everything was neatly arranged. Right in the center of the room stood a crystal coffin, where Zhang Xiaoxi's body lay. Wu Xingjun sat on the side, and upon seeing Lu Wenzong enter, hurriedly bowed his head and tried to leave without saying hello to them. However, Lu Wenzong stopped him. "Mr. Wu, why the rush to go? We'd better discuss some matters face to face." Wu Xingjun looked uncomfortable, forcing a smile, and said, "Mr. Lu, I have an urgent matter. I came over just to give some money to Little Li. My father's death is partly my responsibility, so giving some money helps ease my conscience." Chapter 145, A Strong-Willed Child. Is that so? If Mr. Wu feels guilty because of this, I might look at you a little more favorably, Lu Wenzong said with a cold laugh. Wu Xingjun's face turned red as if Lu Wenzong had hit a nerve. He said discontentedly, "What does Mr. Lu mean by this? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. I signed a purchase agreement with your Gigu firm. Not only have I not made any money, but now someone has died from using Gigu's products. I haven't even returned the goods to you, and you already have the audacity to sneer at me. I don't care whether it was sarcasm or not. We'll settle the accounts later," Lu Wenzong said. "Fine, let's settle it then. Don't think just because you're rich now, I'm scared of you. I've got connections too," Wu Xingjun said. His neck stiffened. Are you trying to provoke me? Lu Wenzong stepped forward and stared at him coldly. I don't have time to argue with you. Wu Xingjun evaded Lu Wenzong's body and hurried away. Lu Wenzong didn't forcibly stop him. He knew Wu Xingjun couldn't escape anyway. When Lu Wenzong turned back, he didn't go up to talk to Zhang Qiangli either, but asked Li Yuru to inquire about some situations instead. Actually, Li Yuru and Zhang Qiangli weren't meeting for the first time. Li Yuru had come before. The previous time was purely for official matters, whereas this time it was out of personal concern. Li Yuru took out various items she brought along from her car, and Zhang Qiangli, the child, accepted them without much reluctance, thanking her and taking them in. This child appeared steady and introverted. Even though she looked younger, like an 8-year-old rather than her true age of 10, her demeanor seemed like that of an adult. Uncle, aunt, is there anything else you want? Seeing that neither Lu Wenzong nor Li Yuru were leaving, Zhang Qiangli asked. Qiangli, your uncle wants to investigate your father's true cause of death. Don't you want to know how your dad passed away? Lu Wenzong cautiously probed. Zhang Qiangli glanced at Lu Wenzong and shook her head. Dad suffered a lot before he died. I don't want him to rest uneasily even after passing away. Little Qiangli, you are a sensible child. Your father's death this time is allegedly related to my ginseng cultivation, and subsequently, someone sued me. However, until now, I still don't know the real reason behind your father's death. If indeed it was caused by consuming my ginseng, I will absolutely not shirk responsibility. Whatever compensation needs to be paid, I will pay it. Whichever responsibility must be assumed, I will assume it. Yet, my ginseng has been sold for a long time and has never killed anyone. On the contrary, it has cured many people's illnesses. If this reason isn't clarified, it wouldn't just make your father rest uneasy in peace, but also make me suffer injustice, right? Lu Wenzong poured out many words in one breath. Although he thought what he said was quite well phrased, he didn't know if it could change Zhang Qiangli's mind. Nevertheless, seeing Zhang Qiangli's hesitant expression, it seemed as though she had begun to waver slightly. As she opened her mouth, ready to say something, another person suddenly entered from the doorway. Lu Wenzong turned around to see that this was precisely the agent who had filed the lawsuit against him, a relative on Zhang Qiangli's side, her second uncle, Zhang Zongming. What are you doing here? Zhang Zongming looked at Lu Wenzong warily. Uncle too. Zhang Qiangli gave a faint shout and turned to walk to one side. Lu Wenzong and Li Yuru exchanged glances and seemed to notice something. Li Yuru said to Zhang Zongming, we're not here on official business today. We merely came to visit. It was your fault that my brother died, and yet you pretend to be righteous coming here to visit. Why don't you just compensate us the money? Why keep defending yourselves endlessly in court? What's the point? Zhang Zongming said angrily. No matter how much compensation there is, it should be reasonable and justified. I won't pay for unexplained claims, Lu Wenzong said. The fact is clear, my brother ate your ginseng and died. You're just trying not to pay, Zhang Zongming said furiously. I'm not debating with you here. Any debates need to be in court, Lu Wenzong responded. Well, then go home. You're not welcome here. Zhang Zongming directly issued an eviction order. Lu Wenzong ignored him and stayed seated. Li Yuru looked at him coldly and then pulled out a pair of handcuffs, playing with them in her hands. Although Li Yuru wasn't in uniform, Zhang Zongming recognized her, and upon seeing her holding handcuffs, he didn't dare make a move. Zhang Zongming didn't leave either. He sat down somewhere instead. Thus, both sides stood in deadlock without saying anything until noon. As Zhang Qiangli started preparing lunch, both Lu Wenzong and Li Yuru went over to help. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wenzong also went to a nearby shop and bought some ready-to-eat cold dishes. Returning to Zhang Qiangli's house, Lu Wenzong and Li Yuru arranged the food properly, and they all sat down to eat together with Zhang Qiangli. Zhang Zongming also wanted to join in, but Lu Wenzong and Li Yuru didn't give him any space to sit. This angered Zhang Zongming so much that he left directly. During the meal, Zhang Qiangli quietly ate the pickles from her plate and didn't touch any of the dishes that Lu Wenzong had bought back. If it weren't for Lu Wenzong and Li Yuru helping themselves to serve her some, she would not have eaten at all. As they ate, Lu Wenzong and Li Yuru continued to gently persuade Zhang Qiangli bit by bit. When the meal was finished, Zhang Qiangli finally agreed. Consequently, Li Yuru hurriedly made a phone call to her colleagues at the police station to come quickly. 2 forensic doctors arrived with many tools and swiftly conducted a detailed examination of Zhang Qiangli's father. The inspection took over 2 hours, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the examination was completed. However, many of the on-site examination results could not be presented yet and required verification in the laboratory. After the 2 forensics experts left, Lu Wenzong said to Zhang Qiangli, Xiaoli, now that your father has passed away and you have no one else to rely on at home, if you wish, you can come live with me in Gigu. I will provide for your education. Little Xiaoli shook her head and replied, Thank you, uncle, but I don't want to leave my home. Lu Wenzong sighed and did not push the matter further. The child had her own ideas, and her character was very strong-willed, making it difficult for her to accept help. The two then helped Zhang Qiangli tidy up some things at home, leaving behind 1,000 yuan before departing. By the time they returned to Sanling City, it was already dark. The 2 forensic doctors called, asking them to come over quickly. The 2 had originally planned to drive out for dinner, but upon hearing the summons from the forensic experts, they realized there must have been a discovery. They skipped dinner altogether and went straight to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, the 2 forensic experts were already waiting. Have you found something unusual? Li Yuru asked. Yes, we found something unusual, said one of the forensic experts who was older and surnamed Zhou. Brother Zhou, tell us quickly, Li Yuru urged anxiously. Forensic expert Zhou smiled and said, After our careful examination, we can confirm that the cause of death wasn't from consuming ginseng, but rather from ingesting a hormone-based drug that stimulated vascular dilation. Chapter 146, Lurking Danger Next Door. So, that means Mr. Zhang Qiangli's death wasn't due to consuming ginseng? Lu Wenzong asked. Ginseng is a tonic medicine and does not have the effect of expanding blood vessels. The deceased had a long-term history of cerebral thrombosis, with already obstructed blood vessels. Suddenly encountering such a strong vasodilator drug caused an instantaneous increase in brain vascular capacity, resulting in death from excessive cerebral congestion, Dr. Zhou said. Can we determine the specific drug? Li Yiru asked. It should be something similar to pentazocine, but it seems this drug was mixed with some kind of hormone. I still need to verify further, Dr. Zhou said. In that case, may Dr. Zhou kindly produce a complete examination report after verification, Li Yiru said. No problem with that, Dr. Zhou agreed with a smile. Holding the preliminary report issued by Dr. Zhou, Lu Wenzong first made a copy and handed it over to Wu Ruhan and Yu Mingsheng. Then, he hurriedly returned to Zhang Qiangli's house with the original document. Although Zhang Qiangli didn't have deep knowledge, she could still recognize basic characters. Perhaps she wouldn't necessarily trust the information Lu Wenzong brought, but upon seeing the documents and hearing the situation explained by police officer Li Yiru, her attitude towards Lu Wenzong and Li Yiru improved significantly. She was no longer cold and distant. Lu Wenzong once again proposed taking Zhang Qiangli back to Guegu, but she refused once more. This child was truly stubborn. Lu Wenzong also expressed his helplessness. 2 days later, Dr. Zhou officially produced a formal report. As a result, the court reconvened. With the report provided by the forensic doctor, after a period of trial, the court officially issued its verdict. Lu Wenzong and his team won the case, resolving all their troubles. When the court announced the verdict, Wu Shengjuan's face turned green. This drama's director failed miserably. Uncle Zhang Zongming, Zhang Qiangli's second uncle, was not particularly disappointed either. After all, someone had promised him a substantial compensation regardless of whether they won or lost. So what did winning or losing matter? After leaving the court, Lu Wenzong booked a hotel room to thank Mr. Yu Mingsheng for his hard work as the attorney. Lu Wenzong prepared a large red envelope as a tip, but Yu Mingsheng respectfully declined to accept it. Once the legal battle was over, Yu Mingsheng rushed back to the capital city. He was too busy, having already delayed several days here. There were still many matters in the capital that needed his attention. Lu Wenzong did not immediately return to Guegu. He let Wu Ruhan go back first, and decided to thoroughly investigate Wu Xingjun. Although there had been unpleasantness between his Guegu sect and Wu Xingjun before, he didn't think Wu Xingjun would resort to such conspiracies on his own. Therefore, Lu Wenzong seriously suspected that someone must be behind Wu Xingjun pulling the strings. However, before he could figure out who was really backing Wu Xingjun, he was embroiled in another issue. During his multiple appearances in Sanling City, someone new had tracked down his whereabouts. They wanted to deal with him much earlier, but because he always had a female detective by his side, they couldn't make a move. Now, Lu Wenzong was alone, so it was finally their chance. Lu Wenzong had originally been trailing Wu Xingjun, but at the entrance of a club, he was stopped by 6 men. They were all big, tall, and muscular, looking far from easy to provoke. These 6 men blocked Lu Wenzong and remained silent, just coldly staring at him while gradually shrinking their encircling formation around him. Lu Wenzong kept quiet as well, his eyes locked on their movements. The moment the encirclement shrank enough for them to believe they could make a move, Lu Wenzong acted first. Without any fancy moves, he threw a simple, yet brutal straight punch aimed at one of the muscular men. The man tried to block it, but when the force came through, his body involuntarily toppled backward. At the same time, the other 5 hulks also reached out, trying to grab Lu Wenzong directly. But Lu Wenzong didn't budge. Once again, he delivered a straightforward, powerful punch forcing the others to react. Their attempts at defense left them being struck down one by one. In just 6 punches, all 6 were sprawled on the ground. Despite their physical build, they were no match for Lu Wenzong's supernatural strength. Though Lu Wenzong effortlessly defeated the 6 hulks, he lost track of Wu Xingjun, leaving him frustrated. He could only retreat. However, Lu Wenzong was unaware that back at the hotel where he was staying, someone else was waiting for him. Originally, the rooms on both sides of Lu Wenzong's were occupied by Wu Ruhan and Yu Mingsheng. After they left, 2 new people moved in. These 2 looked entirely ordinary, a middle-aged man and a young man, appearing like salespeople traveling to promote goods. But at that moment, the objects they held inside their room were quite alarming. The young man was holding a silver-white dagger, gleaming with cold light, and evidently very sharp. In the other room, the middle-aged man held a long sniper rifle, its dark barrel currently pointed directly at the bed in Lu Wenzong's room. In his other hand, the middle-aged man held a small knife, carefully drilling into the wall, trying to create a hole for shooting Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong was on his way back. When he returned to the hotel lobby, the middle-aged man had already drilled a deep little hole. He fired a test shot through another wall in the room. There was a soft sound of piu-chi, as the bullet pierced the wall with almost no resistance and embedded itself firmly into the door behind it. Satisfied, he nodded and resumed digging the earlier hole to make it deeper. However, upon hearing some noise coming from Lu Wenzong's room, he stopped his work and listened attentively for any sounds from inside. Meanwhile, when the young man in the other room learned that Lu Wenzong had returned, he changed into a waiter's uniform, pushed out a food cart, and walked out of the room. He didn't head straight to Lu Wenzong's room because his role was only external support, while the real action would be taken by the middle-aged man in the room. The young man pushed the cart around the corridor several times, but the middle-aged man inside still hadn't found an opportunity to act. Because Lu Wenzong wasn't lying down. Instead, he was sitting in front of the computer checking some documents. Zhang Xiangli's father's death and Zhang Zoming's legal suit had made Lu Wenzong realize the importance of having an in-house legal advisor in the company. He did consider hiring Yu Mingsheng, the prominent lawyer from the capital city, but Yu Mingsheng was too busy, and it was inconvenient for him to travel back and forth between the capital and Sanling City. So, Lu Wenzong decided to look for a well-known legal expert within the province to serve as the company's legal advisor. After searching online for over 2 hours, he still couldn't find many clues because he wasn't familiar with these people. Based solely on their profiles online, it was hard to make a judgment. Chapter 147. Zhang Xiangli's unexpected death. However, these so-called experts on the internet, though they are introduced as highly capable in their profiles, their true abilities still need further investigation. Right now, the most important thing is to figure out who is behind Wu Shengjun framing him. Lu Wenzong felt that he had been very disciplined recently. Ever since he dealt with Li Feilong's father, Li Weiguo, things had quieted down on Li Feilong's side. There were fewer troubles around after Lu Jianda passed away. But Wu Shengjuan's sudden move made Lu Wenzong realize that there was still a force behind him that did not want him to grow stronger. The company didn't require Lu Wenzong to interfere too much in daily operations. Wu Ruhan had become very familiar with them. Wu Ruhan took overall charge of everything. Lu Xiuxian managed all financial work in the company. Su Yin'er handled the chain store operations, and Xia Tongtong was responsible for the company's external relations. Everyone performed their respective duties well, and they cooperated smoothly, so the company's development was steady step by step. Moreover, the county government gave strong support to Lu Wenzong's company, striving to make his Gigu, the Kingu Agricultural Company, a model enterprise in the county, so wherever possible, it provided assistance. Party Secretary Wang from the town placed even higher hopes on Lu Wenzong. He even wanted to promote Lu Wenzong's planting model throughout the whole town. He mentioned many times setting up a position in the town agricultural development planning office, and having Lu Wenzong serve as the office director, especially promoting new agricultural planting methods for the town. However, Lu Wenzong declined. Even though the company was growing stronger gradually, it would be taking too large a step to swallow all the land in the entire town. Just the expenditure alone would surpass his current assets. Therefore, if the town couldn't come up with specific systems, Lu Wenzong wouldn't be able to take on this position. Recently, according to Lu Wenzong's thoughts, Wu Ruhan slowly expanded the planting scale bit by bit. Previously, it was hundreds of acres at a time, but now it was one household at a time, striving for stability and taking every step more firmly. It could be said that all the villages around Gigu were now extremely grateful to Lu Wenzong. They worked less labor than before, yet their harvest increased several times over. All this good life was brought about by Lu Wenzong, so naturally, they looked to him for leadership. As Gigu developed, more buildings appeared around it, as villagers from nearby moved over. Now, there was a subtle tendency toward exceeding 30 households. Construction also began within Gigu itself. The design plan from Beijing finally received full approval from Lu Wenzong, and construction began in earnest. Gigu aimed to build an integrated agricultural base, incorporating agricultural planting, agricultural tourism, green food catering, and leisure entertainment. This was a big expense. The initial investment was nearly 30 million yuan, and completing it would cost around 50 million yuan. But it didn't matter, considering the income it would bring afterward, the 50 million yuan investment was worthwhile. Wu Ruhan was busy, Lu Xiaoxia was busy, Su Yin'er was also busy, while only Xia Tongtong had relatively more ease. However, this young girl liked staying put, so Lu Wenzong could only fight alone in Sanling City. Wu Shengjun lost his trail, so Lu Wenzong had Zhou Hao send people out to look for him. Compared to local insiders who can dig into any crack, Lu Wenzong's skills in finding people paled in comparison. Still, the incident where he was stopped by 6 husky men made him keep this in mind. There were still people in Sanling City wanting to target him. After spending a long time in front of the computer, the young man outside had already returned to his room out of impatience. This Lu Wenzong had stayed sitting somewhere inside the room and never laid down on the bed, which delayed his accomplice's assassination plan continuously, making him unaware of the exact timing. At 11 o'clock at night, Lu Wenzong finally went through some grooming before going to sleep. After he finished bathing, his phone rang. When he picked it up, it turned out to be a call from Li Yuru. Lu Wenzong, come with me immediately, something happened. Lu Wenzong was surprised. What kind of trouble would prompt Li Yuru to summon him? But without thinking much, he went out and headed downstairs directly. He waited at the hotel entrance for a few minutes until Li Yuru's car arrived. After getting in the car, Lu Wenzong asked, "What happened?" "Zhang Qiangli is dead," Li Yuru said. "What? Zhang Qiangli is dead?" Lu Wenzong was astonished. Yes, her neighbor reported that Zhang Qiangli died in her bed at home. The exact cause of death is still unclear. However, according to local colleagues, after the court ruling last time, the 10,000 yuan donation you gave her disappeared. Li Yuru said, "It seems like it's a case of greed for money." Lu Wenzong sighed deeply. Although Zhang Qiangli's father did not die because of him, her fate was still very pitiful. So even though he had won the lawsuit, Lu Wenzong still gave her 10,000 yuan to help improve her life. He could have given more, but too much money wouldn't be good for a 10-year-old girl. But it turns out this 10,000 yuan ended up costing a young girl her life, and Lu Wenzong genuinely felt overwhelming guilt. By the way, whose medicine did Zhang Qiangli's father take? Has it not been found out yet? Lu Wenzong asked. Not yet. Zhang Qiangli isn't too clear about this herself. She doesn't understand medications, and she has to go to school, so she cannot always be at home. Moreover, Zhang Qiangli's uncle, Zhang Zoming, has an alibi both before and after the death of her father. We haven't found any record that Zhang Zongming purchased special drugs, Li Yuru explained. What about Wu Xingjun? No evidence either. So this matter seems to be known only by Zhang Qiangli's father and one other person we can uncover. But this person is either someone Wu Xingjun brought in, or someone connected to Zhang Zongming, probably unfamiliar with the family. The most suspicious character remains Zhang Zongming, because he was extremely focused on the compensation money. Li Yuru said, if it really is him, then it's absolutely despicable. It's his own brother and niece. Lu Wenzong remarked. At this point, we're just speculating. Everything still needs further investigation. When the car arrived at Zhang Qiangli's house, Lu Wenzong followed Li Yuru inside and took a look at Zhang Qiangli's body. There were no visible wounds on her body. The police officers present said that Zhang Qiangli had been strangled to death, and the murderer had used something to cover their palm, leaving no fingerprints behind. Zhang Qiangli had been dead for over 10 hours already. Lu Wenzong let xiuxian investigate, but she couldn't detect any signs of life, meaning that divine water would also be ineffective in saving her. Zhang Zongming was being questioned by the police at the scene, but this guy appeared to be drunk, slurring his words and talking nonsense, making it impossible for them to extract any useful information from him. Chapter 148 almost went west. Anyway, what he was basically saying is that he spent these few days drinking and dining with his friends, so he had no time to commit the crime. The police also sent a group of people to verify the places where Zhang Zongming drank alcohol, but they haven't received any feedback yet. Lu Wenzong looked around, then sat down on the side. He summoned Little Fairy and asked, can you detect whether a person is lying or telling the truth? It's difficult. Human hearts are the most complex. Little Fairy replied. Difficult as in it can be done? Lu Wenzong countered. It can be detected, but it won't be accurate, and it's faster for me to track someone. Little Fairy smiled. All right, you help me keep an eye on this Zhang Zongming for a few days, said Lu Wenzong. Little Fairy nodded in agreement, then flew away from Lu Wenzong's side, quietly floating behind that Zhang Zongming. By the time Li Yuru and the others finished processing the scene, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Zongming didn't leave. Instead, he was lying there sound asleep. When the sky brightened, Lu Wenzong and Li Yuru returned to the city. After getting back to the hotel, Lu Wenzong took another shower before preparing to rest for a while. Lying on the bed, Lu Wenzong felt restless, as if there was something he hadn't finished. Not even a minute after lying down, he suddenly sat up, tilting his head as he remembered something. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back as his body was hit by a powerful force, causing him to fall forward. Lu Wenzong was shocked, and after flipping over, he discovered that the bedding was covered in blood. His back hurt, and when Lu Wenzong touched it, he found a small hole near his waist where blood was gushing out. Am I shot? Upon looking up, he saw a small hole in the wall. Shocked, Lu Wenzong quickly stood up and, ignoring his waist injury, rushed out of the room. As soon as he went out, the door of the adjacent room opened, and a middle-aged man carrying a long box walked over. However, upon seeing Lu Wenzong charging toward him, he got scared and turned to run. But within 10 steps, he was kicked from behind by Lu Wenzong and fell to the ground. Before he could turn over, Lu Wenzong punched him directly, knocking him unconscious. Lu Wenzong sighed in relief, thinking about standing up, but once again, he felt a sharp pain in his back. The feeling of a blade piercing through him made his whole body tremble. Turning around, he saw a young man standing not far away, coldly staring at him. Damn, who sent this assassin? Enraged, Lu Wenzong lunged at the young man. The young man across from him stared in horror, wide-eyed. My damn, how could this guy get stabbed in the back by a throwing knife and still rush forward like nothing happened? It completely overturned his understanding. Shouldn't Lu Wenzong have collapsed on the floor by now with bulging eyes? Why was he still charging? When Lu Wenzong reached him, the young man reacted finally and pulled out a small dagger silently, thrusting it towards Lu Wenzong's chest. However, his strike came too late, and Lu Wenzong's fist had already smashed against his nose bridge. Blinding spots invaded his vision, excruciating pain making his body involuntarily collapse onto the floor. Once more, Lu Wenzong pounced, delivering a punch to his temple, knocking him out. Dragging both men back into his room, Lu Wenzong began dealing with the wounds on his body. But since the wounds were on his back, he couldn't reach them himself, truly complicating things. With no other choice, he called Li Yuru to help. Li Yuru rushed over urgently after being pushed by Lu Wenzong, only to find him stripped to his undershirt lying on the bed, a dagger embedded in his back, and a bloody hole near his waist constantly bleeding. What happened to you? Li Yuru exclaimed in shock, rushing over. I was attacked. Hurry up and help me deal with the wound. Lu Wenzong said. How should I handle it? Li Yuru wasn't a doctor and didn't know how to treat wounds. Pull out the dagger first, then pour the water from this bottle onto the wound. Use a good amount. Lu Wenzong handed over a small glass bottle. Li Yuru held the glass bottle, gripping the handle of the knife, then pulled it out forcefully. Blood spurted out instantly, and she hastily opened the glass bottle, pouring its liquid onto the wound. She used about half the bottle on the upper wound and the rest on the lower hole, practically using up all the contents of the bottle. In about 10 seconds, both wounds stopped bleeding. The upper wound was gradually shrinking, but the lower hole kept swelling, for unknown reasons. However, even so, Li Yuru could only stare in amazement. What kind of water was this? It was truly miraculous. The effect of stopping the bleeding and treating the wounds was incredibly fast. If the police all carried a bottle of this water with them, it would be like having an extra life. In less than half a minute, the small hole below began to bulge more and more. A golden round object was starting to emerge. Li Yuru stared in surprise at the round object as its shape became clearer. Finally, when the entire object came out, she was astonished to find that it was a bullet head that had been fired. My goodness, this is too amazing, too amazing. Liuro was completely awestruck. She had just thought that if the police all carried this bottle of water, it would give them an extra life. But now, if they had this water, it wouldn't just be an extra life, it would be a talisman. Then, she snapped back to reality, realizing that Lu Wenzong was still injured, and she had clearly zoned out. Hurriedly, she bent down and asked with concern how Lu Wenzong was feeling. Lu Wenzong was now much more comfortable, with the pain gone. The double effects of the miracle water and the celestial energy within him made him feel a cooling sensation on the wound, as if something was continuously gnawing at it, causing a tingling itch. I'm fine. Thank you, Lu Wenzong said as he shifted his body. Don't be so formal. By the way, what happened? Liuro asked. Take a look over there. Lu Wenzong pointed towards the couch. Liuro turned her head and saw two unconscious men lying side by side under the sofa. Did they do this? Liuro asked. Yes. These people must have undergone specialized training. Their techniques were highly skilled. I don't know who sent them, Lu Wenzong said. Well, we can interrogate them then. Is it that easy? Since they've undergone specialized training, they must also have been trained to withstand interrogations. It'll probably be hard to extract any useful information from them, Lu Wenzong said. There's always a way. Why don't I take them back and try? Sure. Interrogate them thoroughly and help me find out who's behind this. No problem. Liuro agreed, and then called someone to come and take the men away. Chapter 149. Bring the fight to their doorstep. Liuro left with her colleagues. Lu Wenzong, on the other hand, continued cultivating with xiuxian. Today, they unexpectedly encountered an assassin again, which gave him a strong sense of crisis. He didn't know who was behind the assassin, and that's what made him quite uneasy. The next morning, Liuro called with a guilty tone, saying, Sorry, I've messed up this task. What do you mean? You couldn't get any information out of them? Lu Wenzong asked. We couldn't extract much information either way, but the critical point is that both people are dead. Liuru's tone was very low. Dead? Lu Wenzong was also greatly astonished. Yes, they died of poisoning. We're now investigating the internal situation. Liuru said. It's fine. If they're dead, let them be. Lu Wenzong said. After hanging up, just as he was about to wash up, he received a call from Zhou Hao. Bro, I can't handle it this time. What do you mean you can't handle it? Lu Wenzong was puzzled by his words. What else could it mean? The shop has been sealed off. The Price Bureau says our prices aren't reasonable. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau says we have tax evasion suspicions. They want to check our accounts. The Health Bureau says our products don't meet health standards, demanding a temporary closure for rectification. Zhou Hao quickly explained a bunch of issues, involving most of the major bureaus in Sanling City. Lu Wenzong was angry. These guys were using the same trick again. Last time at Gigu, it caused him endless trouble, and here it comes again. Someone was targeting his shops in Sanling City. Even Zhou Hao, who had considerable influence in Sanling City, couldn't solve this issue, indicating that the person behind this must have significant connections. Lu Wenzong quickly washed up and then hurried to the store. At the store entrance, Zhou Hao was waiting along with the store's employees, as well as many customers who had come early expecting the store to open. Yesterday, Zhou Hao had approached many friends, spending a lot of money entertaining them, promising to resolve the issue today. But when they came to work in the morning, their contact informed Zhou Hao that the matter couldn't be resolved. Zhou Hao was furious but couldn't berate his contact, so he sought help from Lu Wenzong. Seeing Lu Wenzong arrive, Zhou Hao greeted him with a bitter laugh. Brother, what should we do? Don't worry about it. If we can't open for 1 or 2 days, it won't cause too much damage. Lu Wenzong said with a smile. But as you see, many people come to buy things every day. If the store stays closed for a day or two, the losses will be significant. Zhou Hao said. Don't worry. We'll take advantage of these 2 days to treat it like a holiday. All right. Zhou Hao helplessly agreed. He then instructed the employees to return home and await further notice. Pleased, the employees thanked and all went back home. So, brother, what's the next step? Zhou Hao asked. Contact the person you reached out to earlier. I want to meet him. Lu Wenzong said. Okay. Zhou Hao immediately picked up the phone and contacted the deputy director of the municipal government that he'd approached before. This deputy director originally didn't want to see Zhou Hao again, but after Zhou Hao mentioned that it wasn't for asking for more favors, but simply for a drink together, he finally agreed. At 11:30 a.m., Zhou Hao and Lu Wenzong met this deputy director surnamed Huang at a private room in a hotel. After some introductions, they got acquainted. When the food arrived, Director Huang declined Lu Wenzong's offer to drink alcohol. He explained enforcement was tight, so he dared not drink. However, Lu Wenzong still presented a substantial gift. Director Huang held the gift worth tens of thousands and smiled contentedly. Director Huang, which leader ordered the sealing of the shop? Lu Wenzong asked. Director Huang leaned over and whispered quietly. Boss Lu, this was personally ordered by Vice Mayor Chun. So, who approached Vice Mayor Chun? After all, I have no grievances with him. Lu Wenzong asked further. I can give you a hint. A few days ago, Vice Mayor Chun ate dinner with Mr. xiuxian. The following day, Vice Mayor Chun issued the order to seal your shop. Director Huang explained. I see. Lu Wenzong finally understood. Brother, when did you become enemies with xiuxian? Zhou Hao curiously asked. The story is long, but we've become rivals. Lu Wenzong sighed. The enmity with xiuxian happened purely by accident, unrelated to himself. xiuxian holds great power in Sanling City. This has now become troublesome. Zhou Hao felt defeated. Having mixed around in Sanling City for such a long time, although Zhou Hao didn't know xiuxian personally, he had heard the name often. Rich and influential, that's always been Zhou Hao's goal to emulate. Now, His ideal model had turned into an enemy, leaving Zhou Hao feeling extremely depressed. It's fine. Knowing who's behind this is enough. We'll deal with him later. Lu Wenzong smiled. Brother, Chen Shitian is not easy to deal with. He has a lot of influence in Sanling City and connections in the province, Zhou Hao said. There's no need to worry. The director Huang was also advising Lu Wenzong to try and build a relationship with Chen Shitian, aiming to turn hostility into friendship since escalating the matter would result in mutual losses for both sides. Lu Wenzong smiled but remained silent. Dealing with someone like Chen Shitian didn't require any gentle policies. In Lu Wenzong's eyes, Chen Shitian was just an insignificant guy who wouldn't have achieved anything if it weren't for his relationships. Thus, handling someone like Chen Shitian meant crushing his arrogance first, then severing his financial ties, which would leave him with little power. Of course, a more intense approach could be directly getting rid of him. After lunch, Lu Wenzong sent Zhou Hao home while he headed to the office building of Zhitian Real Estate Corporation where Chen Shitian worked. The security guard at the entrance glanced at Lu Wenzong but did not step forward to stop him, allowing Lu Wenzong to enter the company premises smoothly. Lu Wenzong went up to the office floor and found room 509 on the 5th floor, which bore a plaque identifying it as the CEO's office. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no response. It appeared unoccupied. Passing employees noticed Lu Wenzong lingering by the CEO's office door and curiously looked at him, but no one stepped forward to inquire about his purpose. Lu Wenzong finally decided to ask on his own. A young employee informed Lu Wenzong, "Our chairman comes here once a month at best. You won't find him here." Lu Wenzong also realized how foolish it was to expect someone like Chen Shitian to sit diligently in his office. Still, he didn't plan to leave. Instead, he kicked the office door open. The door slammed open, making a loud noise. The young man who had been questioned by Lu Wenzong jumped and hesitantly pointed at the now open office door, asking, "You, what are you doing?" Chapter 150. Lu Wenzong makes a fuss in the company. What do you mean not? You can find someone who can contact your chairman and tell him this. If Chen Shitian doesn't come to the office to see me today, I will not only smash his office, but I'll destroy the entire office building. After finishing his words, Lu Wenzong stepped inside, then sat behind the desk, leisurely swaying in the rotating chair. The young man at the door hesitated for a moment, but still went to find the company's manager. Lu Wenzong had been sitting in the office for less than 3 minutes when the general manager of the real estate company hurried over, with 2 security guards trailing behind him. This general manager was a man in his 40s, decent looking, but there was a constant frown on his face, making Lu Wenzong quite uncomfortable. "Sir, I'm the general manager of this company. My name is Zhao Hongxing. Do you have something?" Lu Wenzong hadn't even spoken yet when the 2 security guards said quietly. The door was kicked open. Zhao Hongxing glanced at Lu Wenzong and angrily said, "Sir, why did you break into our office by kicking the door? Now please leave our chairman's office. If you have business, we can wait for our chairman to return. If you're here to cause trouble, don't blame me for asking you to leave." "Oh, can you speak on behalf of your chairman?" Lu Wenzong remained unmoved, continuing to sway as he propped his feet up on the desk in a completely disheveled state. "When our chairman isn't here, I am the highest authority in this company. Of course I can," Zhao Hongxing stated confidently. "All right, since you can speak on behalf of your chairman, let's talk then," Lu Wenzong said. "Talk about what?" Zhao Hongxing asked irritably. "About compensation," Lu Wenzong said. "Compensation? Compensation for what?" Zhao Hongxing was quite confused. "Your chairman, Chen Shitian, ordered that my shop be sealed. It's already the 2nd day now. Calculating based on my store's daily revenue of 200,000 yuan, your chairman has to compensate me 400,000 yuan tonight. If tomorrow it cannot reopen, 600,000 yuan must be paid. If the day after that it still can't open, 800,000 yuan will need to be paid, and so on." "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhao Hongxing couldn't understand what Lu Wenzong was saying. He didn't know about Lu Wenzong's shop being shut down or what his boss Chen Shitian had done. The boss didn't need to report his actions to an employee like himself. "So, in short, you can't decide anything. Send Chen Shitian to handle this," Lu Wenzong said. "Sir, if you keep being unreasonable, I'll have to ask you to leave." Zhao Hongxing was angry, feeling that Lu Wenzong was purely messing with him. "Chen Shitian will come, and I'll naturally leave. Security, escort him out." Zhao Hongxing became angry and directly ordered the security guards to remove him. The 2 security guards walked over to Lu Wenzong, grabbed his arms, and prepared to carry him out. However, sitting on the chair, Lu Wenzong didn't resist, letting them grab his arms. But to the frustration of the 2 security guards, no matter how much force they exerted, they couldn't move Lu Wenzong an inch. Their faces turned bright red as they struggled, but were unable to budge him. "You're both useless. Can't evict one person and you call yourselves good for anything?" Zhao Hongxing shouted angrily. The 2 security guards were troubled inside. Lu Wenzong was like a 1,000-gene stone that wouldn't budge, no matter how hard they tried. They didn't see him putting up any resistance, so why couldn't they move him? Do something. Zhao Hongxing was furious. These security guards were simply dense wooden stakes. Useless. The 2 security guards quickly released Lu Wenzong's arms and swung their fists toward him. But just as their fists came out, the 2 cups on the table suddenly leaped up and flew extremely fast toward the faces of the 2 security guards. The security guards were startled and hastily retracted their fists to block the cups. Yet their movements were too slow, and the metal cups hit their faces, causing both to groan and retreat several steps. That wasn't all. After the cups fell to the ground, a sculpture and a pencil holder on the desk also flew up and hit the 2 security guards. The guards saw nothing coming, and their heads were struck again. A dark root carving hit one guard on the head and shattered into pieces when it fell to the ground. As for the pencil holder, after it deformed upon falling to the ground, it suddenly flew back up and struck Zhao Hongxing, who was on the other side of the desk. Zhao Hongxing panicked, retreated several steps, and ducked just in time to avoid the pencil holder. However, just as he raised his head, darkness enveloped his vision as a round black ashtray struck his forehead. Zhao Hongxing's eyes were filled with confusion from the blow, nearly passing out immediately. You! How dare you assault someone? Zhao Hongxing came back to his senses, his face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth. You don't smear me like that. From start to finish, I didn't lift a finger. Lu Wenzong laughed. You? Zhao Hongxing was completely blocked by Lu Wenzong's reply. Yes, Lu Wenzong had not moved a muscle, but those cups, that pencil holder, and that ashtray were definitely related to him. Call for help. Stop dragging your feet. Lu Wenzong laughed again. Right. I should call someone. Zhao Hongxing was furious as he pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, Officer Li. There's some trouble here. Can you bring a few people over to handle it? All right. Thank you, Officer Li. After hanging up, Zhao Hongxing smirked and said, You'll be waiting to go to jail soon. Sure. I'll wait. Meanwhile, the two security guards covered their faces and heads, frightened, inching behind Zhao Hongxing. They dared not approach him anymore. This man was just too weird and slightly terrifying. In less than 5 minutes, a middle-aged policeman walked in with two others. Zhao Hongxing hurriedly went to meet them. Officer Li, this guy is causing trouble in the company and even attacked people. Please take him away. Let me check. Officer Li sidestepped around Zhao Hongxing and immediately spotted Lu Wenzong, who was lounging casually behind the desk. As he took 2 more steps forward and clearly saw Lu Wenzong's face, he suddenly froze. Holy crap, isn't this Lu Wenzong? The well-known figure in Sanling City. Lu Wenzong wasn't only known as a divine doctor but also earned the nickname, the barber of the political circles in Sanling City. It was rumored that the news of Zhao Qiguang and his son being taken down by Lu Wenzong spread secretly throughout Sanling City. Back then, countless officials fell along with Zhao Qiguang and his son, people from the city level down to the county and town levels. Officer Li himself once witnessed Lu Wenzong being escorted into the police station, only for the officers to bow deeply and respectfully escort him out after a while. How could he, a mere team leader, dare to arrest someone like Lu Wenzong? Chapter 151, Little Li Flying Dagger. Mr. Zhao, I don't think this is a big deal. You can solve it internally. We'll leave first. After Captain Li said this, he directly ran away with his men, completely ignoring Zhao Hongxing's constant shouting behind him. Zhao Hongxing turned around and looked at Lu Wenzong in surprise. His intuition told him that the reason why Captain Li was in such a hurry to run away must have something to do with this person in front of him. Could it be that this person has some important background? Hurry up and make the call, don't dawdle. Lu Wenzong said. Helpless, Zhao Hongxing had no choice but to leave the chairman's office and return to his own room. He called Chen Shitian and explained the situation. But Chen Shitian didn't care at all, responding casually before hanging up without even mentioning whether he would come over. Having no other options, Zhao Hongxing had to call Chen Shitian again. Boss, that person said if you don't come and see him, you have to compensate him 20,000 yuan per day. Zhao Hongxing said. Compensate my ghost. Just send someone to get rid of him. How do I have time to meet an irrelevant person? Chen Shitian replied impatiently. He said it was you who sealed his shop. Zhao Hongxing said. Seal the shop? Oh, I understand. After saying this, Chen Shitian hung up the phone. Zhao Hongxing was frustrated. Are you coming or not? Not even a definite answer. So he waited for several minutes before calling again, but this time no one answered. Since Zhao Hongxing couldn't contact Chen Shitian, and he dared not go bother Lu Wenzong either, he could only anxiously pace back and forth in his office. However, less than 5 minutes later, there came deafening music from the hallway. Zhao Hongxing opened the door of his office and confirmed that the source of the music was indeed from the chairman's office. It took Lu Wenzong quite a few minutes to get the sound system working properly, and once it was on, the volume was cranked up as high as it would go. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Hongxing's office was packed with employees. Mr. Zhao, how are we supposed to work like this? Mr. Zhao, who exactly is this person? Can't you ask him to leave? Mr. Zhao, this is too loud. The employees all went to Zhao Hongxing's office to complain about how the blasting music was affecting their work. But what could Zhao Hongxing do? The security couldn't handle it. The police scare them off momentarily, and unless Chen Shitian appears voluntarily, there was no way to resolve this. Half an hour later, Chen Shitian finally showed up, accompanied by a large group of people, about 20 or 30 in total. Last time 6 people were taken down by Lu Wenzong, so this time they brought more. How delighted Zhao Hongxing was. From far away, he greeted him outside the building. Boss, that person caused chaos throughout the entire company. Weren't you able to find anyone to drive him out? Chen Shitian asked, displeased. The security got beaten back. I invited Captain Li over, but Captain Li saw that person and ran away immediately. Zhao Hongxing replied, annoyed. Useless thing. Chen Shitian shouted, then led his men directly to the 5th floor. Upon reaching his own office door, Chen Shitian saw Lu Wenzong sitting on the chair with his legs propped up on the desk, swinging back and forth. Although the music was great, it was so loud that it was quite uncomfortable to listen to. Chen Shitian let his subordinates wait outside the office, then confidently walked in alone. First, he turned off the stereo, then smiled and said, Mr. Lu, long time no see. Oh, it's you old Chen, you're still alive? Lu Wenzong laughed. You have to die first before I can die. If I died before you, I wouldn't be doing you any favors, Chen Shitian retorted. No problem, you can definitely do me wrong. Lu Wenzong said. By the way, isn't it a great feeling having your shop sealed? Chen Shitian proudly approached Lu Wenzong, smiling abnormally. It's pretty enjoyable. However, to be honest, your method is extremely mediocre, completely lacking in technical content, and I despise you for it. We're all merchants. If we have grievances, we can settle them in the market. Resorting to these means, don't you feel ashamed? Lu Wenzong said. So today you're not embarrassed? Chen Shitian counterasked. I've openly challenged you by coming here. What do I lose? You tried to sabotage me from behind. One is done in broad daylight, the other covertly manipulates. The difference between them is clear as day. I'm tired of arguing with you. Now that you've come here today, how do you plan to resolve this issue? Chen Shitian brought the conversation back to reality. Simple, unseal and pay compensation. Lu Wenzong said. Oh, do you think I'll agree? Chen Shitian leaned his body on the table, his legs shaking incessantly. He found playing around with Lu Wenzong quite amusing. You will. Lu Wenzong nodded, incredibly sure of himself. Ha ha ha, you really crack me up. I'll do what you say. If you dare to mess with me, I'll kill you today. Suddenly, Chen Shitian's face transformed, switching from a cheerful grin to a fierce anger. Smack! Lu Wenzong immediately slapped him, knocking him off the desk with one strike. Chen Shitian didn't expect Lu Wenzong to attack so quickly and lost the initiative. Furious, Chen Shitian hurriedly climbed to his feet and bellowed at the door. All of you, get in here and beat this son of a dog to death. More than 20 people outside the office rushed in chaotically. Upon entering, they glanced at Chen Shitian holding his face and then lunged en masse towards Lu Wenzong, who was behind the desk. Lu Wenzong didn't move an inch but instead swung his hand holding over a dozen writing brushes, which were propelled out instantly. Under the influence of celestial energy, these brushes had clear targets, flying directly at the attackers approaching them. Though brushes are soft, when infused with celestial energy, they became extremely potent. A series of poo sounds were heard as they pierced through their targets, followed by loud cries of agony and then bursts of laughter. The poo sound came from the pins piercing through flesh. The wails originated from the men's pain, while the roaring laughter was from Lu Wenzong himself. Amused, Lu Wenzong realized that his earlier action was merely an experiment that resulted in such impressive outcomes. Clearly, celestial energy would be quite handy during group fights moving forward. It wasn't random though. When Lu Wenzong hurled those brushes and imbued them with celestial energy, he consciously directed them to hit the shoulders. Consequently, the dozen pins penetrated neatly into the right shoulders of the opponents, landing in exactly the same spots every time. Another 10 people standing nearby hesitated upon seeing their companions retreat, clutching their wounded shoulders. Startled, they too began stepping backward. Little flying dagger. That's too powerful. Chen Shitian could only stare in awe, dumbfounded. This defied all logic. Weren't martial arts masters supposed to only exist in television shows? How could it also occur in real life? Hurry up and continue, don't dawdle. Lu Wenzong commanded, now holding a fistful of paper clips. Chapter 152, The Strange Illness of Opening Mouths. More than 10 people glanced at each other, then with a fierce roar, all pounced together. Lu Wenzong directly scattered the paper clips in his hand imbued with fairy energy. The paper clips, as if they had eyes, flew towards the noses of these more than 10 individuals. If not opened, paper clips are quite curved and appear unable to harm anyone. However, Lu Wenzong infused them with fairy energy, making them razor-sharp despite their curves, plunging into the noses of those people. Holding their noses, these more than 10 individuals retreated in unison, bumping into one another, looking extremely disheveled. It didn't end there. Lu Wenzong once again threw a handful of paper clips, aiming for their ears this time. The sound of fine blades piercing flesh came, and each ear was completely pierced by the paper clips. Consequently, these more than 10 individuals ran aside one after another, no longer daring to take another step forward. Chen Shitian stood still on the spot, eyes wide open in bewilderment. He knew that Lu Wenzong could fight well since the 6 strong men he had sent had been easily overpowered by Lu Wenzong alone. In his view, if 6 couldn't win, then surely more than 20 wouldn't either? But reality was so cruel. More than 20 were still beaten ruthlessly by Lu Wenzong without a chance to retaliate. He really couldn't believe that he had failed so quickly and so miserably. Are there any more tricks up your sleeve? Lu Wenzong asked Chen Shitian, who was still lost in thought. Chen Shitian looked at Lu Wenzong, and then turned around and ran. Lu Wenzong's figure flickered and he pursued him, pulling him back just as Chen Shitian was about to flee from the room. Let me go, let me go. Chen Shitian struggled fiercely, but he couldn't break free from Lu Wenzong's grip. Seeing Zhao Hongxing standing by the door, Chen Shitian yelled loudly. Fuck off. Why aren't you helping me? Are you letting me die? But Zhao Hongxing dared not approach either. So many people had been thrashed by Lu Wenzong lying sprawled across the floor. How could he avoid the same fate? Thus, in response to Chen Shitian's plea for help, all he could do was awkwardly shrug his shoulders and dare not move closer. Lu Wenzong tossed Chen Shitian onto the sofa in the office, stepping on his chest and pinning him down. He coldly said, "Do as I say, or you'll soon find out that coming into this world was a mistake. Shit on you. There's no way I'll follow your orders. If you've got the guts, kill me and see who loses." Chen Shitian shouted furiously, bellowing at the top of his voice. Still defiant, huh? Well then, since you won't agree to help me keep my shop open, your company won't be staying open either. If you can manage to shut down my company, bring it on. I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Chen Shitian roared. Alright, then let me show you exactly what I can do. After saying this, Lu Wenzong activated his fairy energy and directly sealed Chen Shitian's mouth. He then turned around and left Chen Shitian's company. Checking the time, it wasn't early anymore. Lu Wenzong found a place to eat something, and when it grew dark, he went to the sales hall of a newly developed residential building by Xiuxian's company. Seeing that there were still plenty of people inside the hall, Lu Wenzong decided not to involve these innocent individuals. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after the sales hall closed, Lu Wenzong reached the entrance of the hall. Summoning the little fairy, the two worked together to manipulate fairy energy and carried out an elegant exchange between the door of the sales hall and the land in front of it. Resting for a while, they continued on to the next location, and Lu Wenzong kept busy until past 11 o'clock at night, sealing the 5 sales halls under the xiuxian real estate company. That's not all. He also sealed every completed building not yet inhabited. The two were utterly exhausted, their fairy energy drained severely, and they fell asleep immediately upon returning to the room. The next morning, employees of the xiuxian real estate company arrived to work at the sales hall, but were shocked to find that the door of their own hall was somehow on the ground. Meanwhile, employees of the other 4 sales halls all discovered the same situation. The doors lay on the ground while the earth was at the former position of the doors. Such a bizarre scenario had everyone puzzled, speculating wildly about what might have happened. This incident drew all the media in Shennong City to report the story and attracted many citizens to come and watch. Finally, even the police were involved. When Zhao Hongxing received reports from his subordinates, he rushed to several sales halls to inspect the situation. There was nothing else they could do but call for excavators to try breaking through. But what greatly annoyed them was that a normal wall could not be demolished by the excavator. One excavator ended up damaging its blade trying to break the wall, which remained without a single crack. Helpless, the excavator had to dig from other places, and this time it worked. However, the dug-up walls caused chaos in the sales hall, making it impossible to open for business. The police also investigated on site for a while, but couldn't find a single clue. If this was man-made, who could possibly have such great abilities? That wasn't the most frustrating part. The most exasperating situation belonged to Xiuxian. After Lu Wenzong left yesterday afternoon, Xiuxian was horrified to discover that he couldn't open his mouth. Unable to eat, drink, or speak, he felt utterly stifled. He rushed to the hospital, but they checked for hours and found nothing. And even if they couldn't find anything, treatment was still necessary because he needed to eat, drink water, and talk. The hospital tried many methods and worked until late into the night, yet there was still no effect. In the end, all they could do was advise Xiuxian to try another hospital. In the middle of the night, where could Xiuxian find another hospital? He had no choice but to go home first. The next morning, he woke up both hungry and thirsty, but his mouth wouldn't open. Xiuxian was terrified. If things continued like this, it wouldn't take long before he met Yama, the god of death. Just as he was in fear, he received a call from Zhao Hongxing, informing him that all his businesses had been sealed off. He anxiously rushed over to check, and what he saw made him completely stunned. When he first heard about the sealing, he thought it was because Lu Wenzong had pulled some strings and ordered the sealing of his properties. But when he arrived, he realized how truly ridiculous the whole thing was. It was definitely not something a regular court order could achieve. However, with his life potentially ending any moment now, he had no time to worry about his businesses. He urgently needed to seek medical attention. In the afternoon, he took a plane to the capital and went to one of the top hospitals in the country. Still, the results were incredibly disappointing. Once again, the hospital could neither diagnose the cause nor offer a solution. Now, Xiuxian was genuinely panicked, completely terrified. He lost control of himself, smashing several items in the hospital. While he might have been powerful in Shennong City, he wasn't significant enough in the capital. He was promptly taken away by the police. Chapter 153. Xiuxian completely backs down. Xiuxian was released after being detained in the police station for a day. The police couldn't hold him longer since they didn't want to risk him starving to death. After leaving the police station, Xiuxian felt as if his chest was stuck to his back from hunger, and his lips were chapped from thirst. But he couldn't open his mouth, and despair even drove him to contemplate suicide. The hospital couldn't treat his inability to open his mouth, and Xiuxian had no idea what to do. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongxing called him, informing him that the wall they had excavated overnight was sealed again. Xiuxian angrily threw down the phone and suddenly stood up with a jolt. Could all these things be related to Lu Wenzong? Oh God, if so, it was truly terrifying. Xiuxian felt a chill down his spine. If he were to die under such circumstances, the police wouldn't find out the specific cause of death, and it would be silent, wrongful death. Unable to bear staying in the capital any longer, Xiuxian hurried back to Shennong City. Upon returning, he immediately wrote a note asking someone to contact Lu Wenzong. He wanted to fully submit, completely backing down. Lu Wenzong soon arrived at Xiuxian's office. It was still the same place, but there were only 2 people left now. Boss Chun, what's going on here? You're giving me your New Year's money already, though it's not the season. The moment Xiuxian saw Lu Wenzong, he knelt down without hesitation. Although he didn't want to, kneeling was the only way to avoid the looming threat of death, and he treasured his life too much. Seeing him nodding his head pitifully, emitting soft cries, Lu Wenzong used his mystical energy, immediately enabling him to open his mouth. The sudden ability to speak made Xiuxian ecstatic, nearly jumping with joy. Without answering Lu Wenzong's words, Xiuxian immediately dashed to his desk, grabbed the teapot there, and drank directly from its spout. Gulping it down, after quenching his thirst, he gave a satisfied smile. Mr. Lu, I was wrong. Please let me off. I'll immediately arrange for your shop to be unsealed and compensate you for the damages. Xiuxian pleaded as soon as he could talk. Is it that simple? Lu Wenzong asked calmly. What? Mr. Lu, what else do you want? Xiuxian quickly replied. 1. Compensate me for all losses over these days. 2. Publicly apologize in front of my store. 3. Provide a house for each employee in my shop. 4. Dismiss all the people who sealed my shop. Ah. Chen Shitian was shocked, opening his mouth wide. Compensation and apologies weren't difficult tasks, but dismissing everyone responsible for sealing the shop, that was quite challenging. Even with Deputy Mayor Chen's good relationship with him, firing people was no easy matter. Can't handle it. Lu Wenzong coldly questioned. Yes. Startled, Chen Shitian hastily nodded in agreement. Shit. Regardless of whether it could be done or not, he needed to agree first. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he might end up dying. In that case, let's get started right away, Lu Wenzong said. Chen Shitian immediately agreed and started writing a check. Lu Wenzong hadn't specified an amount, but after hesitating, he gritted his teeth and wrote out a check for 3 million yuan. Not bad. Lu Wenzong took the check and put it away. Chen Shitian then urgently pulled out a sheet of A4 paper and began writing an apology letter by hand. With little formal education, having only risen to prominence through family connections, he hadn't written many letters in years. After just a few hundred characters, he was already loudly complaining about being unable to write further. When Lu Wenzong reviewed it, oh my god, in this 4 to 500 word apology letter, there were numerous misspellings. The letter was rejected repeatedly, causing Chen Shitian great frustration and taking hours until he eventually managed to produce a 1,000-word apology letter. After several more revisions, correcting all the typos, it finally passed Lu Wenzong's review. Having finished the apology letter, Lu Wenzong handed Chen Shitian a list of names of employees in his shop and instructed him to arrange houses for them. Chen Shitian made a series of phone calls, and before long, the houses were arranged. Since he was the boss, assigning houses was a straightforward task. With 3 conditions fulfilled, only the last remained. Helpless, Chen Shitian had to contact Vice Mayor Chen. As soon as he explained the situation, the call was abruptly disconnected with repeated beep sounds. How ridiculous. How could firing so many officials be something Chen Shitian alone could decide? Even if Vice Mayor Chen agreed, the others certainly wouldn't. Besides, dismissing so many people exceeded his capability entirely. Chen Shitian smiled bitterly and looked awkwardly at Lu Wenzong, saying, Mr. Lu, this won't be solved instantly. Would you mind if I ate something first? I'm really starving and have no strength left. Eat shit. Don't think about eating until this is resolved. Lu Wenzong stated. Mr. Lu, let me have something to eat, please. If I starve to death, I won't be able to meet the conditions anyway, Chen Shitian pleaded. If the 4th condition isn't met by tomorrow afternoon, everything goes back to how it was before. After finishing his statement, Lu Wenzong left Chen Shitian's office. After Lu Wenzong had gone, Chen Shitian rushed to a nearby restaurant in no time, ordering an entire table of dishes and gorging himself until he almost burst. But after indulging in such a lavish meal, he became even more afraid of Lu Wenzong. He immediately sought out Vice Mayor Chen and presented him with a bribe worth tens of millions, which finally persuaded him to take on the task. However, this matter proved extremely difficult to handle. By the time Lu Wenzong's deadline passed, not one of the issues had been resolved, not because Vice Mayor Chen hadn't tried, but because the newly appointed leaders in the region opposed all of his actions, ensuring their complete failure. Chen Shitian was terrified. Without waiting for Lu Wenzong to come looking for him, he went directly to seek Lu Wenzong himself. But how could he find Lu Wenzong when he didn't even know where he lived? All he knew was the location of Lu Wenzong's shop, which was closed and deserted. He then decided to use the contact information written on the wall outside the shop. He got in touch with Zhou Hao, the store manager, who arrived promptly and treated Chen Shitian with politeness. Chen Shitian didn't have the patience for idle chatter. Grabbing Zhou Hao, he insisted that Zhou Hao lead him to Lu Wenzong. Together, the two made their way to the hotel where Lu Wenzong was staying and found him there. Zhou Hao originally thought Chen Shitian had come to create trouble for him. However, when Chen Shitian knelt down without hesitation upon seeing Lu Wenzong, Zhou Hao was completely stunned. Was this really the same Chen Shitian who once wielded so much power in Sanling City? Mr. Lu, I couldn't accomplish the 4th condition. It's genuinely impossible. Please spare me. I beg you. I beg you. Chen Shitian continuously begged for mercy, his expression utterly wretched. The punishment of having his mouth sealed by Lu Wenzong had been the greatest hardship he'd endured in his entire life. The joy of normalcy afterward made him fear death more than ever, especially since Lu Wenzong could effortlessly bring about his demise again. Chen Shitian was trembling with fear. Chapter 154. Expenses keep increasing. Then how dare you come? Lu Wenzong asked coldly. I came to beg for your forgiveness. I was blind before, offending Mr. Lu, but a great man doesn't hold a grudge against a small one. Dismiss me as if I were nothing. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Even my company can be yours. Chen Shitian was ready to give up everything to save his life, even offering the company with both hands. I don't want these. I just want you to accomplish the 4th condition, Lu Wenzong insisted. Mr. Lu, it's really impossible. There are too many departments involved, and even Vice Mayor Chen couldn't make it happen. Chen Shitian was almost crying, his voice tinged with sobs. All right, since you've said that, I'll add another condition then, Lu Wenzong said. You say it, I agree. I agree to everything. Chen Shitian said anxiously. Get up and speak. Kneeling must be tiring too. Chen Shitian hurriedly got up, holding his knees and gasping for breath. If there weren't a carpet on the ground, he might not have been able to kneel for very long. Mr. Lu, what's your condition? After catching his breath, Chen Shitian spoke. 80% of the shares, Lu Wenzong bluntly stated. 80. Chen Shitian collapsed directly onto the ground. Although willing to agree to anything, At most he had expected Lu Wenzong to ask for tens of millions of yuan, but Lu asked for 20% right away, a price he didn't truly want to pay. But what if he didn't give it? Refusing would place him in a bizarre situation where he wouldn't be able to open his mouth, not only unable to breathe or open his eyes, but also unable to perform other basic bodily functions. Can we reduce it a little? After much consideration, Xiuxian tentatively made this request. No, Lu Wenzong answered firmly. Xiuxian's face showed uncertainty repeatedly, but eventually agreed to Lu Wenzong's demands, handing over 80% of the shares. While signing the share transfer contract, Xiuxian felt his heart bleed from the pain. However, under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow down. After signing the transfer contract, Xiuxian rushed off without delay. He dared not remain in Lu Wenzong's presence. He was genuinely afraid. Even more terrifying events awaited Xiuxian. 2 days later, he heard that Vice Mayor Chun contracted the same strange illness, being unable to open his mouth. Many hospitals across the city, province, and even the capital saw him, yet to no avail. 5 days later, Vice Mayor Chun passed away. Despite being honored in death, Chun was dead nonetheless, so what could be done? Xiuxian was glad he'd made the right decision to reconcile with Lu Wenzong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been about Vice Mayor Chen's death, it would have been his own demise. Though Lu Wenzong now owned 80% of his shares, he still retained 20%. Though he wouldn't become super wealthy, living a comfortable life would certainly be worry-free. From then on, he led a quiet life, not daring to act arrogantly anymore, fearing to accidentally offend Lu Wenzong once again. By keeping a low profile, he found his life actually improved, free from many troubles. Lu Wenzong's store reopened, and Zhou Hao was genuinely awestruck by Lu Wenzong's power. Even Xiuxian, who was very influential in Sanling City, bowed and apologized to Lu Wenzong. Why shouldn't Zhou Hao be wholeheartedly devoted to following Lu? Therefore, Zhou Hao planned to open another branch in Sanling City. With only one shop, many people in Sanling City found shopping inconvenient. After all, Sanling City was much larger than Sangzi, and one store covered too small an area. Zhou Hao's idea naturally received full support from Lu Wenzong. One store per urban district wasn't enough. Increasing the number of stores would also expand influence. Of course, this matter still needed careful discussion with Su Yener. Su Yener was currently preparing for the opening of a second branch in the provincial capital and was very busy. Once this period passed, Lu Wenzong would let her discuss with Zhou Hao the matter of opening another branch in Sanling City. Lu Wenzong spent about 20 days in Sanling City. When he returned to Gigu, he discovered that it had undergone significant changes. The tourist attractions were nearly complete, many places already built, and some patients seeking medical care were enjoying these scenic areas. Lu Wenzong took a stroll around, feeling quite satisfied. The wildlife breeding area still existed, but all poultry and livestock breeding operations were relocated elsewhere. Without these animal farms, Gigu's environment became even more beautiful. Lu Xiuxian reported on the company's expenditure for the recent period, shocking Lu Wenzong considerably. The scale increased significantly, causing expenses to double, or even more. Last month's costs exceeded 80 million yuan, while this month's reached 150 million, astonishing Lu Wenzong thoroughly. Why has this month's expenditure suddenly increased so much? Which cost has risen? Lu Wenzong asked. We've acquired more than 2,000 mu of land. The cost of the land and labor expenses were paid in advance, Lu Xiuxian said with a smile. More than 2,000 mu? Weren't we supposed to proceed step by step? Why did we directly expand by 2,000 mu in 1 month? Lu Wenzong was quite puzzled. Sister Ruohan said these 2,000 mu are in a great location suitable for large-scale farming. Although we have invested a lot up front, the costs for harvesting and planting later will be significantly reduced compared to other lands, Lu Xiuxian explained. If that's the case, then it's fine. But this expenditure has really given me quite a shock, Lu Wenzong also chuckled. And you haven't even seen our profits yet. Lu Xiuxian flipped to the next page, revealing the revenue situation of Gigu. Lu Wenzong glanced at it, and smiled too. Though last month's expenditure exceeded revenue, that was an initial investment to prepare for future earnings. Overall, the company's revenue was still very high. The gross profit for 1 quarter reached 3 billion yuan, and the net profit hovered around 1.8 billion yuan. Now the company's total assets had surpassed 5 billion yuan, making it a true big corporation. The number of employees had grown from just dozens originally to over 200 now. Even though a 5 billion yuan company would rank in the top 3 in Sanling City, Lu Wenzong wasn't satisfied at all. By his estimation, they should have exceeded 5 billion long ago, yet it had been almost 2.5 years to break through this threshold. He genuinely wasn't pleased. However, Lu Xiuxian analyzed the situation for him. The company's current revenue was already impressive and far outpaced any agricultural firm. None could compare. Still, the company's slower revenue growth was due to ongoing basic investments. Once these fundamental investments started to decrease as the company fully matured, its earnings would soar dramatically. Lu Wenzong held such high confidence because his crops were different from others. Thanks to the divine water from the Little Ho, the effectiveness of his planting was incomparably greater, so naturally, the returns should also be multiplied countless times over. Chapter 155. Women are shopping maniacs. Because of the high expectations, the rate of earning money made Lu Wenzong feel a bit pressured. After nearly 2 years, his company had not yet reached his desired goal, which annoyed him. According to general theory, with the fairy treasure Ho in his hands, the development of his company should have been explosive, and within a short time, it should have become renowned nationwide, and even ascended to the international stage. However, reality told him that if he wanted to build a large company, it would still need to be done step by step. The development speed was quite different from what he had read in various novels. Why do I feel that our development speed is rather slow, lacking the momentum of the explosive growth of large companies? Lu Wenzhong said worriedly. Brother, are you pretending or showing off or something? Lu Xiaoxia asked with a smile. Not at all. I'm speaking my mind, Lu Wenzhong said while pinching her cheek. In just 2 years, you turned a small agricultural company into the largest one in Shangzi and even the entire Three Ridge city, and you still think the development is too slow? That's not showing off. Then what is it? Lu Xiaoxia remarked. But I think within 2 years, my company should have been the largest in the whole province and ranked nationwide, Lu Wenzhong continued. Well, I won't argue with you. You're getting more show-offy. Lu Xiaoxia picked up some documents, ready to go to work. Hold on, let's hug. Lu Wenzhong stood up and held her up. No, it's broad daylight. Others will see. Before Lu Xiaoxia could finish her sentence, she was silenced by Lu Wenzhong's big mouth. Then, in broad daylight, on the sofa in the office, came the sound of smacks. Afterward, Lu Xiaoxia ran out red-faced, feeling as though people around were looking at her strangely as she went back to her own office. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, the second new year of Gue Valley was approaching. All construction works related to Gue Valley had come to an end. Many employees who worked outside had already returned to Gue Valley to help with farming and animal husbandry. Lu Wenzhong and several other leaders met multiple times to gain a detailed understanding of the company's development status. The chain stores of the healthcare shop had already reached 14. Xiuxian led the chain operation, which became the biggest branch company, naturally also being the only one. The land owned by the company was now almost 5,000 acres, encompassing half of the lands of the surrounding villages for 10 miles. Among these, the village that cooperated best with Gue Valley was Hongban Village. As such, the villagers of Hongban Village were rather dissatisfied. For one thing, Hongban Village was a bit far from Gue Valley, and its altitude was slightly higher, making cooperation difficult. Of course, this wasn't the main issue. What truly mattered was that Hongban Village's collective had no intention whatsoever to cooperate. Chiefing Village's leaders often visited Gue Valley, frequently seeking opportunities to discuss matters with Wu Ruhan, aiming to make Wu Ruhan agree to swallow all their village's lands. It must be understood that Gue Valley's annual earnings were quite high, bringing a lot of income to the village collective. Just like Lu Wenzhong's original village, except for reserving 100 acres for grain cultivation, the rest of the land was all merged into Gue Valley. Each year, the village collective could obtain an income close to 1 million yuan, and this single factor brought about a great transformation to the entire village. In the entire town, Lu Wenzhong's village was the first to have all the villager groups connected by cement roads, the first among all the villages to popularize broadband access to every household, and this left other villages very envious. Now, Chiefing Village has merged half of its land into Gue Valley for planting, leading to a substantial increase in the villagers' incomes. However, what frustrated Chiefing Village's leadership was that there was no way to merge the remaining half of the land. It wasn't that Gue Valley was unwilling. It was simply that the other half of Chiefing Village's land was too bizarre. Most of Chiefing Village's residents lived behind Gue Valley Mountain, but another half lived in a valley roughly 5 miles away from Gue Valley. This in itself wasn't a big problem, but the key was that the villagers' lands here were all elongated strips, following the slope of the valley, making it difficult even for manual tilling, let alone mechanical farming. Therefore, Wu Ruhan of Gue Valley didn't want this piece of land. First, it was extremely difficult to cultivate, and second, its distance was a bit too far, just like a distant territory, with little economic value. 5,000 acres of land had already been completely absorbed. If one wished to continue expanding the planting area, Chiefing Village wouldn't be a good choice. If the road to Hongban Village could be built, concentrating efforts there for planting would be much better than using the remaining half of Chiefing Village's land. However, Hongban Village showed no sign of cooperation, and neither would Gue Valley take the initiative to pursue it. After all, even without Hongban Village, Gue Valley could continue developing downwards without rushing forward. Before the new year, Lu Wenzhong originally planned to continue dealing with Wu Shengjuan's affairs in Three Ridge City. However, since there were only a few days left until the Spring Festival, he gave up on this idea and decided to resolve the matter thoroughly after the festival. Of course, another thing that remained on Lu Wenzhong's mind was the mysterious killer. Who had sent him? This Spring Festival at Gue Valley was very lively. Many patients who had been cured by Lu Wenzhong of difficult illnesses came with their families to celebrate the new year, keeping many of the employees at Gue Valley from having a proper holiday. Fortunately, the wages during the Spring Festival at Gue Valley were high enough. Otherwise, the employees might have felt somewhat dissatisfied. After the Spring Festival, Gue Valley had a 7-day holiday, and Lu Wenzhong took 3 women, Lu Xiaoxia, Wu Ruhan, and Xiuxian, for a trip to the capital city. Xia Tongtong had already returned to the capital city with Xia Jianjun, waiting for the 4 of them to join them for sightseeing. One man leading 4 beauties strolling down the streets attracted quite a lot of attention. However, what troubled Lu Wenzhong greatly was that after 3 days in the capital city, they hadn't successfully visited a single tourist attraction. They spent all their time shopping. These women would shop endlessly, leaving the house early in the morning and returning only at night without taking a break. On the contrary, Lu Wenzhong, despite his great physical condition, got exhausted after just 2 hours of shopping. After enduring the first day, he didn't want to get up on the second day to join the group of women in shopping. But he couldn't resist, as each of the women came one by one to drag him out of bed. On the 4th day, the women finally remembered that they should visit some attractions. Alas, visiting the Forbidden City and the Summer Palace didn't take even half a day, Then they resumed shopping in the afternoon. My God. Lu Wenzhong was completely exasperated. It seemed these women had come to the capital city not for tourism, but purely for shopping. You could say that they had visited Wangfujing Street twice, yet they still wanted to go again. What more could they possibly find? Lu Wenzhong trailed behind the four women, feeling utterly bored as he looked around aimlessly. He carried several bags in his hands. When they emerged from the snack street, the four women were laden with food, and poor Lu Wenzhong had no free hand to eat anything himself. With his mouth stuffed full by the delicacies personally handed over by the four women, he could do nothing but follow along. Chapter 156, Meeting a Madman on the Road. The four women entered an underwear store. Seeing that it was crowded with women inside, Lu Wenzhong didn't feel like going in. However, after standing outside for quite a while, the girls kept shouting at him to come in. Why are you calling me? Lu Wenzhong asked curiously. Help us see if these underwears look good. What about this one I have on? Wu Ruhan took out a set of purple underwear and showed it off in front of Lu Wenzhong. Looks good, looks good. Lu Wenzhong hurriedly nodded his head. What about this black one of mine? Xia Tongtong asked with a smile. Looks good. What about my pink one? Xiuxian questioned. Looks good. What about my red one? Lu Xiaoxia asked. Looks good. TCH. Boring, not giving any commentary at all. Xia Tongtong rolled her eyes and put the underwear back. Underwear is worn inside, so no one sees anyway. Why does it matter what color or style? Lu Wenzhong said. TCH. The four girls simultaneously gave him a big glare. Lu Wenzhong quickly tried to step out. What the hell? There's some pressure here. It was understandable for Lu Xiaoxia to ask Lu Wenzhong to look at her underwear, since she was publicly acknowledged as his girlfriend. But his relationships with the other three women were unclear and undisclosed, making the situation awkward for Lu Wenzhong when they asked him to look at their underwear too. Turning around wanting to leave, unfortunately, his arm accidentally touched something soft. He turned to see that he had bumped into the chest of a tall girl. After staring blankly at Lu Wenzhong for a few seconds, the girl screamed, "Pervert," and slapped him. Not expecting her sudden attack, Lu Wenzhong only dodged sideways just as her hand was about to reach his face. Her palm grazed past his ear and ended up hitting a pile of underwear. Angrier for missing, the girl swung again. Lu Wenzhong let go of the bag of clothes in his hand and caught her wrist. Though she was almost taller than him, around 180 centimeters, her face wasn't bad and somewhat pretty. But even though she was tall, her body was a bit too thin, lacking the attractive curves people often desire. I was just about to apologize to you for the bump, and here you're attacking first. That's not right, isn't it? Did you know where you hit me? The girl angrily asked. What happened? The four women noticed something was wrong and rushed over to inquire. The shop assistants also gathered around trying to smooth things over. It was an accidental bump. It's fine, you all pick your items. Lu Wenzhong said calmly. What's wrong, Tingting? Another tall man, about 190 centimeters, walked in and looked very intimidating. Seeing the towering man approaching, the girl named Tingting quickly walked back to him and told him, Big brother, this guy acted indecently and touched my chest. Upon hearing that, the tall man immediately got angry and disregarding the small space, threw a punch at Lu Wenzhong. Lu Wenzhong was annoyed by this irrational behavior. Why couldn't he have asked for more clarification before attacking? Lu Wenzhong grabbed his fist mid-swing and spoke. Brother, don't act impulsively. Have you understood the situation clearly? What else needs understanding? Are you suggesting I wait until you've committed indecency before I react? The tall man struggled fiercely but found Lu Wenzhong's grip on his fist like a vice, impossible to break free from. Did I really commit indecency? It was an accident. I was just about to apologize when she slapped me. Do you think that was fair? Lu Wenzhong explained. I don't care whether you did it intentionally or not. Touching someone still amounts to harassment. If you have guts, let's settle this outside. The tall man ignored Lu Wenzhong's explanations and pointed towards the door. What's wrong with you? I already explained everything. What more do you want? Xia Tongtong stepped forward, showing her dissatisfaction. Not much, just teaching the harasser a lesson. The tall man replied coldly. Fine, let's go outside and let you teach me a lesson. Lu Wenzhong smiled. The tall man then pulled the girl and moved toward the exit. Lu Wenzhong handed his stuff to the four women and followed them out. Of course, Wu Ruhan and the others wouldn't just leave him alone and went along as well. When they arrived outside near the shoe store window just left of the shop entrance, the tall man glared coldly at Lu Wenzhong, full of confidence as if teaching Lu Wenzhong a lesson was certain. Passers-by curiously looked on, unaware of what exactly had occurred. Lu Wenzhong stood before the tall man, making sure the four girls stayed at a distance behind him, and then said, Brother, I'll repeat this again. I don't want trouble, but if you keep insisting I'm wrong, well, don't blame me. Do you even know who I am? The tall man said coldly. Here we go again. I just don't understand why all of you think you're so damn special. Tell me how amazing you are so I can bow down and worship you. Lu Wenzhong was already annoyed by the remark. My name is Zheng Boyan. The tall man's pride shone as though these three words were an emperor's sacred decree, supremely honored. How impressive. Lu Wenzhong sarcastically praised. Dare you mock me? Zheng Boyan became enraged. Even if Lu Wenzhong had truly acted like a pervert, it would have only made Zheng angry. But his disrespect for that name was an unimaginable disgrace. In the capital city, mentioning Zheng Boyan equated to awe-inspiring power. Any random passerby on Wangfujing Street would surely know the name Zheng Boyan. Whatever you think. You wanted to teach me a lesson, so do it already. Stop wasting time. I still need to shop with my companions. Lu Wenzhong complained irritably. You ignorant bumpkin with no sense of humility. Zheng Boyan, enraged, threw a punch toward Lu Wenzhong. Lu Wenzhong didn't move an inch, letting the punch land squarely on his chest. With a bang, He didn't even flinch, yet Zheng Boyong felt an immense rebound force from his punch, leaving his wrist painfully sore. That tickled. Is that all you've got? Lu Wenzong jeered. You. Zheng Boyong was genuinely provoked and attacked once more with another punch, along with a kick. Still, Lu Wenzong did not counterattack. After the tall man exhausted his moves, Lu Wenzong commented, "That's all. How can you possibly strut around declaring your name as Zheng Boyong with this level of skill? Pathetic. F***ck your mother." With his face being his highest honor, Zheng Boyong could no longer endure Lu Wenzong's repeated mockery. His anger had hit its peak and his punches now flew wildly. But then Lu Wenzong finally retaliated. A fast and fierce slap sent Zheng Boyong sprawling sideways onto the shoe store's glass display window, producing a deep, echoing thud. Chapter 157. Failed to pretend. Zheng Boyong's skills were nothing compared to Lu Wenzong's, and if Lu Wenzong hadn't held back, a single slap could probably have crippled him. In fact, it was originally a trivial matter, but Zheng Boyong's relentless attitude had turned the situation out of control. As Zheng Boyong fell on the ground, he gritted his teeth in pain. For such a long time in the capital, there really wasn't anyone who dared to beat him like this. Today, Lu Wenzong had made an exception for him. This was undoubtedly a turning point in Zheng Boyong's life. Seeing that Zheng Boyong was in so much pain that he couldn't get up, Lu Wenzong turned around and left with Wu Ruhan and others from the entrance of the lingerie store. Zheng Boyong was pulled up by his sister Zheng Boya and, holding his face, glared at Lu Wenzong's retreating figure with hatred. Taking out his phone, he immediately called a number. "Chinjalan, bring a few people over to Wangfujing. I swear, I want to kill someone." After hanging up the phone, Zheng Boyong asked his sister Zheng Boya to leave and he followed Lu Wenzong alone. Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan continued shopping, buying piles of clothes, jewelry, cosmetics, and finally remembered they needed to go home. After Xia Tongtong made a phone call, everyone started their journey back, waiting at the intersection for Xia Tongtong's driver to pick them up. However, before the driver arrived, 6 men surrounded them. "Is there something wrong?" Lu Wenzong stepped forward first to face a young man leading the group. "I am Chinjalan." The young man smiled pleasantly. "It seems we don't know each other. That doesn't matter. Soon we'll become acquainted. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with the 4 beautiful ladies behind you. I'm just looking for you." Chinjalan said with a smile. "Fine. Let me arrange something first," Lu Wenzong said, then told Xia Tongtong. "Take them back first. I have something to handle." Lu Wenzong was not free to act with 4 girls around, because if these guys hurt the 4 girls, even if he beat them up more severely, it wouldn't make up for the loss. However, the 4 girls didn't want to leave and stood still. "Go back," Lu Wenzong shouted directly. "Brother." Lu Xiuxian and Su Yin'er called out simultaneously. "Go back. What can happen to me?" Lu Wenzong shouted again. Wu Ruhan saw Lu Wenzong insisting and said to Xia Tongtong, "Then let's go back first." The 4 girls moved aside to wait, while Lu Wenzong said to Chinjalan, "Let's go." Chinjalan laughed and made a gesture inviting him along. Lu Wenzong smirked carelessly and followed them across the street onto a black business car. As soon as he got in the car, 2 people crowded close to him on both sides. From their posture, it seemed they feared he might run away. But Lu Wenzong had no intention of running, casually taking out his mobile phone to play games without caring where these people would take him. The car left Wangfujing, heading north. After about 10 minutes, the car entered a yard and stopped inside. Looking up at the tall building, with various plaques hung above, Lu Wenzong had no idea why these people brought him here. But presumably, they wanted to teach him a lesson. It didn't matter to Lu Wenzong. He followed Chinjalan into the elevator. The elevator went all the way up to the 10th floor. Then they entered a place named Wanji Foot Massage. The service staff in the hall guided them into a big private room at the very end. Inside the private room, Zheng Boyong lay comfortably with a young girl seriously washing his feet. "Brother Boyong, I've brought the person." Chinjalan walked over and smiled. Well done." Zheng Boyong sat up, the handprint on his face still clearly visible. But when he saw Lu Wenzong standing in front of him, the angry look on his face disappeared, replaced by an arrogant expression. "All between men, the feud should not drag on endlessly. How should we resolve this?" Lu Wenzong spoke up first. "What do you think?" Zheng Boyong shot back. "You're the one who had me brought here. I don't know anything. Stop dilly-dallying. I'm quite annoyed lately." Lu Wenzong replied rudely. "Still dare to be so cocky after coming here? I admire your guts, Jalan. Let him have some lessons first." Zheng Boyong grinned. Chinjalan agreed and gestured to his 5 subordinates, who immediately approached Lu Wenzong and formed a circle around him. Lu Wenzong stayed motionless, allowing the 5 to enclose him in a tight circle. "Attack," Chinjalan commanded. The 5 swung punches toward different parts of Lu Wenzong's body. These 5 looked like they fought regularly, aiming at important human body parts. Their noses, eyes, temples, chests, and stomachs were all targeted with focused strikes. However, Lu Wenzong was not the least bit afraid of their attacks. Whoever hit his nose, he retaliated by punching their nose. Whoever struck his stomach, he returned the blow to their stomach. Back and forth, the sound of punches resounded repeatedly, followed by constant thuds as people fell. When Chinjalan and Zheng Boyong finished exchanging glances and looked up, they saw that only Lu Wenzong remained standing in the room. Chinjalan gazed blankly at Lu Wenzong's smiling face, then glanced down at the 5 men he had brought along, astonishment written all over his expression. Zheng Boyong also froze in disbelief, never imagining that 5 people could still fail against Lu Wenzong. Clearly, today's plan was another mess up. Zheng Boyong put his feet down, dismissed the foot-washing girl, and stood up. Chinjalan hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself beside Zheng Boyong. "Have you finally remembered your lesson?" Anything else? Lu Wenzong smiled as he asked. I really underestimated you. Looking at Lu Wenzong's calm smile, Zheng Boyong was frantically strategizing ways to get out of this situation unscathed. 5 men couldn't beat Lu Wenzong, and neither he nor Chen Jialan were skilled fighters, so neither could possibly stand a chance against him. I'll let you know, don't come near me. Chen Jialan tried to utter a threat, but stammered upon seeing Lu Wenzong approach, his hand trembling as he pointed. To be honest, there's no real grudge between us. It was just a small verbal conflict. Why go this far? I have no interest in continuing this nonsense today, so let's call it quits. But if you dare bother me again, I will not hesitate to make things worse for you, Lu Wenzong declared. Zheng Boyong and Chen Jialan exchanged uneasy looks, unsure of what to say. With no desire to continue beating them up, Lu Wenzong turned around and left. As soon as he exited the private room, Zheng Boyong kicked Chen Jialan in anger and bellowed. What kind of guy did you hire? Someone who can't even beat a hick. Hurry up and find reinforcements. Damn it, if we don't take care of this guy, I won't stay in Beijing. Yes. Chen Jialan quickly pulled out his phone and began making frantic calls. Chapter 158, Mr. Ouyang's Conditions. Lu Wenzong had just gone down the stairs and hadn't walked 50 meters when he was stopped again. There weren't many people this time, only 4 of them, all dressed in sportswear, looking like martial artists. Did Zheng Boyong send you? Lu Wenzong was now really angry. These guys were extremely annoying. It seemed that they would never stop bothering him. Brother, go back. A man with a round head pointed to the building behind Lu Wenzong. You guys are really damn irritating. Let's not go back. Let's fight here. Knock me down, and I'll let you do whatever you want. Lu Wenzong said coldly. You're pretty cocky for a kid. The round-headed guy came forward and poked Lu Wenzong's chest with his finger. Lu Wenzong immediately grabbed his finger, twisted it hard, then kicked him. The round-headed man didn't expect Lu Wenzong to move so fast. He failed to dodge, not only getting his finger broken by Lu Wenzong, but also being kicked several meters away, almost hitting passersby. After falling to the ground, the round-headed man struggled a few times but couldn't get up. Seeing how swiftly Lu Wenzong acted, his 3 companions were shocked. But they were extremely confident people and wouldn't hesitate just because Lu Wenzong defeated one of their own in one move. So, the 3 rushed Lu Wenzong simultaneously in perfect unison. All 3 of them were experienced in martial arts and had no weak points, otherwise they wouldn't have been hired by Chen Jialan to discipline Lu Wenzong. With the 3 attacking at once, Lu Wenzong stood still. A fist aimed at his eye landed on him. At the same moment he retaliated with a fierce punch. One of the men was hit hard in the eye, falling directly to the ground. Lu Wenzong's punch had shattered his eye socket, probably making him a one-eyed dragon in the future. The remaining 2 quickly launched even more vicious attacks, trying to knock down Lu Wenzong. However, Lu Wenzong crushed another person's nose and sent the last one flying through the air. He didn't get back up. Lu Wenzong's current physical strength meant that unless he was blown to pieces or shot dead, mere human fists could barely harm him. Since advancing to the immortal body level, Lu Wenzong felt fighting with many others became extremely meaningless. No matter who they were, unless they were highly skilled martial artists or possessed some special abilities, they were simply no match for him. Moreover, he had cultivated part of the immortal's magic arts. Although using them wasn't yet entirely satisfactory, it was already enough to deal with many situations. Zheng Boyong soon learned about the so-called 4 experts hired by Chen Jialan being easily beaten again by Lu Wenzong. Outraged, he severely beat up Chen Jialan, releasing his pent-up frustration. Repeatedly attempting to teach Lu Wenzong a lesson, but always having his dignity squashed by him, left Zheng Boyong nearly crazed with anger. In the past, anyone daring to offend him would immediately apologize after a beating or some harassment, and nobody ever dared to treat him this way. Now, however, not only did he suffer from being beaten by Lu Wenzong, but every attempt at retaliation was met with equal violence, which made him furiously want to take out a gun and shoot Lu Wenzong on the spot. Boyong, what if we ask that gentleman to step in? Suggested Chen Jialan in a foot massage parlor. Mr. Ouyang? You mean Mr. Ouyang? Zheng Boyong stood up, eyes gleaming with cunning. Yes. If Mr. Ouyang intervenes, I think there will be no problem, smiled Chen Jialan. Good. Go and invite him. Whether it is money or anything else, make sure his demands are met, as long as he agrees to help. I must kill that guy, snarled Zheng Boyong. Okay, I'll go right away. Chen Jialan hurried out. Chen Jialan drove all the way to a hutong in Beijing and stopped in front of a small quadrangle residence. As he walked into the courtyard, he saw an old man over 50 playing with some birds. This old man looked very ordinary, but there was an aura around him different from that of an average person. Had Lu Wenzong been present, he surely would have noticed that this old man bore a resemblance to Li Weigua, Li Feilong's father. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, this old man seemed kind-hearted, but in Lu Wenzong's eyes, he represented danger. Mr. Ouyang, hello? Chen Jialan approached respectfully, bowing deeply. And who might you be? The old man left the birdcage and slowly paced over. Mr. Ouyang, I come representing young Master Zheng Boyong, hoping you will personally intervene to teach someone a lesson. Chen Jialan stated his purpose. Zheng Boyong? I don't know him, so please leave. Mr. Ouyang calmly replied, seating himself at his stone table and pouring a cup of tea. Mr. Ouyang, young Master Zheng said that if you want money or material goods, just ask. If you agree to take action, young Master Zheng will meet your demands, Chen Jialan explained. What arrogance! If I wanted the Forbidden City, could he give it to me? Mr. Ouyang mocked. Mr. Ouyang is joking. Allow me to make an offer on behalf of young Master Zheng. 3 million yuan, Chen Jialan offered. Mr. Ouyang poured another cup of tea, sipping it leisurely without showing any interest in continuing the conversation. Shen Jialan realized that the price he offered was too low and added another 2 million. Still, Mr. Ouyang remained silent, giving no response. Mr. Ouyang, how about you name your price? Shen Jialan asked, slightly awkward. Mr. Ouyang smiled and said, since your young master Zheng is so sincere, let me propose a condition. Help me with this, and I will act. Please go ahead, Mr. Ouyang. Shen Jialan eagerly responded. I want Lin Rongrong, Mr. Ouyang stated, presenting a very unexpected condition. For a moment, Shen Jialan was confused. Lin Rongrong? What did that mean? He quickly came to understand that Mr. Ouyang desired Lin Rongrong. Lin Rongrong, a newly rising young actress who had made her mark this year thanks to an outstanding performance in a movie, instantly gained fame. She then starred in a blockbuster national TV series, making her a household name across the country. At just 20 years old and still in her sophomore year of university, she was in the prime of her youth. With her extraordinary beauty, she amassed a large number of fans and became the goddess many aspired to obtain. Shen Jialan hadn't expected that Mr. Ouyang, known as a reclusive master, also appreciated women. However, this condition was much harder to fulfill than simply paying money, and he couldn't agree to it immediately. He decided to say he would return to consult Zheng Boyang's opinion. Chapter 159. Zheng Boyang searches for experts everywhere. Lin Rongrong? He wants Lin Rongrong. Upon hearing Shen Jialan's report, Zheng Boyang became extremely agitated as if a cat had its tail bitten. Shit. Lin Rongrong was the woman Zheng Boyang himself lusted after and tried to approach many times but couldn't get his hands on. Now that Mr. Ouyang wanted Lin Rongrong too, he could hardly believe it. Even though he didn't succeed with Lin Rongrong, in his heart, Lin Rongrong was already his exclusive possession. Who dares to think about Lin Rongrong is challenging him to the utmost. Yes, Mr. Ouyang said exactly that. However, I must say, it's not worth it. Shen Jialan spoke out. That's right. Just teaching that country bumpkin a lesson, giving up Lin Rongrong for it. I'm not going to do that. Zheng Boyang unexpectedly remained rational for once. So what now? That hick is really good at fighting. Normal people can't beat him. Shen Jialan asked. Besides Mr. Ouyang in Beijing, I remember there seems to be an extremely skilled expert from the Qin family, right? Zheng Boyang inquired. I've heard of it, but only heard, never seen. In that case, call Qin Jinhao and invite him out for some fun. All right. Shen Jialan agreed. After Lu Wenzong returned to the hotel, he found 4 girls playing mahjong. Lu Wenzong felt very frustrated. If he weren't capable, he would probably already be dead on the street. Yet these 4 girls were having a great time playing mahjong, showing no concern. Hey, if I don't come back, will you still play so joyfully? Lu Wenzong sat on the sofa and asked dispiritedly. Would we? Xia Tongtong turned her face with a smile and countered. Well, made some poor choices in friends. Lu Wenzong shouted and fell onto the sofa. All right. We are anxious too, but can't just sit around waiting. So, we're playing mahjong to pass the time. Lu Xiuxian walked over and consoled Lu Wenzong. That's true. I've already called my brother. He said if that madman Zheng Boyang dares to hurt you, he'll settle the account with him. Xia Tongtong added. Zheng Boyang, what kind of person is he? For such a trivial matter, he won't let go. Xia Tongtong smiled and replied. Actually, I haven't spent much time in Beijing, so I'm not very familiar with the people here. However, I've heard of Zheng Boyang's name. He is a crazy guy, and no one dares to provoke him in Beijing. When I called my brother, even he asked why we got ourselves into this mess with him. Not really. The key is what makes him so arrogant. It's simple, this in Beijing. Xia Tongtong raised a thumb. Lu Wenzong nodded, understanding the situation Xia Tongtong described. As the first man in Beijing, regardless of whether Zheng Boyang's father could enter the circle later, this position was enough to prove the strength of the power behind him. The 4 girls stopped playing mahjong and began listening to Xia Tongtong talk about the situation in Beijing. After listening, both Lu Wenzong and the other 3 girls were shocked. The 4 major families, Zheng, Xia, Li, and Shun. Among them, the Zheng family is the oldest. Zheng Boyang's arrogance stems from here. The power of the 4 families fluctuates, and the people of the other families don't fear the Zheng family much. However, compared to the Xia, Li, and Qin families, the Zheng family's biggest advantage lies in their exceptional ability to spread and expand. For instance, among Zheng Boyang's generation in the Zheng family, there are 15 or 16 brothers and sisters. On the contrary, combining Xia Tongtong's generation from the Xia, Li, and Qin families doesn't amount to more than those in the Zheng family alone. Therefore, if disputes arise due to jealousy among the young lords of Beijing, the Zheng family holds a significant advantage. These young masters all value saving face, usually confronting each other openly rather than engaging in conspiracies or schemes. Take Zheng Boyang for example. He confronts conflicts head-on and acts ruthlessly, earning him the nickname, the Madman. Although this man fights cruelly, he generally does not kill others, thus incidents rarely escalate beyond certain limits. But this time, Lu Wenzong greatly disgraced him, something Zheng Boyang truly cannot bear. In the past, when someone bullied him under unknown circumstances and then suffered punishment afterward, they usually cowered immensely afterward, satisfying Zheng Boyang's proud self-esteem to its fullest extent, leaving no thoughts of killing anyone. But Lu Wenzong hit his sore spot this time, leading Zheng Boyang to harbor an intense hatred for Lu Wenzong and resolve to bring him down. Even though he shouts about killing Lu Wenzong, in reality, he merely wishes to give Lu Wenzong a harsh lesson, forcing him to admit his mistake and cower, that being his ultimate goal. Unfortunately, after multiple attempts to teach Lu Wenzong a lesson, Zheng Boyang ended up being taught a lesson by Lu Wenzong instead, which he viewed as a great humiliation. However, since Lu Wenzong was such an adept fighter, Zheng Boyong was racking his brains trying to figure out how to get revenge. That night, Chen Jinhao and Zheng Boyong met at a club in a private room where they were enjoying a massage from beautiful masseuses. Jinhao, I have a favor to ask of you. Could you do me this one solid? Zheng Boyong asked. Speak up. If I can help, there's no question about it. Chen Jinhao responded nonchalantly. I've heard that your family has an incredibly skilled expert. Can you persuade him to step in and help me teach someone a lesson? Of course, name your price, Zheng Boyong said. What do you mean? Chen Jinhao suddenly lifted his head, looking incredulously at Zheng Boyong. I now have an enemy who is extraordinarily good at fighting. I cannot find anyone strong enough to defeat him, so I want your family's expert to step in. Zheng Boyong explained. It's impossible. Chen Jinhao flatly refused. Why? Is it money or something else? Just tell me. Zheng Boyong, puzzled, questioned. No particular reason. I simply cannot command him. He only listens to my grandfather. Chen Jinhao said indifferently. That's disappointing. Zheng Boyong sighed heavily. Who are you trying to teach a lesson? Chen Jinhao asked. A bumpkin from the countryside, but he is accompanied by 4 stunning beauties, each of them on par with Lin Rongrong, Zheng Boyong added, knowing Chen Jinhao's preference for women, shifting the focus of his speech accordingly. Really? As expected, Chen Jinhao became immediately interested. I know what you're thinking, I don't lie, Zheng Boyong reassured. I need to see the photos first. Chen Jinhao, still cautious, didn't fully trust Zheng Boyong's words yet. No problem. I'll have Jialin send the pictures over. Chen Jialin quickly received the instruction, entered the private room, and displayed the photos taken by his subordinates during their pursuit. Upon seeing the photos shown on the phone, Chen Jinhao's eyes immediately lit up. The 4 women beside Lu Wenzong were not only beautiful, but also had distinct individual charm. Chapter 160, Lu Wenzong resists arrest. Wu Ruhan was beautiful, elegant, and maturely alluring. Xia Tongtong appeared gentle and cute on the outside, but fiery and passionate within. Lu Xiuxian was quiet and composed, extraordinarily refined and endearing. Su Yinar was pure and adorable, exceptionally clean. Chen Jinhao had a profound understanding of beauty, and with such an array of 4 beauties, how could he not be moved? However, to have the skilled person at home intervene, even his capabilities fell short. But then, the thought of 4 such beautiful girls being out of reach caused Chen Jinhao considerable frustration. He indulged in his lust, always finding ways to possess the women who caught his eye. Over the years, countless women had fallen victim to his antics. Yet, due to his power and influence, no one dared touch him after being discarded. Therefore, Chen Jinhao's pursuit of beauty grew ever more excessive, and his methods increasingly extreme. Just like when it came to the 4 women beside Lu Wenzong, he wouldn't think about their relationship with Lu Wenzong. All that crossed his mind was how to get them into his grasp, an ignoble thought if there ever was one. Brother, don't you want to reconsider? Zheng Boyong asked again. Chen Jinhao sighed, helplessly turning his gaze away. If it were merely about scheming to acquire the 4 women beside Lu Wenzong, perhaps he would have many ways to do so. But when it came to having the expert at his home make a move, he had absolutely no confidence. I'll leave first. Losing interest, Chen Jinhao stood up and left without another word. Zheng Boyong didn't try to stop him, instead smiling confidently. For someone with weaknesses, making them submit required nothing more than amplifying their vulnerabilities infinitely. Given Chen Jinhao's obsession with the opposite sex, seeing those 4 girls next to Lu Wenzong, how could he not be captivated? Most likely, without any need for intervention from Zheng Boyong, Chen Jinhao himself would soon move against Lu Wenzong. However, at this moment, Lu Wenzong had already decided with the 4 women that they would return early on the morning of the day after tomorrow. It wasn't that they feared trouble, it was just that Gigu couldn't remain unattended indefinitely. Even if Lu Wenzong didn't dare go back, Wu Ruhan and Su Yinar still needed to head back first. After dinner, Xia Tongtong returned home, but less than 2 hours later, she stormed back, seething with anger. Are you going home, or did you go somewhere to get inflated? Lu Wenzong teased her jokingly. Do you believe I'll hit you? Xia Tongtong raised her little fists in anger and prepared to strike Lu Wenzong. Believe. What's wrong with you? After visiting home, you've turned into a walking gas balloon. It's all because of my grandpa. He wants me to start matchmaking again. Xia Tongtong exclaimed irritably. With which young master this time? Wu Ruhan approached and asked. The Chen family, apparently called Chen Jinhao, Xia Tongtong replied. Why not give it a try? You might like him. Lu Xiuxian added casually. Xia Tongtong glanced meaningfully at Lu Wenzong and smiled. I wouldn't waste my time on these conceited bastards. I prefer a normal family if I had to choose. You might change your mind when the time comes, Wu Ruhan laughed. No, I won't. You just don't understand how utterly useless these princelings in the capital are. Some fool around with women, some gamble excessively, some race cars, others binge drink. None of them act like proper individuals. Xia Tongtong sneered openly at these aristocratic youths. Is there not a single decent one among them? Lu Wenzong inquired. Not as far as I've encountered, Xia Tongtong replied firmly. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. The more we discuss it, the angrier Tongtong gets. Let's rest. Wu Ruhan spoke up, ending the conversation. As Xia Tongtong prepared to retreat to her room, she suddenly paused and turned around. Almost forgot. My dad called and said that if you have time, can you check up on my grandpa? He's getting older, and his health has been declining lately. Sure. I'll do it tomorrow, as we'll be leaving the day after tomorrow, Lu Wenzong agreed. All right, I'll go back once again. Xia Tongtong then headed home briefly, returning an hour or so later. She had already informed her grandfather, arranging for a visit to the Xia residence at 3 p.m. the next afternoon. The following morning, everyone finally took a real trip and climbed the Great Wall. Thanks to the elixir inside Lu Wenzong's small hoe, all 4 girls had remarkable stamina, performing much better than many men throughout the climb. By noon, the group drove back to the city, and upon entering the hotel gates, several people suddenly rushed out, wrestling Lu Wenzong to the ground before handcuffing him. The 4 girls were startled. Xia Tongtong immediately charged forward to stop them, but was shoved by those individuals, nearly losing her balance and falling. Lu Wenzong didn't have time to react and had no idea what was going on. Before he could figure it out, he was yanked up and shoved toward the hotel's exit. Lu Wenzong was genuinely furious. The handcuffs confirmed that these men dressed in civilian clothes were police officers, but why were they arresting him? And why with such violence? After being pushed just a few steps, Lu Wenzong used all his strength, snapping the sturdy handcuffs apart. With a powerful shoulder thrust to the left, he rammed into the officer restraining him, then spun around his body to break free from the encirclement of 5 policemen. Enraged, the policemen saw their suspect resist arrest, snap the handcuffs, and humiliate them. Determined not to lose face, the 5 officers launched a full-scale attack on Lu Wenzong. Though aware of their identities, Lu Wenzong showed them absolutely no mercy. He rained down punches like rain and swung kicks as swift as wind, subduing all 5 officers and leaving them sprawled helplessly on the ground. The 4 girls hurried over and stood by Lu Wenzong's side. "These people are policemen," Lu Wenzong said indifferently. "Policemen?" Xia Tongtong was puzzled. Why did the police arrest Lu Wenzong? Had he committed some crime? But since arriving in the capital, they hadn't done anything wrong at all. "Lu Wenzong, you not only resisted arrest, but also attacked us. Your crimes just piled up." One policeman slowly got up from the ground and muttered at Lu Wenzong. "Did you even bother to ask who I am before grabbing me? Did you specify the charges against me? Don't you realize whether you arrested the wrong person? And without clearly stating my offenses, why should I go back with you?" Lu Wenzong questioned. "We've already confirmed your identity," the policeman refuted. "How the hell do I know if you've confirmed my identity? Even if you confirmed my identity, did you confirm the crimes I supposedly committed?" Lu Wenzong yelled angrily. "You don't need to argue." The policeman didn't finish his sentence when Lu Wenzong abruptly turned away, tired of arguing further with him. Back inside the room with the 4 girls, Lu Wenzong tried to explain, but was interrupted within a few minutes by the loud blare of sirens outside. Standing up and looking out the window, he saw 4 or 5 police cars parked at the entrance. A swarm of police officers rushed into the hotel. Chapter 161. Is Lu Wenzong a murderer? The door was quickly kicked open with force, and a large group of police rushed in, their dark gun barrels aimed at the 5 people inside. But before Lu Wenzong could react, Xia Tongtong became enraged. Ignoring the dark gun muzzles of the police, she charged forward directly. 2 policemen pointed their guns at her and shouted a couple of warnings. Seeing that Xia Tongtong still came forward without hesitation, they eventually didn't fire. Xia Tongtong didn't know any martial arts, so before she could reach the 2 policemen, one of them kicked her down to the ground directly. Lu Wenzong became furious, and his body's immortal energy started to flow. Things in the room suddenly came to life as they all floated into the air, then rapidly flew toward the dozen or so policemen. Ashtrays, trash bins, TV remotes, air conditioner remotes, cups, all these items moved very fast. Before the police could react from their shock, they were hit by these flying objects. None of the items were particularly lethal, but since Lu Wenzong had infused them with immortal energy, their force was considerable. The more than a dozen policemen who rushed into the room were knocked down one by one. Except for a couple whose bodies were tougher and just became dazed, the rest passed out directly. Xia Tongtong was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Then she suddenly bent over and slammed her head onto the table hard. "Sister Tongtong, what are you doing?" Xiuxian asked in surprise. Xia Tongtong lifted her head, her forehead immediately turning red and swollen. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, she picked up a broken piece of a white porcelain cup from the floor, rolled up her sleeve, and lightly scratched herself. A long wound instantly appeared on her fair arm, blood spurting out immediately. Lu Wenzong prepared to go over and bandage her, but Xia Tongtong waved him off, refusing. "Stupid. If I don't do this, we won't be able to settle this matter properly." After saying this, Xia Tongtong took out her phone and began making a call. Lu Wenzong understood her meaning and was somewhat surprised by Xia Tongtong's alertness. Even if Xia Tongtong hadn't done this, he wasn't afraid of anything. However, Xia Tongtong's actions completely shifted the blame away from him, transforming this situation into a direct confrontation between the Xia family and the mysterious figures behind these police officers. 15 minutes later, a young man around 30 rushed in. He wasn't handsome, but he was tall and muscular, brimming with strength. He rushed straight to Xia Tongtong's side, anxiously asking, "Tongtong, where are you injured?" "Big brother, they almost beat me to death before you came. Look, my head is swollen, and my arm has been cut." Xia Tongtong rarely acted coquettish. Sorry, big brother came late. What happened? Why did the police come arrest you?" This person who rushed in was none other than Xia Tongtong's cousin, Xia Jianjun's brother, Xia Jiangwo's son, Xia Yuming. "How should I know? They came and started arresting people as soon as they entered, pointing guns at me. I only said one sentence, and they started hitting me." Xia Tongtong exaggerated slightly to make it seem worse. "Idiots, how dare they harm my sister?" Xia Tongtong's elder brother carefully consoled her a bit, then walked over and kicked one of the nearest policemen twice. Subsequently, he took out his phone and called his father, Xia Jiangwo. "Dad, the police came here without reason to capture Tongtong and her companions and injured Tongtong. Tell me, what should be done about this?" Xia Jiangwo questioned directly, showing no deference as though he wasn't talking to his own father. Lu Wenzong didn't know what the person on the other end of the line said, but Xia Yiming quickly handed the phone over to Xia Tongtong. She repeated the situation she had just mentioned into the receiver. On Xia Zhengwo's side, he showed no signs of anger, just picking up the phone and calmly dialing the leader of a police station in the capital city. In less than 10 minutes, a plump middle-aged policeman rushed into the room accompanied by a group of others. Without even glancing at the scattered police officers lying haphazardly on the floor, he went directly to Xia Yiming and Xia Tongtong. Captain Xia, I've already learned about the situation. These policemen weren't actually after Miss Tongtong, the stout middle-aged policeman explained anxiously. Director Wang, if they weren't after Miss Tongtong, why did they injure her? Xia Yiming counter-asked directly. It's a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. When I return, I will deal with them thoroughly. Director Wang lowered his posture greatly, indicating clearly the high status of Xia Zhengwo. Lu Wenzong vaguely remembered that Xia Jianjun once mentioned his older brother worked at the police headquarters. Judging from the situation now, he was likely one of the higher-ups. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for someone to treat Xia Yiming with such respect. If they weren't after me, then what did my companion do to warrant such a grand arrival? Xia Tongtong countered. It's said that this gentleman is related to the November 15th major murder case, Director Wang stated. November 15th major murder case? Do you even have brains? We've been in Sange County the whole time, only arriving in the capital after New Year's Eve. It's already late January. How could we possibly be involved in the November 15th major murder case? Xia Tongtong angrily retorted. This is just a suspicion. It doesn't mean that this gentleman is the murderer, Director Wang tried to explain. Suspicion? Under mere suspicion, you directly carry out violent arrests. Xia Tongtong continued to counter-question. That, because the murderer of the November 15th major murder case is extremely dangerous, we had no choice but to use this method to arrest him, Director Wang awkwardly explained. Is that so? Xia Yiming coldly questioned. Director Wang stammered for a few moments and still stuck to his previous explanation. Xia Yiming looked at him coldly for several seconds before saying, Take your people and leave. But I also need to make this clear. If there are hidden circumstances in this matter, don't blame me for not giving you face in the future. Yes, yes, yes. Director Wang quickly agreed and then gestured for his subordinates to take away the unconscious policeman lying on the ground. After leaving the hotel and getting into the car, Director Wang made a call to Chen Jinhao. Young Master Chen, things have gotten complicated. Complicated? Are you joking? How can some person from a small county cause complications? Chen Jinhao asked with dissatisfaction. My men hurt Xia Yiming's younger sister, Xia Tongtong, during the operation, Director Wang reported. Chen Jinhao was stunned for a moment and then began yelling furiously. What kind of a job have you done? What kind of a job have your people done? Don't they have eyes? I told you to capture that man. How could you end up hurting Xia Tongtong? To deal with the Zheng family, the Chun and Xia families planned to collaborate through marriage, an arrangement decided by the old masters of both sides. Though Chen Jinhao had slight objections, he dared not disrupt it. Moreover, last night, upon meeting Xia Tongtong, her beauty captivated him. However, the task he delegated ended up being botched by those imbeciles. Xia Tongtong was one of Lu Wenzong's companions, which Chen Jinhao knew well. Thus, he specifically emphasized not to irritate Xia Tongtong during his instructions, yet not only did they anger her, but they injured her as well. Chen Jinhao wished he could kick Director Wang far away right now. Chapter 162, Treating Grandpa Xia. What should we do now? Director Wang asked after waiting for Chen Jinhao's temper to subside. Withdraw for now, I'll contact you later. After finishing his sentence, Chen Jinhao hung up the phone. However, upon hearing Chen Jinhao's words, Director Wang's face turned pale with worry. He had originally thought this was an easy task, but hadn't anticipated running into such stiff resistance. If Xia Zhengwo held a grudge over this incident, it could hinder his career advancement significantly. Thus, he wished to back out and avoid further complications. But judging from what Chen Jinhao said, it seemed like he still expected Wang to deal with Xia Tongtong's companion. That man might not have strong backing, but with Xia Tongtong behind him, a figure deeply rooted in power, he knew there was no way he could make a move. As a result, after returning home, Director Wang promptly submitted a sick leave report, planning to take some time off at a scenic spot to avoid the troubles that lay ahead. Offending Chen Jinhao meant being disliked at worst, but crossing the Xia family likely spelled political ruin. After Chen Jinhao's first attempt failed, he felt quite disheartened. Still, he realized having Xia Tongtong around Lu Wenzong complicated his plans of taking Lu down. Truthfully, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Lu Wenzong. His ultimate goal revolved around removing the 4 women in Lu Wenzong's proximity. The first move thwarted only fueled his determination. Though frustrated, he always kept backup plans. Summoning the police under false pretenses to arrest Lu Wenzong wouldn't work here, so Chen decided on alternative strategies, no shortage of which existed in his arsenal. At 2 in the afternoon, a black Audi pulled up outside the hotel. 2 young men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses approached the entrance, heading towards Lu Wenzong's room. Xia Yiming had yet to leave, waiting patiently alongside these newcomers. Together, they accompanied Lu Wenzong as they left the hotel. Despite being an ordinary-looking Audi, its comfort far exceeded expectations. It was unmistakably a custom-built vehicle. Since Wu Ruhan and the others couldn't accompany them, Xia Tongtong arranged for a young man in black to stay behind at the hotel, guarding their safety while Lu Wenzong was away. The car proceeded westward through the city. During the ride, Xia Tongtong quietly informed Lu Wenzong about her grandfather's condition. The Grand Patriarch was already 90 years old, having maintained excellent health until recently. With advanced age came inevitable physical decline, particularly noticeable in the last couple of years when his vision worsened to the point where he struggled to recognize people standing before him. Having devoted his life to the nation, the inability to read books, newspapers, or watch news pained the old man deeply. Being one of the few surviving elder statesmen, the grandfather's well-being remained a focal concern for many. Since the treatment of Xia Jianjun's congenital heart disease by Lu Wenzong, the Xia family considered inviting him to examine their patriarch. Initially uninterested, the elder refused, and other members of the Xia family doubted Lu Wenzong's skills. However, as Lu Wenzong's fame as a miraculous healer spread, positive feedback on his abilities trickled in from all corners of Xia's network. This convinced them finally to request Lu's assistance. Naturally, Xia Tongtong wouldn't reveal any skepticism held within her family in front of Lu Wenzong. Instead, she spoke warmly of his reputation, hoping to encourage his best effort for her grandfather's care. In truth, out of respect for Xia Tongtong, Lu Wenzong would certainly give it his utmost to treat the elder with due diligence, much like how he treated the injuries of Grandpa Li Yuru previously. Both elders were remarkable individuals, though Xia Grandpa seemed more attached to wielding influence compared to Grandpa Li's detachment. Upon exiting the city limits and reaching the legendary Villa District, guards stationed strictly checked the car and scrutinized everyone inside, especially Lu Wenzong. After detailed questioning, they allowed passage. Approaching the villa where the Xia patriarch resided, an elderly man clad in a faded military uniform slowly paced along the path. Upon noticing the vehicle, he turned around. His gaze fell on them, but lacked focus, scanning the area as if searching for familiar figures. The elder, known as Grandpa Xia, possessed broad features with prominent facial structures, giving him an appearance of dignified righteousness. All alighted from the car. Xia Yuming and Xia Tongtong quickly moved forward, supporting the older gentleman by each arm. Lu Wenzong followed the driver and walked over together. The driver, upon reaching the door, stepped aside and waited quietly. This left Lu Wenzong unsure whether he should speak or wait for the three family members to finish their conversation. After about 3 to 4 minutes of talk, the trio finally turned their attention towards Lu Wenzong. Grandpa Xia extended his hand indifferently and said, "Mr. Lu, hello." Lu Wenzong promptly approached, clasping Grandpa Xia's hand with both of his own, replying cheerfully, "Grandpa, hello. Let's sit inside." Grandpa Xia concluded, extending his hand as a gesture of invitation. Naturally, Lu Wenzong would not walk ahead of him. Instead, he quickly bowed, inviting the elder to lead the way. Xia Tongtong smiled at Lu Wenzong and supported her grandfather as they entered the house. Xia Yuming and Lu Wenzong walked side by side into the living room where they sat down and exchanged some casual words. Following this, Xia Tongtong proposed that Lu Wenzong begin the examination. Lu Wenzong inquired first about Grandpa Xia's recent dietary habits and daily routine before proceeding to take his pulse. After feeling the pulse, even before Lu Wenzong could say anything, Grandpa Xia spoke up. "Mr. Lu, whose technique did you learn to take pulses?" "After studying it in school, I refined my skills through practice," Lu Wenzong replied. "No wonder. Your technique isn't quite standard, but the process of taking my pulse feels more comfortable than with all the other doctors I've encountered," Grandpa Xia complimented. Actually, Lu Wenzong wasn't truly diagnosing through pulse taking. He was merely mimicking the action while using his divine energy to inspect internally. Before Lu Wenzong gained his divine powers, Little Fairy always handled such examinations, and once he acquired them, she became obsolete. "Thank you, Grandpa, for your kind words," Lu Wenzong said with a smile. "Speak your mind." "How is my health?" asked Grandpa Xia. "Grandpa, do you want me to tell you the truth or a polite fib?" Lu Wenzong teased. "Mr. Lu, no doctor has ever spoken to me like this before. I'd like to hear both the truth and any polite fiction," Grandpa Xia responded with remarkable openness. Chapter 163, Do One's Best and Leave the Rest to Fate. "Grandpa, shall I speak?" Lu Wenzong asked tentatively. "Go ahead," the old man replied calmly. Lu Wenzong paused for a moment before saying, "To be honest, Grandpa, your body won't last much longer. To lie, you probably won't make it past half a year." As soon as Lu Wenzong finished speaking, Xia Tongtong quickly tugged at his sleeve and gave him a meaningful glance. Although everyone knew that the old man's health was deteriorating daily, they still tried to comfort him by saying he would live to be 100 years old. This was the first time someone had told the old man directly that he didn't have much time left. Worried that he wouldn't be able to accept this reality, Xia Tongtong urged Lu Wenzong to soften his words. However, after hearing Lu Wenzong's words, the old man wasn't angry but smiled instead, saying, "They all say I'll live to be 100, but I know my own body well. As you said, I feel like I don't have much time left." "Grandpa, your body is fine. It's just that there's an issue with your eyes, right?" Xia Yuming interjected hurriedly. "Yes, Grandpa, you will definitely live to be 100, added Xia Tongtong. "You don't need to comfort me. I've already lived over 90 years, with little regret." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Wenzong, surely there must be some way to help Grandpa live to be 100 years old, isn't there?" Xia Tongtong asked Lu Wenzong hopefully. Lu Wenzong smiled bitterly. It was quite challenging. For an elderly person in their 90s, their physical functions had reached the lowest point. Even those in better condition usually couldn't last more than a few years, and those in poor condition were already remarkable to reach this age. Of course, some could live over 100 years due to special reasons, but for a regular person, 90 years was indeed long-lived. He had the divine water which could repair abnormal conditions in the human body. However, the old man's body wasn't in an abnormal state, but rather in a state of aging, a normal occurrence when a person reaches a certain age. Whether or not the divine water would work was uncertain. I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee the results, said Lu Wenzhong. Do our best and leave the rest to fate, the old man remarked. Since Grandpa has spoken, I'll prepare a decoction for him. Though it may not extend life, treating his eyes should be possible, said Lu Wenzhong. Yes, 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 Xia Tongtong nodded quickly in agreement. No, a voice suddenly interrupted from outside the door. Lu Wenzhong looked up to see a middle-aged man walking in. He wore a white coat and also had glasses on. He is my personal doctor, Lin Zidong, the old man introduced. The personal doctor came in and greeted the old man first. Then Lin Zidong continued. Old man, we already have a treatment plan for your eye disease. Moreover, how skilled can this young man be? Even if he practices traditional Chinese medicine, what high-level technique could he possibly possess to cure your eye ailment with one dose of soup medicine, let alone boastfully claim to extend your life? Lu Wenzhong wasn't perturbed by his words. After all, as the old man's personal doctor, these individuals are extremely accomplished in their medical skills. Their disbelief was understandable since they needed to be responsible for the old man's health. My soup medicine works very fast. The old man's eye ailment can be resolved in less than 10 minutes, Lu Wenzhong stated. 10 minutes? Is your soup medicine a miraculous elixir? Lin Zidong responded disdainfully. Is it a miraculous elixir or not? We'll find out once we try it, Lu Wenzhong replied coolly. Try? Are you kidding? The old man's health is a national treasure. How could we experiment with it? Lin Zidong was clearly dissatisfied. In his view, the old man's health was of utmost importance, and any medical method without scientific evidence was something he rejected. My father's congenital heart disease. Weren't you all powerless against it? But one dose of Lu Wenzhong's medicine cured it. Xia Tongtong spoke up in support of Lu Wenzhong. Is it him? Lin Zidong was surprised now. He had participated in the treatment of Xia Jianjun's congenital heart disease and admitted that there hadn't been a better approach at that time. While this illness wasn't fatal, it was extremely difficult to cure. Later, he heard that Xia Jianjun's congenital heart disease was treated by someone, and he had really wanted to meet that person. He hadn't expected that the person sitting right before him today was exactly the one he doubted. It's him. Wenzhong is very skilled. His reputation spreads widely throughout southwest China. One dose of his soup medicine almost cures all kinds of difficult ailments. Moreover, so far, there hasn't been a single patient who took his medicine and wasn't healed. Xia Tongtong once again endorsed Lu Wenzhong. Lin Zidong was now a bit at a loss as to what to do. On the one hand, he could not accept such a treatment method in his heart, but on the other hand, Lu Wenzhong's skills aroused his great curiosity. Unable to make up his mind, he looked towards Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia nodded slightly without uttering a word, but his gesture conveyed his agreement. Seeing that the old man had consented, Lin Zidong refrained from saying anything more and simply stepped aside and sat down. Dr. Lin, is there a room where I can prepare the medicine? Lu Wenzhong asked. Yes, I'll show you. After finishing his sentence, Lin Zidong stood up and led Lu Wenzhong out. In a suite next to the small building, it was the place where Lin Zidong usually worked and rested. The room was spacious, filled with various medical instruments. Lu Wenzhong roughly counted them. There were at least dozens of examination devices, more complete than the equipment found in general hospitals. The room also contained many cabinets stocked with all sorts of medicines. However, these items were unnecessary for Lu Wenzhong. All he needed was a bowl. Nevertheless, in order to keep things mysterious or to conceal his divine water, he had to put on an act. Dr. Lin, would you mind stepping out for a moment? With Lin Zidong still watching him closely, Lu Wenzhong decided to request his departure. After hesitating briefly, Lin Zidong left the room. Lu Wenzhong grabbed a cup, took out his small hoe, and poured a glass of water. To confuse the situation, he found a few glucose packets and poured them in as well, making the divine water slightly sweet. Holding the cup, he opened the door, and Lin Zidong immediately approached. I need to check this. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. Lu Wenzhong directly rejected him. I must check it, Lin Zidong insisted persistently. Will you stop already? Irritated, Lu Wenzhong glared at him and maneuvered past him, entering the doorway of the small building. In haste, Lin Zidong followed inside and appealed to Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia, please allow me to conduct a quick check first. Check what? Is he going to poison me? Mr. Xia waved off Lin Zidong's suggestion, picked up the cup Lu Wenzhong handed over, and drank it down in one gulp. Chapter 164, I am Hong Qigong now. As Xia Lao drank the medicine, Lin Zidong anxiously stared at him. He felt conflicted inside, hoping that Xia Lao would not be helped by Lu Wenzhong's decoction, while also wishing for Xia Lao's recovery. Lu Wenzhong didn't care much since his divine water had been practically tested numerous times and was sure to be effective. After Xia Lao finished drinking the medicine, everyone sat together chatting about Lu Wenzhong's agricultural company. Xia Lao seemed quite interested in this topic and asked Lu Wenzhong to carefully explain the situation of the company. Except for not mentioning the so-called divine water, Lu Wenzhong described the entire situation of the company. There was no need for any secrecy. After introducing the company, Xia Lao joyfully said to Lu Wenzhong, Little Lu, your company is great. It has solved the bottleneck of agricultural development in southwest China and deserves promotion. Although it is true, my company cannot be replicated. Lu Wenzhong pointed out the key issue. Oh, what do you mean? Xia Lao asked. I can't go into detail with you about this, but I can tell you that the most crucial part of cultivating every piece of land is personally completed by me. Moreover, this work of mine cannot be replaced by others, Lu Wenzhong explained. A technique to increase yield? Xia Yueming asked a question. It's not really a technique. Anyway, I can't say it outright. Of course, as an individual, I cannot possibly cover all the agricultural planting in the Southwest. But even if my company does not contract all the farmland in the Southwest, as long as the local administrators can develop characteristic agriculture based on local conditions, progress can still be made. You also mentioned that the key lies in whether the managers have such foresight. Xiaolao sighed deeply. This was a stubborn problem within the current domestic social landscape, something neither Lu Wenzong nor Xiaolao could solve. However, after sighing, Xiaolao suddenly stood up and reached out to touch Xia Tongtong's face. Tongtong, it's been years since I last looked at your face clearly. Xiaolao's hand was trembling, visibly moved. Grandpa, can you see now? Xia Tongtong, surprised, reciprocated by gripping Xiaolao's hand tightly, her voice trembling too. I can see. I can see. Xiaolao excitedly repeated himself. Before, his eyes could only vaguely discern large objects, allowing him just simple mobility within the courtyard. But now, he saw Xia Tongtong's face clearly, more clearly than ever. And how could he not be overjoyed? After experiencing so much in life, there were few things that genuinely moved him. But the cure of his eye disease left him utterly unable to suppress his inner excitement. When a normal person suddenly loses a bodily function, the sorrow involved is incredibly profound. Now, with his eyesight restored, he was understandably ecstatic. Lin Zidong stood up in excitement and quickly began checking Xiaolao. After thorough examination, Lin Zidong sincerely admired the results. A bowl of decoction cured Xiaolao's eye disease, leaving him both thrilled and filled with deep remorse. All the scientific methods he'd tried failed to cure Xiaolao's condition, yet a single herbal concoction did the trick. He realized he needed to study traditional Chinese medical practices more thoroughly. Xia Yueming and Xia Tongtong were both happy, hurriedly starting to make phone calls. 30 minutes later, Xiaolao's house was filled with people. The only ones absent were the couple from afar, Xia Jianjun. Xia Jianjun's 3 brothers, eldest brother Xia Jiangwo, second brother Xia Jianmin, third brother Xia Jianjing, along with their wives and children were all present. Everyone naturally came to thank Lu Wenzong for curing Xiaolao's eye disease. Elders shook hands to express gratitude. Younger ones boldly promised their help, making themselves appear like they were royalty. Lu Wenzong directly ignored all the commotion. After accepting the family's dinner invitation as thanks for the evening, Xia Tongtong escorted Lu Wenzong out of the villa back to the hotel. Having set the time for tomorrow's departure home, Xia Tongtong returned home first to accompany Xiaolao. After discussing the situation with the 3 women briefly at the hotel, Lu Wenzong let them rest. Wu Ruhan had already booked the noon flight ticket for tomorrow, ready to return. However, Lu Wenzong carried a knot in his heart. This time, being outmaneuvered without retaliation left him quite disgruntled. But future opportunities always existed, and upon realizing this, Lu Wenzong let it go, preparing to sleep. However, he did not know that someone had successfully arranged for Mr. Ouyang, and Mr. Ouyang was now on his way to act. Right now, he was heading toward the hotel where Lu Wenzong resided. At 10 o'clock at night, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the hotel. Mr. Ouyang emerged from the car and slowly walked into the hotel. His pace was unhurried, and his face bore a faint confident smile. Having obtained the conditions he desired, Mr. Ouyang felt refreshed. Recalling Lin Rongrong's alluring figure, Mr. Ouyang couldn't help but smile as he stepped into the elevator. The elevator ascended to the 12th floor and came to a stop. Mr. Ouyang exited and headed straight toward Lu Wenzong's hotel room. Upon reaching the door, Mr. Ouyang knocked. After knocking twice, the door finally opened, revealing the face from the photograph Mr. Ouyang had seen earlier. Is this Lu Wenzong? Mr. Ouyang asked. Yes. And may I ask who you are? Lu Wenzong inquired, puzzled. I am Ouyang Feng. Mr. Ouyang slightly bowed with politeness. Ouyang Feng. Sure, and I'm Hong Qigong. If you have something to say, then say it. Lu Wenzong replied coldly. Please do not rush. Someone has commissioned me to take you away. I wonder if now would be convenient for you. Mr. Ouyang asked calmly. Take me away? Lu Wenzong repeated, questioning. Yes, take you away. Are you coming willingly, or will I have to bring you? If I come willingly, what happens? And what happens if you force me? It's just violent or non-violent means, Mr. Ouyang said with a smile. In that case, sorry, I won't go with you. Lu Wenzong answered and promptly closed the door. Mr. Ouyang touched his nose and then kicked towards the door. It seemed like he didn't use much strength, yet the door easily burst open. Lu Wenzong had prudently moved away from behind the door beforehand, otherwise he surely would have been hit. He was filling a glass with water when this happened. He had anticipated this outcome and thus remained awake, waiting for the inevitable violence from the person at the door. Taking a gulp of water, Lu Wenzong turned around and looked at Mr. Ouyang who had walked into the room. Smiling, he said, as expected, your intentions aren't honorable. But let's see if you have the ability to take me. We'll find out once we try. Mr. Ouyang continued stepping forward without hesitation, advancing directly towards Lu Wenzong. Chapter 165, An Eccentric Person. When Mr. Ouyang was 2 meters away from Lu Wenzong, he suddenly moved. His speed was exceptionally fast, so fast that Lu Wenzong almost didn't see how he made his move. However, Lu Wenzong was not someone to be trifled with. The moment Mr. Ouyang moved, the cup in Lu Wenzong's hand flew out and collided with Mr. Ouyang's face. Mr. Ouyang sidestepped to avoid the attacking cup, and his hands had already touched Lu Wenzong's chest. Lu Wenzong didn't take his hands seriously, but as soon as those hands touched his chest, he suddenly felt a strong electric current running through his body. This electric current was quite powerful, shocking Lu Wenzong so unexpectedly that stars flashed before his eyes. His limbs went limp, and his body fell sideways. Shit, this damn dog's body actually conducts electricity. Although his body collapsed, Lu Wenzong's mind was still clear. As he fell, he immediately used his fairy qi to dispel the negative effects on his body. After the fairy qi enveloped him, Lu Wenzong no longer felt the sensation of being electrocuted, and he quickly got up. Mr. Ouyang was astonished and widened his eyes. Damn it. In the past, whoever I shocked would just be at my mercy afterward, but now Lu Wenzong managed to get up within such a short time. This is unscientific. Of course, the fact that his own body could conduct electricity was also pretty unscientific. After getting up, Lu Wenzong rushed toward Mr. Ouyang. A simple and violent straight punch was thrown at his nose. However, Mr. Ouyang did not care. There was a hint of a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and instead of dodging or avoiding, he faced Lu Wenzong's punch head-on. Lu Wenzong's punch was quick, and Mr. Ouyang was directly hit by Lu Wenzong. The immense force sent Mr. Ouyang flying. Mr. Ouyang was somewhat frustrated because he originally intended to use another electric shock through physical contact, but Lu Wenzong's punch directly sent him flying before he even had a chance to do so. But then Lu Wenzong was surprised again because despite receiving such a powerful blow, Mr. Ouyang appeared completely unscathed. Holy crap, this changes things, Lu Wenzong thought. It seemed that this Mr. Ouyang was no ordinary person. Being electrically charged was odd enough, but this body being so sturdy, his punch having absolutely no effect on him, was even more baffling. After all, the strength of Lu Wenzong's fist from his celestial body could easily punch through a steel plate, let alone a nose. Mr. Ouyang, after touching his nose, spoke. Young man, you're quite impressive. My electric shocks don't seem to work on you, and you've managed to throw such a powerful punch. I can understand why those people sought me to deal with you. You're skilled too. Your body is electrified, and you don't fear punches. It seems like only I can handle you. Lu Wenzong smiled. Bring it on. I haven't met a worthy opponent for ages. Mr. Ouyang grinned. I'll just attack you remotely, Lu Wenzong said. Raising his hands, the quilt on the bed suddenly flew up and rapidly headed towards Mr. Ouyang. Mr. Ouyang hastily dodged, but the quilt acted as if it had eyes, swooping down over his head. Once it covered him, Lu Wenzong immediately pounced, channeling fairy qi to his fingers, causing flames to burst forth which ignited the quilt. The bedding, once set ablaze, burned swiftly. The flames leapt upward very quickly, and soon everything was alight. Mr. Ouyang beneath the burning blanket was panic-stricken, but the quilt clung tightly, impossible to shake off. The quilt, infused with Lu Wenzong's fairy qi, was not something easily discarded. Thus, the fire quickly penetrated the entire quilt and reached Mr. Ouyang's body. Though Mr. Ouyang wasn't afraid of physical harm, fire wasn't necessarily his forte either. The piercing pain caused him to thrash violently. The flames danced around, some landing on the carpet, but they were instantly extinguished by Lu Wenzong's fairy qi. Hence, the quilt continued to burn while wrapping around Mr. Ouyang, emitting shrill cries of agony. Mr. Ouyang kept smashing against the walls, trying to find a window to escape through. Lu Wenzong didn't stop him, allowing him to rampage throughout the room. Eventually, he crashed into the window glass, breaking it after a couple of tries, and then fell outside. A blazing fireball tumbled from the 12th floor of the hotel, landing with a dull thud. Passers-by below were startled, jumping aside hurriedly. Some enthusiastic individuals shouted and tried to put out the fire, while others ran away fearing the flames might reach them. Lu Wenzong peered out and found that Mr. Ouyang, though falling from such a height, didn't appear severely injured. After rolling around on the ground, he managed to extinguish the fire. After 2 or 3 more minutes, a pitch-black figure rose from the ground and fled in a flash. Lu Wenzong chuckled, then opened the door. Standing outside the room were Wu Ruhan, Su Yener, and Lu Xiuxian. The 3 women all lived to the left, right, and across from Lu Wenzong's room, so they heard the cries of agony from Lu Wenzong's room as soon as they began. It's nothing, it wasn't me, Lu Wenzong chuckled. But why does there smell like something burned? Lu Xiuxian sniffed her nose and asked doubtfully. After stepping into the room and checking around, the 3 women found ash scattered on the ground from a singed bedding. They started questioning one after another. Lu Wenzong had no choice but to recount what happened just moments ago. After hearing his account, the 3 women gasped and covered their chests in fear, making Lu Wenzong temporarily dazed from watching their reactions. The world really has strange things. People who conduct electricity and can survive falling from the 12th floor. Impressive indeed. After being amazed, the 3 women began reminding Lu Wenzong to be more cautious and vigilant. Speaking of which, Mr. Ouyang skulked back home immediately after dealing with the burns on his body, especially on both arms that were almost burnt to the bone. Fortunately, his bones and muscles were strong as iron. Otherwise, he would have died already. After hastily treating his wounds, Mr. Ouyang kicked away a stool with rage and sat down in gloominess. This was his first mission failure since starting out, and worse still, it was a total debacle. Most importantly, failing this mission meant not fulfilling the terms, thus losing Lin Rongrong. Thinking of Lin Rongrong made Mr. Ouyang's heart ache. He could not obtain her now, and in time, Lin Rongrong would become someone else's woman, making her even harder to get in the future. Aside from his thighs remaining relatively unscathed, almost every other part of his body was stripped of its skin by burns. The pain made him exceptionally irritable. Just then, someone knocked at the door. Without opening it, he knew exactly who was on the other side. However, because of his mission failure, he simply didn't want to see anyone. As a result, whoever it was knocking for over 10 minutes, yelling for 10 minutes outside the door, received not a single word in response as Mr. Ouyang stayed inside in silence, quietly healing himself. Once the visitor left, Mr. Ouyang smashed several things in his house in explosive anger before calming down. Regarding Lu Wenzong's capabilities, he truly admired them from the bottom of his heart. Clearly, he needed to enhance his own electric shock abilities further or risk being brutally beaten by Lu Wenzong in the future. Chapter 166, Developing the Coastal Market. The next morning, Mr. Ouyang's injuries had already been healed by his own electric current within his body to the point that they were almost completely gone. If Mr. Lu Wenzong were present, he would definitely be amazed at the mysterious qualities of this Ouyang. He has a built-in electric current, a body tough as iron, and can heal himself. This person is not an ordinary individual. The door was knocked on again, and this time Ouyang Feng opened it. Outside stood Chen Jinhao and Chen Zhaolan. Su Boyong did not agree with Ouyang Feng's condition about Lin Rongrong, but Chen Jinhao took the liberty to agree with it. Chen Jinhao had the capital to make such an agreement because one of the elders in his family was a leader in the broadcasting station. Mr. Ouyang, how did it go? Chen Jinhao asked impatiently as soon as he entered. Mr. Chen, just look at my pitiful state to know how it went. Mr. Ouyang said unhappily, then turned around and walked into the room. Chen Jinhao and Chen Zhaolan looked at each other and both saw surprise in the other's eyes. They all knew about Lu Wenzong's martial arts skills, yet it was unbelievable that Lu Wenzong could defeat Mr. Ouyang. According to their acquired rumors, this Mr. Ouyang not only has extremely high kung fu skills, but also seems to have some supernatural abilities. Therefore, ordinary kung fu experts couldn't beat him, which is why they were so confident in inviting Mr. Ouyang to act. Unfortunately, now even Mr. Ouyang had failed, and they suddenly felt that dealing with Lu Wenzong had become a rather difficult matter. However, just as they were depressed and didn't know what to do, Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan had already gotten into a car heading towards the airport in the capital city. They were ready to go back. They had spent enough time delayed in the capital city, and there were still piles of matters awaiting them in Guegu. After returning to Guegu, Wu Ruhan immediately immersed herself in busy work. Once again, spring had arrived, and various tasks needed to come out. As the general manager, Wu Ruhan had no shortage of affairs. Similarly, Lu Xiuxian, as the financial director, had no fewer tasks than Wu Ruhan. Only Su Yener had some free time. The expansion of the chain stores required a gradual pace since 2 large steps would reduce profits accordingly. Thus, it was once again time for Lu Wenzong to accumulate fame. However, there were still many guests who came on the 3rd day of the first lunar month to stay and wait for Lu Wenzong. So he had to cure all these patients before going out with Su Yener to open the chain stores. After spending 7 days in Guegu and curing all the guests who waited for him, Lu Wenzong did not stop, but headed to Sanling City. This time, they prepared to go to Lehigh City with Su Yener. But before departure, he wanted to stabilize things at the rear first. Thus, finding out who had plotted against him in the incident involving the poison ginseng last time was crucial. First, he found Zhou Hao and asked for the location of Wu Xingjun. However, much to Lu Wenzong's frustration, after the new year, Wu Xingjun had disappeared entirely in Sanling City. Previously, Zhou Hao had arranged for someone to watch over Wu Xingjun, but this guy kept hiding in a hotel without interacting with others. However, after the new year, Zhou Hao let his guard down, and suddenly this guy disappeared somewhere. Having no choice, Lu Wenzong could only temporarily abandon chasing Wu Xingjun. He made a phone call to Su Yener, asking her to meet up in Sanling City so that the two could head to Lehigh City. Lehigh City, as the largest city in the country, had a geographical position that could radiate across several surrounding provinces, making it very advantageous for Lu Wenzong's future development. This time, besides opening chain stores, the entire sales channel had to be fully established, as merely cooperating on herb sales wasn't enough. From the sales department side, sales manager Zhou Jingjing had already gone ahead to Lehigh City and rented a temporary office location. Therefore, this time when Lu Wenzong and the group arrived, they didn't need to search for accommodations. After Su Yener brought 2 employees from the branch company to Sanling City, everyone drove to the provincial capital and then took a flight to Lehigh City. When the plane landed in Lehigh City, it was already afternoon. They immediately took a taxi to the house rented by Zhou Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing rented an entire floor of an office building, using half of it as office space and the other half partitioned with curtains as small rooms to serve as temporary dormitories for employees. Since everyone would have to work here for quite a long period, having 20 or so people living in hotels would be too costly. Lu Wenzong didn't mind, but as the chief financial manager of Guegu, Lu Xiaoxia wouldn't approve of it. This left Lu Wenzong in trouble because all the employees from the sales department following him, including the 2 people Su Yener brought, were women. And damn it, being the only man living among all women, with only a series of curtains separating them, one could imagine just how troublesome it was. His body had been remodeled by the divine water, making his senses extraordinarily sharp. So, every night, listening to a group of girls chatting noisily and all sorts of strange sounds, especially the rustling noises, drove Lu Wenzong absolutely crazy. Since everyone was staying here for the company's business, he couldn't stay out of it either, so he could only stay with everyone else. After spending 2 nights, Lu Wenzong got smart and asked xiuxian to help him solve the problem. Xiuxian's ability to use her powers far surpassed Lu Wenzong's, so it was easy for her to create a protective barrier that enclosed only Lu Wenzong. Now, Lu Wenzong could finally sleep soundly. During the day, Lu Wenzong and Su Yener promoted their business on the streets, and at night, they all sat together to discuss specific matters regarding the establishment of the sales channels and opening stores. The days were passing quite meaningfully. However, as Lu Wenzong continued to appear frequently in Lehigh City, someone eventually discovered his whereabouts. Thus, the news of Lu Wenzong reappearing in Lehigh City reached Li Weigua and his son, Li Feilong. Meanwhile, Wu Liangjian also learned about this matter. Still, Wu Liangjian didn't dare to make any rash moves for now. The death of his close friend Lu Junda made him very cautious toward Lu Wenzong. Though Lu Junda died from overindulgence in sexual activity, Wu Liangjian didn't believe that Lu Wenzong wasn't involved in some way. Wu Liangjian himself indulged in women, though not to the extreme degree that Lu Junda did, yet he still feared meeting an unfortunate similar to Lu Junda if he continued to tangle with Lu Wenzong. But Wu Liangjian was not one to give up easily. With all the humiliation Lu Wenzong had brought upon him, if he chose to abandon his vendetta, he would lose face and be unable to continue in Lehigh City. However, Wu Liangjian understood that dealing with someone like Lu Wenzong required stealth. He couldn't openly confront Lu Wenzong anymore, lest Lu Wenzong seize the opportunity to strike back. While Wu Liangjian racked his brain for ways to counter Lu Wenzong, Li Weiguo had already started preparing. The last time Lu Wenzong fled in disarray, Li Weiguo lost respect for him entirely. Armed with his powerful weapon, Li Weiguo no longer feared Lu Wenzong. Chapter 167. Opening a new planting base. Lu Wenzong knew that some people in Linhai City didn't like him, but he couldn't abandon the Linhai market just because of them. After all, Linhai had a superior geographical position and an economy that was among the best in the country. With Linhai as a springboard, it would be possible to gain popularity in several nearby provinces, so Linhai was a place he had to take. Currently, there were 3 people in Linhai who didn't like him, one being Wu Liangjian, and another being the father-son duo of Li Weiguo. There was no need to worry much about Wu Liangjian. This kind of rich kid relied on someone's position at home. In retaliation, Lu Wenzong might only have to deal with things like having someone cause trouble, beat him up, or shut down his store using low-level tactics. These issues were easy to handle. The ones who truly needed vigilance were the Li Weiguo father-son duo. Li Feilong wasn't a problem, but Li Weiguo himself was definitely someone to keep an eye on. Li Weiguo himself wasn't particularly threatening, but he had a mysterious object in his possession, which made Lu Wenzong very wary. Although he had achieved significant breakthroughs in the cultivation and use of immortal energy, he still lacked confidence in dealing with Li Weiguo. However, he was here to do business, not to waste time conflicting with Li Weiguo. Su Yenner was leading her 2 employees running around every day, looking for the most reasonable location for the shop. She also found time to promote their services at various crowded spots. Few people in Linhai had heard of Lu Wenzong, the miraculous doctor. Those who knew of him were mostly from the southwestern part where they came to work. So, opening the market all at once was quite challenging. According to Wu Ruhan's idea, they should focus on the southwestern area and gradually expand outward starting from Sangzi. However, both Lu Wenzong and Su Yenner insisted on directly jumping to Linhai, despite the distance of more than 2,000 kilometers in between, which caused many messages to not reach them promptly. Since progress at work wasn't immediate, Lu Wenzong shifted his attention to solving issues related to food, accommodation, and office locations. The office rented by Zhou Jingjing was decent, but the price was quite expensive, enough to cover renting an entire year's worth in places like Sanling or the provincial capital. After several days of tidying up, the office was almost ready. Lu Wenzong rented a nearby small hotel and arranged for everyone to move in, finally avoiding the awkwardness of strange sounds. Moreover, having separate rooms meant he and Su Yenner could now spend time together without interference. As the boss, Lu Wenzong was liked by these young girls who often joked with him. However, driven by the company's high bonus system, these girls worked enthusiastically and seriously. Therefore, the sales department took the lead in starting operations. The sales of Guigu ginseng in Linhai were exclusively managed by Zhang Jing's father, requiring little additional effort. But selling Guigu vegetables proved difficult due to the transport challenges. The long distances involved created major logistical issues. Thus, the main tasks of the sales department were actually research and publicity, aimed at establishing new planting bases near Linhai for Guigu. While Su Yenner looked for store locations, after handling the office and accommodation issues, Lu Wenzong sought out Li Yutao, planning to ask him for help in identifying large tracts of land near Linhai suitable for rent and cultivation. Li Yutao didn't know much about this aspect, but his extensive network quickly led Lu Wenzong to Lei Tianming, a pesticide company boss. Because of Li Yutao's connection, Lei Tianming treated Lu Wenzong very kindly. Being in the pesticide business, Lei was well aware of areas where pesticides were concentratedly sold. In the south, many people from the north rented large plots of land, though these lands mostly weren't within Linhai, but in surrounding provinces outside Linhai. For instance, between Jinling and Linhai and Suhuai province to the north of Linhai, there were numerous rented lands. However, since these lands lay between 2 big cities, they were divided into scattered smaller townships. To the east of Linhai is the sea, and to the south are the economically developed Yangtze River Delta regions, filled with cities, making these unsuitable for farming leases. Only Xizang province to the west of Linhai offered large expanses of farmland available for lease. This was the concentrated area where many northerners came to rent land. If Lu Wenzong wanted to open a new planting base, then the lands at the border between Xizang province and Linhai would be the best choice. This was also a key area cared for by Lei Tianming's pesticide company. After treating Lei Tianming and Li Yutao to 2 meals, Lei dispatched 2 managers along with Lu Wenzong to head towards the border region between Xizang province and Linhai city. Xizang province's economic development was nowhere near Linhai's level. The moment they entered Xizang, the wide, flat roads disappeared, replaced instead by bumpy highways. When a car passed by on the road, it kicked up clouds of dust, quickly turning shiny new cars into dull gray ones. The 2 managers, one surnamed Zhao and the other Wang, were both very talkative, sharing many amusing stories they encountered while promoting pesticides during the journey. The nearest town in Xinjiang province to Linhai City was called Shennong town. The name originated from 3 big officials surnamed Wang who came from this area in the past, and there were still quite a lot of people here with the surname Wang. Many residents of Shennong town worked in Linhai, leaving much of their land at home abandoned and rented out to others. It was exactly these top few individuals who rented the most land that the 2 managers were leading Lu Wenzong to visit. They were familiar with all the people renting land here, which saved Lu Wenzong a lot of trouble. The first family they visited was run by Mr. Zhao, named Zhao Gang, who had leased no less than 500 acres of land, making him the largest individual leasing land in the surrounding area. They lived in a rented bungalow where various large farm machinery, like combined harvesters and seeders, along with other tools, were parked outside the house. Zhao Gang was a typical northern man, around 40 years old, tall and strong. However, this tall and robust figure wasn't good with words. His speech faltered as he shook hands with Lu Wenzong. Zhao Gang's wife, on the other hand, was quite eloquent, helping her husband welcome the visitors. Zhao Gang had 2 children, both around 6 or 7 years old, a boy and a girl. When strangers entered, the kids weren't afraid but instead came forward asking questions curiously. At this point, the 2 managers let Lu Wenzong take the lead in the conversation. After Lu Wenzong revealed his intentions, Zhao Gang fell silent. His wife also stared blankly at Lu Wenzong without saying anything. I don't really want to sublease it. After several minutes of silence, Zhao Gang rejected Lu Wenzong's proposal. Though owning 500 acres might seem trivial in terms of profit for the wealthy, earning tens of thousands a year was more than enough to make Zhao Gang live comfortably and proudly. I'll offer you double the price, and I'll still hire you to work here. Lu Wenzong countered with another condition. Chapter 168. Things suddenly go smoothly. Are you hiring us to do something? Zhao Gang asked, puzzled. Yes, I am hiring you both for the job. Previously, the 2 of you planted 500 mu of land and definitely needed help during harvest season. I won't inquire about that. After I take on the contract, everything after my planting will be handed over to you 2 to handle. You'll get 2% of the harvest from the 500 mu of land, Lu Wenzong said. 2%? That's too little. Out of 100 yuan, I only get 2 yuan. Zhao Gang was extremely dissatisfied with this share. However, he didn't know that if they cultivated 500 mu, assuming a yield of 2,000 kilograms per mu, that amounts to 1 million kilograms for 500 mu. At a market price of around 1 yuan 70 or 80 per kilogram, the total would roughly reach 2 million yuan. However, out of these 2 million yuan, one must deduct the contracting cost for 500 mu. Here, the contracting price per mu is 1,000 yuan, so 500 mu costs 500,000 yuan. Then subtract the costs of seeds, fertilizer, pesticide, machinery, and labor. The net profit in a year is approximately 100,000 yuan. But if Lu Wenzong plants it, with 500 mu all planted with ginseng, the annual income could reach hundreds of millions, and 2% of that is 2 million yuan. And it's very likely that the number will exceed that. Even after removing his cost for hiring people to work, his profit would still be several times better than before. Unfortunately, Zhao Gang had no idea what Lu Wenzong was planting, nor did he know how valuable Lu Wenzong's crops were. Naturally, he strongly disagreed with the sharing ratio. Lu Wenzong sighed with a wry smile. There was nothing he could do as Zhao Gang refused to believe him since he couldn't provide a clear proof. Thus, negotiations with Zhao Gang failed. When Lu Wenzong left Zhao Gang's house, he felt rather helpless. They visited 2 more households after that, encountering situations similar to Zhao Gang's family. All rejected him. These individuals who came to lease the land already had stable incomes, and thus wouldn't trust the vague profit-sharing scheme proposed by Lu Wenzong, which they couldn't see or believe in. After failing at 3 consecutive homes, they ate lunch and went to 2 more places, but also failed to reach any agreements. Helpless, the 3 of them returned home to consider other strategies. Back in Linhai, Xiuxian immediately asked Lu Wenzong about the outcome. In a gloomy tone, Lu Wenzong replied, all have failed, without a single success. Why? Is our offer too low? Xiuxian was very concerned because this matter related to the opening and operation of her chain stores. As the first subsidiary company to split from Gigu, she wanted to prove her capabilities and was always highly responsible when working. Perhaps tomorrow I should accompany you. Being female might facilitate smoother communication. All right, let's visit again tomorrow. By the way, have we selected a suitable location yet? Lu Wenzong asked. There are a few candidate locations. However, the store owners aren't willing to sell and don't intend to rent either. But I'll continue negotiating with them. You know, our shop requires high foot traffic and convenient transportation, so selecting the right location is crucial. Loosen up the conditions slightly when opening. Don't be overly rigid. It can work as long as it's within our means, Lu Wenzong said. That's not acceptable. We must stick to our design plans. Unless it's absolutely necessary, conceding means increased costs and reduced profits, Xiuxian insisted firmly. Fine. You're in charge now. Make your decision then, Lu Wenzong chuckled. In the evening, Lu Wenzong stayed with Xiuxian. The next day, she would join him to negotiate the transfer of land rights in Shennong town. Once things were set, Xia Tongtong would bring her external liaison team members over to officially launch widespread promotional activities. The night passed into the early morning when Xiuxian was awakened forcibly by Lu Wenzong, leaving her feeling entirely fatigued, her clothes even put on by Lu Wenzong. This time, they decided not to have the manager of the pesticide company guide them anymore, but to drive there themselves. This car was bought by Liu Tao for Lu Wenzong, a BMW A6, neither luxurious nor shabby. On the road, Lu Wenzong discussed with Su Yener and decided not to approach those leasing land anymore, but to find locals who haven't leased out their land yet. They intended to start with small plots and gradually gather them together. Lu Wenzong directly went to Lianwang village under Sanwang town to understand the land leasing situation from the village committee. The village director of Lianwang village was very enthusiastic but explained to Lu Wenzong, causing great distress for Lu Wenzong as 90% of the land in Lianwang village has already been contracted. Only scattered, fragmented plots remained, making the land unattractive for leasing. After that, they went to Rongwang village and encountered the same situation. Having no other options, Lu Wenzong and Su Yener decided to drive to the western villages of Sanwang town. In the west of Sanwang town were several villages, with Huawang village being the largest one. After entering the village office, Lu Wenzong and Su Yener found it extremely noisy, full of voices. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Perplexed, they walked inside and saw a group of people gambling with pai gao tiles, shouting excitedly in a lively yet chaotic scene. Their entrance went completely unnoticed by everyone else. Lu Wenzong felt somewhat awkward since no one paid attention to them, so he finally spoke up. "Excuse me, may I ask who is the village chief, Mr. Wang Xingbin?" His question suddenly silenced the room, with everyone turning their heads towards him, confusion written on their faces. I'm looking for the village chief, Mr. Wang Xingbin." Lu Wenzong had to repeat his question. "Wang director, someone's looking for you." A man in his 50s said this to a middle-aged man in his 30s. The younger man stood up and looked at Lu Wenzong, but then his eyes immediately got attracted by Su Yener. Wow, it's been ages since he'd seen such a pretty young girl. All the attractive young women in the village had gone off to work in the cities, leaving behind only older women. It was indeed boring. He quickly suppressed these thoughts and approached them with a warm smile. "Hello, I am the village director, Wang Xingbin. May I ask who you are?" They introduced themselves and shook hands. However, after shaking hands, Su Yener frowned slightly and took an unsatisfied step back, positioning herself slightly behind Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong didn't notice this small detail as he walked with Wang Xingbin into a neighboring office. Sitting down, Lu Wenzong explained the purpose of their visit. To Lu Wenzong's surprise, after hearing the proposal, Wang Xingbin agreed without hesitation. Thus, Su Yener handed over the plan detailing the number and price of land they intended to contract, as well as the cultivation schedule afterward. Wang Xingbin reviewed it carefully, then still without any hesitation, agreed to convene the village committee immediately to discuss the matter. Chapter 169, Another Sudden Twist. The unexpected smoothness of the process made Lu Wenzong quite happy. Wang Xingbin quickly managed to halt the gambling and urgently gathered everyone for a meeting. Lu Wenzong and Lu Xiuxian waited in a nearby reception room. Wang Xingbin's meeting was very brief, lasting only about an hour. Then he cheerfully came into the reception room. "The members of the village committee all agree with your contract plan, and we can start working on it next. You just wait for our good news," Wang Xingbin said happily. "That's great, Director Wang. Truly thank you so much," Lu Wenzong said with a smile as he extended his hand to warmly shake Wang Xingbin's. "Don't mention it. This is a mutually beneficial matter, isn't it? By the way, both of you should stay for dinner. It's nearly mealtime anyway," Wang Xingbin warmly invited. "No need, Director Wang. We've already caused you enough trouble. We'll return now and prepare the detailed contract," Lu Wenzong said. "Absolutely not. You must stay for dinner. I've already arranged for a restaurant." "Brother, then let's stay for dinner," Su Yanni suggested after speaking up. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lu Wenzong agreed as well. Afterward, one of the village committee accountants drove his 7-seater car and took several members of the village committee along with Lu Wenzong and Su Yanni to the Sanwang town. Sanwang town may have had underdeveloped economic conditions, but there were plenty of restaurants. The group arrived at a restaurant called Lin's Tavern and sat down. Everyone from the village committee was quite talkative, making the scene lively and bustling. When the food arrived, Lu Wenzong stood with a spirit-like presence, engaging in a single-man battle against all members of the Huawang village committee, drinking them all into states of disarray until they were swaying east and west. The party ended joyously before parting ways. After returning to Linhai, Su Yanni and Zhou Jingjing began working together on a detailed contracting agreement. This wasn't Guegu, where every possible situation must be considered carefully. The previous Guegu contract wouldn't work here. In the area around Guegu, the content of the contracts had been very simple, without overly complicated clauses. However, here, all potential scenarios between both sides must be clearly noted in the contract to avoid any unforeseen issues. In Lu Wenzong's proposed land leasing plan for Huawang village, it would initially involve leasing about 1,000 mu, about 164 acres, of land across approximately 70 or 80 households. The price Lu Wenzong offered exceeded that given by other villages for similar land leases, so acquiring the land should present little difficulty. Besides, among the people of Huawang village who still work the land at home, most were around 50 years old, while the younger generation, over 99% of them, had already gone out to work elsewhere. When it came time for harvests, some might come back briefly, or many didn't return at all. Thus, from Lu Wenzong's perspective, this deal seemed almost sure to succeed. However, once contracts were signed on this side, preparations for purchasing some machinery would have to begin and laborers needed to be allocated from Guegu to help here. Yet what perplexed Lu Wenzong was that, on the following day at noon, Wang Xingbin called saying there had been a change, and a face-to-face meeting was required to discuss solutions. Though puzzled, Lu Wenzong found that Wang Xingbin arrived rather swiftly, reaching the hotel within less than an hour of calling. Lu Wenzong greeted him into his room, and barely had they sat down when Wang Shengbin asked curiously, "Where's President Su?" "President Su has gone out to take care of some matters." "Director Wang, what unexpected issue has arisen?" Lu Wenzong questioned. "This morning, we started informing villagers who own land available for lease about the details of your leasing proposal, involving about 80 households. But to our surprise, only 30 households agreed, the rest rejected it." Wang Shengbin replied. "Why? Is it a problem with the pricing or something else?" "The price is the primary concern. Additionally, they harbor certain reservations towards you. They believe you are from the southwestern province, not familiar with the extensive farming practices common in the northern areas. If you fail, they fear their lands might be wasted. I've offered a price higher than any neighboring region's rates, yet they're still dissatisfied. As for wasting their land, Director Wang could call someone to check my farming operations in Sangzi. Indeed, perhaps we failed to provide enough information about our company, leading to some biases from your villagers. It's our oversight," Lu Wenzong said. "In fact, we feel the prices might be appropriately raised a bit more. Here in our area, there are quite a few instances of northern farmers leasing large tracts of land, which has elevated expectations among the locals for better compensation." Wang Shengbin smiled. "All right, add another 100 yuan per acre," Lu Wenzong suggested. 300 yuan is the minimum requirement from the villagers," Wang Shengbin stated. 300? That's impossible. 300 is too much. Lu Wenzong outright rejected it. Even if he added another 1,000 yuan, he could still make a profit. But as Xiuxian had said, if one couldn't stick to the bottom line, it wouldn't be doing business, it would be wasting money. In commerce, one can't operate without principles. 200 must work, right? Wang Shengbin clenched his teeth as though very troubled. "The most we can do is 100, that's our limit. For 1,000 acres, an extra 100 per acre adds up to 300,000 in costs. It's not a small amount," Lu Wenzong said. "Well, then I'll go back and communicate with the villagers again. By the way, let's have dinner together and invite President Su as well." Wang Shengbin mentioned dinner once more. "That won't do. This time, I'll treat you." After finishing his statement, Lu Wenzong made a call to Zhou Jingjing, asking her to arrange a private dining room at a hotel. Their rented office building faced a large hotel directly, so Zhou Jingjing was close by, making arrangements easier. "All right, I have a friend I'd like to introduce you to. Getting to know him will be beneficial for your future business endeavors in Linhai." Wang Shengbin smiled. "Good, call him over." After wrapping up their discussion, both men left the hotel together heading toward the restaurant. The distance wasn't far, about 10 minutes walk away. Lu Wenzong called Su Yanni and Zhou Jingjing over since they couldn't leave two grown men eating alone. When they arrived at the reserved private room, upon seeing Su Yanner and Zhou Jingjing, Wang Shengbin happily shook hands with the two women. Then all four sat down to play cards while waiting for Wang Shengbin's friend. About half an hour later, the door to the private room opened, and a tall, middle-aged man walked in. "Oh, Director Lu, you've finally arrived." Wang Shengbin hastily put down his cards and rushed forward to greet him. After some introductions, Lu Wenzong learned that this Director Lu was actually the district chief of one of Linhai City's districts. He hadn't expected that such a small-time village head, Wang Shengbin, would personally know the district chief of Linhai City, a significant difference in rank between the two. Despite the difference in positions, this Director Lu seemed quite friendly and didn't exude arrogance, giving Lu Wenzong a good impression. However, as time passed, Lu Wenzong noticed something off. Director Lu's attention rarely lingered on him, but instead kept roaming all over Su Yanner. Chapter 170. Excellent cultivation conditions. Lu Wenzong felt a bit dissatisfied, but since they were negotiating business after all, it wasn't appropriate to leave right away. Moreover, the other party had only been glancing at Su Yanner with their eyes, without taking any substantive actions. Su Yanner seemed to have noticed this as well, and moved her chair slightly backward, attempting to hide behind Lu Wenzong. That district chief Lu tilted his head over when he saw Su Yanner avoiding him and continued staring at her. Now Lu Wenzong was upset. He directly stopped talking, moved his body forward slightly to block the gaze of District Chief Lu. When Chief Lu saw that Lu Wenzong was looking at him, he grinned thickly, not taking it seriously. "Mr. Lu, Ms. Su is such a feast for the eyes. It's only natural that our District Chief Lu can't help but take a look," Wang Shengbin said laughingly. "What are you saying, Director Wang?" Lu Wenzong was furious. The guy could just look since Su Yanner was indeed beautiful, and a few looks wouldn't hurt, but talking like this definitely wasn't right. Treating leering gazes as something to enjoy, who's he trying to fool? "Mr. Lu, am I wrong?" Wang Shengbin asked, the smile fading from his face. "You guys take a few glances and call it appreciating beauty, but isn't such shameless staring impolite? Or do you think I'm an outsider who's easy to bully?" Lu Wenzong coldly asked. "Mr. Lu, what exactly are you talking about? I've even invited District Chief Lu for you. Is this lack of sincerity? How exactly have we bullied you?" Wang Shengbin counter-questioned with dissatisfaction. "Is inviting a district chief who just stares at women enough?" Lu Wenzong retorted disdainfully. District Chief Lu hadn't spoken until then. Upon hearing these words from Lu Wenzong, he gave him a cold glare, stood up, and left. Seeing District Chief Lu leave, Wang Shengbin turned to Lu Wenzong and said, "Mr. Lu, you'd better be careful." With that, he hurriedly chased after District Chief Lu and left as well. After they left, Lu Wenzong felt extremely frustrated. What kind of situation was this? He thought they were almost ready to cooperate, but instead, a meal led to trouble, destroying the possibility of cooperation. Su Yanner stood up and quietly said, "Even though their gaze is indeed repulsive, we really need their land. As you've said, there must be some principles. That certain district chief clearly has bad intentions. If we continue to cooperate, who knows what issues might arise in the future," Lu Wenzong said. "Brother Lu is right. I don't see them as good people either. If we don't cooperate, so be it. There will always be other ways, Zhou Jingjing added. That's true. We'll keep looking. Anyway, there's no rush. Lu Wenzong nodded in agreement with Zhou Jingjing's statement. The two of them had gone, but the food had arrived. 5 meals served, but only 3 people ate. Much was wasted. After eating, Zhou Jingjing returned to the company for work while Su Yan'er and Lu Wenzong went back to the hotel to rest, planning to visit another village later to check for leads. However, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just as the two were about to set off, Wang Shengbin showed up again. Mr. Lu, let's talk further. Are the conditions on your side resolved? Lu Wenzong asked. I called it noon. Price isn't an issue anymore, Wang Shengbin said. Oh, alright, then let's go to your village first. Lu Wenzong agreed. Wang Shengbin followed Lu Wenzong's car back to the village. On the way, Wang Shengbin's attitude improved significantly, and he even apologized to Lu Wenzong and Su Yan'er voluntarily. It wasn't a big deal originally, and after Wang Shengbin's apology, Su Yan'er secretly patted Lu Wenzong's hand, putting an end to the matter. Together, they reached Huawang village, where other members of the village committee reported the results to Wang Shengbin. The villagers had all agreed to the current price, so now all the committee needed to do was negotiate detailed leasing contracts on behalf of the villagers. The village committee would sign the contract with Lu Wenzong, and then turn around and sign individual agreements with each family. Once the village committee signed a contract, Lu Wenzong could soon start working on the project. Fortunately, Su Yan'er and Zhou Jingjing had already prepared all the contract details. They quickly handed them over to the village committee members for review. There was a lot of content in the contracts, and the village committee didn't examine them thoroughly, only roughly going through several key points before considering it done. Thus, Wang Shengbin signed on the contract, and Lu Wenzong did the same. That was that. Afterward, Lu Wenzong and Su Yan'er went to inspect the leased land. The land Lu Wenzong leased was concentrated in a villager group called Xiaobazu under Huawang village. These 1,000 mu, about 667 acres, surrounded 70 or 80 households perfectly. The land was flat, except for some naturally formed small ditches, and had no ups and downs, making it very suitable for large-scale planting. Lu Wenzong was very satisfied and immediately called Wu Ruhan, asking her to send people over. After seeing Lu Wenzong finish his call, Wang Shengbin smiled broadly and said, Our village is a bit farther from Linhai City, so not many people come to contract our land. Actually, our village is the most suitable for contracting because the land is concentrated and the terrain is flat. Mr. Lu has very good eyes. Still, I have to thank Director Wang for his cooperation, Lu Wenzong laughed. Let's work together happily. Wang Shengbin extended his hand. The two shook hands, and Su Yan'er immediately took out a bank card and handed it to Wang Shengbin. The bank card contained the advance funds of the contract. After the crops in the villagers' fields were harvested, the rest of the payment would be made once Lu Wenzong officially started planting. Here, rice planting was mainly done. However, since this was just the right gap period, many villagers had planted wheat on their own land. If these wheat were included in the contract, the expenditure would be even greater. Therefore, Lu Wenzong planned to start after the wheat harvest. What needed to be done now was to enclose all this land for planting without connecting with other lands. After checking all the land, Lu Wenzong treated the village committee leaders and several villager representatives to dinner this time. The meal went well, truly achieving harmony between host and guest. After eating, on the way back to Linhai, both Lu Wenzong and Su Yan'er felt quite strange about how things had progressed. According to reason, after the unpleasantness at noon, Wang Shengbin should not have cooperated with them. However, Wang Shengbin enthusiastically came to negotiate cooperation. The process was so smooth that it made Lu Wenzong always feel uneasy, as if something was hanging in his mind, swaying to and fro. Lu Wenzong wasn't afraid of others being direct. What he feared was others plotting behind his back, because such schemes often harm the people around him. Sister Ruhan will come herself, won't she? Su Yan'er asked. She probably will. Lu Wenzong hadn't finished his sentence when an electric bike suddenly darted in front of the car, scaring Lu Wenzong into stepping on the brakes. Chapter 171. Su Yan'er has disappeared. But it was too late. With a dull bang, the two cars crashed into each other. The electric bike fell over directly, and the person on the bike fell to the ground. Lu Wenzong turned off the engine and pulled the handbrake. He hurriedly opened the car door and got out. He didn't bother checking how the collision affected his vehicle, and instead went straight to check on the middle-aged woman lying on the ground, who was groaning in pain. She seemed a bit dazed. Lu Wenzong didn't know where she was injured, so he didn't dare move her recklessly. Instead, he asked, Sister, where does it hurt? Su Yan'er also came over to ask, and then pulled out her phone to call the police and an ambulance. However, the woman lying on the ground didn't answer, only continuing to moan. Passing vehicles slowed down and bypassed cautiously. Some people riding electric bikes stopped to watch the commotion. The middle-aged woman on the ground remained silent, leaving Lu Wenzong feeling utterly helpless as he could do nothing but wait for the ambulance. The traffic police arrived shortly afterward to conduct an on-site investigation. Soon after, the ambulance arrived as well, and Su Yan'er followed it to the hospital while Lu Wenzong stayed behind to cooperate with the traffic police's investigation. Actually, the accident was very straightforward. Lu Wenzong's car had been driving normally when the electric bike, which had originally been driving at the roadside in front of him, suddenly darted into Lu Wenzong's lane, causing the collision. Thankfully, Lu Wenzong managed to brake in time, minimizing the force of the collision. His car only suffered slight damage, just a dent and scratches in the front. The rear end of the electric bike was flattened, but the overall damage wasn't extensive either. Although the accident wasn't entirely Lu Wenzong's fault since the collision occurred due to the sudden dash by the electric bike across lanes, the law required that he, as the owner of a motor vehicle, take certain responsibility for the injury of others. That said, considering the circumstances, especially the abrupt swerving action by the electric bike, Lu Wenzong's liability was not considered significant. And conveniently, there happened to be a surveillance camera nearby, clearly recording the whole process of the incident. Therefore, the handling by the traffic police was quick and efficient. After exchanging contact information, Lu Wenzong left the scene, heading toward the Shennong town hospital where the ambulance had gone. Meanwhile, the traffic police took away the damaged electric bike. When Lu Wenzong arrived at the Shennong town hospital, however, he was surprised to find neither xiuxian nor the injured sister present. Upon further inquiry, he learned that their hospital did not send out any ambulances. The only ambulance they owned was still parked in the courtyard. Lu Wenzong was now confused. After all, he clearly saw that the ambulance that picked them up bore the emblem indicating it belonged to the Shennong Town Health Center. Where could this ambulance have taken them? Panic rising, Lu Wenzong called xiuxian's phone number right away, but worryingly, no one answered. Was she too busy to answer? Or had something else gone wrong? Lu Wenzong immediately called xiuxian, instructing him to rush to the main road leading from Shennong Town to Linhai City to check if any ambulance had passed through. In the meantime, Lu Wenzong drove quickly toward Linhai City. Upon meeting up with xiuxian in Linhai, Lu Wenzong found out that no ambulances had driven past there. This meant that the ambulance carrying the injured sister and xiuxian hadn't headed to Linhai City. But just to make sure, Lu Wenzong tasked xiuxian with asking around at the various hospitals while he decided to seek Li Yutao's help. In Linhai, consulting Li Yutao when encountering issues was always reliable. Still, given that the event unfolded outside Linhai city limits, Lu Wenzong was uncertain whether Li Yutao could obtain any information. Li Yutao showed great concern about Lu Wenzong's situation and immediately assigned personnel accordingly. Unable to calmly wait, Lu Wenzong drove restlessly around the city, hoping for any breakthroughs. Suddenly, without warning, both the trail of the ambulance and xiuxian's whereabouts vanished, plunging Lu Wenzong's heart into utter chaos. A wave of frustration collided violently within his chest, filling him entirely with rage. At every opportunity, Lu Wenzong kept calling xiuxian's phone. By the time he'd made approximately 30 calls, it started showing as powered off. Whether it was due to a flat battery or deliberate power off, Lu Wenzong couldn't confirm, but based on what had transpired, he could nearly guarantee that something terrible had likely occurred with a 99% certainty. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Yutao had still received no feedback, aggravating Lu Wenzong even more. He bombarded Li Yutao with phone calls, which caused Li Yutao himself to grow equally irritated. 2 hours went by, then 3. By midnight, there were still no signs or leads whatsoever. Xiuxian practically scoured large and small hospitals throughout Linhai City, yet still failed to uncover xiuxian's current location. Could this be some sort of setup? Lu Wenzong calmed himself momentarily, questioning if everything had been meticulously planned by someone else. If indeed so, then xiuxian would truly be in grave danger. And should xiuxian not be rescued soon, even the slightest mishap could prove intolerable for Lu Wenzong. If it was a setup, then who had set it? Was it the Li Weigua father-son duo, or Shi Liangjian? As Lu Wenzong carefully analyzed the matter, Li Yutao finally got the information he had been hoping for. Someone reported seeing a vehicle from the Shennong Town Health Center heading towards Linhai at the time point provided by Lu Wenzong. However, it wasn't on the main road, but rather a side road somewhere around the southwestern part of Linhai. Lu Wenzong knew that the ambulance could very well be fake too. Given how large Linhai City was, the vague description of its southwestern area made the search extremely difficult. But no matter what, it had to be done. Lu Wenzong immediately drove towards the southwest part of Linhai City, while Li Yutao sent others once more to discreetly inquire in the southwest corner. Lu Wenzong roamed street by street. It was almost midnight, with few pedestrians on the streets and not many vehicles. To avoid missing anything, Lu Wenzong kept his speed low, getting out to check every place with concentrated parking. After searching for over an hour, Lu Wenzong still found nothing. Li Yutao was indeed impressive. He called Lu Wenzong at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's an ambulance parked at the entrance of the Huangjiu factory, 5 miles south of the city. Thanks, Brother Tao. You're truly amazing. Lu Wenzong sincerely complimented. After inputting Huangjiu factory into the navigation, Lu Wenzong quickly headed there. Sure enough, on one side of the factory yard's parking spots, an ambulance was parked. The painted signs on the ambulance were messy, yet Lu Wenzong noticed traces of 2 characters, San and Zhan. This must be it. There was no one inside the car or nearby, and the Huangjiu factory's gate was tightly closed, with darkness enveloping the yard. There wasn't a single light visible. Still, he decided to enter the Huangjiu factory to take a look. Pacing back and forth at the entrance for quite a while, Lu Wenzong bypassed the automatic sliding gate and entered the factory premises. The automatic sliding gate didn't sound any alarm, and the security guard booth in the factory was also pitch black, showing no response at all. Upon reaching the security booth, Lu Wenzong realized the door was locked, and there was nobody inside. Finding nobody gave him some reassurance, so he hurried toward the buildings in the compound. There were 3 factory halls and 1 office building, but all were pitch black. The limited light from his phone flashlight barely pierced through the glass windows, making it hard to see much. Chapter 172. Xiuxian's predicament. Judging by the situation, she should not be here. If she were here, there would at least be some traces of human activity. But judging from appearances, it seemed no one had been here for a long time. Lu Wenzong left the yellow wine factory, looked around at the surrounding area, and found that everything was just a factory complex. It wasn't easy to find people here. But even though it was difficult, he still had to try. He had no choice but to break the car window, first to see if there were any clues inside. With the broken car window, the car's alarm went off with a low wailing sound. Ignoring the noise, Lu Wenzong opened the door and got in. He used his phone to search thoroughly, but discovered nothing. Frustrated, Lu Wenzong got out of the car, leaving the alarm sounding as he quickly moved to the gate of a factory opposite the yellow wine factory. This factory seemed to have people, as there was faint light coming from the guardhouse. After a short running start, he effortlessly jumped over the sliding gate into the factory grounds, undetected by anyone. Peering into the guardhouse, despite the lights being on, there was no one there. The roads within the factory were lit by streetlights, and some lights could be seen in the office buildings too. Lu Wenzong swiftly ran towards them, pushed open a glass door, and entered the building. The first floor was dark except for the faint emergency lighting. The second floor was dark too, as was the third floor. However, there was light on the fourth floor's corridor and in one room. Quietly, Lu Wenzong approached, reaching the door. He extended his finger toward the lock, shaping it so that it fit perfectly inside the keyhole, transforming it into a key. With a slight effort, the lock clicked open. Carefully pushing the door slightly ajar, he peeked through the crack. There appeared to be no one, yet the lighting inside was bright. Slowly opening the door fully, he stepped in. To his disappointment, the only person inside this office was a middle-aged man sleeping soundly on the sofa. Retreating, Lu Wenzong closed the door behind him. It seemed like this was just an ordinary factory, and those who had taken Xiuxian likely wouldn't be here. Desperately searching around the vicinity of the yellow wine factory in vain, he remained unaware that when the ambulance had arrived, those inside had already transferred to another business van. Even if Lu Wenzong turned every stone nearby, there would be no trace of them. After Xiuxian accompanied the older woman onto the ambulance and drove off, not far away, the older woman suddenly regained consciousness, and both the accompanying doctor and nurse removed their masks. Xiuxian looked suspiciously at the strange trio in front of her, not knowing what they intended to do. The older woman smiled mischievously and then threw a cloud of powder towards her. Feeling an intense aroma hit her nose, Xiuxian realized something was amiss and tried to stand up. However, her body became weak and limp, her head growing foggy. When she came to again, she found herself in this little room. Where this place was, she had no idea, nor did she know who brought her here. Suddenly, Xiuxian started worrying about Lu Wenzong. If Lu Wenzong discovered she had been abducted and couldn't find her, he would surely frantically search for her and might impulsively do something reckless. She didn't know how much time had passed as she sat alone. While most others might find it excruciatingly unbearable to be confined in a closed room, for Xiuxian, it wasn't such an issue. Having spent over a decade in her own small room, she didn't feel particularly uncomfortable here. Besides feeling a bit concerned and worried about Lu Wenzong, she remained very calm, refraining from shouting or causing a commotion. Since someone had abducted her, either they intended to use her to threaten Lu Wenzong or had malicious intent towards her. Either way, whoever was behind it would show themselves soon enough. Getting anxious here wouldn't help anything. In the enclosed room, a lamp was lit, making it impossible for her to tell whether it was night or day outside. She sat on the bed, playing with a bedside lamp, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, the door suddenly opened, and the same older woman walked in. Smiling, she said to Xiuxian, "Miss Yanni, our boss wants to see you." Xiuxian remained silent, stood up, and followed the older woman out of the small room. Outside was a long corridor. Passing through it led to a yard where many vegetables grew. A man was weeding in the field, his back to them. Approaching him, the older woman called out, "Boss, I've brought the person." Turning around, the man surprised Xiuxian because he was none other than Lu Xiuchang, who had caused trouble at a previous dinner gathering. Looking at him now, there was no air of an official about him. He seemed more like a farmer who'd worked these fields for years. Smiling warmly, Lu Xiuchang approached Xiuxian and asked, "Awake? How is your health holding up?" His beaming smile left Xiuxian uncertain about his intentions. If District Chief Lu had no ill will, why bring her here? But if he did have malicious intent, why was he being so courteous? "I want to go home," Xiuxian said. "Go home? Back where? Get familiar with this place first. From now on, this is your home. This is the backyard, and ahead is the villa. You'll be living there in the future." District Chief Lu pointed to the three-story building ahead and had already planned out her life. "I want to go home," Xiuxian repeated. "I get it, you're not used to it here yet. Are you hungry? Let Sister Wang cook you something. And from now on, Sister Wang will take care of your daily needs. Just tell her if you need or want anything." Xiuxian ignored him, but District Chief Lu didn't seem to care. He turned around with a chuckle and went back to tending to the vegetables. Sister Wang walked over and said to Xiuxian, "Miss Yanni, please come with me to the front." "No," Xiuxian said, then began walking towards the back door. However, it was locked tightly, and no amount of force could budge it. Neither District Chief Lu nor Sister Wang bothered to intervene as they watched her tug uselessly at the iron gate. After pulling for a while without any success, Xiuxian turned around and walked back into the little room. Sister Wang followed and said again, "Miss Yanni, come to the front, it's more spacious." "If I must, then fine." Xiuxian stood up and followed Sister Wang to the front. Walking out of the corridor, she realized that this was a long prefabricated house in the backyard, not sure what it was used for. Between the prefab house and the villa in front was another courtyard wall. Crossing over this wall brought them to the front villa area. The three-story building was beautifully constructed. Once inside, Xiuxian noticed how luxuriously decorated it was, like a palace. However, in her eyes, this style of decoration was incredibly gaudy. "Miss Yanni, your room is on the third floor, The second floor is where the other young ladies stay. What? Other people live here too? Xiuxian was shocked beyond measure. Chapter 173, so-called Six Sisters. There are 6 other young ladies living here with Miss Yin. However, they have gone shopping for now. Once Miss Yin gets accustomed to life here, she will also be able to go out. Sister Wang laughed. Xiuxian was at a loss as she looked at Sister Wang. Why would Sister Wang tolerate the actions of Chief Lu this way? How could she, as a woman, just watch Chief Lu act so outrageously? As the two were ascending the stairs, the gate of the villa suddenly opened and 3 beautiful young girls entered. They held various bags in their hands, smiling joyfully on their faces, evidently very happy. Seeing Xiuxian, the 3 girls were momentarily startled, but then quickly recovered their composure. One girl said to Sister Wang, "Sister Wang, there's another new arrival." "Yes, Miss Jing," Sister Wang smiled. "Where's the husband?" asked Miss Jing. "In the back courtyard," replied Sister Wang. "Husband really? Coming home without seeing us first, and instead fooling around with vegetables. I can't understand what he's thinking," complained Miss Jing unhappily. However, the 2 girls beside her indeed agreed with her words, voicing their agreement with Miss Jing's remarks. "Excuse me, I'm Li Jingjing, what's your name? From now on, we'll be sisters, so let's get acquainted," Jing asked. Xiuxian ignored her, standing on the stairs without moving. The 2 girls beside Li Jing introduced themselves as well. One was named Lu Chunna, the other Song Xiaoyu. Xiuxian still didn't speak, but turned around and went upstairs. Li Jing and the 2 other girls weren't bothered. After all, they acted similarly when they had first arrived, but later they grew more open-minded about things. It doesn't matter who you follow in life, does it? Life following the current husband was extremely comfortable. Each of them received a monthly allowance of 50 million yuan. In the past, they might have never earned that much money even if they worked for a lifetime. Though this husband couldn't stay by their side every day or give them a legal identity, such a lifestyle was enough to make them content. Sister Wang brought Xiuxian to a room on the 3rd floor, where a sign hung on the door bearing Xiuxian's name. There were 6 rooms on the 3rd floor, and she noticed another room nearby also had a sign, though she didn't pay attention to whose name it was. When the door opened, inside lay an elaborately decorated bedroom, shimmering like ancient European king's chambers, glittering and resplendent. "Miss Yin, this is going to be your room from now on. If there's anything else you need to be arranged, please let me know, and I'll take care of it immediately," said Sister Wang behind her. "It's fine, nothing else needed," replied Xiuxian indifferently. "In that case, Miss Yin, rest well. I'll call you for meals." After speaking, Sister Wang left the room, closing the door behind her. Xiuxian sat on the couch, absent-mindedly cradling her teacup in thought. After a long time, she looked up and saw that it was already 5 in the afternoon. A knock came at the door almost instantly. "Miss Yin, it's time for dinner." Xiuxian walked out of the room, descended the stairs to the dining room, and found the 6 young ladies already seated on both sides, leaving 3 empty seats. The main seat at the head of the table was vacant, along with 2 other spots at the end. Apart from the previously seen Li Jing, Lu Chunna, and Song Xiaoyu, there were 3 other young ladies whom Xiuxian did not recognize. Yet, all 6 pairs of eyes were focused on her, making her feel very uncomfortable. All 6 young ladies were exceedingly beautiful, each possessing different looks and charm. Some appeared demure, others seductive, and yet others alluring. "We've gained a sister today. Don't you have something to say, big sister?" Li Jing smiled. The young lady sitting at the forefront of the table lifted her head and glanced at Xiuxian, saying, "7th sister, let me introduce myself. My name is Qi Fang, and I am the eldest sister. Your 2nd sister is Li Jing, your 3rd sister is Fang Mei, your 4th sister is Lu Fangna, your 5th sister is Song Xiaoyu, and your 6th sister is Yang Xiuxian. 7th sister, once you're part of this household, everyone here becomes your sister. I hope you strictly adhere to the rules we've set. Respect each other and cherish this bond so we can live peacefully together. After dinner, I'll send the rules to you. Familiarize yourself with them." Xiuxian showed no reaction, and the elder sister, Qi Fang, didn't seem to mind. Everyone waited at the table for several minutes until Director Lu entered, wiping his hands, then took his seat at the head. "Sister Wang, bring the food." Sister Wang acknowledged and soon began serving dishes onto the table. The dishes were meticulously prepared, all regular home-cooked meals, but beautifully presented, stimulating everyone's appetite. Xiuxian picked up her chopsticks and ate without acknowledging anyone. However, no one spoke at the table either. All silently ate their meal. After finishing, Xiuxian stood up and left. Back in the room, Xiuxian suddenly felt terrified. She wasn't originally afraid, but seeing how the 6 pretty young girls resigned themselves to following Director Lu, she became frightened at the thought that she might truly become one of them. What era was this? This wasn't ancient times, so why was there someone setting up a harem and keeping multiple women together? Even more bizarre was the fact that these girls didn't argue or compete with each other, behaving like concubines in an emperor's palace. This fear stemmed from the girls' resignation to their fate and their obsession with a wealthy life. Shouldn't people have some kind of pursuit? Didn't these girls yearn for formal love? Didn't they want to have their own marriages? Hadn't they resisted at all? Xiuxian was really scared. If Lu Wenzong couldn't find her, would she eventually give in if she stayed here too long? Xiuxian felt flustered, unsure of how she'd end up and not daring to imagine it. Half an hour later, there was another knock on the door. Opening it, she found Qi Fang, the so-called elder sister, standing outside. In her hand was a sheet of paper filled with handwritten text. "Get familiar with the rules, don't break them, otherwise it will make things awkward for everyone," Qi Fang said with a smile. Xiuxian was actually curious. She reached out and took the paper, then closed the door. Sitting back on the couch, she carefully read through it. finding herself torn between laughter and frustration. These rules seemed more like a joke. The content was all over the place. No jealousy allowed. Everyone must pay for their own purchases, no sharing secrets about each other to the husband, no arguing, and no using insulting language against one another, among others. Xiuxian tossed the paper aside after reading it, unwilling to memorize any of it. She had no intention of pretending to be sisters with these women. As Lu Wenzong's woman, she wouldn't ever mingle with any other man again. All the villa's windows were sealed off with iron bars, making escape impossible. Xiuxian tried every method she could think of inside the room, but none worked, leaving her with no choice but to stay quiet for 2 days. Meanwhile, on the outside, Lu Wenzong, unable to find her, was nearly driven mad, causing numerous problems along the way. Chapter 174, Li Weigua strikes again. Unable to find the person he was looking for, Lu Wenzong directly stormed into Wu Liangjian's prosperous Lotus Grand Hotel. Lu Wenzong caused a huge commotion, severely beating Wu Liangjian, but still could not find Xiuxian. Subsequently, without hesitation, he confronted Li Feilong but was unable to extract any useful information. But because he had caused trouble for Li Feilong, Li Weigua directly sought him out. During their last encounter, Lu Wenzong fled outright. He hadn't had the chance for a proper showdown with Li Weigua. This time, Lu Wenzong dared to mess with his son, so naturally Li Weigua couldn't help but step in. After sending people to investigate, he found out why Lu Wenzong was targeting his son. It turned out that at this moment Lu Wenzong was frantically searching across the city for a girl named Xiuxian. Wu Ruhan, along with Xia Tongtong and Lu Xiuxia, arrived in Linhai City together with over a dozen employees from Gigu. However, they discovered that neither Lu Wenzong nor Xiuxian were there. After questioning Zhou Jingjing, they learned that Xiuxian had disappeared. In recent days, Lu Wenzong and Zhou Jingjing had made many phone calls, almost once every hour, asking if Xiuxian might suddenly return to the company. Zhou Jingjing wanted to look for her, but the company also had numerous affairs that kept her occupied. Lu Wenzong had entrusted her with full authority to handle them, making it impossible for her to leave. As the manager of the sales department, she was currently handling tasks assigned to Xiuxian, finding an engineering team to build a fence around rented farmland. The construction team was easy to find. Zhou Jingjing had chosen one from her hometown. But as a fellow townsman, this team's supervisor didn't offer any favoritism and instead quoted a very high price. Zhou Jingjing was furious and continued searching. The project was simple and didn't require hiring a large construction company. Small teams would suffice. And these small construction teams were the hardest to find since they were scattered and varied, so finding a reliable one wasn't easy. Zhou Jingjing was familiar with sales, but had no experience in dealing with construction matters. The arrival of Wu Ruhan and others relieved some of her pressure. But when they arrived, instead of getting into working mode, they began helping Lu Wenzong look for people. Wu Ruhan and Lu Xiuxia shared deep bonds with Xiuxian through working closely with her day after day. When Xiuxian was kidnapped, they were extremely anxious and had no mind for work. While Lu Wenzong continued searching for Xiuxian in the industrial district in the southern part of the city, Li Weigua intercepted him between the walls of 2 factories. Li Weigua got out of his car, flanked by the 2 men and 1 woman that Lu Wenzong had met before. Pausing, Lu Wenzong gave Li Weigua a cold glare, wary and cautious. He still lacked confidence in his ability to deal with Li Weigua, but now he absolutely had the power to fight back. Without Lu Wenzong summoning her, the little fairy immediately flew out and perched on his shoulder. "Let's combine our forces and try to snatch whatever is in his hands," said the little fairy. "Let's see what the situation is." "We don't yet know what exactly he has," replied Lu Wenzong. "I'll be ready to help you whenever necessary. First, we need to deal with those 2 men and the woman next to him," said the little fairy. With the attack plan established, Lu Wenzong stepped forward. Approaching them within a few meters, Lu Wenzong spoke. "You 3 lapdogs, last time I didn't get enough. Let's go again." The 2 bespectacled men and the young woman became infuriated. Without waiting for Li Weigua's command, they rushed straight towards him. Lu Wenzong stood still where he was. Just as the 3 charged up to him, they felt sudden pain in their feet and toppled forward. All 3 of them performed synchronized doggy faceplants. As soon as they fell down, they scrambled to stand up. The 2 men held their injured feet groaning in pain, while the young woman glared at her foot, gritting her teeth to bear the excruciating pain. Their feet were pierced with nails, creating several bloody holes that oozed blood which dripped onto the ground. Lu Wenzong used his magical energy to conjure up over 10 iron nails, which appeared beneath their feet, and immediately have the fighting capability of all 3. Despite being highly skilled martial artists, they were still human bodies and were incapable of withstanding Lu Wenzong's magical nails. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wenzong kicked rapidly, hitting the chins of the 2 men. The 2 men let out painful cries as they fell backward, their mouths streaming with blood, nearly fainting. Lu Wenzong then turned to the stubborn young woman and said, "Last time you were so impressive. Why not attack me?" Enraged, the young woman tried hard to stand up, but the unbearable pain shooting through her feet rendered her completely powerless. She was deeply frightened, realizing that never before had she been wounded to such an extent that she was completely drained of strength. Just because of a prick on the foot, why did it feel like all their strength was drained? Only now did the young woman fully believe Li Weigua's words. This Lu Wenzong was indeed a mysterious and extraordinary person. Li Weigua stood back with no intention of interfering, even as his 3 loyal subordinates were beaten and humiliated by Lu Wenzong. He didn't show any reaction at all. Lu Wenzong ignored the young woman's deathly glare and turned to face Li Weigua, walking toward him. The nails formed by Lu Wenzong's magical energy not only pierced through their souls, but also disappeared after piercing them, transforming into a mystical force that entered their bodies and directly sealed the nerves in their spines. They might be able to crawl up, but trying to use their strength for anything would prove impossible. In other words, unless Lu Wenzong willingly retracted this trace of mystical energy, they would henceforth become truly incapable of doing even the simplest tasks. It's been a long time. Seems like you've made great progress, Li Weiguo said casually. Still unsure whether you've progressed at all, Lu Wenzong retorted. Try and see. Li Weiguo smiled, showing no change in emotion despite recognizing Lu Wenzong's advancements. Try then. Lu Wenzong finished speaking, suddenly widening his eyes. With an outstretched finger, a flame shot out from his fingertip and burned straight onto Li Weiguo's head. The flames spread rapidly, covering Li Weiguo's entire head. But within 2 seconds, the flames were eroded by a cloud of black smoke until not a trace remained. Li Weiguo emerged from the black mist, his eyes filled with disdain. Is this all you've got? Li Weiguo asked, casually waving his hand. A round, thin black disc appeared in his palm, and then he grabbed it with his right hand, generating a massive suction force. Lu Wenzong was prepared. As the suction approached, he lunged forward while swiftly moving his fingers, creating a flurry of tiny arrows made of mystical energy that sped toward Li Weiguo. The arrows cut through the vortex of suction. Some were shattered upon collision, yet others managed to penetrate and continued flying toward Li Weiguo's head. Chapter 175. Is Li Weiguo dead? Li Weiguo was slightly surprised. Then his palm flipped quickly, and the black circular object instantly enlarged, like a shield, blocking all the small arrows. As the small arrows fell to the ground, the fairy aura disappeared, turning into air and vanishing. With this movement, the enormous suction force also disappeared in an instant. Lu Wenzong seized the opportunity, circulated the fairy aura again, and several iron nails appeared beneath Li Weiguo's feet, piercing straight into the soles of his feet. Li Weiguo stumbled backward, then rapidly gathered black mist toward his feet. The black mist swirled around his feet as he swung a cloud of smoke toward Lu Wenzong while retreating quickly, trying to buy time. Lu Wenzong could not ignore the black mist's attack and had to spray out a mouthful of flames to cancel its assault. Both the black mist and the flames dissipated at the same time, but Li Weiguo had obtained the time he wanted. The black mist successfully healed the wounds on his feet. He was furious. Today, facing Lu Wenzong made him look so disheveled, which humiliated him. Thus, he stopped advancing, suddenly loosening both hands, causing the black object to fly up into the air. Surrounding black smoke immediately began spinning rapidly, and the massive suction force swept over again. Lu Wenzong hurriedly summoned flames to counteract the suction, but the flames were extinguished instantly when they met the powerful force. He steadied himself with difficulty, using all his strength to resist the suction. Shit, this guy is using his ultimate skill. I'd better retreat first. Lu Wenzong signaled to Little Fairy and prepared to leave. However, Little Fairy suddenly flew into the air, forming her hand seals, and Lu Wenzong saw countless ice spikes appearing, stabbing down towards Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo didn't notice the ice spikes in the air. He was fully focused on controlling the black object. The ice spikes pierced directly into his head, shoulders, and arms. Li Weiguo instinctively looked up, but couldn't see anything. His eyes gradually became vacant, and his body crashed to the ground. The moment he fell, the suction vanished, and Lu Wenzong rushed forward to grab the black magical treasure. However, what shocked him even more was that the black magical treasure zipped back into Li Weiguo's body. Oh damn, this thing has a mind of its own. Is he dead? Chun Fei asked Little Fairy, who returned. Probably, said Little Fairy uncertainly. Let me finish him off then. After finishing, numerous small arrows appeared in the air again and pierced into every critical spot of Li Weiguo's body. The young girl had been watching the fight between the two without any physical contact, just various chaotic forces colliding, making her headache. How do they fight like this? When she saw Li Weiguo being pierced by the ice spikes, and then hit by many arrows, she widened her eyes, disbelieving as she stared at the Li Weiguo lying on the ground covered in arrows like a hedgehog. In her eyes, the omnipotent Li Weiguo was now dead, wasn't he? By the time she realized this, Lu Wenzong had already disappeared from the spot. It seemed that with Lu Wenzong's departure, her strength slowly started to return. Bleeding heavily, she felt her vision start to darken. On the other side, the two bespectacled men were still half-conscious on the ground, showing no signs of recovery. The young girl simply bandaged the wounds on her feet and painfully stood up. It took her a full 10 minutes, but she finally managed to load Li Weiguo's corpse into the car. As for the other two companions, well, there was no energy left to deal with them. She drove the car, intending to take Li Weiguo home. The car moved slowly through the streets, passing their company before continuing towards Li Weiguo's house. After driving for an hour, the young girl suddenly braked, turning her gaze towards the back seat in astonishment. She saw black gas surging around Li Weiguo's corpse, and a thick layer of black mist enveloped his entire body. This swirling black mist surrounded Li Weiguo's corpse, gently floating around, with something moving incessantly inside. The honking sounds from behind grew louder and sharper, but the girl ignored it all, her eyes glued to the black mist over Li Weiguo's body. After some time, the girl turned back to the front, starting the car again and continuing the drive. While driving, she kept checking through the rearview mirror. When they were almost reaching Li Weiguo's home, the black mist in the back seat began to fade. When the car arrived at the gate, Li Weiguo, who was lying in the back seat, suddenly sat up. All the arrows and ice spikes disappeared from his body, and he was fully restored. The girl slammed the brakes to a stop and turned her face, joyfully exclaiming, "Boss, you're alive." Li Weigua nodded seriously, then suddenly laughed. The gate opened, and the car drove into the villa. After parking, Li Weigua got out of the car and went straight into the room, not coming out for several days. On the other hand, Lu Wenzong quickly left the scene after thinking he had killed Li Weigua and continued searching for Xiuxian. But with so many people in the world, there were no clues, and it was truly impossible to find her. Li Yutao also sprang into action, deploying his manpower across Linhai City to inquire about news. Every day, Li Yutao sent someone to gather all possible information related to Xiuxian for Lu Wenzong to investigate one by one. But after a few days, there were still no leads. The employees who came from the company to Linhai also joined the search after work. He did not report the matter to the police because Li Yutao's people included them. It could be said that both Lu Wenzong and Li Yutao had used all their resources, but they still couldn't find her. Xiuxian was like a ghost who had vanished without a trace, with no one having seen her or leaving any signs behind. In reality, at Xiuxian's villa, while she herself couldn't leave, the other 6 women could, and they all knew that there were people outside looking for Xiuxian. However, they couldn't tell Xiuxian this news, nor could they reveal her whereabouts to those searching for her. Both sides existed in isolated worlds of information, making it impossible to find anything. This wasn't like ancient times when an official's command could initiate a thorough search. Nowadays, if a person hid somewhere without coming out, it would indeed be impossible to locate them. Due to Xiuxian's disappearance, the progress of the company's work had been significantly delayed. Aside from Zhou Jingjing, who worked during the day, many people had been dispatched to look for Xiuxian's whereabouts. Lu Wenzong had searched for several days without a clue, feeling that Xiuxian must have been taken away from Linhai. Otherwise, why wouldn't there be even a hint? Moreover, Xiuxian, who had been missing for several days, might have met with misfortune or even endured torture. Every time he thought about being unable to protect her while she suffered, Lu Wenzong's heart twisted painfully. Since neither Li Weigua and his son Li Feilong took Xiuxian, nor did Wu Liangjian, there was no longer anyone in Linhai who would be his enemy. Lu Wenzong could not recall the district chief Lu, with whom he had only crossed paths once. In his mind, meeting someone just once, causing a little minor inconvenience. Would they retaliate so harshly? Chapter 176, Zhou Jingjing's Unexpected Discovery. Lu Wenzong had no impression of the district chief Lu at all, so he never thought that this district chief Lu would have taken Xiuxian. The mistake in identifying his target left him blindly searching without direction. On Xiuxian's side, after the district chief Lu made his initial appearance, he never came again. However, every morning, afternoon, and evening, those so-called sisters would visit one by one, attempting to brainwash Xiuxian. After 3 days, Xiuxian directly closed her door to visitors. The so-called sisters were not allowed to enter. She wouldn't go downstairs for meals either, only letting Sister Wang deliver food. If Sister Wang didn't bring it, she simply wouldn't eat. Apart from worrying about Lu Wenzong, Xiuxian actually lived rather quietly. She was used to staying alone calmly, showing no sign of impatience. This greatly surprised Sister Wang. While Lu Wenzong had abandoned his work and was frantically searching for Xiuxian, Zhou Jingjing had already arranged for an engineering team, a team from northeast China. They offered all-inclusive labor and materials for the job. The area of around 1,000 mu, approximately 600,000 square meters, stretched wide at its broadest point with 500 or 600 meters, and the longest distance at both ends reached up to a kilometer. Although the overall shape still wasn't quite regular, some areas narrower or shorter than others, there was enough space in the middle to create a square plot of land measuring 500 meters on each side. Lu Wenzong planned to grow ginseng within this large square block of land. Other parts would be designated for planting various vegetables. Of course, eventually, they would also need to establish a livestock breeding base, which did not need to be too large, only enough to supply roughly 500 poultry or livestock daily. The engineering team measured the length of the walls that would enclose the area and found it to be approximately 6 kilometers long. If it were a straight line, it might have been a maximum of 3 kilometers long, but due to its irregularities, it stretched out to 6 kilometers, doubling the cost. At a width of 30 centimeters, height of 3 meters, plus the cost of plastering the walls, the final budget exceeded 1.5 million yuan, which was a significant expense. Zhou Jingjing met with members of Huawang Village's village committee and spoke with the village director, Wang Shengbin. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Jingjing, Wang Shengbin suddenly asked, "I heard your Ms. Su has disappeared?" Startled, Zhou Jingjing replied, "Director Wang, how do you know? I often go to Linhai, and I saw that your people were posting notices everywhere looking for her," said Wang Shengbin. "Ah, thank you, Director Wang. Our Mr. Lu is actively searching for her. We'll surely find her," Zhou Jingjing said indifferently. "Let's hope so." Wang Shengbin's mood seemed slightly downcast as he finished speaking and silently stared at the flat land before him. He gazed for quite a while, then suddenly added, "What a pity to lose such a likable person." Zhou Jingjing turned and looked at Wang Shengbin, startled. She pressed anxiously, "Director Wang, do you know something?" "What? I don't know anything. I'm just lamenting that someone as beautiful as Ms. Su could disappear. It's truly regrettable." Wang Shengbin appeared slightly awkward as he hurriedly said this. Zhou Jingjing fell silent and said no more. Her mood was bad because lately, everything was piling onto her shoulders, leaving her very tired. Additionally, her boss had fallen into distress over Ms. Su's disappearance, and as a senior employee of the company, she felt deeply disheartened. Wang Shengbin stayed for a while and then left with the other committee members. Zhou Jingjing returned to Linhai with the engineering team. Construction was set to start the next day, and today, the project leader needed to go purchase construction materials. The company would need to send someone to supervise the process closely to prevent substandard materials from being used. On the way back to Linhai, the more Zhou Jingjing thought about it, the more something about Wang Xingbin's words seemed off. She felt that Wang Xingbin seemed to know something. She quickly called Lu Wenzong and told him about what Wang Xingbin said today, also sharing her analysis. Now acting like a blind cat catching dead rats, since Zhou Jingjing suspected this might be a lead, Lu Wenzong wasted no time and immediately drove towards Huawang village. Along the way, he picked up Wu Ruhan and Xia Tongtong, and the three of them headed together towards Huawang village. When they arrived at Huawang village, Wang Xingbin was eating dinner in the village office. Upon seeing Lu Wenzong accompanied by two stunning women, his eyes nearly popped out. These two women rivaled Su Yener in beauty, yet exuded entirely different charm. Su Yener was pure and cute, making people naturally want to get close to her and care for her. Wu Ruhan was mature and beautiful, radiating incomparable allure, and Xia Tongtong, although appearing quiet on the outside, had a very endearing face. Wang Xingbin was instantly smitten with Wu Ruhan. She was incredibly appealing. Despite this attraction, he maintained his composure, greeting Lu Wenzong normally. Lu Wenzong went into the office alone with him and directly asked if he knew anything about Su Yener's whereabouts. In less than a few minutes, Lu Wenzong left the village committee office. Wang Xingbin firmly claimed that he had no knowledge or memory of Su Yener's whereabouts, nor did he know who might have taken her. Standing at the entrance to the cafeteria of the village committee office, Wang Xingbin watched as Lu Wenzong and the two beautiful women walked away, his eyes becoming more resolute. I could guess where Su Yener is, but even if I know, it doesn't matter now. Su Yener is out of my reach. Now, those two women by Lu Wenzong's side are someone he must figure out a way to interfere with before anyone else can get a chance. When thinking about this, he felt anger rise within him. Originally, he had intended to collaborate with the other person but was instead cut off preemptively. There was nothing he could do. He still needed to depend on that person, so he could only swallow his frustration. This time, Wang Xingbin would not reveal anything to others. He lost all appetite for dinner. As soon as Lu Wenzong got into the car and drove away, he quickly followed in his own car. He wanted detailed information about them so he could plan his next steps accordingly. Though Lu Wenzong failed to extract any useful information from Wang Xingbin, he remained vigilant. When Lu Wenzong realized that Wang Xingbin was trailing his car, his suspicion grew stronger that Wang Xingbin might know something about Su Yener's disappearance. Lu Wenzong acted as if nothing unusual had happened, maintaining a steady pace while driving towards Linhai City. Once they reached Linhai, Wang Xingbin broke off near a hotel and drove away. However, Lu Wenzong summoned Little Fairy and instructed her to tail Wang Xingbin. Without clear instructions on her target, Little Fairy would be unable to successfully track and investigate Wang Xingbin. This made Lu Wenzong somewhat frustrated. If only Little Fairy possessed powers similar to those celestial beings in the sky, wouldn't it be effortless to locate someone? After dispatching Little Fairy to follow Wang Xingbin, Lu Wenzong finally decided to rest. He asked Wu Ruhan to temporarily take over Zhou Jingjing's responsibilities, allowing Zhou Jingjing to take a couple days off. Wu Ruhan consoled Lu Wenzong briefly before heading to the company office. Seeing Wu Ruhan leave, Xia Tongtong lay beside Lu Wenzong, chatting casually. Actually, I can see it. You've already gotten close to Yener, Xia Tongtong suddenly said. Chapter 177, finally a clue. Lu Wenzong didn't pay attention to what he had said and asked indifferently, why bring this up? I'm just wondering, what are you going to do next? With Su Yanni's disappearance, it's like the sky fell down for you, which shows how important she is to you. Lu Xiuxian is your girlfriend, everyone knows that. But there's also me, who everyone doesn't know about. I don't even know what I was thinking, willing to be with a man who already has a girlfriend, ignoring those better qualified men. Did you put a spell on me? Exactly. I did put a spell on you. Lu Wenzong showed a hint of smile. Actually, Sister Wu also harbors deep feelings for you, I can tell. Xia Tongtong said. It seems I owe quite a few debts then. What virtues or accomplishments do I have? Lu Wenzong sighed. You need to think about how to repay these debts. Xia Tongtong laughed, sat up. That said, based on my gut feeling, Wang Xingbin looks at us with ill intent. Previously, I hadn't noticed it, but this time it's very obvious. I've been paying attention now. If he makes any unusual moves, I'll notice. Lu Wenzong said. I've already asked people from the State Security Department for help, and they should have news soon. Xia Tongtong said. You've taken the trouble. In the evening, while Lu Wenzong was anxiously waiting for the message, Xia Tongtong's phone rang. After finishing the call, Xia Tongtong hurriedly went to Lu Wenzong's room. Brother, we have news. News? Lu Wenzong surprisingly stood up. Yes. My brother entrusted his friend from the State Security Department to check. Almost all the city's surveillance videos were reviewed. They seem to have found the black sedan that passed a crossing after the ambulance parked opposite the Huang wine factory. The person in the back seat looked somewhat like Yanni. Although not entirely clear, given the timing, it is highly likely. Did you find out about that black car? Lu Wenzong asked. It has been identified as belonging to someone called Song Xiaogua, who is a government clerk and resides in the Yulin Yuan residential area on Qinghe Road. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Lu Wenzong quickly dashed out of the room. Just as he went out, Little Fairy descended in the air. Come with me, we have news. Little Fairy said in the air. I've also received some information. Tell me yours. Lu Wenzong urgently asked. I followed Wang Xingbin all the way to a place called Yulin Yuan residential area. He met a man there, asking whether someone named Lu District Chief had arrested someone. However, that man denied it. But I think either Wang Shengbin or that man definitely knows something, Little Fairy said. Good, let's go immediately. Without saying anything else, Lu Wenzong darted towards downstairs. Xia Tongtong hurriedly chased after him, and once in the car, she curiously asked, "Who were you talking to just now?" "A fairy." Lu Wenzong smiled. With the new lead, he felt incredibly excited, as though finding Su Yenner was right around the corner. This is no time for wisecracks. Xia Tongtong glared at Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong chuckled, remained silent, and drove towards Yulin Yuan neighborhood. Since he didn't know where Yulin Yuan was, he let Xia Tongtong use the navigation system. Ignoring speed limits and traffic lights, he pushed forward towards their destination with full force. Yulin Yuan turned out to be only 5 kilometers away from the motel where he was staying. The car raced over at full speed and reached the destination in no time. Guided by Little Fairy, Lu Wenzong directly kicked open the door of Song Xiao's house. The loud bang startled the person inside, who jumped up from the couch. Seeing Chun Fei and Xia Tongtong, he looked utterly confused. "Who are you?" Song Xiao clearly was gathering anger. "Tongtong, close the door." Chen Fei instructed Xia Tongtong to close the door and rush straight towards Song Xiao. Startled, Song Xiao instinctively dodged. But Lu Wenzong was too fast, and he barely moved before Lu Wenzong pressed him down on the couch. "What kind of mental illness do you have, breaking into my house and hitting me?" Song Xiao cursed through clenched teeth. "Did you abduct Su Yenna?" Lu Wenzong gritted his teeth and asked. "I don't understand what you're saying. Get out right now, or I will report you to the police." Song Xiao angrily said. "If you don't speak up, you'll die in the next second. Will you still get the chance to report me?" Lu Wenzong coldly stated. "Do your worst and kill me." Song Xiao boldly replied. "So you do know something. Speak, or you'll suffer before dying." Lu Wenzong threatened. "Whatever you want to do, go ahead." Song Xiao clenched his teeth and said. "All right, tough guy, huh?" Lu Wenzong finished speaking and released him. Song Xiao suddenly stood up and lunged at Lu Wenzong. Lu Wenzong glanced at him with a cold smirk, and suddenly a pair of scissors appeared in the air, snipping off Song Xiao's ear with a snap. The momentum of Song Xiao's lunge abruptly halted, and he began wailing as he clutched his bleeding ear. The sound was so mournful that it made everyone's skin crawl. Lu Wenzong gave him an indifferent glance, moved his hand again, and the scissors reappeared, heading toward the other ear. Song Xiao didn't have time to react. Before long, the second ear was also clipped off, causing him to finally realize what was happening. He frantically covered both ears with his hands as blood streamed down his cheeks. It was a horrifying sight. Xia Tongtong frowned and turned her head away. "Will you talk or not?" Lu Wenzong asked again. "No," Song Xiao screamed while howling in pain. "Good. Tough guy." Lu Wenzong raised his thumb. Then the scissors reappeared, cutting straight through Song Xiao's pants this time. When the cold blades touched his vital area, Song Xiao became terrified, his body retreating continuously. His hands no longer protected his injured ears, but flailed wildly at the scissors below. Yet he couldn't shake off the scissors, which remained poised menacingly over a certain part. "If you still refuse to speak, this part will be cut off just like your ears." I'll talk. Song Xiao cowered entirely. My God, the fear of losing one's means of procreation far outweighs the fear of death. For a man, the importance of a certain part surpasses everything else. "You're right. Now, start talking." Lu Wenzong casually waved his hand, and the scissors disappeared. Song Xiao sighed in relief and hurriedly clutched his ears once more. "As for the Su Yenner you're asking about, I don't know who kidnapped her. I was only responsible for transporting her. Where she was taken to, I truly do not know either. Did District Chief Lu kidnap her? Where does District Chief Lu live?" Lu Wenzong questioned further. District Chief Lu must reside in the District Committee residential complex. However, it wasn't District Chief Lu who did it. I'm not sure. You can ask him though. Normally, every weekend District Chief Lu goes to one of his villas. But I don't know where this villa is located, Song Xiao explained. "Then who knows? A person we all call Sister Wang. Where can we find her?" "Sister Wang picks up her pre-ordered groceries at the city's Suwa supermarket every morning," Song Xiao replied. "What does she look like?" "You've seen her before. She's the one riding an electric bike who was hit by you." Song Xiao seemed to know quite a lot. "All right, I understand now. You've been sensible enough. By the way, these 2 ears are your lesson. Assisting in evil-doing and collusion deserve this retribution." Lu Wenzong finished speaking coldly, and left Song Xiao's house with Xia Tongtong. Chapter 178. The Guilty Who Deserve Death. Lu Wenzong forced himself to calm down and not rush to confront District Chief Lu just yet, as Song Xiao had also not definitely confirmed it was District Chief Lu. The current key was to capture that Wang sister, and then find a way to see if there's anything incriminating in District Chief Lu's villa. If there is, only then will he confront District Chief Lu and settle the score. That night, Lu Wenzong could not sleep at all, and spent the entire evening pacing back and forth in his room. As soon as dawn broke the next morning, he darted out of the room and headed towards the Suwa supermarket mentioned by Song Xiao. The Suwa supermarket is located in a shopping plaza in Linhai City, spanning 2 floors with a considerable area. However, it was only 5 in the morning, so the supermarket hadn't opened yet. Lu Wenzong had no choice but to wait. Around 6 o'clock, many grandpas and grandmas arrived at the square for morning exercises. After stopping the morning exercise around 7:30, they formed queues outside the supermarket door. They were likely here to grab some discounted items. Lu Wenzong joined the queue as well. The elderly man in front of him looked at Lu Wenzong and smiled, saying, "Young man, you're queuing too? I want to buy something on sale too." Lu Wenzong laughed. "The young man knows how to save money. Good job," the elder man praised, nodding approvingly. Lu Wenzhong smiled and quietly waited in line. Just before 8, the supermarket staff started coming to work. Half an hour later, the supermarket gate opened right on schedule, and Lu Wenzhong followed the crowd of elders into the supermarket. Inside, at the farthest end of the first floor was the fresh produce department, where the elderly customers queued up to purchase eggs. Lu Wenzhong left the group midway and headed over to the fresh produce area to wait. Around 8:30, Lu Wenzhong noticed a supermarket staff member walking out from the warehouse, carrying a large bag filled with unknown items. A short while later, he finally spotted his target. The woman whom his car had hit walked by with a smile. After a brief and cheerful exchange between the two, Wang's sister checked the contents inside her bag and nodded satisfactorily. Since her family was very particular about their food, she had to personally oversee each day's menu. She left the supermarket with the parcel, and Lu Wenzhong instructed Little Fairy to tail her while he kept a discreet distance behind, careful not to be noticed. Lu Wenzhong drove slowly along the road, ready to act once Little Fairy returned with updates. After roughly half an hour, Little Fairy came back. Lu Wenzhong sped up, heading quickly toward the northern part of Linhai City. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a large gate bearing the words xiuxian Private Villa Complex. This place was almost outside the urban area, and building a villa complex here showcased quite a feat by the developer. Knowing his car couldn't enter, Lu Wenzhong did not want to startle anyone prematurely. He parked outside at a parking spot near the gates and pulled out his phone to make arrangements. First, he called Xia Tongtong, asking her to involve the state security personnel to gather evidence and simultaneously inform the media with vague information, letting them meddle in this matter. Lu Wenzhong resolved that if he encountered Xiuxian, then not only would District Chief Lu's reputation be ruined, but he would forever disappear from this world. Once the calls were done, he drove away again. He parked the car halfway through the journey, got out, and made his way around from one side. The villa complex had a fence wall, with surveillance cameras operating every certain distance apart. With Little Fairy neutralizing the cameras, Lu Wenzhong easily climbed over the fence and entered the villa complex. Guided by Little Fairy, Lu Wenzhong moved toward the last row of villas. Walking along, he was surprised to find that the yards here were unusually large and long. What do they need such huge space for? To tumble in? Ridiculous. Lu Wenzhong criticized the poor design choices by the architects, mocking those who would enjoy living in these excessive houses. Arriving at the final villa in the last row, Little Fairy said, "It's here." "Did you see Xiuxian inside?" Lu Wenzhong asked. "Yes, I saw her, along with 6 other girls," Little Fairy confirmed. "Well, did you see any men?" "That, I didn't notice. There weren't any visible inside the building, and I haven't checked further." "Fine, let's go storm in and deal with it." Without another word, Lu Wenzhong kicked at the massive iron gate leading into the courtyard. Under the immense force exerted by Lu Wenzhong, the iron gate swung wide open with a crash. Rushing forward, Lu Wenzhong aimed all his power at the heavy wooden doors of the house. This solid wooden door could not withstand Lu Wenzhong's brute strength. Its lock snapped with a loud crack sound. The wooden doors swiftly swung open, colliding violently with the walls behind, producing a deafening, thunderous noise. Everyone inside the villa was startled. Sister Wang, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, promptly came out. Lu Wenzhong had already walked into the villa, and looking up at the astonished faces of the 3 girls upstairs, he took a step forward and started ascending the stairs. Xiuxian said that Xiuxian was on the 3rd floor. However, just as he reached the staircase, Sister Wang blocked his path. "Unless you want to die, then back off," Lu Wenzhong said coldly. "This is private property. Please leave," Sister Wang responded coldly. Trash aiding the tiger. After saying this, Lu Wenzhong threw a punch. When Sister Wang saw Lu Wenzhong's fist coming, she quickly ascended 2 steps, and in an instant evaded his attack. Lu Wenzhong was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that Sister Wang was a trained fighter. His eyes narrowed as he advanced, and threw another punch. Sister Wang attempted to counterattack, but Lu Wenzhong's fists were overbearing. The overwhelming force made her not dare to meet his strike, forcing her to retreat once more. However, Lu Wenzhong had no intention of hesitating. Harnessing the divine energy within him, he transformed it directly into dozens of small arrows that shot towards her. Sister Wang was utterly shocked, not understanding why so many projectiles suddenly appeared in midair. Panic-stricken, she tried to evade, yet it was impossible to escape all of them. Every single arrow struck her body, hitting her heart, forehead, eyes, and stomach. It would be miraculous if she survived. Seeing Sister Wang fall, several women watching from upstairs screamed in terror and rushed into their rooms, slamming the doors shut. Lu Wenzhong climbed to the 3rd floor, reached the tightly closed door of Xiuxian's room, and kicked it open with a powerful blow. The door flew open, and Xiuxian looked over in shock. Once she realized it was Lu Wenzhong, joy spread across her face as she ran towards him, throwing herself into his embrace and hugging tightly. "It's over now, you've suffered enough," Lu Wenzhong comforted while holding Xiuxian close. Xiuxian was sobbing uncontrollably. Although no one had forced or tormented her physically during these days, the mental anguish left her deeply distressed. "Brother, they didn't harm me." Xiuxian suddenly raised her head after crying for a while, looking worriedly at him. Chapter 179, Another Unexpected Death. "I believe you." Lu Wenzhong smiled. Xiuxian was worried, fearing that he might suspect her of being defiled. Lu Wenzhong trusted what Xiuxian said. Even if something terrible had happened, he would not hold it against her. At most, he'd eliminate the culprit. "Brother, it's true. That so-and-so Mr. Lu only came once, and then every day those women came to brainwash me, telling me to resign myself to fate and go along with that person, but I didn't agree," Xiuxian said. "Understood." But even so, he doesn't deserve to live. Lu Wenzong said coldly. That district chief Lu must die. Otherwise, Lu Wenzong couldn't forgive himself. This time, Su Yin'er wasn't harmed. But if anyone like Chief Lu did something similar and also hurt Su Yin'er, he wouldn't know where to cry. Anyone who dared to harm him or his family must pay a price. Come, let's go downstairs. Lu Wenzong pulled Su Yin'er downstairs and saw Sister Wang lying dead on the stairs, which startled Su Yin'er. Brother, don't kill, it's not good, Su Yin'er said, not out of fear, but worry about the consequences of killing. He deserves death. Lu Wenzong replied. In the living room, Lu Wenzong told Su Yin'er, sit here and wait, I'll take care of some things. Su Yin'er nodded and sat down as Lu Wenzong stood up. Suddenly, a long iron rod appeared in his hand. He rushed upstairs, drove several girls downstairs first, and then smashed all the items in every room to pieces. After venting his anger, he returned to the living room. The 6 girls were looking at him in terror, but he didn't say anything, pulling Su Yin'er and leaving. Just as they exited the villa, a black car pulled up. 3 men got out, glanced at Lu Wenzong and Su Yin'er, and then hurried into the villa. These should be people Xia Tongtong sent over. Ignoring them, Lu Wenzong took Su Yin'er toward the fence he entered the neighborhood through earlier. Soon, the police would arrive, and he didn't want to deal with them. As for the deceased Sister Wang, someone from national security would handle it. By the time they brought Su Yin'er back to the hotel, the national security agents had already shown up. Regardless, since Xia Tongtong intervened, they didn't say much. They just asked Lu Wenzong to recount the events before leaving. Subsequently, Lu Wenzong asked Xia Tongtong to stay with Su Yin'er while he went to find District Chief Lu. District Chief Lu was smart. After hearing that his villa had been intruded upon by Lu Wenzong, he received a phone call immediately. In no time, he called his driver and headed back to the district committee compound. Gathering his wife and children, who looked confused, he rushed toward the airport by car. The discovery of his villa meant his affairs were exposed. Not only did he have multiple women hidden in his villa, but also, its value of tens of millions was questionable. If he didn't leave now, when would he? By the time Lu Wenzong reached the district compound, there was no trace of him left. Knowing this man was very likely to flee, Lu Wenzong rushed to the airport. After speeding all the way there and making inquiries, he found out the flight to the States hadn't taken off yet. Fortunate timing allowed him to begin searching for District Chief Lu's whereabouts. Since he was fleeing, he'd definitely disguise himself. While searching, Lu Wenzong called Xia Tongtong, asking her to try delaying the departure of the flight. Lu Wenzong paid no attention to various staff trying to block him, easily bypassing them without showing tickets or IDs. Before the staff could stop him, the fairy Xiao had frozen them. In the international waiting hall, he didn't see District Chief Lu's figure. Perhaps the man was hiding in some special waiting area. Moving to one side of the VIP lounge, he indeed spotted the Lu family. Lu Wenzong stayed far away, sitting behind them. Next to District Chief Lu was a middle-aged woman and a laid-back high school boy around 17 years old. Lu Wenzong gave Xiao Fairy a nod, completing her task before she retreated back into the little hole. With a slight flick of his finger, divine energy flowed through, directly sealing District Chief Lu's mouth and nose. Less than 5 seconds later, Lu Wenzong saw District Chief Lu suddenly clutching his throat and standing up. His face contorted, desperately clawing at his nose and mouth. His wife and son were frightened and quickly rose to ask him what was wrong. Surrounding passengers were also scared and hastily moved aside. Half a minute later, District Chief Lu's face turned blue-purple, and his lips were cracked from clawing but couldn't pry open. Falling to the ground, his body struggled uselessly. The more he struggled, the harder it became, depleting any remaining air within him. After a minute, District Chief Lu's struggling movements gradually weakened, and by this time his son had also brought a doctor. The doctor hurriedly attempted an emergency rescue on District Chief Lu, but unfortunately to no avail. 3 minutes later, District Chief Lu had ceased struggling. The doctors urgently called for assistance to carry him away, taking him to the medical room. After they left, Lu Wenzong also followed and waited near the medical room. About 10 minutes later, the door of the medical room opened, and District Chief Lu was quickly wheeled out toward the outside of the airport. Lu Wenzong knew that District Chief Lu was surely dead. There was nothing more that could be done at the medical room, so they were preparing to send him to the city hospital. Even though he died, Lu Wenzong felt it was not satisfying enough, thinking it was too lenient on him. Lu Wenzong left the airport and returned to Linhai City. The next day, while watching the news, he saw the report about District Chief Lu's sudden illness and death. Lu Wenzong temporarily put his mind at ease, accompanying Su Yin'er back to Gui Valley, allowing her to rest for a few days before resuming work. His work would temporarily be taken over by Xia Tongtong. Returning to Gui Valley, after spending a few days with Su Yin'er in the valley, Lu Wenzong turned back to Linhai. However, as soon as he returned to Linhai, Wu Ruhan angrily approached him. Where exactly did you look? The people there go back on their words, making it impossible to proceed with the work. What happened? Didn't we already agree? Weren't the wall constructions already started? Lu Wenzong asked. The materials were indeed piled up, but the very next day, a large batch was taken away. The construction crew just managed to set up temporary tents to stay overnight, but by early the next morning, they had been torn down. Wu Ruhan said, did the villagers do this? But wasn't there anyone responsible for guarding? Who wouldn't say that? The guards were beaten up. Moreover, they demand more money. If we don't pay, they won't let us continue working. Haven't you contacted the village committee? We did. They keep passing the buck here and there, merely going through the motions without solving any actual problems. Wu Ruhan was genuinely angry because it was evident that the village committee was colluding with the villagers and didn't intend to resolve the issues, which led the villagers to continually cause trouble and obstruct the construction. Chapter 180. Villagers disrupt the project. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to take a look, Lu Wenzong said, feeling a bit frustrated. What was Wang Xingbin thinking? Did he no longer want to cooperate? Or was he trying to keep raising the price? I think they're trying to raise the price. Moreover, these days, Wang Xingbin hasn't shown up at all. It's just the militia camp leader who's fobbing us off. You don't have to get upset. It's close to Linhai, and pursuing profit is only natural, Lu Wenzong remarked. But it can't be like this when the contract has already been signed, and the initial payments have been made. They're still causing trouble. I've made up my mind that if they continue, I will report them to the police, Wu Ruhan said angrily. No rush, we'll deal with it if it really can't be resolved. The next day, as soon as Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan arrived at Huawang village, the project manager responsible for building the fence came over. Ms. Wu, our people guarding the site were beaten again last night, and then another 2,000 yuan was stolen. This is lawlessness. I'm reporting this, and I must catch a few of them. Wu Ruhan angrily took out her phone to call the police. Initially, I planned to assess the situation, but judging from how things are going, these people obviously don't intend to resolve this properly. Stealing stuff is bad enough, but assaulting people repeatedly is even worse. Lu Wenzong was also angry and did not stop Wu Ruhan from calling the police. That's true. This is the first time I've encountered such a place. If it continues like this, there's no way we can get any work done, the project manager complained with an aggrieved face. Don't worry, it's our land, and we'll definitely solve the problem, Lu Wenzong said, then called Wang Xingbin. Wang Xingbin answered the phone, but told Lu Wenzong that he was away from the village, and if there was anything, contact other members of the village committee. Lu Wenzong hung up the phone and laughed. Wang Xingbin's words were full of fuyan, clearly not wanting to resolve the issue. In other words, the stealing incidents very likely had the tacit approval or instigation of some members of the village committee. Now what should be done? Lu Wenzong hesitated slightly. Firstly, improper handling might lead to mass incidents, which would make the matter serious. Secondly, improper handling might cause the work to be left unfinished. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lu Wenzong decided to try to divide and conquer the villagers internally. Of course, Lu Wenzong needed to teach the lazy village committee members a lesson so they wouldn't think he could be bullied because he's an outsider. In fact, Wang Xingbin was at home, fully aware of the difficulties Lu Wenzong faced because it was a result of his deliberate neglect. He wanted Lu Wenzong to be in disarray before executing his own plan. Although the village director was not an important person, he knew well that matters involving the villagers were the hardest to handle and easiest to cause trouble. So, he set a trap for Lu Wenzong. If Lu Wenzong dared to take drastic measures, waiting for him would be endless troublemaking. If Lu Wenzong tried softer methods, these kinds of problems would happen repeatedly. From Wang Xingbin's perspective, Lu Wenzong was now stuck in a conundrum, a difficult knot to untie. However, Wang Xingbin was somewhat worried because the unexpected death of Director Lu had given him a warning. So, if he wanted to successfully achieve what he desired, he must distance himself from it, making sure Lu Wenzong didn't find out it was him. Actually, he was quite scared. He always felt Director Lu had been killed by Lu Wenzong, so he was pretty apprehensive when setting traps for Lu Wenzong. He was worried he might die without reason. So after inciting the villagers to cause chaos, he hid away. On Lu Wenzong's side, the police had already arrived. However, after the policemen from Sanwang town arrived, they asked a few questions in a rather fan way and left. When Wu Ruhan questioned them, they simply left behind a note saying they'd send updates later and left without investigating among the villagers at all. Wu Ruhan was infuriated, wondering why everyone here worked in such a fan manner. It shouldn't be this way. People always said the quality of people here was high. So why was it worse than Sangzi County? What should we do now? Wu Ruhan looked towards Lu Wenzong. Cool it. Let's go back and discuss further, Lu Wenzong said nonchalantly. Not really, what about me? The construction team leader asked bitterly. Forget about the supplies for now. The construction will be suspended for a few days until I solve the problem. Then I'll inform you, Lu Wenzong said. Alright, there's no other way. Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan returned to Linhai. Wu Ruhan went to work at the company, and Lu Wenzong wandered around aimlessly for a while. After dinner, at 8 o'clock, Lu Wenzong called Wu Ruhan, and they drove to Huawang village. When they reached Huawang village, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Wu Ruhan curiously asked, why are we here? To find someone, of course. Find someone? Who? Wu Ruhan asked with confusion. Of course, we're here to find the villagers. As the two were talking, the car had already pulled up at the entrance of Huawang village. Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan got out of the car and walked towards the first house at the village entrance. According to the introduction from the construction team leader, this was the only household in the entire village that hadn't stolen materials. The other households either had bricks or piles of sand and cement outside their doors. After knocking on the door, a voice of inquiry came from inside. The door then opened, revealing a weathered face. Wang Bangwu looked at the man and woman before him with surprise, recognizing them after several seconds. He wasn't too familiar with Lu Wenzong since he rarely saw him. However, Wu Ruhan had been coming around more frequently recently, so he recognized her. Seeing the pair, Wang Bangwu knew they must have some reason for coming, so he asked, is there something you need? Uncle, may we ask you about something? Lu Wenzong directly said without beating around the bush. Oh, I see, you want to talk about the land matters, right? Actually, I don't know much about it. You should probably try someone else, Wang Bangwu responded. So, can we just chat then? Wu Ruhan interjected. Uncle, please let us come in, Lu Wenzong requested. Eventually, Wang Bangwu allowed the two of them to enter the room. In the central living area of 3 flat-roofed houses, Wang Bangwu invited them to sit down, offering Lu Wenzong a cigarette. Lu Wenzong accepted it, lit it up, and started smoking alongside Wang Bangwu as they sat together. "Uncle, is there no one else in your household anymore?" Lu Wenzong started the conversation. "My daughter is married, and my son works in another place," Wang Bangwu answered, his head bowed slightly while speaking lowly. "How many acres does your family farm?" 15 acres, and all of these have been leased to you, haven't they? By the way, I forgot to ask, how much did the village committee tell you each acre would cost? 600. Wang Bangwu answered as if it were obvious. What? 600? Shock turned into anger within Lu Wenzong's chest. Wang Xingbin, that damn liar, initially quoted 800 yuan per acre, but claimed the villagers weren't satisfied and wanted more money. Then they added another 100, making it 900. How did it turn into 600 now? Besides, their contract with the village committee clearly stated 900 per acre. Moreover, they'd signed agreements with every household, which also indicated 900. Isn't 900 written on the contract? The village committee said that 300 is the deposit, Wang Bangwu explained. Chapter 181. Lu Juanda's father steps in. Deposit? What the hell is a deposit? Lu Wenzong asked with frustration. I don't know. That's what the village committee said. Wang Bangwu replied. No matter how we guard against them, we still can't prevent them from acting. Lu Wenzong was both impressed and angry at the tricks of the village committee members. Although he had already paid the village a sum as part of the collective contract agreement, they were still manipulating the exact fees. It was truly greed. The village says that the deposit will be returned once your contract ends, Wang Bangwu said. The first contract was signed for 5 years. In 5 years' time, they might not even remember your 300 yuan. Since you've agreed to this contract, why are you hindering construction? Wu Ruhan interjected. I have no idea. Someone approached me, but I didn't agree. As people, we should value integrity. Since we've already promised to rent it out, we should honor that promise instead of going back on our word, Wang Bangwu replied seriously, clearly disapproving of what the villagers had done earlier. Lu Wenzong realized he'd found the right person. After some consideration, he asked, Do you want that 300 yuan? Of course, Wang Bangwu said. Good. Uncle Wang, you can tell the villagers that the stuff stolen before, I'll let it slide. If you all follow my arrangements, the 300 yuan will soon be issued by the village committee. What do you need us to do? Wang Bangwu asked. First, make sure the villagers agree. Then I'll tell you what to do. If everything goes as planned, and the village committee doesn't give you the money, I will pay it out. Are you serious? Wang Bangwu seemed skeptical. I gave you part of the deposit already. If this fails, the deposit is yours to keep. Lu Wenzong said. Alright, I agree. Wang Bangwu gritted his teeth and said. Lu Wenzong left 10,000 yuan as a deposit with Wang Bangwu, who would then liaise with the villagers. After Lu Wenzong and Wu Ruhan left the village, Wu Ruhan was still confused. What exactly do you want them to do? Cause trouble, of course, Lu Wenzong smiled. Will it work? Wu Ruhan worriedly asked. They're members of the village committee. They can stir up the villagers to cause problems. Why can't I incite them to? Lu Wenzong chuckled. What if they expose you? Expose me? I'm not doing anything wrong. So what harm could come from exposing me? Alright, go ahead as you wish. Wu Ruhan decided to just follow Lu Wenzong's advice. Anyway, planting wasn't urgent. It wouldn't start until May, giving them plenty of time to organize everything. Over the next few days, Lu Wenzong waited for news from Wang Bangwu, while Xia Tongtong had already secured connections to find a storefront and started cleaning and renovating it. Initially, Lu Wenzong had planned to seek someone out to treat illness, hoping to build a reputation. But Wu Ruhan refused, arguing that since he was now worth over 100 million yuan, surely there must be better methods than this simple tactic. With nothing pressing to do, Lu Wenzong wandered around Linhai, occasionally joining Li Yutao in watching underground boxing matches and earning some pocket money through him. After 4 or 5 days, Wang Bangwu hadn't sent any updates. Wu Ruhan had been contacting Wang Xingbin persistently, but Wang Xingbin kept saying he wasn't in the village. No one knew what he was up to, constantly excusing himself from being in the village and ignoring everything. Lu Wenzong decided to temporarily wait for updates from Wang Bangwu. Before receiving news from Wang Bangwu, Lu Wenzong received an update from the provincial capital instead. Both stores had been forcibly sealed off, without exception. Su Yin'er was resting in Gue Valley when her employees reported this news to her, prompting her immediate departure to the provincial capital. Unfortunately, their attempts to contact the health management department responsible for sealing the shops went unheeded. They were outright ignored. Moreover, Yuan Qingtan, recommended by Lu Wenzong to help with these difficulties, also expressed regretfully that he couldn't intervene. Lu Wenzong personally called Yuan Qingtan. Big brother, who's messing with me that even you can't handle it? I'm young, and there are some people I simply can't deal with, Yuan Qingtan apologetically replied. Lu Juanda's father? Lu Wenzong asked. Yes, it was his direct command, which I couldn't handle. Su Yin'er called me. I tried to intervene but only received the response, it's Mr. Lu's order, and was then ignored. I've told my father to see if he can provide some assistance, Yuan Qingtan responded. Thank you, big brother. Could you also explain why Lu Juanda's father chose to take action against me? Lu Wenzong questioned. Recently, the circles in the provincial capital have been saying that Lu Juanda's death is related to you. Even without evidence, do you think he would let you off easily after losing his only son? Yuan Qingtan countered. Seems like this matter won't be easily resolved, Lu Wenzong sighed. Lu Juanda's father was not like Lu Juanda. If Lu Wenzong had used unconventional means to kill him, It would only stir up some rumors and gossip, with little significant impact. However, Lu Juanda's father was different. If there was a non-natural death, it would surely attract attention from relevant departments, which could land Lu Wenzong on a blacklist. To resolve this, action must come from someone at the same level. I'll speak to my father again over these few days. You've done our family a favor, so I'm sure my father won't just sit aside, Yuan Qingtan said. Then I leave it to you, big brother. Don't mention it. When you're free, treat me to a meal. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Do you know Li Hao? He's also shouting about wanting to kill you recently. Li Hao? Does he also think it was me who killed Lu Junda? Even I think so. Otherwise, how could Lu Junda die so mysteriously? Yuan Qingtan laughed. Heaven as my witness, I didn't kill him. Lu Wenzong refused to admit. All right, you're innocent. What about Wu Yujun from Yunqing then? Big brother, you even know about that? Lu Wenzong was surprised. They've also put the blame on you. If Wu Yujun's father believes it, you'll be in trouble, Yuan Qingtan reminded him. Shit, am I that sloppy in my actions? Lu Wenzong said dejectedly, realizing he'd let slip. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingtan immediately laughed. You still say it has nothing to do with you? You're quite the skilled killer, working silently. Can you teach me someday? Big brother, stop joking around. We still need your help on the provincial capital side. Sure, if I can't help, I'll definitely get my father involved. After finishing the call with Yuan Qingtan, Lu Wenzong made another one to Su Yan'er, telling her to wait a few more days for updates. Su Yan'er felt reassured and waited for news in the provincial capital. Chapter 182, the matter escalates. Lu Wenzong was somewhat concerned. The store closure might just be the beginning. Lu Junda's father certainly wouldn't stop with just this much action. With his extensive experience navigating through political waters, his methods for suppressing others were undoubtedly plentiful. Lu Wenzong had to stay vigilant. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he'd meet his downfall. However, with the Yuan family's help in the provincial capital, things would definitely be resolved. The key issue now was how to defuse the subsequent moves of Lu Junda's father. Lu Wenzong didn't know much about Lu Junda's father, and he couldn't directly confront him either. For now, the only option was to proceed step by step. The most important thing at the moment was to set up the planting base in Linhai. A week later, Wang Bangwu finally called back. Mr. Lu, aside from 4 families I haven't persuaded yet, everyone else has agreed. Tell me, what should we do next? Uncle Wang is truly capable. Well, let those 4 go. We won't pursue them further. Tomorrow morning, bring everyone and sit on the road leading from Sanwang Town to Linhai. I'll have someone deliver the banners you'll be holding. Lu Wenzong said. All right. Lu Wenzong worked all night to find a sign-making shop to produce a bunch of banners, then personally drove them over. He wasn't worried about being discovered as the one orchestrating the villagers' unrest. After all, he had no fear. After the banners were delivered, early the next morning, Wang Bangwu led the villagers from Zayadezhai to sit on the road. In their hands, they held signs inscribed with demands for land rent payments and denunciations of the village collective. Traffic soon ground to a halt. Within half an hour, the traffic police arrived, but they were powerless against such a large crowd of villagers. There were mostly elderly people and many children, so the traffic police dared not use force. The situation quickly escalated, drawing the attention of Sanwang Town's leaders. Despite attempts at threats and inducements, the group of elderly refused to budge. If it had been younger people, they might have been more cautious, but these 60 to 70-year-old elders paid no heed to the intimidation tactics of the town's officials. Well, now the matter had become a serious issue, prompting the involvement of county-level leadership from where Sanwang Town was located. Since this was a main provincial route to Linhai, the traffic disruption caused great annoyance to those in Linhai. Before long, various departments within Linhai City became aware of the situation. After figuring out the reason behind the villagers' protest, the county leader scolded the Sanwang Town official fiercely. The Sanwang Town leaders were frustrated. They were unaware of this matter beforehand. They intended to criticize the Hua Wang Village Committee, but discovered that not a single member of the village committee had shown up. Enraged, the leaders of Sanwang Town divided tasks and began calling the Hua Wang Village Committee members one by one. In Hua Wang Village, only the militia captain remained. This man had been drinking heavily until the middle of the night, and in the early morning, was still asleep, completely oblivious to the magnitude of what had occurred. Wang Shengbin was planning his actions in Linhai when he received a call from the town. He broke into a cold sweat. Damn, this wasn't supposed to stir up trouble against Lu Wenzong, right? Why the hell did it escalate into something about guarantees? No longer able to focus on his own plans, he hastily gathered the committee members and rushed back to Sanwang Town. But halfway through his journey, he suddenly turned around. Panicking, he took out his secretly purchased BMW car. If he drove this car to appear before a group of leaders in Sanwang Town, there'd be no discussion. His fate would lead straight to jail. Returning to his home in Linhai, he swapped it for an old black Santana and headed back to Sanwang Town. As his car exited Linhai, he encountered a traffic jam, making movement impossible. Since he was familiar with the area, he quickly diverted on his smaller side roads. When he arrived at Sanwang Town, he saw a throng of villagers congregated on the road. Cars were lined up endlessly on both sides, honking continuously in a loud commotion. To his dismay, familiar government leaders stood at the front of the crowd. He hesitated, not rushing over immediately. Instead, he sat in his car and called his maternal uncle. His uncle was a county-level official. Upon answering the call from Wang Xingbin, he wasted no time before unleashing a barrage of verbal attacks. Scolded severely, Wang Xingbin didn't even get a chance to explain his purpose before the call was hung up. Wang Xingbin was extremely frustrated. Though he was active in Xizang province and had a network of connections in Linhai, they were of no use here. Often, he preferred handling matters in Linhai because he also conducted business there. Regarding his position as the head of Huawang village, it was more of a part-time role, providing him some extra income while satisfying a few minor hobbies. Now, the reason for the villagers' unrest was over 300 yuan per mu of land, but those 10,000 yuan had already been distributed. He took the lion's share, and everyone else got a fair amount as well. If the situation escalated, the entire village committee would likely be ruined. Wang Shengbin sat in his car for a long time without getting out. Then he turned his car around and returned to Linhai. After packing up his belongings, he gave some instructions to his brother-in-law, who took care of his business affairs, and then purchased an airplane ticket and rushed to the airport. As for the plan he had devised, there was no longer time to execute it. At this moment, gaining his freedom was more important. During his years as the village head, Wang Shengbin reaped significant benefits. Wang Shengbin never showed up, but the village accountant and the confused militia captain did. However, their presence didn't resolve anything because they only received a small portion of the money. Most of it went to Wang Shengbin. Since the position of the village secretary was temporarily vacant, Wang Shengbin made all the decisions on his own, with everyone else following his lead. Over these past few years, Wang Shengbin took roughly 70% of the profits, leaving only 30% for the others. Now, no one else from the village dared to show up. The accountant was dragged there, and the militia captain's brain wasn't fully awake yet, preparing to yell and scare the group of elderly people back home. But upon arriving at the scene and seeing the situation, he immediately cowered. With no one stepping forward to solve the problem from the village side, the town leaders and county leaders wasted countless words trying to persuade, but the elderly refused to listen. In their eyes, these leaders were high-ranking officials, and only promises from the village level would count. Furthermore, Wang Bangwu, as the leader, also stated that if they were to leave, each household needed to receive the initial 300 yuan, plus another 300 as compensation. 60,000 yuan was not a large sum, something the county could easily afford. However, resolving matters by handing out money every time was not ideal, as it would encourage similar situations in the future. If the withheld 300 yuan could just be directly distributed, and if possible handled by a villager, that would suffice. But now, only 2 representatives came from the village, and neither of them was the main person in charge. It was driving everyone crazy. It was already 10 in the morning, and there seemed to be no other choice. County leaders compromised first, fetching 30,000 yuan and asking the village accountant to distribute it. But the elderly wouldn't budge. They demanded 600 yuan, and giving only 300 was unacceptable, so they continued sitting. Chapter 183. This is a visit with ill intent. Lu Wenzong, who was watching the spectacle from the sidelines, made a call to Wang Bangwu and told him that it was time to withdraw. He also reminded Wang Bangwu that they could no longer interfere with their construction work in the future. Wang Bangwu had already reached an agreement with the villagers. With the money in hand and no one behind stirring things up anymore, he wouldn't cause any trouble for Lu Wenzong. After holding out for a few more minutes, Wang Bangwu accepted the suggestion and withdrew with a group of elderly men and women, along with some children. The county and town leaders finally sighed in relief, but were still fuming with anger. They held a meeting in the town's conference room to discuss the handling decision. Before the meeting was over, news came that the village chief, Wang Xingbin, was already on a plane heading to America. The county leadership was furious and immediately ordered the police to arrest him. But how could they possibly stop a plane mid-flight? Someone suggested that since the plane flying from Lehigh to America would make a layover in the capital, they should immediately contact the city's police to apprehend Wang Xingbin at the airport. Thus, Wang Xingbin, carrying his newly obtained enormous sum of money, was taken away by the police at the capital's airport, and then swiftly handed over to the West River Police Department. After further investigation, it turned out that this small-time village chief actually possessed assets exceeding 50 million yuan, which shocked everyone. Other members of the village committee were implicated as well. Even the unfortunate militia captain benefited by receiving over 1 million yuan. The entire village committee was collectively taken down, and temporary elections for village leadership were personally supervised by leaders from the county and town, taking place in Huawang village. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzong retrieved 10,000 yuan from Wang Bangwu, and the construction team officially began working. With all the villagers having received their benefits, no one came to cause disturbances anymore, and many families even returned what they had stolen. The construction team leader finally started working with peace of mind, making rapid progress without obstruction. However, Lu Wenzong left with Wu Ruhan and Xia Tongtong, returning to the provincial capital. He left only Lu Xiuxian to oversee matters in Lehigh. Back in the provincial capital, thanks to mediation by Yuan Qingtan's father, the shop closure notice was revoked, and the store finally reopened. However, things weren't about to end easily. News followed quickly that Lu Juanda's father was planning a visit to Sangzi County. Shit. He's definitely coming because of Gigu, Lu Wenzong said and rushed back to Sangzi to find Xia Zhengwo. It so happened Xia Zhengwo was looking for Lu Wenzong too, so they met in his office. Wenzong, when Lu governor visits this time, he specifically mentioned he wants to see your Gigu. You must be fully prepared for hosting, Xia Zhengwo said. I know that, but Uncle Xia, this is really about me. Lu Wenzong replied with a bitter smile. About you? What? Xia Zhengwo was confused, not knowing what feud existed between Lu governor and Lu Wenzong. I have grudges with his son. A while ago, the shop in the provincial capital was shut down due to a direct order from him, Lu Wenzong explained. That could be troublesome. If Lu governor really has it out for you, no matter how well prepared your side is, he'll likely find fault with you. If he deliberately obstructs the development of your Gigu, We don't have a good solution for that, Xia Jiangwo frowned. Previously, Xia Jiangwo didn't have much interaction with Lu governor. This inspection was suddenly announced without warning, and now it seems clear that the true goal might just be targeting Lu Wenzong's Gigu. Xia Jiangwo thus looked down upon Lu governor greatly. Holding such a high position, yet still dwelling on grievances between their children. Where will this lead him? After speaking with Lu Wenzong, Xia Jiangwo urged Lu to return to Gigu and prepare carefully, aiming to ensure there are no obvious flaws Lu governor could exploit during his inspection. After Lu Wenzong returned to Gigu, he called a meeting to convey Xia Jiangwo's instructions. Many people would arrive, so proper reception arrangements became a top priority. Their foundation was here, and if numerous obstacles appeared in Shangzi, not only would expanding become impossible, but survival itself would be a huge challenge. Even if Lu governor intended to pick fights, they needed to avoid glaring mistakes on the surface. Thus, after the meeting, Gigu got busy preparing, cleaning up the environment, posting banners, selecting reception personnel, finalizing the tour route. All these tasks required discussions among Lu Wenzong and the leaders of Gigu. These plans also had to be reported to the town and county levels for approval by their respective leaders. When everything was finally ready, 3 days had passed. Tomorrow would be the day of Lu governor's inspection, and Gigu would be the first stop. One day earlier, Lu Xiuxian returned, and Lu Wenzong asked Zhou Jingjing to stay temporarily in Lehigh to look after things, intending to send someone there once the reception work was done. On March 21st, Governor Lu and his entourage arrived at Gigu, accompanied by most of the leaders from Sanling City and Shangzi County. More than 30 cars came in total, parking in a line stretching over 100 or 200 meters from the entrance of Silicon Valley. Lu Wenzong was waiting at the gate with the leaders of various departments of Gigu. After Governor Lu got out of his car, Lu Wenzong glanced over and realized that Lu Juanda bore a striking resemblance to his father, clearly showing their familial connection. Governor Lu had a gentle expression, wearing a smile without any sign of dissatisfaction on his face. Xia Jiangwo walked up first and began introducing him. Governor Lu, this is the owner of Daqing Go Agriculture Company, Lu Wenzong. Governor Lu made an approving sound and stared at Lu Wenzong for a moment before smiling broadly and extending his hand. I've heard much about Gigu. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so young. Truly remarkable. Governor Lu, hello, you're too kind. Please come in. Lu Wenzong responded politely. Subsequently, Lu Wenzong introduced the leaders of various departments within Gigu to Governor Lu, including General Manager Wu Ruhan, Financial Director Lu Xiaoxia, Branch General Manager Su Yan'er, and External Liaison Department Head Xia Tongtong. Governor Lu shook hands with several women and then took the lead walking into Gigu. General Manager Wu Ruhan followed to introduce different aspects of Gigu while answering every question posed by Governor Lu. Governor Lu practically went everywhere in Gigu, the wildlife breeding base on the west side, the scenic zones on the east and north sides. All were visited thoroughly. He asked numerous questions, covering almost every aspect of the company. If it weren't for Lu Wenzong's prior instruction to Wu Ruhan to pay attention to confidentiality during her introductions, Governor Lu might have probed and learned every detail about Gigu. After circling around the place, Governor Lu told his subordinates that they wouldn't leave today and would stay overnight at Gigu instead. This wasn't right. Wasn't there supposed to be a visit to the new food factory, mountain goods processing plant, and oil mill in town later in the afternoon? But now they decided to stay. Lu Wenzong understood what Governor Lu was up to but couldn't refuse and had no choice but to deal with the situation cautiously. Chapter 184, Ripping Off the Mask Directly. At noon, Gigu prepared a table full of special dishes, all produced in Gigu. To be honest, Lu Wenzong was extremely annoyed inside. He knew this guy was here to cause trouble, but still had to give him a grand welcome, which made him extremely frustrated. Lu Xing never showed any sign of dissatisfaction throughout his visit, even after touring the plantation base in the evening and returning to Gigu with a smile on his face. This made Lu Wenzong even more uncomfortable, as if there was a thorn stuck in his throat. In the evening, the entire farmstead was filled with guests, including many regular visitors who lived there. The others were occupied by Lu Shang's people and leaders from the county and city levels. Although Xia Jianjun said the county would cover the expenses, Lu Wenzong didn't hold much hope. Of course, he wasn't worried about the money. It was the fact that the money was being spent on Lu Shang, which made him very uncomfortable. At 7 o'clock in the evening, just after dinner, Lu Shang's secretary approached. Mr. Lu, our Mr. Lu wants to see you. What's the matter? Lu Wenzong directly countered. Lu Shang's secretary was taken aback. Whenever Mr. Lu wanted to meet someone, all it took was a notice and they'd come running immediately. Yet this person actually dared to ask what the meeting was about. Was this normal behavior? I don't know. Mr. Lu wants to have a talk with you, but he hasn't told me the content. Let's go, said the secretary of Lu Shang. Lu Wenzong followed Lu Shang's secretary to Lu Shang's room, a luxurious VIP room on the top floor. As they entered, Lu Shang was sitting on the sofa reading a book. When Lu Wenzong walked in, he didn't even raise his head to greet him. Lu Shang's secretary retreated outside, leaving Lu Wenzong standing aside waiting for Lu Shang to speak. However, this wait lasted for over 10 minutes, during which Lu Shang did not once look up. This was clearly an attempt to make him feel humiliated. Once Lu Wenzong understood this, he no longer stood idly by. Instead, he sat down directly across from Lu Shang on the sofa. Lu Shang naturally noticed Lu Wenzong's movement since he wasn't really reading, but observing Lu Wenzong's reactions. When Lu Shang saw Lu Wenzong sit down, he put down the book and looked up at Lu Wenzong. Mr. Lu seems restless, Lu Shang said calmly. Same to you, Lu Wenzong replied sharply. Not old, but quite sharp-tongued. Lu Sheng lightly raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes cutting into Lu Wenzong like a small knife repeatedly, making one quite uncomfortable. Mr. Lu, let's stop wasting time. I can guess your purpose for coming here. Lu Wenzong said straightforwardly. So, does that mean my son's death has something to do with you? Lu Sheng asked in return. If I say no, will you believe me? No. Then that's it. What else is there to talk about? Lu Wenzong mocked sarcastically. Since they've already moved against him, there was no point in further pretense. It was utterly hypocritical. Do you have so little patience? Lu Sheng gave Lu Wenzong a disdainful glance, no longer considering the person before him as his equal. A veteran of political struggles for many years, having confronted countless formidable opponents, he thought the impatience and lack of tactics displayed by this young man rendered him insignificant. It must have been his hot-headed son who fell victim to someone like him. Still, what troubled Lu Sheng was how Lu Wenzong managed to kill his son without raising suspicion. The police couldn't uncover any evidence linking Lu Wenzong to his son's death. But Li Hao assured him that Jun Da's demise was due to Lu Wenzong's doing. From Li Hao, Lu Sheng learned of their enmity and gained a rough understanding of Lu Wenzong's background. After graduating from university, Lu returned to his hometown to start a business and, within 2 years, established the largest agricultural company in Shangzi and even the city of Sanling, worth billions. He also bought some of Lu Wenzong's products to test them out. They were indeed top-notch, of high quality. He was confident that Lu Wenzong had a secret method for planting these exceptional crops. While Lu Sheng wasn't interested in the formula itself, he was highly curious about how Lu Wenzong had managed to kill his son silently and without a trace. Closing the store was merely a small test to check if anyone influential stood behind Lu Wenzong. He was aware that Yuan Xingtan's parents had attended the opening of Lu's shop last time, but he believed it was merely a courtesy gesture and hadn't considered them significant connections for Lu Wenzong. Now it seemed that Yuan family might indeed be the cornerstone of Lu Wenzong's influence in the provincial capital. However, Lu Xing wasn't afraid of the Yuan clan because he himself had backing from someone even more powerful. The outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Due to the intervention of the Yuan family, he needed to revise his original plan step by step. In truth, dealing with Lu Wenzong wouldn't even require Lu Sheng's personal involvement. Anyone could easily crush Lu Wenzong, akin to squashing an ant. But with Yuan family meddling, it appeared that he needed to personally arrange some matters. It's not that I have little patience, but rather there is no need for us to continue this conversation. You've already concluded that I'm the murderer of your son, and you surely won't let me go. Are you trying to make me submit to you, or are you giving me an ultimatum? Lu Wenzong said. If you could confess your crimes, perhaps I can offer you a way out, Lu Xing said. Sorry, I have nothing to confess because your son's death has nothing to do with me. Besides, your son deserved his fate. You, as his father, failed to educate him properly, and instead of feeling ashamed, you protect him everywhere. People like you will eventually get what you deserve, Lu Wenzong blurted out without beating around the bush. Lu Sheng threw the book in his hand to the ground with a slap and stood up angrily. Young man, are you lecturing me? Am I wrong? Can you say that you educated your son well? Was he not causing trouble for women every day? Lu Sheng was furious. He stepped forward, ready to slap Lu Wenzong across the face. But how could Lu Wenzong let him succeed? Grabbing his wrist, Lu Wenzong continued. You're not young anymore, having floated in the official circles for decades, influenced by numerous thoughts, and always preaching righteousness. Did you follow through? How did someone like you manage to rise to such a position? You betrayed the country and the people, and more so, your parents who raised you. Your parents provided you with education, allowing you to attain high learning and reach your current status, yet you have brought up a son of poor character. You don't deserve to be a father, or even a person. Lu Wenzong spoke endlessly, scolding Lu Sheng mercilessly. Lu Sheng was left completely stunned, his face flushed in fear. If Lu Wenzong hadn't been holding his wrist, he might have fainted from anger. All right, I've said my piece. Now what do you plan to do? Bring it on, Lu Wenzong said as he released Lu Sheng's wrist and turned to leave. Chapter 185, A Detailed Conspiracy. The moment he returned to the provincial capital, he called Tu Mingtian, the deputy secretary he had promoted in Sanling City, to come to the provincial capital. He and Tu Mingtian talked in the office for almost 2 hours, which greatly surprised his secretary. Lu Sheng had never talked with a subordinate for so long, so this time the matter should be quite significant. After Tu Mingtian finished talking with Lu Sheng, he quickly returned to Sanling City. Although they had talked for a long time, neither of them was very clear on how exactly to deal with Lu Wenzong, because behind Lu Wenzong stood another major figure. Perhaps Lu Sheng wasn't afraid, but Tu Mingtian couldn't afford not to consider it. However, the task assigned by Lu Sheng still needed to be carried out, which left Tu Mingtian quite troubled. If he could accomplish the task assigned by Lu Sheng, he would avoid many detours in his future path. But if this matter were discovered by the powerful person behind Lu Wenzong, then all likelihoods indicated that his political career would soon end. Tu Mingtian didn't sleep the entire night, constantly wavering about what to do. Firstly, he couldn't involve himself too deeply, or it would lead to great trouble. Secondly, someone else must continue working on this matter. But once someone else is involved, there will be more unstable factors. Unable to think of any good ideas, Tu Mingtian could only discuss it with the people closest to him. In Sanling City, Tu Mingtian had a very close friend, Shang Huajian. Shang Huajian was the boss of Fengtian Advertising Company in Sanling City, occupying nearly 80% of the advertising resources across the 4 counties and 1 district in Sanling City. This had no small connection to Shang Huajian's strong background. Of course, Shang Huajian was very low-key, and not many people in Sanling City knew him. Certainly, in a place like Sanling City, even an advertising company that monopolizes all resources wouldn't be too large-scale or have excessive funds. However, Shang Huajian was quite content with everything he owned and had no intention of expanding. He was simply holding on to his territory. Nevertheless, as Shang Huajian's most intimate friend, Tu Mingtian knew him quite thoroughly. Many people didn't know that besides his advertising company, Shang Huajian also owned a transportation company. Although this transportation company wasn't in Sanling City, but in Yunqing. Tu Mingtian met Shang Huajian at a private club in Sanling City. Seeing Tu Mingtian's perplexed expression, Shang Huajian smiled and asked, "Brother Tu, what's wrong? Why are you so worried? I've encountered a major issue. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother you to deliberate on it," Tu Mingtian said gloomily. He was only 48 years old and believed that with Lu Shang's support, he had a good chance to advance further in this term. He wanted to seize this opportunity, but was filled with worry. "Did Provincial Secretary Lu ask you to carry out a difficult task?" Shang Huajian laughed and asked. "Yes. There's discord between Secretary Lu and a local entrepreneur. Secretary Lu has assigned me the task of dealing with that businessman. He emphasized that it must reach the point where the man's family is utterly ruined." Tu Mingtian sighed helplessly. "Who is that person?" "Lu Wenzong, the owner of Dekingu Agricultural Company, also known as the backer of our health product shop in Sanling City. Isn't he the one who spent tens of millions on a bowl during the municipal charity gala?" Shang Huajian asked in return. "That's right. It's him," Tu Mingtian replied. "It shouldn't be too hard then." Shang Huajian didn't know much about Lu Wenzong, subconsciously assuming he was just a regular business owner. It might not be difficult to deal with him alone, but do you know who stands behind him? "Who?" "Secretary Lu's superior." Tu Mingtian pointed upwards. Shang Huajian paused for a second, then chuckled again. "No wonder you're so troubled. This really isn't easy to handle. If you deal with Lu Wenzong, you offend Secretary Yuan. If you don't deal with Lu Wenzong, you offend Secretary Lu. Anyway, no matter what, your situation won't be pleasant. It's exactly this way. That's why I'm so distressed." Tu Mingtian kept laughing bitterly. "You need to first consider which side you stand on. Otherwise, there's no way to resolve this issue," Shang Huajian remarked. "I don't know which side to take, since either way, I won't satisfy anyone. Still, make up your mind. Only after careful consideration can you move to the next step. At present, I can't offer you any advice," Shang Huajian responded. "Well, then analyze it for me." Tu Mingtian helplessly sought assistance. "All right, let me analyze it for you." Shang Huajian paused for a while before continuing. "Who played the role that got you to your current position?" "It's obviously Secretary Lu." "Good. How's your relationship with Secretary Yuan?" Shang Huajian questioned. "It's just a simple superior-subordinate relationship. Do you think Governor Yuan doesn't know that you're Secretary Lu's man? You need to realize that when you took this position, it directly shoved aside the person Governor Yuan intended to promote. Do you think Governor Yuan will have any good feelings towards you? Since there can be no cooperation between you and Governor Yuan, why not fully rely on Secretary Lu's side? Although Governor Yuan is Secretary Lu's superior, Secretary Lu's power isn't weaker than Governor Yuan's. So, your meaning is for me to stand with Secretary Lu and fully accomplish this task?" Tu Mingtian said. "Yes, of course. I already mentioned it before, didn't I? Even if you don't go against Lu Wenzong, there's no possibility of cooperation between you and Governor Yuan. Why not do this to gain Secretary Lu's support?" "All right, I understand, but I still don't have too many ideas on how to do it." "What exactly does Lu Wenzong do?" Shang Huajian asked. "An agriculture company. He grows crops," Tu Mingtian said naturally. "Yes, growing crops. He produces food. So let's start from here. Our ultimate goal is to destroy his company and make him disappear from the world. The more severe the incident, the better." Poisoning. Tu Mingtian was also startled by Shang Huajian's idea. If something happened, it wouldn't be a small issue. Unless you hire someone to kill him outright, but otherwise, unless you cause some major trouble, how can you collapse his company and get rid of him? By the way, we can try this. Then Shang Huajian explained the two so-called plans he had thought of. After hearing Shang Huajian's plan, Tu Mingtian was highly impressed. Poisoning could not only clear his connection to the matter, but also openly confront Lu Wenzong. It really was a clever idea. The two then discussed some more detailed issues, taking all aspects of the situation into consideration. However, after all the steps were considered, Tu Mingtian frowned and asked in confusion. "But, who should we send to carry out the poisoning?" Chapter 186, The New Deputy Manager Candidate. "I can find someone for you. Of course, I cannot contact them directly, and I do not want to get involved in this," Shang Huajian said. "Are you a good brother? Did I forget about you when good things came my way? Besides, if it weren't for me helping you open doors in your risky business, would you have achieved what you have today? That's not very meaningful." Tu Mingtian replied. "One thing at a time. I can see that this matter involves some dangers behind the scenes. Lu Wenzong is well known in our province and acclaimed as a divine doctor with a lot of support. Although I agree with you dealing with him, you must be cautious and by no means should you expose yourself." Shang Huajian reminded. "I understand, but you must help me find someone to poison him. There are more ruthless people under you, so I trust your judgment on who to choose." Tu Mingtian was being unreasonable here. All right, I'll find someone for you. However, I won't take responsibility if something goes wrong." "That's natural," Tu Mingtian agreed. After parting ways with Shang Huajian, Tu Mingtian felt much better. It seemed he had chosen the right person. With Shang Huajian's help, it would be easier to accomplish the task assigned by Governor Lu. With many capable and ruthless individuals under Shang Huajian, the poisoning job would be like a piece of cake. Next, it was his turn to act. Once the incident unfolded, relations with all relevant departments must be managed properly to ensure Lu Wenzong is taken down immediately, giving him no chance to rise again. For several days, Lu Wenzong remained in Gue Valley without stepping out. Wu Ruhan also stayed in Gue Valley, leaving Xia Tongtong in charge at Linhai. As the leader of the External Relations Department, her main role was to handle publicity rather than monitoring the progress of the planting bases all the time. Lu Wenzong intended to appoint Xia Tongtong as the company's vice manager to ease Wu Ruhan's workload. As the company grew in size, Wu Ruhan alone found herself swamped with work, truly exhausted. I agree with your idea. Tongtong is competent enough to shoulder the responsibilities of the deputy manager position. Wu Ruhan immediately agreed with Lu Wenzong's proposal. She was genuinely tired since Lu Wenzong didn't bother asking about company matters, leaving her to handle all big and small affairs. Having someone share her burden would be ideal. What about the External Relations Department? We don't currently have any qualified candidates to fill that position. Lu Wenzong expressed his concern. Actually, I have someone in mind, but there are risks, Wu Ruhan responded. Who? What kind of risk? Lu Wenzong was confused. Lin Jiejia. Wu Ruhan mentioned an unexpected name. This is indeed a high-risk choice. Everyone in Sangzi knows Lin Jiejia is deceased, so if she suddenly appears, wouldn't it cause a huge commotion? Lu Wenzong remarked. But Lin Jiejia could make an excellent candidate. She has been factory manager for many years and is fully capable. How about this? Let Lin Jiejia serve as company vice manager while granting Xia Tongtong a title to oversee the External Relations Department and Sales Department tasks. Then, Lin Jiejia could remain stationed in Gue Valley, avoiding going out, which would reduce a lot of trouble, Wu Ruhan suggested. Well, it seems you're trying to take it easy. Lu Wenzong laughed. Su Yenner was now the general manager of Daxingyu Agriculture Company and health goods chain stores, like a prominent regional official. Her influence shone brightly. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuxian, as the company's financial director, held significant power, a position comparable to Wu Ruhan's. Currently serving as the manager of the External Relations Department, Xia Tongtong held a lower status compared to the other girls within the company. Therefore, Wu Ruhan's suggestion gave Lu Wenzong an excellent reason to balance the relationships between them. Lu Wenzong approved Wu Ruhan's recommendation, yet whether Lin Jiejia would agree to take up the position of vice manager remained uncertain. After all, Lin Jiejia resided on Xiaolong Mountain and wasn't officially a staff member of Gue Valley, thus requiring her opinion. I think you should personally ask her opinion, Wu Ruhan proposed. Alright, I'll go visit her this afternoon. By the way, has the land on Xiaolong Mountain all been cultivated? Not a single place left empty. Lin Jiejia manages the maintenance of fruit trees there, leading a relatively leisurely life. Good, that works. Oh, regarding Hongban Village's request for contracting cooperation, we should decline it, Lu Wenzong stated. Why? Although Hongban Village has some poor lands, they still own a large section suitable for extensive planting at the mountaintop, which benefits our company, Wu Ruhan questioned. Now that we've secured the land around Gue Valley, the villagers have reaped the benefits. Hongban Village can't stay aloof anymore and wants to get a share of the profits. But, have you forgotten how much the annual rent was for the Western Peak we leased? Have you forgotten how they previously rejected our offer to cooperate? Acting out of spite. We're in business. We can't afford to act on emotions. Wu Ruhan smiled. No matter what, we should ignore them for now. Lu Wenzong firmly said. Alright, boss, I'll follow your decision. Wu Ruhan nodded in agreement. After lunch, Lu Wenzong strolled alone towards Xiaolong Mountain. Everyone he encountered along the way greeted him warmly. Unfortunately, there were many people he didn't recognize. However, they all knew him, calling him Mr. Lu respectfully. As he arrived at the foot of Xiaolong Mountain, he looked up at the dense orchards covering the mountain, recalling his first time climbing it. In other places, fruit trees were only sprouting tender buds, but on Xiaolong Mountain, the trees were lush and green, some even bursting with flowers. The four sides of Xiaolong Mountain were planted with different kinds of fruit trees. The south side had peach trees, where pink peach blossoms were blooming beautifully. To the east were apple trees, and to the west were pear trees, while to the north lay the grape vineyard. Atop the mountain, some rare fruit varieties that Lu Wenzong had purchased were also cultivated. Following the old path upward, he saw three middle-aged women trimming branches. Upon spotting Lu Wenzong, they paused their work to greet him. They were all villagers who knew him well. Mr. Wenzong, are you looking for Manager Lin? A middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Yes, I need to speak with her. Manager Lin is over at the grape vineyard, the aunt replied. Thanks, Auntie, Lu Wenzong said, and continued walking uphill. Including Lin Jiejia, there were 6 employees on Xiaolong Mountain responsible mainly for maintenance and care. When it came to harvesting, the 6 of them couldn't handle it alone, so the company would need to hire more hands. Reaching the summit, Lu Wenzong took a brief look around before heading toward the grape vineyard located on the northern slope. Placing the vineyard here wasn't optimal as the northern side received less sunlight, especially during short winter days when sunlight was limited. However, choosing the north slope not only offered a more gentle terrain, but Lu Wenzong's grape cultivation relied more on the water from his mini plow rather than sunlight, thus reducing the impact of insufficient light exposure. As Lu Wenzong approached the vineyard, Lin Jiejia and a middle-aged aunt appeared smiling broadly. Spotting Lu Wenzong standing ahead, both stopped and looked at him. Manager Lin, Mr. Lu is probably here to see you, the aunt said before moving aside. Chapter 187, Talking to Lin Jiejia. It's been a long time. Chen Fei walked up with a smile. It's been a long time, Mr. Lu. Lin Jiejia gave a reserved smile, feeling rather awkward. In this period, she had been living on Little Dragon Mountain, leading a very simple life, so plain that it almost made her forget her former identity. She found herself increasingly fond of such days, working from sunrise to sunset, enjoying a simple and ordinary existence. The past hardships seemed to have faded with the rising and setting sun on Little Dragon Mountain. Now she was technically dead and could not venture outside for fear of being recognized, a major trouble if it happened. And it seemed she no longer intended to leave. She was prepared to spend the rest of her life here. Since moving to Little Dragon Mountain, she hadn't seen Lu Wenzong at all. Time passed, and she assumed he had forgotten about her. Thus, when Lu Wenzong suddenly showed up, she was momentarily surprised. Let's find a place to talk. Come around back, there's a nice spot, Lin Jieji said. Leading the way, the two followed the grapevine garden down the mountain. At the halfway point, the terrain abruptly changed, forming a natural step-like pattern beneath the grape trellises. Beneath one row of trellises were several artificial stone benches, adding a poetic touch to the setting. The two sat on separate stone benches, gazing toward a mountain peak in the north that already showed signs of greenery. Behind that peak lay land contracted by Guegu Valley. Were it not for the intervening mountain, the land owned by Guegu would directly merge with Little Dragon Mountain. Do you feel at home here? Chen Fei broke the silence first. It's great. I like this kind of life, Lin Jieji replied. That's good. I was worried you might not adjust well. I don't have to think about anything complicated. Life is regular. Labor isn't heavy. I'm not tired most days. It's hard not to like it. Have you thought about doing something? Do something? But I can't show my face, can I? Lin Jieji questioned curiously. Not yet, but I've already asked someone to arrange a new ID card for you. Your old ID has been officially marked as deceased by people I've entrusted. What do you want me to do? Lin Jieji asked. To serve as our company's vice president and oversee all operations at Guegu Base. Aren't you already equipped with a general manager handling matters at Guegu? In the future, we need to expand our cultivation bases out of town. The workload there will increase significantly. Wu Ruhan cannot handle everything alone. If you can take charge of the operations here at Guegu, she will be free to leave and handle business elsewhere. I'm not sure. Lin Jieji paused, looking up at the mountains and murmured with some confusion. For her, escaping from the family that felt more like a hellish dungeon, being able to live such a peaceful life was more than enough. Yet, she didn't quite fancy getting entangled again in endless work commitments. However, due to Lu Wenzong's life-saving grace, she couldn't easily decline his request. I am consulting your opinion, of course, and if you don't agree, I won't force you. Take your time, and certainly not immediately. Once you acquire your new identity, we can then revisit the matter. What will be my new identity? Lin Jieji suddenly asked. The daughter of an elderly couple from our village who have passed away, surname Lu, named Lu Meisher. Thank you. Under the intentional or unintentional guidance of topics by Lu Wenzong, Lin Jieji provided some comments regarding the development at Guegu. In her view, Guegu's success seemed somewhat unbelievable, not just because of high productivity, but also because the fruit harvest cycles were far shorter compared to others. Fruits in general were harvested once per year, whereas in Guegu, they had harvests monthly, utterly defying conventional understanding. The most critical point was the exceptional taste of their fruits. They retained freshness much longer than average products. With such advantageous conditions, how could sales of Guegu's goods ever become an issue? Of course, restrictions on Guegu's growth weren't absent. Notably, the transportation infrastructure was inadequate, and its influence area remained too narrow. Consequently, significant effort had to be invested into developing planting bases elsewhere, increasing operational costs for the company. Furthermore, Lu Wenzong's current organizational structure wasn't optimally designed and needed reform. Naturally, these were all her observations. Whether suitable for Lu Wenzong's company or not remained uncertain. The two talked for quite some time, over 2 hours. The sun had already started setting to the west. They left the grape garden and returned to the rooms atop the mountain. Everything was unchanged. Offices were still offices, and resting areas still served their function. Lu Wenzong took a casual look around and was about to leave, waiting for Lin Jieji's consideration result. Have dinner here tonight. I'll cook, as a thank you, Lin Jieji invited. The company provided food and accommodation for almost all full-time employees, so on Little Dragon Mountain, Lin Jieji was the only one eating here. During the evenings, a few aunties would take turns coming over to keep her company since being alone on the mountain could be quite frightening. All right, I'll try your cooking then. Lu Wenzong nodded with a smile and agreed. After Lu Wenzong agreed, Lin Jieji began busily preparing the meal. All the groceries were delivered by the company's procurement staff, changing daily, but generally following the standard of 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup per person. Since Lu Wenzong was here today, Lin Jieji prepared a few extra dishes. Just as the sun reached the top of the western hill, Lin Jieji had finished cooking. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. This meal is a bit early, isn't it? Lu Wenzong joked. We can eat slowly. Lin Jieji smiled in return. Then let's dig in and try your cooking. Sitting at the table, the two felt somewhat awkward, exchanging a glance before breaking into smiles. Throughout the meal, their conversation was sporadic, making them both feel rather uncomfortable. Despite this awkwardness, they ended up spending 2 hours on the meal until the food had gone completely cold. After the meal, Lu Wenzong returned to Guegu Valley first, awaiting Lin Jieji's decision. 2 days passed without any developments in Lu Province. Lin Jieji called Lu Wenzong after 2 days, agreeing to take up the position of vice president. Though Lu Wenzong was pleased, he didn't immediately appoint Lin Jieji, instead waiting for her new ID card and household registration documents. In the county, Xia Jianjun personally helped expedite the processing of the new identity card and household registration. Xia Jianjun found an extremely trustworthy person to handle the matter, ensuring that the number of people aware of the situation remained minimal. 5 days had passed since Lu left, still with no movements. Meanwhile, Lin Jejia was ready to step into her new role. When Lu Wenzong handed over the new household registration book and ID card to Lin Jejia, she burst into uncontrollable tears, confusing Lu Wenzong. Chapter 188. Something serious happened. For Lin Jejia, her previous life was something she wanted to forget, and death seemed like the best escape. And indeed, she had died once before, but was revived by Lu Wenzong, which for her marked a new beginning. However, although staying on Xiaolong Mountain granted her freedom, she couldn't appear in public. Now, with her new identity, she could step out boldly. Lu Wenzong left Xiaolong Mountain with Lin Jejia, went to Gue Valley, gathered middle-level leaders and employee representatives there, and announced the appointment of Lin Jejia, now known as Lu Meisher, as the company's vice president to assist Wu Ruhan in managing the company. Not many people at Gue Valley knew Lin Jejia. Since Lu Wenzong said she was Lu Meisher, then she was Lu Meisher. After Lu Meisher became the company's vice president, Wu Ruhan went to Langhai to oversee the management of their planting base there. But on the 3rd day after Lu Meisher was appointed as the vice president, Zhou Hao called. "Mr. Lu, something big happened. Our shop was smashed." There was a hint of crying in Zhou Hao's voice. "How did it get smashed again? Who did it?" Lu Wenzong felt quite frustrated. "They were all our previous customers. They smashed our shop and are still gathering at the shop's entrance." "Why?" Poisoned. Lots of customers got poisoned after eating the stuff we sold at our shop. The hospitals in the city are filled with people, and relevant authorities have already intervened in the investigation." Zhou Hao said anxiously. "Poisoning? Again poisoning? No creativity whatsoever," Lu Wenzong said. "My dear Mr. Lu, this has gotten serious now. It's not just 1 or 2 people poisoned, it's hundreds. If I hadn't arrived late today, I would probably have been beaten to death. Thankfully, our shop assistants are all girls. Otherwise, they would surely have been assaulted too," Zhou Hao said. "I'll head over immediately. Also, you should hide immediately and secretly find out what really happened. This situation won't be as simple as it looks," Lu Wenzong said. "All right, understood," Zhou Hao replied. After hanging up, he explained the situation briefly to Lin Jejia. "No, it should be Lu Meisher," and drove towards Sanling City. Xiuxian also followed along because as the general manager of the chain store, she had to be present. When they reached Sanling City at noon, the car parked far from the shop. They could see that the shop's entrance was packed with men and women numbering about 1 to 2,000 people. Such an enormous crowd significantly disrupted business operations of surrounding shops. Zhou Hao sent a text message during the trip saying the police had already approached him. However, Lu Wenzong arrived right at that moment, narrowly missing the police officers who had just gone to pick up Zhou Hao. By now, Zhou Hao was already at the police station, where he would certainly need to explain the details as the responsible person of the shop. Lu Wenzong stepped out of the car, intending to go to the shop. Xiuxian pulled his arm, worriedly saying, "It's very dangerous, you shouldn't go. What if they're irrational and hurt you?" "Don't worry, I trust them, and I trust myself," Lu Wenzong responded. "Then let me handle this instead. After all, I'm the general manager," Xiuxian proposed. "But I am still the boss," Lu Wenzong finished and walked toward the shop. As Lu Wenzong neared, someone finally noticed him. Immediately, the entire crowd erupted in excitement and surged toward Lu Wenzong. Many began yelling curses nonstop, utterly forgetting that Lu Wenzong had previously given them healthy bodies. In an instant, Lu Wenzong was submerged in the crowd. Before he could say anything, his body was shoved back and forth. Some enraged individuals even attempted to throw punches at him, fortunately deterred by more rational members among the mob. Stopping only when he reached the steps in front of the shop door, Lu Wenzong glanced inside to see chaos everywhere. Sighing deeply, he realized that this must have been Lu Province's move. His products simply could not contain poison. Last time, Zhang Qiangli's father was poisoned, but it wasn't due to ingesting something. Rather, it was a drug injected deliberately. Clearly, this time, things had been tampered with inside the shop. Turning around to face the angry crowd, Lu Wenzong harbored no anger within himself. He lowered his hand to signal quiet so he could start speaking. Lu Wenzong's fame in Sanling City was immense. Virtually everyone knew him. Of course, having received Lu Wenzong's numerous favors, people generally respected him. Had it not been for this incident of poisoning, they wouldn't have caused such disturbance. During the disturbance, emotional instability caused by worry over family members was understandable, thus Lu Wenzong didn't mind. "For several years, I've treated people here in Sanling City, and for several years, you've bought my products. Take a moment and reflect. If your bodies have become healthier year by year, have there ever been any issues?" After Lu Wenzong's question, the crowd immediately fell silent. For over 2 years, the health products they consumed had brought them robust bodies. Because of this, many pharmacies in Sanling City were forced to close down. Ordinarily, whenever people caught headaches, fevers, colds, or diarrhea, such ailments would stay far away after they started purchasing the wellness foods cultivated by Lu Wenzong. Thus, the crowd had grown increasingly confident in Lu Wenzong's products. But the occurrence of this mass poisoning incident began to make them doubt him. After hearing what Lu Wenzong said, the crowd was at a loss as to who to believe. Just as Lu Wenzong finished speaking, a man loudly shouted, "The doctor said there's an unknown substance in your food. This thing benefits the body in the short term, but if eaten too much, it will cause poisoning and even death." "Is that so? Which doctor? Let him show us the inspection report." Lu Wenzong immediately spotted the speaker, a young man in his 20s. He took note of the youth's face, summoning the little fairy to prepare to follow the young man later. Do you have an inspection report? The young man continued to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a chorus of approval from the crowd, all clamoring for Lu Wenzong to present the inspection report. Lu Wenzong again pressed his hands down to silence the crowd. Once the scene quieted, he spoke. I can send the items from my shop for inspection right in front of everyone. Moreover, I suspect that Bernie has tampered with the goods in the store, so I'll also send the items from the warehouse for inspection. I'll wait here until the results come out. If you're not impatient, you can also stay and wait with me. I sell these things. If I slow down, how could I rely on this item to make money? Would I sabotage myself by selling something that poisons all of you and ruins my source of income? We don't trust your explanation. Right now, our relatives are lying unconscious in the hospital. You must take responsibility for this. Another young man yelled. You must be held responsible. Many voices roared in unison. If it turns out this poisoning is my fault, I'll take full responsibility willingly. For every life lost, I'll commit suicide to atone for my sins, Lu Wenzong said. Chapter 189. Is there something fishy going on? Upon hearing Lu Wenzong's claim, the crowd fell silent. In reality, many people were willing to trust Lu Wenzong, as this divine doctor was not a mere rumor, but an authentic miracle worker who had helped countless regain their health. Blah blah, who believes that nonsense? The young man, noticing the silence growing in the crowd, quickly shouted loudly. Yeah, baseless claims, who would believe it? Another young man echoed, raising his voice in agreement. The initially silent crowd became noisy again due to these two young men. It appeared they were intentionally stirring up trouble. Judging from the situation, the poisoning incident was almost certainly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Lu Wenzong, with a stern expression, stared sharply at the young man, who hastily lowered his head. Chun Fei knew that he should make no move at present. Otherwise, he'd provoke a backlash from everyone. What do I need to do for you all to trust me? Lu Wenzong asked loudly to the group. Commit suicide now and apologize. The young man shouted. This statement caused the crowd to become even more restless. Everyone began discussing among themselves and looked carefully at the young man who spoke out. The young man, realizing he might have said something wrong, immediately lowered his head and started retreating backward. If I kill myself right now, then the truth will never be uncovered. Be reassured, I intend to make my living here in Sanling City. I won't destroy my own foundation. Please believe me and disperse for now. I will give all of you a satisfactory explanation, Lu Wenzong said again. Without the young man causing chaos, the crowd paused in silence for a moment before an old man spoke up. Little Lu, I trust you. Upon seeing this elder, Lu Wenzong smiled. It was the retired cadre from whom he once sought information about Deputy Mayor Chun. With his lead, some elderly individuals who often interacted with Lu Wenzong during his street stall days offered vocal support and gradually dispersed. Having one person take the lead, others followed suit and left as well. After a few minutes, there were only a few policemen remaining at the shop entrance. Those policemen neither approached Lu Wenzong nor left. They merely waited nearby. Lu Wenzong and Su Yenner walked into the shop. The employees who had been observing from afar also returned. Together with Lu Wenzong and Su Yenner, they cleaned up the shop. It took them over an hour to tidy everything up. Many items had been damaged and needed repurchasing. Fortunately, the warehouse hadn't been affected, so there were still enough supplies for the next opening day. Once finished cleaning, the employees gathered around Lu Wenzong, asking frantically how the situation should be resolved. Before Lu Wenzong could console the panicked staff, a group of people walked in through the main entrance. Among them were 4 police officers led by Li Yuru. It just so happened that this mass poisoning case was under Li Yuru's jurisdiction. Lu Wenzong. Li Yuru approached him, speaking with a serious tone. You want my cooperation for the investigation, right? No need for more words. I'll go with you. Lu Wenzong finished speaking and stood up, walking towards Li Yuru. Big brother, I'll go too. Su Yenner stepped forward, clinging onto Lu Wenzong's arm. Do you think the police station is a place we can enter freely like our home? You shouldn't tag along unnecessarily. Go buy the damaged goods with the others. Prepare for the reopening, Lu Wenzong said, smiling. Su Yenner obediently let go of Lu Wenzong and stayed behind. Lu Yuru glanced deeply at Su Yenner and followed Lu Wenzong out of the shop. Reaching the entrance, Li Yuru instructed her 3 subordinate police officers to ride another vehicle, while she personally drove off with Chun Fei towards the police station. As soon as the car door closed, Li Yuru questioned Lu Wenzong irritably. What went wrong? Another poisoning event occurred, and this time it involved a large number of people. Hundreds. The situation is serious, and word has reached the provincial level. I have no clue either, damn it. Lu Wenzong replied unhappily. The province already sent down orders. Responsible persons in charge of producing such harmful food, specifically you, must be dealt with severely, Li Yuru informed him. Without asking, I know who gave this instruction. Wasn't it Lu Province? Lu Wenzong remarked. Yes, it was him. What's up? Something shady going on. Li Yuru responded, surprised. Have you heard of Lu Sheng's son Lu Juanda? His son died, and he believes I'm responsible for it. Hence he despises me. Lu Wenzong simply explained the cause. That makes sense. Let me tell you, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble this time. With Lu Sheng's directive, the Bureau will undoubtedly try its best to find a way to convict you. Even if this case was unjust toward you, you're bound to suffer heavy losses, Li Yuru warned. Don't worry. Trying to send me to prison or kill me isn't within his power. Yes, his position grants considerable influence, but these aren't the times when black can be called white at will, Lu Wenzong confidently declared. You mustn't be complacent. Let me tell you, I can't cover this up for you. No worries. Just handle the official matters as usual, and I've already arranged things on my side. When the crowd dispersed, Lu Wenzong had already sent Little Fairy to trail those two young men. He believed results would soon come. Li Yiru turned into a nagging old woman along the way, babbling endlessly to Lu Wenzong. After they arrived at the police station, Li Yiru personally recorded Lu Wenzong's statement. However, Lu Wenzong had nothing much to say since he genuinely knew nothing about the matter. After recording the statement, Lu Wenzong wasn't allowed to leave, citing the severity of the incident, demanding that he be detained for 48 hours. If within 48 hours no evidence was found against Lu Wenzong, he could go. If it was found, then Lu Wenzong wouldn't be able to escape this mess. However, under Li Yiru's tough efforts for his bail, Lu Wenzong was released, but with a strict restriction not to leave Sanling City. The first thing Lu Wenzong did after leaving the police station was heading to the city hospital. Meanwhile, Li Yiru sent all the items responsible for the poisonings, along with what was preserved in Lu Wenzong's warehouse, off for professional examination. Upon arriving at the city's first people's hospital, Lu Wenzong noticed the bustling flow of people there. Fortunately, until this point, no fatalities had occurred from the poisonings. Otherwise, the situation would have worsened significantly. After asking the receptionist, he learned these poisoned patients were all in the internal medicine ward, following the signs accordingly. As Lu Wenzong just ascended to the third floor and exited the stairwell, he suddenly saw a nurse dash out from the corridor. That nurse rushed to the doctor's office door and pushed it open forcefully, shouting loudly, "Patient number 65 is experiencing acute heart failure and needs immediate surgery." A few doctors immediately burst out from the doctor's office and dashed toward one end of the corridor. Lu Wenzong hurriedly followed them, reaching the room door where doctors and nurses already wheeled the patient out, rushing towards the elevator. Chapter 190. Someone died anyway. Lu Wenzong hurriedly followed, but as he was about to step into the elevator, a nurse pushed him out. "Emergency surgery, take the next one. Maybe you can't save him, but I can." Lu Wenzong stepped into the elevator again. "What a joke, get out now, don't delay us from saving lives." The nurse was angry and pushed again. Lu Wenzong understood her behavior and didn't mind it. Instead, he dodged and walked to the patient's side. The elevator doors closed. Even if Lu Wenzong wanted to go out, it would be impossible now. However, two doctors blocked him, not allowing him to approach the patient. "If you keep delaying, he will really die," Lu Wenzong shouted. "What nonsense, are you a doctor?" A male doctor angrily yelled. "I don't have time for your nonsense." After saying that, Lu Wenzong activated his divine energy and directly sealed the limbs of the two doctors in front of him. Lu Wenzong bypassed their bodies, took out a small bottle from his bosom, went in front of the patient's head, opened the mouth, and poured the liquid in. After pouring several times, Lu Wenzong put away the small bottle and stood aside. The elevator arrived at the 6th floor and stopped. As soon as the elevator door opened, the patient woke up with no sign of impending death. The surrounding nurses looked in astonishment at the patient who was trying to get up, and then they looked even more incredulously at Lu Wenzong as he walked out. He had saved a life just in time. From then on, this person wouldn't suffer from poisoning anymore. Lu Wenzong stayed at the city's People's Hospital until nightfall, curing over 100 patients in the hospital. Next, he went to the 2nd People's Hospital and by midnight, moved on to the 3rd People's Hospital. The next day, Lu Wenzong continued running around, covering all 4 people's hospitals in the city and 1 traditional Chinese medicine hospital, plus 2 private hospitals. In total, he cured over 600 patients who had been poisoned. With these patients cured, neither they nor their families doubted Lu Wenzong anymore. Instead, everyone believed that Lu Wenzong had been framed. Putting it aside temporarily, when Lu Wenzong returned to the shop, he saw that many shelves and refrigerators had been newly purchased. Su Yenner was leading the employees in organizing items to be sold. In a short time, the news that all the poisoned patients in Sanling City had been cured by Lu Wenzong spread throughout the entire city. Now people were contemplating whether poisoning was really related to Lu Wenzong or whether Lu Wenzong had truly been framed. Upon hearing this news, certain people were also taken aback. This divine physician was indeed a divine physician. Within such a short span of time, he had healed hundreds of poisoned patients. His skill was simply supernatural. Little Fairy had been out for a long time, but hadn't returned yet. That was strange because, logically speaking, those two young people should absolutely be locals, and tracking them down should allow figuring out who they were or who was behind them. But why hadn't Little Fairy come back? After Li Yiru learned this information, she immediately reported the situation upward. Since all the poisoned patients had recovered, should the case be dismissed? However, the higher-ups told her that it couldn't be dismissed. Investigations into Lu Wenzong must continue, aiming to obtain evidence of Lu Wenzong's crime. Li Yiru found this very objectionable. Without even investigating thoroughly, they directly asked to look for someone's criminal evidence. This clearly presupposed guilt, which severely violated her principles of conduct. If it weren't for how much the higher-ups had consistently favored her, she probably would have argued outright with them. So now, Li Yiru only wanted to uncover the facts clearly to find out what secrets lay behind this incident. When Lu Wenzong received the message passed along by Li Yiru, he was equally quite astonished. They were genuinely determined to ruin him. Even though all the poisoned patients had already recovered, they still pursued the matter further. This was clearly aimed at him. But what troubled him even more was the lack of any word from Little Fairy, which seemed abnormal. Because after Lu Wenzong cured those poisoned patients, there were already very few people in Sanling City discussing the poisoning incident. Instead, everyone was talking about Lu Wenzong's miraculous deeds. After all, within such a short period of time, he had healed so many people, a level of ability that was nearly godlike. However, some people did not want this matter to simply be dropped. On the afternoon of the second day after Lu Wenzong cured all the poisoned patients, an unpleasant piece of news came through. Someone had died, one of the poisoned patients that Lu Wenzong had cured. That evening, the shop was once again surrounded by a group of patients' family members. An old man, accompanied by his entire family and relatives, blocked the entrance, demanding that Lu Wenzong pay blood for blood. The old man's wife had been regularly consuming products from Lu Wenzong's shop, and her health had always been good. Both elders were quite happy about it. But then, a few days ago, she got poisoned. After being cured by Lu Wenzong, the old man was grateful. However, this afternoon, she suddenly passed away without any apparent cause. People around said that the medicinal soup Lu Wenzong gave her last night was the main cause of her death. The family filed a police report, and when the police arrived, they took the elderly woman away without arresting Lu Wenzong. Naturally, the old man and his family were not willing to accept this outcome and came forward to demand an explanation. However, their emotions weren't overly agitated. Except for a few relatives who were yelling insults, the old man was still somewhat reasonable. Lu Wenzong spoke with the old man privately and learned that the elderly woman had been taken away by the police. Lu Wenzong knew something bad was about to happen. The next morning, Li Yiru arrived with the police again, taking Lu Wenzong back to the police station. Let me tell you, the autopsy report of the deceased elderly woman has come out. The cause of death was drinking an unknown liquid that stimulated her heart. How did this autopsy report pass review? It doesn't even clearly state the situation, yet it blames me? Lu Wenzong sincerely felt speechless. How could someone want to frame him like this? Li Yiru was also at a loss for words, but the higher-ups required her to arrest Lu Wenzong and prepare for prosecution. The prosecution office had already drafted the indictment, just waiting for Lu Wenzong's confession to start the legal process. As a skilled investigator within the police force, although Li Yiru hadn't fully uncovered the details of this case, it was clear from the behavior of those above that someone wanted Lu Wenzong dead. Moreover, to kill Lu Wenzong, they were willing to abandon basic rules and completely lose face. She didn't want to investigate anymore, but if she didn't, and another officer stepped in, Lu Wenzong would definitely suffer. Li Yiru was torn, unsure whether letting go or continuing the investigation would be better. Back at the shop, due to the death incident and Lu Wenzong's arrest, the plan to resume operations was postponed again. Worse, Lu Wenzong had been arrested for 3 days with no signs of being released. For 3 days, Li Yiru had been under immense pressure. The higher-ups almost called her several times a day, urging her to quickly get Lu Wenzong's confession, advising the use of necessary measures if needed. Chapter 191, Reaping What One Has Sown. Li Yiru could not imagine how shameless the demands from above were. She had fought for justice in her department, but a few leaders there were determined to ruin Lu Wenzong, and no one would say a fair word. There was nothing she could do. Being overpowered by higher-ranking officials, the bigwigs above had spoken. If they didn't comply, they'd probably end up being ruined themselves. So, in order to save themselves from ruin, they had to find ways to destroy Lu Wenzong. On the 4th day, Li Yiru still couldn't provide Lu Wenzong's confession, and was directly relieved of her authority to be in charge of the case. Lu Wenzong was handed over to someone else. The person who replaced Li Yiru was a division chief from Changnan Public Security Bureau in Sanling City, named Ma Wanjun. Ma Wanjun was tall with broad shoulders, exuding righteousness, and quite looked the part of a police officer. However, the first words out of this Ma Wanjun's mouth upon meeting Lu Wenzong were, "Lu Wenzong, please truthfully confess your criminal facts. Sorry, but mind your choice of words. I haven't committed any crime. If you continue to talk to me like this, I refuse to speak and will sue you for defamation," Lu Wenzong said coldly. Ma Wanjun was startled, then instantly enraged. "Are you eating punishment when we've offered lenience? I've been polite to you, but now you're getting cheeky. If I don't properly teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes Ma Wanya has." Lu Wenzong glanced at him and turned his body away, ignoring him. This man seemed to be an upright figure, but clearly, he was someone unable to distinguish right from wrong. Whether or not he was acting under orders from his superiors, his words just now revealed that this person was despicable. Seeing that Lu Wenzong was ignoring him, Ma Wanjun nudged his 2 policemen behind him with his lips, and then those 2 went out, returning less than a minute later. They held some strange items, books, hammers, pliers, screwdrivers, etc. Apparently, these guys intended to deal with Lu Wenzong using unconventional methods. However, such regular punishment tools meant nothing to Lu Wenzong. He didn't even spare them a glance, his head bowed as if lost in thought. Seeing Lu Wenzong's lack of reaction, Ma Wanjun spoke. "Kid, you'd better hurry up and confess, otherwise, there'll be fireworks soon. Don't waste time on useless threats. Whatever you've got, use it. I'll return it to you double-fold later," Lu Wenzong said coldly. "Are you threatening me? You seem too arrogant to realize what you're dealing with. Go ahead," Ma Wanjun yelled angrily. His 2 subordinates approached Lu Wenzong with their tools, and without a word began their attack. One police officer placed a small notebook on Lu Wenzong's chest, while another swung a hammer with all his might. But the trajectory of the hammer in midair suddenly changed and hit the hand of the policeman holding the notebook instead. A cry of pain ensued as the notebook fell, and the policeman clutched his fingers in agony. "You people beating each other is quite a sight," Lu Wenzong smirked. Enraged, Ma Wanjun pointed at the hammer-wielding officer and roared, "Xiaowang, why weren't you more careful?" Xiaowang also looked bewildered. That shouldn't have happened. After so many times before without hitting anyone's hand, everything was aligned correctly today, yet somehow it had missed its mark. He didn't know what had gone wrong. With the injured finger policeman out of action, Xiaowang decided to take matters into his own hands. He grabbed a thick sheet of paper to wrap around Lu Wenzong's finger. Then with the pliers he squeezed down. Exerting all his strength, he was prepared to give Lu Wenzong a painful lesson. Yet despite all his gritted teeth effort, Lu Wenzong just stared at him with a smile, showing no signs of pain as though his fingers hadn't been affected at all. Xiaowang bent down to confirm the situation, but the pliers suddenly jumped in his hands, heading straight for his eye. He tried quickly dodging, but it was already too late. The handle of the pliers slammed into his eye. Tears streamed profusely from Xiaowang's eye, and he stepped back several paces clutching it, feeling as if his eye was about to go blind. Ma Wanjun stood dumbfounded, thinking about the inefficiency of these two officers and questioning whether they had mistakenly taken the wrong medicine today. Useless. Did you forget to eat, or did you take the wrong medicine? Ma Wanjun fumed, picking up the screwdriver from the desk and approaching. Xiaowang apologized with his eye covered, but received only harsh rebukes from Ma Wanjun. As Ma Wanjun stepped closer to Lu Wenzong, caring not for leaving any marks, he stabbed the screwdriver towards Lu